Chapter 1 The Alchemist's Dog. In front of a giant black crucible, Martin was stirring with a long wooden stick. A piece of ginger yellow square cloth was tied around his chest as he observed the liquid inside the black crucible while stirring. The liquid slowly began to bubble with the stirring, turning into something like mud. He then took out 2 small wooden sticks and fished out many brown plants that resembled slender deer antlers from the crucible. Pressed the cooked dill with the blade. He mumbled to himself, taking out a short knife and using the back of the blade to press the plant stems hard until pale golden liquid started flowing out from their bases. "Stanley, could you please hand me that pot?" "Thank you," Martin said to an old man dressed as a butler standing nearby. "Of course, sir." The elderly man stepped forward to pass him a silver pot. As Martin felt his left hand slip, the pot almost fell to the ground, but Stanley caught it and handed it back to Martin. "Thank you." Martin accepted the pot. "I don't know what's wrong today. I always feel like my hands aren't cooperating, like I'm missing a finger." Martin glanced at his left hand, then seemed to recall something and hastily said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to mock you." "Your apology is humbling, sir." Stanley slightly bowed. His figure was stooped, limping with every step, his head almost bald, his gaunt face marked by a large hooked nose. What was strange was that his right hand had no thumb, and the broken part did not resemble a cut made by a sharp tool. Instead, it looked more like it had been bitten off by some wild animal. That's why Martin remembered feeling that his previous words might have been offensive. Martin carefully poured the pale golden liquid into the pot, wiped his 2 hands on the cloth tied around his chest, and grabbed a fish from the water tank beside him. The fish was completely silver, glowing faintly white. He took 2 small wooden sticks and inserted them forcefully into the fish's mouth, then skillfully used a short knife to start scraping off the scales, cutting open its belly, and pulling out the innards, the smelly black membrane, the gills, and the teeth, tossing them into the fire nearby. He stuffed a handful of pine needle-like herbs into the fish's abdomen. Squirrel tongues. The book says to use more of them, so they can deodorize and enhance flavor. He tilted his head and looked at the open black book beside him, turned around, and added another handful into the fish. After a while, Martin poured the pale golden liquid into another crucible. When the liquid started to smoke, he put the marinated fish in, and with a series of crackling sounds, the scent gradually filled the entire hall. This was a splendid hall, adorned with deep red embroidered carpets, under bright crystal chandeliers, with waiters and maids constantly passing through, carrying fruits, wine glasses, or laundry to be washed. The pine wood in the fireplace burned silently, warming the hall considerably. Martin and the 2 incongruous crucibles were positioned at the corner near the fireplace. After flipping the fish over, Martin struggled to pour a basin of hot water into the crucible, throwing in several bunches of yellow flowers, sprinkling some white crystals, and covering it. Then, he untied the yellow cloth from his chest. He took a soft towel from the elder nearby and walked to a full-length mirror, wiping the sweat off his forehead. This mirror was nearly man-height, arched like a gateway, supported by 2 columns intricately carved with complex patterns, the bottom of the columns sculpted in the shape of 2 fishtails. "I feel weaker day by day," Martin muttered while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, it showed a rather handsome young man who, for some reason, was drooling from the corner of his mouth. "Still pretty handsome, huh? Am I already drooling because I'm hungry?" Martin thought it strange and wiped his mouth with the soft towel. "Should I make an appointment with Dr. John? The medicine he prescribed last time is almost gone." Stanley stood next to Martin, his side blocking part of the mirror. "Not necessary for now. I just don't know what's wrong with me today. I keep getting hungry easily. After finishing this bowl of fish soup, I should be fine." Martin smiled and went back to the crucible. The butler watched Martin smile, replying with an uneasy grin. After waiting a bit, when the wooden cover was lifted from the crucible, a burst of fresh aroma immediately escaped. Martin took a small spoon, scooped some soup and tasted it, added more white crystals, turned around, and ladled a bowl, drinking the fish soup in big gulps. "So delicious. Would you like a bowl?" he asked the elder who had remained standing by all this time. "My fish soup is good. My mother praised it too." "Thank you for your kindness, sir." The old man bowed slightly. "The silver carps are too precious. You should enjoy them first." Martin looked at the respectful butler and served himself another bowl of fish soup without saying anything. Until yesterday, he was still a college student nearing graduation, preparing frantically for the civil service exam later in the year. Unexpectedly, after studying late into the night the evening before, he fell asleep groggily and woke up in this world. But when he woke up, he didn't feel any headache or sudden influx of memories. Instead, he heard Stanley, the butler, repeatedly calling him Mr. Martin, as though he had merely taken a short nap. Martin had no recollection of what happened before his nap. After waking up, he was treated like royalty, with many servants helping him dress and clean up, handmaids offering basins and towels to wipe his hands during meals, and even dedicated music to set the mood. Everything seemed so real, except for the slightly odd glances from the servants and maids. He naturally assumed it was due to their respect for nobility and quickly discarded all sorts of wild guesses, accepting that he had been transported to another world. From his conversations with Stanley, Martin learned that this was a world somewhat resembling medieval Europe, and he was a minor baron who owned this golden finch palace. No endless experiments, no piles of exams, and lots of servants waiting on me. This place is heaven. He quickly adapted to, and even enjoyed, this life. After all, such noble living was far more comfortable than being just an obscure student in a small town. If not for the abnormal hunger he felt today, he wouldn't have bothered cooking the pot of fish soup himself. He couldn't help but marvel. The culinary skills in this food-loving empire were incomparably better than monotonous bread, potatoes, and salted pork. Satisfied, Martin finished his fish soup, and the quick-witted maid by his side immediately took his bowl, wiped his hands, and then another maid wiped his mouth, setting down a cup of ginger beer. The maid's hands aren't very steady today. Why are they trembling? When did I start needing others to wipe my mouth while I eat? Martin looked at the maid with a hint of puzzlement, noticing her tightly pressed lips and a few beads of sweat on her forehead. A layer of crimson mist clung to her skin, thin yet sticky, slowly flowing, and adding a seductive quality to her presence. 2 days ago, Martin had noticed that everyone around him, including servers, maids, and even the butler, had a similar layer of mist covering their bodies. The color of the mist varied depending on the person: black, gray, crimson, dark green. He couldn't be sure if this was something unique to them or some other phenomenon, so he carefully chose to keep quiet about it to conceal his true identity. ZZZ. At that moment, a radio in the room emitted an electric current sound, interrupting Martin's thoughts, allowing the maid to slip away. This radio broadcasted the kingdom's news every morning, and Martin found it quite intriguing. After a deep, melancholy tune played, reminiscent of a cello performance, came the announcement. The Rust Iron Age, year 2102, November 24th. We will now broadcast today's royal news. The Royal Foundation has confirmed that the last dragon on the MYL continent, as well as the world's final known contaminator, Gross, was killed on the 22nd of this month by the Ash Squad. With this, the last contaminator has been judged. We urge all citizens to trust the royal family and the church as we work together to expel any remaining contaminated individuals. Annually held, the reindeer market is opening in Kovides, the tree capital. It is reported that this year's market is the largest in history, gathering renowned shops such as Black Cat Path, Sunset Gem, and Fairy Forest. Residents can head to the Central Rose Square in Kovides to visit the fair. Reindeer market? Is it opened by Santa Claus? Martin smirked slightly and sipped his ginger beer. Recently, multiple regions within the kingdom have reported incidents of civilians suffering contamination and subsequently breaking down. Security officials remind all residents again. 1. Strictly adhere to the Holy Light Treaty. Every Saturday, visit the shrine for prayers. Every Sunday, attend Mass in the church to cleanse sins and contaminants. 2. If you spot anyone who has been contaminated, report them immediately to the relevant tribunal or foundation. Symptoms include, but are not limited to, brief transformations into dragons, hounds, centaurs, sphinxes, vampires, werewolves, and other aberrations followed by collapse. Furthermore, animals capable of speech must be contaminated. Let us reiterate that both polluters and the polluted are extremely dangerous. Once discovered, run away immediately, avoid getting close, and then report them to the relevant authorities. Speaking animals? What an amazing world this is. Martin sighed lightly, burped, and scratched his stomach. He always felt a slight itch there. As for the so-called polluters and the polluted, what do they have to do with me, Martin? The broadcast ended, and Martin stood up, stretching lazily. He poured most of the fish soup from the crucible into a pot. The milky white broth was still emitting an inviting aroma. I added some marigold petals. The recipe calls it the Bride of the Sun. It has the effect of warding off evil and calming the spirit. You've been looking very tired these past 2 days, old Stanley. You can share this fish soup with them. Martin said this as he looked toward Stanley. Over these 2 days, the gray mist around Stanley's body had grown even denser, and Martin felt that something wasn't right with the old man's health. That's why he thought of sharing some of the soup, to help him recuperate. This was also why Martin decided to make the fish soup. After all, the elderly butler had always done his job with great diligence and care. Thank you for your concern, sir. Stanley accepted the pot. I'll distribute the soup. You should rest for a while. With that, he slightly bowed and limped out, his figure appearing more aged than before. Martin walked toward the bedroom as well, intending to take a nap. When Stanley reached the door, the 2 guards pulled open the heavy gates. Winter winds rushed in, and he tightened his coat as he stepped outside. While walking, his back gradually straightened, and the limp disappeared entirely. He strode briskly onto the palace square. A man dressed in the long robe of a clergyman approached and respectfully bowed his head. Your Eminence. Send in another batch of prisoners. The maids and attendants inside might already be contaminated. Execute them all. Stanley, who just moments ago seemed like an old man on the verge of death, transformed into a middle-aged man with sharp features. He handed over the pot in his hand, removed his white gloves, and discarded them casually. Martin has begun to suspect. We cannot wait any longer. I must go see the second prince now. Yes, Your Eminence. The man replied respectfully, glancing at the pot in his hand and asking, what shall we do with the soup? Throw it away. Stanley donned the ceremonial cloak offered by the man without hesitation. Or send it to the Blackwater prison. The death row inmates there won't care about being associated with pollution anyway. Chapter 2, The Savage Recipe. In front of a magnificent palace, Stanley walked along a huge red carpet toward the gate. The dazzling sunlight shone on the golden fences and various statues of the palace. He looked up at a grand statue located in the center. It was a man wearing a crown, holding up a sword, riding a horse while gazing into the distance. Stanley slightly squinted his eyes, bowed his head, and entered the gate. He arrived before an arched roof corridor, where sunlight streamed in through a row of stone pillars on the west side, making the corridor appear spacious and bright. A young man dressed in fine clothing stood in the middle of the corridor, gazing at the flower bed outside. Stanley approached, slightly bowed, and said with an even more humble attitude than when he faced Martin, "Your Highness, Prince Brant." The young man was indeed Brant Norman, the second prince of the Redstone Kingdom and the renowned Duke of Norman across the nation. He turned around, smiled gently, and said, "Stanley, you've come. How is Martin doing?" "He is still extracting the contaminated cards. Today's extraction should be the Hearts 3 from the Spoon set, identity card Alchemical Hound." Has he reached the third stage yet? Did he discover anything unusual? Judging from his behavior, the effect of the Mirage Mirror is still active. He hasn't discovered his true appearance, Stanley respectfully stated. But starting from yesterday, his condition has become increasingly unstable, and he may have begun to suspect me. "I suggest, Your Highness." Stanley looked up towards the handsome man before him. "We need to eliminate him as soon as possible to prevent future trouble." "It's fine." Brant picked up a wine glass from a nearby square table, took a sip, and said, "The Dragon Gross was recovered by the Foundation 3 days ago. Everyone thinks that the last mutant has been eradicated, and this war that has persisted since the Holy Light era has finally come to an end. All mutants have become contaminated cards or magical items in human hands." As Brant stroked a gold ring on his left hand, it displayed an antique style carved with a 6-pointed star coin symbol. "Stanley, do you think if others knew there is still one mutant left, and it's an ancestral level 1 that incorporates the Spoon, Goblet, Star Coin, and Mask sets, would they execute it?" He glanced at Stanley and continued, "That's impossible. Even if now he can only extract rank 3 cards, who can guarantee there won't be other sets on him? For instance, the wand? Monolith?" Brant then asked, with keen interest, looking at Stanley standing under the shadow of the stone pillar. "Or maybe something like the Water Mirror 7 Phantom Priest, which makes you bite off your own thumb?" "I understand, my lord." Stanley bowed deeply to the handsome man before him. Looking at the garden where flowers competed for beauty, Brant suddenly remembered a woman known as the Midnight Rose, the rose with thorns he yearned but could never reach, also the mother of his half-brother, Duchess Teresa. Clutching his fists, because of her, he worked so hard to ascend levels, even collaborated with the Holy Light Church to secretly raise the last mutant and take its contaminated cards. He was already the youngest 5th-rank contaminated card holder in the Redstone Kingdom, having accepted the Hearts V card of the Sword suit, titled the Twilight Crusaders, and even unearthed one of the 7 holy swords created by legendary craftsman Agar's, Dragon Hunter, in a hidden underwater tomb. But Brant understood it wasn't enough. Without mentioning the more dominant 16 Contaminator suits, the sword didn't even compare to the 3 Master suits, Balance Scale, Tower, and Lantern of the Savior's suits. Moreover, there were 5 ranks above 5th rank, and even the fabled King and Queen cards. At the very least, he needed to incorporate the Sword 7 to gain sufficient leverage. It was rumored that the captain of the Ash team, who bore the Sword 7 title Rising Sun Knight, had accomplished this feat. After taking another sip of wine and feeling the warmth of the alcohol slide down his throat, Brant again asked Stanley, "Has Cornelius made any outrageous moves recently?" Ever since excessively tuning the twin flames nearly killed Martin 3 days ago, the third prince seems to have been placed under house arrest by Duchess Teresa and hasn't reappeared. Keep an eye on Martin and make sure Cornelius doesn't disrupt our plans." The second prince emptied his glass. "The Foundation has found a suitable candidate and will send her to the Golden Finch Palace tomorrow as his bride. I hope those old folks are right. Descendants of the Contaminators are still considered Contaminators." After Stanley left, Martin took a nap. His sleep quality had been excellent since he arrived in this world, perhaps due to the comfort of the bed. He walked over to the desk in his bedroom and began examining the large black book he had found earlier that morning. When he woke up, the book was already in his hand, yet he could not recall where it came from. Since arriving here, he had only entered the study once, and all he remembered was that the flowers on the windowsill were blooming beautifully. Now that he was living like a nobleman, did he still need to read books? At first, he thought it might be someone's prank and considered asking Stanley to investigate. But when he flipped it open casually, he discovered that its contents were incredibly detailed. For example, it contained information about caraway with antlers and the squirrel tongue's efficacy. Acting on the book's instructions, he tried it out and was surprised by how effective it turned out to be. Thus, he decided to examine the book carefully now. Martin caressed the intricate patterns on the leather cover. The dark red patterns resembled veins, and touching them again made him feel as though they were pulsating. The cover bore 6 uneven white letters. The Savage Recipe. Upon recognizing the title, Martin realized that this wasn't Chinese at all, but rather an unfamiliar language. He then understood that everything he had heard and spoken these past few days was also not in Chinese. It seemed that although he lacked the memories of his predecessor, he had inherited their language habits. When he opened the book, he noticed some words written in black paste-like liquid on the flyleaf, something he had missed during his previous perusal. Rules for using the recipe. 1. Eating humans is prohibited. A small line below it read, "High-ranking alchemists disdain cooking such inferior ingredients as humans." 2. Magic requires time. Like Jurla monsters, which take at least 3 hours to simmer into soup. 3. Giving out medicinal soups should not come with monetary demands. If you are human, devotion is your sole virtue. If you're one of the so-called contaminators, don't kid yourself. Humans would never drink your soups. They'd burn you alive in the Inquisition. Martin's mouth slowly gaped open, and saliva began to drip uncontrollably. Was it forbidden to eat humans because they were inferior material? Was it because human flesh tasted bad? Had the owner of the book already eaten it? And what exactly were Gila monsters? That sounded disgusting. Instinctively licking up the saliva streaming down his chin, Martin continued flipping through the book. Inside were strange names of animals and plants accompanied by illustrations. Some entries featured a bird symbol, while others featured a frog symbol. He scanned through several entries randomly. Black ryegrass, known as the shepherd's meteoric mirror, can resist judgments from the monolith set cards, extremely effective. White flowerwood sorrel, or the famous fairy bells, very rare. When smeared with your own blood and worn, it can help you escape baseless arrest and entrapment. Yellow leaf honeysuckle, the plant of luck, adored by those ugly dragons from the north. Burning green candles over it can summon gold. As everyone knows, that's what those ugly dragons adore most. These plants seemed vaguely familiar. What was the monolith card set? And what about those ugly dragons from the north? Were they lizards? He recalled seeing one of those plants on the balcony of the study. Curious, he left his bedroom and headed toward the study. In the hall, the pine logs in the fireplace were quietly burning. The maids and servants had disappeared somewhere, leaving Martin alone in the vast hall. Wearing slippers and a bathrobe, he glanced at the cookbook as he walked past the dining table, 2 crucibles, and a full-length mirror. Strangely, the huge standing mirror now displayed several cracks across its surface, shattering the reflection into fragmented pieces. Martin shuffled past the cracked mirror. Then he suddenly stopped. Stepping back, he paused before the broken mirror. Turning his head, he stared at his reflection in the shattered glass, his mouth widening bit by bit. In every shard of the broken mirror, there was an image, not his own, but that of a spotted dog standing upright on 2 legs. The spotted dog held a large book in its forepaws, stood in slippers with its hind legs, and wore a bathrobe. Countless spotted dogs stared astonished at Martin from within the mirror, their mouths gaping wide and drooling uncontrollably onto the crimson carpet. Chapter 3, The White Candle. Martin moved his left hand, and the Dalmatian in the mirror also moved its right paw. Martin waved his right hand, and the Dalmatian in the mirror waved its left paw at him. Martin opened his mouth wide, and the Dalmatian bared 2 rows of snow-white canines, drooling even more. Is this really me? How did I turn into a dog? Martin swallowed back his saliva and collapsed onto the carpet. His mind was blank. Recalling the past 3 days, he remembered the looks from the servants, the sweat on the maid's forehead that morning, all of which seemed to indicate something was wrong. Turned out, what was wrong was himself. But why were the servants serving a Dalmatian? No one had broken the unspoken fact, not even Stanley, who obeyed his every command as a loyal butler. And then, a sudden warning broadcast from the radio that morning flashed through Martin's mind. Animals that speak are surely polluters. Polluters, according to that cookbook, polluters were supposed to be burned alive. Martin felt a sense of despair creep over him. The noble life he once knew was gone, and now here he was, like fish on a chopping block, just waiting to be thrown into an oven. Then he noticed something odd. Why wasn't I sent to the Inquisition? Why am I living like a noble instead? Could it be? Martin pinched his chin with his front paws. Could it be some noble's special kink? Martin shook his head and dispelled some strange thoughts. One possibility is that everyone was enchanted by something, failing to notice my abnormality, and now this enchantment has failed. But how do we explain the peculiar reactions of the servants earlier? Martin glanced at the shattered mirror in front of him. What was originally just an old mirror now felt strangely mysterious. The mirror broke just in time. Could it have been the cause? He stood up and touched the mirror's surface, but found nothing unusual. A larger possibility is that only I am under the spell, while everyone else is watching me perform like Emperor's new clothes. Is this the Truman Show? He looked up, searching for cameras around the ceiling. No, this cannot explain my crossing over here. Everything feels too real, and who would bother teasing a poor town boy studying hard in exams? Martin thought no one would be so boring. So, perhaps someone kept me here, hiding the anomalies from me, not for performance, but rather, for something on me? If I uncover the truth, they might lose access to that thing. The more Martin thought about it, the stranger it got. He was already a dog. What could possibly be on him? Dogskin plaster? Moreover, he might not have been this way the previous 2 days either. Bang! Just then, the palace doors opened, and a group of maids and servers entered orderly. They started cleaning silently, tidying up glasses and clothes as if they were robots. Standing upright, Martin, the dog, seemed invisible to them, or rather, they never made eye contact with him. If the first theory held true, they should all realize he was a dog now. Carefully, he walked to the dining table, picked up a knife ready to run if any maid screamed, or even take a hostage if necessary. But there was no special reaction. Everyone carried on as usual. Martin even smiled at a maid clearing the table, but she showed no response, finished her task, and quietly bowed before leaving. When Martin was about to further probe the situation, a familiar greeting came from his left. "Afternoon, sir." Stanley. When did he come over without making a sound? Martin was now on high alert. Watching the suddenly appeared butler, it felt like there was a terrifying ghost beside him. "What are you doing with the knife?" Stanley asked calmly, slightly bowing his body. Martin hesitated. "I'm hungry and want some afternoon tea." As he spoke, Martin took a fine bread from the table, cut it in half with the knife, and ate one piece while chewing, saying, "You shouldn't eat too much during afternoon tea. It makes you fat easily." "Understood, sir. The kitchen has prepared some cheese and fruits. If you need them, I can ask a maid to bring them up." "All right, bring some up," Martin muttered vaguely. Instinctively, he didn't interrupt Stanley, fearing he'd discover something. A servant standing beside Stanley stepped back. After a while, the maid served a few small plates of roasted meat, cheese, and cherries. Martin began to eat slowly. He had no appetite and just wanted to end the afternoon tea as soon as possible to be alone, but he also feared being caught eating too quickly. Sir, I saw that the floor-length mirror in the hall was broken. Do you know who broke it? Stanley asked, leaning closer to Martin. Is it coming? Martin looked at Stanley's aged face up close, noticing the gray mist swirling violently around his body, which seemed quite strange. He replied, I'm not sure. The mirror was already broken when I woke up from my nap. He took a bite of the roasted meat and continued. Stanley, you should investigate who broke the mirror properly. It startled me when I saw it earlier. Fortunately, I am still as handsome. I understand, sir, Stanley responded. His body remained dangerously close to Martin with no intention of stepping back. Martin ate the roasted meat expressionlessly, a bead of sweat almost dripping down from his right temple. That butler is definitely suspicious. He was testing me, but why did he step away afterward? Martin didn't believe that a few words could fool him. Several times during their conversation, he felt this grim old man was about to open his mouth and swallow him whole. Could it be I still have some value left? Anyway, for now, there's no immediate danger. Martin secretly exhaled a breath. As night fell, the crystal chandeliers lit up again. After having a simple dinner served by the maid, Martin entered the bedroom. He kept pondering how to escape, but both windows and doors were heavily guarded by soldiers. It was like living in an elegant prison, leaving him clueless for now. Before sleeping, a maid brought the herbal medicine for the day. According to Stanley, Dr. John had altered the prescription 2 days ago. Martin poured the medicine into a potted plant on the windowsill, carefully covering it with soil before getting ready to sleep. He hid the short knife he had stolen under the covers by his hand and laid down beneath the swaying candlelight. Interestingly, this white candle always seemed to stay lit, and its flame flickered in an eerie red color. Yet, Martin hadn't considered putting it out. Not long after, loud snoring sounds began. A long time passed, and in the deep night, nothing could be heard except for the snoring. Suddenly, a cluster of green flames rose slowly from Martin's chest, swirling once in the air before landing beside the white candle. The red candlelight flickered slightly. At the same moment, Martin's body began to undergo a strange transformation, as if it were a lump of porcelain being slowly fired into a new shape. When the green flames dissipated, a dark golden card appeared. On the card was drawn a large black dog, its ears pricked up, its demeanor proud, standing in front of a massive black cauldron. Its left hand flipped open a big book, unmistakably that infamous cookbook called the Savage Beast's Recipes. Its right hand held a long ladle gleaming with a dark light, stirring the concoction inside the cauldron, with a silver-white pouch hanging at its waist. Above the illustration, in the upper left corner of the card, there was a little spoon followed by a large Roman numeral 3, while in the upper right corner, a red heart was depicted. In the center, 4 large characters were inscribed, apparently the name of this card, the Alchemist Dog. Beneath the drawing, in the same writing as in the Savage Beast's Recipes, a sentence was written. When medicine ceases to be mere medicine, and food is no longer simply food. Chapter 4, The Hand of Glory. 3 of Hearts. 4 of Hearts. Martin instinctively played his card, then dazedly glanced at the person who had just thrown down the 3 of Hearts. It was a middle-aged man in a black suit, sitting to Martin's left. His hair was perfectly combed, as if glued down with gel, and he had a white pocket square pinned to his chest. In his left hand was a knife, and in his right a fork. He looked utterly rigid. In front of him was a pile of face-down cards, alongside a plate of meat that appeared to be steak. As Martin looked at him, the man took a bite of the meat he'd just cut. 9 of Spades. The person on Martin's right played the next card. To start off so strong? No way. Nope. No. This was a round card table, with 5 people seated around it, including Martin. The one who played the 9 of Spades was a young man wearing a white mask, slim, but wearing an overly large white suit that didn't fit well. Seated clockwise, there were also a blonde woman holding a goblet and a burly red-haired fat man, who sat next to the steak-eating man. The red-haired giant wore a green shirt, its fabric stretched taut by his muscular frame, radiating explosive strength. Every finger on his left hand except for the thumb bore a ring, each set with colorful gems, while a coin rapidly flipped between his fingers on the right hand. Martin gradually regained his senses, as if shifting perspectives from spectator to performer, reclaiming control over his body. He didn't know why he was here or who these 4 people were, yet he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if this wasn't their first meeting. Ah, a pair of 4s. The thin man who previously played the 9 of Spades sighed deeply. His mask now displayed a sad expression with drooping eyebrows, looking bizarre and somewhat humorous. Tomorrow, it will be my turn again. No. The blonde woman swirled her goblet, the crimson liquid inside rotating slowly. Just a single 3 of Hearts. Your fur is still plentiful enough. Yeah, you saw how the boss discarded an Alchemy Hound today, without saying anything. The red-haired fat man played a pair of 5s. Pair of 6s. The suited man to Martin's left threw out his card, then continued enjoying his steak. When will this kind of life end? The thin man's mask seemed even sadder now. It's been 3 months. We don't even know who locked us up here. This body cannot even manage basic communication. Rather, you could give me back the inverted card I lost, and once I'm out, I'll pull everyone else out. The red-haired fat man grinned at the thin man. Who doesn't know that York, the gentleman ghost merchant, is a great card cheat? If I gave it to you, you'd probably eat it the moment you turned around. So all of us will just stay trapped like this. The fat man leaned back in his chair, nonchalantly adding. This guy's body, though strong, is also about to give out. Finding both your inverted card and Mary's will be no easy feat. You made a deal with the second prince, did you not? The blonde woman interjected. That kid is slippery. Who knows if he even has your Knight Agave? Interesting. You, as the complete repository of a 6th-tier pentagram card, the Golden Fleece Treasurer, are afraid of him. A mere novice into the 5th tier, the Twilight Crusader? Are you? The blonde woman mocked. Even so, given his manipulations within the church, we must be cautious. And it's rumored that he possesses that dragon hunter crafted by Agars. The red-haired fat man replied hesitantly. One of the 7 great swords, you mean? The blonde woman took a sip of wine and fell silent. If only we could control this body. The thin man looked at Martin, the eyes on the mask narrowing slightly. With our combined powers, leaving here shouldn't be difficult. Didn't we try that plenty of times already? The fat man commented. This kid here might as well be a block of wood, something none of us can remember. They fell silent again. Gentlemen and ladies. Martin suddenly spoke up. He thought this was an opportunity. Ever since the mirror broke, things changed. Stanley had clearly become suspicious of him, and now Martin had found himself at this card table. He decided to attempt communication. It's not gentlemanly behavior to discuss someone when they're right in front of you. Martin looked at them. All heads turned toward him. In that instant, Martin experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, fear, greed, hunger, all complex feelings overwhelming him as if his brain might explode. Looks like our little fellow has woken up. Quite rare indeed, said the blonde woman, becoming immediately more engaged. I've merely observed until now. Your conversations have given me inspiration. I believe. Martin straightened up. We can cooperate. Huh. The red-haired fat man emitted a strange laugh. What qualifies you to discuss cooperation with us? Do you know who we are? I don't need to know who you are. You want to get out, and I want to get out as well. Our goals align. Martin clutched the key information they had revealed in their conversations, looking toward the man on his left who was cutting his steak. This man was clearly the one in control of the situation. The man did not respond, continuing to cut his steak at a leisurely pace. Our goals align. The red-haired fat man sneered dismissively. Since you're already awake, why don't we simply take over your body? He grinned nastily as he stood up, the 4 rings on his left hand emitting dazzling light, making his hand shine like a miniature sun. The blonde woman's lips curled into an elegant smile, while the thin man watched from the side, his hands trembling slightly on the card table, his mask morphing into a distorted, grinning face. Martin looked at the ball of light that resembled the sun, feeling his brain gradually losing its ability to think as he instinctively resisted. But he found that his body would not move. Enough. The middle-aged man eating the steak spoke calmly. He set down his knife and fork, picking up the napkin from his chest to wipe his mouth. His voice resonated through the air. The masked man immediately straightened up after removing his hands from the table. The blonde woman ceased swirling her goblet. The fat man stopped too, the glow on his left hand gradually dimming as he begrudgingly sat back down. Martin suddenly regained some clarity. The middle-aged man looked at Martin and said, You seem to have forgotten quite a lot of things. Martin felt a sudden tightness in his heart upon hearing this. He didn't think he had shown any obvious signs, so this man shouldn't know that he was a Chejura, time traveler. It seems our existence has had some impact on you. The middle-aged man continued steadily. After pondering for a moment, he drew a card from the stack of face-down cards and threw it toward Martin. The card spun in a smooth arc across the table until it stopped before Martin. This hand of glory can lead you to Queen's mailbox. She will help you leave here. Upon hearing these words from the middle-aged man, varying degrees of surprise flitted across the faces of the others. The thin man's mask widened his eyes in astonishment, his jaw dropped open, creating a somewhat comical appearance. One piece of advice. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Martin, his expression serious as he added, his voice carrying a hint of mystery and ambiguity. In your story, it is best not to mention father. Upon hearing this sentence, Martin felt the hairs on his body rise. He wanted to ask the middle-aged man what he meant by story and why mentioning father was forbidden. However, the man had already picked up his knife and fork again, ignoring Martin completely. Martin looked at the card called the Hand of Glory, which appeared dark gold in color. Its upper left corner featured a small mask symbol, followed by the Roman numeral 3, while its upper right corner bore the black spade emblem. In the center of the card, there was a drawing of a brown monkey dressed in a red circus tailcoat with a bow tie tied around its neck. It wore a white mask on its face, showing a mischievous smirk. Its right hand held a top hat pressed against its left chest in a deep bow, while its left hand was withered and dried, covered in many mysterious symbols. Its fingers had become unnaturally slender, and the palm bore a painted open eye. Below the monkey, there was a line of small text. After scrutinizing it, Martin recognized the words. The reason for your suffering lies in possessing the wrong things. Chapter 5, The Crimson Bride. Martin woke up feeling groggy. He felt like a drunkard with a hangover. Despite sleeping for a long time, he had an excruciating headache. He seemed to have dreamed about playing cards with someone, women, masks, and gold coins. Martin rubbed his forehead and suddenly noticed that there was a closed eye drawn on the palm of his left hand. What is this? Martin extended his left hand in front of him and examined it closely. The eye on his palm and the surrounding cryptic symbols gave him a sense of familiarity. He recalled the dark golden card. Could this be the Hand of Glory given by that man? But how do I use it? Martin's attention was entirely captivated by the eye. He tried waving his hand, clenching his fist and even biting his right finger to drip a few drops of blood onto it, but nothing happened. However, when he saw the few drops of blood about to flow from his palm, Martin instinctively licked them clean. Then he paused for a moment, shaking his head. Outside the window, the dawn had already risen, and soft sunlight poured into the room, illuminating Martin's legs. He suddenly felt itchy where the sunlight touched, so he pulled his legs back. He put on his dressing gown, opened the bedroom door, and walked toward the hall. On the way, he sensed some strange gazes. The maids and attendants who never used to make eye contact with him all seemed to stare at him in astonishment. The attendants' eyes became strange, and several maids blushed and lowered their heads. Martin felt puzzled. Even the big dog from before hadn't made them show such surprise. He walked to the full-length mirror to take a look. A new one had replaced the old mirror, missing the two signature fishtail columns. Martin looked at himself in the mirror and once again experienced what surprise truly meant. What a surprise. The reflection in the mirror was no longer yesterday's large spotted dog, but a blonde woman. Her skin was snow white, her features deep set, and her golden red hair casually draped down, radiating maturity and laziness. Her loose dressing gown exposed a vast expanse of her white chest, looking extremely alluring. Martin almost wanted to exclaim another uncouth expression, but he forcefully restrained himself. He covered his mouth, and the woman in the mirror also repeated this gesture with her delicate hands, appearing lively and seductive, with a unique charm. Martin widened his eyes as he observed his movements in the mirror. He quickly lowered his hand, bowed his head, and clenched his fists tightly. Yesterday, I was a dog, and today, I've become a woman. He gritted his teeth and forced out these words. I'd rather be the dog from yesterday. Should I let the brothers have fun first? He roared angrily in his mind. At this moment, a ghost-like figure appeared beside Martin. This figure spoke to Martin in a floating tone, saying, Sir, you seem a little unhappy. Are you dissatisfied with the new mirror? As he looked at Martin, something flickered in his eyes. Martin kept his head down for a while, then lifted it and showed what he thought was his brightest smile to Stanley, saying, No, Stanley. I'm just still sleepy after waking up. Stanley bowed in response. All right, sir. Breakfast is ready whenever you want to enjoy it. Martin responded with a sentence and headed towards the washroom, discreetly pulling at his collar. 15 minutes later, inside the Golden Sparrow Palace Hall, the firewood in the fireplace occasionally crackled, and the large red wool carpet locked in the heat, making the entire hall warm. Martin skillfully used his knife and fork to cut a piece of roasted meat and brought it to his mouth. Just as he was about to pick up his glass to take a sip of ginger beer, he saw the blonde woman from last night sitting across from him, toasting him by swaying her wine glass. He shook his head, only to find the opposite seat now completely empty. Am I hallucinating? He adjusted his collar again. Still wearing his pajamas and dressing gown, Martin worried that any sudden change might deepen Stanley's suspicions. Normally, I don't get stared at during meals. Martin always felt as if the servants around him were secretly peeking, whether the male attendants or the female maids. It made him feel very uncomfortable. He decided to finish eating quickly and retreat to his bedroom to end this bizarre morning. You're truly beautiful. While Martin was focused on eating, a servant walked up to him and abruptly said. His face was flushed with an unnatural glow, and his mouth stretched into a highly exaggerated grin. I can't help but compliment you. I apologize. The servant seemed somewhat shy and lowered his head, then raised it to say to Martin. You are hundreds or thousands of times more beautiful than the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. You're like morning dew, like a rose in divine light. Then he fell to his knees, preparing to kiss Martin's foot. Martin hastily threw away his knife and fork, skidding as he stood up and retreating to the side. Was this person insane? Servile slave. Only thinking of licking the master's shoe surface, said a lanky maid nearby with a raspy voice. You are all slaves, only worthy of eating others' leftovers. After saying this, she lunged onto the dining table, stuffing food into her mouth, roasted meat, leaves, salted pork. She chewed and swallowed in large bites until her mouth could no longer hold any more, then collapsed on the floor, vomiting half-chewed food while her body convulsed uncontrollably. Then, more and more maids and attendants began to emit strange laughter or shouting insults. They were like wind-up plush toys that had been turned on, screaming, fighting, and teasing each other wildly. Martin noticed that the originally calm white mist around the maid's body was now surging violently, growing thicker and thicker. The attendant crawled on all fours, pushing her aside, and then creeping toward Martin. His eyes were full of bloodshot veins, and sticky greenish fog swirled around him. What's going on? Are these people possessed? Martin tried to dodge the attendant by stepping back, but his foot twisted awkwardly, causing him to sit hard on the ground. Damn, so this is what they call fragile beauty easy to topple over. And at the worst possible moment too. Martin muttered under his breath as he shuffled backward. The attendant quickly reached Martin, curling his 5 fingers as he grabbed for him, muttering crazily, You belong to me. Just as the attendant was about to seize Martin, Stanley appeared behind him. Stanley was no longer the decrepit old man hobbling along. His left hand clamped down on the attendant's neck like a pair of tongs, lifting him effortlessly as if he were nothing more than a piece of clothing. With a flick of Stanley's fingers, there came a sharp crack, and the attendant's body went limp, before being thrown to the ground. Stanley didn't even look at the dumbfounded Martin, but instead turned around, spreading his arms with an authoritative voice toward the quarreling and fighting servants. When reason departs, desire surges. He paused briefly, his stooped figure appearing impossibly tall and commanding at that moment. Humans become the ugliest creatures. As he finished speaking, The frenzied people abruptly stopped in their tracks. Blood tears streamed down their eyes as the skin on their bodies peeled off layer by layer. Roaring inhuman sounds filled the air as they transformed into centaurs, giant dogs, green-skinned grotesque beasts, and more, only to collapse moments later into dark puddles of sticky liquid. The once chaotic hall fell silent again, save for the slight friction between the liquids and the carpet. Stanley glanced around, turning to assist Martin back to his feet. The instant Stanley touched Martin's arm, Martin felt the runes on his left hand begin to activate and flow, and the eye on his palm opened suddenly. He saw Stanley's gray mist rapidly rushing into his palm, and a cool sensation surged from his left hand. Stanley furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something being subtly drained from within him, his mind clearing and becoming sharper all at once, rousing a flicker of suspicion. With Stanley's support, Martin sat back in his high-back chair. He observed Stanley covertly, noticing only a trace of puzzlement on the man's face, and asked cautiously, "Stanley, what just happened?" He concluded that Stanley must not have seen the incident involving his left hand earlier because otherwise, the elder man, now so eagle-like, would surely have reacted somehow. "Looks like he can't see the symbols or the eye on my hand," Martin thought inwardly. Stanley glanced at the scattered puddles on the ground and explained to Martin, "Humans are the easiest creatures to manipulate emotionally, sir." He discarded his own white gloves after removing them, continuing, "They collapsed under contamination." He bent down slightly and locked Martin in a piercing gaze, demanding sternly, "Was this your doing?" "What?" Martin pretended not to understand which specific act he referred to. Stanley narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Martin for a while before straightening up. While slipping on another pair of fresh white gloves, he said casually, "Lies won't last long." Martin showed no reaction to this comment, massaging his previously twisted ankle. It was lucky there was no damage to tendons or bones. He gazed at the remaining dark stains on the ground. Everything had unfolded far too abruptly just moments ago, but afterward, Martin suddenly became curious about the remnants of those gooey liquids. If I could gather some and study them, there might be something we can discover. Perhaps due to the many lab experiments he conducted in his previous life, or maybe driven by an urgency to understand this bizarre world, Martin suddenly felt compelled to collect a sample of the liquids for further investigation. "Stanley," Martin said to the butler beside him while rubbing his ankle, "I'm curious about the residual liquid from those people. Could you collect a little for me? Just a small vial will do." He waited for a moment, but received no response from the butler. Perplexed, Martin looked up and noticed a flicker of astonishment on Stanley's usually placid face. The old man had his mouth slightly agape, gazing at Martin with a somewhat distracted look, and the new gloves in his hand were still not fully put on. "Stanley," Martin called out tentatively once more. "Certainly, sir." The elderly butler finally snapped back to reality. He finished putting on the gloves and continued, "I'll bring it to you shortly." After a brief pause, Stanley regained his usual composure. He handed Martin a napkin and said, "Sir, I'll have someone clean this place up. You can wait in the bedroom and prepare yourself." "Prepare for what?" Martin was somewhat puzzled. "The Princess Xianxia, chosen as your bride by His Majesty the King, should be arriving soon." Chapter 6. The Princess and the Maid Costume. Xianxia sat alone in the wide carriage. She lifted the curtain, and the Knight Grand Master with a rose and golden lion embroidered on his chest turned his head to look at her. "Is there anything you need, Your Highness?" Xianxia put down the curtain. "Your Highness?" Ever since her father was murdered by the usurper, ever since she was forced to flee her country, ever since she was locked up in that dark and dirty Blackwater prison, she already understood she was no longer a highness, but merely a rather beautiful princess of a fallen kingdom. If it weren't for the fact that she had been eroded by some unknown darkness and continuously heard various indescribable strange sounds, she wouldn't have frequently lapsed into states of mental confusion, nor would she have been captured by the Redstone Kingdom's soldiers. She had thought she would either be executed as someone tainted, or become a plaything for some low-ranking noble. Unexpectedly, last night, she was taken out from the prison, followed by being bathed and dressed by many maids. She slept in the familiar large velvet bed, as if everything she had gone through before was just a dream. When she woke up this morning, an old man came to see her. He wore long robes of the church embroidered with patterns of dark gold roses, and informed Xianxia in a tone that did not allow questioning that she would soon become the wife of the last savior of the Redstone Kingdom. The elder ordered the maids to dress her in a white wedding dress and placed a head veil interwoven with calla lilies on her, instructing her to live harmoniously with her husband and to quickly bear children. Indeed, everything was going as she predicted. This so-called last savior is probably just a pretense. Sitting in the dim carriage, Xianxia looked disdainfully at the exquisite wedding dress she wore. She tightly gripped the pendant hanging from her neck, a small sea snail carved from sapphire, her last amulet. She recalled all the misfortunes she had experienced, the escape full of fear, the lightning and thunder in the abandoned church. In the dark, damp Blackwater prison, those fearless rats, insects, and mad prisoners, sudden deaths. She did not want to remember any of it anymore, except for one bowl of soup. It was given out by the jailer yesterday noon along with the black bread. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it, but after drinking a sip, she felt that in her previous 18 years, she had never tasted something so delicious. Those palace chefs would only put clams in the pot, resulting in tasteless and monotonous soups. She drank it all, noticing that most other prisoners reacted similarly, licking their bowls over and over again. Some dared to ask the jailer about the origin of the soup, and they heard him answer, "You find the soup made by a dog delicious, apparently. You do deserve death, huh?" A dog? What kind of dog could it be? Though Xianxia knew the jailer was probably mocking them, she still couldn't help but fantasize about it, and smiled. Perhaps it's a spotted dog with big ears, whose fur feels smooth when touched. This was the happiest moment she had experienced in the Blackwater prison. The carriage stopped suddenly, breaking Xianxia's thoughts. She heard the Grand Knight outside the carriage say, "We've arrived, Your Highness." Xianxia opened the curtain, discovering that the carriage had stopped in front of a palace. The palace was grand and luxurious, with 2 rows of soldiers and maids waiting at the entrance. She was helped out of the carriage and led inside the palace by the maid. Throughout the process, she kept observing the environment and structure of the palace secretly, looking for possible escape routes. Then she noticed that there were an unusually large number of guards stationed around this palace, among whom were numerous members of the Holy Light Temple's Templar Knights. To Xianxia, this place seemed less like a palace and more like a jail. She gathered her thoughts and sensed the unusual atmosphere here. If I cannot escape in the end. Xianxia tightened her grip on the seashell around her neck. She was already prepared to commit suicide. Subsequently, in a warm hall, she met a woman even more beautiful than herself. Martin sat upright in a high-backed chair, having changed into a shirt and long pants. He no longer appeared disheveled. He had previously sneaked off to take a look at himself in the mirror, finding that men's clothes now worn on his body added a certain charm of androgyny. It was as if he were a princess disguised as a boy who ran away from the palace. Ordinary clothes could not conceal his innate nobility and beauty. Now, Stanley had gone to handle the matter earlier, leaving only 2 people in the hall. Opposite him sat a young girl. A girl he believed to be even more beautiful than his current self. Just moments ago, feeling quite smug, he became captivated the instant he saw the girl. The young girl had a pair of rare red pupils. She wore a pure white wedding dress, and the snow-white flowers on her chestnut hair, along with the fresh green branches, exuded vitality and youth. Her rosy lips were slightly closed, so elegant and tranquil, just like a real princess, a youthful bride brimming with life. He found himself entranced as he gazed at her. "Excuse me, are you the mistress of this palace?" The girl hesitated before asking. Martin hadn't expected such a question. He maintained his smile, responding in what he believed to be a gentle tone. "You can say that. Then, does your husband know that he is about to take another wife?" "What?" Martin didn't fully grasp the situation yet. "Young lady, someone brought me out from the Blackwater prison to marry the last savior of the kingdom. If there's no mistake, it should be your husband. I believe you deserve to be informed." The girl looked straight into Martin's eyes and said earnestly, "The last savior. Does that mean I'm supposed to marry you?" Martin was suddenly somewhat dazed. He didn't have time to fantasize about the beautiful girl becoming his wife when he realized something else immediately. He was the lady she referred to, which made him feel mortified. "Respected miss." Martin paused for a while and then spoke to Xianxia. "I think there's no one in this palace who will force you to do anything against your will." Martin leaned back in the high-backed chair, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. Upon hearing this, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. This beautiful lady seemed rather reasonable and understanding. In fact, since seeing this lady, Xianxia had become more and more relaxed. There seemed to be an innate strong affinity in this beautiful woman, making her feel inexplicably close. Xianxia picked up the red tea on the table and took a sip, then said to Martin, "Then, madam, could you provide me with another set of clothes? This dress is really inconvenient," and Xianxia glanced at Martin's blue eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she tried hard to maintain composure. "You wouldn't want your husband to come back and see me dressed this way, would you?" This was almost a threat. After saying it, Xianxia regretted it instantly. It was as if a voice inside her had lured her into spilling all her thoughts without reservation. Martin raised his head and looked at her. When Xianxia met Martin's deep blue eyes, the warmth and closeness she'd felt earlier vanished abruptly. Instead, she felt as if she was being stared at by a fierce beast, and an uneasy feeling crept over her. Lowering her head nervously, she said, "You could give me a very ordinary maid outfit. Just make sure it doesn't attract attention. If you're afraid I might escape, I can change here or let the maids supervise me." "What am I saying?" Influenced by that sense of unease, Xianxia felt disconcerted. This beautiful woman's gaze unsettled her, as if she were about to open her mouth wide and swallow her whole anytime soon. While the previous words could still be attributed to her own feelings, what about these ones? She couldn't understand why she ended up suggesting something embarrassing like changing in front of her. It felt as if someone was manipulating her emotions. Across from her, Martin remained expressionless on the surface but internally struggled deeply. "Changing right in front of me seems quite thrilling, but now, there isn't even a single maid in the palace, and I don't even know where the dresses are kept." Chapter 7. The Queen's Mailbox. "I think you've misunderstood." Martin thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth to the girl in front of him. After a long explanation, the girl blinked. "You mean, you are the last savior of the kingdom, and you are a man?" "That's correct. It sounds strange, but that's how it is." Martin finally let out a sigh of relief. "In fact, I was a talking spotted dog yesterday." He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Xianxia paused for a moment. The fear from being stared at dramatically vanished. She replied with, "I understand," and took another sip of the red tea on the table. She simply couldn't associate the beautiful appearance before her with a man's soul. She had seen many beautiful girls and charming women before. Some of them might even be prettier than the current madam in front of her. However, this madam gave her an unusual sense of mystery, as if she was inexplicably drawn to her. The fireplace burned quietly, and the two fell back into silence. "Are you hungry? I can make you something to eat." "My cooking isn't bad," Martin said. Yesterday, when I was a dog, I made a bowl of fish soup and gave it to Stanley. It was very fresh. He noticed the delicate face of the girl looking a bit weary, recalling her mentioning she'd just been released from prison. Thus, he wanted to prepare some food for her. Thank you for your concern, but after hearing Martin's words, she seemed to feel something was off, but still instinctively tried to refuse. Just as she was about to continue, her mind froze suddenly. The words she intended to say turned into meaningless murmurs. At her ear, there were all sorts of dense, incomprehensible whispers, and her thoughts surged chaotically. She realized this was a sign of impending mental confusion. After a brief struggle, she stood up with her last strength, knocking down the high-backed chair behind her. Struggling to get away from Martin, she said, "Leave me alone," and then lost consciousness. In Martin's view, her eyes had turned pure black, devoid of pupils, and her ears were unnaturally elongating and sharpening like those of the legendary elves. He noticed a layer of crimson mist enveloping the girl's body, swirling wildly. As soon as he saw this red mist, Martin's eyes rapidly turned red, and he felt a physiological urge inside him. His canines were rapidly growing longer and sharper, and he could no longer suppress the impulse within his heart. Rushing to the girl, he tightly embraced her and bit down onto her pale neck. After biting the girl once, Martin quickly calmed down. He saw that the girl in his arms had closed her eyes, her eyebrows furrowed but not yet in a further state of madness. Relieved, he observed that the crimson mist around her had disappeared without a trace. Realizing that her condition was similar to Stanley's, and their mist had been absorbed by him, he carried the girl to his bed, almost falling several times along the way. He then covered her with blankets and moved to the desk nearby. Martin noticed that the eye on the palm of his left hand had opened again. When he lowered his head, this eye also looked at him, as if alive. Suddenly, he felt something moving on his left side. Glancing left, his gaze seemed to penetrate countless barriers, revealing an object shimmering with blue-green luster in a haze. Reaching out with his left hand, he snatched the item glowing with blue-green light. When the light faded, he found himself holding a half-cylindrical box. Its material resembled turquoise, lightweight yet firm, with numerous black cracks on its surface. This box, green in color and of ancient design, had a cover fastened by a delicate copper clasp, though unlocked, resembling a mailbox from the future. Furrowing his brow, Martin realized this must be the Queen's mailbox, mentioned by the man in his dreams. But it was unclear how he could contact the Queen. Opening the cover, he found a letter inside. The paper was thick and yellowed, bearing one sentence written in beautiful cursive script. "Tell me a bedtime story." Something scary. Martin understood the language fully. The tone was casual, as if ordering a servant responsible for bedtime stories, but the content was unsettling. A scary bedtime story, huh? This queen has quite distinctive tastes. Leaning on the desk, Martin examined the blank stationery, tapping his left index finger rhythmically against his collarbone. This was a gesture he often made when deep in thought, the dull thud-thud sounds helping to calm him down. But what should I use to reply? Martin rummaged through the box. Apart from this sheet of paper, there was nothing else inside. Just as he was puzzled, he noticed the sentence on the paper was slowly fading, until it became completely blank, as if no words had ever existed. It's quite magical. It seems the stationery can be reused, so what story should I write? Can't mention father. After pondering for a while, he suddenly smiled slyly and picked up the fountain pen on the table to start writing. As he wrote, another fluid script began appearing on the paper, seemingly different muscle memory brought by his bodily changes causing him to notice how beautiful his handwriting looked. The beginning of the letter read, "I have a story about a black cat. I wonder if you've heard it." Xianxia opened her eyes gradually, as though waking from an extremely long sleep. She hadn't felt this clear-headed and energetic in such a long time, not even when she was back in her own palace. She saw the intricately patterned ceiling and crystal chandeliers and realized she was lying on a spacious bed, well covered with blankets. She remembered falling into mental chaos in the hall before a vague shadow rushed toward her at the last moment, followed by a slight prickling pain on her neck that carried a hint of coolness. Touching her neck side, she could feel two slightly raised bumps, indicating everything she experienced wasn't just a dream. Struggling to sit up, she saw the woman who seemed more enchantingly beautiful over the brief interval sitting at the desk, staring at a box on it. Approaching Martin from behind, she found Martin rapidly scribbling something on an old-fashioned sheet of paper. Wow, this sister has handwriting as beautiful as her looks. Xianxia marveled as she glanced at Martin's pale neck and perfect profile. Curious about what Martin was writing, she intended to start reading the text, imagining lines from wandering bards' verses, novelist love stories, or letters brimming with tender affection from wives to their husbands. Chapter 8, the first story. This is a story that seems absurd to outsiders. I don't expect you to believe it, because I myself doubt whether I've truly experienced it. It happened when I was still working as a detective. I collaborated with the police on a case where the suspect was a middle-aged man accused of murdering his wife. However, he denied it steadfastly, claiming his wife had simply gone back to her hometown. We investigated her parents' home. They said they hadn't seen their daughter for a month and added that during her previous visits, she came with injuries, accusing their son-in-law of domestic violence. We were somewhat surprised, as this man appeared very docile. His neighbors even mocked him for being too gentle. He didn't seem like someone who would harm his beloved partner. Something peculiar was that the elderly couple seemed to recognize me. While reporting the situation to the lead investigator, they would glance at me deliberately or unintentionally. I felt they had something they wanted to say to me, so I decided to visit them again later. That night marked the final review of the man before we released him due to lack of evidence since we hadn't yet found the body of his wife. The responsible officer gave him some special attention, which finally changed his demeanor. He started narrating a story to us. The following is the account of the case according to him. He recounted how he had always been fond of animals since childhood, and after marrying his wife, they kept a black cat together. He treated the black cat exceptionally well, and in return, it stayed close by his side. Later, he developed a habit of heavy drinking, causing him to become increasingly moody and prone to beating his wife. Hearing this, I adjusted my tie slightly, because I also have a drinking problem, leading to a few morally questionable actions after getting drunk, memories that always filled me with shame. The man continued his narrative, saying that one evening, returning home completely intoxicated, he felt that the black cat was deliberately avoiding him, triggering an intense anger due to the influence of alcohol. So, he grabbed the black cat, took out a small knife from the pocket of his vest, and gouged out its left eye. Suddenly, I felt a bit nauseous along with a headache. The investigating detective handed me a cigarette, saying it could help alleviate the discomfort. I took a few puffs of the cigarette. Its flavor was distinctive, and my unpleasant feelings quickly disappeared. As I returned to normal, the detective motioned for the man to proceed. He said that after waking up sober the next day, he felt extremely guilty and somewhat afraid. The black cat's gouged out eye socket looked terrifying, and it ran away from him every time it saw him. Every time he saw the black cat, it reminded him of the sins he once committed, which made him increasingly exhausted and miserable. Eventually, one night, he could no longer endure this torment. Anger and madness broke through his rationality, and he hanged the black cat on a tree in the yard. I took a few more deep puffs of the cigarette. Afterward, a sudden fire destroyed his house, but fortunately, both he and his wife escaped unharmed. In the rubble of the fire, he discovered a pattern on the wall resembling a bas-relief. It was the shape of a large cat, oddly enough, with a mark extending from the neck area, similar to a noose wrapped around it. He was terrified and couldn't erase the phantom of the cat from his mind for several months. One day later, while getting drunk in a bar, he noticed another black cat. It looked exactly like the dead one, except for a patch of white fur on its chest. Full of joy, he brought it home, but he soon found its left eye was also gouged out, which scared him. Whenever the black cat showed affection towards him, he wanted to strangle it. However, his wife fell in love with the cat, and they became inseparable. A week later, he was astonished to find that the white fur on the black cat's chest had turned into a pattern of a gallows. Fear enveloped him, causing him to wake up from nightmares countless times. Finally, one evening, he snapped. He raised an axe and slaughtered the black cat along with his wife, who tried to stop him. After the killings, he dug a pit in the yard, burying the bodies of his wife and the black cat inside. Perhaps it was the instinct of a detective. I vaguely sensed something amiss in his narrative, but I just couldn't figure it out. I covered my head with my hands, trying to understand it, when I faintly saw the suspect opposite me and the detective beside me staring silently at me. Their expressions resembled those of wild beasts about to feast on raw meat. I shook my head and snapped back to reality again. The detective had already sent someone to look for bodies in the suspect's yard. I went with them. Upon arriving at the yard, we indeed found newly dug traces at the northwest corner. It was a pit of earth. We were certain that the case would be solved, but we only found a bloody dagger and some black cat hairs stained with blood inside the pit. Something was off. I felt the truth was just on the tip of my mind, yet there seemed to be an eye staring at me from somewhere in the shadows, distracting me from thinking clearly. I planned to visit the elderly couple again, but another wave of headache overwhelmed me, so I returned home instead. Once home, I poured myself a large glass of rum and drank it all in one go. The numbing effect of alcohol quickly subdued my headache, but also made me drowsy. I sat on the couch, gazing toward the window. The velvet curtains were drawn shut, but I constantly felt as though someone was peering through the window into my house, a feeling I hated intensely. Almost instinctively, I pulled up a hidden wooden plank on the living room floor and descended into the basement. This is where I stored my alcohol, a place almost no one knew about or ever visited, except for my wife. In an instant, I felt shocked. Did I even have a wife? Why did I have absolutely no memory of her? Looking at the neatly arranged bottles and handwritten labels indicating their origins and production dates, I realized these weren't written in my handwriting. Suddenly, it struck me what was wrong. The man had clearly said he killed his wife and the cat with an axe, but there was a dagger in the pit. Why weren't the detectives surprised by the discrepancy? Why didn't anyone raise objections? I heard heavy footsteps overhead on the floor above, and my mind began to spiral into chaos. Where was the axe? The axe, the axe. I clutched my head, noticing an old rusty axe lying on the floor nearby. Its blade bore faint traces of dark red stains. I bent down to pick it up and stumbled toward the opposite wall. The color of this wall stood out significantly from the rest. It appeared newly built, fresh bricks stacked tightly together. I was certainly drunk. Fragments of hazy memories flashed before my eyes. Eyeballs, nooses, bloodstains. My head throbbed again, worse than any previous time. I screamed in agony, raising the axe in my hand and fiercely chopping at the wall in front of me. As I hacked away, a sound like a child crying emerged from within the wall, which soon transformed into relentless screams, a mix of deranged laughter and wailing cries, a sound straight out of hell. I grew more frenzied, cleaving a large hole into the wall. And within the gaping hole, a grotesque corpse stood there, severely decayed with coagulated blood all over. On top of its head sat the monstrous black cat, its gaping maw open wide, revealing an empty socket for one eye. Chapter 9, The Mysterious Scholar. Martin put down his pen and blew on the letter to dry the ink. He had written very small because he was worried that the paper might not be enough. This story should qualify as horror, right? When I was a kid, it scared me quite a bit, Martin said as he looked at the writing with a sigh. The origin of this story came from a masterpiece by a great writer in another life, but due to the passage of time, Martin could not recall many of the details. So he made some adaptations based on the original work. When he thought about the horror story in the letter, the first thing that came to mind was the shocking short piece that had left a deep psychological mark on his young self. It was perfect to dedicate it to the queen. Whether for the queen or the princess, this story shouldn't leave too shallow an impression on them. He read through the whole text again, nodded in satisfaction, then stuffed the letter into the mailbox next to him. Behind him, Xuanhuan stood there dumbfounded, her eyes wide open in shock. Did you really do such a thing? Martin heard the voice of the young girl behind him. You're awake. Martin smiled as he set down the letter. How do you feel? I haven't slept so soundly for a long time. Xuanhuan unconsciously took half a step back and asked again. Is everything you just wrote true? Martin paused for a moment, then immediately understood what she meant. He pointed to the mailbox beside him and asked, This? Xuanhuan nodded. Her hands were clasped together in front of her chest, showing both nervousness and defensiveness. Martin smiled calmly and replied, Of course not. After thinking for a moment, he added, I heard it from an elder in my hometown. The elder? Where is your hometown? Xuanhuan continued to ask. Martin was caught off guard by this question, one almost every transmigrator had been asked. In short, it's a very faraway place. He evaded the question with a vague answer. After hearing this, Xuanhuan blinked several times, but still did not lower her defensive stance. Martin saw her expression and realized that his explanation had failed to convince her. He decided to start explaining everything to her. But when he was about to begin, he found himself unable to provide any explanations, because there was nothing that could prove his words were true. Neither the dialogue in the dream, the glory hand card, nor the queen's order existed in reality, or they had already disappeared. He rubbed his temples, carefully thinking about something that could prove he wasn't lying. And Xuanhuan, seeing him clutching his head, immediately associated him with the detective in that story, the man who chopped away, axe stroke by stroke, breaking apart the wall hiding his wife's corpse, transmitting feelings of disorder and madness which began gnawing at her sanity. What Xuanhuan didn't notice was that Martin's presence amplified her emotions again. Her heart started pounding rapidly, faster and faster. Recalling today's experiences, those bewildering mental abilities, the elegant lady before her actually being a man, once a different species, she took another step back, her body beginning to tremble slightly. An eerie silence filled the room. A slight sound came from the green box on the table, as if a new letter had just been dropped into the mailbox. Hearing the sound, Martin turned around and took out a piece of paper from the box. On the same piece of paper as before, all the densely written words had vanished. Instead, some simple cursive letters now appeared. This story isn't bad. Martin recognized it as the same handwriting from earlier, undoubtedly from the same person. But unlike the previous smooth strokes, these sentences were disjointed, with unnatural breaks in certain connected letters. Tell me another one. Make this one more lively this time. The anonymous writer made another request. Below that sentence, there was a line of supplementary smaller text. The handwriting was relatively sloppy, as if it had been erased and then rewritten. Something about balls and food. As Martin looked at the reply, he exhaled softly. Finally, there was something that could serve as proof for his words. He started to explain to Xuanhuan. Her tightly clasped hands gradually loosened and hung naturally at her sides. She approached Martin again, looking at the distinct handwriting on the letter in his hand, which was clearly different from his own. If this story is really your creation, then you are truly a... Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment, seemingly struggling to find the right word to describe Martin, the one who penned this mad content. A scholar, Xuanhuan added. A mysterious scholar. She seemed unwilling to use the word weird. This is indeed not my original work. I've only made some changes to it. Martin admitted somewhat sheepishly. Xuanhuan merely nodded in agreement with him. She still thought that Martin's words were all excuses. After all, the so-called elder and hometown were things he couldn't explain in detail. Martin helplessly smiled and stopped arguing further. He picked up the letter paper, thought for a moment, and then began to reply. I would be very happy to tell you another story, but my current situation may not allow me enough time to write another one. Martin realized it was time to get back to the point. This story had already caught the queen's attention, but there was no telling if the next one would meet her approval. Besides, he had absolutely no idea about the next story, no clue at all as to what he should write. Writing is really such a difficult thing. Martin couldn't help but exclaim. I am currently trapped somewhere. I'm writing to request your help in getting me out of here. If this could be achieved, I'll willingly offer you the most lively story I can think of, and you'll have my sincerest gratitude. Martin racked his brain, trying to put together phrases that could convey his sincerity to the queen on the other side. He glanced at Xuanhuan standing beside him, observing silently, and asked her, Do you have any suggestions? Whether or not we can leave depends on this letter. Xuanhuan looked at the letter Martin wrote and blushed slightly. As a former princess, she had never written anything in such a tone, let alone spoken that way. She shook her head, indicating she couldn't provide any help. Martin pursed his lips. That's it then. He couldn't come up with any eloquent phrases either. He wished he had been more thorough in questioning the middle-aged man in his dream last time. Oh, and though it may seem impertinent, may I inquire about your name for future communication? You can call me Martin. After writing these words, he once again stuffed the letter into the mailbox and waited anxiously with Xuanhuan for a response. Through this series of interactions, he and Xianxia became a bit more familiar. For some reason, he began detailing the events of the past 2 days to her: the giant dog, the fish soup, the mirror, the crazed servant, and the dreams. As you say, Xianxia, at Martin's request, started abandoning the formal you and used a more equal and intimate form. Tomorrow, what will you turn into? She seemed a little worried. I don't know, Martin replied honestly. I hope I remain human-like. He too had an underlying worry. Neither knew how to continue the conversation when suddenly another clear sound came from the mailbox. Martin hurriedly pulled out the piece of paper, knowing their only hope of leaving rested on this thin sheet. On it, written in a sloppy yet elegant style, were the following words. No problem, but you must tell me a livelier story. As for the name, you can call me Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 10, Goblins and Dragons, Part 1. The next morning, in the Golden Sparrow Palace Hall, the door was slammed open from the outside, and a group of guards marched in. Behind the guards followed a young man in a navy uniform. His blue outfit was adorned with golden epaulets and tassels on his shoulders, making him appear tall and noble. Charles, tell me, do polluters really deserve such a lavish palace? As the young man entered through the doorway, he said this to the man beside him dressed in a gray suit. Aren't they all supposed to be sent to the tribunal to be burned to death? This is the arrangement of the second prince, my lord. The man in the suit replied humbly. His left eye was covered by a black bandage, leaving only his right eye exposed. My second brother always likes doing these meaningless things. The young man stood on the red carpet and noticed 2 figures in the hall. Who are you? Martin spoke up. He and Xianxia were grinding some plants into powder, which seemed like child's play compared to the experiments he had conducted at university in his previous life. They were chatting casually when they heard the commotion from the doorway. When the young man saw Martin, the arrogance on his face instantly turned into ridicule. So this is our new goblin groom? Which underground cavern did you crawl out of? Why don't you stick to digging for your gold? Martin furrowed his brow. After waking up that morning, he realized he had once again transformed into a small creature. His ears became pointed, his arms long enough almost reaching his knees, and his skin green and rough. Even worse, his legs weren't very coordinated, causing him to walk in a strange manner. He tried to avoid Xianxia, but unexpectedly, after her initial surprise, the girl not only didn't shy away, but actually came over to help him grind the medicine instead. The young man laughed even louder, and the surrounding guards also began to chuckle mockingly. This is a private area. If you have any business, you can discuss it with my steward Stanley, Martin said calmly, his gaze fixed on the young man. Steward? Stanley is the archbishop of the kingdom, an overseer of a diocese. So you've given a goblin a position as your steward? Are polluters really that delusional? The young man sneered disdainfully. Martin was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He had guessed that Stanley wasn't an ordinary person, but never imagined that his true identity was actually an archbishop of the church, a member of its high ranks. The young man glanced at Xianxia standing nearby, and his eyes immediately lit up. Compared to yesterday, Xianxia appeared even more radiant today. Yesterday, she seemed like a frightened bride, but today, she resembled a true princess. She wore a pale yellow dress, the neckline decorated with lace, and many flowers were sewn onto the hem. A fine silver chain hung around her neck, with a small sapphire seashell hanging from it, making her chest look especially pale. The young man approached Xianxia and said, Miss Xianxia, I presume? I heard the king arranged your marriage. I've come specially to offer you my blessings for your wedding. As he spoke, he moved to kiss her hand. Xianxia pulled her hand back and folded it in front of her. Thank you for your blessing. Xianxia bowed slightly. The young man reluctantly withdrew his hand and smiled again. To be honest, a beauty like you shouldn't have anything to do with the lowly polluter. If you'd like, I can ask the king to annul your engagement. His smile widened even further. Right now, you could come with me to the greenhouse in my estate, enjoy the winter sun there, and sip delicious afternoon tea. What do you think? Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Cornelius Norman, the 3rd prince of the Redstone Kingdom. Martin observed a layer of gray mist enveloping this young man's body, thicker than the one around Stanley, and something clicked inside him. 3rd prince, Martin interjected. We all know what's behind this farce of a marriage. If you truly believed you could change the king's mind, I doubt you'd waste your time coming here personally. Cornelius pondered for a moment before carefully replying. Was it my second brother who told you? Looks like he values you highly, indeed. Not necessarily valuing me. It's just that I have something the second prince wants. Although Martin didn't know who the second prince was, he decided to bluff. Cornelius wore an amused expression. What does my second brother want exactly? He waved his hand, and a card materialized in it midair. He threw it at Martin. Martin caught it and realized it was a card similar to the Hand of Glory that the suit-wearing man gave him in his dreams, except this one was named Alchemical Hound, with an image of a dog boiling medicine on it. If you still plan on using these pollution cards as leverage, you might as well give up early. Cornelius mocked. Do you know what your second brother said to me 3 months ago when I declared that I wanted to burn you? He called you a golden egg-laying chicken. Cornelius's expression turned fierce. Because every day, you give one pollution card to your caretaker, your master. And now, the eggs from your chicken, like this dog card, are no longer wanted by anyone. With that, he grabbed Martin by the neck and lifted him up. I heard you turned into a beautiful woman yesterday. If you could transform into a woman every day to serve me, I might consider taking you in, even if you're nothing but a useless eggless chicken now. The soldiers around burst out laughing, and even the one-eyed man smirked at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia tried to rush over and help, but she was held back tightly by a soldier. As Martin's face gradually turned red from being choked, Xianxia lowered her head, her eyes narrowing sharply. Unbeknownst to everyone, the whites of her eyes faded away, her ears becoming pointed again, and her eyes soon turned pure black. She began chanting an ancient hymn in an obscure tone. In the darkest hour, I see lightning flash before me. God says the voice of lightning is gentle, never ceasing until it has been heard. Each sacred note floated like invisible musical symbols, causing the seashell on her chest to hover upward as if it had come alive. The air filled with a zzz sound of electricity, and a thick bolt of lightning slowly formed, ready to strike Cornelius. At that moment, the one-eyed man stepped in front of Cornelius, pulling out a brass whistle and blowing it hard, shouting loudly. One who attacks another will suffer counterattack. The incomplete bolt of lightning immediately struck downward, but instead hit Xianxia. The seashell blinked once as Xianxia fell unconscious. Good job, Charles. No wonder you are my trusted captain of the guard, Cornelius shouted, gripping Martin's neck even tighter. Feeling Martin's pulse throbbing under his fingers made him increasingly excited. Martin grabbed Cornelius's hand with both of his, kicking his legs wildly as his breathing became more and more labored. After a short while, Martin suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a puff of white mist onto Cornelius's face. Instantly, Cornelius felt his skin burning as though it were melting. With a loud cry, he let go of Martin. Martin rolled off quickly, using the mist to drive away the soldier, holding Xianxia. Then he grabbed Xianxia's hand and extended his left arm toward his bedroom, summoning an ancient-looking chest into his grasp. It was the queen's mailbox. Martin had been waiting for this chance. Taking advantage of his brief contact with the third prince, he had absorbed all the gray mist from Cornelius's body, causing the eye on his left hand to open, allowing him to use the ability of the Hand of Glory once more. Just as he was about to open the mailbox, the one-eyed man blew the brass whistle again and shouted, "Thief! Punishable by imprisonment." Clang, clang, clang. A row of sharp iron bars abruptly shot up from the ground, separating Martin and Xianxia. Xianxia fell to the floor, Martin was trapped inside the iron cage, and the mailbox slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, Martin crouched down. The carpet and floor beneath him started to crack and collapse, and he fell through. Earth-walking technique. The one-eyed man looked somewhat surprised and blew the copper whistle once more. Escapee. 50 lashes. Then the crowd saw multiple places in the wool carpet of the hall splitting apart. The sound of whips cracking, snap, snap, filled the air, echoing as the sounds finally faded behind the guards. The front rank of guards parted ways, revealing two identical young guards. Their uniforms, builds, and even appearances were exactly the same. This was the effect of the white clover, vaguely described in a recipe as a way to avoid unjust confinement and capture, which manifested through physical transformation. Inwardly, Martin marveled at its mysterious power. Last night, on the balcony of the study, he found this famous fairy bell, along with the ryegrass referred to as a shepherd's weather mirror in the recipe. As it turned out, earlier he and Xianxia had been grinding the ryegrass into powder. That evening, he had also dripped blood onto the small white flower of the fairy bell to experiment, not realizing how useful it would become so soon. The one-eyed man walked forward, looking sternly at the two who were both arguing their case. He pulled out a large book bound with a black chain, placed his right hand on the cover, and suddenly the cover revealed a wide-open mouth that extended a dark red, slippery tongue to lick his palm. The man's right hand quickly turned bluish-purple, but soon returned to normal flesh color. He spread his palm and aimed it at the two identical figures, speaking in a deep, mysterious tone. Truth unveils itself. The man's hand began to emit a dazzling white light, enveloping the two people in front of him. After shining for a while, the white light disappeared, but neither of the two showed any change. Confused and surprised, the man hesitated. Fearing retaliation from the entity within the book, he dared not invoke the judge's decree again. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside the third prince. He swept his right hand across the third prince's face, and instantly, all the bumps and ulcers on his face vanished. It was Stanley. Walking over to the one-eyed man, Stanley inclined his head slightly as the one-eyed man respectfully addressed him. Master. Stanley paid no attention to him. Observing the two before him, he furrowed his brows and tossed a gold coin onto the ground. Of the two still arguing, the one on the left could not take his eyes off the gold coin once he saw it. His body shook violently, then slowly collapsed as he clutched his head, struggling like a dying deer before crawling toward the gold coin. Gradually, his body and clothes transformed back into those of a green-skinned goblin. A large mouthful of powder spilled from his lips. It was Martin. While escaping earlier, Martin had once again used the power of the Hand of Glory, grabbing the black ryegrass powder ground by himself and Xianxia into his hand and swallowing it whole. Observing the behavior of the one-eyed man, it closely resembled the description of a pillar card judge from the Wild Creature recipe book. So, he decided to gamble and swallow the powdered leaves. Fortunately, it worked. Once the edict lost its effect, Martin was confident he could escape with Xianxia. But he hadn't anticipated losing control upon seeing the gold coin. Forcing himself out of the transformation state granted by the fairy bell, it felt as if his body were being torn apart. With bloodshot eyes, he continued crawling toward the coin. Just as he was about to touch it, Stanley stood tall before him and spoke calmly. Sir, do you wish to leave this place? Chapter 11 Goblins and Dragons Middle. Sir, do you wish to leave this place? Martin, hearing these words, looked upward with bloodshot eyes. He was about to touch the gold coin, but Cornell picked it up. Xianxia woke up, but was extremely weak. Cornell had her brought over, and, while toying with the gold coin in his hand, said. Miss Xianxia, I didn't expect that you would turn out to be a priest of the Tower 3. I almost fell for your deception. What an unexpected surprise. Cornell stared at Xianxia's red pupils as he spoke. I've heard that not long ago, during the Grand Priest rotation in the Golden Branch dynasty, a slave killed King Xuanhuan and became the first black priest ever to take charge of the Golden Branch Temple. And Xuanhuan's family, the only complete lineage of the Tower Deck Masters, the red pupil branch of the Allen clan, were completely massacred after that. Miss Xianxia, could it be that you are the only surviving youngest daughter of King Xuanhuan mentioned in those rumors? Cornell pretended to sound astonished. What a pity. I heard the Allen family was also quite interested in this hen. Cornell looked at Martin lying on the ground, his eyes full of mockery. So it seems that you're coming to the Golden Sparrow Palace, getting close to this alien creature, is somewhat coincidental. He raised his eyes to look at Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to have an unusual identity and wasn't entirely ignorant of Martin's existence. This, however, was something Martin couldn't bother to think about right now. He was enduring indescribable pain, like an addict watching a fatal temptation yet unable to reach it. I think you can reconsider whether or not to go to my estate now. After all, my bed covered in black swan velvet is very comfortable. Cornell's smile grew more evident on his face. He believed himself to be in control of the situation, deliberately imitating the steady and authoritative demeanor of a middle-aged man. But his young face was filled with falsity, oiliness, and self-satisfied pride. Xianxia did not answer him. At this point, surely you aren't still thinking of marrying this polluter, are you? Seeing that Xianxia did not respond, he continued speaking. Look at its appearance. How can a polluter be together with a savior? It's a naturally lowly creature from the depths, tainted by various vile sins. A single gold coin can lure it out. He stepped on Martin's hand and twisted it a few times, causing Martin to howl in agony. And you? Your essence holds one of the honored master cards among the 3 sets. Your mission is to eliminate pollution, expel corruption, and unite with another savior to bear descendants, continuing this glory. Cornell finally released his foot as if satisfied with his act of venting. Smiling, he said. Xianxia watched Martin, who lay trembling painfully on the ground. She squatted down and held Martin's hand, brushing off the dust for him. Can you make fish soup? She asked. What? Cornell was caught off guard. When I was in the Blackwater prison, I nearly committed suicide. Xianxia continued rubbing Martin's palm. I abandoned the idea because of a bowl of fish soup. That was probably the best soup I've ever tasted. Even though it was already cold, there was no trace of fishy smell, but instead, it was remarkably fresh and sweet. The warden delivering food said that the soup was made by a dog. I knew he was definitely teasing me. After all, Xianxia's tone turned resolute. If a dog can make such a delicious fish soup, then what use are the chefs in the palace? If even a dog can care for those around it. Xianxia glanced at Stanley. How should someone who betrays kindness handle themselves? Who exactly is the savior? And who is the polluter? Xianxia murmured to herself. She then tore off the silver chain from her chest and crushed the shell. A lake blue halo spread and enveloped Xianxia and Martin. In the light, a golden card gradually appeared. This card depicted a white cloth-covered dining table and a man dressed in a pure white robe, sitting before it looking mighty and holy, using a knife and fork to carve food. On the plate, however, were dismembered limbs, bloody and ghastly. Drops of blood trickled from the corner of the man's mouth. At the top left corner of the image, there was a symbol of a high tower with Roman numeral 4 next to it. On the right was a black heart. This was the 4th level reversed card of the tower set, Discordant Chance. Below the picture was a written phrase. The deity sits at the table, feasting on the blood and oaths of their followers. With determined eyes, Xianxia looked at the card. She intended to forcibly accommodate this 4th level inverted card to boost her power and attempt to take Martin away. Of course, the cost of forcibly integrating an inverted card would be her own life. Under normal circumstances, a deck's advancement must encompass complete sets of 4 base-level cards: hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs. The spades card represents the pollution and flaws inherent to its deck, always exuding an eerie vibe. Overstepping this natural progression most likely leads to death. This was Xianxia's trump card. She had already envisaged this outcome, but never did she imagine it would be for a goblin, a polluter. The few men standing there made her feel sick, yet she realized she had no other choice. Just consider this as repayment for that bowl of fish soup you gave me. Xianxia chuckled bitterly to herself, closing her eyes. Just as the card was about to seep into her chest, a green hand grabbed it. Xianxia opened her eyes in surprise. In front of her stood Martin, looking at her with a slow smile forming on his face despite being covered in creases and dust. His eyes turned crimson red as he struggled to stand. More cracks appeared on his skin, revealing the fresh red flesh underneath. Large patches of skin began to crack and fall off as his body grew rapidly. A pair of horns sprouted from his head, his mouth widened grotesquely, and his teeth transformed into rows of sharp backward spikes. 2 black wings also grew out from behind him. He grabbed Xianxia with his massive dragon claws, flung her onto his back, then crashed through the roof and took to the air. Roar! Martin let out a roar, shaking the guards in the hall who were hurled away by the impact. One-eyed Charles struggled to crouch down, unable to open his eyes. Stanley remained standing, seemingly unaffected by the deafening sound wave. But Cornell displayed an expression of excited madness as he watched the rising dragon and exclaimed, "A foul dragon? I didn't expect a goblin's deck promotion to turn into a foul dragon. Blessed by the creator god. The foul dragon card was taken by my second brother, and I didn't think there would be another one here. But didn't he say he had no more contamination cards? Cornell recalled the known information about the Foul Dragon card, rumored to be the Heart 4 from the Pinnacle suit, capable of sensing the presence of gold and various gemstones or treasure derivatives, making it an incredibly rare and valuable compass. Countless people sought it out, leading to fierce battles and killings. As a result, the population of foul dragons plummeted until they vanished entirely. A 4th level card. I have one too. If Martin had glanced at Cornell now, he would have noticed that the gray mist around him had reappeared. It churned violently, thicker and more powerful than before. Cornell drew a card depicting a centaur-like monster and retrieved a transparent glass orb containing a cluster of brown coral. He crushed the orb, causing the coral and the card to float in the air and merge into a glowing brown sphere, which then surged into his body. His body underwent a drastic transformation. His sides split apart, growing horse hooves and becoming increasingly robust. His 2 legs became much stronger as his lower half changed into that of a horse. His hair burst forth uncontrollably, making him appear like a beast. Looking up at the foul dragon above, he said mockingly, "Recognize this? It's your extracted Rose 4 centaur. What does it feel like to die at the hands of a card that originally belonged to you?" He laughed wickedly. After speaking, he instantly disappeared. The next moment, Cornell reappeared above Martin and spewed a wave of intense flames directly toward Xianxia on Martin's back. Chapter 12. Goblins and the Dragon Lower. Cornell, transformed into a centaur, spat out a wave of flames. He understood that now, only Xianxia of Tower 3 was the best point to break through. Xianxia discovered Cornell's trail first and shouted loudly, "Be careful." Martin's large golden slit pupils twitched slightly, and a violet crystal from the man with one eye in the ruins below ended up in his hand. Martin twisted his claw, and the violet crystal instantly exploded, a purplish light shield appearing above him to block the flames that Cornell had sprayed. This was the unique control over gems by the evil dragon, brand combined with the thievery abilities of Hand of Glory. Martin now wielded control over the surrounding gems as easily as using his own fingers. And aside from being rare objects with high value, different gems also resonated with various powers. Some could even serve as carriers for corruption cards. The power the amethyst harmonized with was the Guardian Force. While defending Stanley on the ground, Martin realized clearly that the bishop down there was their greatest obstacle if he and Xianxia wanted to escape. However, Stanley simply stood there without any intention of fighting, which made Martin very curious. Cornell, failing his initial strike, vanished again. In the next instant, he appeared directly beneath Martin. He remembered when Ash's squad killed the last dragon. Its weakness had been exposed, and it died after prolonged assault. That dragon's weakness, the abdomen underneath, was the thinnest part of its body. When Cornell prepared to launch his attack, an inexplicable claw materialized out of nowhere, seizing his body tightly. The grip tightened further, and a streak of brown light detached itself from him, forming a cracked coral fragment and a card. Martin forcibly stripped the coral shards from Cornell's body. Ow, how is this possible? Losing his source of strength, Cornell reverted back to his human form. To be at the same 4th stage, such a disparity shouldn't exist. Martin gripped him tighter and tighter, eliciting a sharp scream from Cornell. Then Martin moved his left claw, and Queen's mailbox once again appeared in his grasp. He intended to take Cornell, the 3rd prince, hostage to buy himself and Xianxia time to escape. He tossed the mailbox to Xianxia on his back, quickly finished the ritual. Receiving the throne box, Xianxia opened it and took out the parchment and pen, beginning to complete an extraordinarily intricate 7-pointed star symbol on the paper. A second later, Cornell's voice abruptly disappeared, and Martin found a scarecrow clutched in his claw instead. A massive white scroll covered in scripture unfurled from the scarecrow. Xianxia also noticed her pen turning into a piece of straw, while the symbol on the letter still remained incomplete. Glancing downward, Martin saw a knee-high creature appearing beside Stanley. Its skin was ashen gray, with only one eye on its head, which was wrapped with a black blindfold. It sat cross-legged on the ground, mumbling as it wrote in the air with a feather pen. Every time it wrote something, the corresponding scripture would appear on the enormous white sheet of paper bound around Martin. "This is an order derivative," Xianxia said hesitantly. "That old man has already accommodated a 5th-stage identity card from the Stone Pillar deck." "Swollen Grand Judge," Xianxia reminded Martin. "Fly away first." Spreading his wings, Martin tried to fly upward but unexpectedly found himself ensnared by the white paper expanding rapidly beneath his feet. Unable to flap his wings, he plummeted from the sky, landing hard alongside Xianxia, who also fell beside him. "The killer shall be executed," Stanley declared, his tone serious and divine, as though he were a judge sitting on a tribunal. "Walla walla balla." The derivative yelled incomprehensibly, furiously inscribing in the air with anger. The scriptures written on Martin's side of the paper turned blood red instantly, scorching into his skin like burning irons. Martin let out a painful howl, his giant frame immediately becoming drenched in blood. This pain exceeded what he felt earlier when forcefully reverting his transformation. It felt as if thousands of insects were burrowing inside him. Seeing Xianxia still holding onto the note, though the symbols weren't entirely complete. "Use my blood." With clenched teeth enduring the agony, Martin used his claw to splash a puddle of his blood onto the unfinished symbol on the paper nearby. Xianxia, struggling to rise, dipped her finger into the blood and shakily completed the drawing of the final strokes. Suddenly, the air around her stiffened as if filled by an invisible substance. The 7-pointed star then detached from the paper, writhing and inflating in an eerie manner. The symbol expanded into an irregular colossal cavity, filled with vibrant colors that seemed tangible. Strange, eerie sounds emanated from within as powerful gusts of wind began rushing violently into the hole. Beside it, Xianxia was about to be sucked in. She struggled to turn around and stretch toward Martin. From a distance, Stanley muttered something to the order derivative, and the short creature quickly sketched some incomprehensible symbols in the air. Bang! A tremendous sound rang out as the mailbox and letter in Xianxia's hand exploded unexpectedly, leaving a large patch of crimson blood on her ribs. Painfully, she furrowed her brow but noticed the portal behind her shrinking rapidly. She twisted her body again and took one more arduous step forward, her fingers nearly reaching Martin. At that moment, a section of the scripture extending from Martin suddenly shot toward Xianxia at high speed. Yet, just before it could touch her, it stretched taut like a rope pulled to its limit, unable to advance further. On this side of the scroll, Martin tightly grasped the extended scriptures with his bloody claw, gritting his teeth and speaking to Xianxia. You go first. He gave Xianxia no time to respond. With a roar through his dragon mouth, a fierce gale blew her into the disappearing portal. Xianxia reached out uselessly into the void, a tear trickling down from her eye, before her figure disappeared along with the collapsing aperture. Martin couldn't hold onto the scroll any longer. His claw slipped, and the scriptures wrapped tightly around him, pinning him down. It felt as if the sharp edges were tearing him limb from limb. Stanley approached and stood in front of Martin once again. But this time, Martin had reverted to his true dragon form. The pair of golden slitted eyes stared intently at the elderly man dressed as a butler. You should not have tried to escape, sir, Stanley said calmly. Apparently unconcerned about Xianxia's escape, he continued. And you shouldn't have involved that woman either. He removed his white gloves from both hands and tossed them aside, then said grimly, Golden Finch Palace is merely a prison. The real shackle lies in Bathhouse Palace, even on Mount Santo. No one can escape. The recklessness will bring you death, and soon enough, her too. Martin could feel the scriptures tightening around him like knives digging into flesh. His consciousness blurred rapidly as though drowning in water. To Stanley, Martin's massive frame began shrinking fast until it restored itself into its original goblin form. Weak, malformed, covered with green rough skin, and collapsed into a heap. There's no way out. Martin forced himself to think despite feeling disoriented. Suddenly, he remembered an unusual item that had been overlooked so far. Trembling with his left hand, he summoned forth a candle, now resting in his palm. This candle was all white, atop a crystalline base, yet strangely lit by red flames, an odd sight indeed. Every night Martin would fall asleep next to this candle, without ever realizing how it burned endlessly without depleting, while also being subconsciously overlooked by others. It must be a magical artifact placed beside him by the royal family or church. Martin clung to hope, hoping it could neutralize the powers of the scriptures. However, when the candle appeared in his hand, the flame diminished further, as if trapped in a space running low on oxygen, threatening to extinguish any moment. Meanwhile, the scriptures etched on the white paper pressed against his body with increasing intensity, the letters looking as though they would bleed crimson. Martin screamed again in pain, writhing under their weight. White candle, Stanley murmured softly. He hadn't anticipated Martin retrieving this object at such a crucial juncture. This was a miraculous creation formed using the Foundation's chariot card pack, Spades 7, Twin Flames. There were two candles, the white candle and the black candle. Both were created using rare opal stones, white for the former and black for the latter, capitalizing on the dual split property of twin flames. The black candle was embedded inside Martin, whereas the white candle was kept externally. Through this mechanism, the black candle would systematically extract the Genesis cards hidden within Martin's body. That explained why hybrids needed to be exterminated utterly. Their corruption cards possessed more dominant and bizarre powers than ordinary salvation cards. Any human who absorbed them or even came in contact with their residual energy risked contamination, causing them to mutate uncontrollably. However, mankind discovered certain gemstones could act as carriers for these corruption cards, reducing pollution effects significantly, albeit weakening the power drastically. Relying solely on the white candle cannot resist the order force carried by adrift scriptures, and the black candle is inside Martin. Damn! In a flash, Stanley reached out, snatching the feather pen instantly from the distant order derivative's hand. Walala! The order derivative instinctively attempted to continue writing, but upon noticing the disappearance of the pen, it looked up at Stanley and vocalized a string of incomprehensible syllables, seemingly expressing confusion. On Martin's side, as the white candle flame gradually diminished, he felt an odd sensation rise within his heart, a surge of impulsive emotion. Subsequently, a vigorous wave of heat erupted from his chest, and he witnessed a shadow burst forth from it, rushing towards the white candle in his left hand. This was a black candle, its base black, glowing with green flames, appearing even more bizarre than the white candle. After circling the white candle twice, it darted toward the adjacent white paper scriptures. Instantly, the scriptures reverted back to their original white color. The smooth white paper then began to twist and wrinkle, countless faces of anguish and despair appearing on its surface. The scriptures wriggled as if alive, emitting cries akin to wails. As these sounds grew louder, the white paper started smoking, eventually burning away in the green flames. While the white paper burned, the order derivative became agitated, standing up and shouting words incomprehensible to all. Martin felt the forces binding his body finally dissipate. Utterly exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. With the departure of the black candle, he noticed warmth emanating from his chest. Lifting his shirt, he discovered the Alchemist Hound card he had received earlier from Cornelia slowly merging into his flesh. After this card fully integrated, his body transformed once more into the spotted dog, the Alchemist Hound, as it was during the first day. At this point, the white and black candles ascended into the air, and with a resounding crash, their opal bases shattered. The red and green flames intertwined, creating a spectrum of colorful light radiating outward, much like when a stone suddenly plunges into a calm lake. Stanley and his companions, who were about to act, were instantaneously pushed far away by this burst of light, colliding with the ruins at a distance. The order derivative was outright blown off its feet. The red and green flames swirled in the air for a moment before diving into Martin's body. Feeling a divine clarity flood his mind, Martin flicked a talon-like finger, summoning a cluster of red flames that, puff, emerged from his fingertip. Xianxia. Gethsemane. His head began to feel muddled, as two starkly different voices simultaneously whispered in each ear, delicate as raindrops, gradually scattering his focus. Shaking his head fiercely, Martin temporarily silenced the whispers in his ears. He observed the flame at his fingertips slowly fading, replaced by a semi-cylindrical mailbox gently landing in his grasp. Another mailbox? Martin asked, puzzled. Its appearance seemed identical to the previous one, leading him to question whether the prior mailbox hadn't broken after all. Could this fire restore damaged items? His eyes swept to the remnants of the first mailbox lying nearby. Not restoration. Could it be replication? He didn't have time to contemplate further, opening the turquoise box to discover another letter within. Pulling it out, he saw an incomplete 7-pointed star symbol on its surface. Eagerly, he used his blood to complete the star symbol, but contrary to expectation, no iridescent aperture appeared. After a dazzling flash of sapphire blue light, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 13, Tree City Cavids. Martin escaped? Yes, Your Highness. It seems the merchant ghost still has something to say. The second prince slowly rubbed the golden ring on his left thumb. What about that card? He's already obtained it, Stanley replied calmly. That's good. Though the process had its twists and turns, at least we've reached a satisfactory conclusion. The second prince responded. He recalled the man who remained arrogantly defiant even in front of their father, one of the 3 wardens of the Phoenix Monastery, Purple Peacock Micah. As one of the holy places of the Redstone Kingdom, the Phoenix Monastery was rumored to control the Scales card set, which contained the power of death and rebirth. It was said that when the monastery was first established, a widely circulated maxim appeared. Black crows give birth to peacocks. Peacocks give birth to white birds. White birds carry the phoenix chicks. Thus, according to this proverb, the ranks within the monastery were divided into black crow warrior monks, peacock wardens, white bird abbots, and the most mysterious, phoenix seat. The peacock wardens were further categorized as green peacock, purple peacock, and floral peacock, each responsible for different matters. The current holder of the purple peacock title is Micah, with his golden hair, an individual consecrated by the monastery's abbot himself just recently. Yesterday afternoon, this proud purple peacock descended from Mount St. Athos, stepping out of the monastery, one of the kingdom's 3 sacred sites, merely consisting of a few buildings, to deliver the 13th secret order of the abbot. Let the dog card return to the dogs. This simple sentence stood in stark contrast to the previous 12 abbey decrees issued by the abbot. One must know that this mysterious abbot was one of the highest-ranking figures in the faith of the entire kingdom, if not all of the Bura continent. His last decree pertained to national policy, calling on all subjects to light the furnaces and meet our Lord in the flames. This was to echo the policies of Iron Blood Emperor of the Redstone Kingdom regarding the establishment of the furnace register. The aim of the policy was better population management. 1 furnace represented 1 family. However, many commoners opposed this regulation. He did not know how this mysterious abbot learned of his practice of breeding hybrids, but judging from the content of this secret order, he seemed neither to oppose nor disapprove. Is the third matter handled properly? It is done. Princess Teresa fainted when she heard the news inside the palace, Stanley respectfully answered. Fainting is the prerogative of women. Brandon's eyes blazed with ambition and desire, and he clenched his fists. Cavids, Red Church District, Frying Pan Alley. Nightfall was about to envelop this city, and a mangy large dog limped around the alley cautiously. Covered in dust, its beautiful spotted fur could barely be recognized under closer inspection. It arrived at a junction at the end of the alley, sniffed the air, then continued down the path on the left. Haven't smelled Hyan yet. The drooping corner of the spotted dog's eye reflected a human-like expression of disappointment. This dog was Martin. 3 days ago, he was teleported here from Jinke Palace by a 7-point star magic array. From passers-by, he learned that this place was called the Tree City, Cavids, the very same city where the reindeer market would soon take place, as mentioned in previous broadcasts. But why it was called the Tree City, Martin wasn't quite sure. After being hungry for 2 meals, a kind blind pharmacist helped him, allowing him to stay in the warehouse of a pharmacy named Mercury Spring, providing a more suitable refuge and some degree of food security. Once settled somewhat, he tried writing to the Queen, but whether due to the difficulty in recognizing symbols written with dog paws, or due to some duplication issues, 3 days had passed, and he still hadn't received any reply from the Queen. The Queen wrote that she would transport us to her capital city, but this clearly isn't it. This is the Tree City, part of the Redstone Kingdom, not the capital. What exactly happened? During these 3 days, he also looked everywhere for Hyan's traces. They had been transported at roughly the same time, so their positions should have been close, but Cavids was too vast, filled with carriages, street vendors, refugees, and police officers, leaving him without any clue. Recalling Hyan's frail state before the teleportation, his growing anxiety became overwhelming. Though Stanley's words had left him somewhat conflicted, there seemed to be hints of a bigger conspiracy in the old man's message. He had successfully escaped, yet he still had no idea what world he was now involved in. What exactly was he? He had no answers. And currently, the only one who could provide him with answers was Hyan, but she had disappeared. No matter what, he had to find her first. He looked at the pedestrians with different skin colors. In his current state, he couldn't ask for help from others, or he would simply be captured and sent to the Inquisition to be burned. He also encountered a few stray dogs and tried to communicate with them, but those dogs either showed no reaction or chased him and bit him. A little female dog oddly followed him for 3 streets. During this time, she kept rubbing her body against him and rolled over to expose her belly in front of him. Martin never imagined that when he was human, he didn't have a girlfriend, but now as a dog, he was being so favored by the opposite sex. Unfortunately, this opposite sex was a dog. Martin looked at the sky, which was about to turn dark, then started walking back along the way he came. Let's call it a day. Otherwise, when I get back to Mercury Spring, it will already be dark, introducing many uncertainties and dangerous factors. He thought to himself. Over these few days, while searching for Hyan, he had seen several stray cats and dogs being caught by a group of people wearing black and white striped clothing and dragged away on wagons. It probably wasn't a good place they were going. The reason he was confident he could get home before sunset was due to his instincts as a dog. Much as he disliked admitting it, he found that it was really easy to go home when the alleys were full of his own scent. Martin walked alone through the alleyways. As he was following his own smell and turned a corner, several men suddenly appeared, blocking his retreat. Then they swarmed around and pinned him down. Martin struggled fiercely, but due to his injuries, he was soon bound and stuffed into a burlap sack. The sack's opening was tied up, and Martin struggled futilely, hearing one man say, "Johnny said 8 holy water copper coins for each dog, but it must weigh more than 50 pounds. Johnny drinks so much every day. How could he even tell how heavy this dog is? This one must weigh at least 60 pounds. Hey, if it weren't for its size, I would have caught it myself yesterday. You wouldn't have had your chance then." These men were talking while dragging the sack. Did you hear? The third prince was killed while hunting for a contaminated giant dog, and that giant dog managed to escape. The Foundation issued a bounty order, offering 500 holy light gold coins. My God, I earn only 19 holy tree silver coins working at the shipyard for a week. 500 gold coins would last our family 10 years. Can dogs become contaminated too? It's a good thing that I secretly sent my dog to Johnny long ago, said a thin, hunched man. Hey, he gave me 5 holy water copper coins. Those people from the shelter always talk about providing help, but don't give a single coin, he said angrily, seemingly harboring great resentment towards the shelter he mentioned. At least you didn't hand your dog over to them. A friend in my union says those people at the shelter are using cats and dogs for experiments. They claim they can hear miserable cat cries every night nearby, and complaining to the police hall does nothing. John's right. Giving the dog to Johnny at least gets us 8 holy water copper coins, and next time we go to his bag lunch, maybe we'll get a free drink of half and half. Last time, my wife and I went there, and they served us that wine. The taste, it was quite good. That's because Johnny has his eyes on your wife, you stupid ass. You're the one. Chapter 14, Johnny the Carnivore. The third prince is dead? Martin was so shocked that he almost forgot to struggle. The wanted giant dog clearly pointed at me, but I didn't kill him, did I? Martin felt as if he had been framed. But already a fugitive, now with a prince's death on his back, no one would ever believe him. While Martin was lost in his chaotic thoughts, he sensed the people around him stopping after entering a room. Upon entering, Martin's acute sense of smell immediately detected a heavy scent of blood in the air. Then came a voice, slurred like that of a drunken man. Bag hic, put it down. The man hiccuped again. You all, go to Bundle Cafeteria, and collect money from Leah. Remember, you haven't been here. Although this man seemed drunk, for reasons unknown whether due to the heavy stench of blood or something else, Martin could not detect any trace of alcohol in the air around him. Several people timidly responded, and then Martin heard the sound of the door closing. A staggered step approached, and a man wearing a red apron untied the bag opening. He lifted Martin by the limbs, placed him on a nearby cutting board. The cutting board, though cleaned, still bore a large patch of old blood stains, dark red and glaring. This man, much like many middle-aged individuals Martin had encountered in his previous life, had a protruding belly, exaggerated beyond those Martin had seen before. The apron barely managed to wrap around his immense waist. Martin noticed a symbol on the center of his apron, a metal fork, at whose end hung an eyeball. Due to its positioning, the bloodshot eyeball appeared to be staring right at him. A chill ran through his spine. After placing him on the cutting board, the man bent over and poured a bucket of something onto the table in front of Martin. It was filled with food, meat bones, pieces of lamb and beef, fish bones. The pungent, oily smell assaulted Martin's nose, causing his stomach to rumble, making guttural noises. But his human rationality told him these were merely dog foods. In fact, although the food Martin ate recently at Mercury Fountain wasn't abundant, it consisted of bread, butter, even some salted pork. Just as Martin wondered what this strong man was about to do, the man took out more food and placed it in front of him. Smoked bacon, salted pork, cream bread, eggs. Martin involuntarily swallowed. Since arriving at Cavides, Martin hadn't seen this much meat, let alone tasted it. His appetite was successfully stirred up. He moved his head slightly, His nose snuffled hard several times to take in the rich aroma. Haha, look, doesn't it smell good? The strong man fumbled with the food on the table, muttering unclearly to Martin. It seemed he too was longing for this food immensely. However, instead of eating, he picked up a cleaver from the side, wiped it casually with an oil-stained cloth, and then inspected the blade with his fingers. Unhappy with its condition, he proceeded to walk to the table by the wall, pulled out a sharpening stone, and began sharpening the knife. SZT, SZT. The metallic sound against sandstone resounded continuously as the sharp tip of the blade glided across the sharpening stone, creating a long, trailing sound. The noise grew sharper. Martin's appetite instantly vanished. Listening to the sound emanating from nearby, he could picture the blade becoming progressively thinner. Fear spread from Martin's mind into his limbs, causing him to start struggling furiously. But the ropes only tightened further, his throat emitting low growls. He felt increasingly infuriated, and once again, a familiar hot sensation rose in his chest, as if about to burst forth. At that moment, he noticed something unusual on the ceiling beams of the house. A shade of red flickered there. Unlike the crimson from Xianxia before, this mist shone with a blood-like dark red, thick and turbid, like hidden currents under the light of a full moon. The mist slowly descended from the beam until directly above the man in the red apron, just as the man raised the knife and tested the edge again with his thumb, about to turn around. Suddenly, the red mist lunged down with great force, and a flash of silver light crossed through the air. The man wobbled twice and then collapsed limply. Oddly, the man didn't fall instantly. It seemed as though the red mist behind him held him up, gently laying him on the ground. Martin watched all this unfold, the burning sensation in his chest gradually subsiding. He saw another flash of silver above the man's head. It was a thin sword, exceptionally long and resilient, likely piercing straight through from the top of the man's head down to his stomach. The thin sword was drawn into the red mist, and only then did Martin see that it was a person. He wore a mask painted with oil colors. The mask was old, stuck with several black tapes on the eyebrows and chin. The part under the left cheek seemed broken, repaired with a board of different wood and glued together with black tape. Strangely, the nose in the middle of the mask protruded disproportionately, so much so that it extended beyond the person's hood. On his body was a black robe with a hood, entirely covering him. The right hand that showed out also wore a black glove. His wine-red hair flowed from beneath the hood. Under the black robe were visible two straight long legs, and only then did Martin realize this was a woman. What? Is this the difficulty of Grey Wool? What are those people at the club thinking? This mission is obviously simple. A muffled female voice came from behind the mask, combining oddly with the large-nosed mask. She prodded the fallen Johnny again with the thin sword, confirming there was no movement before coming to Martin's side. Spotted dog? Quite handsome. I heard that pea meat soup from Bundle Cafeteria is very special. Could it be made with dog meat? When Martin saw the woman approach, he felt an instinctive impulse and opened his mouth to howl. But just as the woman extended her left hand and covered his dog mouth, she made a shoot gesture with her right hand. Observing closely, Martin noticed that under the woman's long robe was a black silk shirt. The top buttons weren't fastened, revealing a glimpse of a pale chest where a rose-shaped tattoo faintly appeared. Wanting to call but unable, compelled by instinct, his tail started wagging. What kind of reaction is this? He controlled his tail, feeling immensely embarrassed. Seeing this, the face behind the mask seemed to smile. She tucked the thin sword at her waist and prepared to untie Martin's ropes on his feet. Glurp, glurp. At that moment, accompanied by strange writhing sounds, Johnny on the ground suddenly emitted a deep growl. Both Martin and the hooded woman looked toward Johnny's position. Somehow, he had already stood upright. His belly swelled like a balloon, the clothes around his stomach began tearing apart, and the red apron got tighter and tighter, until finally it burst with a loud bang and fell to the ground. Wrinkled, blackened skin revealed itself. Black veins like crawling worms under the skin pulsed violently. Where the stomach should have been, there opened a giant mouth full of sharp teeth and slime, releasing a nauseating stench. Shit! Martin nearly swore, instinctively tucking his tail between his legs. In an instant, the woman leapt away, distancing herself both from Johnny and Martin. Martin watched the woman leap far away, and he struggled once more, rolling off the chopping board onto the ground. He tried using his teeth to gnaw through the ropes, but he wasn't skilled enough. After biting for a long time, he only managed to break a bit of it. Johnny's head hung low, yet his body dashed straight toward the woman. The huge mouth on his belly was gaping wide, drooling streams of thick slime that dripped onto the ground, making sizzling sounds. The woman jumped nimbly in one motion, narrowly avoiding Johnny's huge mouth. Then she unsheathed her thin sword midair and made a graceful spin, aiming to cut off Johnny's head. As if sensing this, Johnny closed his belly's big mouth slightly. His entire body instantly shrank shorter, and the thin sword slashed right through the middle of his head, slicing off a piece of skull. Red mixed with white viscous fluid rained down from the air, leaving Johnny with only half a head on his neck. However, his lips eerily curled up, and the giant mouth on his belly started snarling simultaneously. The woman landed against the wall, and almost immediately, Johnny charged forward. From his belly's giant mouth spewed a dense stream of pus. Even as she flipped backward during her descent, she was still sprayed with quite a bit of liquid. Her robe seemed to have encountered a strong acid, instantly making sizzle sounds and releasing bursts of white smoke. Her robe visibly aged and decayed to the naked eye, but was not completely dissolved, preventing any skin exposure underneath. Seeming to be in pain, she grunted and landed a little distance away. Upon landing, She stared at Johnny's giant mouth, speaking in a strange tone that carried male undertones. "I'm going to escape through the main gate." Between her words, the prominent nose on her mask grew even longer, its expression appearing fiercer than ever. Hearing the woman's words, Johnny bizarrely turned his back and spat a stream of pus toward the door behind him before rushing quickly in that direction. The hooded woman remained stationary, her left hand conjuring a small axe engraved with dark golden patterns. She twisted her body in a circle and hurled the axe forcefully, while her right hand's thin sword emitted several metallic, tingling sounds. The thin sword stretched out in segments like a bamboo shoot, stabbing towards Johnny by the window. The axe cleaved through Johnny's remaining half of his head with a sharp whistling sound and embedded deeply into the doorframe. Meanwhile, the extended thin sword pierced straight through the giant mouth on Johnny's belly, pinning him to the door. Panting heavily, the woman tightened her grip on the now straightened thin sword and pushed it with all her might. It emitted metallic sounds again as it shortened back into sections, further impaling Johnny securely against the door. Chapter 15, Soaring Green Flames. Everything happened too fast. Martin moved to the corner of the wall and saw Johnny stop moving after his head was completely severed. Corrupted by the spoon or the product of black alchemy. The woman stared at Johnny's body for a moment, adjusted her breathing, and took out a rusty revolver and a leather bullet pouch from her robe. She took one silver-white bullet out and inserted it into the cylinder. This bullet had no metallic luster, but rather resembled an unknown stone. Its surface was polished very finely, with many mysterious symbols and patterns carved on it. The tip of the bullet featured smooth ridges. With a snap, the woman spun the cylinder back into place and aimed the gun at Johnny's body to fire. At that very instant, Johnny's body suddenly arched backward. A huge crimson tongue pierced through the flesh and skin of his back and swept toward the woman, instantly wrapping around her hand that held the gun. Despite the pain, she pulled the trigger. However, the aim of the revolver had been entirely disrupted by the tongue. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet was embedded in the floor beneath Johnny. Upon seeing this, the woman tried to take another shot with the bullet pouch, but the tongue had already coiled around her entire body via her hand. The tongue tightened its grip, and the gloves and robes it touched began emitting white smoke. Sizzling sounds filled the air, until finally, she let out an agonizing roar and dropped the revolver. Meanwhile, Johnny's body leaned against the door, starting to move backward to break free from the rapier's constraint. Eventually, blocked by the handle of the rapier, he struggled, attempting to use his hands to pull out the rapier in reverse, but realized he couldn't reach. Though temporarily unable to escape, the fine sword pinned to the door would not restrain him for much longer. As Johnny's struggles became more violent, Martin realized if this woman died, he would be next. He started to feel the heat in his chest, feeling the wave of anger rising within him. Finally, he snapped his bound front claws, igniting a green flame at his fingertips. In the few days he'd been in caves, he had trained his front claws to function almost like real hands, so he was quite skilled at snapping them. And in his ears, the strange low whispers reappeared again. Canston, Canston, Gethsemane, Gethsemane. This was the green flame that had incinerated Stanley's drifted scripture, which Martin still remembered, the black candle encircled by green flames turning the scripture into ashes as though it had come alive in agony. After the red and green flames entered his body, his mind seemed affected as well, sometimes sluggish and other times extraordinarily active. Even when sleeping, he felt as if two voices were whispering in his brain, gradually deteriorating his mental state. Recalling his experience of using the red flame to replicate the Queen's mailbox, he dared not rashly utilize the powers of these two colored flames, reserving them only for life or death situations. As soon as he ignited the green flame, he shook his head to temporarily dispel the strange whispers near his ear. Then, after rolling on the ground, he hurled the green flame at Johnny nailed to the door. The green flame gracefully flew toward Johnny without making any sound. Then upon contact with Johnny's body, it fused into his skin. Subsequently, Johnny's violently struggling body suddenly ceased movement. The tongue that had bound the woman also stopped moving. Everything paused as if someone had pressed a pause button. Crack, crack. An unsettling sound of bones and joints dislocating echoed. His originally upward-pressed hands defied physical rules by bending backward, reaching his back, every joint forcibly broken in his hands and arms. The skin split open on the backs of his hands, revealing two bloodshot eyes embedded there. These eyes opened and gazed toward the crimson tongue piercing through Johnny's body. The nails of these two hands began to grow uncontrollably. Subsequently, they each grabbed the tongue piercing through his body on either side, with their nails digging into the fleshy texture of the tongue. SSSS-. As the two hands, each bearing an eye, pulled in opposite directions, the tongue was torn apart into two massive strips of flesh. Dark purple blood and mucus spilled all over the floor. The monstrous mouth facing away showed no vocal cords, only silent, yet violent struggles. Without the support of the tongue, the restraint that held the hooded woman slackened, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Her robes, remarkably, were not completely corroded. Then, on the flesh that could still be called Johnny's, on his thighs, soles, back, and chest, several bloodshot eyes with veins opened. His torso and limbs seemed to have gained their own consciousness. Every joint and bone in his body was snapped by himself as his limbs began to tear at each other. In the end, they were all shoved into the large mouth on his stomach and crushed by sharp teeth. As for that large mouth, it fell to the ground while chewing other parts of its body, making contact with the silver-white bullet lying there on the floor. Subsequently, the bullet also merged into the flesh like green flame. The large mouth started to soften and shrink. its grotesque surface gradually smoothing out and turning white. The sharp teeth inside began to close, as if an invisible string had tightened the orifice behind them. Finally, this large mouth transformed into the shape of a bag. The woman struggled to get up, not yet understanding what had happened. Just as she had been bound by the tongue, feeling her innards about to explode, she caught sight of a streak of green flame flying toward Johnny. She hadn't seen where the flame came from, only watching as Johnny's body turned monstrous, with numerous eyes opening, causing her an instinctive sense of unease. Afterward, there was a hair-raising rustling sound. She watched as the giant mouth turned into a white pocket. The woman struggled to stand up again, picking up the revolver before walking over to the side of the pocket. She used a handkerchief to carefully pick it up, then glanced toward Martin lying in the corner. Martin realized he was being observed, unsure how to respond, and so he simply wagged his tail. She hesitated momentarily, then looked down at Martin's four-tied legs, shaking her head slightly. Green flames. Could this ring really be from Alan? She glanced at the wooden ring on her wrist, which appeared to be made from some plant root, looking puzzled. Carefully sealing the pocket and putting it away into her robe, the woman touched the nose part of her mask. I still rely too much on this actor's face. Indeed, the club categorized Cannibal Johnny as a 30 quality level, lamb, for good reason. She began reflecting on her previous underestimation of her opponent. Despite having some intelligence, she had almost failed. If not for the green flame, she would have already lost her life. While reflecting, she didn't remain frozen but instead approached Martin, untying the ropes binding his limbs. Hurry up and go. We've both cheated death. The woman seemed to give a bitter laugh, then stood up and leapt onto the beam. Silently, she disappeared through a skylight on the roof. She understood the noise just now must have alerted others nearby, even though she'd scoped the area beforehand and knew this time should be free of people. Still, she needed to leave quickly. After the woman left, Martin gazed at the red apron Johnny had left on the ground, broken at its strap, thoughtfully. He walked over and picked up the red apron. He noticed that while the strap had snapped, the apron itself wasn't damaged. The apron blocking the abnormality on that man's stomach doesn't seem ordinary, and the patterns on it always give me a familiar feeling. He carefully folded the apron and held it in his mouth, letting it get damp with saliva so that it appeared like a piece of discarded cloth. Listening carefully and ensuring there were no unusual sounds around him, he quietly opened the door and slipped out. The sky had completely darkened, and the cold wind slapped against his face, carrying the acidic stench of rotting garbage in the alleyway. Yet, Martin breathed deeply several times, savoring the sensation of surviving danger. The place wasn't far from where he'd been tied up earlier. Following the residual scent of his own fluids in the air, he ran toward the Mercury Spring, where the blind old apothecary resided. Gray wool, black alchemy, club, and that hooded woman's eerie mask resembling characters from Pinocchio from another lifetime, along with the mutating carnivore. During his run, Martin recalled what the hooded woman had said. He felt as if the massive city of caves was like a towering tree with intertwined roots, and he was merely walking, or wandering, on one branch hidden among leaves. He didn't know whether the end of this branch would lead to sunlight or to earth infested with pests. Chapter 16. The Human-Shaped Red Flame. As night fell, Cavides seemed to be covered with a greasy black cloth. On Goblet Street in the Red Church District, the lamplighter held a long pole to light the oil lamps on both sides of the road, and the wind that blew carried a strange smell of grease. In a small alley not far from this street, Martin was running along the wall, biting on the red apron he obtained from Carnivore, occasionally stopping to listen to the sounds around him. This was Green Spider Street. Just like Frying Pan Alley, it also belonged to the Red Church District, located in the north of Cavides, where commoners and vagrants gathered. Although the town hall had promoted streetlights throughout the city long ago, only the main roads in the entire Red Church District, such as Goblet Street, were equipped with streetlights. Martin had been there before. The number of people and carriages on the street was overwhelming, and the streets were muddy. He proceeded along Green Spider Lane and came in front of a house built with red bricks. He gently pushed open the door and went inside, placing the apron in his mouth under a single bed in the corner. The inner walls of this room were painted white, and an oil lamp in the corner emitted a very bright light, releasing the same strange oily odor as the streetlights. On a large wooden table in the middle of the room were several large mortars, measuring cups, and small hammers. Hanging on the wall were baskets and some tools, and in the corner was a burning fireplace with a kettle hanging on it to boil water. The fireplace seemed connected to an iron chimney outside. It was somewhat reminiscent of a chemistry lab from Martin's previous life, but much simpler than a modern laboratory. When Martin first arrived, he thought of the alchemist's cave he'd seen in various books and films. An old alchemist dressed in a red robe, holding a flask and a scale, watching the fierce flames burning in the furnace. After he finished placing the apron, he heard the sound of the door opening. Then, an elderly man with gray-white beard pushed the door and entered. He opened his dim eyes and asked towards the empty room. "Martin, is that you?" Seeing that the person entering was this old man, Martin exhaled quietly in relief and replied, "Yes, Belisarius." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the old man relaxed the hand gripping his blind cane and said casually in the direction of Martin, "Why did you come back so late today? Haven't you found your noble lady yet?" 3 days ago, Martin was caught by Belisarius while sneaking into this house to steal food. At the time, he was about to escape when he heard the old man say, "Please don't hurt me, this blind old man. There are plenty of foods by the fireplace. Take what you need. Try not to touch the powder in the mortar on the table. It's medicine made from ground up, mad witch's nails. If consumed, it causes mental instability." Martin tested this out and confirmed that this was truly a blind old man. On the spot, he had a sudden idea and pretended to be someone conversing with him. In Martin's story, he was a gardener in a fallen baron's household who had fallen in love with the baron's youngest daughter and was subsequently almost killed because of it. Fortunately, the noble young lady seized an opportunity and helped him elope. However, upon arriving in Cavides, they got separated, which forced him to break into the house for some food. He pleaded with the elder not to report him. This elder, Belisarius, didn't seem to doubt his words and even allowed him to stay there, providing him with some food. After the first night, Martin gradually let down his guard. Through conversations, he learned that this old man was a pharmacist who, together with his apprentice, ran a pharmacy named Mercury Spring on this Green Spider Street. These past few days, his apprentice returned home, leaving him alone guarding the shop. This house was the warehouse of the pharmacy, as well as the place for herbal processing. As the days passed, Martin grew increasingly familiar with Belisarius. He discovered that this old man showed some, to put it in Martin's terms from his previous life, symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, commonly known as senile dementia. He asked Martin's name 3 times and warned him 5 times not to touch the Mad Witch's nails, powder on the table, and repeatedly mentioned the name Phileas. This person seemed to have a deep relationship with him. Martin wondered if it wasn't perhaps his apprentice who had returned home. This made Martin feel some pity for this solitary old man. Therefore, Martin would try to help him with some chores. The two got along fairly well. Thus, Belisarius teased Martin, saying that Xuanhuan was his noble lady. Not yet. A trace of disappointment showed in Martin's tone. Don't lose heart. The old man patted Martin twice on his left shoulder with his blind cane to console him. We can help you look together. After listening, Martin was taken aback. He thought the old man was just being polite, so he replied, No need, Belisarius. You're handicapped, I can do it myself. At this moment, Belisarius revealed a hint of a smile and said, It's not me. It's my apprentice Junk, and he can help you find her. He just returned this afternoon and is now in the front hall counting herbs. He will be here shortly. He heard that you've been helping me these past few days, so he wants to thank you. Don't worry, he's one of us. He won't expose your secret. After speaking, the old man, with his hollow eyes wide open, winked playfully in Martin's direction. Martin felt a surge of blood rushing to his limbs, and he wanted to flee. And just then, a young man's voice came from outside the large door of the Red House. Teacher, are you in the laboratory? Yes. Come in, Junk. Come meet our friend Martin. Belisarius called out enthusiastically toward the outside. Martin felt the blood flow back to his head, his tail instinctively tucked in between his legs, and his breathing grew rapid. Even though his face was covered with fur, he still felt an increasing warmth on his cheeks. A series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, growing louder as they approached. At this time, Martin inexplicably thought of a plan. Whether it would work or not was uncertain, but there was no other choice. It was all or nothing. He extended his left forepaw and snapped his fingers again. Snap! A flame of red fire appeared at the tip of his finger. He shook his head slightly. Then the flame began to swell, quickly enveloping his paw, covering his entire arm, and then spreading across his whole body. In the room, a towering humanoid fireworks display emerged. It flashed momentarily before gradually dispersing, leaving behind only a figure in its place. This figure wore a mask and a hooded cloak, draped in a wide black robe. It was like a magician's performance. When Junk pushed the door and entered the Red House, he saw a peculiarly dressed person standing in front of the teacher. With some tension, Junk walked up beside his teacher and asked, Are you Martin? Martin nodded gently and said, Yes. He paused briefly before adding, I have wounds on my face and body, so I dress strangely to avoid frightening people. Please don't mind it. Junk hesitated for a moment and then spoke with an air of nonchalance. I've already heard about you and that noble lady from the teacher. Don't worry, I'll help you look for her too. Clearly, Junk was startled by Martin's attire. After all, Martin was completely covered in his robes and did indeed look somewhat abnormal. However, Junk seemed to have chosen to trust him. This outcome aligned perfectly with Martin's best-case scenario, since he had already spent 3 days together with Belisarius, who was blind. If there had been any ulterior motives, they wouldn't have waited until now. He had prepared an excuse for the long nose on the mask, yet he discovered that the red flame replicated the mask exactly as it was, even keeping the nose in a normal proportion. Moreover, the gloves reproduced in such a magical way that his paws looked identical to human hands. Combined with Martin's proficiency in using his front claws, both in appearance and functionality, this solved his problem entirely. Martin felt both perplexed and relieved, allowing some of his nervousness to subside. On his way back, he had conceived of an idea. If the red flame from the bicolored flames could replicate the mysterious artifact, Queen's mailbox, then could it also replicate the axe, the rapier, or even the robes worn by the woman he had encountered? That had merely been a hypothesis, which surprisingly turned useful soon after. But the unease in his heart deepened. As he lit the red candle earlier, the strange whispers resounded once again in his ears. The sound was clearer this time and lasted longer. What on earth are Canstan and Gethsemane? While continuing to converse with Junk, Martin mulled over this question internally, his thoughts proceeding along 2 parallel lines without interference. He realized he was becoming increasingly skilled at multitasking. Do not use the bicolored flames unless absolutely necessary. Try to find a way to separate them from my body. Related clues might be something we could ask them. Looking at the 2 men in front of him, Martin reiterated silently to himself. And then, he seemed to hear a familiar voice coming from somewhere unknown. Affirmative. Did you hear that? He abruptly interrupted their conversation, asking Junk directly. What? Junk replied with confusion on his face. Martin remained silent for a while before calmly replying, "Never mind." Subsequently, with a tone laced with concern, Martin asked both Junk and Belisarius, "Is there anything mystical or unusual around here? She has a taste for mysterious things, and I'd like to try my luck there." "You mean the saviors and the masters, right?" Junk responded immediately. "They are very mysterious and hard to meet. However, the reindeer market has opened these past few days. I heard that in the tent called Screaming Tent, near the Rose Square, there's a savior. He's a stargazer who can perform divinations and make prophecies. You might try your luck with him." "Savior?" Martin displayed an appropriate amount of curiosity. "Yes, haven't you heard any of their stories? Even the children in Green Spider Alley know about them." Junk looked at Martin with some confusion regarding his reaction. "I grew up in the estate, so I've never really learned much about the outside world." Martin quickly came up with an excuse. "Ah, I see." Junk nodded. "In this matter, the teacher knows more. Let the teacher explain it to you." Junk glanced at Belisarius. Upon hearing the titles Savior and Master, Belisarius squinted slightly. His previously dull eyes seemed to grow deep, as if recalling something. The old man extended his cane forward, feeling his way bit by bit. Martin moved out of his path, allowing the old man to walk to the wooden table in the center of the room and sit down. Like a teacher, he began to speak slowly. "The Saviors are a group of people who fight against the Polluters, which we call Divergents, and the infected. They all possess extraordinary powers and protect the world in their own ways. The top among them are known as Masters." Belisarius said calmly. Unlike Junk, there was no tone of deep reverence when mentioning this term. "Each Master has a unique title. One of our Redstone Kingdom's 3 major holy sites is the Phoenix Monastery on Mount St. Athos, where the abbot is a master." He paused here briefly. "He is called Feather of the Phoenix, Lance." Martin sharply picked up on the name Mount St. Athos, a name he had once heard from Stanley. Martin still remembered his exact words. "The true shackles come from Mount St. Athos and the Hot Spring Palace." His eyebrows twitched slightly. "Almost all the residents here could tell you what I've just mentioned." Belisarius' hollow eyes then turned toward the direction of the fireplace, and his tone grew heavy. At this moment, Martin felt like Belisarius was no longer the somewhat senile, blind, old man he initially thought he was. It was as if he were now standing at the edge of deep water within a vast lake. "And my advice for you." Belisarius tilted his head toward Martin, as though he could really see him. "Stay away from them. Stay away from the saviors. Stay away from the masters." Chapter 17, The Prophet Statue. The long night dissipates after dawn. Holy light begins to illuminate the earth, and the Creator gazes upon us tenderly, as well as you. May the holy light be with you. Martin walked on the street, and people around him tipped their hats and bowed to each other. From the alleys, such prayer voices were heard from time to time, and under the illumination of the morning sunlight, it was unusually lively. "That is the worship chant of the Holy Light Church," Ronka explained to him as they walked together. "Today is Sunday, which is the day of worship designated by the church, so everyone will go to the Capharnaum Cathedral for worship." Ronka walked ahead of Martin, leading him towards the Rose Square. People occasionally tipped their hats to greet him, and he responded in kind. "May the holy light be with you." Ronka seemed delighted, and he appeared to be a devout follower of the Holy Light Church. Martin did not inquire about the origin of the Holy Light Church. His ignorance of the Savior last night could be excused, but this church seemed to be very famous throughout the entire Mill Continent. He even associated it with Stanley's title as a bishop. It was already the morning of the next day. After Belisarius said those somewhat unsettling words last night, he seemed like a completely different person, repeating, "Do not hurt this old blind man. Do not hurt this old blind man. Philia, Philia, where are you?" After hearing this, Martin understood that his dementia had flared up again. However, his words also gave Martin some insight. Last night, Martin seemed to have seen a different side of Belisarius, and he sensitively felt that this old man's past was not simple. "After 2 more days, if we still can't find Xuanhuan, we'll leave Mercury Spring," he thought privately. After all, he was currently a nationally wanted alien who had killed the prince, so he needed to avoid getting involved in any conflicts as much as possible. Martin planned to visit the Screaming Tent that Ronka mentioned today to check on the condition of the Stargazer. He also considered whether the Stargazer would recognize him, but ultimately decided to take a look, even if it was just walking around nearby. Since Ronka also planned to attend worship at the church, Martin followed him to the center of the Red Cathedral district and the hosting place of the reindeer market, Rose Square. He expressed his concern about his attire to Ronka, but Ronka simply smiled and said there was no problem, stating that his outfit wasn't unusual on the streets. They left Green Spider Alley and arrived at the bustling Capharnaum Street. Martin saw many people dressed in strange costumes, and compared to them, his black robe was plain and even somewhat outdated. Today is worship day, so everyone has come out. Ronka observed these people with a hint of envy in his eyes. These normally rarely seen mendicant monks, yellow-robed monks, black-robed monks, and even the Black Raven warrior monks, who believe in the holy light, will all go to the church today. Then, like a tour guide, Ronka began introducing everything around them. The name of this Capharnaum Street comes from a prophet during the Holy Light era. It is said that he once led the people here to escape natural disasters and built a prosperous country. His story has spread widely across this vast land. People, to commemorate him, constructed an immense red cathedral, the Capharnaum Cathedral, and built the grand Rose Square in front of the cathedral. At the same time, the main road leading to the cathedral was also named Capharnaum Street. This is also the origin of the name, Red Cathedral District. They walked along the street for a while, then came to a large square where many people had already gathered. Martin was somewhat startled by the scene. Since coming to Kavad's, he hadn't seen so many people. As they passed through the many vendors at the edge of the square, there were numerous stalls selling fruits, vegetables, candied fruit, and carts selling dried fruits. Children shouted loudly to help their parents. Flower-selling girls constantly asked passers-by, and even in the corners of the square, there were people performing circus acts. The third prince was murdered. The Royal Foundation offers a hefty reward for the culprit. A newsboy with a felt hat waved newspapers in hand and cried out loudly. After hearing this, Martin pulled his hood deeper. I hope the murderer will be caught soon, Ronka sighed after hearing the vendor's shouts. The third prince visited Tree City, and I even saw him. Last month, he was granted the rank of Navy Lieutenant General, and everyone thought he would lead us to open colonies in the east, but he ended up being assassinated. He showed a slightly regretful expression. Martin didn't say anything. He looked around and discovered that this was a huge square. The square was surrounded by 4 busy streets, and beyond the streets were buildings with pointed roofs and bay windows, with the ground floors crowded with shops full of people. Directly ahead of the square stood a magnificent Gothic structure, with a towering bell tower at its center, the highest point of the entire building. Around it were 7 Romanesque round domes, complemented by countless rose windows and elaborate archways, creating an overall slender and sharp appearance. In the center of the square, on a square patch of grass, there was a tall cylindrical monument topped by a human-shaped stone statue. That must be the statue of the prophet, Martin said. Martin and Ronka were still on the edge of the square, too far from the central monument to clearly see the statue's features. Yes, that's the statue carved in memory of the prophet, which is said to have been sculpted by a renowned craftsman called Master back then, Ronka explained. Ronka gazed at the distant statue, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. The prophet's face was so handsome that he became the dream lover of generations of young girls and noble women in Kavad's. Then isn't he the public enemy of all the men in this city? Martin joked. No, Ronka replied seriously. All the residents of Kavad's grow up listening to stories of the prophet since childhood, regardless of gender. Therefore, the prophet is also an idol for men. It's rumored that the police department arrests several men each year who make frantic confessions of love under the monument, disturbing public order. At that moment, Martin felt as though he had traveled to a country on the eastern shore of the Atlantic Ocean in his previous life. They pushed through the bustling crowd, gradually moving closer to the center of the square. As they neared the central monument, Ronka pointed out the general direction of the screaming tent to Martin. It was located in a small alley on the east side of the square. It was on the eastern side of the square, while Ronka was heading north to the cathedral for worship. Thus, they agreed to part ways near the monument and later meet again there to return together. Suddenly, Martin noticed that as he viewed the monument up close, the statue at its top seemed strangely familiar. As he got closer, the familiarity grew stronger. When he finally reached the foot of the towering monument, he saw the statue clearly and froze. The expression hidden behind his mask faltered, his mouth gaping open wide once more. The sight before him stunned him even more than when he discovered he was a dog. The prophet carved into the monument looked exactly like him. To be precise, it resembled what he looked like in his previous life. However, the statue possessed a more profound aura compared to his past self. His former face could merely be described as decently proportioned, but the prophet's eyes were larger, his nose slightly more prominent, and his face seemed a bit slimmer and sharper. For a long moment, Martin simply stood there, utterly speechless. Chapter 18, The Jellyfish. Why does this statue resemble me? Martin froze in place, his mind going blank. He had been in this world for almost a week now. From being the Baron in the Golden Sparrow Palace to battling the dragon and Stanley, and then killing Carnivore, Johnny yesterday. Every brush with death felt so real. But this statue made him doubt that all of this was premeditated, and he was once again frightened by this world. Immersed in doubt about this world and himself, Martin was snapped back to reality when Junker called his name beside him. Martin? Martin. Martin's thoughts returned to the present as he turned his head to look at Junker, who was patting his shoulder. He replied, Nothing's wrong, I was just lost in thought. Junker looked at him curiously, leaned in, and whispered, You also think the seer is handsome, right? Then, as if clarifying, he added, I mean no disrespect. Those men captured at the police hall, I think they were brave too. To be able to express one's true feelings, I find that brave. Junker said this as though recalling something. What's any of this got to do with anything? Martin felt an urge to sigh and rub his forehead. Before he could explain, Junker said to him, Judging by your demeanor, finding that Star Watcher could take forever. Let me show you. It won't delay us long anyway. With that, Junker pulled Martin toward the east side of the square. They crossed the square and entered a small alley. The day Deer Tamer Market opened, my teacher and I came here at night to watch a circus performance. Junker excitedly introduced to Martin while walking. That magician merely gestured, and my money pouch appeared in his hand without me even noticing. I have no idea how he did it. It was incredible. Junker kept talking nonstop until a gentle flute melody drifted through the air. The melody sounded familiar, reminding Martin of snake charmers from his previous life. Then, the tempo quickened, the music weaving into his ears like tiny snakes, producing a tingling sensation in his cochlea. He felt his mind gradually relax, and the weariness of these past few days slowly drained away. As he wondered about this strange sensation, he noticed Junker walking ahead with an unsteady gait, muttering under his breath. So comforting. This flute music, she's calling my name. Then, Junker swayed toward the source of the music. Walking behind him, Martin sensed something was amiss. He could see the mist clinging to everyone. varying in activity or dormancy, but mostly quite faint. The townsfolk, regardless of gender or age, all carried some trace of it. Basil's mist was a deep blue streaked with pale green, whereas Junker's was slightly silver-white. Both were thinly veiled around their surfaces, only clearly visible upon closer inspection. Now, however, Junker's silvery white mist began to drift upward, gathering above his head into the shape of an animal. The creature resembled a jellyfish that Martin had seen in his past life, a translucent, umbrella-like form hovering above Junker's head, with two tentacles inserted into his ear canals. It flapped its layers gently, moving toward the origin of the flute's melody. Under its pull, Junker wandered toward the sound, blood seeping from his ear canals, completely oblivious. Martin stared wide-eyed, shouting his name behind him, but Junker acted as if he hadn't heard, unaffected. Martin rushed in front of Junker, gripping his shoulders tightly, and shouting while shaking him in an attempt to wake him. But Junker simply pushed him away lightly, eyes dazed, and continued forward. No matter how much Martin shouted or tried to rouse him, Junker showed no reaction. Martin wanted to knock him unconscious, but he feared striking too hard might cripple him. He remembered from previous reading that hitting someone at the nape of the neck doesn't always render them unconscious, but can easily cause cardiac arrest or sudden death. As Martin hesitated, Junker took a couple of turns, arriving at an inconspicuous alley where Martin saw a nondescript tent at the end, the flute melody emanating from inside. In front, there were two figures staggering like drunken men, heading toward the alley's end. Above their heads hovered two distinct colored jellyfish, drawing them into the tent. I can't let him go in like this. Watching the two vanish into the distance, Martin steeled his heart and mimicked Junker's behavior, following him wobbly into the tent. He had to follow Junker into the tent and find out what was going on, using an emergency escape with the green flame, if necessary. After all, from the moment they met until now, Junker hadn't shown any hostility toward him. Instead, he even kindly helped to search for Xianxia together, which seemed suspicious and eerie under these circumstances. He couldn't let Junker go inside alone. Passing through layers of black curtains embroidered with stars and moons, Martin finally entered the tent. It was dimly lit, with only a few oil lamps providing light, and the air was filled with a unique aroma. In the depths of the tent stood a large floor-length mirror, in front of which a man dressed in red and yellow clothes was playing the flute, watching the few who had just entered the tent. Before him was a long, low table covered with a luxurious blanket. At the edge of the table stood a coffee pot and two steaming cups, while three face-down playing cards were placed in the center. On the backs of these three cards, dark golden lines painted the shape of an eye. When the man saw Junker enter, a hint of smugness appeared on his lips, but his expression changed upon spotting Martin. He stopped playing the flute and muttered to himself. How did another one show up? The man seemed surprised by Martin's arrival but quickly regained composure, then resumed blowing on the flute. The previously soothing tune now turned sharp and hurried, as though tiny snakes transformed into cobras. Martin felt a needle-like pain prick his cochlea. Fortunately, the pain wasn't too intense, and Martin noticed that Junker remained motionless, without reacting at all. He watched as those in front began moving toward the long table and followed, swaying slightly. During this time, the man with the flute rose from behind the long table and positioned himself closer to the tent's exit, watching their actions from afar. Turn the cards over on the table. He spoke to the few inside the tent, then resumed playing the flute, seemingly urging them forward with its music. Martin observed the man's movements, frowning slightly. As the man walked around, Martin casually glanced at him, then slightly constricted his pupils. Above the head of the man playing the flute hovered a translucent jellyfish. This jellyfish glimmered pale blue, gently flapping its layers. Is he being controlled too? Then who is the real controller? Martin continued observing quietly, without noticing anything abnormal. By this point, the person at the front of the group had approached the long table. He was a tall, thin man wearing old work attire, with dirt smudged across his face. Reaching the edge of the long table, he extended his hand to flip over the leftmost card. Chapter 19, The Wise One. The tall, thin man picked up the card on the far left and flipped it over. He took just one glance at it. As if deeply captivated, his breathing growing more rapid. He soon shifted from holding the card with one hand to clutching it with both, pressing it against his face like trying to shove it into his eyes. Moments later, red blotches started appearing on his arms, spreading rapidly across his chest as they multiplied. He stared with wide eyes and let out a blood-curdling scream before throwing the card down and covering his ears with his hands. Martin saw the green jellyfish above the man's head react, as if encountering its natural enemy. Its long tentacles instantly withdrew from the man's ear canal, frantically flapping as if trying to escape, but disintegrated in the air after leaving the body. Dark red worms wriggled past his fingers from inside his ears. Then, on the exposed parts of his arms, neck, and face, traces resembling worm-shaped marks appeared beneath his skin. Immediately after, countless cuts tore open, releasing worms that fell to the ground and dissolved into foul-smelling puddles of blood. His screams continued until his body finally collapsed weakly into the pool of blood. Meanwhile, the card he had dropped landed coincidentally back in its original position on the table, once again face down, as though it had never been touched. Martin witnessed everything that happened to the man. How terrifying this card is. Could simply seeing its front cause such a collapse? What exactly did that jellyfish see? He quickly thought about his next move. It wasn't this one, was it? So that's how it works. This must be one of the 12 Great Prophet cards. Of course Heinz wouldn't place it first. Good thing I have this temptation flute. Puppets are readily available whenever I need them. You're all puppets. Puppets. From afar, the clownishly dressed man burst into a string of odd laughter, muttering illogical words to himself before blowing on his flute once again. As the flute music rang out, the second man approached. Martin watched the flutist standing far away and the 3 cards covered on the long table, forming a plan in his mind. Swaying as if drunk, Martin stumbled to stand closer to Junker, while Junker remained stationary, swaying aimlessly like a zombie. This way, Martin positioned himself between the flutist and Junker. However, the flutist was completely focused on the second man who was going to flip the card, entirely unaware of Martin's subtle movement. The second man was tall and muscular, every muscle tense as he slowly walked toward the long table. Finally, he arrived at the edge of the table, picked up the card in the middle, and flipped it over. He stared at the card, his expression gradually contorting into something monstrous, and his hands began shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, his eyeballs turned bright red, and then, with a loud pop, 2 flames erupted where his eyes should be. In agony, the man screamed, dropping the card and covering his burning eyes with both hands. But the fire quickly spread to his head, then to his chest, arms, thighs, and soon his entire body engulfed in fierce flames. Before the jellyfish had a chance to flee, it was incinerated by the flames originating from the man's skull, disappearing silently into ash. Screaming in pain, the man rolled around on the ground, attempting futilely to smother the fire. It wasn't long before his movement ceased, his body slowly transforming into a charred corpse. Again, as if by some supernatural force, the card he discarded returned precisely to its original position, still face down, as though it had never been lifted. Both cards are back where they started. Is this coincidence, or a unique trait of these cards? Martin restrained himself from habitually tapping his collarbone. He was now just a puppet. This one isn't it either, so it must be the third card. To be safe, the distant flutist muttered under his breath before addressing Junker and Martin. You two, go together and turn over the third card. Then he resumed playing the flute. I should have known better than to bother changing places. Martin hadn't expected the man to send both of them. He followed Junker's slow pace, moving slightly faster, arriving at the long table nearby. Once there, he deliberately blocked the view of the flutist from afar, turning his back and pretending to flip the card. Holding up his empty left hand, he pretended to examine the non-existent card closely. This moment of silence stretched for a brief spell. Seeing Junker approaching the table, Martin lowered his voice and spoke. I see it, it's actually like this. As he finished speaking, the nose on his mask grew a little longer, and in a place beyond his sight, the corner of the mask's mouth actually curled up slightly, laughing with a sinister tone before returning to normal. The flutist, after hearing Martin's words, didn't show a trace of suspicion. Instead, he urgently asked, What did you see? Martin didn't answer him, making a fake gesture of putting down the card, then standing still in his place. Then, he heard rapid footsteps approaching as the flutist grabbed Junker beside him, and they both retreated a bit. The flutist hurriedly ran up, paying no attention to Martin's small actions, and directly flipped over the third card. At the very moment he turned it over, Martin pushed Junker onto the ground and snapped his left fingers, instantly conjuring a cluster of green flames at his fingertips. The flutist was cunning. He deliberately walked towards the tense exit far from the card, likely preparing for an easy escape, which also placed him further away from Martin. At this distance, Martin's green flame could easily be evaded. So Martin used the mask's lie effect to lure the flutist closer to the long table to narrow the gap. He also hoped that the third card would directly drive the flutist into madness so that he could use his green flames against the hidden puppeteer behind. Once again clearing the whispering echoing in his ears, Martin watched as the flutist revealed the covered third card, and his entire body began trembling. The jellyfish on his body slowly dissolved into mist drifting back into him and was completely absorbed beneath his skin. Afterward, he collapsed onto the ground as if all his consciousness had been drained, raising his head to stare blankly upward, his mouth gaping wide open. A nauseating squelching sound emerged from his throat as his neck started grotesquely expanding from the bottom upwards, like something was crawling up from his stomach along his esophagus. Gurgle, gurgle. The thing reached the flutist's mouth, causing unnatural movements in his Adam's apple. His eyes bulged, expressionless as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Sizzle dash. A slime-covered claw stretched out of his gaping mouth, followed by another one. The 2 claws spread outward, tearing his lips to his ear roots, only connected by thin threads of flesh and tendons. Beneath the claws, a creature entirely covered in slime, and without a lower body emerged from the flutist's neck. It resembled a skinned rabbit, its features fresh like newly grown ones. Its eyes and mouth were filled with murky slime as it crawled out of the flutist's mouth and fell onto the ground. Clumsily using its 2 claws to prop itself up, its black irises opened in its eye sockets, revealing golden vertical pupils. The pupils moved left and right before finally locking onto Martin. Wah, wah. It opened its sticky, slime-coated mouth, emitting loud wails while using its 2 claws to crawl toward Martin, leaving behind a trail of slime-filled marks. It seemed like a baby seeing its mother. Martin felt a surge of physical discomfort. The moment the infant-like creature approached, he raised his left hand ablaze with green fire, waiting for the monster to come closer. Unexpectedly, after crawling a few times, the monster collapsed helplessly on the ground. It extended one claw, desperately trying to reach Martin, but ultimately lay motionless after several futile grabs. Soon afterward, its slumped body let out a hissing sound, decaying into a pool of blackish stains. Martin stared at the rotting corpse, somewhat dazed, as he stood up. Beside him, Junker, no longer controlled by the flutist, had already fallen asleep. But Martin was still lost in the gaze of that monster from earlier. In the creature's eyes, filled with pain, resentment, and even attachment, Martin surprisingly sensed a touch of familiarity, as if the monster and he were of the same kind. Standing up bewilderedly, he glanced around. Then, he suddenly noticed a card lying next to the flutist's corpse not far away. From his angle, the card almost faced him directly. By the time he realized, he had already seen the front side of the card clearly. He immediately closed his eyes. Yet, the image on the card was already vividly imprinted in his brain. It somewhat resembled the Alchemy Hound and Glory Hand that Martin had seen before. However, its edges were framed in black, and its layout differed significantly from those two. It depicted an elder in splendid robes, wearing a crown, seated atop a golden chest. His right hand held aloft a cluster of fireworks containing 5 colors, with fiery light cascading down from his fingertips, trailing exquisite tails. His left hand hung at his waist, where a perfectly floating tetrahedron shimmered brilliantly within his palm. The old man gazed ahead, and the shadow cast on the ground by his figure was actually in the shape of a giant hound. In front of him stood a round dais encircled by roses. On each of its 4 corners lay a different object: a spoon, a wine glass, a star coin, and a scepter. At the center of the dais, an infant stared outward from the card, a trace of eerie smile curving at the corner of its mouth. Martin noticed that above this image were 2 blood-red characters, which read, "The Sage." Chapter 20. The Crystal Skull. Martin kept his eyes tightly shut, and the green flame on the tip of his left finger was still flickering. His mind was filled with the image of the Piper's gruesome death just moments ago. But as time passed, he realized that he hadn't undergone any transformation. He turned around, slowly opened his eyes, and then used his right hand to touch his neck. After confirming that nothing had changed, he swallowed hard, sighed in relief, and began to think about the strange circumstances. The monster's appearance during its last breath had shaken him so much that he hadn't noticed the card initially. But the first 2 cards staying unnaturally stationary also led him astray, making him assume the card would automatically return after being picked up. The strangest thing was, however, both having looked at the 3rd card, the Piper was dead while he remained unharmed. It seemed like there was some sort of secret halo above his head. At this moment, Martin noticed a sound coming from the depths of the tent. His first instinct was to leave, but then he remembered Junker lying on the ground. While maintaining the green flame, he squatted down to help Junker up, using his peripheral vision to glance past the cards on the ground toward the back of the tent. He saw the surface of the standing mirror start to vibrate. Then countless colorful bubbles floated out from the mirror's surface. They sparkled with magnificent colors, continuously emerging from the mirror, swelling in the air outside, then bursting. With the green flame held ready, Martin prepared to throw it if necessary, though the distance was still a bit far. A gust of wind came, and he felt something akin to a fish tail, reeking of the salty sea, pass by his side. He turned his head toward the tent exit, where the light seemed distorted, revealing a blurred figure enveloped in purple mist. That figure also turned to look at him, appearing to give him a faint smile before disappearing. Interesting. A woman's voice, ethereal and distant, echoed through the air, and the peculiar fragrance that had been lingering in the tent dissipated at that moment. Before Martin could fully process what had happened, the surface of the standing mirror vibrated again, this time, much stronger than before. Then, a large crack appeared on the mirror's surface. 1, 2, 3. Countless cracks spread across the surface. With a bang, the mirror shattered into pieces, and a figure gradually appeared in front of it. It was an energetic old man, wearing a gentleman's hat and a black coat, with silver-white hair. He leaned on a slender cane made of willow wood, with metal wrapping the bottom and a carved closed all-seeing eye at the top. Upon seeing Martin in a defensive stance, the old man paused briefly, then smiled and said to Martin, "Good job." The old man straightened his coat, leaning on his cane, hobbling slightly as he approached Martin. He stared at Martin for a while before saying, "You have the essence of both, yesterday and tomorrow. Is this the 6th rank card, Twins Flame, of the Chariot set?" No wonder it made Perfumer abandon their action. Seeing the green flame in Martin's hand, the old man's drooping eyes lit up as if recognizing a priceless treasure, and his gaze became sharp. Martin noticed that the old man's left foot seemed injured, causing him to walk somewhat unnaturally. He still maintained a defensive posture, not fully trusting the suddenly appeared elder. He saw that the fog surrounding the old man had both blue and orange-yellow hues, changing between the 2 colors, sometimes violently and sometimes peacefully, a sight Martin had never seen before. The elder looked at Martin and chuckled. "But the madness of Throne Angel isn't easy to endure. Perhaps now it's just illusions and whispers, but perhaps soon you'll grow fangs and claws, becoming a follower of the moon. Believe me, I can vaguely see it." In a calm tone, the elder spoke these words that made Martin's hair stand on end, striking right at Martin's concern. During the few times he'd used the red-green flames, Martin had clearly noticed how the whispering near his ears grew more distinct and persistent. It was due to this worry that he wanted to temporarily stop using the flames last night. But the situation changed too quickly. After all, the red-green flames were his only reliance now. He asked cautiously, "Do you know the origin of this flame?" "It is said to be the eyes of the 6th rank card, Throne Angel, embodying his split and insanity. However, it hides within the obscure history, and even I cannot discern." The elder, after speaking, seemed to remember something suddenly, searching in his pockets. "Let me find. Where did that old owl's skull go?" "It's here, I found it." The elder took out a small skull made of white crystal from his pocket, placing it in the palm of his hand. He then fished out a silver cigarette case and placed a cigarette between the teeth of the skull. Martin noticed that there was a lantern symbol carved into the top of the skull. At this moment, the green flame in Martin's hand began to sway even though there was no wind. Next, the flame detached itself from Martin's fingertip and flew towards the cigarette clutched by the skull. The cigarette was ignited by the green flame, with wisps of smoke curling upwards. The skull suddenly shook its head, its expression becoming lively as two green flames lit up in its eye sockets. It took a large puff of smoke. This familiar taste of madness. Surprisingly, the skull started speaking. How long has it been since I've tasted such pure madness? It took another deep puff, then displayed an expression of enjoyment. The smoke entered its nostrils, swirling slowly in its transparent brain. Seen through the crystal, it looked exquisite and mysterious. You may ask one question about the chariot. It said this to Martin, still appearing slightly intoxicated. Martin saw the old man nodding at him, indicating it was his turn to ask a question he wanted to know. He thought for a moment, then asked the skull, how can I rid myself of the negative effects brought by the twins' flame? Martin didn't limit the question to merely solving the whispers or removing the twins' flame. He was greedy, wanting to keep this trump card while eliminating the negative effects. The skull holding the cigarette let out a strange cry, yet the cigarette continued to burn steadily inside its mouth. You have wasted this question. You already possess a fairly high-ranking Bell product. If you find the relic artisan who crafted it, they will be able to extract the twins. The skull took another puff, then opened its mouth and chewed on the burnt-out cigarette. As the last flicker of flame disappeared inside its mouth, the two green flames in its eye sockets flickered increasingly weakly, its expression gradually stiffening. Compared to madness, the flavor of calculations is truly too pale. As the two green flames finally went out, it returned to the way the elder had originally taken it out. The elder put it back into his pocket, noticing Martin's puzzled expression, and smiled kindly at him. You seem to have doubts about his answer. Martin had lowered his guard against the elder. After all, if he were the manipulator behind the piper, he could have attacked after taking the green flame earlier when Martin had no ability to resist. Yes, sir. He moved closer. I don't understand what you mean by Bell and relic artisan. Oh, your body bears more than one extraordinary item, even possessing the envied twin flames of the Eden's group, and yet you don't know what a relic artisan is? While saying this, the elder picked up the card Martin hadn't dared to look at from the ground, as well as the piper's fallen flute, returning to the long table where he recovered them, then sat behind the table. He motioned for Martin to sit across from him, arranging the coffee pot on the table and starting to boil water. To be honest, I've always desired to become a savior, which is why I dress like this. But although I've obtained several items, I'm unaware of the wondrous powers behind them. So, could you briefly explain the world of saviors to me? Martin tried to appear eager to learn. Since coming to this world, he had continuously heard terms like deck, polluter, fourth rank, and even now held the hand of glory. But apart from knowing he was a foreign species or polluter, he knew nothing else. He felt like he was blindly stumbling forward in the dark, never knowing when he might run into someone he couldn't deal with. He was very anxious. Although Belisarius mentioned savior and master last night, these were only small pieces of a vast puzzle. This opportunity was precious. Martin saw that the elder seemed to harbor some goodwill toward him, and he wanted the elder to reveal more information. The coffee in the pot had boiled, steam rising constantly from the spout. The elder poured a cup without filtering out the dregs, allowing the fine coffee powder to settle directly at the bottom of the cup. Savior, huh? Haven't heard that title in a long time. Let me hear your experience just now, old man that I am. Thanks to you solving the piper issue. Otherwise, these few major arcana might have fallen into the hands of that crafty perfumer. He picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. Martin recounted what had happened, omitting the detail that he didn't react to the flute sound. He only mentioned that he and his friend were manipulated but then managed to deceive the piper at a critical moment. To be able to escape the catalytic effect of the flute solely on your own strength, use the mask for deception, and combine it with the twins' flame to achieve a counterkill. This performance. You seem to have an affinity for pollutant cards comparable to the hetero species. Upon hearing the old man mention hetero species, Martin held his breath. Chapter 21, Time Slice. Upon hearing the word aberration, Martin held his breath and did not respond. Fortunately, with the mask's concealment, the elder didn't notice anything. This mask I haven't seen before, but its power should stem from the veil, which is related to the group of people from Golden Tail Academy. They're a bunch of people who enjoy deception and plotting conspiracies. Martin sat respectfully opposite, carefully listening to the elder's words. The elder seemed pleased with Martin's attitude as well. While sipping coffee, he began speaking nonstop. According to legend, in ancient times, aberrations coexisted with humans. A great being found the creator's forge used to create the world on the other side of the world. In that forge, there were still faint sparks of flames burning, emitting dazzling colors. This great being used the sparks from the forge to create 16 card decks, then used the ash inside the furnace to create another 16. He understood that these card decks contained the power the creator used to create the world, but he did not keep them for himself. Instead, he passed them on to 32 leaders of human city-states and the kings of aberration tribes, hoping they would use these card decks to improve this world. The elder seemed lost in memories and imagination of the distant past, sighing. That was an era shared by both humans and aberrations, stumbling forward together in their pursuit of the force of creation. As the aberrations gradually mastered the power of creation, they discovered that some of the card decks possessed more overwhelming powers, which resonated quietly with their own traits. Thus, they began deliberately collecting those decks, becoming increasingly brutal and insane in the process, incessantly invading and massacring human city-states. Finally, after an extraordinarily bloody purge of humans by aberrations, ancient tribes and nations formed an alliance to jointly resist the aberrations' invasion. This war lasted for over 1,000 years. Eventually, the aberrations were completely wiped out, allowing humans to finally triumph and live free from the threat of aberrations. This sacred war is historically known as the Holy Light Purge, and the period during which it took place is called the Holy Light Era. The Holy Light Church was established during this time to oppose the aberrations and grew stronger through this process, which explains why it has so many followers today. After the Holy Light Purge, the 32 sets of creation cards were redivided into 16 Savior card decks and 16 Polluter card decks. Each deck contains 8 ranks from 3 to 10, along with 2 portrait cards, the Jack and King, and each rank comes in 4 suits: hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs. One can only ascend to the next rank by having all 4 suits intact. Martin grew increasingly astonished. The 32 card decks, ranks, suits. These sparked boundless imagination in him, igniting a strong urge to collect, perhaps inherited from his former life's hobby of collecting items in games. The Savior title honors the human ancestors who expelled the aberrations, with high-rank card users among them called masters. On the other hand, the Polluter card decks consist of the creation cards once harbored by aberrations. If humans directly harbor them, they will be corrupted and collapse. Later, humans discovered that various gems and some rare metals could contain the power of the creation cards, even the polluted cards. As a result, many wondrous items capable of holding the power of creation cards emerged. These gems and metals came to be known by people as embers of the creator. The most famous among them is the Sunset Gemstone, the largest gemstone among those embers, said to possess countless wondrous abilities. Most of the magical artifacts we see today are made by craftsmen of the Bell card deck, who have remarkable control over objects and machinery. Among the most renowned artisans come from Wrench Brotherhood. This organization has the largest number of artifact masters on this continent, individuals who have attained the Bell 8 rank heart card. That crystal skull, for instance, is a white quartz artifact containing a club card from the Lantern card deck, while the twin flames you use must undoubtedly be a product of the highly ranked Bell card group. Martin assumed a thoughtful expression. The candlestick bearing the twin flames had shattered long ago. The elder likely wouldn't imagine that the twin flames had fused directly into his body. What exactly is the item mentioned by the crystal skull? Could it be the Queen's mailbox? Before leaving, Martin had prudently taken the mailbox with him, making it the only magical artifact he carried on his person at this moment. So the mailbox was actually crafted by an artifact master? But apart from delivering messages, it seems to serve no other purpose. While deep in thought, Martin respectfully asked the elder before him, "Are these 3 cards also magical items? They don't seem to be made of gems or metals. They just caused 3 people to collapse in different ways." Martin's tone revealed a lingering fear, genuine emotion that made him still reluctant to look at the cards on the table. No, they're not. The cards themselves are ordinary. The reason those people collapsed is because they came into contact with the truth about tomorrow inscribed on the cards, which their bodies couldn't bear. By the way, you also carry the aura of tomorrow, and it seems the 3rd card, the Major Arcana, has quite an attraction to you. I've never seen such a case before. Lowering his gaze to the 3rd card, the elder then seriously questioned Martin. "Did you see anything?" Startled by the question, Martin quickly responded, "No, I didn't dare to look." Upon finishing this sentence, the nose on his mask grew a little longer. Compared to yesterday, the change was now clearly visible. After hearing Martin's words, the elder nodded approvingly, trusting what he said and finding everything seemed very natural. Then, his gaze fell upon the nearby flute lying there. "This flute is your spoil of victory," he said while handing it over to Martin. Martin waved his hands hastily, indicating that he only managed to defeat the flutist thanks to the elder's 3 cards, so this flute should rightfully belong to the elder. From his brief internship in a previous life, Martin had already become adept at this kind of etiquette. For him now, his mask was rather a hindrance, as the elder couldn't see the sincerity and earnestness behind it. Seeing Martin's sincere demeanor, the elder accepted without further ado. "In that case, I'll take it first." That perfumer and the flutist dared to meddle with the Major Arcana, surely implying involvement of some other forces. I must investigate thoroughly, and this flute will surely provide many clues. But I won't take it for free. In return, I can give you an item of similar rank. With that, the elder took out a pair of round-framed glasses from his pocket and handed them to Martin. "I initially planned to sell these tomorrow at the Sunflower Carriage. Now, they'll serve as a trade. Its name is Time Slice, commissioned by me years ago from a craftsman, containing within it spades 3 from the Compass deck." With a determined expression from the elder, Martin carefully took the glasses. They looked exquisite, and Martin cautiously put them away. It allows you to glimpse briefly into tomorrow. Aside from causing a temporary speech impediment after use, it has virtually no side effects. But remember one thing, the elder cautioned with a serious tone. Everything you experience has already changed. Memory is useless, future remains future. Do not attempt to trick time, or you'll be forever plagued by helplessness. Carefully committing the elder's words to memory, Martin solemnly nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your gift. May I know your name?" "You may call me Heinz." "All right, Mr. Heinz. I have one more question. Can the time slice help me find someone? I'm looking for a young woman who has been missing for 3 days. Without asking why Martin didn't go to the police station, Hines directly responded, Time slice cannot, but I can. My specialty lies in the compass deck, and I'm both a diviner and an astrologer. After hearing this, Martin felt like he had accidentally stumbled upon exactly where he needed to be, the screaming tent, where he intended to rescue Junker. That's great. Sir, can you help me locate her whereabouts? Ho ho, of course. Martin's face lit up with joy. 1 silver coin from the sacred tree per inquiry. Hines added with a smile. However, Martin's smile froze on his face. Still, this one can be free. The elder slyly smiled again. Picking up the coffee cup he had finished drinking from, the elder showed the powdery residue left at the bottom. Raising the cup between the two of them, he instructed, Visualize the young woman in your mind and cover the cup with your hand. Martin complied, feeling relieved that red flame had replicated his gloves along with everything else. Covering the top rim of the coffee cup with his right hand, he began concentrating on Xianxia's image. He felt the cup slowly warming, sensing some mysterious change occurring inside it. About 2 minutes later, Hines said, That's enough. As Martin removed his hand from the coffee cup, he noticed that the previously chaotic residues at the bottom had formed a pattern. It was a blooming sunflower. Hines stared at the sunflower for a moment, muttering to himself in a peculiar tone. What an incredible coincidence. Martin was just about to inquire further when Hines spoke to him. The location of the young woman you're looking for coincides with where I'm headed tomorrow. Between 7:23 a.m. and 8:36 a.m. tomorrow morning. Come back here, and I will take you with me. Remember this time, or you'll miss me. Martin sounded somewhat anxious. Can you tell me the location? I can go there now. Today is Sunday, it's closed. Besides, without the sunflower emblem, you wouldn't be able to enter, Hines explained to Martin. What place is that? It belongs to Eden, which is the largest auction house on Mill Continent's branch in Cavides, named Sunflower Carriage. After arranging to meet Hines here tomorrow morning, Martin left with Junker, who was still unconscious. Before departing, he sought the elder's permission to gather some remnants from the gaunt man, the flowered-clad flutist, and that strange creature, their pus, limb fragments, and the like. Due to keeping it close, the small vial of contamination residue he had collected earlier in Golden Sparrow Palace managed to come out successfully, and he still carried it with him. He put these newly gathered residues into that small vial, tucked it back into his pocket, then bid farewell politely to Hines and departed. As Hines watched him do all of this, his expression bore a slight resemblance to Stanley's earlier face, as though both found it unbelievable. After seeing Martin off, Hines lowered the tent curtain by the entrance. He sat down beside the long table, no longer wearing the smile he wore while facing Martin earlier, but instead adopting a solemn look. Then he sequentially turned over 3 cards covered on the table. At this point, the cane that had been leaning against the long table unexpectedly stood up automatically and slowly hovered. Its top, the all-seeing eye, opened and gazed at the 3 cards on the table, emitting a pale green glow. The patterns on those 3 cards were extremely intricate, filled with bizarre or striking imagery. Among them could be seen a scorpion clutching the moon, vast fields of roses drenched in blood, and an old man holding flames. The names of the first 2 cards were Plague and War. Staring at the 3rd card named Sage, the elder fell into deep thought. Chapter 22. The Gemstone and the Girl. Martin supported Junk as they walked down the alley, his head spinning. This experience in the screaming tent finally allowed him a vague glimpse of what this world might look like, but it also made him painfully aware of its danger and madness. That flute player, the 3 major arcana cards, the woman who smelled of the sea, and the red apron man he had accidentally killed earlier. It was as if merely walking on the road could drag them into perilous situations, and his worries were eventually confirmed. The twin flames would gradually drive him insane until he became a worshipper of the moon. He chewed over that title, feeling the strangeness it carried. But this experience wasn't without its rewards. Martin felt the cuff of his sleeve, where Hines had given him the time slice. He now possessed a true magical artifact rather than something merely replicated by the red flame, like the Queen's mailbox and the robe mask combination on his person. And most importantly, he had learned Xianxia's whereabouts. Hines had no reason to deceive him. Though he'd have to wait until tomorrow, it was only one day after all. With that thought, Martin's mood brightened somewhat, and Junk slowly came to. After waking up, Junk seemed to have no recollection of the events that occurred prior, allowing Martin to successfully convince him that it was due to not sleeping well the night before. Although Junk initially harbored some doubts, upon learning that Martin already knew the location of the noble lady, his suspicion vanished instantly, replaced with excitement. Martin could tell that Junk truly cared about him. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate that most of the people he'd encountered since coming to Cavides had been kind to him. They arrived at the Rose Square again, bustling as always. Junk insisted on going to the Sebanon Grand Cathedral to complete the prayers he hadn't yet managed, so Martin sent the still somewhat dazed Junk to the cathedral entrance before parting ways and heading back to the apothecary himself. Looking at the magnificent and mysterious cathedral, Martin turned to leave, thinking he should go inside one day to check it out. In his previous life, as a university student struggling to make ends meet, he had only seen images of these grand and mysterious Western cathedrals online. Having come to this world and being able to see them in person, he naturally wanted to take a look inside. He reached the corner of the church and was about to walk towards Sebanon Street when he suddenly felt something hard under his left foot. Lifting his foot, assuming it was just a stone, he was about to move on when he noticed it shimmering with a peculiar light. Surprised, he squatted down to pick it up. It turned out to be a gemstone. Though small, It glimmered with at least 5 colors, each shifting depending on the angle to create different patterns and hues. After examining it for a while, Martin decided it must be a gem of considerable value. He ran his fingers over it carefully before placing it safely in his pocket. What incredible luck! Could it really be that good fortune follows surviving great calamity? Shaking his head with a laugh, he dismissed this overly optimistic idea and headed towards Sebanon Street. Walking along Axe Avenue, which passed before the Mercury Fountain and was parallel to the Green Spider Alley where the Red House was located, the avenue was much wider than Green Spider Alley. The City Hall even installed streetlights here, though far fewer compared to those on Sebanon Street. Just as he reached a crossroad not far from the Mercury Fountain, he noticed a crowd gathered on the street nearby. Confused, he approached. Weaving through the crowd, he saw a man wearing a top hat and a sideburn beard holding a blonde girl tightly in his arms, shaking her body continuously while shouting desperately. "What's wrong with you, Annie?" Annie, the girl, with her golden curls and delicate features, showed an expression of extreme pain. Her hands clenched around her neck as if strangled, emitting hoarse moans, her face visibly turning blue-purple. Beside them, a man dressed in black and wearing a bird-beaked mask was ordering 2 flustered maidservants beside Annie. "Hurry, loosen Miss Annie's corset." Then, turning to the anxious top hat man, he said, "Don't worry, Sir Mayturner. It's simply the corset being too tight. I've seen many ladies almost faint because of overly restrictive corsets. Loosening it and having Annie inhale a bit of smelling salts will resolve the issue." His eyes inadvertently glanced at the white, tender skin revealed as the maid loosened the lace corset from behind the blonde girl. Upon hearing the masked man's words, the top hat man referred to as Sir Mayturner appeared slightly reassured. As he urged the maids to hurry, he told the masked man, "Thanks to you, Dr. Pu Gaosan, if it wasn't for..." He hadn't finished speaking when the girl in his arms pushed him away. The girl's corset had already been untied from behind, yet her expression remained one of great pain, and her face grew increasingly cyanotic. The girl's hands clutched at her neck, unable to make any other sounds or even cough as she fell to the ground, groaning continuously. "This isn't because of the corset. She's choking." Martin rushed forward, shouting loudly to the crowd. "Did she eat something just now?" he asked Mr. Mayturner. "Who are you?" The sideburn man didn't answer Martin's question, but instead questioned him. "The young miss just took some pain-relieving medicine given by Mr. Belisarius." A slim maid nearby answered Martin's question, appearing very anxious as she patted the blonde girl's back, though it did nothing. "Don't pat her back. That will push the object deeper." Martin first instructed the maid to stop patting, then approached the girl, having the maid help prop her up. As Martin was about to embrace the girl from behind, Mr. Mayturner blocked him. Mr. Mayturner stared at Martin's attire, angrily shouting at him. "What do you intend to do? Miss Annie is the daughter of a magistrate. How dare someone like you touch her so casually? Foolish notions of bloodline superiority. Do you have a way to save her right now? If not, listen to me." Martin felt as though he were dealing with a medieval bigot, growing angrier as this girl would be suffocated to death without immediate help. The night Sir Mayturner turned and shouted, "Pu Gaosan, don't you have your universal remedy?" The bird-beaked figure stepped forward, hesitatingly, saying to Mayturner, "Sir, I left rather hastily today and didn't bring my universal remedy. I suggest we carry Miss Annie to my barber's shop. You'll suffocate her to death before you even get her there." From the crowd watching, an unknown voice came with such a mocking retort. Hearing this, Mayturner clenched his fists, unable to think of another solution, and could only watch as Martin proceeded. On Martin's end, after ridiculing Mayturner, he ignored the top hat man entirely. He squatted down, directly embracing the blonde girl from behind. Placing his hands on her upper abdomen, he formed a fist with his right hand and used the base of it to press against her upper belly while holding it with his left hand. 2 fingers above the navel. Martin muttered under his breath. In his previous life, he had seriously studied the famous Heimlich maneuver, never imagining it would prove useful in this world. He adjusted the position of his fist slightly, then began to apply forceful upward and inward pressure repeatedly. Chapter 23, Corruption. As Martin pressed and squeezed with all his might, the young girl squinted in pain. Her mouth opened wide as if to cough, and her ugh grew louder. What kind of method is this? I've never seen it before. Miss Annie seems to be trying to cooperate with him, wanting to spit out something. People around them were amazed. They had never seen such a treatment method. Martin Cherna hadn't seen it either. He just saw that an unknown man in a black robe was hugging his prey, and not only did she not resist, but she obeyed quite docilely. When he tried to come over and pull Martin away, the blonde girl screamed, spitting out a brown pill. That moist pill landed right on Sir Matuna's left cheek, then slowly slid down, leaving a trail of moisture on his face. He was right. Miss Annie really got stuck with a pill. Voices from the surrounding area came filled with shock. Even some clapping was heard. The girl started coughing violently after spitting out the pill. Martin let her go and walked in front of her, saying, "Open your mouth so I can check." Realizing it was this peculiarly dressed man who had saved her, she obediently opened her mouth. Martin lightly held the girl's chin, making sure there were no foreign objects in her trachea, and then he released her, telling her, "You're fine now. Remember to drink more water when you get back." After saying that, he walked through the crowd toward the Quicksilver Spring, leaving a hooded bag for the girl. Amazing. What kind of treatment method does this person use? I heard from a friend that in the Royal Medical Society, there is a category of Golden Sunflower medal winners, each with their own unique medical techniques. Could this person be one of them? By the light of sanctity, isn't that better than Dr. Bodson? Haven't you heard what Bodson said? He didn't know how to treat. The crowd began to talk, and the noisy voices went up. Metuna and Bojsen both still bore looks of shock on their faces, and Bojsen was more ashamed. Martin didn't care about these words. He wanted to leave as soon as possible, avoiding unnecessary entanglements, no matter whether it appeared good or bad on the surface. But when passing by the Metuna who had been hit by the pill, the corner of Martin's mouth under the mask couldn't help but rise. Please wait a moment. Just as Martin was about to walk far away, he heard the girl's voice coming from behind. The girl ran up to him, and she had already put on her coat with the help of the maid, covering the loosened corset. Thank you for rescuing me. If it weren't for you, I might have already. I really don't know how to repay you. Can I know your name? Martin thought for a while and answered her calmly. No need. In my hometown, anyone would offer help when seeing such things. Then he wanted to bypass the girl and leave. He remembered how, during the emergency treatment, the girl's struggles due to pain inevitably led to some other physical contacts. He was worried that the girl would notice his bodily abnormality. But the girl insisted, hearing an elder's voice coming from the Quicksilver Spring. Martin, you're back. I heard the noise here earlier and thought something had happened. How did you come back alone? Where's Junker? That lazy kid has skipped again. The old man was Balisar, standing at the door of the Quicksilver Spring, beginning to nag when he saw Martin. Hey, Annie, didn't you go home already? Balisar saw the girl next to Martin and asked curiously. He seemed relatively familiar with the girl. Mr. Balisar, do you know this gentleman in black? The girl seemed happy to see Balisar and inquired about Martin's situation. Then Balisar and the girl started chatting about him right in front of Martin. After confirming that Martin lived at the Quicksilver Spring, the girl stopped pestering them, thanked Martin once again, and then turned back. She walked to Sir Metuna with the sideburns and Bojsen, apparently expressing gratitude to them, and then left with two maids. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye to Martin and Balisar from afar. After the girl left, Martin intended to return to the store with Balisar. At this moment, he saw Metuna in the distance conversing with Bojsen about something. They looked at him and Balisar with grim expressions, and their eyes did not seem very friendly. An interesting girl. Balisar seemed not to notice these details as he went into the shop on his own. Martin quickly followed him inside. That Dr. Bojsen, it is said that he's a member of the Royal Medical Society, specializing in a new type of bloodletting therapy. He recently opened a barber shop named Tom's Cottage on the west side of Greenhouse Street, not far from here. Junker was pouring some powder into a water-filled droplet-shaped glass bottle, which then turned into a beautiful shade of purple after being stirred. Is there still bloodletting therapy now? Isn't the mortality rate of this treatment quite high? Martin, standing nearby and helping him, asked with confusion. Junker had just returned from the service at the Great Cathedral of Cebu. He seemed a bit tired. Martin told him what had happened earlier while they both worked in the front hall of Quicksilver Spring. Quicksilver Spring's main structure was a two-story building made of yellow bricks, located at the corner where Axe Avenue met Greenhouse Street. There were many passers-by coming and going in front of the shop. It featured black door frames, windows, and signs, all harmonizing well with the wall's yellow-gray bricks. The sign was inscribed with silver letters spelling out the store's name, giving it an antique, yet understated look. In the glass windows on either side of the entrance, four giant droplet-shaped glass bottles were displayed, each filled with clear liquid. Junker was adding different powders to them one by one. It used to be like that, but this Dr. Bojsen claims to have mastered a new technique, and people flock to him because of it. It's rumored that many wealthy individuals from the south come to see him. Junker adjusted another bottle of black solution and then turned around to say this. Martin had knowledge of medical practices from the medieval era in his previous life. Back then, doctors considered having blood on their hands a desecration. So much of the surgery during the Middle Ages was done in barbershops. The three colored poles commonly seen outside barbershops in the past came from this tradition. The red on the pole represented arteries, the blue veins, and the white symbolized bandages. Thus, Martin wasn't overly surprised about a doctor opening a barber shop. Tom's Cottage has taken away a lot of our business. I originally planned to buy some spicy soy sauce recipes from Johnny at Bundle Restaurant to attract more customers, but he suddenly disappeared yesterday. Junker sighed, skillfully finishing off the last bottle of yellow solution and sealing it. Martin understood that these four solutions demonstrated the pharmacy's expertise, originating from the theory of four humors. Previously, people believed the human body was composed of four humors: black bile, blood, phlegm, and yellow bile. An imbalance among these four fluids caused disease. Though this theory isn't widely accepted anymore, its influence still persists in daily life, such as these four bottles used to draw in customers. To attract traffic, pharmacies of this era also utilized various other methods, sauces being particularly appealing. Just like Martin, many people may have grown weary of their existing food and like to use a variety of sauces to add flavor. Thus, pharmacies would collect recipes through various channels. As Martin absorbed this information, he thought about whether any recipe from his previous life could attract customers. After all, Johnny's disappearance from Bundle Restaurant was directly linked to him. However, in his previous life, he only used ready-made condiments and sauces without knowing their exact formulas, so he had no immediate ideas. I'll look through that cookbook when I find Xianxia. There should be some magical recipes we can use. Martin privately resolved. The second day after settling down at Quicksilver Spring, the book, Barbaric Creature Recipe Book, reappeared on his bedside, just like it did at the Golden Sparrow Palace. In his haste to locate Xianxia, he had placed the thick tome under his single bed and hadn't gotten around to flipping through it. He thought finding this girl shouldn't be too difficult with his acute canine sense of smell, considering they were in the same city. However, it took clues provided by a Star Watcher for him to track down Xianxia's whereabouts. When Junker went to serve a handsome young man wearing a long coat, Martin went alone to the Red House warehouse. Balisar and Junker were busy attending to guests in the front hall, so they wouldn't come here. Martin closed the door, then took out the time slice, given to him by Heinz. Looking at the old-fashioned round glasses, the frames were relatively large, and the lenses weren't entirely transparent, instead exuding a faint bluish-green hue under light. After observing them for a moment, Martin put them on. The unknown material of the frame appeared to be somewhat stretchable, neither tight nor uncomfortable even when worn with his mask. It actually matched well with his makeup-covered mask. Martin was curious about what the glasses would look like paired with his mask. In his mind, it probably resembled a clown pretending to be a scholar by putting on glasses, and he wanted to check it out in the mirror. Just as he was about to walk towards the mirror, he caught a whiff of a foul, rotten smell in the air. He tilted his head slightly and sniffed a few times, identifying that the source of the stench was under his single bed. Apart from the large cookbook, there was also the apron of Johnny, the carnivore, which he had carried back yesterday. A sudden feeling of unease washed over him. Chapter 24, Mastiff and the Cross. The door of the Red House had already been closed, and the stench inside was getting stronger. Martin wrinkled his brow as he approached the single bed. This single bed was very old, with a faded white sheet extending down from the edge of the bed, covering the space underneath. This was why Martin chose to hide the recipe and apron inside, as it was impossible to tell what was hidden within from the outside. He squatted down, intending to lift the sheet, while leaning his body to look under the bed. As he bent over, a sudden image flashed through his mind. It was like a rapidly scrolling film reel, with the images changing countless times in an instant, allowing Martin to instantly perceive all its contents. Through his own perspective, the scene shifted toward under the bed, and then chaos erupted. A short but broad snout emerged from the darkness beneath the bed and lunged towards his neck. Its teeth were sharp and gleamed like razors, reaching his face in the blink of an eye. In the instant Martin comprehended this vision, he widened his eyes, turning his body and standing up quickly while retreating. With his heart still racing, he touched his neck and found it undamaged. He sighed with relief, but also felt somewhat puzzled. He had perceived this scene during the squatting process when he hadn't yet lifted the sheet, but the imagery was from after he completed that action. Glimpsing a brief moment of tomorrow. Is this really what it means, he thought. He had previously guessed that the time slice was related to the future, and everything that just occurred further confirmed this assumption. Before he could think about it more, the sheet draped over the single bed suddenly moved. A mastiff covered in black fur, with large and sharp claws, emerged from underneath. Its appearance resembled that of a wolf, but its drooping ears and broad snout indicated that it was merely a vicious dog rather than its damned relative. Unlike ordinary dogs, it was as large as an adult human, with fiery red eyes. Its forepaws were outstretched, every black hair bristling. Its lips curled back to reveal sharp fangs as it let out a threatening roar. As the mastiff fully emerged from beneath the bed, the foul odor in the room became almost unbearable for Martin. Martin was somewhat astonished because this creature was one of his kind. Faced with this monstrous giant hound, he felt tense. Although he did not know why the mastiff had hidden under his bed, he decided it would be better to avoid direct confrontation and go out first. The mastiff seemed to see through his thoughts, leaping to the door closest to it, blocking Martin's way out. Martin was slightly surprised, acutely sensing that something wasn't right about this dog. The mastiff blocked the only entrance and exit in the room, growling and rushing toward Martin. Its short snout aimed straight for Martin's neck, just as Martin had seen in his previous vision. Martin dodged to the left toward the wooden table, where there was a knife. Though blunt, it could serve as self-defense. Just as he avoided the mastiff's attack, another series of images exploded in his mind. The mastiff's right front paw suddenly swung out as Martin turned around, like a hand blade poised to pierce through his chest. All these scenes transformed in the blink of an eye. Martin paid no heed to the stabbing pain and fatigue in his brain, following the momentum of his left turn to twist his body and kick his left leg powerfully. His left leg collided with the mastiff's impending front claw, emitting a dull sound. The mastiff's swift stab-like attack, intended for a sneak strike, was directly deflected by Martin's powerful kick. The mastiff likely hadn't expected Martin to anticipate its surprise attack, momentarily revealing an expression of astonishment akin to a human being. It landed on the ground, its left paw unnaturally curled, seemingly injured. Its blood-red eyes narrowed, its lips curling back in frustration as it let out a low growl. After this, Martin completely understood the effect of the time slice. It allowed him to predict his opponent's next move, momentarily placing him in the future, understanding everything that was about to happen, enabling him to respond preemptively. This dog's body is somewhat strange. He slowly retreated to the edge of the wooden table. In their earlier encounter, he had noticed that the mastiff's physical structure seemed somewhat off, though he couldn't quite articulate it. The mastiff, having failed its initial attack, stared at Martin with lame legs, apparently searching for weaknesses. Its snout wide open revealed enormous sharp teeth, and all the black hairs on its back stood upright like those of a wolf. In the next moment, it pounced again. The moment it attacked, the scene once again burst into Martin's mind, showing him how the mastiff sprinted forward, pushed off with its hind legs, nimbly leaped onto the wall on the right side, and then jumped off again to land behind him to his right. An eerie scene unfolded as Martin attempted to dodge to the left, only to have the mastiff spread its limbs and encircle his arms and thighs from behind. The dog then opened its massive jaw and bit down at his neck in one swift motion, much like a seasoned male lion. Yet, its movements more closely resembled those of a human who had learned grappling techniques. Martin had no time for astonishment. In an instant, he surged forward and, as the mastiff pushed off with its hind legs to leap toward the wall, he reached out with his left hand and twisted its neck hard. Caught midair, the mastiff was unable to evade. It hadn't anticipated that Martin could see through its intentions so clearly. With an iron grip, Martin pinned the mastiff against the wall, a short knife appearing suddenly in his right hand. Clutching the knife tightly, he plunged it forcefully into the mastiff's head. After the initial hard resistance, the blade sank directly into the mastiff's skull. Martin applied more force, twisting the blade and enlarging the wound, feeling the viscous sensation as the blade turned inside the cranial cavity. The mastiff's forelimbs scratched feebly for a few moments before going limp. Only after ensuring the mastiff was completely incapacitated did Martin release his hold, letting its body fall face down onto the floor. Huff, huff. Breathing heavily, Martin's mind felt as though a fiery nail had been driven into it, the intense stabbing pain devouring his will. He collapsed onto the ground. A good while later, the pain gradually subsided. "This is the price of glimpsing the future," he said haltingly. Slowly climbing to his feet, he noticed that the mastiff's corpse was beginning to rot. The stench emanated strongly from its mashed skull. The black fur decomposed and disappeared, and the shape of its body seemed to change subtly. It wasn't until this moment that Martin understood where the peculiarity of the mastiff's body originated. Once the black fur had vanished entirely, revealing bluish-purple skin beneath, what became apparent were distinctly human features: chest, waist, and limbs. Even more shockingly, there was an obvious seam where the mastiff's head joined the human torso, like someone had forcefully sewn two different dolls together. On this seam, blackened blood crusts had long since hardened, but perhaps due to the earlier struggle with Martin, parts of the wound had cracked open, oozing black blood. "This is a human body," Martin gritted his teeth. What was this? A Xuanhuan monster? He barely managed to suppress his urge to vomit as he approached the bizarre corpse for further examination. The skeletal frame was broad, with well-developed muscles in the shoulders, back, arms, and calves. This should have belonged to an adult man. Martin didn't flip the body over, relying on some basic features to make a quick judgment. He noticed that the left forearm was unnaturally twisted. It must have been broken during their struggle. There was also a grotesque wound on the left shoulder blade, already suppurating, suggesting that somewhere on the chest was likely a penetrating injury. What is this? Unaware of his own stutter, Martin observed a tattoo on the corpse's left wrist. Ducking down, he turned the left hand over, revealing a three-dimensional cross tattooed on the wrist, behind which were two blooming wood lily flowers. Martin noticed that at the base of the cross, two small letters were inscribed in fine print. SD. What does this mean? Martin silently memorized the design and the two letters, intending to search for any additional information on the body, when it began disintegrating after maintaining its form for a while. Together with the mastiff's head, it dissolved into a puddle of filthy slime. It resembles the servants from the Golden Sparrow Palace who collapsed and were corrupted. Could this unusual thinking and action capability of the mastiff be related to this peculiar sewing method? As Martin gazed at the slime on the ground, he once again retrieved the small vial and collected some remnants of contamination. He then approached the single bed, lifted the sheet, and retrieved the items hidden underneath. There was a large book and a red apron. The recipe remained in its original place, but the apron was evidently moved, and it still retained the same pungent odor from the earlier mastiff. Was it because of this apron? Martin recalled being caught by Johnny earlier. The man hadn't hurried to kill him, but instead placed a lot of food in front of him, seemingly to stimulate his appetite. When coupled with Johnny's transformation into the monstrous gaping-mouthed beast and today's stitched mastiff, Martin suspected he had unknowingly become embroiled in a vortex. Staring at the apron before him, he realized he needed to get rid of it as soon as possible. Chapter 25, Sweet's Pocket. At 7:30 in the morning of the next day, on the Fragrance Avenue to the east of the Rose Square, Martin and Haynes were standing by the roadside, waiting for something. The morning fog had not yet dispersed, and the area around Rose Square was already bustling. Policemen in black uniforms were patrolling the streets, driving away the vendors who sold fruits and sweets along the streets, and also chasing away the vagrants lying on the benches and in the corners. "Mr. Haynes, why did you instruct me to come to the tent between 7:23 and 8:36? Martin was curious about this time that was precise down to the minute. In fact, he had gotten up when it was just getting light, and came to wait at a distance from the entrance of the screaming tent while it was still closed. Then, according to what the old man said, he walked into the tent at 7:23. He even guessed whether Haynes had just woken up late, but such an exact time certainly didn't seem arbitrary. Haynes, holding a brass badge, took out his pocket watch to check the time, then smiled at Martin and said, "You must think it's because I woke up late. In fact, this is determined by the screaming tent. It has nothing to do with me. During the period the tent is open, entering different tents at different times will give different experiences. Among these, my fortune-telling time is every morning from 7:23 to 8:36. And after 8:36, it's the closing time of the screaming tent. Even I have to leave. Until 8:36 in the evening, the tent will open again. It's said that this is based on the time the legendary blood moon appears and disappears. What would happen if we don't leave?" Martin, upon hearing Haynes say that even he had to leave the tent, became curious. It was the first time Martin had heard such a strange operating schedule. The screaming tent only opened at night. Different experiences referred to what? Martin decided to try it next time. For example, if someone comes to get a reading from you and forgets the time or something like that. Hee. Usually, I end the fortune telling before the closing time, so the situation you described hasn't happened yet. I've just arrived at the screaming tent, so I only know we must leave during business hours. But if anyone really stays in the tent past its closing time, it's rumored that something terrible will happen. They say that a few days ago, a vagrant somehow intruded after the tent closed, and when the tent reopened in the evening, people only saw scattered bone chips. Do not enter the screaming tent at the wrong time. This is the first rule of using it. Just as Haynes finished speaking, a black carriage slowly approached through the morning mist. The carriage had 2 levels, drawn by 2 horses. Each horse's eyes were covered with black cloth, and the driver sat in front of the cabin. As the carriage drew near, Martin noticed there was a golden sunflower symbol on the side of the cabin. Haynes showed the driver his sunflower badge, then pulled Martin aboard. Once inside, they saw several people were already seated in the first level. Martin recognized one of them, Annie, whose life he had saved yesterday. She was accompanied by 2 maidservants, though they were not the same ones from yesterday. On the other side of the carriage sat a young man and an old man dressed in robes. The young man had flowing golden hair, making him extremely handsome. His manners and actions exuded nobility. He was smiling as he chatted with Annie. Seeing them board, Annie greeted with surprise and eagerly spoke to Haynes ahead. Mr. Haynes, I never expected to meet you here. Miss Annie, what a coincidence. Why have you suddenly decided to attend the auction? I remember you didn't used to enjoy attending such naked and cruel activities. Haynes seemed quite familiar with Annie, sitting across from her while warmly responding. Something happened to me outside yesterday. My father originally wouldn't let me go out. I convinced him with great difficulty, and he only allowed me to attend the auction. It wasn't until this point that Annie noticed Martin. She paused briefly, then excitedly shouted to Martin. Mr. Martin, is that you? Oh, Miss Annie, you know Martin? Haynes asked curiously. Subsequently, Annie recounted to Haynes how Martin had saved her yesterday, praising Martin extensively in her words. Encountering such a scene again, even Martin, who considered himself shameless, couldn't help but feel a little red in the face, thankfully masked and thus hidden. If it hadn't been for Mr. Martin, I might not be able to talk to you now, Annie said with a hint of fear in her voice. A simple, yet effective method. The young man with golden hair suddenly interjected from the side. He shifted his gaze toward Haynes and Annie, ignoring Martin completely, and continued. If I were you, I would use black bellflower tincture. It is said to be the tears of the Virgin Mother. After ingestion, it will automatically release corresponding treatments according to bodily symptoms. It's incredibly miraculous. I obtained it from a renowned pharmacist in the White Cart Kingdom, so it's extremely valuable. Of course, if it could save your life, Miss Annie, that would be the tincture's fortune and honor. Thank you for your kindness. Annie blushed slightly after hearing the young man's words and bowed her head to express her gratitude. Martin was somewhat grateful to the young man for stepping in at the right moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to continue dealing with Annie. The carriage moved very smoothly. After a while, it stopped. They got out under the driver's reminder. It was only then that Martin realized there was also someone on the second level of the carriage. A woman wearing a black veil cloche had appeared, leading a child down from the second level. She wore a Gothic Lolita-style long skirt adorned with vertical black stripes and ruffles. Upon noticing them, she gave a slight nod before heading towards the main entrance where the carriage had stopped. Martin seemed to catch a familiar scent, but couldn't recall where he'd smelled it before. As he followed the woman and child with his eyes, he saw a 3-story building that looked retro and imposing. In the middle of the building was a clock tower with an enormous painted carriage full of sunflowers on it. In tall, elegant calligraphy, its name was written. The Sunflower Carriage. With their sunflower badges in hand, they entered the building without obstruction. Martin gazed at the thick red carpet on the floor, the glittering crystal chandeliers overhead, and the neatly dressed waiters, quietly marveling inside. This place rivaled the Golden Sparrow Palace, where he had stayed before. After all, although it was like a cage, all decorations and furnishings were set to the standards of high nobility or even royalty. That's why Martin hadn't easily believed Stanley's lies about his barren status. After entering, their group split up. Martin, Haynes, and Annie were led by a waiter through a bustling hall where what appeared to be an extraordinarily lively auction was taking place. Martin glanced at the auction stage not far away. The auctioneer was enthusiastically showing the items for bid to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is our newly acquired magical object provided by the Shepherd Club, which is affiliated with the auction house. The club has rated it as gray wool, with 40 quality points, meaning you should understand its significance. It is the result of combining the spade 3-card spoon with Inferno agate stone. It takes the form of a white pocket-shaped artifact called the Sweet's Pocket. After review by the Council of Elders, we classify it as a beta, class auction item, quality sequence number, beta 2 to 3, starting bid price, 500 holy light gold coins. Chapter 26, The Mirage Mirror. Isn't this the pocket that was left behind after Johnny, the meat eater, was killed? How could it appear here? This is practically fencing stolen goods. Don't they fear the police department tracing this back to them? Questions arose in Martin's mind one after another, but on the surface, he silently observed this sweet food pocket. It really is. The Shepherd's Club, gray wool, and quality count that the host mentioned earlier seemed to also be mentioned by that red-haired woman. I remember it was 30 quality counts at the time. Was it because the task difficulty exceeded expectations, so it was increased? Recollections of when he had slain Johnny, the meat eater, with the red-haired woman flashed through his mind. He turned away from the podium, pretending not to be interested in the auction item. This sweet food pocket. It seems to have something to do with candies. Annie looked toward the auction podium, a hint of curiosity showing on her face. Mr. Hines, Mr. Martin, you two go ahead first. I'm more interested in this sweet food pocket. so I'll just stay here for a while. Heinz glanced at Martin and replied to Annie. Alright, the item I entrusted to this sunflower carriage for auction should be coming out soon. I'll go upstairs with Martin and wait for you on the second floor. Alright. Annie politely nodded and headed towards the center of the hall with her maid. Meanwhile, Heinz and Martin were led by a server up the splendid marble staircase to the second floor. Mr. Heinz, what's the difference between the second floor and the first? Martin noticed that the golden-haired young man and the woman with a child who had been on the same carriage earlier remained on the first floor. They didn't seem able to directly access the second floor. The second floor and the first floor are completely different worlds. Heinz chuckled lightly and continued. All auction houses under the Eden umbrella share one common feature. Regardless of their architectural style, they are all 3 stories. Eden classifies items into 9 grades based on quality. Alpha, alpha, beta, beta, gamma, gamma, delta, delta, mu, mu, pi, pi, upsilon, upsilon, chi, chi, and omega, omega. Each level of the auction house handles items of varying grades, progressively ascending. All auction halls across Mir Balu follow such rules. The first floor as an auction hall requires holding a badge issued by the auction house to enter. Yet even so, due to Eden's reputation, it is almost always overcrowded when open. Here, the auction items mainly belong to the alpha, beta, and gamma categories, including powerful magical items. On the second floor, items range from delta to pi levels. These are rare and precious magical items. However, there are only 2 ways to enter the second floor of the auction house. One is to own an item being auctioned on the second floor. As the owner, you can watch the auction from the second floor and receive the highest level of service. This humane approach is one reason some people choose to entrust Eden with their items for auction. The other way, and the most common path for most people, is to spend over 300 holy light gold coins in a single session at the first floor or accumulate a total spending of over 1,000 holy light gold coins, which grants access to the second floor. As for the third floor, Heinz glanced toward the adjacent staircase leading to the third floor. I haven't been there either. It's rumored that the upsilon, chi, and omega grade items are auctioned there, accessible only with a special invitation from the auction house. And the third floor of Sunflower Carriage hasn't been used for many years. Heinz revealed a look of yearning. That Miss Annie, her father is the governor of Cavides, and she has spent at least 3,000 holy light gold coins in Sunflower Carriage. She belongs to the most esteemed group of guests here. Hence, her father was confident enough to send her here, given the security measures here match closely even with the governor's residence. As Martin listened to the elder's words, his understanding broadened again. This organization called Eden seemed to hold immense power within this world. It was able to individually rank and categorize items, and these rankings were recognized universally by all auction houses, accepted by the people of this continent. This level of control and influence was terrifying. Just as he silently marveled, Martin was escorted with Heinz into a spacious hall. Surprisingly, the hall had 2 layers inside. The second level had several unique private booths, while the first level featured many noble and comfortable seats. There were quite a few people seated already, but compared to the first floor, it felt sparse, even though the hall size was about the same as the lower floor. He and Heinz were led into one of the private rooms on the second floor, where the server poured wine and then exited, closing the door behind them. Martin sat by the outer railing, gazing at the fresh fruits and exquisite pastries on the table. He sighed that having money really was a source of happiness. Downstairs in the hall, an auction was also underway. The host presenting the items was a mature woman exuding an aura of sophistication. She wore a pale purple bast dress with a thin veil over her head, and padding around her hips accentuated her figure's curves. This, Mirage Mirror, is one of the more well-known magical items from the Water Mirror deck. It allows one to see what they desire to see or uncover truths they wish to know. Legend has it that a duchess once asked this mirror, "Who is the most beautiful woman in Mire continent?" wanting desperately to see herself reflected in its surface. Instead, she saw the reflection of her adopted daughter. Thereupon, this duchess cruelly murdered her adopted daughter right before the mirror. The duchess then asked the mirror again who was the fairest, confident the answer would be her own self, but the mirror continued to display her adopted daughter's face, repeatedly. She was terrified and sought out the most renowned sorcerer in the nation for advice. The sorcerer explained that the soul of the adopted daughter had been imprisoned within the mirror. According to legend, the young girl's soul still remains trapped inside, unable to find peace. Some even claim to have glimpsed her combing her hair in the mirror at midnight. Her slightly eerie story, delivered with the host's mature yet gentle voice, cast a hush across the entire hall. Of course, this is merely a legend. If any of you wish to uncover the truth, why not bid on it? After being reviewed by the Elder Council, we classify it as a Delta level item, with quality serial number, Delta 317. Starting bid, 1,000 holy light gold coins. Martin listened, reminded of a story resembling Snow White from his previous life. He felt that the standard of items on the second floor was indeed higher. Mr. Heinz, what exactly is the Water Mirror deck? Martin asked, intrigued by the effects mentioned by the female host. It's one of the more famous decks among the polluted cards. It wields the power of dreams, illusions, and even wishes, able to ensnare someone unconsciously into hallucinations and dreams, Heinz replied. This deck is closely related to the mysterious mermaid race. History claims that the infamous cult organization known as the Cradle of Witches possessed control over this deck. They believed the world was a false image, created by God as a prison to punish humanity. However, Dreams were the key to returning to the truth of the world. Actually, you've already seen the water mirror, Heinz said, turning his head toward Martin. Martin showed a bit of confusion. Yesterday, when you arrived at the tent, I was trapped in an illusion created by the water mirror's Red Heart V perfumer. This made me vulnerable to that Pied Piper in Harlequin clothing. Heinz smiled as he spoke. Of course, that must have been a magical item crafted using the perfumer card. After all, the mermaid race disappeared long ago during the Holy Light Sweep. As the mature woman announced the starting price, the silver-trimmed red velvet cloth to her left was lifted, revealing a large standing mirror. The mirror was almost as tall as a person, with an arched top like a gateway, supported by two fishtail-shaped columns carved with intricate patterns on either side. Following the host's left hand, Martin caught sight of the towering standing mirror. Subsequently, his expression became odd. This mirror, it was so familiar. Wait, wasn't this the same mirror from Xianxia Palace that concealed his true appearance? How could it end up here? Moreover, Martin clearly remembered that the mirror had shattered, after which Stanley replaced it with another completely different one. What's going on? Could there be more than one of these mirrors? What's wrong, Martin? Sitting opposite, Heinz noticed the peculiar look on Martin's face. It's nothing, Mr. Heinz. Just that I haven't experienced such grandeur before. Martin couldn't disclose his involvement at Xianxia Palace, prudently choosing a response that was unrelated. The nose of his mask extended slightly again. Heinz didn't doubt Martin's words since everything seemed so perfectly natural. This place represents a snapshot of the upper echelons of Cavida society. What happens here is beyond imagination for those residing in the Red Cathedral district. Heinz spoke with some emotion. Those common folk who earn just 20 holy tree silver coins per week and spend no more than 10 holy water copper coins on breakfast. How could they ever imagine the extravagance of nobles and merchants here who casually spend amounts equivalent to 3 years, 10 years, or even a lifetime's worth of their earnings in the blink of an eye? Even the fruit platters used to entertain us on the second floor of the auction house are worth more than 5 holy light gold coins. And 1 holy light gold coin equals 20 holy tree silver coins. So this platter of fruits equates to their entire expenses for 5 weeks. Heinz glanced at the untouched fruit platter on the table since he had sat down, revealing a strong sense of dissatisfaction in his tone. Martin sensed the turmoil of emotions in the old man's heart at this moment. But after Heinz said these words, all he could do was let out a long sigh. Still, all this is much better than the era of the Saint-Light Millennium when monstrous creatures rampaged. At least now, people no longer live in constant fear just to survive, and they don't have to worry about dying under someone else's claws, only to become food. It's said that the king of Redstone Nation, the Iron Blood Emperor Darius, has been gradually taking steps to improve the status and living conditions of commoners based on the population records established by the Furnace Registry, hoping it will bear some fruit. Heinz narrated with a tone of lamentation. The fervor and anger in his expression gradually subsided. This is the best of times, and also the worst of times. After hearing Heinz's words, Martin quietly replied. Heinz's eyes, which were already calm, suddenly lit up again upon hearing Martin's sentence. His expression became complicated once more, lips slightly parted, as if filled with joy, yet brimming with helplessness. Very well said. His tone openly conveyed admiration for Martin. As he looked at the lively bidding scene downstairs, he affirmed, this truly is the best and the worst of times. Chapter 27. Reunion with Xianxia. In the hall below the private room, the auction for the Fata Morgana mirror had reached its climax. Numerous nobles dressed in fine clothing participated, and the story told by the hostess about the beauty trapped in the mirror seemed to have attracted quite a few middle-aged people. Unexpectedly, the large floor-length mirror was eventually purchased by the blonde man who had come with Martin. Martin hadn't noticed when the man came to the second floor, but judging from his demeanor, he must have participated in auctions like this before. After the Fata Morgana mirror was successfully auctioned off, it was taken down by the auction house staff and placed in the Sunshine Hall, where all auctioned items would have their exclusive Eden Collection marks removed and then handed over to their new owners. The Sunshine Hall is also the most heavily guarded area of the entire Sunflower Carriage, as well as all auction houses under the Eden chain. The blonde man was sitting in a private room on the second floor across from them. He noticed Martin and Heinrich too, raising his glass of red wine in a nod towards Heinrich before starting a casual conversation with an elderly man beside him, seemingly treating his purchase as nothing significant. Martin thought for a while. Perhaps there were actually 2 or more Fata Morgana mirrors, and the one he encountered at the Golden Sparrow Palace was just one of them. Suppressing his curiosity about the mirror, he continued to watch the ongoing auction downstairs. Since entering, he had been closely following Heinrich because he was completely unfamiliar with this auction house, which was full of various nobles and wealthy merchants. Given his special status, there were many uncertain risks in moving here, so he had been carefully observing and looking for Xianxia. Heinrich noticed that Martin was somewhat distracted. He smiled and said to Martin, coffee fortune-telling may be simple, but precisely because of that, it points to the truth and the essence. The girl you're looking for must be here. After my minor arcana is sold, once those people appear, I will ask the auction house for help, and they can certainly help you find her. But the situation now is a bit special. Trust me, as a precaution, we both need to wait patiently. Soon, everything will be over. Martin nodded to Heinrich. He didn't inquire who those people referred to. From getting onto the carriage until now, he had vaguely sensed that the old man seemed to be planning something, and this plan somehow involved the Sunflower Carriage and what he had consigned here. He chose to continue waiting patiently, but there was always a sense of unease in his heart. At the same time, the next auction item was being pushed up. It was a four-sided object about half a person's height, covered with a large black velvet cloth adorned with various small gems. It had 4 wheels and was slowly pushed onto the auction stage. Just from looking at this velvet cloth studded with countless gems, everyone could tell that this piece was far more valuable than the previous Fata Morgana mirror. That mirror, though large, was only covered with red velvet with silver edges. All eyes in the room were drawn to this enormous item. Many nobles and rich merchants immediately stopped chatting when they saw it. They combed their shiny sideburns and leaned back against their chairs with bellies grown heavy with age, watching expectantly as it was slowly pushed onto the stage. On the way in the carriage, Heinrich had once wondered why and would attend this auction, which he had previously described as naked and cruel. At the time, Martin had also questioned why the auction was considered naked and cruel. Later in their chat, Martin learned the reason. Eden, as the largest auction house on this continent, exudes elegance born out of modern society and still retains some of the primal and bloody aspects left over from an era of supernatural beings. Besides magical items, its business mainly consists of the auction of treasures, antiques, as well as various contaminated objects, magical plants, savage beasts, and even polluted creatures. These living things make up the vast majority of the auction house's business. After all, the number of magical items is limited. Among these businesses, the one that most interests these nobles and rich merchants comes from the live creature auctions, especially women and elves from the northern forest. These women and elves might come from bloody wars between countries, cruel hunts by mercenary squads, or filthy underground human trafficking operations. But once the goods enter Eden, they are legal and can be openly auctioned in the auction field. This partly bypasses the law, yet despite this, numerous nobles and rich merchants flock to such events, and even the governor turns a blind eye to this business. This is the influence of Eden. This was also the reason why all the wealthy merchants and nobles below the stage were now paying full attention. They knew that the real good stuff was about to be presented. The next auction item is an exceptionally rare and valuable piece recently acquired. The female host, who had previously spoken in a languid and mature tone, now revealed a hint of excitement in her voice. I'm sure everyone has heard about the rebellion in the Xianxia dynasty. Prince Xuanhuan was killed, and the Aaron family was almost completely wiped out, with only the young daughter of Prince Wu managing to escape. The new high priest overseeing the Xianxia temple has issued a bounty across the entire continent to find this sole surviving descendant of the Aaron bloodline, whether alive or dead. In addition to the reward in holy light coins, those who succeed will be invited into the inner sanctum of the Xianxia temple to hear the echoes left by ancient masters and even the gods. Moreover, it's rumored that Prince Xuanhuan's young daughter is a great beauty, raised from childhood within the walls of the Xianxia temple. The value she represents should be clear to everyone present here. And where do you think this mysterious daughter might be? The female host threw the question to the eager men below, skillfully energizing the atmosphere of the auction. One of the merchants already began shouting wildly, demanding for the velvet cloth beside her to be lifted. It seems you gentlemen are awfully curious about a young girl who hasn't even fully grown up yet. This makes me feel quite sad. The host continued teasing the audience as she slowly walked toward the four-sided object beside her. Speaking while walking, she said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the third auction piece today is recognized by the Elder Council as a Myo grade target. Quality serial number, mu110, the young daughter of Prince Xuanhuan. Miss Xianxia." She reached the four-sided object and swiftly pulled off the black velvet covering above it. Bidding starts at 5,000 holy light coins. Please place your bids. As the velvet was removed, a red-eyed young woman clad in nothing more than a thin silk garment came into view before the crowd. Her hands were bound in front of her, the delicate silk adorned with numerous small gems and sequins, exposing much of her porcelain skin. Her bare feet were confined inside a square cage. The sudden brightness made her close her captivating red eyes momentarily. She seemed disoriented, unsure of where she was or what she was experiencing, standing blankly in the center of the cage. On her fair chest, an Eden-marked pendant shimmered faintly with a soft blue glow. Chapter 28, The Five-Colored Opal. After Martin clearly saw the appearance of the person in the cage, his expression instantly became dazed. 3 days of searching had finally led to her clue and brought him here, only to unexpectedly encounter Xianxia under such circumstances. He did not know what this girl had gone through during these few days, but it was undoubtedly something very bad. Looking at the bewildered Xianxia on the auction platform, he temporarily did not know what to do. Sunflower Carriage is a subordinate auction hall of Eden, not only gathering all sorts of high-ranking officials and nobles, but also matching security forces. In his previous observations, he had already discovered many order maintainers out in the open, and there were sure to be even more and stronger ones hidden away. This was an institution where even a governor would feel comfortable in trusting his daughter, with even common waiters likely well-trained. For those who wanted to disrupt the auction order, it felt like a massive fishing net and a fly swatter, suffocating. Breaking in by force was certainly out of the question, and he could not participate in the auction either, as he didn't have even a single holy water copper coin on him, let alone 5,000 holy light gold coins. Martin found himself in a dilemma. While downstairs the auction had already reached a price of 8,000 gold coins and continued to proceed enthusiastically. The noble lords below all understood the value behind this young girl, not to mention her physical worth. The new high priest required no limits. Bids were echoing up and down throughout the grand hall. Martin noticed the dense gray and dark green mists swirling together, their movements signifying countless foul thoughts quickly sprouting and erupting. 5,000 holy light gold coins. This price ranks nearly first class among all the auctions in the entire history of sunflower carriage. I haven't even seen so many gold coins. It's only accessible to true nobles and wealthy merchants. Heinz looked somewhat ashamed, and when he noticed the abnormal gestures of Martin sitting opposite, he suddenly had an unpleasant suspicion. Martin, is the girl you're looking for? Yes, Mr. Heinz, she is the person I've been searching for all along. Martin spoke in a low tone. After the initial chaos in his mind, it had started operating rapidly, devising ways to use the items on him to help Xianxia escape. Heinz fell silent. As Martin rejected one plan after another, Heinz opened his mouth again. Martin, must you rescue her? Yes, sir, she saved me before. She's my partner. Do you think if we use twin flames as a trade-off, we could bid her back? After Martin determined that he wouldn't be able to take Xianxia away with just his current ability, he considered exchanging the rank-level item on his person, meaning his identity would most likely be exposed during the subsequent delivery process. Let's bid first, then see if any collaboration can be arranged with the auction house later. He thought about asking for help from the elder sitting across from him, but judging by Heinz's earlier words, it seemed unlikely he could provide such an amount. He also realized his ideas might seem simplistic and foolish, but given the urgency, he couldn't think of any other solutions. Martin looked at the elder sitting across from him, noticing a smile filled with appreciation flicker across Heinz's face. He heard the old man kindly say, as a rank 7 card, its value far exceeds 5,000 holy light gold coins. But, Twin Flames, is your trump card. You should conceal it properly instead of letting everyone know about it. I indeed haven't seen 5,000 holy light gold coins, but who says gold coins are necessary for bidding? Subsequently, Martin watched as the elder raised the sunflower medal in his hand, shouting 9,000 holy light gold coins from a nearby private room and announcing a piece of purple crystal at hot spring level. Once he finished speaking, the heated voices in the venue paused momentarily. The nobles and wealthy merchants all raised their heads toward the direction of the sound. It's Mr. Heinz of the Stargazers. He has made an offer of hot spring level purple crystal, showing interest in the master of Xianxia Temple too. The crystal of this grade is valued at around 10,000 holy light gold coins. Are there any higher bids? The female host's voice grew increasingly excited, while some wealthy merchants below sneered. In their eyes, the Stargazer couldn't avoid vulgarities either. His motive wasn't the ethereal master of Xianxia Temple. 1. Yuan level purple tooth opal. The voice of the golden-haired youth on the second floor rang out again. Mr. William of the Hilton family has once again raised his bid, with a purple tooth opal of Yuan level. Its value is at least over 11,000 gold coins. Are there any higher bids? The female auctioneer couldn't hide her growing smile. She was one of the investors in this sunflower carriage. The higher the bids went, the more dividends she would receive. On the second floor private room, the golden-haired youth's expression darkened. He put down his wine glass, clearly displeased, and cast an irritated glance towards this side. Meanwhile, upstairs, Heinz's expression also became rather difficult after hearing the new offer. Never expected him to bring out a gemstone of Yuan level. This matter has become tricky. He said this to the carriage, revealing an air of helplessness on his face. After that, Martin took a gemstone from his pocket and handed it to Heinz, asking, Mr. Heinz, do you think this gemstone has any value? When Heinz had shouted out the hot spring level purple crystal earlier, Martin remembered the stone he had picked up near the Cathedral of Jabina. It emitted a 5-colored glow. He wondered how valuable it would be according to this world's gemstone grading system. The moment Heinz saw the stone, his expression changed. Almost disregarding his image, he gently took the stone and carefully inspected it under the light of the crystal lamp before bursting into laughter. With excitement, he said, Where did you get this from? I picked it up. Martin answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Heinz's expression turned very bizarre as he muttered. The fire of a ruby, the spotlight qualities of a purple crystal, the green sea akin to an emerald, all mixed beautifully into one magnificent piece. This indeed is a 5-colored opal. How come I never find such a high-level opal? Is this guy perhaps in possession of some high-class items from either the wheel or star coin tarot deck? After another moment of inspection, the old man, still somewhat reluctant, returned the stone to Martin, saying, This should be a 5-colored opal of starry sky level. Not only is its grade 1 level higher than Yuan, but it also belongs to the rare kind of 5-colored opals. So, can we continue bidding? Of course, Heinz said with an odd expression. It was the first time he had seen a gem of this grade, and he couldn't believe it was about to be traded away. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any other bids? If not, this daughter of King Lusai will be taken away by Mr. William. The female auctioneer continued enticing higher offers. Just as William Hilger thought everything was finally settled and was about to sip the fine red wine from his glass, a voice from the opposite private room rang out again. 1 5-colored opal of starry sky level. William choked on the wine in his mouth and began coughing loudly. An uproar broke out in the hall. Gems are the second hardest currency in this world after money. Their rarity and affinity for creation cards make them indispensable notes in the economic system built by Holy Light, Holy Tree, and Holy Water currencies. Gems themselves are divided into 6 grades: Blaze Fire, Peacock, Hot Spring, Yuan, Starry Sky, Holy Light. The nobles and rich merchants present have all been exposed to gems, and even seen those of Starry Sky level. However, a Starry Sky, level 5-colored opal, an item of supreme quality, was something very few people in the venue had ever witnessed. Even if someone owned such a gem, they would likely lock it away in their treasure vaults for personal appreciation and never use it for bidding. One 5-colored opal of starry sky, level, valued at over 15,000 gold coins. Are there any other bids? The auctioneer's speech became somewhat hesitant, this offer surpassing her expectations. Without a doubt, no one in the entire hall made another sound. Furious, William smashed the red wine glass in his hand. Just as he was about to make a move, the elder next to him held him back. After the elder spoke a few words to him, William calmed down but glared menacingly at Hines. On the auction stage, Xianxia seemed startled by the heavy fall of the hammer. No longer in a confused state, she now looked around blankly, whispering softly as if searching for something. Next to her, a black-clothed waiter was about to push the cage off the stage, preparing to take it to this sunny hall, when they heard the young girl inside the cage keep calling out softly. Martin! Martin! Chapter 29, The Minor Prophet Cards. After Martin watched Xianxia being pushed down in Xianxia, he wanted to go to this sunshine hall to find her. He was somewhat excited because he never expected that a stone picked up randomly on the street could actually solve his predicament at such a critical moment. He didn't have any attachment to this extremely valuable 5-color opal. Instead, he recalled the process of how he found it and always felt too lucky. At this time, Haynes stayed with him, and this elderly man smiled gently as he said to Martin, "The settlement procedures won't be finished so quickly. You might as well stay here with this old man for a while. The next item to be auctioned should be my minor arcana card." After hearing the elder's words, Martin stayed. The time has come to 8:30, and our auction is about to end with the last item of the day, which is also the most valuable one. After glancing at the clock, the female host excitedly told the audience below the stage. A square box was brought up on stage and placed on the auction table. The box was entirely black with many silver runes carved onto its surface. The wealthy merchants and nobles downstairs, after the previous series of emotional fluctuations, had grown somewhat tired. But some regulars here noticed something unusual. In the past, whenever women or elves appeared at the sunflower carriage auctions, they were usually the last items, bringing the atmosphere to its climax. This was also one of the common tactics used by other auction houses. At this moment, the regret from not getting earlier items would turn into surging motivation, making these rich people willing to spend lavishly. But today, after the daughter of Kings Wasai, there was still another auction item, and it was supposedly even more valuable. This naturally led them to speculate in their hearts. After all, the price for the young girl earlier was equivalent to that of a 5-color opal of starry sky quality. Something even more valuable was almost beyond their imagination. Have you heard of the rumor about the 36 prophet cards? As soon as the words left the female host's mouth, the crowd below showed two extremes. Most people seemed not to have heard of the prophet cards and had no reaction to what the hostess said. However, a few people, who were the ones with the highest titles and richest assets among the bidders, couldn't help but show smiles upon hearing the host's words. For them, the true target of coming to this sunflower carriage today was finally about to be unveiled and walk right in front of them. We mentioned just now the recent rebellion in the Golden Branch dynasty where a slave killed Kings Wasai and became the first black high priest ever to hold the Golden Branch temple. This is the first time in over 1,000 years of the dynasty's history. And if I were to tell you that someone predicted all this 482 years ago, would you believe me? Most of the audience looked absolutely shocked. After all, their trade and network of relationships were more or less involved with the ancient Golden Branch dynasty, and they all received news of the rebellion happening there immediately. This was also why the host was able to quickly pique their interest before unveiling the black cloth covering Xianxia. They had all heard about the bounty announcement and had more or less fantasized about the youngest daughter of Kings Wasai. The Eden branch located in Genis, the capital of Bluewater City, once auctioned off a minor prophet card 20 years ago. The name of that card was Broken Branch. What was depicted on the card was a slave standing atop the towering crown of a divine tree, breaking off the golden branch at its top. In the distance, the tall tower engraved with the emblem of the Aaron clan was collapsing. It's rumored that the appearance of the slave on that card looks exactly like the current high priest of the Golden Branch Shrine. The family that purchased that Broken Branch minor prophet card donated it recently to the Royal Museum. For those of you who are interested, feel free to visit the museum when you go to the capital. Besides predicting the turmoil within the Golden Branch dynasty, the prophet cards foretold the internal strife and downfall of the 13 vampire families, the disappearance of the legendary city, Lava Heart, Atlantis in the Celestial Fire, the assassination of the previous Holy Light Pope, the escape of the great harlot Ophelia, and the establishment of the Innocent City, as well as the legendary master craftsman Agar's crafting 7 great swords. By this point, most of the powerful figures present were deeply intrigued. These events were either pivotal turning points in history or changes that still influenced the world structure today, and everyone knew about them. If this was true, then wouldn't those who obtained the prophet cards essentially grasp the direction of the world? It is said that the prophet cards were made by the secretive power holding the Compass and Anchor dual card groups, known as the Dawn-Dusk Fortress. They are divided into 12 major prophet cards and 24 minor prophet cards, with each card representing a prophecy about the future. They change every 500 years. According to the information obtained by the Sunflower Carriage, the new set of prophet cards was completed in the year 2100 of the Rust Iron Era, which was 2 years ago. I'm sure everyone has guessed it. The final auction item today is one of the prophet cards. According to the determination of the Elder Council, this minor prophet card is classified as an auction item at the Pi level, with the quality sequence number, Pi 314. It should be noted that the consignor only accepts exchange for cards or corresponding magical items of 6 rank and above from the Genesis cards. If it's a card or item from the Compass group, the requirements can be appropriately relaxed. After the host finished speaking, there was immediately a buzz of discussion among the audience. The nobles and wealthy merchants were either amazed or skeptical about the miracle of the prophet cards, or discussing whether it was worth exchanging for items of 6 rank and above. Then, the bids started again in the hall, not as intense as before, but starting higher. Those who could afford it and were interested in this prophet card were naturally fewer. In the end, a handsome middle-aged man dressed elegantly offered a 6 rank card from the Pillar group, both diamonds and clubs, and seemed poised to successfully acquire the prophet card. Just as the host was about to announce the result of the auction, a woman wearing a black veil, small hat, and leading a child loudly spoke from below the stage. "You've missed a point." The female host seemed a little surprised and asked in slight confusion, "What do you mean?" The woman stood up, expressionless, and calmly said, "The McKay family, who purchased the Broken Branch, almost wiped out all male descendants over 16 within 20 years after acquiring this minor arcana card. Their hidden second ancestor was found by their enemies, and the contained Pillar Diamond 7 card of causal law was forcibly stripped from his body. He ended up being brutally murdered in the Dragon Mother Trench. And the reason they donated the Broken Branch was merely to avoid calamity. Even so, now, only a side branch of their family remains struggling on. To gaze upon tomorrow will inevitably lead to the loss of tomorrow. Why didn't you tell them this?" As the woman spoke, Martin recognized her. She was the woman who had traveled in the same carriage as him. Martin felt this woman was somewhat strange, but he couldn't put his finger on why. On the other hand, Haynes' expression grew solemn. For the first time during tonight's auction, the female host looked flustered. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know how. Those who know the world shall possess the world. Those who know the future can alter the future. From the rear seats of the hall, a man in a red robe with a red hood said to the unemotional woman. After hearing the man's response, the unemotional woman stood up. She examined the man's attire and, though still expressionless, replied in a mocking tone, "A red-cloaked lantern-bearer of the Fire-Spreading Society?" Ignoring the child tugging lightly at her clothes beside her, she began to speak loudly. The Book of Omniscience records, the previous minor king of the Lantern Group, Wisdom Mother Iju, confessed to the all-knowing eye that her knowledge and wisdom were actually rewards for copulating with the prophet Xianxia. Only the compass can achieve omniscience, while wisdom is just the pretense of a false deity. Her face remained unchanged, but her speech gradually sped up. Her tone lost its calmness and gained a hint of fanaticism, like that of a devout heretic reciting sacred texts. While, beside her, the child stared at her and burst into loud cries, becoming louder and louder. At the corner, the red-robed man also stood up, ready to vent his anger. But then he saw the woman squat down and press the back of the child's head, covering his mouth. MMM. The child, having his nose and mouth covered, stopped making noise but could no longer breathe. The woman gradually tightened her grip, and the child changed from shedding tears to violently struggling. His eyes widened more and more, not understanding what his mother was doing. The woman didn't let go but instead intensified her pressure expressionlessly, causing the child's skull to start deforming under the compression. Blood began flowing from his eyes, nose, ears, staining the woman's hands crimson. One of the noble ladies present screamed. Next to the emotionless woman, a corpulent rich merchant started off showing disdain, then shock, finally fleeing in fear, and began cursing the woman for her cruelty. The people in the hall also sensed something was wrong and gradually moved away from the woman. The black-clad waiters of the sunflower carriage around the hall were about to step forward to stop the crazed woman. The woman crushed the child's skull further as she mumbled, "I told you to be polite, not to cry and make a fuss outside." The black-clad waiters quickly reached her side, ready to stop her from proceeding further. However, before they could act, the woman applied one final forceful pressure. The child's skull shattered, his head squashed into pieces. The white and red slime splattered all over the expressionless woman. She stretched out her blood-soaked hands, closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and exhaled deeply, then said, "Finally, some peace." Chapter 30. Virtue exorcises evil. The surrounding attendants were startled. They couldn't believe a mother could do such a thing to her own child. As they looked at the woman covered in red and white slime, their entire bodies shivered with fear. After exhaling, the woman opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, then spoke slowly yet firmly. "Anyone who dares to desecrate time must die." With 2 light claps of her hands, she then placed them near her ears as if listening to something. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Then a nearly transparent ripple emanated from her palm, spreading through the hall and passing through everyone inside. Immediately, everyone's movement slowed down. The rich merchants trying to flee, the servants preparing to act, the female host retreating out of shock. All were as though pressed into a 1/12 slow-motion key. Martin felt his body like a rusted machine, barely able to function flexibly. It took all his strength just to turn his head slightly. Next, the woman effortlessly cupped the headless corpse of the child in her hands, whereupon her hands began emitting a dazzling pale green light. The blood-drenched neck of the child showed torn vessels starting to grow green veins, which quickly intertwined. Green fur also sprouted on the child's skin. This fur grew rapidly, overlapping with the vascular network and extending outward, akin to an invisible hand weaving a green velvet blanket. Corpse fluid fungus mat. How can she use Scepter card group skills? From a secluded corner of the hall, a burly round-faced man uttered intermittently. He was a member of the Seed institution under the Sunflower Carriage, responsible for handling emergencies. A prisoner who had assimilated the red 3 heart from the ring card group. He attempted to move, but found his body growing increasingly slow, almost immobile. At this point, a gentle green light emerged from a private room on the 2nd floor, illuminating the entire hall. In the private room, Heinz lifted his staff. The all-knowing eye on it reopened again, radiating a soft yet bright green glow. People touched by the green light regained normal movement speed, as though reset to play at normal speed, suddenly moving altogether once more. Upon regaining action, the Seed member swiftly pulled out a small piece of almost transparent amber-colored glass and hurled it towards the dazed woman. This glass, upon contact with the air, thinned rapidly, its area expanding swiftly, before enclosing both the woman and the fungal mat extending from the corpse in her hands. Once enclosed, the glass dissolved into the air, becoming ever more transparent until disappearing. However, in the region it melted, the air thickened and underwent a transition from viscosity to solidification, resulting in the formation of a clear barrier. Despite being restricted within this transparent barrier, the fungal mat continued its rapid growth, eventually forming a large spherical mass around it. The fungal mat grew thicker and thicker, soon obscuring the internal view of the sphere, but it remained unable to expand beyond the transparent barrier created by the dissolved glass. As the people regained their ability to move, some initial panic gave way to calmness. They watched the dense green cocoon at the center of the hall with a mix of curiosity in their eyes. How could such an event happen in the supposedly secure Sunflower Carriage? I think our personal safety is not ensured. I will complain to the city hall, to the Eden headquarters. A middle-aged, somewhat bald merchant shouted while running towards the door. In the chaos, he realized that his young female companion had abandoned him, which, although understandable due to their transactional relationship based on gold and flesh, left him feeling quite angry. Please calm down first. The auction hall has top-tier security systems provided by Cavides and appropriate contingency plans, said the female host, still professionally calming the emotions of the balding man despite a hint of disdain revealed on her side face when turned away. Martin, looking at Heinz, whose frown deepened, felt that things were far from over. That bald man continued yelling, yet a distinctive fragrance started to fill the air in the hall. The scent was hot and heavy, like the blossoms of tropical riverside wildflowers. It diffused out from the cocoon containing the fungal mat at the center of the hall, quickly permeating the entire space. The nobles and merchants who first came into contact with the scent displayed expressions of indulgence one after another. They closed their eyes, smiling faintly at the corners of their mouths, as if they were in a fallen paradise of decadence and pleasure. No one knew who started first, but people began hugging each other in succession, their expressions enraptured as they kissed. Men with women, men with men, women with women. In the various private rooms on the 2nd floor, there appeared light halos and orbs of varying colors, seemingly resisting the influence of this strange perfume. Martin noticed that in a nearby private room, the elder beside blonde William erected a sea blue light barrier to cover them both. On Martin's side, Heinz's staff began emitting a cyan glow, and Martin felt a cool, somewhat cold breath envelop his body. Tap, tap, tap. Just as some people in the hall had begun to loosen their clothing, causing the scene to verge on becoming uncontrollable. In the corner, a lean man wearing black gloves approached the green cocoon, his exquisitely crafted black leather shoes echoing clearly. He passed through the embracing crowd, pulled off his left glove, and extended his hand toward the cocoon. The back of his left hand was covered with inscrutable symbols. Facing the fungal mat cocoon, he softly intoned a single syllable. Torch. Immediately, a complex circular magical array emerged on the floor, encompassing the entire hall, its perimeter encircled by incomprehensible symbols. A massive rune shaped like manifested beneath the green cocoon, releasing a dazzling light. Countless flames ignited spontaneously in the air of the hall, their color quickly turning green, as if consuming not oxygen, but the perfume that evoked forbidden thoughts. The green fungal cocoon was also engulfed by the flames, turning into a colossal fireball. Once the flames subsided, the internal scene became visible. The headless child's corpse had been burned together with the fungal mat into a block of charcoal, discarded at the feet of the dazed woman. But the woman herself appeared unaffected. Her Gothic Lolita-style dress, complete with vertical black stripes and ruffled edges, remained perfectly intact. In her hand, an unknown silver-based fire agate perfume bottle had materialized, its surface glowing with fiery red iridescence, resembling scales of a living creature. The intoxicating scent gradually disappeared from the air, leaving people gazing in surprise and shame at those they had been kissing, before they hastily separated. Truly embarrassing. Many nobles were secretly ashamed, yet some male aristocrats seemed unconcerned about what had just happened, instead exchanging meaningful glances with their kissing partners. Xuanhuan, are you the record keeper of seals from the seal card group? I never imagined Heinz would collaborate with the Sunflower Carriage to such an extent. The dazed woman muttered to herself, her expression unchanged. She looked upward toward Heinz on the 2nd floor, holding his staff, and shouted loudly. What did you exchange with Eden? Your corrupted soul. Heinz's expression remained cold as he listened to the woman's rebuke. The all-knowing has informed me that the twilight has arrived, and the chasm of tomorrow's tomorrow has widened to an almost unbridgeable degree. This is the only way. Heinz replied gravely, as if attempting to explain something to the dazed woman. Have you seen the Revelation motherboard? The woman looked surprised. We all know that the motherboard has been lost. The woman paused for a moment. You went to the boundary of dawn and dusk, didn't you? As if recalling something, she began laughing stiffly, growing increasingly manic. Did you see how you die? She shouted loudly at Heinz, but it seemed she already knew the answer, requiring no response from him, and laughed even more crazily. During this conversation, the man in the handmade leather shoes produced an ancient book in his right hand. With his rune-covered left hand, he slowly turned page after page of the book filled with ancient text and illustrations. Each time a page was flipped, the runes on his hand flashed briefly before gradually fading away, like ink marks that had slowly worn out over long ages. When nearly half of the runes on his hand had faded, he finally reached the page he sought. The page depicted a large classical oil painting. It showed a hidden garden where strange, ferocious creatures emerged from a pool. On the shore of the pool, goddesses and angels with flowing garments and saintly expressions drove them out. In a corner of the painting, a painter wearing a wide-brimmed hat silently recorded everything. Beneath the painting, the title was marked, "Virtue exorcises evil." There was also the painter's signature behind the oil painting, the elegant handwriting reading, "Richie Layer." The man stared at the bottom left corner of the oil painting where a nightmare-like armless creature was depicted. Its face was plump with a stupefied expression, and its lower body was a deformed fishtail struggling to swim ashore. On its forehead, an enigmatic name was inscribed, Eurydice. The man seemed to have found the answer he sought. He closed the ancient book and once again raised his left hand toward the dazed woman. On his left hand, the remaining black runes began to slowly flake off, drifting in the air like musical notes, eventually forming a magical array resembling a spinning wheel. Around the array, 2 rings of black xuanhuan runes were rotating in opposite directions, as if the sound of a roulette while spinning could be heard in the air. In the center of the spinning wheel was the name of the nightmare creature from earlier. With a solemn expression, the man shouted at the dazed woman, "Vanish!" Chapter 31, Assassination. Exorcise. The thin man shouted at the dull woman. As the 2 rings of runes surrounding the turning wheel array spun faster and faster, a glaring massive beam of light appeared in the wheel. The name of the fish-tailed monster quickly melted, and the beam shot towards the dull woman. The beam was as substantial as matter, making a booming sound, as if the air had been scorched hot. The remaining attendants and members of the seed team in the hall were blinded by it. As the beam gradually dissipated, they all curiously looked towards where the dull woman had been standing just moments ago. Wheel of Liar. A somewhat surprised voice sounded amid the fading light spots. As the light spots dispersed, people were astonished to find that the woman and her child still stood in place, seemingly once again unaffected. How could this be? The thin man whispered, unable to believe what he was seeing. The shadow book in your hands actually records the true name of Mirror? Incredible. Unfortunately, the 2-circle xuanhuan rune pattern of the exorcism wheel is not powerful enough, and you've targeted the wrong person. The black-veiled woman spoke with sarcasm in her tone, appearing very confident despite her usually dull expression on her face. If it were the deprivation wheel or the dissipation wheel, I might have needed to handle it seriously. But only exorcise isn't quite up to par. The thin man's expression became even more serious. The dull woman no longer paid attention to him, but turned her head to look upstairs at Heinz. What did you see at the boundary of dawn and dusk? Heinz seemed to recall for a while before answering. The collapse of the world. The dull woman gave an arrogant snort and continued. Did you ever consider that the collapse of the world began when you stole 5 arcana cards and defected from the fortress? Heinz didn't acknowledge the woman's psychological interference. He appeared firm about the path he had chosen, without any regret. Stubborn guy. The dull woman anticipated the old man's reaction. She turned her head again to look at the auction podium, catching a glance with the sole remaining female host on the stage. However, she did not see the little profit card that was supposed to be auctioned earlier. The people sent out by the fortress are not just me. Enjoy this well, Eye of Chaos Heinz. The woman said to Heinz, then fell backwards. Beneath her legs, a splendidly colorful large fish tail shimmered upward, covering her body as it rose out of the water surface, then disappeared along with her. The thin man, not far away, immediately stepped forward in the moment she fell backward, wanting to stop her, but could only watch as the woman vanished right in front of him. Victor! The thin man shouted towards a corner of the hall. Yes, Captain. The young man who had thrown out the glass to trap the dull woman earlier responded. No discovery. The Jabber Square hasn't detained any item or creature related to transportation, nor has the mouth shadow spider silk reacted. It's impossible. The man frowned tightly, his thin cheeks furrowed. These words had already come out of his mouth just moments ago. As long as she teleported, there would be traces left in the square. It's impossible for her to bypass both the square and the spider silk. Check again. The man rarely showed some irritation. He was the captain of the seed team. As the dull woman had said, he was already the Holy Seal Recorder who possessed 3 V-tier cards of the sealed deck, and with 1 more reverse spade card, he could enter 6-tier status, having great prestige throughout all of Kuwait's. Yesterday afternoon, the supervisor of the sunflower carriage came with Heinz to find him. Heinz informed that there might be an unexpected situation during today's auction session. He guessed that the other side at least possessed mysterious items crafted by the water mirror, Heart V Perfumer. He hoped that the man could arrange a cage, specifically targeting the water mirror, set in the auction hall. He promptly laid down an ancient rune array within the hall, and took out the mysterious Book of Shadows that his teacher had passed down to him. Each recorder of every sealed deck would have a Book of Shadows, which recorded their insights into true knowledge and the truths they observed. His book originally belonged to an ancient recorder and was rare. To ensure safety, he led his team to create a cage, using the 3-tier clubs card from the ring deck called Mouth Shadow Spider Silk and the V-tier diamond card called Jabber Square. Unless the opponent had incorporated both major and minor jokers, the Jabber Square would be disturbed, leaving traces of teleportation behind. Now, he stared at the pile of ashes left on the ground, not understanding which part went wrong. At this moment, Heinz approached him along with Martin. Lucas, perhaps she has an escape method that we don't know about. Heinz consoled the gaunt man. The escape of the dull woman was also bad news for himself, as his cooperation with Eden had been prematurely exposed. The persecution from Dawn and Dusk Fortress against him would surely intensify. Just at this moment, sudden changes occurred. A sharp dagger gleaming with a cold light suddenly stabbed out from the pile of ashes under Lucas's feet, aiming directly at Heinz, who seemed somewhat lost beside it. Both Lucas and Heinz were engrossed in contemplating the escape mechanism of the dull woman, never imagining that there could be someone hiding inside that pile of ashes. The instant the dagger was about to pierce into Heinz's abdomen, a large hand wearing a black glove firmly grasped it. The dagger couldn't even tear the glove and was tightly held in the palm. It was Martin. At an unknown time, he had equipped the time slice. With a firm grip on the dagger, Martin pulled sideways, intending to drag the assassin out from the ashes. Unexpectedly, the assassin let go of the dagger in the exact moment Martin pulled, and then the ashes exploded loudly, ejecting a small figure from within. It turned out to be the child whose head had been crushed by the dull woman. He jumped onto a high-backed chair nearby, crouching to look at Martin and Heinz. Traitor of Dawn and Dusk Fortress, Lady Afri sends her greetings. The child spoke towards Heinz. His head was now perfectly intact on his shoulders. His body was smaller than before, and his voice, utterly different from earlier, rasped like a croaking toad. Heinz glanced at the dagger. On its short blade was carved a scorpion holding a moon in its pincers. Clamp Moon Scorpion. Heinz murmured a name. At this point, both Martin and Victor standing beside him started coughing. Martin felt an itch in his throat and reflexively coughed. Yet shockingly, Victor coughed up green fungal filaments laced with mucus and some unidentifiable organic tissues. What is this? Martin covered his neck while coughing and soon felt an intense itching sensation throughout his skin, his windpipe, and chest cavity, both internally and externally. This is corruption spores. Lucas noticed a large rash breaking out on Victor's body and instantly identified the source of their coughs, only to follow suit by coughing uncontrollably shortly after. The origin of the spores was precisely from the explosion of ashes they hadn't paid any attention to. I will treat your corpse as well. From a distance, the child revealed a cruel smile, his hair sticky with grime and slime plastered on his forehead, completely devoid of the former innocence. Chapter 32, The Silver Triumphal Car. After the little boy finished speaking, Martin saw a rare look of anger on Heinz's face. Though he had only known this old man for a day, the old man's face always bore a warm smile, carrying the elegance of an old-school gentleman. He watched as Heinz took out a small silver hourglass from his pocket. One end of the hourglass contained a small amount of light green sand, though there was not much. He turned the hourglass over and placed it beside Martin and the other two. His expression became serious as he stared at the child squatting on the high-backed chair. As the green sand in the hourglass slowly flowed, a misty light enveloped the three of them. Then, some black charcoal powder began to exit from their lungs, nasal cavities, and mouths. The mucus and bodily tissues they coughed up reassembled in the air, returning into their mouths before slipping back down their throats to their original positions. The red rashes on their bodies were quickly fading. That hourglass was the Spade V card in the Compass deck, the Schism Sand, capable of slightly reversing the flow of time. Upon reaching Class V, the abilities of each card group began to undergo significant enhancements, whether it be the Compass, Seal, or Water Mirror. As the rank of the Compass cards accommodated increased, the user could observe and capture more temporal schisms, allowing the reversal of more extensive periods of time, all transformed into the Schism Sand within the hourglass. Heinz gazed at the child in the distance. His expression turned cold, and purple electric sparks began spreading through his eyes. Cracking sounds filled the air, making him appear like a deity. But upon seeing Heinz's reaction, the child smiled and said, "Are you angry?" Above his head, a large amount of mud began to emerge, flowing down his body and covering him entirely. Gradually, the mud solidified, turning him into a statue with a sneering expression. Heinz walked over with his cane and smashed the statue with a strike, frowning at its remnants before informing the just-restored Lucas and the others. He has escaped. Another person vanishing without any trace of teleportation left Lucas extremely frustrated, but he temporarily had no options but to have his team report the results and wait for headquarters from Eden to send personnel to handle the matter. Martin came to Heinz's side, staring at the pile of broken statue debris. Sensing that something fell off, the dull woman fell off, and so did this child. "You saved me, Martin." Heinz turned, once again showing him a warm smile. "Thank you." Martin felt somewhat guilty. He knew that based on the strength the elder displayed later, even without his interference, the dagger wouldn't have injured him. "You used the ability of Time Slice, didn't you?" Heinz continued. "To be able to master it to such a degree in merely a day is quite remarkable." Everything finally settled. In the hall now remained only them, the blonde William, the man who had drawn the profit card, and the female auction hostess standing on the podium. Truly a qualified worker. Martin observed how calm the female host remained after everything she'd witnessed, impressed by her professionalism. Taking a deep breath, the female host approached them. "Gentlemen, I apologize for the trouble caused. Sunflower Coach will do our utmost to investigate this matter and offer you compensation." "There's actually compensation." Hearing these words, Martin's ears twitched beneath his mask. "No need. This whole incident started because of me," Hines refused decisively, leaving Martin a bit deflated. "All right, Mr. Hines. I'll report the situation honestly to Captain Lucas, and the Council of Elders will make the final decision. The forces behind these individuals likely won't let this go easily. If you require it, you can stay temporarily at the Sunflower Coach. We will provide you with the best accommodations and security conditions." Hines considered for a moment, eventually nodding, expressing his gratitude. Afterward, Hines went with Lucas to meet the Sunflower Coach's director, while Martin followed a server to the sunny hall. Finally, he would see Xianxia. The waiter led him through a long corridor lined with oil paintings, then down a wide staircase into the basement. After walking through a narrow passage with many peculiar openings on both sides, they arrived at the entrance of an opulent hall. The black-clad doorman meticulously inspected Martin's credentials before letting him into the hall. The hall was vast, supported by 6 massive carved stone pillars. 12 huge crystal chandeliers illuminated the room brightly enough to rival daylight. No wonder it's called the Sunny Hall. Martin walked across the thick carpet to the front of the hall, where some people were waiting for their auction items. All the items would have the unique mark of Eden removed in the hall. Due to the incident on the second floor earlier today, the auction had been disrupted. In the end, only 4 items were successfully sold: Sweet Pocket, Mirage Mirror, Daughter of Zosir, and Little Prophet Card. Martin saw the handsome middle-aged man who had purchased the Little Prophet Card earlier, along with blonde-haired William and Annie. They had respectively bid for and won the Mirage Mirror and the Sweet Pocket. It seems that despite the interruption, the transaction of the Little Prophet Card was still successfully completed. Martin thought as he looked at the handsome middle-aged man waiting not far away, then started walking toward them. "Mr. Martin." Annie noticed Martin approaching in his black robe, and her face lit up with a delighted smile. The middle-aged man and William also turned their gaze toward Martin as Annie called out. The handsome man watched Martin, clad in his black robe and mask, with great interest, whereas the pleasant smile on William's face dimmed slightly. Martin guessed that William must still be angry about him and Hines taking Xianxia away at the auction. Martin paid no attention to this and instead pondered how best to guard against the blonde young man, wondering if he should stay at the Sunflower Coach for a while. The handsome middle-aged man also nodded lightly as Martin approached. It seemed that he knew Annie well. They had been conversing just before Martin arrived. At this moment, their purchased items were wheeled into the sunny hall by a group of servants dressed in white through another door. It appeared the door led to deeper underground chambers. The 2 larger and 2 smaller items were neatly arranged. One servant first picked up the wooden box containing the Sweet Pocket, using a special seal to stamp it, causing a sunflower emblem on the box to slowly vanish. The servant then carefully lifted the red velvet cloth covering the Mirage Mirror, applying the same stamp onto its backside, making the sunflower emblem disappear there as well. Next, they uncovered the black velvet cloth from Xianxia's cage and entered the cage to remove an engraving on her pendant, erasing the last Eden mark. Both Martin and William focused intently on the servant's actions. Annie, upon seeing Xianxia, couldn't help but exclaim, "She's so beautiful." And at that moment, something unexpected happened with the Mirage Mirror, unnoticed by anyone. Its signature twin fishtail pillars began to shrink, transforming into intricately carved silver columns. The pointed arch at its top retracted inward, forming a keyhole shape in the middle. To everyone's astonishment, the keyhole began rotating automatically. Then, ripples spread across the otherwise calm mirror surface, emitting a cold, glowing ring that expanded outward, enveloping them all in a mysterious and indescribable aura. The handsome middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically as he observed the transformation. Incredulity spread across his face, and with a tone tinged with suspicion, he muttered, This is not the Mirage Mirror. This is the Silver Triumphal Car." As he finished speaking, the objects, William, Annie, Martin, the middle-aged man himself, Xianxia trapped in her cage, and even the 2 white-clad servants beside the cage all felt a strange pull as their bodies became weightless. Before they could react, they were all drawn into the mirror's shimmering depths. Chapter 33, Blood Moon. Martin felt as if he had entered a magnificent corridor. He sensed his body spinning countless times in an instant, and then suddenly crashing to the ground, as if thrown by a speeding train. But instead of pain, he only experienced dizziness. The sensation was somewhat similar to when the mysterious Queen had previously teleported him from the Golden Finch Palace to caves using a complex 7-pointed star symbol, but this time the feeling was far more intense. That time it was like he was standing still while the scenery around him flew by like a high-speed train, but now he himself was the moving subject. Martin felt his body being torn apart by some force, almost shredded. After taking a moment to recover, he slowly got up from the ground. Around him, William, Annie, the handsome middle-aged man, Xianxia, and 2 servers also gradually rose. Then Martin realized that this place seemed somewhat familiar. Their landing spot appeared to be inside a tent. Behind them stood a floor-length mirror, and nearby was a small long table covered with a luxurious blanket. On the table sat a coffee pot along with 2 cups still emitting steam. This was the Scream Tent. It was the exact location where Martin had tricked the Pied Piper yesterday and met Hines. How did I end up back here? Martin shook his head, trying to alleviate the headache brought on by the teleportation, filled with confusion. Suddenly, he felt something outside the tent calling to him. Without even checking on Xianxia's condition, he stumbled towards the entrance of the tent. Lifting layer after layer of black drapes decorated with stars and moons, he stepped outside the tent. However, what greeted his eyes wasn't the secluded alleyway from yesterday, but a rugged gray wasteland. Exposed rocks dotted the ground, with occasional gusts of wind stirring up layers of dust, presenting an eerie sense of death and barrenness. And suspended in the air above, a blood-red moon hung high, casting down an eerie light. What is this place? Martin stared at the strange scene before him, dumbfounded. Behind him, William and the others had also emerged from the tent one after another, all standing motionless upon seeing the scene. Blood moon. How could it possibly be the blood moon? The werewolves were wiped out at the end of the Holy Light era. How could the blood moon appear again? William looked at the moon in the sky and exclaimed in astonishment. Werewolves. Upon hearing William's words, the two servers couldn't help but tremble slightly. They had heard of this particularly brutal race among the otherworldly beings, and the sign of their appearance was none other than the red moon. So where exactly are we? Annie's face showed fear, and she edged closer to Martin and the middle-aged man. An unknown place. The handsome man's expression also revealed a hint of concern as he took out a compass from his chest. A compass with a complex emblem outlined in golden threads on its back. The arrow on the compass wildly spun without any discernible pattern, causing him to furrow his brow. At least we're not in caves anymore, he added. Uncle Horn, what exactly did you mean earlier when you mentioned the Triumph Chariot of Silver? Annie asked him curiously. The man known as Horn pocketed the compass and replied to Annie. It's a 6-level wondrous item in the Key Deck series. It's very enigmatic. I've only heard rumors about it. Apparently, it doesn't require inscribing a temporal spatial array to freely travel between different locations, as long as a rebuttal point is set up beforehand at the destination. No arrays. William was surprised. But isn't all spatial teleportation achieved through the opening of wormholes, created by activating the latitude and longitude lines of the Earth? This seemed beyond his comprehension. Under normal circumstances, yes. Horn explained. But if the object itself is a special wormhole, then it wouldn't need an array. William was left speechless in shock. Can we use the rebuttal point here to return via reverse teleportation? Martin, listening to their conversation nearby, came up with a possibility. Uncertain, but theoretically no. A rebuttal point isn't the main body of the Triumph Chariot of Silver. It can only passively accept teleportations. Horn answered after pondering for a bit. They then returned to the tent, where Martin noticed that Xianxia had not left earlier. She was now observing the full-length mirror and, spotting them enter, eyed them with caution, not recognizing Martin. Xianxia. The blonde youth saw that Xianxia seemed to have awakened from her previous trance-like state during the auction hall and excitedly called her name. It seemed they knew each other well. William. Xianxia carefully observed the young man for a moment and recognized him. It's me. The blonde youth walked over to Xianxia with a smile, saying, It's really great that you're awake. Both Professor Zino and I were worried about you. We came immediately after hearing about your situation in caves. Did Grandpa Zino come too? Yes, but he isn't here. It seems we're trapped in this place. Martin listened to their conversation and started understanding why William had competed fiercely with him for Xianxia during the auction. While listening, Martin moved towards the full-length mirror at the back of the tent. He noticed Horn, the middle-aged man, was also there. Horn smiled slightly at him and said, Do you suspect that this is the rebuttal point of the Triumph Chariot of Silver here? Exactly, Martin replied with a low tone as he caressed the surface of the mirror. Yesterday when Martin arrived at this tent, Heinz and that perfumer emerged from this very mirror, which shattered right after Heinz stepped out. Now, it looked perfectly intact again, suggesting there was something strange about it. Recalling the woman who vanished into thin air earlier today at the sunflower carriage, which was likely disguised as the Silver Triumph Chariot, Martin felt he was beginning to grasp part of the puzzle. What time is it? He suddenly asked an off-topic question. Horn paused briefly upon hearing this, but then took out his pocket watch and checked the time. 9:18 a.m. After hearing the response, Martin stood up straight and began looking around the tent. I heard Heinz say that the Scream tent operates from 8:36 p.m. to 8:36 a.m. It's rumored that this timing has something to do with the legendary blood moon, he added. And during the daytime outside the tent's operating hours, one cannot enter the tent or terrible things will happen. He recounted the homeless man's story, which he learned earlier today from Heinz. It's no longer within the tent's operating hours, yet we have been teleported here. So, does that mean the person who brought us here wants to kill us? Annie followed up on his statement. No. If someone wanted to assassinate us, it wouldn't be necessary to arrange such elaborate plans and launch an attack inside the sunflower carriage. Martin shook his head. Yesterday, I saw someone similar to that reserved woman in this tent. Her purpose was the Little Seer card. Martin revealed some details of his past experiences, realizing that escaping the current predicament would not be easy relying solely on himself. The rebuttal point might have been set up by her yesterday. Her intention for arranging the Triumph Chariot of Silver should still be related to the Little Seer card. They all glanced at the box that had been transported along with them, where its sunflower emblem hadn't been removed yet. Inside the box lay the card that Horn had bid on, the very Little Seer card. So that makes sense. This location can't be sensed from the outside world. Those involved with the sunflower carriage probably won't find out in the short term, Horn stated while watching the compass in his hand spin wildly. All she needs to do is return to the tent when it reopens at night and retrieve the items without anyone knowing. Not quite. Martine negated Horn's assumption. Heinz mentioned entering the tent during different times would lead to different experiences. His fortune-telling sessions take place every morning between 7:23 and 8:36. In that case, she would arrive here tomorrow morning at 7:23, Horn concluded next. So what exactly is this place? Annie questioned once more. Legend has it that the blood moon only appears when the small Joker card in the Chariot series, Throne Angel, shows itself. And Throne Angel happens to be the leader of the werewolf clan. Its domain lies within the territory of the werewolf tribe. Xixin spoke up, having quietly listened to their discussion. She didn't recognize Martine's voice since it sounded completely different from when he was talking as the Crimson Bride, or the Goblet. And Throne Angel disappeared at the end of the Holy Light era. Hence, since the Rust Age, no one has witnessed the blood moon. Correct, Horn agreed. That implies we've entered the domain of Throne Angel. Martine continued cautiously. Not just its domain, Horn corrected him. If this is the real blood moon, not a false image created by water mirror, then what we're facing might be the Throne Angel, who has survived for over 2,100 years through the entire Rust Age in some mysterious way and still lives. He frowned as he said this. But weren't all anomalous creatures eradicated? How could there be any remaining little Joker cards? One of the two attendants questioned. This had also been the consistent proclamation of the Holy Light Church. When the Throne Angel disappeared that year, a Genesis-level artifact in its hand vanished too. Horn continued his explanation. His gaze shifted outside the tent, as if staring at the blood-red moon, his tone turning mysteriously distant. Do you know why the moon is white? Chapter 34. The Moon Goddess's Palette. Do you know why the moon is white? Horn suddenly asked the group this seemingly random question. As everyone was pondering its deeper meaning, he continued. In fact, the moon is the largest gemstone in the world. According to legend, its original form was the setting sun gem, the largest gemstone in the world that was obtained by the Throne Angel and turned into a magical artifact. It could contain and use all the powers of the full 16 sets of the Polluter cards, except for the face cards. Its name is the Moon Goddess's Palette. This palette has all the colors corresponding to the 16 sets of the Polluter cards, and its power is almost at the level of creation. Later, the Throne Angel was ambushed and killed by a coalition of several human masters. In that battle, the Moon Goddess's Palette was destroyed, leaving only half of it, which fragmented and became the moon in the sky. The other broken half became the dark side of the moon. No one knows what's there. The Throne Angel also disappeared after being critically injured and close to death. It's rumored that he hid in the dark side of the moon. That's why the moon only appears at night. It's because only half of it remains. It's also why the moon appears white. White is the mixture of all colors, and these colors all come from the remaining half of the Moon Goddess's palette. And since then, ordinary people who see the full moon have been known to become werewolves due to contamination. No one knows the reason. So, this blood moon heralds that we may have arrived at the legendary hidden place of the Throne Angel, the mysterious dark side of the moon. After hearing this secret, everyone was shocked. Are you saying that we're on the moon right now? Annie asked in astonishment. No one knows where the dark side of the moon is. It might be on the far side of the moon, or on some continent beyond Mill Continent, or even in an old tent around the corner of the street. Horn said with a slight bitter laugh. After all, no matter where it was, they couldn't leave anytime soon, wouldn't be found easily, and would likely have to face a Jack-level anomaly at any moment. Woof! At that moment, a wolf howl suddenly came from outside the tent, sounding quite close. Everyone changed expressions upon hearing it. This wolf howl seemed to confirm the middle-aged gentleman's words. The thing they had feared finally happened. Even the composed middle-aged man revealed a trace of despair on his face. With a solemn tone, he addressed the group. Everyone, regardless of whether this place is the dark side of the moon or not, our situation is not looking good. So, please bring out your full strength. After saying this, the middle-aged man took a withered monkey paw out of his pocket, a stark contrast to his attire and identity. He spoke to the monkey paw. I need the power of protection. I will grant amnesty to 10 thieves who have committed no other crimes. The monkey paw moved slightly, then stretched out its index finger and waved it back and forth, bending its thumb and index finger into the shape of a 3. All right, 30, the man answered helplessly. But they must have committed no other crimes. He added. The gesture of the withered monkey paw lingered for a while before snapping its fingers. A purple light sphere appeared in the monkey paw, rapidly expanding. Martin felt a warm presence envelop him, offering him steadfast support. Others felt the same way. This feels somewhat like the protective power of the amethyst I used before, but the effect is much stronger, almost covering the entire tent. This is the ability of this monkey paw. This man doesn't seem to be a savior, as he hasn't harbored any savior cards. Martin thought to himself. Others were also readying themselves. The two servants appeared to have no items and could only hide beside the middle-aged man, while Xixin walked to William's side. Out of all the people here, she trusted William alone. Annie pulled out a small obelisk statue, while William took out a small square box that resembled a music box. The surface of the box was painted black, and in the bottom left corner was carved the symbol of a small goblet. On the lid was a shallow bas-relief showing 3 maids helping a beautiful woman groom herself in front of a floor-length mirror. The woman was wearing an elaborate court gown, and her long neck adorned with an elegant necklace, her body tilted toward the mirror, her lips curling slightly upward. Strangely, the 3 maidservants presented a ghastly sight. One had tightly closed eyes with nothing left in her eye sockets except for 2 trails of blood. Another had no ears, but only two empty holes at their positions. The last one had her mouth sewn up violently, thick threads piercing through both her upper and lower lips. Upon seeing the item William retrieved, Martin suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He could sense the surging bloody scent within it, as if a little red snake was wriggling joyfully at the sight of its true master. This feeling, it's from the card that turned me into a woman before. The residual aura on it belongs to Xianxia when she lost control. Could this William have any connection with Stanley? Martin looked at William with a somewhat heavy gaze. This man possessed the card that was once separated from him, so he must have something to do with the second prince. Martin kept his guard up. After retrieving the box, William's breathing became heavier. He took out a small glass bottle from his inner pocket, filled with an unknown crimson liquid. Removing the cork, William drank its contents in one gulp and casually discarded the empty bottle. His lips grew full and lusciously red. The crimson liquid trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Dense bloodlines spread rapidly across his irises like a spiderweb. Martin watched William's transformation, furrowing his brows as he caught the strong smell of blood from the glass bottle. Martin did not rush to ignite the twin flames. As Haynes had said, it was his trump card that couldn't be revealed recklessly, and besides, he was still wearing the time slice. From his earlier battle with the Fuhuaochang, Stitched Mastiff, he had become familiar with how to use these glasses, improving with time. The glasses allowed him to anticipate the opponent's intent just moments before an attack, reminiscent of the spider sense he vaguely remembered from another life. This greatly increased his reaction speed, also explaining why he could foresee Haynes' ambush earlier. Woof! Woof! Echoing wolf howls began outside the tent. Unlike last time, they seemed to come from just outside the tent entrance, much closer to Martin and the others. A crash dash. Then more crashes followed, coming from all directions around the tent. Martin felt intense impacts shaking it. An eerie voice came from outside. I smell filthy blood. I didn't expect vampires to dare enter here. Years have passed since other creatures dared to intrude here, save for occasional humans. How nostalgic. Chewing the hearts of those traitors back in the day was such a delight. The words were somewhat slurred, sounding like a child who had just learned to speak, yet clearly belonged to an adult male. Vampire? Could it refer to the box William holds? Martin immediately picked up on the term. The familiar aura he sensed emanating from the box matched what he experienced when he transformed into a bloodthirsty woman. Scanning the group inside the tent, he noticed puzzled expressions on others' faces. The two servants had paled noticeably, clinging together and slightly moving away from Horn. Bump 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 dash. The number of impact sounds increased in various directions, accompanied by chaotic footfalls, growls, and physical clashes. Excited calls echoed from different directions. These werewolves seemed to enjoy the process thoroughly. This signified more and more werewolves gathering nearby. Martin sensed the warm sensation brought by the monkey paw gradually fading, signaling that the amethyst barrier was becoming thinner. It would disappear into thin air soon, leaving no obstacle for the werewolves to barge in. At that moment, Horn spoke to them. Gather around me. Everyone moved closer toward Horn, watching as he clenched the monkey paw in his left hand. A ring of pale purple glow slowly retracted from outside the tent, shrinking to a third of its original size centered around Horn. It covered the people surrounding him, greatly diminishing the living space available. As the barrier shrunk, the curtain at the tent's entrance fluttered due to the wind. A robust figure dashed into the tent. He was towering, muscles bulging, two sharp ears jutting upward. His steel-like, brown hair waved along with the wind. With a large blood-soaked mouth dripping saliva, he sprinted wildly while staring hungrily at everyone, just like a beast spotting its prey. Just as he rushed close, a massive silver lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the sky, splitting towards the charging werewolf in the blink of an eye. It was Xianxia, whose scare vanished again. She unleashed the ability of the tower card, Heart 3, the priest, Entropy Lightning, and this time far more skillfully and succinctly than during her previous attempt at the Goldfinch Palace. In the moment before being struck, the werewolf abruptly twisted its body, the sharp sound of its legs scraping violently against the ground echoing like a phantom as it altered its course, dodging the entropic lightning bolt. With the momentum from its charge, the werewolf spun its torso and hurled a massive axe covered in old bloodstains through the air. The axe tore through the air with a whooshing sound and instantly struck the barrier in front of Xianxia. It shattered the outer layer of the violet light barrier, but ultimately came to a halt just before her, quivering and unable to advance any further. Upon seeing this, the werewolf gestured with his hand, causing the axe to spin back to him. A cruel smile played on his lips as he roared. 2 women. Last time I had one was over 100 years ago. The tender meat on her tongue nearly rivaled the heart. Chapter 35. The Box of Gentleness and Friendship. Everyone shuddered at his brutal words, and Anne, gripping the obelisk statue, was almost in tears. Today is the perfect day for sacrifice. It's simply the blessing of Lord Anubis. He continued speaking as though the heavy battle axe in his hands weighed nothing at all. It's the true name of a throne angel. Horn looked at the werewolf and added to Martin. Martin nodded. If that werewolf had charged directly just now, he was confident he could have hurled the green flame while the barrier held him back. But the distance now was too challenging. More werewolves entered the tent, and seeing the few of them, cruel expressions appeared on their faces as saliva dripped continuously from their mouths. For some unknown reason, they didn't immediately tear the tent apart. As everyone watched these werewolves entering the tent, their expressions became increasingly serious. And then, an incomprehensible chant suddenly resonated within the tent. These syllables were mixed and abrupt, filled with tongue explosions, throat compressions, and nasalized imitation sounds, as if coming from a madman whose front face had been hacked off. Zroar Lu Shog, Nghfd Nea, Yaft, Oriamwth, and in Ngotha, Plurg, and Gawa. Secret domain of darkness, great father of darkness, I bind myself in a covenant with you, becoming your servant of the soul. I hope for your protection and hope you grant death to the heretics. Upon hearing the chant, Cece immediately looked in shock towards William beside her. His eyes had turned black in that instant, much like her own symptoms during mental confusion. But this was William's deliberate action. His golden hair covered his face, making his expression indiscernible. His right hand was stretched wide, and he continued to repeat those strange syllables, reciting faster and faster. In his left hand, the box carved with a chalice had been opened, revealing an unknown crimson liquid inside. It exuded a rich yet not overpowering scent of blood. Gangster dialect. Horn frowned as he looked at William, a rare expression of disgust on his face. It's you, despicable humans. Despicable vampires. You are all dirty descendants of Karnchtan. Sons of whores. I will rip open your bellies, tear out your hearts, and chew them into pieces. I will offer you alive to Lord Anubis. The werewolf leader suddenly roared, glaring fiercely at the box in William's hand. Hatred overwhelmed his face, far removed from the arrogant hunter he had been before. Karnchtan. Martin heard the werewolf mention a word he never expected, a term that always echoed in his ears each time he used twin flames. This was the root cause of his growing division and madness. He stared intensely at the werewolf, eager to extract more information from him. Unfortunately, after uttering those two sentences, the werewolf only panted heavily. His emotions surged abnormally, as if a loudspeaker was tuned too high. He must know something. We need to figure out a way to ask him. Martin thought privately. On William's side, a rift in the air suddenly tore open before him. From this rift, the lower half of a woman's face appeared. Her lips were red and full, her nose high and straight with an exquisitely detailed tip. The lower half of this face clearly belonged to a beauty. As the rift expanded further, the woman's eyes were revealed. They were huge insect compound eyes. Each compound eye consisted of countless hexagonal sub-eyes surrounded by many spines. This woman had a nose and mouth that were normal, even stunningly beautiful. But when paired with insect compound eyes, she appeared grotesque. The compound eyes scanned over the numerous werewolves present, and then suddenly the corners of that face's mouth widened. Countless slick tentacles extended out from it. Once the tentacles emerged, the shape of the face changed entirely, like some predatory disguise of a living creature. The tentacles swept toward the surrounding werewolves. After roaring earlier, the werewolf leader seemed less agile, like a sword quenched too harshly. He had just chopped off one tentacle with his axe, but was immediately whipped and engulfed by the others, losing all the agility he'd shown before. Martin noticed his pupils were covered by a layer of red iris, and both of his characteristic pointed ears bled profusely, indicating significant effects on his vision and hearing. Other werewolves, however, seemed unaffected. It's the effect of that box. He glanced at the open box in William's hand. As the lead werewolf was about to be dragged into the rift by the tentacles, he suddenly howled toward the sky. Upon hearing this howl, the other werewolves began howling as well. The rising and falling howl struck Martin's brain like repeated heavy blows. He felt an enormous impact on his mind, as if he were at the bottom of a canyon while countless wolves rushed down from the mountains, with a blood-red moon hanging above at the canyon's top. A mental attack. How could the werewolves do this? Martin thought as he clutched his head. He had experienced the mental effects brought by the twin flames several times, so his reaction wasn't as severe as those around him. Cece, and Horn all fell to the ground in pain, clutching their heads. The monkey claw dropped from Horn's hand, losing its purple luster. Subsequently, the barrier surrounding everyone instantly shrank back into the monkey claw before disappearing altogether. Whoa! After the barrier disappeared, the two attendants also let out wolfish howls. One had crimson eyes and coarse brown fur growing on his face, rolling on the ground in agony while holding his head. The other muttered to himself in an utterly different voice, alternating between madness and whispers, as if suffering from hysteria. William, who held the box, groaned, his dark pupils quickly turning back to normal, and two streams of bloody tears trickled down his cheeks. The syllables he chanted immediately ceased. The huge compound eyes of the entity within the rift slowly closed after William stopped chanting, and the tentacles loosened as if losing strength, then fully retreated back into its nearly indistinguishable mouthpiece. The lead werewolf seized the opportunity, first hurling the large axe in his hand at William, then charging forward swiftly. William was about to be split in half by the great axe. Watching the glint of cold wind cutting through the air, he narrowly sidestepped it by turning his body to the right. However, his left arm was still struck by the axe handle. Crack! A sound of broken bones echoed, causing him to scream in pain. His left arm bone was shattered and hung limp, and the box slipped from his grasp. The box slid for a distance before stopping near Martin. The charging werewolf leader, whose irises had already vanished and whose body returned to normal, swept his right claw in a blurred streak, aiming for William's neck, while William, racked by excruciating pain on his left side, couldn't move. Just as the werewolf's sharp claws were about to sever William's throat, a force pulled William's body backward. He saw the sharp claws pass in front of his face, barely scraping his chin to draw a fine trickle of blood. It was Martin, whose figure in black cloak and hat seemed like genuine shadow play at this moment, pulling William behind and dodging the werewolf leader's next tricky sneak attack with ease, everything happening as if rehearsed. The ability, Time Slice, helped Martin foresee the werewolf's movements a second in advance, just in time to dodge another claw meant to pierce through his chest. Then came a powerful sweeping kick, where Martin blocked using both hands and used the force to retreat quickly. He nimbly flipped several times, suddenly finding the giant dog-like body very agile at this moment. It was as if he was dancing on the edge of a blade. Unseen by him, his mask at this time seemed to come alive, curving at the corner when Martin skillfully moved, showing an exaggerated look of excitement, as if personally participating in a game of slaughter, thoroughly enjoying the experience. That werewolf leader gave him no time to catch his breath, rushing over immediately after his retreat, fury written all over his face, determined to rip this human who mocked him to pieces with his own hands. When Martin landed, the box that was previously in William's hands now appeared in his. The box was already open, but the crimson liquid inside was no longer as calm as before when William held it. Now, the surface bubbled and burst as though something was dropping into it, appearing extremely lively. Martin gripped the box tightly, feeling the almost boiling sensation of bloodlust emanating from within. That sensation merged with his being as if two parts long separated finally united, filling his mind with an infinite craving for blood. He closed his eyes, the black cloak on his body gradually emitting a blood-red glow, red interweaving with black, making the sight both enchanting and bizarre. He moved his lips slightly, his male voice resonating with an irresistible allure, saying, "To be gentle." The charging werewolf leader suddenly found the world covered by a sea of crimson red. His auditory and visual senses rapidly faded. In the eyes of Horn and the others, the werewolf's eyes seemed to have a consciousness of their own as they automatically closed, the cartilage of his trademark pointed ears breaking completely, shrinking into a lump and sealing off his ear canals tightly. Martin's black robe billowed despite there being no wind, and at this moment, he seemed like a fallen angel emerging from hell, evoking a majestic allure that made people feel as though they should both judge him and kneel before him. He once again parted his lips slightly, and his voice now carried a clear, sacred female tone intertwined with his own deep male one. The combination of these two voices created an immense pressure, both enchanting and divine. The crowd, including the werewolves present, heard the voice speak. "To be gentle." From the box in Martin's left hand, the previously boiling crimson liquid suddenly shot out a thin strand of blood toward the nearby werewolf leader. The werewolf leader, with his eyes and ears sealed off, had already begun to stagger in his mad dash forward. He felt as if he were in a vacuum, unsure where his target lay. At this moment, the thin strand of blood appeared by his mouth and quickly wove around it, sewing shut the massive jaw that had cursed and gnawed upon humans. With all three senses sealed, the werewolf leader emitted a muffled groan. His body continued to surge forward rapidly, but began trembling and swaying uncontrollably, as if losing its trajectory. Finally, with a loud thud, he fell onto the ground, leaving a long trail behind him as he slid to a stop right under Martin's feet. Martin opened his eyes, and the swirling black cloak slowly settled down. He licked his lips, which he had intentionally bitten, coating them evenly with fresh blood. At the same time, the mask on his face revealed another sinister smile, its lips now appearing vividly red and full as if also smeared with blood, making Martin look even more seductive and otherworldly. Looking down at the werewolf leader beneath him, Martin spoke in his deep, low voice. "We can have a conversation." Chapter 36, The Tribe of the Moon Goddess. Upon the barren land, a group of people was slowly moving forward. This group consisted of many werewolves and one human. The werewolves surrounded the human in the middle, and despite their large numbers, they seemed somewhat afraid of the man in the center. The man wore a black long robe with a black hood covering his face. His left hand, wearing black gloves, held a plain-looking box. It was Martin. After defeating the leader of the werewolves, Martin had requested to talk to them. In reality, he was taking a gamble, betting that the werewolves' beast-like minds might be temporarily intimidated by the strength he had already demonstrated. He understood this was his only chance to learn more about Xianxia. He didn't believe that the item known as the Eyes of the Seat Angel had no secrets behind it, so he decided to risk everything on uncovering the information gained through enduring the madness of the twin flames. Thus, when those werewolves hesitantly questioned what he wanted to discuss, he only said one word, a word that had already crossed his mind countless times: Gethsemane. What followed afterwards somewhat surprised him. The werewolves, upon hearing his words, unanimously showed expressions of shock and began whispering amongst themselves. Martin faintly heard them mention terms like land of betrayal, shepherd god, and prophecy. In the end, the werewolves agreed to talk but insisted that it would take place within their territory. They guaranteed not to harm Xianxia and his companions before the talks concluded, so Martin decided to accompany them to their domain. After all, if they harbored other intentions, they could have easily taken his friends hostage to threaten him rather than insisting on leading him away. It seems Gethsemane is significant for werewolves. What secret lies hidden within? Martin thought to himself. Just before departing, Horn pulled Martin aside and whispered into his ear. Werewolves are crazy about opals. Martin nodded, understanding that Horn must have noticed his use of opals to bid against Heinz for Xianxia's sake, and was specifically reminding him. As Martin followed the werewolves for some time, he discovered that this vast expanse of land contained nothing but rocks and sandstorms. The werewolves appeared entirely accustomed to the bleak scenery, none of them uttering a sound, making this desolate land seem even more empty and silent. "How long have you been here?" Martin asked one of the nearby werewolves. Upon hearing Martin's question, the werewolf revealed a look of confusion. We were born here and will always serve the tree of life until Lord Anubis returns. Despite having a huge wolf head, when saying this, he displayed a devout expression. What is the tree of life? That is the golden tower guarding Lord Anubis and also the beacon guiding him back. After answering this sentence, the werewolf's face turned solemn and he ceased speaking with Martin. When Martin heard tree of life, he was somewhat startled because he had heard this term from Belisarius before. That was when he had inquired of Belisarius about the origin of the name Tree City in relation to Cavides. The old man said the name originated from the legend of the Tree of Life during the ancient primordial age. According to the legend, the area where Cavides resided once belonged to several different tribal races. There stood an immense ancient tree towering above the ground, reaching high into the clouds, its existence stretching back countless years, revered as the Tree of Life and the pulse of the earth. However, during a later catastrophic fissure in the world, torrents of molten golden magma erupted from enormous cracks in the earth, completely submerging the Tree of Life and the various tribes under these fiery flows, erasing them forever, leaving only the name Tree City behind in history. Martin connected the words of the werewolf with the legend of the Tree City, sensing that there was something significant underlying this Tree of Life name, but couldn't quite grasp it, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Just as he was pondering all this, they reached their destination, the place referred to by the werewolves as their territory. Martin gazed at the imposing and magnificent buildings in the distance, momentarily rendered speechless with awe. There stood a colossal pyramid. The pyramid had 4 levels in total, each level shrinking progressively atop the previous one. The topmost level featured a spire pointed downwards suspended high in the sky, radiating dazzling golden light as though made from a single massive piece of gold. On the surface of the spire facing Martin, the outline of a majestic giant tree distinctly appeared, whether carved onto the surface of the pyramid or because a towering tree actually existed inside it, was unclear. The giant tree had lush branches and leaves that covered the base facing upward, but its roots were merely a few short and narrow rootlets that grew to the top of the spire, the part closest to the next level. The pyramid with the Tree of Life imprinted on it. Another pyramid. Martin thought in shock, but this wasn't from his memory of past lives. It came from what he'd seen the day before. On the Seer Tarot card, there was a regular tetrahedron in the palm of the person's lowered left hand, which was shaped exactly like a pyramid. Having seen the same thing for 2 days straight made it hard for him not to connect them. He calmed his astonished feelings and walked together with the werewolves up to the base of the pyramid. A wide stairway connected the 3 levels of the pyramid. Standing at the foot, Martin gazed upward. The steps resembled the ones on Mount Tai from his previous life, exuding an ancient atmosphere, just as endless, but these stairs were much wider and grander than those on Mount Tai. After climbing halfway, when Martin turned back to look, he could still faintly see the tents they had come from. This pyramid was simply too tall. After a long time, they finally climbed to the top of the 3rd level. There stood a towering temple, its dome supported by dozens of massive stone pillars carved with unknown patterns. After passing through the columns into the temple, Martin found a group of werewolves gathered around a hooded figure conducting some kind of ritual. In the deepest part of the hall, there was an enormous golden throne. Inside the throne, a large skull rested. The skull generally had the appearance of a wolf's head, yet upon it were 2 curved horns, making it resemble a demon of legend. At its eye sockets, 2 black voids stared at Martin as he arrived. Martin stopped in his tracks, observing as the robed figure in the center of the temple swung a staff encrusted with flint and metal, staring at a broken tablet before him while intoning with a muffled voice. Within the moon goddess's temple, atop the gold pyramid, beneath the Tree of Life, Anubis sleeps. He is the jackal of the obelisk hall, the chariot upon the earth. He holds us in his grasp, yet no other hand can hold him. All this happened because of a woman, clad in vivid red garments, adorned with blood pearls, cup in her hand filled with detestable filth and her whorish sins. She is Kinston, the mother of whores and vampires. She betrayed the Hall of Obelisks. She betrayed the seat of angels. And one day, Anubis will return with the relics of Kinston, emerging from the flames. And then, the Tree of Life will be reborn. Martin noticed that the man in the white hood possessed a strong human body, but the head concealed within the hood was neither human nor wolf. It was a heron's head. Chapter 37, Return. Martin saw the black long beak of the heron-like head protruding from the hood, and after this half-man half-bird man finished his chanting, he placed down the tin staff in his hand and knelt towards the throne deep inside the temple, just like a high priest. All the numerous werewolves surrounding him also knelt down together. Afterward, the man approached Martin, and Martin felt the eyes hidden beneath the hood were scrutinizing him. When those werewolves who had been kneeling stood up, they noticed Martin, as well as the box in his hand, and smelled the emanating aura. Many werewolves immediately assumed an aggressive stance, baring their fangs and claws at Martin, but refrained from taking any action. Welcome to the tribe of the moon goddess. The priest had also noticed Martin's box, but he only glanced at it briefly before showing a relatively friendly attitude. How do you know about Gethsemane? Before Martin's arrival, some werewolves had already come to explain the situation, so this priest directly asked Martin the key question. Martin had anticipated this question and understood that mere words would not be as convincing as showing something tangible. Therefore, he snapped his fingers, and a cluster of green flames appeared on his fingertips. Because of this, he said with a deep voice. He no longer cared whether revealing this would compromise his identity, especially since everyone here was visibly different in form. This familiar energy. This is Master Anubis' eyes. The priest's previously calm, even somewhat haughty tone instantly changed. The eyes concealed under the hood extended, and those originally small eyes widened in surprise, just like a human's. How is it possible? How can you, a human, contain this power? At this moment, Martin could not respond. Right after snapping his fingers, he immediately sensed an enormous gravitational force emanating from the throne deep within the temple. His body glowed red and green, feeling lighter as he was rapidly drawn toward the skull. As he flew closer, he realized how enormous the skull was. His body was merely the size of one of its eye sockets. He was sucked into the skull's gaping mouth, and one red and one green flame emerged from his body, lighting up the eyes of the wolf skull. Next, a point of 5-color phosphorescence left his body and merged into the top of the skull. Then, large cracks appeared on the surface of the skull, and it shattered into countless pieces with a loud boom. Amongst the fragments floated a dazzling and ethereal hue before Martin, who reached out and grabbed it to find it was a gentleman's hat. It presented a dark, gray hard dome style, the crown without any indentation, looking firm and understated. It was inconceivable that this could be the combination product of the colossal skull and the iridescent opal earlier. Martin held this hat transformed from the wolf skull expressionlessly, yet his heart was uneasy. I've blown up their sacred skull. What should I do? Boom. At this moment, the inverted pyramid tip above the temple began to slowly move. Like a machine waiting patiently for eons, it finally awaited the person capable of operating it. The crowd watched as the apex initially pointing at the top of the throne slowly turned upwards, while the base rotated downwards. In the end, the positions of the tower tips exchanged, placing upright to merge completely with the 3 levels below into a perfect pyramid structure. White halos began radiating outward from the pyramid's peak, illuminating the entire sky, making the blood moon seem somewhat dimmer by comparison. Meanwhile, in Cavides, evening had arrived, the sun had set, and the twilight gradually deepened. The nascent moon hung high in the sky. The originally bright moon suddenly became tinged with a faint red color, which deepened increasingly like spilling blood until finally, the entire moon turned blood red, appearing bizarre alongside the dark clouds floating below. Woo! Occasional howls could be heard from the distant mountains and nearby buildings. Inside an elegantly decorated room, Hines stood by the window, observing the blood moon in the sky, furrowing his brow and muttering softly. Could it happen this quickly? He returned to his desk, picked up a stubby steel pen from the table, and began writing a lengthy letter. To his left-hand side, there was a smaller playing card partially covered by a book, revealing only the name and part of the pattern on the upper portion. That pattern depicted a blood-red moon, and the name of the card read, Return. In the eastern seas of the Mir continent, far out in the ocean, on an island teeming with strange and bizarre creatures, the once tranquil volcano at its center began erupting streams of golden magma. Countless towering trees and peculiar creatures that had no time to escape were incinerated. From within the magma at the volcano's mouth, a colossal human face slowly emerged. He gazed up at the blood moon hanging in the sky and emitted a raspy voice. Anubis. Back inside the temple of the moon goddess, the halo from the pyramid's apex continued to expand and spread. As the apex straightened, the gigantic tree pattern upon it also flipped over. The formerly lush tree with sparse roots had now transformed into one with a widespread root system and just sprouting leaves. The werewolves within the temple could do nothing but feel awestruck as they watched these events unfold. Most of them had been born under the inverted golden cap atop the temple, growing used to its appearance over time. The change taking place was without doubt indicative of some monumental transformation occurring. The golden pyramid is no longer suspended upside down. The tree of life has welcomed new life. It is truly a miracle. The heron-beaked priest looked upward at the endless expanse of the pyramid's base above him and marveled. Then he turned his gaze to Martin, seated upon the godly throne holding the wolf skull, and trembled as he fell to his knees. Pressing his forehead against the ground, the priest spoke with immense piety. We have finally welcomed your return, great Lord Anubis. All the other werewolves followed suit, imitating the movements of the heron priest as they all knelt before Martin. Though they remained silent, their trembling bodies and faces pressed against the ground demonstrated the profound excitement and reverence they felt. Martin alone still stood. Initially taken aback by the grandeur of this scene, Martin soon grasped everything unfolding around him. Looking at the gentleman's hat in his hand, he realized what needed to be done next. He removed the hood covering his head, and then carefully placed the gentleman's hat atop it. Strangely painted mask paired oddly yet fittingly with the gray hard dome-shaped hat. Even stranger still, once Martin wore the gentleman's hat, the mask seemed to display an expression of extreme pain, as if something dreadful was happening. It was like a brief moment of sheer agony, and then it vanished. This fleeting pain was immediately replaced with an eerie grin filled with utter madness. At the instant Martin donned the hat, his mind plunged into a chaotic state. Every bone, every muscle, every inch of skin throughout his body started to contort and shift. His snout quickly shortened, his elongated fangs gradually flattened back into regular teeth. All fur spots faded away. Finally, Martin clearly felt himself become fully human again. Yet alongside this metamorphosis came an overwhelming wave of insanity. Innumerable voices whispered incessantly near Martin's ears, shouted with fury, even howled in despair. These cacophonous echoes nearly shattered his eardrums and threatened to explode his head. A wild, reckless impulse surged uncontrollably within him. Glancing downwards, the eyes of Martin swept across the kneeling werewolves, who trembled intensely under his gaze. They pressed their bodies firmly to the ground as though bowing deeply under an incomprehensibly potent mental pressure. Echoing through the entirety of the temple of the moon goddess was a powerful and commanding voice emanating from Martin. The prostrated multitude of werewolves heard him proclaim, "I have returned." Chapter 38. The Reason for Disappearance. Inside the screaming tent, everyone was still anxiously waiting for Martin's return. Except William. He still couldn't figure out how Martin had saved him and evaded the werewolf's ambush. More importantly, how he used his newly acquired magical item, the gentle and friendly box. It was one of the trade goods between him and the second prince of the Redstone Kingdom, crafted using the Red Heart 4-card, Crimson Bride, from the Wineglass deck. It could interfere with human senses and emotions, but it would leave the user consumed by a thirst for blood. Since it was a magical item made from a 4th-rank card, it already required significant effort for William to use it, as he himself contained 3 3rd-rank tower cards. But that Martin, the person he'd always overlooked, someone who only knew how to hide and even asked Hines to handle the auction on his behalf. How could he wield this item so smoothly and forcefully? William was born into a top noble family of the Golden Branch dynasty and apprenticed under Grand Priest Xian of the Golden Branch Temple, growing up alongside Xianxia. But since that slave killed King Zos and took control of the Golden Branch Temple, their family quickly fell from the pinnacle of power and later became implicated due to their ties with the Aaron family, forcing them to flee the Golden Branch Kingdom. Fortunately, the family's legacy remained, and he and Xian navigated through various countries, plotting to return to the Golden Branch and reclaim the honor of the Hilton family. Not long ago, he heard that the Sunflower Carriage was auctioning off the daughter of King Zos, so he came over with Xian. Xian wanted to rescue her beloved disciple, while William hoped to rally forces against that Black Priest, using Xianxia's identity. Moreover, Xianxia herself was beautiful, and he already regarded her as his future wife. When she became the Grand Priest of the Golden Branch Temple in the future, he would be able to effectively control the Golden Branch dynasty, pushing his family's status to its peak. "The spell you just used isn't sympathetic sorcery," Xianxia spoke up, interrupting William's thoughts. "It is not. It's the infection sorcery I discovered in an ancient book. There, it recorded an ancient existence that was very friendly to humans." William gave a radiant smile, implying that Xianxia needn't worry about him. "Infection sorcery belongs to the domain of black priests." Xianxia looked somewhat grave. "No, I consulted my teacher. The distinction between black and white priests lies in their intent when communicating with spirits or hidden entities, not simply in what they communicate with." Xian is still so radical. Xianxia sighed helplessly. At this moment, Horn approached the center of the tent, ignoring the many werewolves standing guard around them, and said to Xianxia, "Ladies and gentlemen, rather than just waiting here idly, we should better plan our next move first. The person secretly placing the Silver Triumph Chariot definitely wants this little profit card." According to Martin's earlier words, this tent where we are will open at 7:23 a.m. tomorrow morning. He glanced around at everyone present. In other words, if we just stay inside this tent, we should be able to return to Cavides by 7:23 a.m. tomorrow. However, whoever is behind the scenes will likely be waiting there to collect these items. We need to consider how to bypass him, or even escape him entirely. "That's something we'll have to consider in the morning," William interjected. "We may not even survive the night." He glanced at the nearby werewolves. They stared back at him unflinchingly, revealing cruel grins. The wounded leader had already been taken away. During the earlier clash, except for Martin, they showed no fear toward the rest of these people. Martin's words made the werewolves wary, so we should be safe until he returns. But during this time, all we can do is wait. Horn tried to convince William, knowing deep down that what William said made sense, but their current strength didn't allow them to make any rash moves. William didn't respond further, and the scene fell into a stalemate. At this moment, Xianxia addressed the troubled Horn. "Mr. Horn, could you tell me about what happened at the auction? I was restricted by the sunflower mark, and my perception of the outside world has been almost completely sealed off. If we can figure out what happened at the auction, maybe we can determine who is behind the placement of the Silver Triumph Chariot." Horn hadn't expected this young lady to initiate a conversation with him, but he courteously responded and recounted the events of the auction to Xianxia, including the mysterious disappearance of a mother and child pair. Cadaveric liquid fungal mats and corruption spores are abilities from the Rod card set. That woman also possessed skills in the time domain and mastered the VTH rank Water Mirror card set, Perfumer, corresponding to the magical item. I have never heard of someone who can use skills from so many card decks at the same time. The combined negative effects of these abilities are unimaginably terrifying. Xianxia muttered to herself. It said that there is a card in the coin deck with the ability to master multiple card groups, but even if they had this coin card, it still doesn't explain their bizarre way of disappearing. Horn thought of the massive fish tail and the remaining statue, and continued. A method of teleportation that even the ring deck's savior couldn't detect. What could it possibly be? No one answered Horn's question, and a brief silence fell over the tent. When you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. A man's voice came from the entrance of the tent. Then, the figure of a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask walked in. He was wearing a gray gentleman's hat, and his slim figure was somewhat hidden beneath the wide robe. "Martin." Annie had remained silent while Horn and the others were talking, but now seeing Martin, she called out in pleasant surprise. "Are you hurt? How did it go?" She looked at Martin as he entered unscathed and walked up to ask him. Looking at the girl whose face revealed her joy, Martin's tone became slightly warmer. "I'm fine. I've negotiated with them. We'll stay until dawn and then leave. They won't bother us. As he spoke, more werewolves entered the tent and took away those originally on guard duty, shutting the tent flap behind them. William felt that Martin had become somewhat different after returning, and this difference wasn't due to Martin lowering his hood or the somewhat eerie mask on his face. It came from a subtle, indescribable sensation. Horn and Xianxia, on the other hand, keenly noticed how the werewolves treated Martin. Even though they didn't converse with Martin, the occasional glance they gave him betrayed an implicit sense of reverence. Seeing Martin hadn't spoken further, they refrained from asking any more questions. Martin, when you said the truth was hard to believe earlier, what exactly did you mean? Horn asked Martin. He increasingly found this young man intriguing. Whether it was the earlier awe-inspiring presence towards the werewolves or the profound words he had spoken, everything about him suggested depth. Moreover, this young man was making every effort to conceal his complexity, which only fueled curiosity. Yes, Mr. Horn, sometimes, the truth is actually quite simple, Martin said to Horn. After deceiving the priest and the werewolves, he returned to the tent under the excuse of seeking some truths. Surprisingly, the priest had respectfully assigned some werewolves to escort him back, showing just how much they trusted this fabricated identity. But Martin had to return to Cavites. Staying here would eventually lead to exposure. The gentleman's hat's influence, along with its calls to pure madness, persisted, although less strongly than before when it was atop the altar. Additionally, since Martin had already experienced the whispers brought by the twin flames, the current effect of the hat was barely within his tolerable range. He also feared that removing the hat might cause visible changes that the werewolves could notice, so he left it on. On his way back, he began contemplating the next move, much like Horn. When thinking about the inevitable person behind the scenes, something unusual suddenly came to his mind. Something he had noticed at the auction but initially dismissed as insignificant. It was the mother and child pair. Looking back, Martin just couldn't shake off the odd feeling about them. And upon comparing the taciturn woman from yesterday to the perfumer in the tent, he finally understood what was wrong. Yesterday, the vague silhouette was accompanied by purple mist, whereas the taciturn woman showed no sign of it. Since he arrived in this world, everyone had some form of mist surrounding them, varying only in density. Yet this woman, and her child, were completely free of it. Martin carefully reviewed his memories, recalling Heinz's explanations about the water mirror and the perfumer, leading to a bold hypothesis forming in his mind. He then continued speaking to Horn. What if there were no such two individuals at the auction? What if that woman in black veil and her child simply didn't exist? After hearing Martin's words, not only Horn but also William and even Xianxia, who'd only heard the recounting from Horn, turned pale. They recalled the movements of the mother and child and felt every hair on their bodies standing on end. You mean they were illusions created by the real perfumer? But those abilities, those actions were all so genuine. For the first time in his life, Horn felt a chill running down his spine. But, Mr. Horn, think carefully. Did they actually cause any harm to others in the end? Martin continued to ask. Horn recalled along with Martin's words, the woman bursting her child's head, the fungus carpet, controlling their movement speed, making people at the scene kiss each other, and that child's assassination attempt on Heinz. All of these could be accomplished within an illusion. That is, manipulating so-called real dreams. Horn said somewhat stunned. But the statue of that child at the end was real. Horn lowered his head and began to think. It seemed like he had caught a flaw. Chapter 39, The Notes of the Red Shoes. That might have been placed there beforehand by the perfumer, Martin said. He had also pondered this question on the way. To make us believe that there was indeed such a child, who eventually turned into a statue and successfully escaped. Martin's inference seemed to provide a smooth and reasonable explanation for the entire matter, and Horn and the others couldn't immediately think of any inconsistency. Wait, Horn interrupted again. What about that mother and child pair? Have you seen them before? I saw them get off the carriage with me and Mr. Heinz. Martin replied, but I'm not sure if they were on it earlier. Martin meant that the perfumer may have only created these two phantoms at the entrance of the sunflower carriage, so as not to make their appearance at the auction seem out of place. If I were the perfumer, since I can create a real dream to such an extent, why would I bother to act in the sunflower carriage? Or, given that I already set up the silver triumph, why did I still need to create a real dream at the auction? Horn fired off two consecutive questions. He had found the unreasonable part. There is only one possibility. Martin repeated the same statement from earlier. The purpose of this real dream was not the fortune teller card in the sunflower carriage. And it's the other 4 fortune teller cards on Heinz. Sissy responded, recalling how Horn mentioned the dull woman berating Heinz for stealing 5 fortune teller cards. Following Martin's line of thought, she connected the dots. That's correct. Martin nodded. If I were the perfumer, he began hypothesizing. In my uncertainty about where Heinz hid the remaining fortune teller cards, the safest approach would naturally be to take away his consigned fortune teller card in some incomprehensible manner, forcing him to confirm the status of the other fortune teller cards. And then, when he confirms the situation, seize the opportunity to snatch the fortune teller cards and eliminate him. Martin stated his prediction. But this still doesn't adequately explain why the perfumer chose to perform a real dream under everyone's eyes. Horn continued posing his questions. He was starting to enjoy the process of deduction with the young man. I think there may be 2 reasons. Martin seemed deep in thought as well, responding rather slowly. First, to heighten Heinz's worry over the other fortune teller cards. If this mother-son pair could escape without a trace after setting up traps in advance, then perhaps there is no place Cavites that they cannot reach. Second, to intimidate Hines with eerie power, so he won't go to the scream tent tomorrow morning and therefore won't discover what's inside the tent, keeping him within the area he believes to be safe. Then strike when his guard is down. Perhaps there is even a third point. This perfumer has extreme confidence and vanity in his own abilities. He takes pleasure in the feeling of deceiving everyone. Martin added, his face showing a peculiar expression, truly terrifying, and, who had been quietly listening all along, finally spoke. Where is Mr. Hines now? Sissy asked. At this, Martin furrowed his brow, seeming to have thought of a possibility. The sunflower carriage. He replied. Horn inferred further. If Mr. Hines stayed in the sunflower carriage, it means the other 4 fortune teller cards were left at the auction house. This implies that the perfumer was also at the auction house. Combined with the location of the silver triumph, could it be that the perfumer is actually someone within this sunflower carriage? Horn summarized, stroking his chin. Martin recalled everything that happened at the auction and the scent the woman left behind yesterday, along with the purple mist around her. Everyone, I might know who the perfumer is. Martin, frowning deeply, announced to the group. The problem now is, how can we leave earlier and warn, or even rescue, Hines? Horn and the others understood the urgency of the current time and did not press Martin for more details about the perfumer's identity. Annie, do you know the operating pattern of the scream tent? Martin suddenly asked Annie, who was listening attentively. I've only come here to Mr. Hines' place. I have no knowledge about the others. William heard Martin questioning Annie and chuckled slightly, finding it insignificant. Annie hadn't expected Martin to ask her anything. She always saw herself as a bystander, almost like a student facing the tutors hired by her father amidst these people. I know, Annie stammered. I used to come to this scream tent. Often, almost entering during every time slot. Realizing the importance of time now, she gradually sped up her speech. The first act is always the notes of the red shoes, from 8:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. It's a means for this scream tent to attract customers. The dancing sisters inside are quite beautiful. Annie then whispered softly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying these unimportant things. Then come the performances of the acrobats and the grand magician, from 10:30 p.m. until 1:30 a.m. Following that is the game of the magic lamp, which occurs at. That's enough. There's no need to continue. Martin gently interrupted her. That tent labeled Scream Tent likely corresponds to many different tents in reality, and at its worst, these tents may not all lead to the dark side of the moon. Martin looked outside at the werewolf's silhouette as he spoke. And if these tents all exist within the dark side of the moon, we should aim to reach the notes of the red shoes by 8:36 p.m. so we can return to Cavides tonight rather than waiting until 7 in the morning. But how do we get there? Annie countered. I'll ask those werewolves out there, Martin replied after pondering for a bit. Not long after, Martin, Horn, Sissy, Annie, and William trekked across the desert under the guidance of the werewolves. The 2 waiters, subjected to the werewolves' mental attacks, had completely broken down. Martin, as usual, collected some of the mucus and tissue left behind after their collapse, causing complex thoughts to form in Horn, who was already curious about him. Even Annie showed a look of fear whenever Martin did this. Who would have thought that all the tents after Scream Tent would actually be part of the dark side of the moon? Did the Inquisition or the Foundation fail to discover this? Horn walked with fatigue. His physical condition seemed less than ideal. It might be due to its location at the newly opened reindeer market. I haven't heard of this shop existing in previous years, Annie replied. Martin also found this puzzling after Horn voiced his concerns. After traveling for what felt like ages, they finally reached another tent. This one looked identical to Hines, but upon entering, it turned out to be much larger than the one they were in earlier. The interior was adorned with triangular colorful flags and featured many seats along with an open area. At the farthest end stood a red curtained stage, and above it, in slanted cursive, its name was written. The notes of the red shoes. The werewolves outside closed the tent's curtain, and Martin silently nodded to them. Once again, only the group remained inside the tent. It seemed as though they waited for a while, or perhaps for much longer, until finally, the clock struck 8:36 p.m. As if on cue, the empty stage saw its red curtains slowly roll aside, revealing a gentle melody wafting through the air. A woman appeared, clad in a red gauzy skirt adorned with pearls on both her headwear and veil, gracefully gliding from the backstage, waltzing her way to the front. Her figure was breathtakingly beautiful. Her face filled the audience with reverie. Her steps were as light and elegant as feathers. Meanwhile, the sounds of a boisterous crowd could gradually be heard from outside the tent. Chapter 40. The Prank Kiss. In the elaborately decorated room, Haynes had already finished writing the letter, carefully inserting the long sheet of paper into a specially made envelope. Tomorrow I need to make a trip to the Rainbow Post Office. No, let's go tonight, he muttered to himself. He followed the advice of the female host and decided to stay in the sunflower carriage, intending not to return to the screaming tent for a while. During the morning auction, the strange mother-son duo had left him feeling uneasy. The V-rank savior combination of seal and ring with a mysterious item had set a trap ahead of time, but failed to figure out how they teleported away. This was truly strange. There wasn't even any sign of teleportation on site, which was almost impossible according to Haynes' understanding. Although he spent most of his time in the Dawn Dusk Fortress, seeming somewhat old-fashioned and disconnected from the world, he was still a secret speech mage, containing the compass, six heart, one of the true pillars within the saviors. His knowledge could not possibly be so lacking. Not to mention what happened in the afternoon at the sunflower carriage. where the items about to be transferred vanished along with their buyers in the Sunshine Hall. None of the other attendants on site noticed when or how they disappeared, something unprecedented in the history of the sunflower carriage. That's why he felt an inexplicable unease, an anxiety born of ignorance. He had secretly retrieved 3 major arcana cards that he'd hidden earlier and decided to deposit them in the safe haven vault of the sunflower carriage upon returning after mailing the letter. While he never fully trusted institutions like the Eden, whose ultimate goals were always gold and jewels, he had to admit that the safe haven possessed the strictest security measures in all of Cavides, a method of protection no one would expect. He quelled his inner worries, put on his coat and top hat, and picked up his walking stick, preparing to leave. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to open the door, it was knocked on. He was puzzled who it might be at this hour and confirmed the person's identity before opening the door. It was the female host. Haynes remembered her name was Maria. Good evening, Mr. Haynes. I've come to discuss specific matters concerning this safe haven vault with you, Maria said politely upon seeing him open the door, nodding in acknowledgement. She was still wearing the light purple batik dress she had on during the day, with her curvaceous figure accentuated by the faint whiff of perfume, adding to her depth and mystery. Upon hearing her words, Haynes invited her inside. He asked Maria to sit down, habitually placing the coffee pot near the fireplace to start brewing coffee as he addressed the purple-clad woman. The matter of the vault has already been discussed with Mr. Placis. I'll go deal with it when I return from my outing. Is there anything else we need to deliberate? Maria smiled after hearing Haynes' words, smoothing a strand of hair from her temple before speaking. You've probably heard about the loss of the Little Prophet card this afternoon. We believe this safe haven vault is no longer secure and have decided to temporarily close it. After saying that, she took out a white handkerchief scented with intense fragrance and gently wiped her forehead. It seems rather warm here. Why didn't Mr. Placis tell me? Haynes asked in shock and confusion, suddenly also feeling some heat. This is a new decision from the Council of Elders, and Mr. Placis sent me to inform you. Maria responded with a smile. All right, I will discuss further details with Mr. Placis when I return. Haynes was already struggling to endure the heat in the room and began loosening his tie slightly as he spoke. At this moment, Maria suddenly leaned forward. Her elbow rested on the small table between them as she propped her chin up and asked Haynes with an innocent childlike tone. With such heat in the room, do you think your 3 great arcana cards might catch fire? Haynes felt a momentary haze invade his mind after hearing her question, then immediately looked toward the leather suitcase resting against the bed nearby, the place where he kept the 3 great prophetic cards. Suddenly, there was a puff sound, and flames erupted from the suitcase. This sight instantly struck deep into his spirit, shaking his comprehension to its core. His eyes sharpened abruptly, and he gripped the thin staff tightly in his hand. The all-knowing eye atop it opened abruptly, emitting brilliant light. Ha ha ha, too late, Haynes. Before his eyes, there was no longer a Maria. The coffee pot on the mantel was now smoking profusely, having been overheated and scorched, while the suitcase by his bed had vanished. What you're seeing is already 2 minutes old. The combination of anchor and water mirror. Did it not surprise you? In the air, that familiar voice of the awkward woman faded away gradually, laughing with uncontrollable glee. Haynes recognized the voice instinctively and moved toward the door to chase after her. Just as he was about to step out, another male voice came from outside the door. The man's tone evoked a sense of obedience, like an unchallengeable rule was being declared. He said, "Those who swim in sin shall surely sink in sorrow." With the end of this sentence, a corner of the room revealed the sudden appearance of a large, dazzling fish tail, which flickered once before vanishing. Following it, a woman's silhouette emerged. It was Maria. She had never left. She'd been hiding in the corner with Haynes' case, deceiving him into chasing her outside, while leaving covertly. Edict? Maria asked with surprise. Then she pulled out the silver perfume bottle that had earlier been in the awkward woman's hand. As she tried to open the cap, the bottle slipped through her grasp and flew toward the door. There, a small figure caught the bottle, larger than her entire body. She was a gemstone construct, a young girl whose head was a giant spherical crystal, her body made entirely of obsidian, its surface carved into the shape of a black dress, complete with tassels and pleats so lifelike. Her limbs were forged from pure silver, slender and gleaming with a metallic luster. After catching the perfume bottle, she wobbled unsteadily, but happily toward a man waiting by the doorway, handing over the bottle to him. A treasure derivative? Maria asked in astonishment. Derivatives within the star coins were extremely rare since only the most precious gems could produce them. The man received the bottle. He was a stout gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his shirt and coat slightly too tight for his bulky frame. "Maria, I never expected you to be the mole," said the fat man. As he spoke, another middle-aged man entered the room, dressed as a butler who had always accompanied Horn. "Pray see," and the steward's hammer of judgment. "How did you know I would be here?" Maria seemed confused. This comes from a young man's suggestion. Outside the room, Horn's voice reached their ears, followed by the entrance of Horn and Martin himself. "It's you? You weren't swallowed by the dark side of the moon, after all, so the intelligence from Clawmoon Scorpion must have been wrong." Maria looked at the cloaked Martin entering behind Horn, seeming to realize something. "Give up resisting, Maria," Horn said calmly. "Cooperate with us to uncover the one behind you, and I will render a reasonable verdict against you." His words carried an authoritative undertone, like a judge addressing his court. "Ha ha!" Maria burst into unrestrained laughter, her whole body shaking with amusement. "With a 6-rank hammer of judgment and secret speech mage, plus a treasure derivative, do you think you can hold me back?" Maria murmured under her breath, lowering her head. Her long hair covered her face, obscuring any expressions hidden beneath it. When she raised her head again, her face showed an eerie flush, as if drunk. Extending her right finger, she planted a light kiss on her ruby-red lips and then whispered in an irresistible, seductive tone. The prank ends. Suddenly, two tall crimson curtains sprouted from the wall behind her. These drapes slowly closed around her from either side until they completely drew shut. Fiction, actor's mask, Esprat, we'll meet again. Before the curtain fully sealed, Maria tossed these cryptic words to everyone present. Only Martin reacted instantly when she finished speaking. His muscles tensed throughout his body. Tracy lunged forward, tearing the curtain apart. Behind it, all that remained were a small fox tail and a black veil wrapped with tiny bells of the lily-of-the-valley flower. The aura of curtain and false face. It seems that wasn't her true self. Who exactly is she? Haynes, looking down at the two remaining items on the floor, furrowed his brow. Chapter 41. The Sunflower Carriage's Invitation. Things had finally come to a temporary end. As Martin was about to leave, he realized something rather embarrassing. The piece of colorful opal he had used to secure the auction for Princess Xianxia had turned into the gentleman's hat on his head. This not only meant that he couldn't take Xianxia away, but also might face penalties due to the breach of contract. When he intended to seek help from Haynes, a black-clad waiter came to inform him that the person in charge of the sunflower carriage, the same stout gentleman who earlier possessed the treasure derivative, Mr. Placis, wanted to meet with him privately. He followed the waiter to a spacious office on the third floor of the auction house. After the waiter closed the door and left, Placis sat behind a walnut-made straight-legged ladder-back chair, wearing glasses while flipping through a notebook. Mr. Martin. Upon seeing Martin enter, the stout man Placis set down the notebook and smiled as he invited Martin to sit before his desk, saying, "This time around, thanks to your assistance, the sunflower carriage has been spared from incurring any losses. It was coincidental. Our ability to escape primarily relied on Mr. Horn and Miss Annie's intelligence." Martin couldn't quite grasp the purpose behind this fat director summoning him, and he hadn't told anyone yet about losing the colorful opal. Thus, habitually reducing his presence, he avoided unnecessary attention. Humility is a virtue of a gentleman. Placis pushed his glasses up. "But we can't ignore your contributions because of that. Both Mr. Haynes and Sir Horn highly praised your performance during this incident, including Miss Annie. She kept emphasizing that without you, none of us would likely have returned alive. Therefore, Viscount Pound, sent by the Eden headquarters to handle this matter, specifically instructed me to express our gratitude to you." After finishing his speech, Placis glanced at Martin, his chubby face forcing out a smile as he gently said, "I may be brash, but I'll still risk asking. Do you recently have anything you desire?" The smile on his face seemed very amiable and polite, making one feel that he wasn't so much the head of this vast auction house, but more like a diligent bank clerk. Faced with this sudden enthusiasm from the stout gentleman, Martin remained calm outwardly, but had a slight trace of doubt inside. This isn't just about expressing gratitude. It's either an attempt to recruit or a test. He mused silently. After brief contemplation, he had his own answer. "There is indeed something I need to discuss with you." Martin sat upright, presenting a serious demeanor. "Oh, what is it?" Placis showed interest. "To tell you truthfully, I deeply apologize. During the morning auction, I used a colorful opal as payment to secure a piece of property. However, during our escape from the screaming tent, I accidentally lost it." Martin said this with some guilt. "A colorful opal, you say? I've heard of that deal." The property in question was Princess Xianxia, the youngest daughter of King Xua. Placis' eyes seemed to brighten slightly. "That's no problem, Mr. Martin. You can pay using other gems of equal value or holy light coins." The plump man didn't hesitate a bit, smiling confidently. "Unfortunately, I currently lack those too." Martin's voice remained tranquil, though inwardly he felt somewhat guilty. "In that case, things become a bit tricky." Placis propped his hand under his thick chin, speaking thoughtfully. "Under normal circumstances, we would have to reclaim the property, and the breacher would need to pay some breach of contract fees to the sunflower carriage. But your situation is special." While saying this, Placis was pondering something. "What do you think of this idea?" After thinking for a moment, the stout gentleman said, his attitude becoming somewhat intriguing. "The rules regarding auction breaches are uniformly established by Eden, and even as the manager of this sunflower carriage, I cannot change them. But if you were an internal staff member of the auction house, then the scenario would be different." Placis looked at Martin, flashing a bright, yet somehow conspiratorial smile. "You could join us, sign a contract with the sunflower carriage, become our employee, and your wages will serve as a guarantee for repaying the auction item cost, naturally eliminating any breach. This approach, though somewhat unconventional, I believe we can obtain approval from headquarters. It's equivalent to borrowing a sum of money from the auction house and repaying it through my salary." Martin quickly understood the pros and cons, silently marveling at how unscrupulous this fat capitalist truly was. "You've grasped it very correctly." The fat man smiled. "With your conditions, I believe you are very suitable for working at the auction house's affiliate, the Shepherd Club. If you're willing, based on the average remuneration of club staff, you would only need." He flipped through the notebook in his hands again and said to Martin as he looked at a page filled with calculations, 7 years, a maximum of 7 years, and you could repay this auction debt. Miss Xianxia can join together with you, and the sunflower carriage won't interfere with her personal freedom." Placis seemed to have finally spoken what was most on his mind, his smile growing bigger as he continued addressing Martin. "Importantly, during this period, we won't charge any late or breach fees on your debt. Mr. Haynes will also serve as your direct leader. Placis spoke in one breath, closing the book as he asked Martin, "How do you find this proposal? What if I refuse?" Martin probed. Joining this club organization undoubtedly meant facing more battles, which currently implied greater risks of exposure for him. In that case, you will need to pay the cost of the goods from this auction. Placis leaned back in his chair. "Considering your assistance to the sunflower carriage this time, we can allow you some leeway in payment time, and even exempt certain breach penalties within a specific period. However, the price of the item still needs to be paid according to agreement." Placis looked at Martin, speaking in a formulaic tone. "But there is one thing, I wonder if you've noticed." The fat man shifted gears, twirling a ruby-encrusted ring on his left hand, seemingly offhandedly saying, "That fake Maria seems to have taken quite an interest in you. She comes from the Dawn Dusk Fortress, and she has ties to the Golden Tail Academy. These two names you should have heard of. They aren't exactly friendly organizations. Receiving attention from both is not a good thing. But if you join this sunflower carriage, then you'll have the protection of Eden, completely eliminating concerns about her retaliatory actions." The fat gentleman smiled, his words laced with apparent worry for Martin, portraying himself as genuinely concerned for Martin's well-being. "And, from a private perspective, I could offer you another suggestion. I don't know which item you used to fabricate this actor's face on your face, but based on my experience, it has already shown signs of activation. And activation is a crucial negative effect that must be noted when using the Chariot Deck's split ability. Be careful not to be consumed by betrayal brought on by the split." Placis said this rather enigmatically. Martin momentarily froze at the mention of activation, because these past few days, he had indeed felt that something wasn't right with this mask, especially when dealing with those werewolves. Placis appeared to have noticed Martin's reaction, smiling and commenting, "You seem unaware of what activation means. However, you needn't overly concern yourself. The Shepherd Club conducts monthly psychological interventions and detoxifications for its members, a process that can effectively prevent the activation of your actor's face. I feel you might want to reconsider whether or not to join." Placis crossed his hands casually, wearing a faint smile as he regarded Martin, revealing immense confidence in what he'd just said. "I'm wondering if you've delivered this same sales pitch to many others." Martin didn't answer directly, but went on to say, "You seem exceedingly confident that you'll be able to convince me. That Eden has always placed great value on talent." Placis gave a simple explanation, maintaining his posture. "No." Martin shook his head. "It's not because of that. After I indicated my intention to refuse, you could have simply followed the procedures, perhaps offering me some discounts or bonuses as you mentioned, but you're still trying to recruit me, which catches me off guard. Of course, this can reasonably be understood as curiosity and satisfaction toward me, yet it could also suggest other plans. I can't help but start suspecting that your purpose in summoning me here was likely to sway me. But a profit-oriented auction house, an institution renowned throughout Coedes and all of Meyer continent, shouldn't bother investing so much effort on someone like me, to the point of letting a branch manager become a persuader. Even considering the recommendations you claim came from Haynes and Horn." Martin spoke slowly. "But if it isn't because of me personally, then why else? I suspect it has something to do with our experience at the Screaming Tent. The most special aspect of this experience was that we entered the legendary dark side of the moon." Martin noticed Placis's eyebrows twitch when he mentioned the dark side of the moon, a natural muscular reaction when someone is surprised. This reaction betrayed Placis, and Martin understood he must have touched upon the underlying truth. He continued, "You should already know that the other side of the tent is the dark side of the moon. This information might have come from Mr. Horn or from Annie and William, but that doesn't matter. What matters is, through their descriptions, you learn that I can communicate with the werewolves on the dark side of the moon, which should be what you truly care about." "So," Martin fixed a sharp gaze on the fat man across the desk and asked, "What do you want from the dark side of the moon?" Chapter 42, Conversation. "What do you want from the dark side of the moon?" Martin stared into Preciath's eyes and asked. On hearing Martin's question, Preciath showed an expression of surprise for the first time, but it quickly disappeared. He squinted slightly, and his face no longer bore the smile it had before. Compared to the somewhat insincere warmth he displayed earlier, this seemed more like his true self. He was like a rattlesnake whose tail had been stepped on, replying with a cold tone. "This is not something you need to know. Mr. Martin, you're an intelligent man, and intelligent men know how to make choices. Intelligent people merely have access to more information. Right now, I feel like I'm walking across a cliff blindfolded." Martin mimicked the obese man in cryptic speech. "So, does that mean your choice is to refuse?" Preciath shifted his gaze over, and the air seemed to freeze in that moment. "No." Martin gave a faint smile. "I agree to join. But at the same time, I want to know what kind of protection Shepherd Dog Club can offer me." He didn't care about Maria's retaliation or when he would be able to repay his debts. Those were things for later. Right now, what faced him was the royal family's pursuit. Instead of hiding forever, living in constant fear, it would be better to join a powerful force, one that could stand up against the royal family, or at least provide some level of protection to its subordinates. This was Martin's current thought, and Shepherd's Club, or rather, Eden, seemed to be a relatively ideal organization. Previously, at Carnivore Johnny's place, he had met a member of the Shepherd Dog Club. It was she who offered Johnny's posthumous sweet pocket to the auction house and sunflower carriage, even publicly auctioned off this item, which was obtained through murder. Connecting this with the public auction of people, it appeared that Eden was a special organization independent of various countries, but maintained some degree of cooperation with state machinery. much like the relationship between Sunflower Carriage and Consul Cavites. So, Martin's primary concern was to understand the extent of protection the largest auction house on Mill's continent could offer to its subordinate members. Preciath was taken aback by this response, seemingly not expecting Martin to ask such a question. He quickly recovered, masking his previous discomposure with a smile, and closed the notebook in his hand, continuing. If you are still worried about Maria's retaliation, there's really no need. Martin quietly exhaled, having been concerned that Preciath might think he was playing around, yet stating, the dark side of the moon, clearly was necessary for his leverage. He was taking a gamble. Fortunately, his bet paid off. Without mentioning Eden's power, Shepherd Dog Club, as an organization established for over 300 years, provides maximum protection to its members. Preciath continued without knowing Martin's internal thoughts. After all, the club's work naturally invites hostility from various factions, from the royal families of different nations to major secretive organizations. All of them have had disputes with the club at some point. And our continued existence in Cavites, as well as in the various megacities of Mill's continent, serves as the best proof of Eden's strength. Preciath adjusted his golden wire-rimmed glasses once again. Martin caught phrases like royal families of various countries, confirming his initial assumptions about Eden. If that's the case, why aren't you concerned that other organizations might unite to overthrow you, or that members of rival organizations might infiltrate yours? Martin seized on the contradictions and probed further. What he truly wanted to know was about the latter half, how the club screens its members. After all, he certainly didn't want his non-human identity discovered during the background check phase before joining. Enemies are temporary, Mr. Martin. Only holy light coins are eternal. Preciath replied offhandedly. Our relationship with the major powers involves more collaboration than anything else. After all, everyone loves glittering gems and the shiny yellow holy light coins. Of course, there will be spies in the club, perhaps even opportunists or disguised fugitives. But so what? In terms of gems and gold, Eden has absolute authority and control, while the club functions merely as the black gloves executing missions. As long as you complete your tasks, you're the most loyal member of the club. Before the allure of coins, personal secrets are insignificant. As he leaned back in his chair and took off his glasses to clean them with a soft cloth, Martin noticed this fat man actually had quite handsome features. If he slimmed down, he'd probably be the type to draw attention like xuanhuan. By this point, he had pretty much obtained the answers he was looking for and started seriously contemplating the possibility of joining the club. What exactly are the club's day-to-day operations if they so easily invite hostility from all sorts of factions? Martin asked further. Preciath didn't answer right away. Instead, he straightened up at the sound of the question, seemingly eager to explain himself. In short, we collect magical items. After the holy light cleansing, countless magical cards were left behind by ancient alien civilizations and the 16 sets of Polluter card decks. Most of these have merged with various gemstones and now exist in the form of magical artifacts. Though a large portion of these artifacts were claimed by royal families, churches, and secret organizations, they also gave rise to an influx of treasure hunters. These hunters eventually formed several organizations and powers. This is how Eden came about. Just imagine, myriad polluted cards circulating among the populace, ancient ruins of various alien civilizations, and heretical groups relying on pollution cards to fulfill their sinister purposes, plus secretive forces and powerful families. Right after the Holy Light War ended, official forces could not fully handle the aftermaths, clearing the remaining alien species and pollution incidents around the world. So they collaborated with independent treasure hunters. Under the tacit approval of various countries, Eden developed corresponding hunter groups, thus establishing Shepherd Dog Club. As time passed and the club grew stronger, it indeed drew some suspicion from certain nations and powers, which led to some clashes. But as I've said before, Preciath leaned back casually again, almost appearing unconcerned. There are no permanent enemies. The relationship between Eden and most powers revolves purely around business. Of course, the club did suffer some restrictions. Not only are their actions constrained by local police bureaus, but they must also follow some basic guidelines. Someone will go over those details with you during your future training sessions, but for now. Preciath paused briefly, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, a habitual motion, and continued. Let's discuss the compensation package. On the second floor of the Sunflower Carriage, in a secluded room, Preciath knocked and entered. At the desk in the room, a middle-aged man was meticulously reviewing documents. His neatly oiled sideburns framed a sharp face that carried an aura of aggressiveness. Viscount Ponte. Preciath bent down awkwardly to bow slightly. Preciath, the middle-aged man greeted with a warm smile upon seeing the fat gentleman enter. How did negotiations go with Heinz? He asked Preciath. Extremely smoothly. He's quite willing to join Sunflower Carriage and become a special advisor for Shepherd Dog Club. Viscount Ponte nodded approvingly. And the other matter? He pressed immediately. The black-clad young man has also agreed to join the club, but he seems to have noticed our intentions. Oh, Viscount Ponte sounded curious. He caught on to our interest in the dark side of the moon, though he doesn't know our specific objectives yet. Preciath clarified. He's a smart one. Viscount Ponte nodded again, getting up and pacing towards the window. No wonder he managed to successfully escape the dark side of the moon with Horn and attracted the attention of the impersonating Maria, alias the perfumer. It's time we arranged his contact with that ruins. The blood moon has reappeared, and the throne angels are due to return soon. We don't have much time left. The man gazed worriedly at the moon in the sky as he spoke. Chapter 43. The Universal Remedy in the New World. After signing a contract with Martin, Plesis sent him back and instructed him to report to the first floor of the Sunflower Carriage at 9 o'clock in the morning 3 days later. Someone would take him for training. He gave Martin a badge, an iron one very different from the one Heinz possessed. On it was carved a lamb suspended upside down, its wool soft and lifelike. The contract mainly regulated matters concerning salary, holidays, and some restrictive clauses. Due to the special circumstances of Martin joining to repay his debt, the salary section showed 0, but he would receive 1 holy light gold coin weekly as living expenses. Martin compared this with the income Heinz mentioned earlier and concluded that it should cover basic needs. Apart from subsidies, the bulk of the salary came from bonuses for various tasks, which were determined based on the level of the task and the reward gained. Plesis introduced that these were indeed the primary source of income for most shepherds. After reading each clause thoroughly, Martin cheerfully signed it. After bidding farewell to Heinz, he hurried to the Mercury Spring. He wanted to go home as soon as possible. There was something he had waited far too long for. Meanwhile, Xianxia went with the blonde young man William to meet an elder named Qian. Martin had considered directly revealing his identity to Xianxia, confident that their previous shared experiences would easily make her believe him. However, the presence of William made Martin hesitate. William had obtained the box of gentle friendliness from Stanley, indicating a certain connection to the force behind Stanley. This made Martin quite cautious and also worried about Xianxia's safety. Fortunately, William seemed to have no hostility towards Xianxia, and she trusted him very much. Therefore, Martin decided not to reveal his identity for now. This way, if Xianxia ever found herself in danger, he could secretly devise a plan to rescue her and find an opportunity to secretly inform Xianxia about the connections between William and Stanley. As night deepened, Martin arrived at the entrance of the Mercury Spring, finding that it was still open. Junker was seeing off a handsome young man dressed in a long coat with a hat. When this young man passed by Martin, he curiously glanced at him. Martin felt somewhat familiar with the young man's appearance. It seemed like he often visited here. After Junker saw off the young man, he approached Martin excitedly and asked, "Have you found your noble lady yet?" Hiding under his hood, Martin's mouth curved into a smile as he replied, "I found her. She has taken refuge with a relative of Cavide's." Combining facts and half-lies, Martin continued, "I've also found a job at the Sunflower Carriage." The Sunflower Carriage. I've heard of the place. Many rich people go there specifically. They say even the chief governor goes frequently. The salary must be pretty high. After hearing this, Junker's joy was evident. He turned and excitedly shared the news with Belisarius, who was dispensing medicine at the counter. Upon hearing Junker's share, Belisarius simply nodded slightly, and then continued speaking to the customer in front of him, his expression seemingly somewhat worried. "What's wrong?" Sensing something from Belisarius' reaction, Martin asked Junker. Seeing Belisarius' expression, the initially joyful look on Junker's face dimmed. "It's old John," Junker said. "He's been a friend of Master's for many years, but recently due to health issues, he has come frequently to pick up medicine. Master has prescribed many medicines for him, but none seem to work well. His condition has been getting worse." Martin looked at the old man sitting across from Belisarius. He had gaunt cheeks, and his once distinct features now appeared quite tired. He wore an old woolen overcoat and a dome-shaped hat, his body frail. Martin observed his silhouette, his brow furrowing. He noticed a white mist swirling fiercely around the elderly man named John. Though relatively thin, it was highly active. This reminded him of the gluttonous maid he had seen before in the Golden Sparrow Palace. Her mist had also been white, densely swirling. "Where does he feel unwell?" Martin asked Junker beside him. "Old John says his appetite has increased significantly recently. He eats twice the amount of food he used to, but still doesn't feel full," Junker responded. The family mainly relies on the income from his son working at the dock. Eating more means insufficient food rations for others, so old John feels extremely guilty, but cannot get rid of this sense of hunger. Just like that maid, so does the white mist represent gluttony, Martin thought privately. As they approached Belisarius, they heard the old man tell his buddy, "I can give you some convenience pills, but I don't think they'll help." The elder sitting across replied, "Give it a try? Tomorrow, I'll join the queue to see if I can buy the universal remedy from Tom's cabin. Last time, after taking it, my appetite returned to normal, and I even felt like I was young again." After hearing this, Belisarius furrowed his brow more tightly, then said earnestly to John, "Old friend, believe me, there's no such thing as a universal remedy. It's just ordinary pills with some senna leaves and rhubarb. They aren't even as effective as the convenience pills." Old John sighed. "Bellies, of course I trust you, but at this rate, the children will have no food left. Jones has been eating less himself, so I can eat enough, and now it's affecting his income at the docks." Belisarius remained silent after hearing this. He skillfully retrieved a few metallic-looking pills from the medicine cabinet behind him and handed them to the elder. After receiving them, the old man thanked Belisarius briefly and turned to leave. Martin watched the elders retreating back and asked Belisarius, "What is the universal remedy?" Upon hearing Martin's voice, Belisarius chuckled first, then turned toward Martin and said, "Congratulations on finding your noble lady, Martin, and for landing a good job. The universal remedy is a new kind of pill introduced by Tom's cabin, rumored to cure all diseases. But hey, they don't even bother to list the ingredients or functions on the packaging. It's a common trick used by drug peddlers. They're afraid of being sued in the combat court. In reality, these pills are just laxatives mixed with licorice and glucose syrup, yet many people still believe in them." Belisarius also sighed. The Red Church district is filled with poor people. Unless absolutely necessary, Who would have extra money to buy medicine? Compared to that, the cheap, daily limited universal remedy becomes popular, even if its effects are merely psychological. Martin listened carefully to the elder's lamentations and appeared deep in thought. At midnight, in the Red House warehouse behind Mercury Spring, Martin closed the door and walked up to the only mirror in the room. Ever since transforming into human form on the altar of the werewolf tribe, he had been eager to see what his post-transformation appearance looked like. But it wasn't until now that he had the chance to remove the mask on his face and see what lay beneath it. He had confirmed his physical features during his time in the dark side of the moon. He had become a male instead of waking up as a woman as he did in the Golden Sparrow Palace. Taking off the mask on his face, he stared into the mirror. After seeing his own expression in the mirror, Martin involuntarily froze. In the mirror, he saw a familiar face with well-defined features and a prominent nose. It was how he looked in his previous life. How strange. He had imagined several possible appearances. More likely would be a completely unfamiliar face or someone he had once seen, but he never expected it to resemble his former self. After all, this was another world. That image should only exist in his mind. Could it be directly replicating what's in my mind? He touched the corners of his eyes, his nose, and lips, feeling familiar sensations. After contemplating for a moment, he reached up to remove the gentleman's hat on his head. The shouts in his ears vanished, and Martin suddenly found the world becoming quiet. He realized he had somewhat adapted to that relentless noise. Now that it was gone, he felt like something was missing. It feels a bit dull. This hat has quite an impact on one's spirit. As the noise disappeared, the pure madness gradually weakened, though it didn't vanish entirely. It was rather covered and hidden away, lingering somewhere in the recesses of his spirit. Martin could still sense its presence. And the moment he removed the hat, his body underwent drastic changes. He felt fine, soft hair growing on his skin, his mouth lengthening once more, and all his bones and muscles reverting to a familiar structure. He transformed back into a great hound. So, this hat is the key to the transformation. Is it similar to the werewolf's shift effect? He murmured, looking at his face in the mirror. Finally, I won't have to worry about being discovered in a non-human form. However, the mental influence brought by this hat far outweighs that of the twin flames before. I'll find a chance to ask Heinz. Maybe the water mirror skeleton knows how to avoid it. Martin pondered his strategy and put on the hat and mask one by one. The familiar whispers and shouts emerged again, filling his mind and each of his brain cells with an intense desire for madness and destruction. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling air that carried a strange smell of greasy fat. He exhaled the murky gas from his lungs, opened his eyes, and saw the mask in the mirror smiling. The corner of his mouth hidden behind the mask also curved upward as he spoke to his reflection. Welcome to the new world. Chapter 44, Delicacy. The sharp blade repeatedly pierced through the body, cutting through the skin and slicing into the red flesh. The body was segmented into countless small pieces, and streams of red liquid flowed out, looking very striking on the wooden table. Surprisingly juicy, this variety is good. Martin stood in front of the wooden table in the red room. He wore his gentleman's hat, and the mask on his face bore a carefree smile. He twisted his wrist and cut the red fruit on the wooden table even finer. Then he took another fruit from the basket on the wall. Martin bounced it twice with interest and said, "This one's incredible, like it's been working out." The full fruit flesh and deep grooves of the fruit in front of him made it look incredibly strong, much like the muscle-bound men Martin had seen in his previous life. He pressed the fruit with his left hand and used a short knife in his right hand to cut it into smaller slices, then turned it into diced cubes. He put the diced fruit meat and chopped blocks into 2 bowls respectively. He picked up 3 eggs from the table and skillfully cracked them open. Then he sprinkled some white crystal from a glass bottle at the corner of the table, followed by quick stirring to incorporate air. He had already smelled and tasted the white crystals beforehand. It was indeed salt. Everything prepared, he placed a frying pan on the rack of the fireplace, poured in some golden liquid. He thought for a moment, and added more. Martin had already added more dry wood to the fireplace before. At this time, in the fireplace, the tongues of fire were passionately licking the bottom of the pot. The frying pan began to slowly smoke as it heated. Martin poured all the beaten eggs into the pan and murmured, "Good thing this is a warehouse. Most of the materials I need are here. It's just that I can't find deer horn fennel. That oil's flavor rivals lard. No wonder it made it onto that cookbook." The egg mixture immediately emitted a muffled sizzling sound upon meeting the scorching hot oil, expanding rapidly while emitting an inviting aroma. Martin scooped out the eggs, which were golden yellow but not yet fully set. There was still some oil left in the frying pan, and he poured in the diced red fruit meat. Instantly, loud crackling sounds rang out in the pot. He flipped the pot with one hand, bright yellow flames rising from the edges of the pot, the heat rushing toward him. After flipping it twice, he sprinkled more salt, noticing how the fine-chopped fruit, which had started releasing juice, became softer, and the juice inside the pot spread around, emitting an enticing fragrance. What Martin was making now was a common home-cooked dish almost everyone in the great foodie empire could prepare, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, yet he had his own unique techniques. This dish required the eggs to be soaked in rich juice without overcooking the tomato chunks. 2 key points were necessary for achieving this. First, divide the tomatoes into 2 parts, finely minced ones and larger chunks. Cook the minced ones first to extract the juice, then cook the large pieces afterward. Second, adding salt during the cooking of the minced tomato ensures that more water is drawn out, thus increasing the sauce. In his previous life, Martin won over his ex-girlfriend's stomachs and their hearts with his uniquely flavored scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Pouring the scrambled eggs into the pan, he then added the diced tomatoes. Martin threw in a pinch of sugar for freshness enhancement, something he found in a cabinet in the room. He used 2 thin sticks previously used for scrambling the eggs to pick up a piece of tomato for a taste. His eyes squinted. Is the tomato this sour at this time? He lamented and added more salt and sugar, stirring, flipping the pan, and finally serving it. A thick aroma had already permeated the entire room. The food with its interplay of red and yellow under the lamplight looked incredibly tempting. Martin licked his lips, and his mouth curved upward involuntarily. He had secured the door of the warehouse well, and was about to remove his mask to enjoy the meal. This was the second dish he had cooked in this world, and also a delicacy he ate every few days in his previous life. For some reason, he harbored an extraordinary enthusiasm for this simple home-cooked dish. After successfully finding Xianxia and shedding his otherworldly appearance, he finally had a brief period of rest, so he decided to make a dish to reward himself. When he saw the tomatoes in the basket on the wall and the eggs on the table, he directly decided to make this dish. He missed the feeling of eggs coated with tomato sauce spreading apart in his mouth too much. Pity there's no scallions or garlic. He sat down and sighed, picking up a piece of the red-yellow egg with those 2 thin sticks. Martin, just as he was about to take the egg into his mouth, Junker's voice came from outside the house. He paused for a moment after hearing it, and didn't put the egg into his mouth. Instead, he responded to the person outside the door. What's wrong? What are you cooking? Smells good. Junker said outside the door. Can I come in? Martin sighed lightly, put down the sticks, and quickly put on his mask. Nothing much, just some food from my hometown. Martin opened the door and welcomed Junker in as he spoke. Following the aroma, Junker found the dish on the table and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. What is this? I've never smelled such fragrance before. Can I try it? Of course. Martin was pretty confident about what he had cooked. Junker picked up a fork nearby, scooped up some scrambled eggs, and put them into his mouth without minding the scorching heat. After chewing a few large bites, he widened his eyes in astonishment. After swallowing the eggs, he muttered indistinctly. It's actually tomatoes and eggs. This taste is truly too delicious. How did you make it? As he said this, he scooped up more with the fork and put it into his mouth. The main thing is to chop finely, then use more oil when stir-frying. Martin answered seriously but soon realized that Junker probably didn't know what stir-fry meant. Just as he was about to explain further, he suddenly noticed the originally thin white mist on Junker's surface surged, drifting into the air before slowly infusing back into his own body. He felt a warm breath fuse into his skin. The sensation was like a hot spring, opening every pore of his body to greedily absorb the continuous flow of mist. His entire body was filled with an immense sense of comfort. In an instant, he could detect all the scents around him. The aroma of the scrambled eggs, the grease of the oil lamp, the herbs in the warehouse, and even Junker's body odor. He felt his sense of smell had become far sharper than before. A wave of hunger arose from his stomach, then gradually subsided. What is this? After experiencing everything, Martin had some guesses. He'd had similar experiences before. That happened in the Golden Sparrow Palace when he absorbed the gray mist from Stanley and Cornell through the hand of glory, and when he turned into a woman and absorbed the crimson mist from Xianxia and through his teeth. It all felt similar to now. Could it be that the alchemist's dog absorbs the power of gluttony through food? By combining his observations of old John during the day, he came to this conclusion. But currently speaking, apart from its agile body of a big dog, the alchemist's dog doesn't seem to possess any other abilities, unlike goblins or the Hand of Glory, and certainly not comparable to the vampire card that turned into a box. I can try absorbing some more. Maybe there will be changes. Thoughts flowed through Martin's mind. He realized he still had a lot to learn about these mysterious powers and decided to ask Heinz for an opportunity. And while he was lost in thought, the plate of long-desired delicacy on the table had already been devoured entirely by Junker. Chapter 45, The Card Table. Martin opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a high-backed chair with a long table in front of him. Around the long table, there were 4 other people sitting, watching him with interest. He realized he had once again returned to the card table in his dreams. This was the first time he had come here since escaping the Golden Sparrow Palace. It's been 4 days since I arrived at Cavide's, and tonight I was brought here. Is it related to the gluttony power absorbed tonight? As Martin pondered, he suddenly smirked slightly. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss with his emotions. The suppressed madness from the real world now surged unchecked within his mind. It made his temples ache, but he had no intention of dealing with or solving this. As if this was the real him. An urge to burst out laughing bubbled up inside him. He felt the madness in his brain could be vented through laughter, which would make him feel better. Let's try a smile, just one. Without looking at the others, Martin bowed his head and whispered quietly before slightly twitching the corner of his mouth. When he looked up, he felt a wave of pleasure wash over him. His mouth widened further into a grin. As he smiled, he noticed the expression on the mask covering his face also changed, even though he couldn't see it. He clearly felt it smiling alongside him. This smile felt like a soft bristled brush gently sweeping across his face, delivering a sensation of comfort. Martin touched the mask on his face with his hand and extended it to touch the brim of the gentleman's hat on his head. Apparently, the magical items on his person had accompanied him to this card table. Gripping the edge of the hat, he adjusted its position slightly, tilting the originally perfect hat to the left. This gave Martin a somewhat abnormal appearance, almost comical. Martin couldn't quite explain why he did that. He just disliked everything being too proper. You seem to have undergone some changes. From his left side, the man who was previously eating steak turned around and said to him, his eyes flickering between light and shadow. Ugh, Martin let out an amused groan. It's you. His tone sounded odd, like an exaggerated act of surprise, yet Martin didn't find it strange at all. We've already escaped. Why are you still here? Let me think, can't you get out? Martin grinned wider, slightly easing his feeling of madness. However, as he smiled, a new wave of insanity and recklessness emerged in his mind. This emotion grew increasingly evident, much like a balloon expanding, forcing Martin to confront it. The middle-aged man didn't respond to Martin's question, but the other three people showed a bit of surprise. Enough chatter. The red-haired fat man barked rudely. We've helped you escape. Now, it's your turn. My turn. Martin reached up with his left hand again to touch the surface of his mask, feeling the slight protrusions of the oil paint. Opening his fingers, he began wiping and tracing along the curvature of the paintwork. Knowing full well, he had touched the smile. So, what do you need me to do? He asked with a tinge of laughter in his voice. Help us find a few things, then we'll call it even. The look on the fat man's face was somewhat peculiar. No. Martin shook his head. Leaning back against the chair, both hands started stroking his mask, captivated by the fine texture of the oil paint. You only gave me one card, yet you want me to find several things. That doesn't sound very fair, does it? Upon facing his bizarre behavior, the four at the card table displayed strange expressions, while the blonde woman's brow actually furrowed. This incurable narcissism. Have you obtained the artifact from the chariot? She questioned, her seductive tone from earlier gone. Martin didn't answer her. After indulging in his own bizarre actions for a while, he spread his hands wide and slouched back in the chair, appearing to lose interest. How about we continue our game of cards? He looked up at the four people around the table, suddenly becoming enthusiastic. If I win a round, you give me a card. If you win, I'll find you an item. Or maybe a card. Or perhaps a request. Or anything else, really. What do you say, shall we play? Martin became more excited as he spoke. The smile on the mask seemed wider, almost reaching the ears. This wasn't Martin acting on a sudden whim. The effect of time slice allowed him to temporarily predict the future, seeing glimpses of what was to come. At this card table, he discovered another possible application for this ability. He decided to give it a try. Maybe they'd see through it, or perhaps it would have absolutely no effect. But so what? As the madness continued to erode Martin, his thoughts had become somewhat loose, and he gradually lost interest in what was happening around him. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into another person. His thoughts raced like a high-speed train, passing through many past experiences, being ridiculed and ignored in his previous life as an aspiring scholar from a small town, and in this life, being confined, captured, almost killed, deceived, and opposed. A sudden aversion to rules and rationality surged within him. Why must one adhere to so many rules? Why designate plans? Why have so many concerns that weigh you down with fear? The chodong for reckless behavior that arose when he first donned the gentleman's hat surfaced again, even stronger than before. The pain in his temples worsened. Martin felt his mind enter an unfamiliar realm, the edge of sanity. You seem unclear about the situation. The deep voice of the red-haired fat man sounded. His muscles swelled, and the cracking sound of moving joints echoed continuously. I'm not negotiating with you. His repressed voice finally became shrill. As he roared, his head began to swell and change. The skin on his face dried and hardened. His lips split open, and all his red hair turned into spikes. The fat man transformed into a dragon-headed, human-bodied creature, with a pair of golden vertical pupils staring intently at Martin. Evil dragon? Martin didn't alter his sitting posture but instead smirked, emitting a sharp, high-pitched laugh. Come on then, kill me. Maybe I'll bite off a piece of your flesh before you do. After saying this, he spread out his hands in a gesture inviting action, but the insane grin on his lips made one doubt whether he was completely mad or not. The red-haired man looked at Martin's movements and expressions with some hesitation, refraining from further actions, as if weighing pros and cons. Help me accomplish one thing, and we'll be even. The silent man on Martin's left suddenly spoke up. Turning his head, Martin saw the cunning satisfaction reflected by the smile on his mask, just like a joker's successful trick. See, there are always people who make sense. Martin shrugged at the red-haired man, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. But, addressing the stiff man, Martin found the pain in his temples had reached its limit. A destructive urge was about to break through his defenses, rushing along his nerves and spine to reach every tendon and muscle in his body, making him do something crazy. The smile on his mask grew larger, almost reaching the edges, paired with heavy oil paint creating an extremely eerie effect. Why should I agree? You're nothing more than canaries in a cage now, capable of jumping around, but only so much. You can't escape the prison, and you're powerless against it. Otherwise, you would have already shattered the cage. And I am that cage. What use are you to me now? Chapter 46, The Scholar's Breath. After listening to Martin's words, the stern man did not respond, but instead pulled out a card from a stack of cards in front of him. The card depicted the silhouette of an old man. He was in a dimly lit room, leaning against a sofa, holding a matchstick with his left hand to light a wooden pipe that rested in his mouth. He wore a beige bathrobe. His silver-white beard and long hair were somewhat messy, resembling branches piercing into the air, giving him an appearance of great unconventionality. Some of the tobacco in the pipe had already been ignited, emitting faint blue smoke. On the walls of the room, the weak light of the match revealed countless swaying shadows. All these shadows had pointed ears, and their mouths were protruding. In the top left corner of the card was drawn a lantern, followed by the Roman numeral 4. In the top right corner was a small plum blossom symbol. Above the card was written, The Scholar's Breath. And as per convention, Below the card was a line of annotation. Endless arrogance ignites on the pipe, burning into flames of reason. Upon seeing this card, Martin felt his mind clear instantly. The pain in his temples eased, and the madness and urge for destruction temporarily subsided. He sensed an indescribable allure emanating from the card, making him irresistibly want to get closer, to possess it. The madness brought by the chariot can only be slightly mitigated by the lantern. A hint of a smile appeared on the face of the stern man, which usually remained as still as ancient water upon seeing Martin's reaction. Though I don't know from where you obtained the chariot item with such severe negative effects. The chariot cannot exist without the lantern, just as horses cannot exist without drivers. If you can accomplish what I have mentioned, then this, the scholar's breath, will belong to you. Martin supported his forehead. Although the madness had somewhat receded, his brain still bore residual influence, like wood after a nail had been removed. He closed his eyes and asked in a somewhat deep voice, "What do you mean the chariot cannot exist without the lantern?" The stern man didn't answer Martin. Instead, the blonde woman, noticing that Martin seemed somewhat back to normal, said mockingly to him, "Did the person who gave you the item even fail to tell you this? Tell me, aren't they as foolish as werewolves?" She seems to firmly believe the fedora hat belongs to someone else. Indeed, judging from those werewolves' reactions, that skull must definitely be associated with the thrown angels, and might even be the head of this little ace, thought Martin while supporting his forehead. As the madness gradually subsided in his mind, he increasingly felt fear. He originally thought the impact brought by this hat was something he could endure, but ever since entering here until now, he realized he had no resistance at all against this madness. Cold sweat broke out on his back, but outwardly, he remained composed and responded steadily. "Perhaps, but the werewolves have certainly not forgotten the sins committed by Karnstein. Don't you dare speak the name of our ancestor directly." Rarely, the blonde woman showed some anger. "So Karnstein is the ancestor of vampires. According to the description given by the Heron priestess of the moon god tribe, most of the hatred wolves harbor toward vampires originates from Karnstein's betrayal of the Throne Angels and the Hall of Obelisks. This directly led to the fall of the Throne Angels and the disappearance of the wolf clan," thought Martin to himself and ignored the blonde woman. The chariot and the lantern are part of the corresponding ritual card group. Reason needs madness to rescue it, and madness requires reason to continue its existence. After a moment of silence, the stern man still spoke. The royal family and the church divided the ritual into so-called savior cards and pollution cards, promoting avoidance and resistance of pollution, but simultaneously sees pollution cards through various means. One reason for this is their covetousness of the power contained within. And more importantly, these savior cards, they accommodate require pollution cards to balance them. Because salvation itself is also a form of pollution, and the counterbalance to pollution is another type of pollution. As the man spoke, a scornful smile appeared on his lips. Pollution needs salvation, but isn't salvation another kind of pollution as well? Martin considered the man's words. He referred to the Genesis cards as rituals, and he wondered about the deeper meaning behind it. Furthermore, his statements implied that there seemed to be corresponding relationships among the 36 sets of Genesis cards, and how the official powers dealt with pollution was not as simple as it appeared. There is much information about this world within these 4 individuals, so we may try cooperating with them. What do you want me to do? Rubbing his forehead, Martin looked up and asked the stern man. Burn the flesh and blood grass to summon the yellow and black hound. Hand this salt of life over to it, and someone will come find you. I want you to cooperate with them and enter the Dark Alchemy Guild. On the table in front of Martin appeared a small glass vial containing some white granules resembling salt crystals. These granules were unlike normal salt. They emitted a soft white glow, casting a faint white sheen on the card table that made them seem rather mysterious. Dark Alchemy Guild? Martin asked in confusion while looking at the suddenly appearing glass vial. This was the first time he'd heard this name. It's an ancient organization that holds most of the secrets and corresponding containment conditions for the spoon card set. You have already accommodated the Alchemy Hound, so joining it will be beneficial for you in many ways. The stern man answered. Is it just about joining so easily? Martin wondered aloud. Of course not. The stern man's gaze shifted towards him. Where did you get transported to? To Cavities, the City of Trees. The City of Trees. That's one of the key strongholds of the Dark Alchemy Guild. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the stern man's lips. I want you to infiltrate it and take control of it. Take control of the entire organization. Martin was somewhat shocked. He couldn't imagine himself as the leader of an ancient organization, even if it were just a branch. It's merely a foothold in the City of Trees. This part rightfully belongs to me. The stern man said calmly, his tone indicating how trivial this matter seemed to him. During the process, we'll offer some guidance to ensure your smooth entry. If you acquire any mystical items or secret cards, you can trade them with us. Equivalently, of course. While speaking, the stern man picked up his knife and fork and began eating again, seemingly affected by having spoken so much. The way to obtain the flesh and blood grass can be found in your copy of the Barbaric Cookbook. I suggest you thoroughly study that cookbook. Only by successfully creating qualified elixir will you gradually approach the mystic rites until you are capable of accommodating another secret card. It seemed the stern man had noticed that Martin had made no further progress after accommodating the dog card. He added this last part with a tone of admonition. Elixirs? Martin questioned again. After all, since successfully escaping from the Golden Finch Palace, he hadn't had the chance to learn about Genesis cards, or ritual cards, and their advanced procedures. The basic ability of the Alchemy Hound, is to concoct various elixirs, which symbolize the devouring power of the mystic rites, something other card sets covet endlessly. By possessing elixirs, the 3-level Alchemy Hound will play a role far exceeding that of other mystic rites at the same level. The stern man looked at the other 3 people around the card table as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, whether it was the fiery-tempered red-haired fat man, the carefree slim man, or the golden-haired woman holding her wineglass, they all fell silent collectively. The stern man continued cutting into his steak expressionlessly, then said, "And even at the higher levels, it remains the same." Chapter 47, Bloodflesh Grass. Early morning. Martin awoke from his dream. Now, he was in human form and could finally take off his black robe when sleeping, instead wearing a simple linen nightgown. But as a precaution, he still wore his gentleman's hat while sleeping. After waking up, he felt an intense headache, likely left over from the frenzied effects of the card table last night. Martin supported his forehead, recalling the events of the previous night, murmuring to himself, "Bloodflesh Grass." He pulled out from under his single bed the book titled Savage Beast Cookbook, flipping through its pages to find what he was looking for. This thick cookbook recorded hundreds of species of creatures, each taking up a separate page. In the very beginning of the book, there was a contents list. What puzzled Martin somewhat was that the layout of the contents seemed to have no rules at all, like random arrangement. It wasn't Chinese or English. Martin had no way of finding any pattern, so he had to search one by one. His eyes swept over numerous strange names of plants and animals until he finally found the name on the second page corner of the contents. Page 179. Following the guide of the contents, Martin flipped through this large book. Along the way, he saw many bizarre portraits of creatures. A giant snail covered with scales, a rabbit standing upright and holding a long knife cutting a human throat, a butterfly with intricate patterns like a maze. Without much thought, he briefly glanced at these images and continued flipping until he finally reached page 179, seeing the appearance of the so-called bloodflesh grass. It looked like a plant resembling a radish, with 2 unripe buds on top and 3 huge leaves, while below it was a wrinkled infant head. Its mouth was wide open as if crying. Beside the picture, an explanation about this plant was written. Bloodflesh grass, also known as prisoner's blood, the fruit presents in a deformed small person-like shape. When burned with life salt, it emits a peculiar fragrance. Eating it can suppress a ravenous appetite, and is therefore loved by female beings of various races, once becoming popular throughout the Mir continent. However, excessive consumption can lead to addiction and increasing cravings for raw meat, causing the infamous historical event known as the Kiss Madness disaster. Inhibiting appetite. No wonder women like it, treating it as a weight loss drug. Martin couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that regardless of the era or race, losing weight remained an essential need. I just don't know where to find it. I'll ask Belisarius later. After all, this is a pharmacy, and such plants might well exist here. Martin thought, while getting familiar with the bloodflesh grass appearance. After finding the bloodflesh grass, he didn't put down the cookbook but continued to flip through it, reading page by page. He discovered a strange thing. The book's title was the Savage Beast Cookbook, which indeed recorded the names and characteristics of many creatures. Yet, throughout the entire book, he couldn't find a single recipe. The lists of those marvelous beasts only occupied about 2/3 of the book's content, while the remaining third was almost blank. By almost blank, it meant that at the very front of the blank section, there were 3 special pages. The material of these pages differed from the others, being much yellower and much thicker than the rest, as if they had endured a long period of time. In the middle of those 3 pages, each was drawn with a symbol. One was a triangle containing a mouth, another was a circle formed by an Ouroboros snake, and the third was an irregularly shaped colorful stone. Apart from these 3 symbols, there was nothing else on the pages. What do these marks signify? Looking at these strange symbols at the center of the pages, Martin felt somewhat perplexed. He flipped back to the contents page according to the page numbers and found that the corresponding titles for these 3 pages were Atlas, Life Salt, Atlas, Void Oil, Atlas, Peacock's Tail. And after these 3 titles, there was no more content in the contents list. It too was blank. Do these titles refer to the 3 symbols at the center of these pages? Martin compared the 3 symbols and found no particularly unique places. Atlas. Could it mean recipes? He was a little confused because the stern man at the card table last night mentioned that this cookbook contained elixirs and spoke confidently about their effects during their conversation. So, apart from searching for bloodflesh grass, Martin took out the cookbook mainly to trace any hints of these elixirs. However, looking at the densely worded contents, he realized that he had encountered trouble already at the first step. Are they perhaps recorded within the descriptions of various savage beasts? He flipped back to the earlier part of the large book and found that those introductions mainly included features, effects, and appearances of various creatures with no mention of any recipe. Martin took a breath. He now wanted to go back to sleep to ask the stern man how to find his so-called magic potion. But their encounters weren't under his control. Even if he slept again, he might not return to that card table. I can't consult Mr. Haynes either. It's somewhat troublesome. Martin habitually began tapping his collarbone. A bold idea flashed in his mind. He shook his head and muttered. No, Plaisir said to be cautious about activation, wary of betrayal from splitting. But then his eyes flickered again. With his arms crossed, he asked and answered himself. But what if I destroy it before there's an issue with the split? He looked down at the large book on the table. Let it be a test of the effects after the twin flames fused with the skull. It's just a book. In the absence of help from the card table or Haynes, Martin's first thought was whether the items on his person could provide assistance. Right now, he had only 3 things that could be called magical items: the gentleman's hat on his head, the actor's mask on his face, and the black robe covering his body. From the situation with the female assassin at the start, the effect of the actor's mask seemed to make people believe in his lies, which had been proven true during his previous deceptions. The black robe appeared to have an effect akin to the iron shirt from his past life, enhancing his defensive abilities. Neither of these 2 items helped him out of his current predicament. The only item left was this gentleman's hat, which had merged with Anubis' skull imbued with Moon's shadow side and the twin flames, allowing him to transform into human form while likely preserving the power of the twin flames. With all the events unfolding one after another, Martin was too preoccupied to think about this question or find time to verify it. Now was the perfect moment for an experiment. Deciding firmly, he extended his left hand, focusing on the enormous cookbook in his mind, and snapped his fingers with a snap. Poof dash. After a faint sound, a bright red flame floated quietly over his finger. The fire surged upwards, expanded, then vanished, and in its light, Martin felt the weight of the large book appear in his hand. This too was a black tome, with dark red veins on its cover, along with 6 crooked white capital letters indicating the flawless replication of the original. As Martin gazed at the cookbook in his hands, a smile just started to curve on his lips when he noticed the 6 crooked white letters, Savage Beast Cookbook, wriggling like worms, finally morphing into a human face. Then, the lines forming the eyes dispersed as if opening, and the lines shaping the mouth slightly parted, making its expression more vivid, like a servant revealing a fawning grin. Martin heard it speak. "I am pleased to meet you, sir." Instantly, Martin's back muscles tensed up, ready to toss the large book into the adjacent fireplace. He had anticipated such a possibility, but hadn't expected this replica to activate so quickly and immediately communicate with him. However, he already knew what to do. Regardless of whatever this big book might say, he would throw it into the fire. The activation speed of this book made him feel dangerous, and for safety, he had to take action. He decided to seek advice from Haynes or Plaisir afterward regarding the cause of the situation. While thoughts raced through his mind, his hands showed no hesitation. Just as the large book was about to be thrown into the fire, Martin heard another voice. It wasn't coming from the recipe in his hands, but from the original copy on the table. That voice said, burn it away, for I am the original." Chapter 48, The First Magic Potion. Martin followed the sound, and saw that a face also appeared on the cover of the recipe book. The face was not made up of white lines, but instead protruded directly from the cover, somewhat resembling the large book bound by iron chains that one-eyed man Charles took out in the Golden Sparrow Palace before to counteract the effect of Fairy Bell. At that time, a big face also appeared on the large book, then it extended a slippery tongue to lick the palm of the man. His hand turned purplish blue instantly. Now the face appearing on the recipe obviously showed a look of mockery, opening its mouth wide and exposing a dark esophagus leading to an unknown destination. What's going on? Why did the original recipe book also activate? What does it mean by main body? Isn't it supposed to be the main body itself? A series of questions emerged in Martin's mind. At this moment, he heard the recipe in his hand also emitted a sound. "Don't burn me. I can tell you the diagram of salt of life. I smell it. There is a salt scent on your body." The replica in his hand said anxiously. Its eyes drooped. The white lines composing its mouth were trembling slightly. At its forehead position, the white lines twisted to form the shape of several sweat drops. With its voice, it truly resembled a panicked person fearing death. "Don't listen to it. Burn it. I can also give you the diagram." The recipe on the table roared. "Its diagram is incomplete. I have the existing recipe for salt, which can let you make a magic potion right now." The big book in Martin's hand continued to retort. Martin captured the word magic potion in its speech. "Now," he asked. "Yes, this room has all the complete materials for the magic potion. I smelled it." This recipe replied, as if grasping a lifeline when it received Martin's response. "Oh, what is the recipe for the magic potion?" Martin asked in a calm tone. He suppressed his inner excitement and deliberately showed a hint of interest, letting the recipe see a ray of hope for survival. Martin didn't expect that the magic potion formula he was looking for would appear in such a way. 100 milliliters, Nightingale strong liquor plus 10 grams brown coral powder plus 6 drops stone scale, fish oil, plus 2 cloves black lotus, plus 1 teaspoon salt of life. This is the recipe for mother flesh. The line-formed white face said with respect and fear. Mother flesh. Martin remembered its recipe while asking at the same time. Yes, mother flesh can enhance the strength and reaction speed of the body. After taking it, the extensibility of the body will be greatly increased, making various high-difficulty movements easy to perform. It is one of the easier ones to achieve significant effects in black potions. The side effects are minimal. Occasionally, there might be unreasonable anger wanting to solve everything through violence. The white face said with unease in its tone. Martin silently muttered the name, black potion, in his mind, deciding not to inquire further for now. After considering for a while, he said to the line-formed white face on the book in his hand, "Tell me how to make it, and I won't burn you." Then he turned his head to look at the human face on the recipe on the table, pondering and saying, "As for you, that fool only knows some basic salt recipes. Burn it, and once I turn into the complete body, whatever it knows, I will know." The recipe displayed expressions of disdain, reflecting emotions on its face. Martin noticed that he could take advantage of the antagonism between these two books to see what he could gain. It gave me a mother flesh recipe. What can you give me? If burning it allows you to become the full main body, then burning you would probably make it the main body as well, right? Martin was actually uncertain about this because the recipe on the table was the original one. He didn't know what would happen if he burned it, but he believed that the emotional recipe wouldn't think of this point. A greedy human. The black-faced recipe on the table spoke. I can give you the recipe for drowned ghost poison, which also belongs to black potions, but it is made from nothing oil. Just apply it to the lips without taking it internally. It will not affect the spirit. It enables free movement underwater. The only disadvantage is continuous vomiting after getting back to land. What is the recipe? Throw it into the fire first. The black face still wanted to negotiate conditions. Martin sneered after hearing it and shifted his gaze to the recipe in his hand. The white face on the recipe could sense Martin's gaze and hurriedly said in a panic-stricken tone, I can teach you how to perfectly concoct mother flesh right now. I also know the enhanced version of mother flesh. Add 1 eyeball from a Roman octopus and 2 ghost face mushrooms, and it will enhance the effects of mother flesh. The effect is comparable to white magic potion. Martin's lips moved slightly as he no longer paid attention to the curses coming from the recipe on the table. Instead, he came over to the table and began taking out items following the instructions given by the white-faced recipe. He decided to ignore the black-faced recipe for now until it realized its predicament. To these 2 recipes, Martin was like the presence of death. Their only choice was to flatter him. Of course, keeping them in an appropriate state of opposition would allow Martin to gain what he wanted. Martin took out a bottle of amber liquid from the cabinet, which had a label depicting a sharp-beaked bird drawn on it. Then, he retrieved a brown solid and a bottle of transparent liquid from a medicine box next to the fireplace, along with a few black dried petals. In the transparent liquid, a small globule of black paste floated motionlessly without merging with the surrounding liquid, resembling oil. Finally, he took out the salt of life, given to him last night by that man from his pocket. This small vial of white crystals had been brought from the card table in his dream to the real world, just like the previous hand of glory. As Martin pulled out the salt of life, he also inadvertently removed a glass bottle filled with various remnants of collapses from his pocket. Martin didn't notice that upon the appearance of this bottle, both the white-faced recipe and the black-faced recipe fell silent. Their lips were parted as if they involuntarily performed the act of swallowing despite not having esophagus. Like diners who had spotted exquisite delicacies. 100 milliliters. Martin proceeded with his task at hand. He picked up a measuring cup from the table, poured some of the brown liquid from the glass bottle, and instantly, the room became filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Just 100 milliliters. A single cup of this could knock me out. After measuring according to the scale, he poured the liquid into a small crucible on the fireplace, then placed the piece of brown coral into the mortar, grinding it into brown powder before pouring it into the crucible containing the nightingale. You should be mindful. You need only 6 drops of stone scale fish oil. Exceeding this amount may cause separation between the skin and muscles, or muscles and bones. This is because of the extraordinary characteristics of the stone scale fish itself. Its skin is incredibly tough, allowing it to escape even from killer whales' mouths, but yet it remains agile underwater, entirely unhindered by its scales. It is thanks to its fish oil, which plays a significant lubricating role. The fish oil evaporates quickly when preserved directly, so it must be stored in seawater from the storm sea. The white-faced recipe watched carefully as Martin inserted the pipette into the transparent liquid, drew out a few drops of black grease, and reminded him gently. As each drop of the black oil was added to the crucible, the nightingale, mixed with brown coral, gradually began to boil. The alcohol scent in the air became increasingly stronger, as though all the alcohol from the crucible had evaporated. Martin focused intently on the murky dark yellow liquid turning into pure black, bubbling continuously. He opened the tin canister holding the black lotus, threw 2 black petals inside. The black lotus itself contains potent poison. Direct ingestion would lead to skin hardening, cracking, and permanent damage. However, when taken together with stone scale fish oil, the toxicity can largely be mitigated. Of course, precise proportions must be followed during mixing. The white-faced recipe continued to incessantly remind Martin, while its voice carried an undertone of flattery. Martin listened seriously, considering this information extremely valuable. Upon being tossed in, the 2 black petals immediately sank, causing the liquid in the crucible to stop boiling. The alcohol aroma in the air faded, replaced by an enchanting floral fragrance. Curiously, after adding black lotus petals to the originally pitch-black liquid, the color slowly lightened, finally transforming into a stone yellow hue, while pale yellow spirals of steam floated upward from the surface. Finally, 1 teaspoon of salt of life. Using a little shouldn't have much impact. Martin muttered to himself. He picked up the glass vial containing salt of life, scooped out some white crystals using a thin spoon, and sprinkled them into the crucible. Once the crystals were removed, Martin noticed they were different from the salt grains familiar from his past life. Although both were white crystals, these salts carried a faint acidic odor. He felt a bit strange, but he didn't pay too much attention. After all, this was definitely not the same kind of salt used for cooking. The stone yellow potion in the crucible, after the addition of salt of life, turned even lighter and transformed into the amber color that the nightingale liquor originally presented. The entire process was extremely fast, just like when Martin had conducted some chemistry experiments in his previous life. And the spiraling gases rising from the surface were gone as well. Bright amber color, a perfect mother flesh. This is simply a piece of craftsmanship. Sir, I must say, You truly have a knack for potion making. The white face shamelessly praised Martin, despite the fact that Martin had merely followed its instructions step by step to mix these ingredients. Chapter 49, Mother Flesh. Martin stared at the amber liquid in the crucible. He felt a strong attraction emanating from it. It was a longing that arose from within his body. The liquid before him was incredibly tempting at this moment. Its bright color and the aromatic scent, which carried a faint floral fragrance, made him desire nothing more than to consume the magical potion right before his eyes. He had never experienced such a feeling. It was richer than hunger and more exhilarating than thirst. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he could no longer resist. He picked up the long-handled wooden spoon nearby, scooped out all the amber liquid from the crucible, and poured it into a transparent empty glass bottle. Then, tilting his head back, Martin drank the contents of the glass bottle in one gulp. Glug glug. The smooth liquid slid down his throat and continued its descent into the core of his body. Martin felt as if his esophagus had been gently wiped by the finest silk, causing him to exhale involuntarily with a heavy breath after swallowing. This well-prepared potion had no hint of alcohol. Instead, it presented a delicate balance of sour and sweet, like the harvest of wheat or a small stream among the winter woods. Suddenly, Martin's body began to convulse uncontrollably. An itch combined with pain traveled along his nerves to his brain, and he sensed something wriggling in his stomach. This thing was invading and merging into his body. Then, an indescribable slickness spread through every part of his body, every corner, even each cell. His heightened senses let him hear a rustling sound from the surface of his skin, as if something were about to grow. Not good. There's something wrong with this medicine. Fear overwhelmed Martin's mind. The sensations coming from his body made him realize belatedly how rash his actions just now had been. That overwhelming desire for consumption had controlled him, and he hadn't considered that this potion might have problems. His muscles started to fill with blood spontaneously, then shivered. These two books are indeed problematic. Has the betrayal of division already descended upon me? Martin's thoughts became increasingly sluggish and rigid. This was a strange sensation. Though his body was full of oiliness, his spirit and thoughts felt as though encased in a shell, and his senses were gradually fading. Is it over for me? As Martin fell powerless onto the ground, he vaguely perceived something emerging from every pore of his body, slowly encompassing him in a hard, solid substance. In his last moments of consciousness, he saw the book with the split recipe lying not far away. On its cover, the white face formed by lines curled its lips into a wider smile, filled with malice. After an unknown amount of time, Martin woke up slowly. He realized he was still lying on the ground, and everything around him was silent, as if it were still morning. He moved his left index finger slightly. Sensations from bone movement and muscle pressure came, and he could hear his heart beating steadily. His eyes widened instantly, and both hands pressed against the ground to lift himself. With a gentle effort from the muscles in his arms, Martin found his head swaying lightly before straightening up completely. From an outside perspective, it seemed like a breakdancing move. He effortlessly rose upright in a smooth and graceful manner. Martin was somewhat surprised. He noticed that his body had become extremely light, and the movements of his joints and muscles had become very fluid, as if he were a machine oiled to perfection. He could clearly distinguish every muscle, every bone, and every nerve in his body. Experimentally, he moved his right ear cartilage, then blinked his left eye alone. I've actually managed to do it. Martin sighed. In his previous life, he could only blink his right eye, but couldn't independently blink his left eye. No matter how hard he tried, he eventually failed. Who would have thought that now he could accomplish this? He proceeded to attempt some demanding movements that would have previously caused great discomfort in yoga poses. To his surprise, they now came naturally and effortlessly. He had never felt so agile and responsive with his own body. After completing a set of movements, he felt refreshed and invigorated. His bodily functions seemed fully activated, and despite sweat forming on his forehead, he didn't feel the slightest bit fatigued. With his movements, some fragments of dark black and deep red dropped from his sleeves and robes. What is this? Curiously, Martin picked up one of them. He realized these were similar to shells, and they exuded a pungent odor. Could this be what came out of my body earlier? Are these impurities being expelled? Martin gripped a shard in his hand, speculating silently. After pondering for a while, he stood up, secured the door with a bolt, and then slipped off his long robe. Beneath the robe was an almost perfectly proportioned male body. Slim yet powerful limbs, a chest and abdomen core not overly bulky, but radiating strength, muscles defined like sculpted marble. Phew. Martin exhaled, peeling off the last bits of shell that clung to his skin, and then tossed those foul-smelling impurities into the fireplace. Redonning his robe, Martin felt even lighter. He stretched his limbs before bending down to pick up the recipe book with the white face. Congratulations, sir. The effects of the mother flesh have perfectly manifested within you. I can see that your physical condition has advanced to a new level, truly stepping into the extraordinary. The white-faced recipe was as flattering as ever, but this time Martin knew it spoke the truth. After enduring brief suffering earlier, his body had become completely transformed. You must now grow accustomed to this new body and unleash its full potential. I recommend you push it to high-intensity operations daily until you're utterly drained. I believe you'll manage it well. After all, compared to the agony required to digest the enhanced version of mother flesh, this is nothing. The white face spoke with respectful tones. You seem pretty confident in me. Martin muttered to himself. After this experience, Martin had developed some trust in the white face recipe, at least for the time being. The evidence of the potion's irresistible allure and actual benefits made him conclude it should be fine. Moreover, the words of the white face were reasonable. A new body required fresh stimuli and constant adjustment. Deciding to utilize these few days before reporting to this sunflower carriage, Martin aimed to rigorously train his body and test the limits of his new frame. He paused briefly, asking the white face recipe, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" "No one disturbed you, sir. I kept watch." The lines around the white face's eyes trembled, as if winking. "But there appears to have been someone pacing around the house a few times." It was the same man, whose footsteps I recognized. He didn't approach the windows or doors. This news from the white face slightly concerned Martin. Was it a vagrant? Or could it be related to the apron and that previous hound? Martin recalled the strange and decapitated hound. After killing that hound, Martin had thrown the apron into the fireplace to burn it, as it might attract another dog or perhaps other strange creatures. The last time, he barely managed to kill his opponent using time slicing. Whether he could succeed next time was uncertain. Troublingly, despite burning for half an hour, the apron remained intact. When Martin took it out of the fireplace, he realized that flames had no effect on it, and instead triggered some peculiar changes. "There's another matter I must inform you about, sir." The white face interrupted Martin's thoughts, bringing him back to reality. "What is it?" "Another entity similar to me insulted you relentlessly during your slumber." The white face unconsciously lowered its voice, behaving cunningly like a child tattling secretly. "I gave it a piece of my mind. It was verbal, of course, and I believe it has come to recognize its error." Continuing with an air of smug satisfaction, the white face sounded like a small man emboldened by authority. "Don't think I don't know what you're doing. You stupid abscess. A worm covered in garbage. You're as timid as the pigeons in Venice Square, you cowardly creature." As the white face was speaking, Martin heard the black-faced recipe on the table begin cursing loudly. It was hard to imagine how this activated recipe book could immediately acquire such an extensive vocabulary. After all, it was originally just a book. "See? It's still cursing at you. I'm certain a wakeful you will give it a harsh lesson so that it knows who the master is. In this regard, you far surpass me in humility." The white face attempted to make Martin believe the black-faced recipe's curses weren't directed at itself, but at Martin, which made Martin chuckle helplessly. "Let's ignore it for now," Martin replied calmly. Upon hearing Martin's words, the lines on the white face recipe's brow furrowed momentarily, seemingly displeased, but it quickly reverted to its normal expression. Since its face consisted of lines, the white face seemed unable to entirely mask its genuine emotions. It ceased dwelling on this issue, transitioning to another topic as it spoke to Martin. "Sir, you have mastered the mother flesh recipe, and I sense some changes in the diagram. Life salt on me. I suggest you take a look." Martin was somewhat curious as he opened this split recipe book for the first time. The sensation was strange, like peeling back someone's skin to observe their internal organs. Next, Martin realized that compared to the original complete recipe, much of the content was now missing. Many pages were completely blank. Was it transferred to the other blackface recipe? He silently speculated. He turned to the page of the diagram, life salt, that the white face had mentioned. He saw that not only did the page exist, but it also exhibited certain changes. Originally there was just a triangle containing a mouth, but now, above it, a curved line appeared. At the other end of the line was another mark. The mark was a black feather. Chapter 50, The Sea's Morning Dew. Besides the line pointing to the feather, Martin discovered that on this page, faint marks were gradually appearing in all four directions. They were as follows. Above, the emblem of a gust of wind. Below, the emblem of a handful of soil. Left, the emblem of a basin of fire. Right, the emblem of a few drops of water. These imprints, outlined by simple lines, nonetheless appeared vivid and exuded an ancient, mysterious aura. The line that ended at the feather belonged to the area above labeled wind, but it was only on the periphery, not reaching the core position. Instead, from the feather emblem at the endpoint, several dashed lines extended upwards. These lines stopped midway, yet like the tributaries of a river, they entered the core region of the wind emblem. Is this a map? Martin looked at the patterns on the page, which resembled rivers or tree branches, and it was as if he was seeing a map. If feather represents mother's flesh, then do these extended lines refer to other potions concocted using mother's flesh as the ingredient? But how can we obtain the next potion recipe? While pondering, Martin continued flipping through, searching for any changes in this cookbook beyond this page. Then, he noticed some text appearing on what was originally a blank page after the diagram of life salt. It was a recipe, or rather a formula. Mother's flesh. Elemental vector, wind. Potion level, black. Recipe, 100 milliliters Nightingale strong liquor, plus 10 grams of brown coral powder, plus 6 drops of stone scale fish oil, plus 2 petals of black lotus, plus 1 small spoon of life salt. Potion description. It is rumored that this potion recipe comes from a great saint in history who had short hair, dressed in male attire, whipped sinful men while cursing with dirty words. This saint seems a bit peculiar. As Martin read the explanation of the potion, an image of a short-tempered woman with short hair, holding a whip and flogging sinners came to his mind. He shook his head to clear the strange picture and steadied himself, then closed the book and asked the white-faced book cover marked with lines. Indeed, a new path pointing to feather has been added to the life salt diagram. That means your preparation of mother's flesh has succeeded, sir. Feather is the attendant of wind, and mother's flesh itself belongs to the domain of the wind element. Other than this pathway, there are also several dotted lines extending from feather. These represent the possible concoction of black potion, white potion, and possibly even yellow potion or crimson potion. The white face excitedly spoke, but its eyes immediately drooped again. Cook feels very ashamed. Sir, Cook doesn't know the subsequent potion recipes. Calling itself Cook, the drooping expression paired with its somewhat raspy voice truly made it seem like it was confessing a mistake. Just as Martin considered asking that irritable black-faced cookbook, the white face added, "But sir, there is one thing that might help Cook further acquire some potion recipes." "Oh, what is it? I remember when you took out the life salt. There seemed to be a bottle containing meat." The white face changed its tone, speaking with some anticipation. Eating meat allows Cook to gain information contained within it. After saying that, the white face awkwardly swallowed saliva. Meat? Martin looked puzzled. He took out the glass bottle next to the life salt, filled with collapsed flesh, and gestured towards the white face. "This?" "Yes." The white face swallowed another mouthful of saliva. Despite its mouth being merely a few simple lines, the expression conveyed by those lines appeared quite real. "Just a tiny bit will suffice." Martin glanced at the glass bottle in his hand, then turned to look at the black-faced cookbook, discovering that it too was staring intently at the meat in his hand, making swallowing motions, unlike its previously irritable demeanor. Out of curiosity, Martin had already begun collecting these collapsed blood meats from Golden Sparrow Palace. He could vaguely sense something within them attracting him, but couldn't figure it out. Now, these remnants of collapse have finally found a specific use. He thought for a moment, unscrewed the cap of the glass bottle, and scooped out some paste-like liquid with a spoon. He brought the spoon to the mouth of the white-faced cookbook and saw the lip lines open wide, as if someone opened their mouth fully. In the middle of those lips, the cookbook's cover actually cracked open, revealing a dark opening. Martin fed the spoonful of collapsed residue into the dark opening, and immediately the white face began to chew, its facial lines twisting as it wore an expression of enjoyment. This complex flavor. Cook has many things to figure out. The white face continued its chewing motion, nodding its head slowly, resembling a picky food critic. Halfway through its chewing, the white face suddenly froze, no longer nodding but fixed in place, with the lines representing its mouth and jaw frantically contorting, as if it had encountered a piece of resilient cow tendon. Cook tasted it. The essence of water and wind. Sweetness mixed with a hint of sourness. Utterly delicious. Excited, the white face spoke, its voice filled with satisfied pleasure. "Cook knows now, sir." It opened its eyes and cheerfully addressed Martin. "Cook has obtained a potion recipe. The Sea's Morning Dew. 150 milliliters of nightingale liquor plus 10 grams of blood jade marrow plus 13 drops of St. John's wort juice plus 2 stamens of hops plus 2 drops of spined sea snake spinal fluid plus 2 small spoons of life salt. A white potion. This is a white potion recipe. It's a powerful healing agent." The white face was almost ecstatic. Upon hearing this, Martin once again flipped open the cookbook and turned to the page of the diagram, life salt. On that page, where previously there was only a path leading upwards, a new twisted line now extended to the upper right. The endpoint of this newly added path was a white heart. This additional pathway formed a spiraling ascent, appearing quite three-dimensional. Martin noticed it rotated clockwise 3 times before rotating counterclockwise 4 times. Additionally, this new winding pathway passed through several odd little symbols along the way. There were huge boulders, large water stains, howling gales, and crimson flames. If one viewed this page as a map, then the areas traversed by this path were indeed harsh, akin to conditions in hell. "What are these?" Martin murmured softly. "What did you say?" The white face on the recipe's cover. Cook naturally picked up the conversation upon hearing Martin's voice. The diagram of life salt has added another line pathway, located between the wind element and the water element. It takes on the form of a spiral ascending shape and passes through numerous boulders, waters, gales, and flames. Martin described what he saw to Cook. "Cook knows these things, sir." The white face said this with a touch of pride. The shapes of potion pathways represent the direction in which the stirring spoon moves. Boulders stand for grinding, water traces for dissolving. Gales and flames represent the catalysis and calcination of bellows. These are all the steps in potion brewing. Black potions, as basic potions, generally just need materials to be combined, like the mother's flesh you brewed earlier. But when potions reach the white level or above, there may be gradually more complex operational steps, special and mysterious incantations, rituals, and there may even be a need to prepare altars and related tools. It shows the discipline of an alchemist. In one breath, Cook introduced many concepts, sounding like a professional instructor, even revealing a note of pride. "I see," Martin thought inwardly. "If the cookbook hadn't been activated, I might never have figured out what these mean." At this realization, Martin couldn't help but feel glad about his choice. Apparently, activation didn't necessarily lead to betrayal. If used wisely, it could bring great help. As he contemplated, he flipped back to check if the Sea's Morning Dew recipe also appeared. Sure enough, after the recipe for mother's flesh, he found another recorded recipe page. The name and ingredients listed matched what Cook had described, clearly indicating the potion's attributes and tier. Elemental vector, water wind. Potion level, white. Moreover, below appeared the potion-making method. Throw in 3 parts of wine god, 7 parts of counterclockwise whirlwinds, and let the fire god take everything away at last. What kind of brewing process is this? Can anyone understand it? Martin complained silently in his heart. The potion description at the bottom seemed rather peculiar. The essence of the sea, a holy medicine for healing. But please remember not to harm yourself. Martin didn't dwell much on this note, closing the cookbook instead and asking the white face on the cover, "Cook, can this sea's morning do be made now? I apologize, sir, but I can smell the presence of St. John's wort and hop stamens in the medicine cabinet. Yet the spine fluid of the spine sea snake, a poison potent enough to kill a ghost-head whale, seems not to exist within this room." Martin had anticipated such a scenario. Being able to directly concoct the mother's flesh was already a stroke of luck for him. He said nothing more and moved towards the black-faced cookbook. In the process, the white-faced cook emitted a sinister laugh, its voice once again becoming obsequious as it spoke to Martin. "Burn it, sir. Then I can provide you with all the recipes. No matter what base. Life salt, nothingness oil, or even peacock's tail." With those words, Martin approached the side of the black-faced cookbook, only to see its expression turn grotesque as it snarled. "Shut up, you despicable coward." It glared at Martin beside it. Though devoid of pupils, Martin could still sense a strong hatred in its gaze as it roared at him. "Go ahead then, you greedy, insignificant human. One day, you'll realize how foolish it was to burn me." Martin calmly looked back at it and replied, "When did I say I'd burn you?" The black face froze momentarily upon hearing Martin's words. "Not only will I not burn you, but I'll also give you this." Martin extended his left hand. On his palm lay the glass vial containing the collapsed residue. He noticed the uncontrollable longing in the black face's expression and continued, "What you've been dreaming of." Chapter 51, The Kiss of Lava. After hearing Martin's words, the black face was momentarily confused. It originally thought that after receiving a series of help from its kind, Martin would certainly choose to burn himself, making Whiteface Cook become a complete entity and offering more recipes. However, not only did Martin not choose this way, but he also provided meat to it, something it truly craved. When it first saw the glass bottle, an intense hunger and swallowing desire arose within it. This was a primal desire from its mental depths. It didn't even know why it wanted to consume that meat. It simply wanted to eat them. Martin looked at the dull black face highlighted on the cookbook cover. His thoughts were simple. There was a hostile relationship between Whiteface Cook and Blackface. He shouldn't disrupt this balance, but should instead make good use of it, having them serve him. Moreover, Cook seemed very unreliable. If he burned the Blackface recipe, the latter might start negotiating. He again scooped out some remains with a spoon. After these two instances of scooping, the quantity in the glass bottle had decreased by half. I should find an opportunity to replenish the remains. I can't just sit here and let them deplete. While Martin thought, he extended the spoon to the Blackface's mouth. Unlike the simple lips composed of white lines, Blackface was protruding from the surface of the recipe like an animated and vivid mask. It looked at the spoon extended towards its mouth, without hesitation opening it wide and engulfing it, wrapping the mushy liquid into its own oral cavity, and then chewing as well. Closing its eyes, it started to carefully savor the taste in its mouth. Delicious. So delicious. It completely changed its previously irritable tone, like a serious diner commenting on the food. This smooth texture, the fragrance of fat, too wonderful. Something is hidden in this texture. It's a recipe. I feel it. A new nothingness oil recipe, so close. I'm about to taste it. Blackface's mouth continued to move, repeating the chewing action. The faster it chewed, the more uncertain the expressions on its face became. What is this taste? Why can't I taste it? It's not corpse ghoul oil, nor cursed creature oil. What exactly is it? Blackface spoke faster and became angrier, until finally, it stopped chewing and opened its mouth somewhat disappointedly, saying, "Failed. I could sense a new recipe contained within this meat, based on nothingness oil, but I still couldn't taste out the recipe information. I can provide you with some more meat," Martin said beside it. "No use. What I can taste out is the most prominent flavor in one piece of meat. Changing to another, it would be a different flavor unrelated to the recipe within this meat. If you want something from me, you're probably going to be disappointed." A helpless, yet mocking smile appeared at the corner of Blackface's mouth. "Whatever, there's plenty of meat," Martin calmly replied, continuing to take out the glass bottle and scooping up some more remnants. It was impossible for him not to be heartbroken, but although it stung, losing a spoonful of remains was still within his acceptable range after all. These things were picked up by him. Currently, the most important thing was to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Although he had already received some protection from the sunflower carriage, during dangerous moments, what determined life or death would always be his own strength. One potion meant a trump card. This failed attempt made him vaguely feel that the potions Blackface could uncover might be on a higher level than those of Whiteface Cook. Therefore, he wouldn't give up this chance, even if it cost him some more remnants. It was worth it. He once again fed the spoon into its mouth, amidst Blackface's surprised expression. Blackface seemed unable to understand why Martin did this, but it still began chewing resolutely. After all, meat was too tempting to resist. Indeed, the taste of this meat is quite different from the last portion. Martin still hadn't figured out what Blackface referred to as taste. These remnants came from many people. Attendants and handmaidens from the Golden Sparrow Palace, collapsed individuals from the Screaming Tent, the Pied Piper, even the strange creature that regarded Martin as its mother, as well as the two servers who broke down in the dark side of the moon. Their remains after their collapse were all mixed together, making it impossible to tell whose they were. So how did these two recipe books come up with any recipe? Martin temporarily couldn't figure it out. Maybe he would have to wait until these two recipe books swallowed more, in order to discover some clues. This texture is equally so wonderful. Simply intoxicating. Thick and mushy, like the rotten gland sac of a red-haired spider. Martin listened to these words and felt an intense chill. Ha ha ha. I tasted it. The base Formula 4 nothingness oil. Blackface laughed twice loudly, and then, as if indulging in the amazing taste of the food in its mouth, it said uncontrollably, Lava Kiss. Formula. 100 milliliters, Nightingale strong liquor. Plus 10 g pomegranate stone fragments. Plus 6 g powdered pink mandrake, mad witch's fingernails. Plus 2 fire crow feathers. Plus 5 drops nothingness oil. Apply it on the lips, and your exhaled breath can create the effect of dragon's breath. Martin keenly realized that what it called mad witch's fingernail was something the old man Belisarius kept mentioning when they met, and now, this very item sat on the medicine cabinet by the wall. Belisarius had specifically used a dark glass bottle with ridges to store this toxic substance. This was promising. Martin thought secretly, he might be able to concoct another potion. Blackface sighed in comfort and stopped chewing. This texture is almost addictive, although this is also a black magic potion. Its effects are much stronger than drowning man's poison. After Blackface finished speaking, it opened its eyes and stared at Martin. Human, the thing you want is within my body. I can feel some new changes. Martin immediately picked up this recipe book and flipped through to the latter part. He discovered that this recipe book didn't have the Atlas Salt of Life page, while the remaining Atlas, Nothingness Oil, and Atlas, Peacock Tail did exist. But these 2 pages were not present in Cook's recipe book. It seems the original recipe has indeed been split into 2 parts. Could the ability of twin flames be splitting rather than copying? Or are copying and splitting 2 different abilities? Martin remembered how the copied Queen's mailbox, actor's mask, and his own robe had not yet exhibited the same intense splitting feature as these 2 recipe books. He mentally noted down this question and decided to thoroughly check the condition of these items. In the current recipe book, on the Atlas, Nothingness Oil, page, a new path appeared extending towards the left, reaching the edge marked by the fire symbol. Indeed, this atlas also displayed wind, fire, earth, and water elemental markings in the exact positions marked on Whiteface Cook's copy. At the end of this path lay a lava, covered in red liquid flows. Unlike the earlier Seas Dawn Dew, this path did not twist or swirl but was relatively straight, with no boulders, hurricanes, water stains, or flames appearing along it. It appears the method of preparing black magic potions is simply adding the ingredients in sequence without extra operations. Martin considered, continuing to flip through the book where he found a newly added formula at the back. After confirming the content of the formula, Martin noticed there was an additional explanation below. Potion description. You open your mouth, and people around immediately smell searing heat, incinerating temperatures taking away all indifference. How does this description sound like a product description? Mystical mumbo-jumbo. Martin sarcastically remarked to himself as he closed the recipe book. With a somewhat excited heart, he asked Blackface, "Can we prepare lava kiss now?" Upon hearing this, Blackface smirked. The scent of nightingale, strong liquor, and pomegranate stones does indeed exist within this room, and even the harder to obtain, mad witch's fingernails, are present, but I do not detect the sense of fire crow feathers or nothingness oil. Martin sighed slightly, accepting this fact. He silently noted down this name, waiting for the future opportunity to collect these materials. After joining Shepherd's Club, the chances of encountering these wondrous creatures will surely increase. He started looking forward to entering this mysterious club and experiencing what it held. Just as he wanted to scoop out some more collapsed remnants to feed to Blackface, Whiteface Cook suddenly spoke from nearby. "Cook feels someone approaching, sir. It is the person who visited several times when you were unconscious earlier." Cook recognizes their voice. Martin was startled inside. Could that person actually dare to return? However, at this time, both Belisarius and Junk should be busy in the front shop and wouldn't come to this rear warehouse. Martin picked up the 2 recipe books, then pointed at the flames in the fireplace as a warning to them, quietly instructing them not to make a sound. He had intended to put both recipe books under the bed, but after some thought, he placed one on the cluttered table and the other in the bookcase in the corner, mixing it among many other books. Then Martin lightly and skillfully jumped up onto the roof beam. After consuming the mother's flesh, his physical abilities had improved qualitatively. He had never felt his body so light yet powerful, not even compared to when he had the body of a giant hound. Just as Martin settled down on the beam, he saw someone push open the glass window of the room and then jump lightly into the room. It was a hooded man. As he hopped over the windowsill, Martin caught a glimpse of an apron worn beneath his long robe. It was a red apron, with a drawing of a fork impaling an eyeball on it. Chapter 52. The Taste. The red apron, just like Johnny the Carnivore's apron. It seems this person's target is the same as that mastiff from before. Martin lowered his head close to the beam and came to a silent conclusion. After the man entered the room, he sniffed the air, then looked at the crucible on the fireplace. He walked straight to the crucible, observed its contents, and then stretched his neck, placing his nose inside it and taking several deep sniffs. "Mother of God's flesh?" the man asked in confusion. "There are people here who know how to prepare this black magic potion. Johnny and Little Black's disappearance must indeed be related to this place. Huh. Those people in Shandon always mock me for being a step behind them, not even letting me have a sip of the alchemy potion shared by the Alchemical Society. But who would have thought that this time it's actually me, Harris the Black Chef, who finds the clue first?" The man removed his hood and muttered a remark to himself. "Alchemy Society, magic potions, Black Chef. Is this guy part of the Dark Alchemy Society?" It wasn't until the man took off his hood that Martin saw his appearance clearly. He was around 30, had an ordinary face, but possessed a large nose. Martin noticed that his pupils were an uncommon amber color. After removing the hood, the man sniffed the air again and seemed to follow a certain scent to the side of a single bed where he squatted down. He pulled back the bedsheet, peered inside first, then reached out to feel within. This man called Harris fumbled under the bed for a while, but found nothing. He ended up lying down with half his body crawling under the bed, apparently searching for something. The smell is coming from underneath here. Johnny's apron, and traces of little black. Harris's muffled voice carried from under the bed. After fruitlessly searching, he crawled out with dust smeared all over his face and robes, looking rather disheveled. It appears the apron has been moved. But this is the only place in the room where their scents remain. What's going on? He seemed extremely confident in his sense of smell, but what he didn't know was that Martin had already burned the apron in the fireplace, completely eradicating any remaining traces. In reality, that very apron was now hidden in a book inside the cabinet next to the wall, concealed well enough so it wouldn't be discovered anytime soon. Unexpectedly, the accidental burning had eliminated the residual clues left on the apron. Martin steadied his breathing and decided to wait for the man below to leave. He had already discerned that this man must have followed the scents of the apron and the mastiff to get here. Without further discoveries, based on his character, the man would likely leave quickly. As expected, after losing the scent, the man made no further moves and appeared ready to leave. Just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the room. Are all the members of your alchemy society this useless? Martin's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the voice as belonging to the black face. It was meddling at such a crucial moment. Clutching his teeth tightly, Martin was temporarily unaware of the black face's intent, so he waited quietly to see how the man would react. Who? Harris turned toward the source of the sound, only seeing a shallow bookshelf ahead. The books were arranged messily, offering no hint of concealment. He couldn't understand where the sound originated. Carefully standing up and adopting a defensive stance, he rushed to the bookshelf, just about to investigate when another voice sounded behind him. You have the scent of calamus and dodder on you. These are primary materials used to make Embrace of the goddess, but the key ingredients are entirely wrong. To produce this kind of love potion, you need 3 different flames to smelt the made seal, also known as mad roots. But all I can detect from you is the scent of mad roots that were only smelted by firewood. Looks like you tried to create this aphrodisiac without mastering the correct recipe. And who would bother making this kind of love potion, which is only effective on common people? Your actions are truly disgusting. It was the white-faced cook on the table beginning to chime in with the black face. Clearly, you didn't take my earlier threat seriously. You're just like children playing games. Martin felt some urgency inside. He had deliberately placed the 2 books separately, guessing that the intruder might search under the bed for the previous apron. The cookbooks were too big to carry conveniently, so in a rush, he mixed them into the clutter around the room. Unbeknownst to him, these 2 books decided to play along. Come out. I know you're there. Harris below immediately spun around upon hearing Cook's voice, the differing tones confusing him entirely. He could never have imagined that these 2 mocking voices were actually coming from the books on the bookshelf and the table right in front of his eyes. Is this an invisibility potion? He muttered. In his understanding, those who can concoct invisibility potions are always high-ranking members of the Alchemical Society, any one of them capable of easily crushing him. He cleared his throat and said in a calm voice, Friend, come out. If you can prepare Mother of God's flesh and the invisibility potion, then you must have heard of the great organization Dark Alchemy Society. I am Harris from the Dark Alchemy Society. I admire your alchemical talent. I only came here to ask if you would be interested in joining us. His words carried a friendly tone, but his defensive posture and darting eyes didn't match this friendliness. A man who can't even prepare Embrace of the goddess, whose mind is so twisted. This is the member of what you call the great organization. Blackface spoke again from behind him. Shit, my mind isn't twisted at all. I prepared Embrace of the goddess to help Gina. Harris turned angrily, glaring hard at the direction of the bookshelf. The look of anger on his face quickly faded, and Martin heard him continue. My current strength can only place me among the mid-lower ranks in the Alchemy Society, but Old Gale and others always say I have immense potential. One's power doesn't represent an organization. Do you agree, friend? The Dark Alchemy Society possesses the most top-tier alchemists on the Mile continent. We command countless potion formulas. Just the red potions I've heard of total no less than 5 kinds. The royal families and churches of various countries all cooperate closely with us. Even various secret organizations and once powerful interspecies races collaborate with us. All the forces on this continent know. Alchemical potions can grant you robust health and sharp consciousness, allowing you not only to freely traverse skies, oceans, and lands, but also giving you limitless joy over a woman's stomach. They also understand, don't oppose alchemists, or you might suddenly die in the arms of a woman, and definitely don't oppose the Dark Alchemy Society, or you might end up being refined into a potion, unable even to experience death properly. So come out, friend. Let's discuss things. When talking about the Alchemical Society's influence, Harris sounded as if he'd recited it beforehand, speaking fluidly and naturally, brimming with confidence. There was a pause before Martin heard White-Faced Cook on the table say, Great Master, would you like to give this useless man a chance to see you? Martin sighed inwardly. He didn't want to reveal himself, but these few sentences from the books had already intimidated this man named Harris, paving an invisible staircase for his departure. More importantly, the Dark Alchemy Society was the very force the stiff man at the poker table had mentioned needed infiltration. Though he hadn't followed through by burning the flesh grass to summon the yellow black hound, he now directly encountered a member of the Alchemy Society. This was therefore the perfect time for an appearance to negotiate. With this thought, he lightly leaped down from the beam, landing silently behind Harris. As soon as Martin landed, he heard White-Faced Cook's voice. "Welcome, Great Master." Being called this way in front of another person for the first time, Martin felt a little uneasy, his expression turning somewhat strange. Fortunately, the mask hid everything. His aloof demeanor remained unbroken. Hearing White-Face's voice, Harris warily turned around, then saw a man standing behind him wearing a rounded gentleman's hat, with a bizarre face covered in garish oil paints, dressed in a long black robe. Harris was startled. He raised his right hand hidden in his pocket, just ready to sprinkle some green powder, when he felt a peculiar sensation. Having taken several potions, his sense of smell was extraordinarily keen, which was how he managed to track here, finding Johnny's apron and traces of the mastiff. At the moment he saw this man, he instinctively tried to sniff out the strange smell emanating from him. Then he smelled a complex mixture of scents he would never forget. He smelled fiery madness, salty thirst, acidic greed. During his lengthy career in alchemy, he had detected these scents in some precious herbs or biological matter, but never had he smelled so many at once. Various intense smells rushed into his nostrils like an escape, almost destroying his sense of smell. The strong stimulation caused blood to flow from his nostrils, left his mind blank, and made his body begin to tremble. After paying such a heavy price, he finally detected the dominant scent among them. It was an absolutely pure hunger, a smell that acted like a mad charioteer, recklessly driving the other scents, letting them run wild. Harris collapsed. He felt as if he were facing a full-on wild beast, more terrifying than any person or creature he'd ever encountered before. It was about to devour him. Chapter 53, Cooperation. Harris knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently. He resembled a young animal facing the fierce storms of nature, appearing so small and powerless. Martin originally intended to take out the salt of life, to explain his intention to cooperate with Harris, but he didn't expect this big-nosed man's first reaction upon seeing him to be kneeling down. He noticed a layer of thick, unusual white mist clinging to Harris's body. Ordinarily, people might only have a thin layer of something, regardless of color. But the mist around Harris was as dense as the persistent toxic fog lingering in deep mountains for years, almost tangible. And this thick mist now lay submissive, like a mouse encountering a cat, a scene Martin hadn't seen before. I've never seen such a thick, white mist. Is it due to his special constitution? Or is it related to something else? Martin's thoughts raced. Then he questioned Harris. "Tell me, why are you here?" I came looking for Xiaohe." Harris answered with a trembling voice, stammering. "Who is Xiaohe?" "It's an alpine mastiff, a pet bred by the Alchemy Association. It went missing, and I followed its scent to here." Harris spoke like a prisoner who confessed everything, revealing overwhelming fear in his tone. "So it's because of that mastiff, huh? The Dark Alchemy Association links human and dog bodies together as pets. It's way too twisted." Martin looked coldly outward while muttering under his breath. "And who is Johnny that you just mentioned?" He continued to ask. "He's also a member of our Alchemical Association. He was recently promoted to a full member and received the organization's internal reward. He disappeared too. I smelled something under the bed." No. I didn't smell anything at all." Harris hastily corrected himself halfway through his speech, adopting an attitude of having seen and known nothing, burying his face. Martin responded ambiguously. "I did come across an apron here," he calmly replied, "but I don't know who its owner is. I picked it up from an alley near Green Spider Street. The residual alchemy essence on it attracted me. There seemed to have been a battle there, filled with the atmosphere of hunting." Martin revealed his encounter partly truthfully, partly fictitiously. There indeed had been a fight and some hunting. Only the success of the hunting was due to him. Thus, instead of being directly labeled as the murderer of Johnny, he became just an uninvolved bystander. Even if someone found out about the disappearance of a huge dog that night, Martin's current image would be drastically different from before, making it unlikely for the other side to detect anything. Therefore, all he needed to do was to explain where the apron came from and attribute the murder of Johnny to some meaningless hunting. With the assistance of the actor's face, he knew Harris wouldn't doubt his words. Moreover, Johnny was indeed hunted by that red-haired woman, albeit narrowly escaping. It must have been done by those shepherds. Harris said angrily. They claim to be the maintainers of Cavide security, yet they engage in robbery and murder. From Harris's words, Martin heard a strong note of hostility. It seems the Dark Alchemy Association doesn't get along with the Shepherd Club. He then remembered the sweet pocket he saw on the first floor of the Sunflower Carriage. Knowing that Johnny was a formal member of the Dark Alchemy Association, this matter hinted at some implications. The magical items left behind after Johnny's death were being publicly auctioned on the first floor of the auction house. It seems this auction house, or the Eden it represents, does not care about any possible retaliation from the Dark Alchemy Association. Or rather, it acts without fear. Martin carefully weighed what parts of this could be utilized. Just as Harris was about to continue cursing, Martin interrupted. "Enough." Harris immediately shut his mouth, the terror emanating from his body and soul still making him unable to stop shaking. "I don't care about the entanglements between your two organizations, nor do I wish to join the Alchemy Association. However, I can cooperate with you." Martin feared that directly proposing to join the organization might lead to suspicion and investigation. With his currently sensitive identity, the last thing he wanted was to be investigated. So he first proposed cooperation following the logic of the stern man. Once he demonstrated greater value, naturally, someone would invite him into this organization. Besides, Harris's words earlier were clearly a bait to lure him out, not genuinely intending to recruit him. After hearing Martin's words, Harris's trembling decreased somewhat. It was unclear whether the friendly attitude Martin conveyed had lessened the oppressive feeling brought on by hunger, or if Harris had temporarily ignored this sensation. He raised his head, wearing an expression of slight confusion, and asked, "Cooperation?" "Exactly." Martin took out this salt of life. He had already used partially, and revealed it in front of Harris with open palms. "This is the salt of life." Harris's eyes fixed on the glass bottle, and stayed there. He stared intently at its contents, and after recognizing the pure white crystals, he closed his eyes and sniffed deeply a few times. Then he opened his mouth wide, asking in a suspicious tone, "It's indeed the salt of life. But this pure white color, without even a trace of impurity, it's the top-grade salt. Where did you get it from?" His expression turned quite astonished. "I refined it myself." Martin told a small lie. It wasn't like he could say someone gave it to him at the poker table. It would lack too much style. "You can refine salt with this kind of purity." Harris seemed as though he'd heard something extraordinary. Even within the Alchemy Association, this level of purity is rarely seen, let alone for those at our lower rank. Only those specific researchers into magical potions, the blue beards, might have seen such a thing. "How do you intend to cooperate? What do you think the value of this salt of life is?" Martin asked casually. "This? I can't really say. I've never seen salt of this caliber. It's like how I couldn't comment on Gina's big chest and firm backside until I met her. But its value must be quite high." He said this last part finally. What kind of metaphor is this? Who exactly is this Gina? Seems like she's someone who troubles him quite a bit. Martin thought inwardly. Take this salt of life back first and present it to the higher-ups in the Alchemy Association. They will understand my sincerity when they see it, along with how we should cooperate. He continued giving cryptic hints to Harris. He had considered using it as a trade item with the Dark Alchemy Association. In that case, he was likely to obtain the remaining materials needed for making Morning Dew of the Sea and Kiss of Lava. Maybe there would be more rewards available. Judging by Harris's words, the purity of this batch of salt of life was beyond imagination, exceedingly valuable. But first, Martin wasn't sure about the actual value of this salt. Rashly proposing an exchange condition could easily expose his novice status. Secondly, the stern man hadn't mentioned any exchange when handing over the salt to Martin. Martin just needed to pass it to the Alchemy Association and didn't need to worry about the follow-up actions. Rash behavior might result in unexpected changes. Thirdly, Martin also wished to maintain the persona he'd painstakingly crafted. According to this setup, he placed greater importance on cooperation. As far as this bottle of salt went, he could produce plenty. Even if the Alchemy Association privately kept it, it wouldn't matter. Thus, it couldn't be used as leverage for negotiation, but rather as a welcome gift to display sincerity and worth. Just like this, give it to me. Harris looked at the glass bottle being handed over by Martin, almost unable to believe it. Seeing that Harris didn't reach out to take it, Martin casually threw the glass bottle towards Harris. Harris fumbled awkwardly as he caught the bottle, holding it tightly with both hands, terrified of dropping it on the ground. The look in his eyes towards Martin carried some reverence, seemingly admiring how Martin could toss such an important object so carelessly. The rich don't regard money as money. It's all about maintaining a certain image. Martin indulged in the respectful looks Harris cast his way. Since their distance was close, Harris could hardly miss catching the bottle thrown lightly by Martin. "I'll give you a maximum of 2 days. After 2 days, I'll leave Cavides, so it would be best if you give me results during this time." Martin added, "If we agree to cooperate, the next time you come, still come alone. For now, I only want to deal with you. Interacting with others will make me feel exhausted." He had noticed that this Harris didn't seem very intelligent, and his status within the Dark Alchemy Association was not particularly high. Dealing with him allowed Martin greater maneuvering room and minimized risks of exposure. Harris, clutching the glass bottle, remained slightly stunned kneeling there. Seeing Harris didn't have any intention to leave, Martin reminded him, not able to contain himself. "You can go now." Yes, sir." Harris came to his senses then. He struggled to get up and prepared to climb back out through the window the same way. "Leave through the door," Martin calmly instructed. Following Martin's orders, Harris unlocked the door carefully, placing the glass bottle into his pocket gently. Then, he put on his hood and walked out. Before leaving, he turned around, bowed to Martin, and then departed. Martin had maintained an inscrutable demeanor all along. Once Harris was gone, he closed the door again and let out a heavy sigh. Finally, it's over. Maintaining this aloof persona is truly exhausting. He inwardly lamented. Then, he approached the table and looked at the white-faced cook on it. The lines on this white face were animated, sketching a familiar obsequious smile. Cook said to Martin, "Great master." Cook frightened that man. "How did I do, master?" Chapter 54, The Queen's Letter. In response to Bai Lian's claim for merit, Martin slightly nodded and said, "Good job." Although the 2 recipe books, Bai Lian and He Lian, did not remain silent as he had initially instructed, it was precisely their actions that allowed Martin to successfully connect with the Dark Alchemy Guild. From the results, these 2 books had helped him immensely. Martin briefly considered this before continuing to address Bai Lian. "I can reward you both with some meat." This was not merely a reward. Bai Lian and He Lian could taste new potion formulas from those collapsed derivatives, presenting him with new opportunities for growth. He couldn't wait to feed all the meat from the little bottle to these 2 recipe books, but Harris's arrival had interrupted him earlier. "There will be more meat to eat." "Cook is so happy." Bai Lian, known as Cook, excitedly responded to Martin's words. And among the bookshelves, Lian replied with a hint of regret in his voice. Digesting the previous 2 servings of meat has already made me feel weary. I can clearly sense that I am no longer able to savor the ultimate deliciousness within the meat now. What kind of rest or supplement do you need? Martin quickly moved to the bookshelf beside Lian and asked. Upon hearing Lian's words, he hurriedly posed this question because he worried that Lian might fall into deep slumber like an uncharged mobile phone, while he still didn't know how to awaken or charge it. I don't know, but I can feel. My awakening comes from the added hunger inside your body. Lian's voice became increasingly vague, his tone gradually floating, much like an old man about to drift off to sleep. Added hunger? Could it refer to the gluttony force I absorbed from junk? Martin suspected now that Lian was talking about the white mist he had just absorbed, representing gluttony or hunger. If you want to obtain potion formulas, find a way to awaken me. Lian's speech cut off halfway. Martin saw its face retreat, and the cookbook's cover turned flat again, as if nothing had ever happened. It must want me to find a way to awaken it. It appears that even though it's only a fragment of consciousness created by red flame's splitting abilities, it also doesn't want to fall into eternal slumber. Martin silently thought as he gazed at the newly formed title on the book. Cook is still here. Cook will continue accompanying our great master. A jubilant sound came from the desk. Martin placed Lian's recipe book back on the bookshelf with the spine facing up, blending it among the hefty volumes to make it less conspicuous. Then, he approached Cook and took out a glass bottle, scooping out a spoonful of remnants from the collapse to feed it. It swallowed immediately. The white lines on its face rhythmically tightened as it savored this delicious banquet. After chewing a few times, Cook excitedly stated, Cook feels it. An ancient flavor. A trace of an ancient recipe. Cook is stronger than before. It continued chewing loudly, seemingly trying to grind every piece of meat and swallow every last drop. This texture Cook hasn't tasted before. It's not the salt recipe. Cook can't comprehend this taste. Cook is too dumb. The white-faced book furrowed its brows tightly, its emotions seeming to fluctuate violently. Gold. This is the taste of gold. But Cook has never tasted gold. How could I recognize this taste? Someone told Cook about it. A man. He knows this flavor. Who is he? Its complexion changed rapidly. Suddenly, its eyes widened significantly, its voice started trembling, and its expression grew grotesque. Master. Cook feels so much pain. Cook does not know who the man is, nor could discern any formula from this taste. Cook is truly useless. The facial lines quivered severely, the lines representing its eyes slowly but steadily flattened, hardening its expression. Finally, its face disappeared, and the white lines transformed back into 6 large letters reading, Barbaric Creature Recipe. Martin witnessed everything unfold before him, unable to comprehend what this gold, or man, mentioned by Cook meant, but evidently, it had tasted something beyond its capability, causing it to fall into slumber, just like Lian. A flicker of anxiety arose within Martin's heart, because of the last words spoken by Cook. Who was that man? Out of nowhere, a man appeared in relation to this recipe book and those collapsed derivatives, yet Martin couldn't figure out who it was. He placed this cookbook on the desk into the bookshelf as well, stuffing it into an inconspicuous corner. In their current state, these 2 books shouldn't suddenly wake up from their slumber. Need to absorb some more gluttony force and try to awaken these 2 cookbooks. Martin had planned out what he needed to do next. To wake the 2 recipe books, he needed to find Belisarius and Ronka to see if he had a chance to show off his culinary skills. However, he didn't leave the room right away. Instead, he shut the red house's door again, then leaped up onto the roof beam. Crouching down low, he carefully crawled forward along one thick beam. He crawled to where the beam connected with the wall. In this corner, a box lay there quietly. The Queen's mailbox. After taking it to this screaming tent, Martin found that carrying this box was really inconvenient. So before heading to this sunflower carriage, with Heinz, he had left this box here. The Mastiff's visit made him deeply realize that under the bed was no longer a safe spot. Other than the beams in this house, there wasn't any other place that could easily be overlooked. He picked up the turquoise material box and lightly jumped down. This box wasn't the original Queen's mailbox, but rather one he'd created using Red Flame's abilities in the Golden Sparrow Palace. The activation of the 2 cookbooks gave him a bit of a warning. Could it be that at the time, the mailbox wasn't replicated but split? He recalled the completely different scene when he and Xianxian left. Xianxian departed through a colorful wormhole while he merged into a sapphire glow. At the time, he thought the problem might have been with the replicated mailbox. Fortunately, he managed to escape from there successfully, but after arriving at Cavites, the mailbox had gone quiet, and he didn't understand why. Now, he had a slight clue. It might be related to the mailbox's activation. Holding this box in his left hand, he pondered how to handle it, burn it, or replicate another one. When using Red Flame to copy the Barbaric Creature recipe, he realized that the Fengkong ear whispering from when he used Twin Flames still existed, though not as intense as before. Given such short intervals between uses, he couldn't guarantee what he would experience this time. Besides, the box in his hand was already a product of Red Flame. What might happen if it split once more? Martin felt somewhat restless. Just then, Martin felt the mailbox in his hand tremble slightly. Then it did again. The mailbox began trembling more frequently, almost slipping from Martin's grasp. As the mailbox was about to fall to the ground, it suddenly stopped shaking, as if a tightly stretched rope had snapped all at once. Martin inexplicably felt a sense of triumph over something. For no apparent reason. Simultaneously, he noticed that something in his inner pocket was heating up. He reached into his pocket and pulled it out. It was the time slice. The glasses were now also slightly trembling, feeling like they'd just been taken out of boiling water, and Martin could feel the searing heat on them due to the gloves he wore, making it merely feel warm to him. Why? Is this some sort of resonance? As soon as the time slice was taken out of his pocket, it gradually stopped shaking, and its temperature quickly dropped. Martin paused with suspicion for a moment, then put it on. There was no change in the scene before him. Martin looked around, and his gaze fell on the mailbox. And then his eyes couldn't tear themselves away. Through the glasses, Martin saw a magnificent emerald light emanating through the seams of the mailbox. The green light was so substantial that even the arm holding the mailbox disappeared from his view. None of these details had shown even the slightest trace before putting on the time slice. Martin swallowed, driven by curiosity, and opened the lid of the mailbox. Instantly, emerald light surged out like a flood, engulfing Martin instantly. His vision filled entirely with teal hues. Amidst this ocean of green light, he faintly saw a richly decorated room where a tall girl with high ponytails sat at a curved writing table made of ebony, scribbling furiously. She possessed a deep-set appearance, dressed elegantly. The most striking features being her prominent nose and tender lips, and her V-shaped waistline and broad collar highlighted her physique perfectly. She exuded youthful vitality throughout. Martin watched as she put down the goose feather pin, grabbed a small turquoise box nearby, and inserted the dark yellow paper filled with words inside. Afterward, the image gradually faded, and that green light also slowly dissipated. It was it again, the Queen's mailbox. Martin looked at the familiar turquoise mailbox, utterly shocked. Could it be that she is the owner of the mailbox, the legendary Queen? But she's clearly still a girl. This girl was entirely different from the image of the Queen Martin had in his mind. This impression came from his previous life. In his previous life, the Queen he knew was an elderly woman with silver hair, her face always bearing a courteous, kind smile. Duh. A familiar crisp sound interrupted Martin's train of thought. It was the long-awaited mail reception sound. Martin suppressed his inner excitement and took out the yellow letter paper from the mailbox. On the paper, it was written, "You despicable, shameless, utterly dishonest bastard." Chapter 55, The City of Calamity, Part 1. Martin looked at the scribbled writing on the letter, sensing the intense emotion of the writer. The strokes were flamboyant. How did I become a despicable, shameless, promise-breaking bastard? Martin's first thought was that this letter was sent to the wrong person. But the familiar cursive handwriting and the connected letters matched the previous handwriting perfectly, indicating that the writer was indeed the Queen. What made her so angry? Martin recalled the scene he had just witnessed. That young lady appeared so gentle. It was hard to imagine what she went through to write these words. After pondering for a while, Martin sat down and fetched a round-bellied fountain pen from the bookshelf, starting to write a reply. Dear Queen, I have successfully escaped from my previous predicament, which is largely due to your generous help. Allow me to express my sincerest gratitude to you. Since I escaped, I have been writing letters to you. I wonder if you have received them. I came to a city named Cavides, known as the Tree Capital by its people. I am certain that this is not your capital, and I'm confused about what went wrong. Additionally, I am unaware of which of my words offended you, causing such a negative change in your impression of me. If any, I sincerely apologize to you. Martin paused after writing, reviewing his choice of words, thinking that this should soothe the Queen's emotions. The Queen who could transport him and Xianxia away from the Golden Sparrow Palace through a magic array must be an important figure. Martin did not want to stand against her. Moreover, there must be some misunderstanding here. Martin gazed at the mailbox on the table, guessing whether its activation might have caused some issues. He continued to write. As I promised before, I will present you with my second story. This story tells of a ball, delicious food, and the palace of celebration. In this story, we see once more the black cat from our last tale, residing in a city called Xuanhuan, where humans and cats coexisted peacefully. On the streets of the city, one could often see cats lying lazily on the ground, showing no fear of passers-by. This harmonious picture was disrupted by the arrival of a preacher. This man, neatly dressed in a long priest's robe, preached to the citizens about the evil nature of cats. According to his claims, cats are the embodiment of devils. They are hypocritical and full of malice. He reinterpreted the feline cleanliness habit. The devil descends upon the human world in the form of a black cat, bringing disasters to humanity. His worshippers extinguish the flame of civilization and gather at places frequented by black cats, showing reverence by kissing their impure underside. This association led people to question the unique self-cleaning behavior of cats, filling them with confusion and dread. As a result, a cat massacre began. People slaughtered and hanged both domestic and wild cats in large numbers, especially black cats. Boiling water, whips, and sticks were used against them, throwing cats off belfries onto paved roads or roasting them over open fires as part of rituals meant to summon the devil to fulfill personal wishes. Such trends became incredibly prevalent that even Prince Propsis, the lord of the city, joined in. With a rose wreath on his head, he personally ignited bonfires, baskets containing cats being thrown into the fire one by one. He danced around the flames with the townsfolk. For a time, the number of cats sharply declined. Cats that were once commonly seen in the city vanished almost entirely. There were no longer lazy creatures sunbathing under the sunshine on the city streets. Yet, as the cats disappeared gradually, the peace people expected did not come. Instead, a sudden epidemic struck Xuanhuan first. People infected with this disease developed bluish-black blisters all over their bodies. These blisters then sprouted curved vines that bore black mandrake flowers. When the mandrake matured and fell, the person died in excruciating pain. Based on the symptoms of infection, People called this contagious disease Black Death Flower. This disease was extremely contagious, and infected individuals often died within an hour, with very few survivors. However, Prince Propses was arrogant and believed that he and the nobles in the city could escape the plague. So he summoned 1,000 guards and maidservants, locking himself and the nobles inside a distant castle. The castle was sturdy, impenetrable. The only way in was across a bridge outside the city gates. This was no ordinary drawbridge. It was built from massive stone blocks, towering and magnificent, patrolled day and night by the guards. Prince Propses ordered the maidservants to prepare food and daily necessities, the guards to sharpen weapons, and then destroyed the bridge, sealing off the entrances and windows of the castle. Take care of those within the walls, and let those outside the walls take care of themselves. Facing the miserable scenes outside the castle, he said this to the nobles around him. Thus, every day a large number of townspeople died outside the castle, while inside, it was a scene of feasting and revelry every day. In addition to guards and maidservants, Prince Propses also brought along music officials, dancers, court poets, and even several acrobats. He and numerous nobles indulged daily in fine wine, delicious food, and unrestrained pleasure. At the height of the epidemic, this arrogant prince decided to hold a grand masquerade ball in the largest palace within the castle. The palace was supported by 4 massive stone columns intricately carved with elaborate patterns. Red velvet hung high on the walls and glass windows surrounding it. 6 enormous crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling illuminated the hall like daylight. On both sides of the palace, there were 2 rooms each, every entrance covered with gauzy veils, each veil of a different color. The colors of the veils on the left were white and deep green, and on the right, black and violet. The 4 rooms were also decorated according to their respective colors, with furniture and carpets keeping the same tone. Stepping into one felt like entering a world of single color, making one doubt if their eyes were playing tricks. In the center of the main hall, steps made of red velvet carpet led upwards, leading to the central throne in the hall. The throne was carved from a single massive stone and adorned with velvet and gemstones, giving it an air of dignity and majesty. Behind the throne, the wall was carved with images of 4 female angels dressed in holy robes with wings. Their eyes were closed, and they held stones of various colors with their hands, as if offering treasures to the presence seated on the throne. Above the carvings, a giant bell was suspended by black iron chains to display disdain for the Black Death Flower. The bold Prince Propses ordered artisans to carve a black mandrake flower onto the face of the great bell. The clock face's pointers continued to move, as if the mandrake was slowly stretching its branches, eerie yet real. Prince Propses sat proudly on the throne flanked by angel statues, and behind him, the blooming Black Death Flower. He couldn't help but imagine himself as the king who had conquered this flower of death. As the music began, the masquerade ball commenced, and nobles, guards, maidservants, poets, and actors all took the stage. They wore masks, clothing of various colors, with strange costumes. Some wore golden masks, others draped themselves in sheets. There were those elegantly dressed with refined movements, while others roamed about with disheveled hair. There were people wriggling their hefty bodies with sounds akin to sows, and others guzzling strong liquor, shouting obscenities loudly. Mists emerged from somewhere unknown in the hall, mixing with melodious, yet somewhat eerie music, making the party livelier as sounds filled the vast hall. Each room was packed with various kinds of people drinking, kissing, and dancing together. Behind the throne, the huge bell pendulum swung back and forth with a dull and monotonous sound. Whenever the time struck, the copper bell emitted a loud and heavy clang. Dong, dong, dong. Upon hearing the tolls, everyone would stop their actions, look towards the giant hanging bell at the center of the hall with fervent gazes. They too, just like Prince Propses, believed they were the lucky ones who defeated the Black Death Flower, be they noble, guard, or maidservant alike. What once terrified them now merely served as an entertainment accompaniment for their dance, a thing they could confront and mock freely. As the bell finished tolling, they immediately plunged into wilder celebrations. They danced awkwardly, holding each other, moaning vaguely, no longer adhering to any etiquette. Amidst this atmosphere, the bronze bell tolled repeatedly, and with every toll, the celebration grew more intense until midnight arrived. Finally, the longest bell ringing of the night commenced. The crowd held their breath, and the clamor in the hall disappeared completely. Even the musicians stopped playing. Dong, dong, dong. The bell rang 12 times, each sound growing stronger and clearer. The hour and minute hands on the clock overlapped, forming a sharp point as the black mandrake bloomed fully before the eyes of all. At that moment, people noticed a tall man wrapped in linen cloth appearing in the hall. No one had noticed this slim, tall man before. No one knew how he entered the hall. He kept his head down, his long hair hanging down and covering his face. The people could only see that his complexion had an abnormal bluish-purple hue. Then, they realized he was also wearing an incredibly lifelike, thin mask on his face. On the right eye of the mask, blood-red paint depicted vines and leaves curling around, with a blooming black mandrake flower in place of the eyeball. It resembled someone infected by the Black Death Flower. Brilliant creation, a perfect mask. The Prince Propses on the throne also noticed this man and couldn't help but admire his boundless creativity. Disguising oneself as if infected by the Black Death Flower, then surviving it triumphantly and indulging in pleasure. What better costume for such a masquerade ball? And what act could more fiercely mock that accursed plague? Hearing the prince's words, the crowd turned toward this brave soul with admiration and even reverence. Men patted his shoulders and backside, while women sought to hold his hand and invite him to dance. Take off your mask. Let us see who you truly are. A voice called out loudly, drawing cheers of agreement from the surrounding revelers. As everyone looked at the man with anticipation, they suddenly noticed something was wrong. Chapter 56. The City of Calamity, Lower. This man wrapped in bandages made no response to any movement or speech. He merely shuffled forward, step by step in front of everyone's eyes, heading towards the front of the hall and the throne where Prince Propes was seated. Complicated emotions arose in the hearts of the people. No one knew why this man continued to wear a mask and perform his role, but they all automatically stepped back, making way for him to have a straight path to the throne. Prince Propes also felt some confusion inside, but he did not care at all, and instead loudly spoke to the man. Yes, come closer. Let me take a good look at your mask. What a beautiful piece of art it is. I can reward you with fine wine and jewels in exchange for it. The man similarly did not respond, just steadily moving toward him. As he gradually approached, the man lifted his head, allowing the prince to finally see his face, the bandages covering his body, and sensing something off. He saw the dark green hue on the man's face along with the vacant expression. It wasn't a mask at all, but his real appearance. Then, from the gaps in the bandages on the man's left chest, several red vines emerged. They slithered out of the cracks and extended wildly into the air like tentacles. Following that, a black bud pushed through the bandages and exposed itself to the air. That bud swayed once, and the curled black petals began to bloom rapidly. The black bud combined with the red vines to form an enchanting yet sinister image. It was the black mandala flower. Prince Propes opened his eyes wide. Before he could react, more stems and buds appeared on the man's body, forcing the bandages open and revealing the purplish skin underneath. It's the Black Death flower. Someone among the crowd cried out in shock. With that cry, the crowd began to panic. Everyone scrambled to flee from the man, shouting as they rushed toward the exits of the grand hall. In the chaotic crowd, cries of pain echoed out. Those men and women who had previously touched the tall thin man started showing signs of black mandala flowers blooming on them. Next, those who came into contact with these individuals were also invaded by the flowers of death. More and more screams erupted, growing louder and louder, while the guards outside tried desperately to close the doors to stop these panicked people from rushing out, but couldn't withstand the overwhelming crush. One by one, black flowers spread down the corridors outside the grand hall, spreading throughout the castle until the entire city of Capernaum outside was covered in black calamity. Prince Propes instantly rose in panic upon seeing the blossoming death flower, rushing toward the mural behind the throne. Amidst the increasingly numerous cries of agony within the hall, he forcefully pushed against the wall. A fissure appeared in the mural painted with 4 angels. The fissure grew wider, revealing a dark passageway behind it. Apparently, this mural was 2 stone doors, concealing an unknown passage. This was Prince Propes' final life-saving measure. He had already killed the builders of this tunnel, and aside from him, no one else knew of its existence. Just as he was pushing open the stone doors to enter, a hand grabbed his shoulder. It was the mummy. The prince turned around, trying to push away this calamity-bringing man, but the man firmly held both of his shoulders. The man opened his mouth to reveal pitch black and decayed teeth, roaring at the prince. Then his right eye's black mandala flowers swayed and fell off. The red vines surrounding the eye socket quickly withered, leaving only a hollow void where his eyeball used to be. This void stared directly at the terrified prince who had fainted on the spot. Before losing consciousness, he noticed the eyes of the 4 angels, each holding different gems on the stone door behind him, which had been half opened. All suddenly opened their eyes. They revealed smiles and glanced meaningfully at the direction. He thought they were looking at him, but the last shred of reason before his thoughts froze told him he was wrong. They were looking at the mature, black death flower on the ground. Martin put down the fountain pen in his hand, blew on the ink that wasn't fully dry yet, and examined the content of the story again. Just like the previous story of the Black Cat, this tale also originated from the great writer of a past life. Martin adapted it to some extent. After these days of experiences, he had developed some new insights about the story of the plague, the mass killing of cats and the emergence of the epidemic, more contagious and deadly than the Black Death, as well as the gradual blooming of death flowers. All of it exuded beauty to him. When Martin learned that the queen wanted to hear a lively story about a ball and fine food, he immediately thought of this tale. He could sense what kind of story the queen wanted to hear, but when he started writing, he still preferred to tell this one. Curious stories tend to be more intriguing. Although Martin didn't know exactly how the queen would perceive this story. After confirming that the ink was fully dry, Martin stuffed the letter into the mailbox, then began a period of waiting. During this time, he inspected the actor's mask on his face and the black robe on his body, finding no signs of activation. The uneasiness he had previously felt from the mask had now completely vanished without a trace. We need to quickly secure cooperation with the Alchemy Guild, get our hands on the scholar's breath from that man, in order to fully control this gentleman's hat. Martin organized the things he needed to do, digesting the mother's flesh, cooking food to absorb the forces of gluttony and hunger, collaborating with the alchemists, finding more remnants of collapse, and also undergoing training at the Shepherd's Club. His head started to ache slightly. Tat. Another crisp sound of something being deposited came. Martin joyfully picked up the mailbox and opened the lid, taking out the old paper letter. It was already filled with new curving handwriting, not as exaggerated as the last one, and the writer's emotions seemed relatively stable. Truly boundless imagination. I suppose there must be a connection between the disappearance of cats and the sudden outbreak of infectious diseases. And that blonde man isn't necessarily a preacher either. His words and the arrival of those angels made everything rather complicated. Unfortunately, the story did not describe the angels' appearances or origins. Otherwise, we might have been able to guess who these angels were and what their plans and duties are. There's no denying it, Mr. Martin. Your story is just as excellent as the previous one about the black cat. My curiosity about you is growing stronger and stronger. What kind of person can come up with such ideas? This queen doesn't know, but there is an experience called reincarnation. All of this wasn't even my original creation, I just did a bit of modification. Martin secretly criticized here, though the sights and sounds of his past life truly helped him now. There was so much left for him to explore and practice. What a failure as a traveler between worlds. Up to now, he'd only used the essential skills of a traveler twice, losing countless brain cells. Martin continued reading. But if it wasn't you, then who sent me a reply? The queen added 3 question marks after this sentence, expressing her doubts. The day after I gave you the 7-star array, I received your reply. You wrote that you had successfully escaped and thanked me for my help, but the tone had somewhat changed. Your language became a little flippant, yet conversing with you felt very comfortable. When I asked you about the second story, you dodged the topic repeatedly, and your replies grew increasingly foolish, sounding exactly like the drunks and ruffians described in books. You even said something like that to me, so I replied by scolding you. That's why, after finishing the letter, Martin understood the cause. It must be that after the mailbox activated, it tricked both sides, preventing my letters from being sent while chatting with the queen on its own. Thankfully, it was merely teasing with words. If it had angered this mysterious queen, who knows what consequences would follow. But what such words refer to, I'm curious. Ignoring everything else, the mailbox becoming active was pretty interesting. The activation state of the mailbox should have been lifted when Martin took it in hand earlier, so it emitted continuous tremors, allowing me to communicate normally with the queen. There was still a small part of the content left in this reply letter. Martin continued reading. As for the mistake in the array transmission, I still don't have any clues. I've never heard of the city of Cavides. I don't know which tribe or territory it belongs to. The other end of the wormhole I set up is White Oak Tree, which is my favorite tavern located in the northeast of Atlantis. I waited for a long time there, drinking 3 bottles of Buckforest, but still didn't see you. Hey, if it wasn't for wanting to meet the writer of the strange story Black Cat, I would have only sent the guards to watch there and then bring you over. Martin felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the name Atlantis, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't remember. That 7-star transmission array came from an elder of the key card group. She was a senior Iris believer, so it should not be wrong. She is no longer in the palace at the moment, and I am temporarily unable to contact her. But since you have safely escaped, this is not important anymore. This story about the Black Death Flower is completely worth the transmission array. Gibelline, does it refer to the meaning of the City of Calamity? What a special name. To be honest, I am very interested in you, Mr. Martin, just a little less than my interest in Buckforest. Martin noticed that the queen extended an invitation to him at the end. No matter where you are now, I welcome you to visit Atlantis. The Magma Heart welcomes any talented person. Hearing this title, Martin's mind skipped a beat. He was sure he had heard it before, and it was not long ago. Chapter 57, Herb Scholar. Lava Heart. Martin saw this title and began reviewing his recent experiences, trying to figure out where he had heard about it. Palace of the Goldfinch? Stanley didn't mention this name. Basil only nagged him not to touch poison and mentioned that girl named Philia. Junker didn't bring it up either. Hines. After Martin carefully recalled, he still couldn't remember any related content. City, Atlantis, and the title Lava Heart. The days of experience flew through Martin's mind like a carousel. He didn't quite remember all of it, only some more peculiar scenes. Sunflower Carriage, the auction on the first floor, the Fata Morgana mirror on the second floor, Hisham, minor profit cards, and then there was the phantasm mother and son pair created by Maria. Wait, Maria, the auctioneer wearing the purple basque skirt. When Martin associated her voice with Atlantis and Lava Heart, he immediately realized he had heard this woman mention these words before. Where was it? She auctioned off 3 items in total. During which item's introduction did she mention this city? Martin closed his eyes and began recalling what the auctioneer had said. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He remembered. It was during the auction for the minor profit card. She mentioned while introducing the profit card that it once prophesied the legendary city Lava Heart. Atlantis disappeared in celestial fire. As Martin reflected on the scene of her introduction at that time, he noticed something wasn't right. Atlantis has already vanished? Then what does the queen mean by capital, and Lava Heart welcomes anyone talented? Martin felt all his body hair standing on end. Could it be the queen is lying? She isn't in this vanished city anymore? But this lie seems meaningless. Martin thought about it, and an unusual feeling surged within him, as if he had been chatting with a ghost all along. He calmed himself down and started sorting out the entire event's chronology. The mailbox was given by the stern man who obtained the Hand of Glory. This queen did indeed help me escape from the Palace of the Goldfinch. All she asks now is just to listen to some stories. Plus wanting to see me. Following this line of reasoning, it sounds more and more like a ghost being lonely and wanting to hear stories, so she dragged the storyteller into another world to keep her company. But her descriptions of that bar, her behavior, were so genuine. I even got a rough glimpse of her appearance through Time Slice, and she doesn't look anything like a ghost at all. Moreover, whether ghosts even exist in this world is questionable. The more Martin deduced, the more confused he became. He took a deep breath, picked up the round-bellied steel pen again, and spread out the blank letter paper once more. He decided to directly ask the queen. Since he couldn't figure it out, give the question to her and see her reaction first. She wouldn't suddenly pop out of the mailbox after receiving the letter and burst into laughter saying, "You caught me," would she? Martin shook his head to dispel this strange thought and began writing. "Your Majesty, thank you very much for your invitation. But your description conflicts with a piece of information I recently heard about your capital, Atlantis. I am extremely puzzled. That piece of information says that lava-hard Atlantis has already vanished in celestial fire. And it sounds like this happened long ago. This completely contradicts your description, and I can't think of the reason, so I would like to ask you about it. Of course, I'm not entirely sure about the authenticity of this news. I will continue to verify it, but I still feel it necessary to discuss this with you." Martin wrote until here, unsure what else he should say next, so he simply put down the pen, waited for the ink to dry, and placed it back in the mailbox. Martin intended to take advantage of the waiting time to thoroughly review the Savage Creature Cookbook, once more, seeing if there were any miraculous herbs available here for preparation, just in case. However, as he flipped open the cookbook, there was a sudden violent knocking on the door. Martin, open the door quickly." It was Junker's voice. He was anxiously pounding on the door. After hearing this, Martin immediately stood up and leaped to place the Queen's mailbox back into the corner of the beam. After making sure it was secure, he lightly jumped down and opened the door. Junker, seeing Martin, urgently told him, "The Turner family has come early to collect rent. Business hasn't been good recently, so the master wanted to negotiate if they could delay, but upon hearing our request, they immediately insisted we leave. The master sent me to tell you to go hide for now." "Turner? Is it the same family as Sir May Turner from last time?" "Yes, this family has significant influence in the Red Church district. Many shops here belong to them." Junker glanced anxiously toward the front hall and urgently instructed Martin. "The master said he would try to stall those people. Last time, when you saved Miss, and it made May Turner look foolish in front of everyone. They might be here this time just to target you. You should quickly take your important things and go hide somewhere. I'll head up front to help the master." After finishing these words, Junker was about to rush toward the front hall. Clearly, he was deeply worried about something happening to the gray-bearded old man. "Wait," Martin called him back. "I'll go with you." Faced with Junker's surprised and confused gaze, Martin consoled him. "Don't forget that I've already found work at the Sunflower Carriage. I'm no longer the little gardener who had to hide all the time." Basil was the first friend Martin had met in Cavites. This elderly man kindly took him in when he most needed help, and now he was even generously allowing him to run away first. How could Martin possibly leave alone in this situation? After saying this, Martin pulled Junker along to the front hall and locked the door before leaving. When they arrived at the front hall, a butler-like man stood arrogantly in front of Basil. The old man was guarding the medicine cabinet behind him, while several laborers in overalls were shoving him around. Seeing this scene, Martin took a few steps forward until he reached beside Basil, then swiftly struck out and forced the men shoving Basil to retreat. Basil recognized Martin's voice and his expression turned serious. When the butler saw Martin appear, a subtle smirk appeared on his lips, and then he shouted to the workers, "Attack together. Teach this young man who offends the Sir a lesson." Upon hearing his command, the laborers drew axes and sticks from their waists and charged in, all aiming for Martin. Seeing this, Martin leaped away from Basil. After hearing what the butler said, Martin understood that these people's target had probably been him from the start, pushing Basil as bait to draw him out. So, by leaving Basil, it made Basil safer instead. Sure enough, once the group of laborers saw Martin jump away, they all chased after him, ignoring the blind old man protecting the medicine cabinet entirely. As soon as Martin jumped aside, he finally had room to move freely. With his body enhanced by the corpse of Holy Mother, he nimbly evaded all attacks, then began countering each worker one by one. He deliberately controlled the strength of his blows. These were ordinary people, not werewolves or creatures with robust physiques, so he was cautious about striking too hard. He deftly maneuvered around them, delivering precise attacks to their earlobes, ribs, joints, and other sensitive areas. In just moments, they all collapsed onto the ground, groaning in pain. The butler, watching from a distance, wore an unpredictable expression. Once Martin finished dealing with them, he approached the butler. The middle-aged man dressed like a butler was about to scold him when Martin preemptively revealed an item, showing it to him. It was the Iron Lamb emblem given to him by Pleasance. This indicated that Martin was now an official member of the Shepherd Club, a shepherd. Martin wasn't sure if this emblem would be useful, but trying it was better than escalating the conflict further. "This is the shepherd emblem." The butler, being relatively knowledgeable, immediately recognized the emblem upon seeing it. "You're pretty well informed," Martin joked. "How can you be part of the Shepherd Club?" The butler struggled to believe how a random passerby who offended a sir became a notorious bounty hunter. Martin was somewhat satisfied with the butler's reaction and continued, "It's not yet time for rent collection, so you have no right to force Mr. Basil out prematurely." "Huh?" The butler let out a derisive laugh. "Based on the pitiful earnings of this pharmacy, there's no way they can pay the upcoming rent. It'd be better if they closed down sooner." The butler taunted recklessly. "That's none of your business. When it's time for rent, we'll naturally hand it over to you." Martin replied calmly. The butler wanted to continue mocking but looked at the lamb emblem in Martin's hand, falling into silence momentarily. "If there's nothing else, please leave. Don't disturb our normal operations." Though there was no crowd gathered outside Mercury Spring, passers-by were curiously peering inside. "After all, the more business we do, the more coins we can hand over to you." Martin stared directly at the butler, his eyes filled with pressure. After changing expressions twice, the middle-aged butler called to the laborers who were just getting up. "Let's go." The group turned and left. "You were too reckless." Basil, supported by Junker, came to Martin's side. His wrinkled face was now full of worry, and there was some reproach in his tone. Don't worry, old Basil. Martin tried to soothe the elder's feelings with a light-hearted tone. I'm now an official employee of the Sunflower Carriage. You've seen it yourself. Even the Turner family has to consider whether they want to deal with me. But they left today, they'll still come back another day. Basil let out a heavy sigh. Everyone is getting more and more addicted to the universal remedy from Tom's cabin. Mercury Spring may really be unable to keep going. After saying this sentence, the elder's body stooped further, as if he had aged several years in an instant. You should worry about this even less. Martin held Basil's arm. I haven't told you yet. Apart from being a gardener, I also have some research on the therapeutic effects of various herbs. Chapter 58, The Cathedral. After settling Belisarius, Martin returned to the red house behind the shop. He wanted to apply the characteristics of creatures and the effects of potions from the Barbaric Creatures Cookbook to ordinary patients, combining his culinary skills to attract people, just like medicine cuisine in his past life. The amazing effects along with the culinary skills of the Great Food Empire should be able to attract quite a few people. This idea stemmed from what he had previously thought about using soy sauce to attract customers. Last time, it was because he killed Johnny that Belisarius did not get that soy sauce recipe, so he also bore some responsibility for this matter. The key was how to implement it. He was very confident in his culinary skills, but he mainly worried about the sources of biological and potion materials, as well as the possibility of the Turner family interfering. He learned from the old man that the Turner family had considerable influence in the Red Church district and even throughout all of Cavides. Their power network was intricate, controlling many properties, stalls, even fixed market stands, gardens, and docks. So May Turner wanted to befriend the daughter of the administrator. Martin recalled the actions and words he had taken to save Annie. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't considered much, which did indeed embarrass that Sir and Dr. Bogao somewhat. Although he now had the backing of the Shepherd's Club, he understood that this reputation could scare off minor characters like stewards, but in the eyes of the Turner family, it probably wasn't worth mentioning. The immediate priority is to help Belisarius keep Mercury Spring, and this pharmacy can greatly assist my future potion making. As for the rest, we'll see how it goes. He entered the warehouse, locked the door, and then retrieved the Queen's mailbox from the roof beam to check the letters inside. Sure enough, the Queen had already replied. It read, "This news is even less logical than saying something after drinking 8 bottles of Stag Forest. The nickname of Atlantis is Lava Heart. Flames are everywhere here. Even children who have just learned to walk know how to use fire to create toys they want. How could such a place disappear in heavenly fire? I have never heard of such news. Who spread this rumor? When did this happen?" That was where the letter ended, showing that the Queen herself was very confused. Could someone have rebuilt this city? Martin speculated on other possibilities. He carefully recalled Maria's narrative and realized she didn't specify the exact time of the heavenly fire attack on Atlantis, leaving Martin perplexed. He again placed the mailbox back properly, turned around, and went out to find Belisarius. Judging by this old man's previous statements about this savior, he might know something about this legendary city. Asking him could perhaps lead to an answer. However, when Martin reached the front hall, Belisarius wasn't there. Junker said this old man had gone out to visit an old friend, and refused Junker's offer to accompany him. This blind elder could indeed go out alone, probably due to years of practice, as his hearing was far more acute than that of a normal person. But since taking Junker as his apprentice, the elder usually took him along when going out, rarely venturing alone. So, this visit to an old friend seemed a bit strange. Could his insistence on going out alone at this time be related to the recent conflict? Martin felt that this old man also harbored some secrets. But for now, he had no intention of investigating. He asked Junker, who unsurprisingly knew nothing about Atlantis, having only heard of its historical existence. Martin returned to the warehouse and thought for a while, coming up with an idea. Deeply sorry, Your Majesty. He picked up the pen and began writing on the letter paper. I only overheard about this event and do not know its exact date, but I have also heard of a few other things. These events should all be major historical occurrences, and you may use them for reference. Then, Martin recounted as comprehensively as possible to the Queen the information he had heard from Maria. First, he mentioned the existence of the Greater and Lesser Prophet cards, followed by confirmed prophecies from those cards. What he roughly remembered included the chaos of the Golden Branch dynasty, the downfall of the vampire clans, the assassination of the Holy Light Pope, and the legendary Master Agar's crafting 7 great swords. Especially the chaos of the Golden Branch dynasty. This was something that had happened recently, and the change of rulers of such a dynasty should likely be known by the Queen. If the Queen was also aware of the prophet cards, then she would understand that the events he spoke of were real. After Martin finished writing, he hurriedly blew on the ink to dry it, and then placed the letter inside the mailbox. He had a faint premonition that this matter would not merely be a mere debate, but would significantly impact both the Queen's and his own future. Beginning to pace in the room, he anxiously awaited the Queen's reply. Click. Martin felt like an incredibly long time had passed until he finally heard the long-awaited sound of the delivery. He sat down, steadied his breathing, and with trembling hands, opened the mailbox to take out the letter. The florid handwriting inside was somewhat rough. Find out if there is a cathedral named Capharnaum in your city. If so, find a way to enter its underground area, and check if there are any familiar objects. If there are, write back and tell me what they are. Further down were some even more scribbled strokes, circled in red ink by the Queen, making them stand out sharply. The strokes formed a few words. Do as I say. This is important. The tone of these words was grave, and Martin had never seen such serious language in any of the Queen's letters before. Capharnaum Cathedral? Martin stared in shock at the familiar name on the paper, leaving him speechless. How does the Queen know the name of this red cathedral? She didn't even know about Cavides. The name Capharnaum was very familiar to Martin because the city of calamity in the story he had just written was also called Capharnaum, and this name was inspired by the most famous red cathedral in the Red Church district, Capharnaum Cathedral. Since he couldn't remember the name of the plague-stricken city from that great writer's tale, he simply used the mysterious-sounding name he'd recently heard. Martin felt as though he were floating down a long river of destiny, only to suddenly return to its source. This eerie sensation left him puzzled. His thoughts spiraled into confusion. The more he tried to untangle them, the more intertwined they became. Finally, he gave up and decided to do as the Queen said. First, check whether there really were familiar things in Capharnaum Cathedral. He placed the mailbox back onto the roof beam and headed out. Walking through the familiar green spider alley, past Capharnaum Street, he reached the vicinity of Rose Square. There stood the Gothic-style building he knew well, with its grand bell tower and dome, as well as the prophet statue at the center of the square. It was his likeness. Martin furrowed his brow. Everything seemed far too coincidental. Walking through the bustling Rose Square, he arrived at the main entrance of Capharnaum Cathedral, a massive peach-shaped archway. The main entrance had 3 arches, all intricately carved with narrative reliefs. On the left was the Holy Tree Gate, surrounded by many saints and angels, centered around a flourishing giant tree casting a golden glow from its branches. On the right was the Holy Water Gate, its focal point being a mysterious and tranquil lake surrounded by many clergy dressed in robes, observing their reflections in the water. In the middle was the Holy Light Gate, the currently open entrance to the cathedral, and also the largest of the 3 archways. Layer upon layer of halo-like reliefs extended inward, like gates guiding people into the Hall of Holy Light. Martin walked in, following the broad passage into the prayer hall. Majestic arches and stone pillars stood tall within the expansive hall. Sunlight streamed through the rose windows, casting colorful projections onto the floor, imbuing the interior with an air of quiet sanctity. Today was not a Sunday service day, so there weren't many people praying. Up front, a tall white-robed cleric was giving a sermon, while several people were scattered among the pews below. Martin found a secluded seat and began listening to the sermon while discreetly scanning the surroundings for clues to the cathedral's basement. Listening carefully to the cleric's steady and peaceful voice, Martin observed the entire prayer hall, finding no signs of an underground entrance or additional passages. Just as he was preparing to leave to explore other entrances and halls, he heard a man's voice behind him. "What are you looking for, my child?" The cleric, whose sermon had ended without Martin noticing, now held a thick copy of the Book of Jubilation close to him and regarded him warmly with a gentle smile. Martin was momentarily startled by this question. He had never been addressed this way, even by his mother. But he understood that this was common terminology used by religious figures, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Pausing for a moment, he replied, "Excuse me, does this church have any underground spaces?" As soon as he asked, he realized his mistake. Why had he revealed his purpose so easily? Even if there really were underground spaces, they should be the church's hidden areas, places not open to outsiders. After all, underground areas are usually associated with things like secrets and treasures, which aren't casually displayed to strangers. In such a case, recklessly inquiring about underground spaces would only invite suspicion and conjecture, which is precisely what he wanted to avoid at this moment. So, Martin had already made up his mind before coming here that he wouldn't ask anyone else directly, but rather do some reconnaissance on his own first. If necessary, he could seek out Belisarius or Heinz for help later. But now, he had just plainly blurted it out without any cover, without the slightest hint of restraint. As Martin reflected on his earlier state, he realized that he seemed to have been subtly influenced by some kind of encouragement, as if voicing his purpose would surely result in someone assisting him. No, it was this cleric. This cleric was goading me into revealing my true intention. At this realization, Martin's pupils slightly contracted as he fixed his gaze on the cleric before him. Despite the cleric's face still radiating warmth, Martin perceived it as akin to the pleasure an animal might feel right before consuming its meal. Then he heard the cleric say, "There is one. You can enter through that entrance." Pointing toward the left side of the hall with a smile, Martin noticed for the first time that behind a pristine white marble archway, there lay a small and inconspicuous entrance that he had overlooked due to his initial haste. However, that area is currently managed by the city hall and falls under a paid access zone. The fees collected are used for the maintenance and restoration of the murals inside. The fee is 3 holy water copper coins. Chapter 59, The Mural. Martin heard the priest's words and felt somewhat torn between laughter and tears. The priest in front of him was indeed no ordinary figure. He did not know exactly what his ability was, making people honest perhaps, but the underground space of the church actually belonged to the management of the town hall, and there was even a fee to enter. What kind of logic was that? Fortunately, Martin had shamelessly prepaid for the first week's living allowance when signing the contract with Pleased, which amounted to 1 holy light gold coin. Otherwise, he could only look at the entrance right before his eyes and anxiously wait. He put on an appearance of a devout believer, politely thanked the priest, bid him farewell, and came to the entrance of the underground space. At the entrance were 2 armored guards standing watch. Next to them was a small wooden box resembling a donation box. Martin took some copper coins out from his pocket, counted 3 of them, and dropped them inside. After receiving his salary, Martin spent some at the Rose Square, buying several local specialty fruits and snacks. So his holy light gold coins had turned into some holy tree silver coins, as well as more holy water copper coins. The two guards on duty showed no reaction when Martin placed the copper coins, as if they were just stationed there. If someone tries to fool around and pays less, will they be stopped by them and thrown out while the guard talks about desecrating holy light and such? Unnecessary content started to flash in Martin's mind again. He casually entered this entrance and followed a winding staircase gradually descending towards the underground. And at the same time as Martin entered the side door, the tall priest holding the Book of Jubilee Blessing walked to the front row of the prayer hall and sat down on the chair at the edge of the aisle. He opened the Book of Jubilee Blessing in his hand and gently flipped through it. The warm sunlight illuminated his short brown hair, and the gold thread on his clerical robe refracted streaks of light. The priest's face still bore a warm smile, like a divine officer bathing in holy light. But upon closer observation, one would notice that every page of text in the Jubilee book in his hand was violently trembling, as if trapped wild beasts in a cage. Some of the texts even protruded from the page, almost about to detach themselves, yet they were held back by sticky glue-like substances extending from behind the pages, struggling in vain to break free. The tall priest lightly brushed over the protruding text with his finger, and immediately the text was sucked back into the page, re-solidifying and ceasing its tremors. People came and went around the priest all the time, but everyone seemed to ignore him. No one bowed their heads to greet him, and no one even looked at him, until a man arrived. If Martin were here, he would certainly be surprised because the person who came was none other than Polluter, the gentleman in charge of the sunflower carriage with the rare treasure derivative. He still wore the golden-rimmed glasses, a black silk top hat on his head, and a double-breasted woolen coat that appeared slightly tight. Your Grace. Polluter sat next to the priest, leaned his cane against the edge of the chair, and addressed the priest with a tone laced with some respect. He was the Archbishop of the Holy Light Church in the Cadvides Diocese, Thomas Norton. Polluter. Thomas Norton closed the Book of Jubilee Blessing and smiled in response. The sunflower carriage has decided to donate 5,000 holy light gold coins and items worth 3,000 holy light gold coins to the Capernaum Church, in gratitude for the church's assistance in uncovering that ruin. Polluter clenched his left fist and held it with his right hand, crossing his arms over his chest and bowing his head toward the statue of the Holy Father in the center of the church, forming a standard church praying gesture. May the holy light be with you. Archbishop Thomas also formed such a gesture, slightly nodding his head. Alas. After the end of the prayer ceremony, Polluter sighed and said, although we have successfully found the ruins of this garden, unfortunately, we have not obtained the key to open the ruins. Even now, we are still unable to determine whether the legendary Tower of Creation is hidden inside. Archbishop Thomas ended the ceremony, paused silently for a moment, then said, with the appearance of the blood moon, I believe the Tower of Life guarded by the angels has already opened, and the Tower of Creation should sense something accordingly. So far, we have not observed any signs. Polluter carefully responded. It is said that the key to opening the garden ruins is hidden beneath this Capernaum Great Cathedral, but the royal family and the city hall have firmly controlled the area below, preventing us from conducting a comprehensive search. Could the church offer some help in this matter? He showed difficulty on his face, lifting his eyes toward the brown-haired bishop beside him. The current situation is already the best result achieved by the agreement between the church and the royal family. Archbishop Thomas said without emotion. The Capernaum Great Cathedral is of great significance to Cadvides, and you know what is enshrined here. He glanced at the fat gentleman beside him, with no ripples in his eyes. The church has made every effort to secure control over the main part of the cathedral, while the underground area must be handed over to the town hall for supervision. It is said that this is a direct order from the Iron Blood Emperor. Since the negotiation failed, Polluter no longer lingered on this topic, continuing his prayers for a while before getting up, paying his respects, and leaving. Archbishop Thomas remained seated where he was. He gazed towards the entrance on the left side of the prayer hall leading to the underground area. Polluter's words reminded him of the young man earlier. Thomas faintly detected the aura of the Tower of Life around him. As Polluter was conversing with Archbishop Thomas, Martin was gradually descending the stairs towards the underground. On either side of the stone steps, there was an oil lamp supported by a bronze stand every so often, illuminating the nearby steps. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at a huge gray stone door. The heavy and ancient stone door had some intricate carvings on it. Upon entering through the stone door, he came to a spacious cave chamber. To call it a cave chamber was not quite appropriate. More accurately, it was a large hall located underground. There were no signs of excavation here as would be seen at an archaeological site, but rather it resembled an already existing palace, decorated rather lavishly. Guardians were stationed all around the perimeter of the hall, clad in bright silver armor, standing erect in front of the walls of the hall. There are more guards than usual here. Martin muttered to himself. There were already some people visiting inside the hall, with groups of 3 or 2 gathering in front of huge murals, either stopping to admire or quietly discussing them. Most of these people were dressed like upper-class individuals, the men wearing elegant hats and carrying canes, the women mostly adorned with soft hats and veils, just as if they were attending an exhibition. This was something one could predict. After all, the place wasn't free to visit. 3 copper coins may not have been much, but for the lower classes, it amounted to a breakfast. Martin entered the hall, blending into the crowd to make himself less conspicuous, then looked up at the mural on the wall. The underground mentioned by the Queen should indeed be here, and the most prominent things here should also be the murals. It was clear that the target of the guard's protection was also them. In front of Martin stood a massive mural depicting a beautiful young girl. She wore a scarlet dress, decorated with various fringes and lace. Her lips were as red as blood, her skin as white as snow, and her hair pitch black. She was currently closing her eyes, lying peacefully in a crystal coffin, her hands holding a fresh apple. The apple's surface was glossy and had been bitten into, revealing its tender and juicy pulp, appearing incredibly inviting. Around her, 7 greenish, ugly creatures surrounded her. They were 7 goblins. Some wore deerskin hats, ties, and fur clothing. Others donned iron helmets like miners and dirty workwear, all staring at the girl in the crystal coffin, their faces showing sorrowful expressions. The more Martin looked, the stranger he felt. When he realized the apple held by the girl, his eyes instantly widened, almost shouting out the name of the painting. Snow White. And the 7 dwarfs? No, the 7 goblins. What was going on? Seeing a scene from one of his previous life's fairy tales in the basement of a church gave him a sense of dissonance. Martin thought of the actor's face on his face, which was also very similar to Pinocchio's story from his past life. Did this world have fairy tales similar to those from his past? Or were there other travelers from his previous world? But why did the 7 dwarfs turn into 7 ugly goblins? The image of the dwarves from his past life floated into Martin's mind. Their faces were filled with warmth and laughter, with pure white beards. Unlike how the goblins in this mural had greenish skin and hideous features, Martin temporarily suppressed the shock and doubt within him, turning to look at the other murals. If the rest of the murals were completely different, it could still be explained as an incredible coincidence. He approached another larger mural on the left, where a group of well-dressed men and women had gathered. Carefully pushing through the crowd, Martin arrived in front of the mural and looked up, finally able to fully see its entirety. At the bottom of the mural was a strangely shaped golden oil lamp. Its surface was covered with intricate openwork patterns, flat in shape. A thin gold chain connected the lamp cap and the handle, and its spout exaggeratedly extended outward. In the lamp's spout, a wick was quietly burning, but bizarrely, instead of curling smoke, it emitted a large bubble glowing with a pale purple hue. The bubble seemed to have been blown out by the lamp's spout, and inside it, there was a warped and blurry shadow. The shadow revealed the figure of a woman with fine golden long hair, her ears distorted into an unnatural shape. Her figure was graceful, and on her upper body were some iridescent scales. And the lower part of the shadow's body was actually a giant, colorful fishtail. A mermaid? Did the bearded genie transform into a mermaid? Martin's mouth gaped open as a huge sense of incongruity overwhelmed him. Chapter 60, Making Contact. Martin suspected that someone was playing a prank. The dwarf turned into a goblin, and the Aladdin's lamp summoned a mermaid instead. What was this? Some sort of mockery? And just as his mind was filled with confusion and bewilderment, he heard a well-dressed nobleman beside him say, "Mrs. Lucia, does your Black Cat Lane sell samples of this magical lamp?" "Not yet, Viscount." A fashionably dressed middle-aged woman at the man's side responded. Her silver hair shimmered, and she looked about 50 or 60 years old, but she was in excellent condition with few wrinkles on her face. She wore a green silk lady's hat and a high-collared dark red shirt, accompanied by a dark green shawl and underskirt. But this type of item can be custom-made by Black Cat Lane. It will just be somewhat more expensive. The woman flashed a polite smile. After all, this is our first time in Cavides, and our first time seeing this famous wishing lamp mural. Black Cat Lane. Martin had heard this name before. It came from the radio in the Golden Sparrow Palace. He remembered it was likely a shop participating in the reindeer market in Cavides. At the time, Martin found the radio, an appliance that seemed out of place amidst the surroundings, quite intriguing. Therefore, he vividly remembered other broadcast details. He pretended to scrutinize the mural closely, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. The price isn't an issue. The Viscount smiled, his sparse hairline receding severely, but his beard gleaming and luxuriant. He stroked his glossy beard and continued. On the contrary, these wishing lamps, as well as almost every mural in this crypt from the Holy Light era, are true works of art, worth coming to Cavides for. They document an unknown history of the region of Cavides. Legend has it they're associated with a mysterious queen. It's interesting because this queen, much like yourself, was also a craftsman, but she was a savior master. It's said that many renowned miraculous items were crafted by her. All these artifacts possess wildly imaginative elements along with astonishing powers. Take this wishing lamp, for example. According to legend, it was created by the soul of a mermaid by the queen, granting any wish to its bearer. And aside from what I've heard about, there's a flute capable of summoning little goblins, boots that enhance walking speed, and even a cloak that renders its wearer invisible. Longing gleamed in the Viscount's eyes. These certainly sound valuable. Lady Lucia stroked her chin thoughtfully, murmuring, "If we could create replicas of these handicrafts, they'd definitely sell well here in Cavides." Ha ha. Hearing Lucia's words, the Viscount burst into laughter. "To be honest, Mrs. Lucia, you're truly an excellent merchant." The elderly woman didn't refute, replying with a smile. "Viscount Hubert, when you reach my age, you'll understand that gold is the most dependable friend. At least, it won't betray you." The Viscount nodded in agreement. Having heard enough, Martin slowly stepped away to avoid raising suspicion by lingering too long. He continued inward and arrived before another mural. Unlike the others, this mural portrayed an exceptionally intricate scene. Martin observed a bridge standing over an abyss. The bridge's railings bore numerous carved human figures, one upon each baluster. Their expressions were grotesque, akin to guardians watching over the bridge, which induced goosebumps just by looking. At the end of the bridge stood a Gothic palace, and in front of the palace gates, there was the silhouette of a thin man. The man stretched out his arms towards the door, a hint of a smile on his lips. Behind him followed a bony horse. The horse carried a sack of flax on its back, which wasn't tied securely, allowing some tiny grains to fall out. Upon closer inspection, Martin recognized those grains as resembling black sesame seeds. In front of the man, the doors of the palace were gradually opening, revealing a crack through which the interior could be glimpsed. Peering through the crevice, vines intertwined within the palace, and amongst them blossomed large black flowers. Could these be Black Death flowers? An intense sense of absurdity caused Martin's body to break out in goosebumps. This bridge and palace, the vines and black flowers. Everything matched exactly with the story he narrated in City of Misfortune. And he had only just told the Queen this story moments ago. A mural dating back to the Holy Light era depicting the story he had only just concocted. The murals are linked to a mysterious queen. Atlantis has already vanished into the annals of history, yet the Queen insists she lives in Atlantis. And there are fairy tales on this mural that only I should know about. A bold idea flashed in Martin's mind. It can't be. Coming down to the bottom of this church and looking for familiar things. Could this be what it meant? Martin muttered to himself. An idea that would have seemed utterly absurd to his former self now appeared very plausible in this world filled with magic and bizarre events. Martin continued walking deeper into the hall until he finally stood before the last mural. If his hypothesis was correct, then the next painting wouldn't be unfamiliar to him either. Martin lifted his gaze towards the wall. There, a man was depicted. The man was dressed in rags, soaked in blood, holding an old axe as he stumbled forward unsteadily. The strange part was that two heads grew from the man's shoulders. The head on the right looked weary, with a face full of exhaustion, unshaven, as if he hadn't had a decent sleep in ages. The one on the left, however, wore a grin of joy, madness, and cruelty. It revealed its ghostly white teeth, fixed on something ahead with unwavering intensity. Following the line of sight of this head, Martin saw a familiar creature. A black cat. A black cat with its left eye gouged out. The very same black cat from the first story Martin told. At this moment, Martin confirmed his inner suspicion. The Queen indeed lived in Atlantis. Only, it was the Atlantis that had not yet been destroyed by the heavenly fire, the magma core. The Queen came from the past. That 7-point star teleportation array had not transported them to the wrong place. Martin and Xianxia's destination was indeed Atlantis' location. However, the once existing magma core had long since vanished, replaced by cavides rebuilt upon this land. The coordinates were right. It was the time that was off. The teleportation array couldn't traverse time. Martin understood everything. He stood frozen where he was, until a voice jolted him awake. "Excuse me, sir." It was an elderly woman's voice. "You seem very interested in this mural." Martin turned around to see the old woman who'd been chatting earlier with Viscount Hubert, Madame Lucia. She didn't know when she had come over beside Martin, but at this moment, she was gazing at him with deep meaning. Funny coincidence. We at our Black Cat Lane also have quite a number of handmade crafts related to black cats. Would you be interested? They are all handcrafted by skilled artisans and include ingredients such as tri-leaf burdock, which has demon-repelling and purifying effects. They work very well. And importantly, as a signature product of Black Cat Lane, its price is quite reasonable. Workers, rich merchants, and nobles alike in cavides love it. The woman didn't pay attention to Martin's expression, continuing her monologue focused on business, as if she were discussing what to eat for tomorrow's afternoon tea. Martin wasn't at all interested in the black cat handicrafts the woman mentioned. Even if they were reasonably priced, he wouldn't buy them. His current savings couldn't afford an impractical decoration like that. Martin found it odd. Even if the old woman wanted to expand her business by promoting her products, she shouldn't be approaching him. Currently, within the Great Hall and their vicinity were wealthy merchants and nobility. Randomly choosing any one of them would make far more sense than picking him. "I'm sorry, madam. I don't currently have any intention to purchase, but I will think about it." Martin slightly lowered his head, declining the elderly woman's offer. After hearing Martin's words, the woman didn't appear embarrassed by being rejected. Instead, she shifted her eyes to the mural, subsequently uttering a sentence that made Martin's back hairs stand up. "That's really too bad, mister. Someone told me that those interested in this mural would definitely find our black cat figurines fascinating because black cats are rather familiar items, aren't they?" It was after hearing her words that I came to Cavides, waiting here for the writer who deliberately descended into the underground chambers of the Capernaum Grand Church, seeking familiar things. Upon hearing the word writer, Martin's heart began racing, enveloped by an overwhelming wave of astonishment. This woman, she was sent by the Queen. Had the Queen survived? How did she know I would be here? Martin's first reaction was to flee. He felt his blood surging toward his legs. But he realized that this elderly woman harbored no ill intent, much like the Queen herself. So what was her purpose? To specially come here to meet him? To sell him handcrafted trinkets? Martin's mind was struggling to function amidst the shock and confusion. "Madam, do these black cat handicrafts you speak of truly have the power to repel demons and purify?" "To be honest with you, I've been having trouble sleeping lately." After hesitating for a moment, Martin spoke to the old woman, feigning a look as if plagued by nightmares, his tone filled with probing uncertainty. "Oh, that is truly terrible. I know how it feels to wake up suddenly in the middle of a nightmare. Believe me, sir, I can empathize with your suffering. I am sure you absolutely need a piece like this. If it doesn't work, you can come see me anytime." Madame Lucia seemed genuinely moved, her expression of worry and sympathy looking utterly sincere. Her acting skills are impressive. Martin silently criticized in his heart as he followed Lucia away from the underground hall. Chapter 61. The Queen in the Mailbox. Martin followed Lady Lucia out of the underground hall of the Capernaum Grand Cathedral, out of the cathedral, and into the Rose Square. The old woman gazed at the prophet's statue in the square. Her slightly drooping eyes, aged by time, glimmered with a trace of light. I've heard stories about this prophet for a long time, but today is truly the first time I've seen it. I think everyone on this land should be very grateful to him, whether it's the people now or the citizens of the past. Hearing these words, Martin's eyelids twitched, and he restrained himself from meeting the old woman's gaze. Was this another level of implication? Lady Lucia turned her head to glance at Martin, her eyes lingering on his mask for a while before she said, I've heard that this great prophet is still the dream lover of many young girls in Cavides even today. The old woman covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, and a hint of sweetness could still be seen in her features. She must have been a great beauty in her youth. No wonder, his statues are all so handsome and elegant. It's hard to imagine how good-looking the man himself would have been. If I were 40 years younger, I would definitely have fallen madly in love with him. Lady Lucia then cast her eyes back onto Martin's face, full of deep meaning. No, the man himself couldn't possibly compare to his statues. Martin muttered to himself inwardly. Who exactly was this old woman? What was her relationship with the queen? Did she know about the matter concerning this statue? Martin had too many question marks in his mind. He hoped all these questions would be answered when they reached Black Cat Path. After speaking, the old woman stood up again and left, leading Martin to Xianxia Street where a carriage was already waiting. The carriage was entirely black, pulled by a single horse. In front of the cabin hung an oil lamp emitting soft light. The driver was a spirited elderly man wearing a silk top hat. He was dressed in a double-breasted suit coat with a light-colored waistcoat and a deep gray tie, gloves covering his hands, looking far less like a typical carriage driver. Wouldn't his hat blow off when driving? Martin glanced at the elder's outfit and felt compelled to mutter internally. It seemed like his recent mental activity had become unusually lively. Please get on, Mr. Martin. Lady Lucia went up first and then spoke to Martin beneath the carriage. She knows my name? Did the queen tell her? Martin recalled mentioning his name in his letters to the queen. He climbed aboard the carriage and sat opposite Lucia. The driver cracked his whip, and the carriage slowly moved forward. There was some bumpiness along the way. Across from him, Lady Lucia stared calmly at Martin, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Mr. Martin, where did you obtain the mask on your face? After staring at Martin for a while, Lady Lucia finally opened her mouth and asked a question. Martin found this question rather peculiar. It didn't quite align with her earlier demeanor as a merchant. Was she trying to make conversation? This is a gift. Martin paused briefly before replying. Of course, he couldn't expose the existence of the twin flames or gentleman hat. He wasn't close enough to Lady Lucia to trust her that much. He thought the old woman was just searching for a topic, so he gave a vague answer, wanting to sidestep the question. Saying the mask was a gift wasn't necessarily a lie, since he didn't specify who gave it to him. A gift, huh? Lady Lucia mused. Do you know Shirley? She asked. Shirley. Martin looked confused. This name meant nothing to him. Lucia observed his reaction, pondered for a moment, and continued asking. Haven't you met a red-haired girl with very pale skin who likes to wear black robes and black shirts? And most importantly, does she also wear the same mask as you? As the elderly woman described the girl's clothing and appearance, a slight sense of urgency and anxiety crept into her tone, seemingly eager to confirm something. Listening to Lady Lucia's description, Martin remembered the shepherd who had appeared when he was nearly killed after being captured by meat-eater Johnny. Martin recognized her as a woman, matching the black-robed, red-haired figure described by the old woman. Martin also remembered the rose tattoo on her chest. Both the mask on Martin's face and the black robe he wore were replicated through red flame, originating from this woman. Did Lucia know her? Martin's thoughts flowed rapidly. This woman knew him when he was still in his giant dog form, a secret deeply buried within him that needed to remain concealed. He couldn't directly discuss what had happened that night. Martin considered for a moment and replied, Are you talking about a shepherd? When she heard the three words, shepherd, Lucia's eyes lost their calmness, and her worried expression became evident as she sighed. Yes, that's my granddaughter, Shirley. She disregarded my advice and insisted on becoming a bounty hunter with no tomorrow. It turns out she came to Cavides and joined the Shepherd's Club. When speaking about this girl, all traces of shrewdness typical of a merchant vanished from Mrs. Lucia, replaced by genuine care and affection for her junior. Where did you see her? Lucia quickly asked. Green Spider Street. Martin replied. I met her while she was hunting a contaminated individual related to the Dark Alchemy Guild, but it seemed like she was in trouble, almost getting killed. At this point, Martin paused briefly and noticed that Mrs. Lucia's expression immediately betrayed an uncontrollable concern with his pause. This instinctive reaction couldn't be faked, and Martin began to believe that Lucia really had a granddaughter named Shirley, and that this granddaughter was indeed the shepherd who had intended to hunt Johnny. He continued, At the time, I just happened to be there, so I gave her a hand. She eventually left safely and successfully completed the hunt, because on the first floor of the sunflower carriage, I saw the remaining items after the contaminated individual was destroyed. Martin deliberately mentioned Johnny's Dark Alchemy Guild identity and the fact that he had seen the sweet pocket at this sunflower carriage to enhance the credibility of what he said, since this was the truth. Moreover, by vaguely saying that he just happened to be there and help the girl, Lucia's attention would focus entirely on her granddaughter's rescue. thereby subconsciously ignoring why he happened to be present there. All of this was true. The nose of his actor's face wouldn't grow longer. Martin believed that Lucia must know this characteristic of the actor's face. By simply observing any changes in the mask, one could determine if Martin was lying. When Lucia inquired about this mask earlier, Martin took this into account, consciously avoiding any lies and instead revealing certain truths in a selective manner. Sure enough, after Martin finished speaking, Lucia barely noticeably glanced at the mask on his face, then exhaled and nodded. Thank you very much for your help. My granddaughter has always wanted to be a bounty hunter just like her father. Earlier this year, she didn't listen to anyone around her and ran away from home with a governess. I have been searching for her whereabouts ever since, until meeting you. I still hadn't found anything. The old woman said this as she leaned forward, whispering something softly to the carriage driver. The elderly driver skillfully controlled the carriage while quietly listening to her words. Subsequently, he took out a bronze little bird from his sleeve. The bird looked just like a miniaturized carrier pigeon. Leaning down near the bird's ear, the old man whispered some words, then flung it up with his left hand. In an instant, the bird spread its wings as soon as it left the hand, flapping them several times before flying off on the wind and disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Mechanical artistry. As Martin watched the bronze little bird come to life and fly away, his worldview was refreshed once again. However, he didn't show any signs of abnormality, trying hard to maintain his aloof persona. On the other hand, Mrs. Lucia, after giving instructions to the driver, resumed her previous merchant-style smile, but Martin felt that this smile seemed more genuine than before. If we can really find Shirley, then you've truly done me a great favor, Mr. Martin. Lucia spoke earnestly. It seems the Queen was right after all. You are a true gentleman, a great writer, and a prophet. Finally, the key issue. Upon hearing the word Queen, Martin instantly perked up and asked, Did the Queen send you to meet me? A trace of a smile appeared on Lucia's lips. Yes. The Queen instructed us to come to Cavides this second half of the year and visit the basement of Capernaum Grand Cathedral between December 3rd and 12th to meet the prophet. She said we'd recognize this prophet at first sight and reminded us to definitely mention the phrase familiar things. She also added that the prophet would certainly be most interested in the mural of Black Cat. The Queen's words were too obscure. Before meeting you, I couldn't understand why I could recognize you at first glance. Lucia chuckled bitterly at herself. When I saw the black robe on you, the same as Shirley's, and your actor's face, I immediately realized. You are the prophet who has a penchant for the Black Cat. Lucia looked at Martin. This should be a coincidence. I shouldn't have mentioned replicating the actor's face in any letter to the Queen, and I didn't even know I'd meet you. Martin thought privately. Where is the Queen now? He asked what was foremost on his mind. From the gaps in mail delivery to the vast time spans, Martin felt himself drifting further away from this mysterious Queen who had once aided him. And now, he had a feeling that they were about to finally meet face to face. He felt a bit excited. When Lucia heard his question, she sighed softly and said, It's been a long time since we've seen the Queen ourselves. She mysteriously disappeared after leading us to escape from Atlantis and avoid the heavenly fire. No one knows where she went. Some say that she left to accommodate the Black Cat's V3 reversed tarot card, known as Bell. Legend has it that the reversed card carries a dreadful negative effect, and if she failed to accept it, an unimaginable calamity would ensue, destroying everything around her. Chapter 62, The Secret Garden. Missing? Martin sighed. So, the task you mentioned, the Queen sent you to find me. Martin contemplated for a moment and had some questions. That was what the Queen instructed us before she left. Mrs. Lucia felt nostalgic. She once said, if she didn't return, we must find this prophet who would help us discover the 13 secret gardens she left behind, bringing back the magma core, or even finding her, or possibly her remains. Mrs. Lucia sounded sad at this point, though she did not wish to believe it. The Queen had been gone for so many years that she might have met an unfortunate end. Secret garden? Martin heard a new title and became curious. Yes, before the celestial fire arrived, the Queen placed most of the mechanical artifacts and treasures from Atlantis into 13 secret gardens in preparation for the reconstruction of the magma core. No one knows where the 13 gardens are. The only clue is the Queen's reference to the prophet. You, Martin. Lucia snapped out of her memories and looked into Martin's eyes as she spoke. One of these gardens is located in the old site of Atlantis, now known as Cavides. Besides this, we know this garden was built in the likeness of the fabled city of Calamity, described in stories. The 6 huge rooms, each colored differently, the ruler's last refuge, a mysterious space adorned with carvings of 8 angels, and more importantly, Lucia got lost in her imagination again. The giant statue of the Black Death Flower on the throne. Statue. This wasn't consistent with my story. The more Martin listened, the more things seemed off. In his version of this city of calamity, the castle hall only had 4 side rooms, and the carved relief behind the throne only depicted 4 angels. Possibly related to his own obsessive-compulsive tendencies, Martin always associated the number of side rooms with the number of angels and their gemstones, which were color-coordinated with the side rooms. Thus, Martin remembered very clearly. Most importantly, atop the throne should be the large brass bell, not any kind of statue. Did Mrs. Lucia make a mistake? Or has information distorted over long periods of oral transmission? But the bronze bell was the mark of when the masked ball began to spiral out of control. It was a crucial element in driving the latter part of the story forward. Although there could be discrepancies in the numbers of side rooms and angels, the absence of the brass bell made Martin immediately alert. Could this Mrs. Lucia be a fraud? Martin's brain raced. The queen indeed told me to go to the underground cathedral, but after such a long time, her transmitted information could have leaked. If someone with ill intent came here specifically waiting for me. Martin accidentally glanced out the window. The lively street scene he saw earlier had completely changed. He didn't know which area the carriage had reached, but the streets had few pedestrians, and even many shops along the way were closed, visibly turning desolate. Were the previous tests involving the actor's mask and Shirley's description intended to distract me and lower my guard? Martin pondered further. Thinking about the origin of the actor's mask certainly distracted Martin from considering anything else. Coupled with the plot twist of a heartbroken grandmother seeking her rebellious granddaughter, Martin never doubted Lucia. Martin gave no visible reaction outwardly, continuing to lean against the velvet backrest of the carriage while his left thumb and middle finger hid in his sleeve, ready to snap his fingers. If the situation turned bad, he would instantly produce green flames and jump out the window to escape. At this close distance, hitting his target with the green flame wouldn't be difficult. He asked casually, "These details of the city of calamity, I should have only discussed them with the queen. Are these specifics really what she told you?" "Yes." Lucia turned her head to look directly into Martin's eyes. "Is something wrong?" Martin also stared at the elderly woman before him, saying, "In my story, the side rooms were 4, not 6, and the murals depicted 4 angels, not 8. Perhaps I misremembered." The old woman replied indifferently. "Memory fades with age. Did you truly hear this story?" Martin stared intently at Lucia's face. "If you had, you should know that atop the throne, it was not a statue." Snap! Martin flicked his fingers, and a streak of green flame appeared like a small snake curling around his left fingertips, licking his fingers and palm. "Who are you really?" Martin controlled the green flame, ready to throw it at the old woman at any second, and asked in a low voice. As she watched the sudden green flames ignite before her, Lucia still didn't look nervous or make any move to react. Instead, a smile spread across her face. "The giant bell atop the throne is actually made of brass and engraved with the Black Death flower, isn't it?" Martin's face revealed surprise. The city of calamity is tied to the secret garden, concealing the treasures of Atlantis, so the queen wouldn't have casually disclosed such information. In fact, there are no written records left by the queen about the story of the city of calamity. She even shared its details with different guardians separately, just to prevent anyone from claiming this knowledge prematurely. Lucia's eyes turned calm again as she let out a sigh and softly spoke. "We've waited for you for many years, Mr. Martin. So long that we began doubting ourselves, whether a prophet like you really existed, or if all of this was merely the queen's fabrication." With these words from Mrs. Lucia, Martin realized that around their carriage, unfamiliar wheel sounds had begun to echo, growing louder. Looking out the window, Martin discovered that what had appeared around their lonely carriage were black carriages materializing out of nowhere, as if invisible curtains had been pulled back. The style of these carriages matched Lucia's, and at this moment, the drivers on those carriages were all curiously observing him. "Let me reintroduce myself, Mr. Martin." Mrs. Lucia extended her right hand toward him. "I am Lucia, the Bluebird mechanic of the Wrench Brotherhood and the current overseer of the Black Cat Path." Martin shook her hand. He finally began to piece things together. This old woman had been testing him earlier? If he hadn't noticed the inconsistency in the city of calamity, his identity would definitely be questionable, and perhaps instead of the curious and hopeful stares greeting him now, his fate would have been quite different. By then, no matter how well prepared he thought he was, someone among the hidden observers surrounding him could have easily apprehended him. Still too young. Martin mused quietly. He thought he'd caught some important hints, but it turned out they were all deliberately set traps. How perceptive Lucia was. Sensing Martin's slight discomposure, she opened with a slightly apologetic tone. "This matter is crucial, and we've already waited too long, so we must proceed cautiously. Please understand." Martin looked up, shaking his head slightly, and replied, "I understand." The carriage continued moving for a short while, then stopped. Following Mrs. Lucia out of the carriage, Martin found himself standing in an alley where Lucia was waiting beside a wooden door for him to enter. After following her inside, they descended down a spiral staircase leading underground, ultimately arriving in a large hall. In the center of the hall stood an enormous boiler currently releasing billowing steam. Around it, some simply dressed yet strong men were hammering heated iron blocks. Watching the explosive muscles on these men, Martin thought that compared to them, bodybuilders from his previous life were nothing more than chicks. This is one of the Wrench Brotherhood's bases in Cavides, located beneath the Black Cat Path. Mrs. Lucia introduced. Upon hearing the name, Black Cat Path, Martin felt a flicker of doubt emerge. This uneasiness had been lingering since their carriage departed from Rose Square, though Martin hadn't fully faced it. "Did you excavate beneath the Black Cat Path? But isn't the Black Cat Path supposed to be near the Rose Square, where the reindeer market takes place? Our carriage has been traveling for so long. Shouldn't it be getting farther and farther away from the square?" This seemed unbelievable. After all, Rose Square hosted the Carpenthus Cathedral, a heavily guarded location by both the church and city hall. That's exactly the case. Lucia nodded. There are 2 reasons for this. First, to evade the surveillance of the church and city hall. They lured us here under the guise of the reindeer market, seeking the way to open the Queen's secret garden. Just recently, they somehow got wind of a garden ruin's discovery. Although we cannot confirm whether the ruin is truly one of the gardens, some members of the Brotherhood have reported being monitored. Second, for safety reasons. There's no direct access from the shops on the Black Cat Path to this location, but from here, one can enter the shops. The passage is unidirectional because the Black Cat path is right next to the Carpinthus Cathedral, so it was necessary for us to come here. Xianxia divulged a great deal of information in one breath. Although Martin found the arrangement somewhat strange, he couldn't offer much advice either. These people, they're way too straightforward. He made such a comment. Then, Martin inquired about those carriages that had suddenly appeared earlier. Speaking of those carriages, Xianxia smiled. Those carriages were influenced by the Mirth Cloak. Just as Viscount Hubert said underground beneath the cathedral, among the creations left by the Queen, there is a magical cloak that can make people or objects invisible. This cloak is currently in the possession of the Wrench Brotherhood. After hearing this, Martin was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't expect that the miraculous item which the Viscount longed for so desperately would be in the hands of the old woman sitting right across from him. He wondered what the Viscount's reaction would be when discovering the truth. Moreover, wasn't Mrs. Xianxia's acting skill absolutely top-notch? Just as Mrs. Xianxia was about to introduce more to Martin, a young girl's voice suddenly called out from the entrance of the spiral staircase. Grandma. Chapter 63 Shirley. Martin glanced toward the source of the sound and saw a red-haired figure racing down the spiral staircase. The figure flashed by Martin like the wind, then threw herself into Mrs. Xianxia beside Martin. She was half a head taller than Mrs. Xianxia, but snuggled up to the old woman as if she were a little bird. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, no longer wearing the black robe Martin had seen her in last time, nor did she wear that painted mask on her face. It was only at this moment that Martin got a good look at the girl's appearance and attire. She had deep-set features and pale skin. Beneath her high nose lay thin lips. The buttons of her tight-fitting black shirt weren't fully fastened, exposing a patch of whiteness at her chest. She clung tightly to the elderly woman, hugging her closely. From Martin's angle, her chest pressed against the old woman revealed two startling curves, faintly visible under the firelight. Gone was the black robe. In its place was a black trench coat with a short rain-resistant cloak draped over her shoulders. On her arms, instead of the gloves that matched her previous ensemble, now there was a pair of leather gloves with metal forearm guards. Her lower body was covered with thick canvas pants and long boots, their combination perfectly outlining her long legs, making them appear straight and slender. When Mrs. Xianxia first encountered the young woman, some irritation and blame still lingered on her face. However, these emotions quickly disappeared under the embrace of the young woman, replaced by tenderness and affection. Being away for so long and not even writing a letter home, Mrs. Xianxia gently patted the young woman's back and softly said. The young woman swayed slightly and rubbed her cheek against the elder's face, expressing her longing. Well, come and meet Mr. Seer. Mrs. Xianxia quickly reined in her emotions and spoke to the young woman. Shirley raised her head and only then noticed Martin standing nearby. Seeing Martin's clothing, she immediately frowned. Who is he? Why does he have the actor's mask? Grandma, he's a thief. My actor's mask and the coward's mantle you gave me recently haven't worked anymore. They've become strange, as if they have lives of their own. They must have been switched by this person. Shirley glared at Martin, firmly accusing him of stealing her things. Oh, when did you notice that your mask and cloak seemed alive? Before Martin could speak, Mrs. Xianxia asked Shirley in a tone full of curiosity. After I completed a bounty hunting task. Shirley, unaware of the undertone in Mrs. Xianxia's voice, continued staring at Martin as she answered. Let me guess, was it after you went alone to hunt down the people from the Dark Alchemy Society, almost getting killed that time? Mrs. Xianxia's tone remained calm, yet there was a tinge of reproach in her words. Yes. Shirley subconsciously began to answer before quickly realizing what was happening, turning around and asking Mrs. Xianxia in surprise. How do you know? Not only do I know about these, but I also know that if someone hadn't helped you, you'd be dead there. Mrs. Xianxia's annoyance grew more evident. No, I still have the charm doll you gave me. Shirley protested, but her voice became quieter. In her situation at that time, being wrapped up as she was, there probably wouldn't have been a chance for her to take out her so-called doll. Martin thought internally. Alas. Mrs. Xianxia sighed. Your father disappeared during a solo exploration of ancient ruins. I don't want you to end up like him. Thankfully, Mr. Martin was there at the time and saved your life. Saved me? Shirley was greatly astonished. How could the man who stole her belongings have saved her life? She didn't believe it. Impossible. It was just Johnny and me there. I investigated beforehand. There was no way anyone else could have been present at that time. Moreover, it was clearly Alan's bracelet that saved me. Shirley shouted emotionally, and Martin noticed the wooden bracelet made of plant roots on her right wrist. Upon hearing the name, Alan, Mrs. Xianxia's expression turned furious. Unlike her earlier reprimands of her granddaughter, her face now radiated pure anger. Alan was Shirley's tutor, and it was he who incited her to flee the family. Faced with the accusations, Martin didn't explain but extended his left hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! A cluster of green flames appeared on his fingertips, emitting an ethereal glow. Seeing the sudden green flame at the man's fingertips, Shirley's expression became frozen with shock. She vividly remembered the scene when Johnny's tongue from his abdomen had wrapped around her, rendering her immobile, and a cluster of green flames had flown into Johnny's body, followed by the nauseating sight, as if she herself were being swallowed. Even now, recalling that scene still sent shivers down Shirley's spine, filling her with dread. At the time, she believed the green flames came from a bracelet gifted to her by her tutor Alan. Afterward, when she questioned Alan about it, he confirmed this as well. For this reason, she had felt immense gratitude toward Alan, believing that her decision to flee the family with him was correct. But Shirley now recognized that the green flames before her eyes were identical to those from that fateful moment, exuding the same eerie coldness. Is it him? Not Alan. Why did Alan lie to me? Her mind brimmed with doubts, and a slow-spreading anger began to creep in, taking over her thoughts. There was someone she hated above all others, deceivers. Why didn't you show up at that time? She looked at the man before her who wore her actor's mask and donned her coward's mantle, projecting her frustration and rage onto him. Afraid of seeing people? Don't you feel ashamed to appear on the street wearing someone else's mask and cloak? Aren't you worried the owner will find out? As she spoke, her emotions escalated, though she herself wasn't quite sure why she felt so incensed. That's enough. Just as Shirley was about to continue, Mrs. Lucia interrupted her. That Alan is very suspicious. After you both ran away, I tried to locate old Porter who recommended him. He's also one of the Brotherhood, but couldn't find him anywhere. It's as if he vanished into thin air. So that's why I sent Robert secretly to find you without going through the Shepherd Club, Mrs. Lucia said, sighing as though reminiscing about something. Because of Dick, you trusted him too much, so you didn't notice many of the strange inconsistencies. Hearing the name Dick, Shirley ceased her sarcastic remarks. Her gaze dimmed, as though she'd lost some crucial support. Where are your mask and robe? Just as the situation grew somber, Martin broke the silence with a question. During the period his fingertips emitted the green flame, he had sensed an odd vibration within the fire. This vibration was related to the mask on his face and the cloak wrapped around his body. He had formed a hunch and decided to have Shirley bring out the original versions of the two items that had been replicated. After hearing his words, Shirley raised no objections. With a sweep of her right hand, a neatly folded robe appeared, atop which lay a slightly damaged oil paint mask. The nose of the mask protruded grotesquely, while its expression had become bizarrely contorted, as if mocking something. Once she revealed these items, Martin noticed that the vibration of the green flame intensified significantly. Upon focusing, the green flames detached themselves from his fingers and drifted towards Shirley's hand. Contrary to the weak floating movement from earlier, this time, a mere flick of Martin's wrist caused the flames to dart forward rapidly, drawn as if by an invisible magnet. Startled by the approaching flames, Shirley, whose memory of Johnny's fate lingered vividly, quickly hurled the robe and mask onto the ground and jumped back hastily. The green flames' targets were clearly the robe and mask. They flew swiftly, then merged into the cloak. Moments later, the robe and mask lying on the ground burst into green flames. The flames surged larger and brighter, reducing both items to ash within seconds. Following this, Martin sensed subtle changes in the mask covering his face and the long robe draped across his skin. The cloak seemed to mold itself closer to his body, while the mask writhed as though it were a set of slick tentacles adorned with suction cups, gently caressing his cheeks. Could this be the legendary twin-born flames? Witnessing the green flames devour the actor's mask and coward's mantle, Mrs. Lucia realized such power was far beyond anything an ordinary flame could achieve. Coupled with the visible transformations on Martin, she recalled a rumor, an ancient card, perhaps. Or rather, a creation card. Martin neither confirmed nor denied her suspicion. His own hypothesis had been verified. This conclusion came directly from the mental suggestion planted by the twin flames acting upon his spiritual world. The red flame brought division, but the green flame restored it. Similar to the argument between the two cookbooks, one black, one white, the destruction of either party caused the other to revert to its original form. However, there was a condition. When burned by the green flame, the divided halves reverted to their initial state, effectively reversing the process of division. If one were simply physically destroyed, the missing part would return to the remaining one in a peculiar, living way, achieving a unified status. As Martin attuned himself to the changes across his body and face, he could distinctly perceive the actor's mask and coward's mantle becoming more active and potent. They seemed imbued with newfound powers, or rather, their latent abilities were finally made whole. Martin thought for a moment, then under the astonished gaze of Shirley and Mrs. Lucia, he removed the actor's mask, revealing the true face beneath. As Shirley and Mrs. Lucia got a clear look at Martin's appearance, their expressions of shock widened even further, to an exaggerated extent. Prophet, Gabbano, Shirley muttered to herself. She had been in Cavides for some time now, and naturally recognized the Prophet statue in Rose Square, aware of the legends surrounding the Prophet and Gabbano. The usually composed Mrs. Lucia, the silver-haired elder who had conversed so casually with Martin before, now found herself blushing slightly, lowering her head with a hint of shame. Chapter 64, Identity Theft. Martin achieved the effect he wanted. The actor's face originally belonged to Shirley, so it should be returned to her. Instead of mysteriously concealing his appearance, it was better to display it confidently. More importantly, his face, which was the face of the Prophet, was already familiar to Shirley and Lucia. Martin believed that Mrs. Lucia had speculated about his appearance behind the mask, and even guessed this fact. But reality always has more impact than imagination. The two people in front of him would absolutely never expect that there was another mask behind his mask. His current true appearance, the Alchemical Hound form, was hidden by the gentleman hat on his head. He handed the actor's face to Shirley, who was staring at him with wide eyes, and then said to her, "This robe cannot be returned to you temporarily. It is a side effect of using green flame." In other words, the replication of these two items was due to the negative effects of using green flame to save her. He told a small lie. Anyway, there was no longer a Pinocchio mask on his face. Good, okay. Shirley's shocked emotions had yet to subside, and she numbly responded. "Mr. Martin, no. Prophet, sir." Shirley's words, and the previous probing from the Wrench Brotherhood. "Please forgive us." Mrs. Lucia's reaction was similar to Shirley's. She did indeed wonder about Martin's appearance behind the mask and even associated it with the prophet statue in the square. But seeing the legendary figure standing before her after having joked about him earlier, even at Mrs. Lucia's age, with all her experiences, it was hard for her to calm down quickly. Of course, there was one possibility. Martin also considered it. That Martin possessed the ability to change his appearance into the likeness of the prophet. Based on Mrs. Lucia's experience, this could at least be achieved through the transformation effect of the masked card set, the metamorphosis potion created by the spoon card set, or the phantom image constructed by the mirror card set. But Mrs. Lucia was certain that this was Martin's true appearance, because she owned a magical artifact, one that came from the seal card set, allowing her to see the truth hidden in the shadows behind things. It was a precious magical artifact personally made by the queen herself, a reward she received as the Bluebird mechanic of the Wrench Brotherhood. Additionally, she also owned a magical item made from the masked card, and her familiarity with masks almost assured her that Martin's face was not the result of a mask effect. Then, just like Shirley, Mrs. Lucia swiped her right hand, and a damaged mask appeared in the palm of her hand. The mask seemed to be made of silver, very thin, with some traces of time left on it, presenting a mottled silver color. There were 2 holes on the top of the mask corresponding to the eye positions, but the part below the eye sockets was missing. The entire mask was only half left. Prophet. Sir, your appearance is unsuitable to be directly exposed in cavities. Otherwise, it will attract too much attention. In gratitude for saving Shirley, please accept this mask. It was made by the Brotherhood using the Clover 3 identity theft of the mask card set, allowing the user to change their appearance. But due to some reasons, we did not preserve it completely, and its effects have been affected, increasing the negative effects somewhat. Its negative effect is that every time you change your appearance, you need to steal once, regardless of what the target of theft is. During the explanation, Mrs. Lucia gradually calmed down. After thinking for a moment, Martin reached out to take it and gently said thank you. Thank you. The mask was very light, cool to the touch, like silk. To change your appearance, just put it on and imagine what you want to look like in your mind. Mrs. Lucia explained appropriately. After hearing this, Martin placed the half mask over his face. He felt this thin mask adhere to his forehead, eye sockets, and cheeks like a piece of skin, so gentle, as if he wasn't wearing anything at all. Mrs. Lucia took out a mirror from somewhere and held it in front of Martin. In the mirror was a man wearing a round gentleman's hat and a half-white mask. His upper face was covered, revealing only the nose and lips. From the exposed part, it could be seen that the man's features were quite good, but that was all. It was impossible to associate him with the prophet statue in the Rose Square. Martin turned his face slightly, confirming that the exposed parts of his face would not reveal his identity, and nodded satisfactorily. Mrs. Lucia put the mirror away. Martin recalled Haynes' previous introduction to the Wrench Brotherhood. The members of this organization mostly belonged to the Bell card set, and they were skilled at turning ritual cards into various magical items. And Martin had a ritual card in his hand. Since leaving the Golden Sparrow Palace, he had been unsure how to handle it. He could neither accommodate nor use its abilities. That was the Hand of Glory, given by the stern man at the card table. In the Golden Sparrow Palace, Martin could still accommodate this card. Not only this one, but also the cards contained within the gentle and friendly box, in William's possession. But after coming to Cavides, he could only use that box, and the Hand of Glory showed no reaction at all. So after hearing Haynes' description of the Wrench Brotherhood, Martin had always wanted to find this organization to see if the Hand of Glory could be turned into a magical item. With this thought in mind, Martin spoke up. Mrs. Lucia, I also have a card from the mask set. If possible, could you turn it into a magical item? As he spoke, Martin took out the card that had been silent in his hands for too long. Seeing the card in Martin's hand, Mrs. Lucia's eyes lit up. She seemed to revert to her astute merchant persona as she took the card and said, Of course we can. It's the Hearts 3 of the mask set. I didn't expect you to possess it. This card can form a basic card array with the identity theft, making it a wonderful pairing. Indeed, giving the identity theft to you was the right choice. Card array. Martin heard a new term. Do you not know about card arrays? Lucia naturally countered, then immediately realized her tone might have been inappropriate, so she quickly explained. Besides the 2-to-2 correspondence, through long-term use, pioneers discovered that some combinations of ritual cards produce effects far greater than using them individually. These combinations are called ritual card arrays. As research deepened, more and more card arrays began to emerge. Although each person can only accommodate one ritual card set, combining the magical items they own allows them to achieve extraordinary results. This has greatly increased the demand for magical items, and the Wrench Brotherhood was established during this time. The Hand of Glory and the Identity Theft, both from the mask set, form a basic card array. The usage of Identity Theft requires theft, and the effect of the Hand of Glory is precisely theft. It's a marvelous combination crafted by the creator. Lucia explained a lot in one breath, and in her description, Martin sensed the infinite possibilities and beauty of harmony hidden within the card arrays. Every ability of each card was utilized to the fullest extent. Even the negative effects could be avoided or even exploited. This felt incredibly satisfying to Martin, who had a touch of OCD. Martin responded contentedly. It's good to know it can be made. How much does it cost to create? This time, it will be your reward for saving Shirley, so there's no need for you to pay. Mrs. Lucia answered with a smile, showing her keen interest in the Hand of Glory. Perfect, rescuing someone and getting double rewards. Martin smiled, his mood improving instantly. Then he turned to Shirley, who was still somewhat dazed beside him, and said, "I've also joined the Shepherd's Club. We may meet often in the future." Anyway, he would definitely encounter Shirley when he reported for duty or carried out tasks later. He might as well inform Shirley and Lucia of the situation now. "You've become a shepherd as well?" Shirley, regaining her composure, immediately questioned further. "Is it related to the secret garden Queen left behind in Cavides?" Martin remained non-committal and simply replied, "It's somewhat related. But the situation of the secret garden requires further observation. I suspect it's connected to the murals beneath the cathedral." Martin expressed his conjecture. On the way, Lucia mentioned the relationship between the secret garden and the City of Calamity, which made Martin think of a mural he saw beneath the Cathena Cathedral, especially the tall and slim figure before the castle gate. He needed to visit several more times to try and figure out exactly who that man was. "I understand," Shirley responded. "I'll help you, Prophet Sir." Shirley revealed a solemn expression. Despite privately fleeing her family, her upbringing taught her the importance of finding the garden left behind by the Queen. "Just call me Martin," Martin said casually. "Are there any special operations planned by the club recently?" Martin wanted to use this to understand the club's daily tasks. He also didn't want to ask Shirley like a rookie, as that might cause the hard-earned persona he built up to collapse. Moreover, he hoped to find clues about the garden ruins through this. Lucia had mentioned that the church and town hall had found a ruin, and Martin keenly sensed that bounty hunters must have been involved in it. After all, such a major event would always involve some underhanded affairs. Recent missions are rather scarce. Shirley crossed her arms, her right hand holding her chin as she started thinking. Martin unintentionally noticed the fair collar of her black shirt revealing an inviting curve. He quickly averted his gaze. "It's strange that many veteran shepherds have gone somewhere. I haven't seen them for a long time." The girl didn't notice this and continued talking on her own. "That's why I went alone to hunt Johnny. A mission with over 30 quality points generally requires at least 2 shepherds working together." Shirley recalled as she spoke. "In fact, just before I came, the club issued a new gray wool mission worth 40 quality points." She said with some regret, seemingly missing out on the mission due to coming here. "The mission is quite simple. Protect a woman named Xianxia who seems to be targeted by some secret organizations." Chapter 65, Bounty. Xianxia is being hunted? After hearing this, Martin's face darkened, and he calmed his tone before asking, "Do you know the location of the task?" "The address seems to be a casino in the East District." Shirley recalled. "East District." Lady Lucia voiced her surprise. "That's not a good place. At least you didn't take on this task." Martin had mostly been active in the Red Church District since arriving in Cavides several days ago, so he was unfamiliar with the layout of the regions. Therefore, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong with the East District?" "That's the shadow of Cavides, the side that the municipal hall least wants the Redstone royal family or wealthy outsiders to see." Lady Lucia began to introduce this shadow with an interested tone. As an important industrial city in the Redstone Kingdom, Cavides boasts numerous factories that are a major pillar here, all located on the eastern side of Cavides, attracting countless strangers seeking employment each day. However, the people of Cavides don't have a good impression of this area that brings vitality and value to the city. They even deliberately ignore it. Because along with the rapid influx of people comes rapid environmental degradation and violent crime. Most sweatshops use steam boilers, and coal and tar make the air murky. The steam rising from these boilers either turns into drizzling rain or combines with grease-laden fumes in the air, shrouding this region in persistent fog. This can be lethal fog, wreaking havoc on the health of most workers. Not only has the air quality suffered severe pollution, but the wastewater discharged by the factories is also omnipresent, all flowing into the Mensai River that runs through Cavides. Bad news. The Mensai River is filthy, emitting a nauseating stench. Good news. Its upstream areas remain unaffected because this section in the east is downstream. The dense population and loose management have made it a breeding ground for crime, where chaos reigns as the hallmark of this place. Various speculators and fugitives carry out black market transactions here en masse, leaving the municipal and police offices completely powerless to control the situation. The municipal office can only divide Cavides into 4 districts: east, west, south, and north. It's rumored that when defining the regions, the municipal office simply named one East District for convenience. This reveals the impression people have of this area. The Red Church District is located to the north, where the Holy Light Church holds the most significant influence, attracting organizations with some power like Sunflower Carriage and Black Cat Path. Although there are areas like Green Spider Street in the Red Church District that gather the poor, overall, public security is good. South is predominantly home to the middle class, who are mostly small and medium enterprise owners, doctors, lawyers, and fallen nobles. And on the west side of Cavides, the upstream area of the Mensai River. This is where the great nobles and rich merchants reside. The municipal building is also constructed here. With 24-hour patrols by the police station, the wealth and property of the rich and nobles are safeguarded here, making it the undisputed center of power in Cavides. In that sense, the East District is indeed a shadow that no one wants to explore. Martin thought to himself. Then he suddenly had another question. How did Xianxia end up there? William and Teacher Chin could go to the second floor of Sunflower Carriage. Why would they bring Xianxia to the East District, and specifically to a casino? Martin frowned, confused. Considering the identities of William and Chin, they should at least be staying in the southern part of Cavides. Shirley noticed Martin's expression and instinctively felt that the seer in front of her might have some interest in this task. So she asked, "Mr. Martin, are you interested in this task?" Martin thought for a moment and replied, "We can take a look." An hour later, at the edge of the Red Church District and the East District, a black carriage slowly moved forward toward the depths of the East District. Inside the carriage sat a man and a woman. The woman wore an oil paint mask, draped in a black cloak over a black silk shirt, her red hair cascading down, highlighting her great figure. The man wore a rounded gentleman's hat, with half of his face covered by a silver mask, his figure cloaked in a large gray coat, adding to their mysterious aura. Both wore necklaces, and the necklaces were identical, a silver chain adorned with a lamb-shaped emblem. This was the symbol of the shepherds. The man was Martin, and the woman was Shirley, who insisted on following him to the East District. The original, coward's coat, that Martin wore had already been returned to Shirley. It was now draped over her. Lady Lucia had also equipped Martin with a new set of attire, including an overcoat, underclothes, pants, a shirt, and a waistcoat. If one ignored the somewhat eerie mask on Martin's face, he actually appeared more like a gentleman than a bounty hunter. When pairing the outfits, Lady Lucia hadn't noticed anything wrong, instead smiling with an ambiguous expression as she watched Martin put everything on. Martin didn't care much about this. This set of clothes looked expensive, and who wouldn't want free stuff? As the carriage entered the East District, Martin saw massive chimneys looming in the thick fog, continuously belching out black smoke. The air was filled with the smell of tar. The surroundings were dirty. Houses beside the streets looked old and dilapidated, their walls smeared with a layer of yellowish-black stains. The road lacked even streetlights, and its surface was uneven and full of potholes. There weren't many pedestrians on the road, but there were quite a few ragged men and women hiding in the alleys, eyeing the flashy carriage traveling along the street. The carriage had been arranged by Lady Lucia, and though the Wrench Brotherhood had a presence in the East District, it was much smaller in scale and number compared to the Red Church District. The carriage driver was a strong middle-aged man dressed in a stoker's shirt, appearing like a laborer with a fierce gaze. Only such a driver could intimidate those lurking people in the alleyways. Hey, don't look down on these houses. They're worse than the toilets of some bigwigs in the West District, but they're more profitable than the mansions of the rich. The driver said bitterly. The poor here are more numerous than the fleas on Bania hunting dogs, and almost all the rich own properties here. They just need to throw in an abandoned bed, or even no bed at all, rent it out, and then they can sit back and count coins. The municipal hall mandates that everyone should have at least 400 cubic feet of living space. But here in the East District, it's nonsense. The barracks where I slept during my military campaign were better than the places these poor people live in. His tone brimmed with intense disdain. Martin and Shirley quietly listened to the complaints of this middle-aged man without uttering a word. The carriage stopped in front of a row of townhouses. This street was wider and cleaner than any Martin had seen so far, as if someone swept it regularly. There were no pedestrians around, making the area seem desolate, but Martin heard a cacophony of noise coming from inside the houses. Some flags were planted at the entrance of the townhouses, decorated with symbols of dice, cigarettes, and gentlemen's hats. Martin noticed that a large flag bore the words indicating the name of the casino, Goddess Gaming Hall. Even though it was daytime, the windows facing the street on these townhouses were tightly closed, with white curtains obscuring what was going on inside. Shirley observed this scene with an expression mixed with curiosity and excitement. "Mr. Martin, after we finish our mission, we might enjoy ourselves a bit." Shirley turned her head toward him, her eyes filled with slight anticipation. Despite being a more seasoned shepherd than Martin, she now acted as if Martin were leading her due to his previous rescue and his identity as a seer. "Let's go in first and see how things unfold. I sense that this task isn't going to be easy." Though Martin noticed Shirley's excitement about the casino, he didn't confirm anything outright. Indeed, he wanted to check the situation first. William and his group resided in such a mixed place, and with the youngest daughter of Kings Wasai as an attractive target, it was like lambs walking into a tiger's mouth. After hearing Martin's words, Shirley didn't argue. Instead, she adjusted her expression, as if receiving a teaching from a seer. "Someone will meet you inside and guide you to the person you're looking for. If something unexpected happens, just say you come from Kadi Shipyard. That is a base of the Brotherhood here in the East District." After they got out of the carriage, the driver handed them a plate hung by a thin iron chain. It looked somewhat similar to the soldier dog tags Martin had seen in his previous life, engraved in print with the word Kadi. "Show this to them, and they'll understand you're not to be messed with." Martin thanked the driver and entered the building with Shirley. Pushing open the half-closed door, the two walked into the main hall under the watchful eyes of two thugs. A wave of scorching heat and boisterous laughter hit them, instantly engulfing them. Unlike the cold and bleak exterior, this place was bustling with activity comparable to Kana Church on a Sunday or an auction event at the Sunflower Carriage. The entire hall was filled with gambling tables displaying dice, poker cards, roulette wheels, each surrounded by crowds of people. Most of them were simply dressed, with many appearing rather impoverished. But at this moment, they all shouted identical rallying cries, sharing expressions of excitement. They were gamblers. A slender man wearing a baseball cap, work overalls, and short boots approached them. He had two small mustaches, and his entire demeanor exuded shrewdness and competence. "Miss Shirley, you must be the one we're expecting." The man took off his baseball cap, revealing a slightly thinning scalp, and gave Shirley a flattery-filled smile before nodding politely at Martin. "My name is Luke. I'm also from the Brotherhood. Old Robert has already sent word." He whispered quietly. "The person you're looking for, I've already found out about them. They are staying on the second floor of the gaming hall. Would you like me to take you there now?" Shirley didn't display the enthusiasm she usually showed when speaking with Martin. She gave little response to Luke's obsequious attitude, but courteously asked him to lead the way. Martin, on the other hand, felt a familiar sense of being overlooked. Am I dressed in a way that makes me look like Shirley's bodyguard? He sarcastically remarked to himself. Luke didn't seem bothered by Shirley's coldness and continued to act deferentially as he guided them upstairs. After walking down a long carpeted corridor, they reached a quiet section of the building, which appeared to be a specialized accommodation area within the casino. As they moved further into the area, occasional laughter and strange noises could be heard coming from some of the rooms along the way, indicating that their occupants clearly didn't mind being overheard. Martin felt somewhat awkward, while Shirley, realizing what kind of place this was, blushed slightly and kept her gaze fixed ahead as she followed Luke. Luke's lips curved into an understanding smile, but he led them onward regardless until they stopped in front of a room marked 205, where two large men stood guard outside. Loud sounds of violent struggle could be heard from inside, mixed with grunts of pain and cries. Upon hearing these sounds, both Martin and Shirley frowned. It seemed the mission was already underway. They're cleaning inside. The short-haired man on the left spoke in a low voice, deliberately flexing his arm to showcase his strong muscles as he addressed them. Luke obviously hadn't expected such resistance, and glanced back towards Shirley questioningly. Martin stepped forward, giving the two men blocking the door a cold, unyielding look. Move aside. Huh. The lean man on the right grinned cruelly as he looked at the badges pinned to Martin and Shirley's chests. What's going on today that anyone can just come here and meddle? When I get back, I really need to ask old Wayne. How much bounty do the heads of two shepherds fetch? Chapter 66, Spices. Half an hour ago, the second floor of Goddess Arcade. Inside room number 205. This was an exceptionally lavish room, with all the corners of the walls, wardrobes, door frames, and screens wrapped in brass, exuding opulence that contrasted sharply with the cold streets outside. The fireplace burned quietly, its soft glow mixing with the candlesticks on the table and the water mirror chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, illuminating this sizable room. The whole room was unusually warm due to the heat from the fireplace. On the tea table bloomed violets, red roses, and forget-me-nots, their vibrant colors adding a touch of life to the splendid room. But there was no fragrance of flowers in the air. Not only were there no fresh sweet scents from the flowers, but instead, a faint smell of decay permeated the room. If Martin were here, he would surely have recognized this familiar stench. It was the same smell emanating from that mastiff. Yet, at this moment, everyone in the room seemed as though they had not noticed this odor at all. I never thought that the priests of the Golden Bough dynasty would also be interested in our spices. Seated on the brass-edged sofa was a man in a black robe, wearing a tall hat and a bird-beaked mask. Behind him stood several attendants. On the tea table before him sat a leather suitcase, from which the foul smell wafted out. Opposite him on the sofa sat two men and one woman, none other than William with his blonde hair, Xuanhuan, and the previously abducted Xianxia. William at this moment stared intently at the leather suitcase, revealing an expression filled with curiosity mixed with greed. We can access the Golden Bough. This is both a gift and a painful curse. Xuanhuan, the elder with white flowing beard, glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the box, seemingly trying to confirm its contents. The Golden Bough carries the teachings and echoes of the saints. We can hear it through touch. But besides these, the Golden Bough contains other voices. These are mysterious voices. Voices that drive priests insane. He turned his gaze and leaned back on the couch. So you want to use these spices to avoid those voices? The voice of the man opposite came from beneath his bird-beak mask, sounding deep and muffled, making it impossible to discern his original tone. The bird-beak mask was originally invented during a major plague, stuffed with various herbs inside its mouth part to prevent disease spreading through breathing. As the plague disappeared over time, the modern bird-beak mask has now become more of a symbol of doctors, carrying more symbolic meaning than practical function. In fact, many masks with peculiar shapes and vivid colors are made purely for decorative purposes. No, to find the source of these voices. The white-bearded Xuanhuan smiled faintly, his voice becoming somewhat hypnotic. Listen, I know exactly what your alchemy guild's spices are about. Xuanhuan leaned back against the sofa backrest. Regardless of how severe its side effects may be, if spices can allow people to temporarily accommodate pollution cards, it's an incredible discovery. But using them merely to create those half-human, half-monster creatures seems like a waste. Trust me, Doctor. Xuanhuan stared directly into the eyes behind the bird-beaked man's mask, speaking with amusement. Your so-called spices have much broader applications. Xuanhuan revealed a look of obsession and intoxication, a sense of arrogance inadvertently seeping through his words due to his long-held high position. This isn't just any discovery. The tone of the bird-beaked doctor grew cold. He no longer maintained the calmness he showed earlier, now resembling a crow irritated by having its feathers pulled. It is a special elixir created by the Alchemy Guild after immense effort. A precious elixir. He emphasized the word precious with particular weight. Xuanhuan did not refute this, but went along with it, continuing. As per the agreement, I can exchange the whereabouts of the Queen's mailbox for this. You lost this magical item, didn't you? Upon hearing the mention of the Queen's mailbox, the bird-beaked doctor's eyes turned icy cold. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a coiling venomous snake, chilling the surrounding air. It wasn't lost, it was stolen. He corrected Xuanhuan again. This man appeared to have some peculiar obsession, like a sinister professor rebutting his opponent at will. Someone used the false face card set to steal the mailbox. So, Mr. Xuanhuan. The doctor looked over through his mask. How do you plan to prove that the information you speak of is real? Or, how do you prove that the one who stole the mailbox wasn't you? This kind of questioning is unnecessary. Xianxia spoke with disdain. If you truly suspected this, you wouldn't have brought the spices here. Let's be more candid. I know you've already established some contact with that queen, and even know that what the queen needs are stories not involving father. The bird-beaked man became increasingly shocked with each piece of information Xianxia delivered, until finally the detail about not involving father, at which point he fully believed that Xianxia's knowledge of the queen's mailbox was beyond imagination. This meant either someone had leaked the secrets of the Alchemy Guild, or he had genuinely seen that mailbox. Perhaps even chatted with the queen herself. This special mailbox was an item obtained through a transaction between the Alchemy Guild and a mysterious entity. The secrets hidden within it were inaccessible even to him at his rank. But one thing the bird-beaked doctor could confirm was the taboo regarding mentioning father in these stories. For he was responsible for maintaining correspondence with the queen within the Alchemy Guild. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to conduct transactions with Xianxia, who knew the whereabouts of the mailbox. He clearly understood the origin of this taboo. An alchemist who used the word father in his story collapsed after reading the queen's reply, turned into a puddle of writhing gelatinous liquid. This was a secret known only to those who had witnessed it firsthand and to the upper echelons of the Alchemy Guild. Where's the mailbox? He couldn't help but ask. Xianxia did not answer him, but instead took a sip of Earl Grey tea from the table. Seeing this, the bird-beaked man bent down and opened the leather case on the tea tray. As the case was opened, a brown glass bottle with ridges appeared, embedded in a red velvet cushion. Xianxia, with his white beard, now found his breathing somewhat hurried. His gaze fixated on the glass bottle. Through its body, he saw a palm-sized piece of fur, appearing grayish-brown behind the brown glass as it was partially immersed in some liquid. The putrid stench in the air grew even heavier, but it wasn't clear if it came from the liquid inside the bottle or the fur itself. Strangely, that piece of fur was slightly twitching, contracting, and relaxing like it was breathing. The pores on the surface of the fur opened and closed with each movement, and every time they did so, the liquid in the bottle seemed to decrease a little. This is... As Xianxia stared at this so-called spice, he noticed an odd spot. That's correct. The bird-beaked doctor, noticing a weakness in Xianxia, eagerly jumped in. This batch of spices weighs a full 10 ounces, which is half more than you required. He sounded like a rigorous chemistry professor confidently stating the results he'd measured on his scale. Before Xianxia could ask, the bird-beaked doctor continued. Besides the queen's mailbox, we also want some information. Information about Miss Xianxia. His eyes swept over Xianxia and William, finally resting on Xianxia. The newly appointed high priest replacing Xianxia has issued bounty notices to almost all countries and mercenary organizations across the Mere continent. All for this young lady. She is worth quite a lot in holy light coins. That black priest is even willing to offer outsiders access to the Golden Bough Temple and grant them part of the legacy echo to anyone who finds her. This has never happened in the 1,000-year history of the Golden Bough country. What we want to know is, what reason makes that black priest so desperately eager to obtain this sole survivor of the Aaron family? The bird-beaked doctor let his eyes wander freely over Xianxia. This gaze was something Xianxia had felt countless times before, in the Blackwater prison, during the process of being sold to the sunflower carriage. It made her feel nauseous. Xianxia did not answer this question. Instead, he set down the porcelain cup, his gaze unfriendly as he stared at the bird-beaked doctor. For a long while, neither of them spoke, and an eerie silence fell over the room. All right, I see this question won't get an answer, so let me change the subject. What exactly happened during the Grand High Priest rotation at the Golden Bough Temple? Laughing off the tension from earlier, the bird-like figure asked another question. The one he truly wanted to know. Xianxia straightened up, solemnly addressing the bird-beaked doctor. I hope these foolish probes end here. Tell your people behind the scenes. Cooperation first requires sincerity. The bird-beaked doctor spread his hands, indicating the leather case as a response. Of course. This is our sincerity. Xianxia looked at the spices on the tea tray, and his tone finally softened somewhat. I can tell you. One of the reasons I seek your Dark Alchemy Guild as cooperation is due to the abnormalities during this Grand High Priest rotation. Xianxia's expression grew heavy, lost in the reminiscence of past events. But Grandpa Xianxia suddenly spoke up while the bird-beaked man looked on eagerly, trying to dissuade him. As the smallest and most sparsely populated mysterious country in the Mere continent, the Golden Bough dynasty maintained its independence without being annexed by other nations due solely to its reliance on the Golden Bough Temple, which firmly controlled the Tower Card Group. The Grand High Priest rotation was the ultimate secret of the Golden Bough dynasty, as it involved the succession rules of the ruling dynasty, a system distinct from the inheritance customs of other kingdoms, and must not be divulged to outsiders under any circumstances. Hence, Xianxia felt extremely anxious. William, standing beside Xianxia, quickly grasped her hand as she began speaking and shook his head seriously at her. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and then gently reassured her with a soft tone. The temple has changed hands. It is now under the control of that sinister black priest. Our rigid adherence will only bring him closer to the Golden Bough. Trust me, Xianxia. Just like how you pulled me back when I reached out for your hand on the Twilight Cliff, when you were 12. Chapter 67, The Gutman. When Xianxia heard Xianxia's response, her gaze dimmed slightly, and in the end, she didn't say anything more. Hurry up and tell us. The bird-beaked doctor seemed to finally catch the scent of blood beneath Xianxia's armor, beginning his search for wounds and decay like a vulture. After a moment of silence, Xianxia spoke with gravity. From my earliest memories, the patrons of the Golden Branch, that is, the chief priests of the temple, have always come from the Aaron family. The rule of each grand priest lasts only 12 years, from the last touch with the Golden Branch, until the next ceremony. After becoming the grand priest, they would stay inside the temple of the Golden Branch, listening to the echoes left by the contamination, perceiving the divine messages within these ancient reverberations. When their 12-year term was up, countless priests would gather around the temple on this festival day, offering wooden scaffolds and silk fabrics. On this day, amid grand rituals and music, the grand priest would bathe in a specially designed wooden tub. He would remove all clothing, then once again touch the Golden Branch, ascend the scaffold, and before everyone, pick up a dagger to cut off his own nose, ears, lips, and limbs, trying to remove as much flesh as possible from himself. The removed flesh would be quickly discarded until he bled too much and began to faint, and so he would sever his own throat. This is how the succession of the grand priests occurs. Anyone who wishes to become king during the next 12 years must pledge to make such sacrifices to the Golden Branch. The priests then establish them as the next priest king at that location. This ritual is complex and tedious, and only the Aaron family has mastered all its details and the ceremonies of contamination. But in this election, that slave somehow disrupted King Zosai's sacrifice. This angered the Golden Branch, causing King Zosai to die directly on the sacrificial altar. At this point, Xian's tone hardened, seeming reluctant to speak about these memories. The ritual wasn't completed, yet that slave began cutting pieces of his own flesh, substituting for King Zosai to finish the ceremony. He cut his throat, but the dark force prevented him from dying outright, leaving him in a half-dead state where he became a black priest and received the approval of the Golden Branch. This was something unprecedented. Subsequently came the rapid decline of Aaron, unexpected and swift. After finishing this long speech, Xian sighed heavily. These were things he had never shared with Sisson. He was both an observer of the Aaron family and one of the few remaining who knew the truth. Sisson listened quietly to these secrets about her father and the Aaron family, showing no obvious emotional fluctuation. Even though hearing these things still made her sad, the endless days of imprisonment in the Blackwater prison and the despair of being an exhibit in the Sunflower carriage had hardened her resolve. I didn't expect that even after over 2,000 years since the Rust Iron era began, there are still such ancient and barbaric rituals present. After hearing this bloody sacrifice ceremony, the bird doctor murmured with heavy emotion. Why do you think the anomalies in this recent succession have something to do with our collaboration? He had paid close attention to this point while Xian described it. Xian broke away from his deep thoughts, his facial expression turning somewhat strange, a mix of hatred, confusion, and fear, forming a complex emotion. It's because King Zosai loudly called out a name before being punished by the Golden Branch. I will never forget the look on the king's face at that time. It was filled with shock and terror, a kind of expression I had never seen on him before. Xian gazed into the void, his eyes unfocused, as if he had been stripped of his soul. What name? Completely captivated by this scene, the bird doctor unconsciously leaned forward. Xian turned his head, answering without emotion. The Sage. The king shouted the Sage with an incredulous tone. How could this be? A stunned voice emanated from the bird doctor. There's no mistake. I confirmed it with the priests present. It was indeed the Sage, the legendary figure of your alchemical guild. The bird doctor closed his mouth. He didn't know how Xian knew about the connection between the Sage and the alchemical guild, but what he said was indeed true. The title, the Sage, was recorded in the darkest and oldest texts of the Dark Alchemy Guild, one of the deepest mysteries hidden within the guild. Legend has it that he was an elder dressed in splendid robes, wearing a crown, who founded the Dark Alchemy Guild at the end of the Holy Light era and passed down 4 supreme potions. They were the pinnacle of red elixirs, upon which the Alchemy Guild rose swiftly to become one of the top secret organizations of the time. However, apart from being recorded in ancient texts, even the most senior elders within the Alchemical Guild have never seen the Sage, not even heard his name. It was as if this mysterious person had merely been concocted. The mention of the Sage by the deposed Grand Priest of the Golden Branch on the verge of death is an enormous piece of intelligence. The bird doctor calculated in his mind the importance of this information. It was closely related to his rank within the Alchemical Guild and whether he could obtain the next stage of the apron. It was also tied to that coveted reward. I believe this piece of information is worth the spices contained in the briefcase. When Kyan noticed the bird doctor's lack of response for a long time, he spoke to remind him. You seem to have forgotten about the mailbox. The bird doctor snapped out of his calculations, excitement evident in his tone. A piece of spice, for 2 significant pieces of information. It appeared he had made the right trip here. Kyan was lost in the grief of King Zosai's passing and forgot the whereabouts of the queen's mailbox, which were supposed to be exchanged initially. This mailbox wasn't the focus of his attention anyway. His primary aim was to inquire about the Sage, whose name had sent shivers down their spines. Regarding the Sage, I hope to acquire more detailed intelligence. You can report this upwards, allowing the Alchemical Guild to decide. As for the mailbox, what I know is that the queen used it to assist a non-human species with teleportation. And the endpoint of this teleportation is very likely Cavides. This implies the mailbox might very well be here now. Queen helping a non-human? The bird-faced man let out another exclamation. From his experience, the queen only listened to stories, and she had never proactively done anything. For those who told her stories, simply not getting killed was considered quite lucky. That's correct. Kyan didn't understand what the doctor was amazed about. but he speculated that the queen's actions must be highly unusual. To locate this non-human species, my suggestion is to begin with the Ashes Squad. He supplemented his view. This non-human, before being teleported, murdered Delushi's third son. It's rumored that the Ash Squad has already taken action. Following the Ash Squad will help you find him. Xianxia's eyes brimmed with disbelief. All this information had come from what she had shared with Qian, and she never expected Qian to turn around and betray Martin, who had saved him. She couldn't comprehend why Qian, having no need to mention the Ash Squad, gave this hint to the man in front of him. Was it for cooperation? She was about to argue when she saw Qian's gaze drift toward her. It was a piercing look, one she'd never seen in this amiable teacher's eyes. She felt like she was being watched by a venomous snake. I will report it upwards. The doctor replied ambiguously after listening. Subsequently, he lightly pushed the briefcase in front of Qian. Pleasure doing business. Only at this point did Qian secretly sigh with relief. For these past few days, he had been contemplating how to make contact with the Dark Alchemy Guild. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's arrival granted him a stroke of luck. He previously learned accidentally that the Alchemy Guild had lost an important item, a mailbox, which was linked to a mysterious, artifactist, queen in history. After Xianxia recounted her own experiences, he immediately perceived the connection between the two. Thus, he promptly contacted the Alchemical Guild. He wanted not only the spice, capable of assisting him further in accommodating the tower deck, but also understanding the meaning behind King Zosai's final scream of Sage. Fortunately, everything had developed further, and his efforts hadn't been wasted. Just as William was about to close the box under Qian's indication, a pale glove suddenly pressed down on the leather suitcase. William looked up with some confusion, seeing a man covered in deathly vibes standing in front of him. This man wore a tall hat and carried a menacing double-breasted coat, but his entire head was covered by a linen sack, leaving only the openings for the eyes and mouth exposed. His eyeballs were filled with bloodshot lines, and the linen cloth over his mouth was stretched open, revealing a set of yellowed and dirty teeth. Full of maddening laughter. Startled, William scolded. Who are you? He didn't recognize this person. Therefore, this could only be someone brought by the bird doctor. At this moment, the doctor also asked curiously, who brought him? Why haven't I seen this person before? He questioned the subordinates behind him. Silence. No one answered him. The doctor's anger grew increasingly intense in his chest. He turned around, wanting to berate the mothers of those fools, only to find them all frozen in place. Dark red bloodstains seeped through their chests, and then, their heads all dropped off. Thud, thud, thud. The heads rolled on the ground like watermelons, blood splattering onto the floor and soaking into the heavy wool carpet. A strong smell of blood quickly spread throughout the room. Behind the mask, eyes widened in shock as they fixed on the familiar figure. The doctor's voice began to tremble as he recalled a name. No, it wasn't just a person, it was more accurate to call it a monster. It had been a failed product of dark alchemy, yet right before its destruction, it brutally killed the alchemist who had created it, and then devoured him. After escaping from the Alchemical Guild, it became the notorious serial killer haunting the police halls of Fingland recently. The Alchemical Guild deployed numerous people to destroy this creature before the public discovered its origins, but always missed it by mere steps. Apart from the guild, no one knew who this serial killer was, nor did anyone know why he took the organs from the bodies after killing them. But the doctor knew. He murdered because he couldn't control his own desires, and not only did he not take those organs, he ate them all. An overwhelming mixture of nausea and terror clouded the doctor's mind, causing him to freeze in paralyzing horror, unable even to flee. As the scent of death and blood thickened around him, it formed a cry of sheer panic that erupted from his mouth. Jack the Ripper. Chapter 68, The Secret of the Arcade. Martin kicked open the door, and the room was pitch black. The sounds of fighting and roaring had already faded away. Behind him, the two men who had blocked the entrance, one burly and one thin, were lying on the ground, unconscious. The thin man had been knocked out by Martin with a single punch after wildly threatening to cut off his and Shirley's heads. And the strong one beside him didn't last much longer either, managing only an extra blow before falling. Martin knew exactly how much force he'd used. He could feel that this strong body was merely more resilient under his punches. Thanks to the effects brought by the virgin flesh, he was now able to easily handle opponents like these two, who were considered strong among ordinary humans. Moreover, he could sense his body continuing to improve. His brain's control over his muscles and nerves grew more skillful, while his physical endurance steadily increased. As the door was opened, a heavy stench of blood surged out like a flood, infiltrating Martin's nostrils and stirring his senses. A great deal of blood, not just from one person. That was his instinctive assessment. He gritted his teeth. If Luke's intelligence was correct, then Xianxia should be in this blood-stained room. But he didn't step inside immediately. He felt as if he were locked onto by a gaze from the darkness, filled with hostility and ferocity. He adjusted the glasses on his mask. Before breaking the door open, he had already put on the time slice. Although he initially thought this pair of glasses paired with the face mask he usually wore might look cumbersome, the time slice actually went quite well with the half mask, adding a hint of wisdom to his mysterious appearance. He seemed like a professor with an odd temperament. At that moment, a strange grinding sound came from the darkness. It sounded as though stones were grinding through rotten meat, accompanied by sticky, squeezing noises. Goosebumps ran down his back. Martin recognized this sound. It was chewing. Chewing soaked with juices, the sound of teeth grinding flesh and blood. Shirley, standing behind Martin, also heard this sound. She seemed to have realized its source. Wrinkling her brows, she extended her right hand, and a brass lighter appeared in her palm. She pressed the knob, and a bright yellow flame, snap, burst forth. Then, she softly said, "Let there be light." No sooner were the words spoken than the flames soared upward, splitting into 4 and flying into the room. 3 strands of fire flew onto a broken crystal chandelier lying on the floor, and 3 stubby candles cleanly cut in half. The room finally lit up. Martin bent slightly and entered. Inside, he saw a scene of chaos. Furniture toppled over, the crystal chandelier shattered, and the enameled bottle containing fresh flowers overturned, spilling colorful liquid all around. Dew from the flower stamens splashed onto the white lace tablecloth, dripping onto the thick wool rug. And besides water stains, the carpet was covered with large patches of dark red bloodstains. Scattered everywhere were spherical objects. Martin identified them. They were human heads covered in blood. Blood vessels at the severed points of the heads still slightly pulsed, letting blood slowly drip out. Some eyes were wide open, refusing to close even in death. Martin sharply inhaled, resisting the urge to vomit. Fortunately, none of the heads belonged to a woman. They all had short hair. His eyes scanned around, searching for Xianxia's figure, and eventually spotted someone hunched over near the overturned tea table. It was a man. The man's back was turned toward him, gnawing on something in his hands. He was wearing a black overcoat and a tall hat, beneath which his head was wrapped in a linen bag. Martin couldn't see his face. Following that, Martin noticed several shadowy figures standing in a corner of the room not far from the man. The one in front was an old man with white beard. Martin had seen him in the sunflower carriage. It was Xianhuan who had been with blonde William on that day. Upon seeing Martin enter, Xianhuan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, then quietly raised a finger to his lips indicating silence. Martin nodded knowingly. He caught sight of William leaning against the wall behind Xianhuan. His golden hair was stained with blood. His complexion was pale as paper. Blood soaked his right arm and cheek. At the moment, his features were grotesque, resembling a demon enduring immense suffering. His right hand had been briefly bandaged, but continued to seep profuse amounts of blood. Xianxia was supporting William carefully. Her face looked grave. There were bloodstains on her face as well, though they likely weren't hers. Also present was another man dressed in a black robe and wearing a birdbeak mask. His hair was disheveled, his robe covered in dust, making him appear quite disarrayed. Martin didn't recognize the bird-beaked man, but he felt a sense of familiarity. He remembered Dr. Bogeo's son who had appeared beside Annie when they saved her from being stuck. Their attire was very similar. Martin didn't dwell on it. Seeing Xianxia, he let out a sigh of relief and was about to walk past the peculiar man in front when he heard a snap under his foot. A piece of crystal chandelier had been crushed under his boot. Instantly, that sensation of being watched returned. This time Martin knew where the gaze came from. It was the man in front wearing the linen bag over his head. He stopped chewing and slowly turned his head. Martin saw his blood-red eyes, his rotten black teeth, and what he was holding in his hands. It was a piece of brown fur, only a small part of it remaining after being chewed, and strangely, the fur was slowly wriggling in the man's palm as if it were alive, extremely nauseating. Martin's gaze froze on this piece of fur. What should have been utterly repulsive now appeared to him like an exceptionally delicious dish. An extreme hunger surged from his stomach, and he wanted to seize the fur and devour it. Martin had felt this way before when he saw the Saint Mother flesh elixir, but this feeling was even more intense and frenzied, almost making him lose control. The moment the man saw Martin, he tightly grabbed the fur and twisted his body, delivering a powerful spinning kick. The kick brought a gust of wind, the sound of compressed air cutting through, ready to strike Martin. Xianxia's expression darkened upon seeing this. Just before the shepherd entered, this Jack the Ripper type had pressed a suitcase containing the spices and gravely injured William by preventing him. He even bit off William's right hand. All of this happened in an instant. Although both he and Xianxia immediately attacked, the man used William as a shield, making them unable to unleash their full force. He was aware that even if he and Xianxia combined all their strength, it would probably be impossible to injure this sudden appearance of a Jack the Ripper. Both he, William, and Xianxia were priests of the Tower Tarot set, characterized by high inspiration and mystical witchcraft. It was much like how the high priest had touched the golden bough. And yet for close combat in confined spaces, they were almost at a disadvantage. Even he, who had reached level V of the tower as the Oracle Singer, was not exempt from this. And the worst part was, they were inside the Goddess Arcade. For safety, he carefully chose this place that could provide some protection for meeting with the Alchemy Guild people. Contrary to its name, the Goddess Arcade was a notorious gray zone in the East District, where one could glimpse a corner of Cavide's underground world. Gambling, addictive, tobacco, human trafficking, every day countless amounts of black money flowed through here. Transactions like the ones carried out by Xiong and others were very common within the Goddess Arcade. Both parties did not want any third party to interfere, and they expected the transaction to proceed uninterrupted. What the Goddess Arcade did was quite simple: provide an absolutely safe location and enforce restrictions. These restrictions drastically weakened the power of creation tarots within the premises. From Xiong's perspective, he could currently only use some abilities of the Tower 3, Priest, and these abilities couldn't involve subjective harm. Magical items were also affected in the same way. Only functional objects retained their effects. This was why Shirley's lighter worked. However, there was a problem. Pure martial arts weren't restricted, since agility of the body and superior technique weren't considered special powers. Of course, the Goddess Arcade considered this point but still didn't rectify this flaw. On one hand, pure martial arts, much like gang fights, wouldn't cause major harm, at worst damaging room facilities, which could simply be compensated for at market value. Arcades always found someone willing to pay. More importantly, it facilitated the nobles and rich merchants exploring ultimate human mysteries alongside their companions without restriction. After all, the female companions who visited here often had unusual skills in martial arts. Even more significantly, these nobles and wealthy merchants, who didn't want to be recognized or spoil the mood, were the true source of coins for the arcade. All of this rendered Xiong and Xianxia powerless against the Jack the Ripper's actions, leaving them only capable of dodging passively. Even so, these priests were almost exhausted. Fortunately, it seemed that Jack the Ripper's target wasn't them. William had his right hand bitten off because he tried to stop the Ripper from taking the box. His real goal was the spices inside the box. This was what Martin had witnessed upon entering their attempt to leave the room while the Jack the Ripper was relishing the delicacy he had obtained. Thus, when Xianxia saw the Jack the Ripper make a move against Martin, he instinctively believed that this shepherd would be powerless in defense and nothing more than the next prey for slaughter. But he had miscalculated. Martin did not falter in his fight with the Ripper. Instead, he even began to take the upper hand. The effects of Time Slice, combined with Saint Mother Flesh Elixir, protected Martin from being shredded by the claws of the man in front of him. He couldn't quite grasp why this man had claws. Just as Martin noticed a flaw in the man's technique and was about to strike. Snap! With one leap followed by a swift jump, the man crashed through the adjacent window and fled from the room. Chapter 69, Speculation and Testing. The Ripper shattering the glass to escape shocked both Xuanhuan and Dr. Beak deeply. The doctor knew the Ripper's strength. After all, he had evaded capture by the Alchemy Guild time and again. As for Xuanhuan, his insight came from their earlier skirmish. Who exactly was this shepherd? This question lingered in both their minds. This man, wearing half a mask and a pair of glasses, could fight toe-to-toe with the Ripper without losing ground, and even force the latter to flee through the window. This capability far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Martin's doubts grew even more intense, because he had sensed a familiar presence from the man who appeared earlier. This aura, hidden beneath the overwhelming stench of blood when Martin entered the room, suddenly emerged when he approached the man, as if a ghost had taken over his senses entirely. It was the same putrid smell that Martin associated with the mastiff. What's more, the piece of fur in the man's hand seemed to be the source of this foul odor. In Martin's perception, it was like a splash of vivid color in an otherwise monochrome world, tainting everything around it with its corruption. Martin couldn't tell whether the rancid smell originated from the man himself or was transferred via the fur. He thought of the Dark Alchemy Guild, of Black Chef Harris. Huff. Thank you for your help. Xuanhuan let out a long breath. No matter what, he no longer faced immediate danger. During his stay in Kavad's, he'd heard about the Ripper's reputation. He originally believed the man to be merely a psychologically twisted human, but the power displayed just now, along with the Ripper's obsession and madness over the spices, showed him how wrong he'd been. This was not just a polluted individual, and the contamination likely stemmed from the Dark Alchemy Guild, perhaps even linked to the symbol of gluttony, the spoon. This led him to start doubting the doctor. Was it possible that the doctor had orchestrated everything secretly? His own secrets were exposed, but the spices were snatched away by the Ripper. For him, the end result meant getting nothing in return. In comparison, the lives of the subordinates barely mattered at all. Turning around, he was about to question the still-shaken Dr. Beak when he heard a voice. Mr. Xuanhuan, we accepted your mission at the club, so speaking of help isn't really accurate. Everything is for the bounty, after all. Shirley spoke up. Seeing Martin delay in responding to Xuanhuan, she answered on his behalf. After all, in her mind, she and Martin were here on a club mission, chasing the bounty. The man they faced earlier clearly wasn't someone easy to deal with. She had confronted real fear and imminent death, sensing the same haunting aura of blood and death in this sack-clad figure. So she found Mr. Martin's victory simply remarkable. The 100 Holy Light Coins bounty initially made her think that this protection mission would only involve some amateur bounty hunters or kidnappers. Now, she only felt that the 100 Holy Light Coins reward was too small. Are you actually talking about the bounty? A sharp voice questioned. Look what this damn man did to me. Is this the attitude of people completing a task? William, his face grotesquely distorted from pallor into an unsettling flush, panted heavily, resembling a wild dog deprived of its meal. Swinging his shortened right hand, blood immediately soaked through the bandages wrapping his wound. Whether it was the pain from losing his hand or residual fear of the Ripper, William needed an outlet for his emotions. Shirley hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the blonde man. At this moment, he looked like a devil crawling out of blood. She didn't know how to respond for a moment. You seem to have forgotten the content of the task, Mr. William. Martin interjected. Our objective was not to protect you, but Miss Xianxian standing beside you. And as you can see, she hasn't suffered any harm. Xianxian recognized the voice when she heard it and recalled something familiar, though she momentarily struggled to place it. Is that you? William instantly identified Martin's voice. His impression of Martin from the Dark Side of the Moon incident was far too profound. Even though the present shepherd wore a different mask and outfit, the top hat on his head, the glasses on the mask, all aligned perfectly with Martin's style from the Dark Side of the Moon. As for the clown-like, painted mask Martin wore earlier, it was now donned by the woman who had spoken up on his behalf. Seeing this confirmed William's suspicion that the person before him was indeed the Martin from the Dark Side of the Moon. Pleased to meet you again. Martin understood William had recognized him and politely greeted him. This seemed like a direct provocation to William in the present moment. Why was it that every time Martin appeared, he always ended up humiliated? and now he had even lost one of his hands. The more he thought about it, the more his pain and hatred grew, darkening his expression as he glared intently at Martin, until a hand nearby grabbed him. Xuanhuan could sense William's agony. Her feelings towards Martin were very complex. This shepherd was mysterious and powerful, having saved them from the werewolves of Dark Side of the Moon last time, and this time directly facing down the Ripper to force their retreat. The familiar sense she had felt earlier regarding his voice finally made sense, but beyond this familiarity, there was an even deeper, harder to pin down feeling of recognition. His name is also Martin. Xuanhuan once again pondered a question she had already considered countless times. Back in this screaming tent, Annie had called him Martin. Xuanhuan immediately thought of the strange creature who pushed her into a wriggling tunnel to escape the Golden Finch Palace. But the man before her now was clearly human, not a giant hound, not a woman, not a goblin. Their physical appearances differed greatly. Xuanhuan considered the possibility of shape-shifting through some mystical ability, but she couldn't imagine how Martin could have escaped from the Golden Finch Palace, traveled such a vast distance to Kavad's, transformed himself, and then reappeared before her in just a few short days. If he were truly that Martin, why hadn't he revealed his identity upon seeing her? Moreover, at that time Martin had been at his breaking point. How could he possibly escape from the bishop, someone who was at least a bulging grand judge? Not to mention the order-derived entity, the Queen's mailbox, which had been blown into fragments. All his trump cards had been used, so there was no way Martin could have reached Kavad's. It must be just a coincidence. Martin is a common name after all. All these thoughts only stemmed from herself. Whenever Xuanhuan thought of this, guilt filled her with pain and confusion, preventing her from sleeping at night. A priest must maintain a good mental state to avoid being ensnared by evil forces and falling into madness. But these past days' experiences had made her unable to find peace. When this Martin reappeared before her, and this inexplicable familiar sensation welled up within her, she began to scrutinize this man who wore a silver mask and acted somewhat arrogantly. In the past, Martin had existed in her mind more as a powerful symbol or an easily overlooked shadow. Sir, have we met somewhere before? Xuanhuan finally voiced the question that had been lingering on her mind. A flicker of anticipation shone in her eyes as she tried to see through the glasses and silver mask to uncover the man's true thoughts. If you'd asked me before my journey here, I would have given you my number. Who would have guessed that when Martin heard this long-awaited question, what came to mind was something entirely unexpected? Of course he expected it. Who wouldn't hope for recognition after experiencing life and death together, especially when the other party showed no sign of recognizing them? Especially when the person in question was a beautiful young woman whose beauty would rank highly even among his many ex-girlfriends from another lifetime. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his head, he replied calmly, I don't think so, but I am most willing to make your acquaintance, a beautiful and elegant lady. He half jested with these words, adding a layer of levity to his disguise. Certainly, he couldn't reveal his identity at this moment. Not considering his own fugitive status, the information let slip by the third prince and Stanley, along with the mysterious origin of William's gentle and friendly box, were reminders that these two people were definitely connected to the Redstone Royal Palace. Perhaps even Xuanhuan being placed under his protection had been arranged somehow. Both of them stood beside him now, their gazes devoid of any friendly intent. Xuanhuan didn't get the answer she wanted. Her eyes lost their luster, and she softly responded, I understand. I guess I mistook you for someone else. I apologize sincerely. Martin felt a faint twinge of loss within his chest, but he did not show it. Instead, he turned to Xuanhuan and said, the mission is now complete. I hope the reward will arrive promptly. From Shirley, Martin learned that the tasks posted by the Shepherd Club varied widely, from large-scale hunts to finding lost items or even gathering evidence for wives seeking proof of their husband's infidelity, the kind of work private detectives do. The club was involved in everything. Providing security was one of the more common types of business the club conducted. They could provide protection either on a per-occurrence basis or over a defined period. Generally, employers would pay a deposit up front, with the final payment being made upon task completion or the end of the contract period. Only then would the shepherd receive their bounty. Xuanhuan might have been testing the strength of the shepherd, hence opting for a single-instance protection. So Martin stated the mission was finished. Now his image had transformed into that of a somewhat flirtatious, greedy bounty hunter. Perfect. By the time Martin returned to the warehouse at Mercury Spring, it was already afternoon. He had sent Shirley away. This overly enthusiastic young woman wanted to follow Martin constantly, peppering him with her impractical conjectures about the prophet. Can you predict the future? Have you met the queen? What is she like? Is she very tall? It's said that the queen always has a mysterious black cat by her side. Is that true? The current Shirley was like an inexperienced little girl, brimming with endless questions, and showing none of the competence and calmness she displayed during the hunt for the carnivores. After closing the warehouse door, Belisarius still hadn't returned, and Junker was manning the apothecary shop in front. Rarely did Martin have another opportunity for solitude. He rubbed his temples. The events of the morning had been far too intense. He lay down on the rickety single bed, intending to take a good nap first. Secret Gardens, Wrench Brotherhood, Dark Alchemy Guild. None of these were as important as catching some sleep right now. He was utterly exhausted. Just as he was dozing off, a man's voice came from beneath the bed. Hello, sir. I've brought something interesting. Chapter 70, Oil. Martin heard the voice and instantly became alert. He propped himself up on one hand against the bed frame and swiftly rolled away from the single bed. He fixed an intense stare at the space beneath his bed, his heart pounding hard. Since entering the room, He hadn't noticed that someone else was present, a significant oversight. If the person under the bed had chosen to greet him with a dagger, Martin would already be dead. "Don't be alarmed, mister, it's me." The man spoke again, then crawled out from under the bed. He had a distinctive large nose and amber eyes. Harkey's Harris. Unlike last time when he wore a cloak and hood, this time he was dressed in a somewhat old and oversized suit over a white shirt. The Alchemy Guild signature apron no longer hung around his waist. His appearance and mannerisms strongly resembled the bosses of small-time companies from Martin's past life, wearing outdated, ill-fitting suits and only lacking a leather bag tucked under the arm. Martin watched as this man emerged from under the bed, his suit covered in dust, looking rather disheveled. While Martin let out a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but think, this middle-aged man clearly belonged to the Dark Alchemy Guild. Yet why did his actions always result in something so absurd? Who among normal people crawls under beds unless they're afraid of catching their spouse with a lover? Involuntarily, Martin conjured up in his mind a cliché adulterous scene, finding some twisted amusement in it. Ever since putting on the gentleman's hat on his head, or rather, ever since acquiring the twin flames, there seemed to be a shift in his thinking. He constantly fantasized about bizarre images, mocking others, wanting them to embarrass themselves. He wanted to laugh uncontrollably. It didn't resemble the old self. Harris had already crawled out from under the bed, tidying up his suit, while showing a slightly servile smile. "Good afternoon, sir. I didn't mean to scare you. I waited outside for a long time, but didn't see you return, so I just had to come in. You understand, don't you? We members of the Alchemy Guild are not well suited for staying exposed for too long. And the only place inside the house to hide was under the bed." It seemed Harris wasn't quite used to speaking in such a polite tone. His voice sounded neither humble nor proud, but mixed. Looking at Martin, who stood nearby, Harris detected changes in his mask and attire, and with a somewhat exaggerated tone, he remarked, "You look like a real nobleman. If it weren't for your scent, I might not have recognized you." "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" Martin mentally scoffed, turning toward the table where he poured himself a cup of tea to calm his nerves. Harris followed him and seated himself familiarly beside Martin. "This windbreaker really suits you. Paired with the shirt, vest, and boots underneath, you're even more handsome than that actor named Malthus in the Screaming Tent. Compared to you, he's practically a monkey from the circus. No, even worse than a monkey." Waving his hands dramatically, Harris's gaze fixated on nothingness ahead, his tone containing both flattery and anger. "Look at how exquisite the craftsmanship is on this mask." His fleeting anger vanished. Harris's gaze returned to focus on Martin's face, starting another round of compliments. "I'm sure you must have bought it from the Black Cat Lane, right? Their craftsmen are far better than those local ones here in Kuwait's. Only they could shape silver into such graceful arcs." It seemed he held the items from Black Cat Lane in extremely high regard. Martin began speculating that if Harris knew of his good relationship with the overseer of that area, maybe he'd ask Martin to get a discount for him next time. After finishing a cup of hot tea, Martin interrupted Harris's sycophantic words. Staring directly into Harris's eyes, Martin spoke lowly. "There won't be a next time." He certainly didn't want to keep checking his bed for hidden people every time he came back. Harris looked into Martin's eyes, feeling once again the extreme sense of hunger, making himself feel like nothing more than a dish served on a banquet table. His smile turned rigid, and he answered obediently. "Yes, yes. What have you brought?" Martin avoided further discussion on the matter, his current concern being about their cooperation. Upon hearing this, Harris's nervous expression grew serious, or rather, as serious as he could pretend to be. Though his face paled, his hands trembled, he casually poured himself a cup of hot tea and drank it all at once, unexpectedly scalding himself. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat comically before continuing in a mock solemn tone. "This salt of life you provided has already been submitted. They are highly interested in it, especially the blue-bearded alchemists studying magical potions. Hey, Xianxia, that old man, said that such pure salt must be fake and even tried to slander me for colluding with outsiders. But who would have thought, after those blue-bearded ones inspected it, their attitudes completely changed. They all surrounded me like apprentices, asking where this salt came from." Xianxia's face turned green on the spot. "Haha. I reckon that old man is probably hiding in some corner right now, going crazy. Those bluebeards never even spare him a glance normally. They even requisitioned his dog. This feeling is just too good." After only 2 sentences, Harris was lost in self-intoxication without realizing it. This guy must feel ignored most of the time. Martin started mocking him again mentally. It had become something of a habit. Harris was about to elaborate on his grudge against someone named Xianxia, so Martin interrupted. "Get to the point." Harris, who had been animatedly speaking, paused momentarily upon hearing this, suddenly realizing how carried away he'd been. He gave an awkward laugh and said, "Yes, sir. After inspecting the salt you provided, the Bluebeard showed great interest in your proposal for cooperation. They all want to meet you. I already told you, I'll only deal with you." Martin answered emotionlessly. "Yes, of course. That's exactly what I told them." Harris seemed both cautious and overly eager, as if he were a spy rushing to profess his loyalty. He went along with Martin's words. "They deeply regret not being able to meet you, especially Gina. She almost followed me here." Gina? Martin remembered this name. Harris had mentioned her as the reason he created the aphrodisiac potion called Embrace of the Goddess. In his description, this woman had huge breasts and a well-rounded ass. It was because of this particular description that Martin remembered the name. However, judging by Harris's sycophantic attitude towards Martin's appearance, there was still room to doubt this man's taste. This Gina might just be an ordinary housewife. After all, Martin didn't think there was anything special about himself either. Not until Mrs. Lucia kept smirking at the corner of her mouth while picking out his outfit. Right, Gina? Harris stopped halfway, then as if realizing something, hastily added. She's nothing worth seeing, bad-tempered and irritating, always fond of telling crude jokes among men. She isn't ladylike at all, and her figure, well, didn't you say she has large breasts and a shapely ass? How has that changed? Martin was a little confused by Harris's inconsistent remarks, but didn't pursue further. Instead, he silently criticized Harris as unreliable in his mind. You still haven't answered my question. What exactly did you bring? Martin reiterated his inquiry. This man could chatter more than any woman he'd ever known, but wouldn't touch on the main subject. Something good, sir. Harris noticed the displeasure in Martin's tone and quickly interjected. After I conveyed your intention to cooperate, they wanted to show sincerity, so they sent a gift for you. Sounds nice. Martin's inner thoughts floated through his mind like bullet comments. Finally, the focus of the conversation shifted to something important. They said, no, our Dark Alchemy Guild is extremely pleased to cooperate with a discerning and capable alchemist like yourself, hoping you'll find this gift satisfactory. As he spoke, Harris took a slender glass tube from his shirt pocket. It contained some clear, transparent liquid. Under Martin's gaze, the liquid suddenly changed color. A speck of black appeared, then expanded like ink, turning the entire vial pitch black. Subsequently, the blackness gradually faded into a deep purple, then quickly transformed into dark blue, followed by copper green, light green, bright yellow, blood red. Finally, all the colors merged back into pure white before the liquid stirred inexplicably, swirling like a rotating cloak, which disappeared. The liquid returned to its original transparency. Harris handed the glass tube to Martin. Please accept this high-concentration oil of nothingness. Upon hearing the name, Martin's eyebrows twitched. This was top-notch stuff. With this base material, all that remained missing for Kiss of Lava were the fire crow feathers. Seeing the possibility of successfully mixing the potion gave Martin hope. Progress would be much faster than he expected when trying slowly and methodically in the Shepherd's Club. Undoubtedly, it was very good news. He nonchalantly tucked the ever-changing colored glass tube into his windbreaker pocket, though inwardly he was quite careful, afraid of breaking the fragile container. Seeing Martin's casual gesture, Harris's face flickered several times as if he had just made a certain resolution. He then spoke up. Sir, I have one more personal question. After finishing his sentence, he looked at Martin with an anticipatory gaze, resembling a love-struck maiden. What is your question? Martin responded briskly, though inside, he was bombarded by thoughts criticizing this man who seemed to disrupt the atmosphere. During our last encounter, your pet said there was something wrong with my formula for Embrace of the Goddess. Could you tell me what the issue was? Harris lowered his head, seemingly embarrassed. What was your purpose in concocting that aphrodisiac potion? Martin asked seriously. He wouldn't assist this middle-aged man in harming young girls. It's like this. Harris grew hesitant and awkward, hesitating for half a moment before finally speaking. Gina has set her eyes on Malthus from the screaming tent. She plans to get this actor drunk, then give him Embrace of the Goddess, making him fall in love with her. In his tone while explaining, alongside admiration, there was also a trace of bitterness. Chapter 71, The Second Dish. Martin heard Harris's words, and his mouth gradually widened. What is this melodramatic plot? Helping your goddess pursue a man? The barrage of thoughts in Martin's mind was going crazy. In an instant, he thought that he hadn't traveled through time, but had accidentally entered the shooting scene of a cheesy idol drama. Why do you want to help her? He couldn't help but ask out loud. She saved my life, sir. Harris took off his hood, unfastened the cloak he had been wearing all along, and turned sideways to expose his neck to Martin. Martin saw a long scar on the side of his neck. The gruesome scar resembled a centipede attached to the man's neck. It was unimaginable how he managed to survive such a wound. If it weren't for her, I would probably be dead like Little Black already. He fastened his cloak to cover up this scar, and there was no sign of relief for surviving death, only a faint sense of loss. But since she is already the dedicated magical potion researcher known as Bluebeard, why doesn't she even know the formula for this black magic potion? Why does she need your help? Martin wanted to confirm the authenticity of Harris's story. He needed more details to be certain, unsure if this melodramatic tale was fabricated by Harris just to obtain the formula. Harris sighed lightly and explained the reason to Martin. Although Goddess's Embrace was just a black magic potion, for some unknown reason it had been classified as a forbidden type potion by the Dark Alchemy Association, and its formula was strictly protected. Therefore, even as the dedicated potion researcher known as Bluebeard, Gina did not know its recipe. It was actually Harris who, after getting drunk one of the elder alchemists in the Alchemy Guild, extracted part of the formula. However, it was incomplete. The most crucial detail of the formula concerning the calcination of the maiden seal, no matter how Harris asked, the alchemist wouldn't divulge, only repeating terms like wild kisses and disaster, phrases that Harris could not understand. And due to the incomplete formula, Harris had already failed many times. That's why his body had such a strong smell of calamus and daughter. Wild kisses. Martin murmured these words. He had seen this term before, on the yet-to-be-activated Barbaric Creatures Cookbook. It was when describing flesh and bloodgrass, saying that flesh and bloodgrass can suppress a voracious appetite, but increases the desire for flesh and blood, causing the historical disaster of wild kissing. But what did this have to do with the aphrodisiac potion Goddess's Embrace? Martin temporarily set aside his confusion, deliberating for a moment over the logic in Harris's words, then said to him, Smart alchemists all believe in equivalent exchange. What did you say? Harris was still lost in the previous explanation and didn't quite catch on. The formula for Goddess's Embrace requires items in exchange. Martin looked into his eyes and casually said, "It's my principle." Of course. After hesitating for a moment, Harris finally understood Martin's meaning, his face lighting up with joy as he shouted loudly. In Harris's mind, Martin was an extraordinary existence, capable of preparing invisibility potions and the pure salt that drove even the Bluebeards mad. With his help, he would surely succeed in formulating the Goddess's Embrace and free himself from the shadow of failure. What do you need? I've accumulated quite a few merits within the Alchemy Association, and Gina is also a Bluebeard. She will definitely find what you need, Harris said excitedly. The feather of the fire crow. Just trade with a few feathers of the fire crow, Martin said nonchalantly. He had already decided what to use for the trade. What was more urgent than this material, which he lacked for creating lava kisses? Harris was stunned after hearing this, staring blankly at Martin. This made Martin puzzled. Had he asked for too much? Were the feathers of fire crows rare treasures? Yes, even the Mercury Spring had witch nails but lacked these feathers, possibly because they were too precious. Just as Martin began daydreaming again, Harris spoke up. You're sure you only need this? If it's just fire crow feathers, I can return to the Alchemy Association and bring them to you. The Alchemy Association keeps many fire crows in places where oil lamps cannot be used. They have great lighting effects. This Alchemy Association is really housed inside a cave. Martin recalled the earlier phrase, alchemy cave, which gave him this impression when he first arrived in the warehouse. But being able to use crows as lighting tools, this dark Alchemy Association seemed more like a medieval location. All right, meet here at 8 a.m. tomorrow with the fire crow feathers, and I'll tell you the formula for Goddess's Embrace. Martin wasn't unwilling to let Harris return immediately with the fire crow feathers, but he couldn't exchange them now because Martin didn't even know the formula for Goddess's Embrace. Harris's question was pointed out by Whiteface Cook, who had now fallen into a deep sleep. According to previous guesses, Martin needed to absorb more of the gluttony force to possibly awaken him in the black-faced recipe. Therefore, Martin gave Harris time, which was actually time for himself. He must create an enticing dish today to absorb the gluttony force. After hearing this, Harris excitedly agreed and then stood up and left. Just before leaving, it seemed he finally remembered his main task for coming here. He invited Martin to join him in visiting the Alchemy Association and meeting those who admired him, the Bluebeards. Martin refused him again. In truth, Martin did not yet know how to cooperate with the Alchemy Association. The stern man at the card table only said to hand over this salt of life to the Alchemy Association but gave no instructions on what to do next. So Martin could only delay things, waiting for another chance to enter the card table in his dreams to ask. After being rejected by Martin again, Harris did not show any disappointed expression but smiled and left through the front door. He really seemed eager to help that woman named Gina. Martin watched his retreating back and didn't know what to say. At dusk, it was still in the warehouse of the Mercury Spring. Martin skillfully flattened some brown plants resembling small antlers, collecting the golden liquid that flowed out. Then, he poured the golden liquid into the frying pan on the fireplace, waited for a while, and then added many yellow threads. This knife isn't very sharp, cutting these threads is quite troublesome, he muttered as he stirred. Yes, what Martin was doing was none other than the home-style dish everyone in the Empire of Gluttons ate, stir-fried shredded potatoes. When making scrambled eggs with tomatoes last time, Martin couldn't find caraway antlers. This time, he specifically asked Junker from the front shop and found this plant in the store's medicine cabinet. During the search, Martin also learned about the purpose of this plant in this era. Caraway antlers indeed have a lot of oils, but they are generally used to rub on the face to prevent frostbite during winter. You know how cold the winters in Kawhides can get. Junker shrugged and continued explaining. Additionally, bounty hunters and some soldiers sometimes need them. I've heard from my teacher that they squeeze the oil from the caraway antlers onto their blades or gun barrels to prevent rusting, or coat their boots to make them waterproof. Martin also learned that although they would occasionally fry food in a frying pan, they consumed more bread, cheese, or stews, and no one used the oil from caraway antlers to cook food. When Martin decided to prepare the familiar-looking handsome young man's arrival, he first returned to the red house and looked at the potatoes in the warehouse, deciding on the dish he wanted to make this time. The sound of water mixing with hot oil came from the crucible, and the unique aroma of potatoes spread throughout the entire room. Martin skillfully maneuvered the spoon in his hand while swallowing his saliva. The tomato and scrambled eggs he made last time were completely swept clean by Junker without him tasting a single bite. This time, he vowed to enjoy it properly. This is a simple dish, primarily needing to wash away the starch from the potato shreds. Boiling them before stir-frying ensures that the shreds are crisp and distinct. This was the first dish Martin mastered when he first learned to cook, having made it countless times. Like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, there were shadows of Martin's ex-girlfriends behind this dish. Because the potato shreds had already been blanched, Martin simply stir-fried them a few times, added salt, and served the dish. Unfortunately, there's no vinegar. Otherwise, making spicy and sour potato shreds would be much tastier. Martin fantasized about the sour and spicy taste in his mind, unable to resist swallowing his saliva again. He took out his custom chopsticks and was just about to start enjoying it when the familiar knocking sound rang again. Knock, knock, knock. A feeling of being teased surged in his heart. Martin gripped the chopsticks tightly, picked up a large mouthful of golden potato shreds, and chewed while heading to the door. Of course, without scallions, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and seasonings, the flavor feels too plain. The level of these potato shreds was far from his usual standard, The taste was not as rich as last time's tomato scrambled eggs. He began to doubt if this alone could attract Junker. We'll see after trying, he thought to himself. When he opened the door, the person standing outside was not Junker. It was the elegant young man in the windbreaker with the silk bowler hat. Martin had seen this young man a few times at the Mercury Spring, but they had not yet exchanged words. He was one of the most handsome men Martin had seen since coming to this world, with an appearance that could only be matched by Horn, the gentlemanly knight. Hello, I caught a whiff of an unusual food aroma here. I asked Junker, and he said I should come to the warehouse. Were you the one cooking? The young man tipped his silk bowler hat slightly, inquiring politely. Yes. After pondering for a moment, Martin stepped aside. Since Junker had introduced him, it would be rude not to let him in. Junker was probably too busy with shop matters to attend personally. The young man immediately spotted the golden potato shreds on the table. He followed Martin inside and courteously asked, Junker said your dishes have a unique flavor that cannot be found anywhere else. May I try some? He looked expectantly at Martin. Of course. Martin handed him a fork. The young man exuded a familiar white mist swirling gently across his skin, signifying the stirring of gluttony. Martin intended to let different people try his dishes, hoping to observe if the gluttony force from everyone could be absorbed as smoothly as it was from Junker. Taking the fork, the young man speared some potato shreds and placed them into his mouth, chewing carefully. He closed his eyes, his demeanor calm and experienced, as though he'd tasted countless exquisite meals before. It is indeed a unique flavor. Opening his eyes, the young man spoke. But this taste feels a bit bland. To me, potatoes paired with beef are much more delicious than this dish. As he spoke, the white mist that had been flowing slowly around him gradually became still and eventually settled on his skin, ceasing its activity entirely. The scene Martin had anticipated, of the white mist rushing into his body, did not occur. What he had feared came true. Chapter 72, A New Idea. Although Martin had anticipated this outcome to some extent, he still felt a twinge of frustration when the reality confronted him. His technique was not at fault. Rather, it was the lack of ingredients and incomplete seasonings that caused the issue. Am I really still too reliant on the condiments? He thought to himself. The failure of this dish implied that the other dishes were also likely to fail. After all, even the required complementary vegetables and seasonings for stir-fried shredded potatoes were minimal. He fell into a brief moment of confusion. Cutting the potato into thin shreds is indeed an original idea, and I can taste that you added oil to pan-fry it, but the flavor seems somewhat bland. I once ate a kind of deep-fried potato stick at a restaurant in the East District. Its exterior was crispy, and it tasted absolutely delicious. That restaurant's name was Fish Chip Shop. They paired these potatoes with deep-fried fish, which made their business very successful. They even received a Medal of Merit from the royal family. I heard that deep-fried fish was a dish brought by outsiders. They soaked cheap cod fillets in batter mixed with black beer, then breaded them and fried them again. The fragrant crispness always makes me want to eat it again instantly whenever I think about it. The young man licked his lips slightly, lost in reminiscing over the delectable flavors. The interior of those deep-fried potatoes was soft, and the workers really liked this texture, but I always feel this kind of texture doesn't quite match the crispy exterior. To me, I prefer the crunchiness from the inside out. Whenever I go to the fish chip shop, I would specifically ask the staff to pick out some potato skins that accidentally fell into the pot for me. The thin skin becomes incredibly crispy after being fried. That's the true delicacy. The young man continued talking without paying attention to Martin's reaction. Unfortunately, I've only seen this fish chip shop in the East District. Their potatoes and deep-fried fish are truly delicious, but unfortunately, I cannot visit often. You know, the East District is relatively chaotic. If the fish chip shop could open a branch in Red Church District, it would be better. If we could have such food in the Blaze Kingdom as well, it would be absolutely perfect. The young man supplemented, with a touch of disappointment in his words. As Martin listened to this critical yet demanding young man's monologue, he originally hoped to seek some advice. He noticed that the young man seemed to have his own insights regarding food. In comparison, Martin knew nothing about the eating habits of the people in Cavides during this era. After all, he had only properly eaten some local delicacies at Rose Square. But as Martin kept listening, an idea slowly took shape in his mind. The fish chip shop that the young man mentioned reminded Martin of M. Burger from his previous life and the white-bearded colonel who was famous for fried foods. The issue the young man raised about French fries particularly enlightened Martin's thinking, especially the mention of fried potato skins. This immediately brought a certain food to Martin's mind, something that could be directly produced in this warehouse, and that this young man had definitely not tried before. Besides this fish chip shop, haven't you ever eaten fried potato sticks or fried potato skins elsewhere? Martin suppressed his excitement and carefully inquired. No. A look of regret appeared on the young man's face. I've already eaten at most of the restaurants in Cavides, and the ones that could be called delicious are only so many. Recently, there's been a loss. The dumpling cafeteria's pea and meat soup. I've heard the owner was murdered. Such a pity. Upon hearing this, Martin knew his opportunity had come. An exclusive advantage available only to time travelers. A huge opportunity brought by a golden finger. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, to the point where his fingers began trembling slightly. I have another type of food here. I believe it should meet your requirement for crispness. Oh, the young man showed a bit of curiosity. Better than the fish chips shop's fried potato strips? You're not just trying to fool me with fried potato skins, right? After all, this warehouse did not seem like a place that would contain any kind of delicious ingredients. Could you please wait at the shop up front for a moment? Martin didn't want his cooking process to be observed throughout. as it might cause unexpected troubles. Seeing Martin's serious demeanor, the young man agreed. He understood that some chefs had their own secret recipes and techniques that they preferred not to disclose to others. After the young man left, Martin picked up a few more potatoes and sliced them piece by piece with a small knife. Unlike his previous operation of slicing the potato into threads, this time he cut the potato slices as thin as paper, a task that wasn't particularly difficult for him. He placed the freshly cut potato slices in water, washing them several times. Then, he added a little salt and let them soak. While soaking the potato slices, Martin also poured water into the crucible, boiling it before putting the slices in. The delicate potato slices quickly turned transparent as they cooked. He fished them out and added a splash of strong liquor to the mix, knowing this would be the key to enhancing their flavor. I wonder how different the strong liquor here is from our baijiu. I'll just give it a try. Martin carefully controlled the amount of alcohol he used, setting the slices aside to let the excess water drain off. Adding alcohol was meant to enhance the flavor, but the alcohol would evaporate during frying, so only a small amount was necessary. This time, his goal was a snack that many adults in his past life couldn't resist: potato chips. He would occasionally make them himself in his previous life, later preferring freshly fried chips over packaged ones because they were simply too delicious. The description provided by the handsome young man gave him an idea. While fries already existed, it seemed potato chips had yet to appear in this world. And making potato chips was straightforward: just fry on low heat with good oil control. The preparation process took around 10 minutes, using nothing more than the potato slices. Next came the critical step. Martin poured all the oil squeezed from deerhorn dill weed into the pan. When the oil began to gently ripple outward, he placed the drained potato slices one by one into the oil. Bubbles started to form around the edges of the potato slices. Martin didn't immediately stir them, but waited until they'd fried for a bit before turning them over. The surfaces of the chips became golden brown, releasing a distinctive aroma of potatoes. Once both sides turned golden, Martin removed the chips and eagerly took a bite. As soon as he crunched down, the chips shattered easily, releasing the unique fragrance of potatoes along with the aroma of the oil, creating a crispy texture without being greasy. There was also a very faint smell of alcohol that went unnoticed unless tasted carefully. These freshly fried chips were irresistible even without any seasoning. Taking another chip, Martin marveled at how better fried foods really did benefit from abundant oil. The oil pressed from deerhorn dill weed was richer and had a distinct scent compared to what they usually used. In this world, people commonly used vegetable oil for cooking. Some affluent households might use peanut oil, but when large quantities of oil were needed for frying or sautéing, they generally resorted to beef tallow. Martin placed the chips on a wooden tray and carried it to the front hall of Mercury Spring. Not only did he want the young man to taste it, but he also intended to have Junk sample them. After all, given Junk's gluttonous nature, the possibility of extracting gluttony essence from him would likely be higher. Apart from Junk and the young man, there were a few customers in the shop buying medicine, most dressed plainly and rather thin. The area surrounding Mercury Spring was densely populated with poor residents who often braved illnesses without treatment, coming to the pharmacy only when symptoms became unbearable. This was one of the reasons why Mercury Spring's business was struggling. Junk was handing a bottle of amber liquid to a thin-faced woman wearing an old-fashioned hat and small stature. Balm of mint extract cough medicine. Mix half a teaspoon into a glass of water and take 3 times a day. Remember not to exceed the recommended dosage, or it may become toxic. Junk carefully reminded her. You need rest more than anything right now. It's more important than medicine. Cough, cough. Okay. The woman replied through coughs, her posture somewhat humble. I'll come back to pay once I collect my monthly wage from the cotton mill. No rush. Junk saw the woman off with a subtle sigh and then noticed Martin approaching, smiling as he greeted him. What new delicacy have you prepared? Seeing the tray Martin held, his worried expression brightened slightly, his nose twitching at the scent wafting through the air. Hey, Edward, come over here. Junk called out to the handsome young man by the drug cabinet. The young man approached curiously. Is this a potato? This smell is so familiar. Looking at the golden potato slices on Martin's tray, his eyes lit up with growing curiosity, and he unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Martin noticed the dormant white mist around the young man beginning to churn, becoming increasingly intense. Smiling, he passed the tray over. Before coming, Martin had sprinkled salt on half the chips, tasting both varieties, each having its own flavor. The young man picked up a chip, lightly crushing it between his fingers, his face showing surprise. Then, he popped the fragments into his mouth. A crunching sound filled the air as he chewed, his expression transitioning from astonishment to pure enjoyment. This is the taste. No, this is even more delicious than the fish and chip shops. How did you make it? Martin smiled, already expecting that this young man could not resist such a crispy flavor. I told you Martin makes absolutely delicious things. Junk laughed, his tone filled with pride. After saying that, he also picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, making a crunching sound while chewing. Is this a potato? The taste is so unique. Why does your food always taste so special? As he ate, he asked Martin, do you have any other delicacies that I don't know about? The customers in the shop, hearing Junk's praise, looked over curiously. Martin noticed layers of white mist floating on their bodies. With a thought crossing his mind, Martin generously invited them to try. People here struggled day by day just for basic sustenance. They were never reserved or shy, and the irresistible aroma of the fried potato chips lured them over. They quickly gathered around, each grabbing a piece to enjoy. Crunching sounds rose one after another as exclaims echoed in the air, and before long, the entire dish was cleaned up. The young man named Edward had even been pushed aside by the crowd. Though it was his idea, he ended up eating very few chips. Through Martin's perspective, strands of white mist swirled from people's skin and gently flowed into his own body. Closing his eyes, the familiar warmth returned again. Unlike the sensation from the last hot spring soak, this time Martin felt like standing under the blazing sun at noon, feeling a slight burning heat. A strange contrast emerged between the visual white mist and the burning sensation on his skin, much like fire and ice converging within him. Unsure how long it lasted, Martin opened his eyes once more. The group surrounding him had dispersed. Only Junk and Edward remained, watching him curiously. He smiled faintly, now having an idea to improve Mercury Spring's business growth. Chapter 73, Goddess's Embrace. The sunlight filtered through the window, spilling onto Martin's bedside. The Red Church District did not have as many steam machines as East District, and thus, there was less water vapor and tar. The air here smelled fresher, and the sun could occasionally visit. In terms of living conditions alone, this place was much better than the East District. However, many of the poor still chose to move to the East District because the factories there could provide them with a job, allowing them to survive. Because of the gentleman's hat, Martin always felt a little disoriented when he woke up. He needed to readjust to the constant whispering in his ears, and then pretend they didn't exist during the new day ahead. So far, it seemed that he was adapting quite well. At least, in his interactions with the members of the Dark Alchemy Society and the Wrench Brotherhood, he showed no signs of abnormality. He even slept with that gentleman's hat on, which appeared rather peculiar. But the last time Harris hid under the bed had warned him. This room wasn't safe, and he needed to remain vigilant at all times. This, combined with the distracting whispers in his ears, significantly reduced the quality of his sleep. Although the current impact wasn't obvious, Martin could feel the accumulated irritation and unease rooting and sprouting in his mind alongside the madness brought by the gentleman's hat. It would erupt one day. I don't know at what level of cooperation will meet that man's demands so I can smoothly obtain the scholar's breath. At this rate, I might go insane before even getting that card. Martin massaged his forehead lightly, which helped him adapt faster to those whispers. He recalled his frenzied performance at the poker table last time and shook his head. He didn't want to become like that, not yet. He thought that last night, having absorbed so much gluttony force, he should be able to return to the poker table and ask that stern man clearly what exactly he needed to do. The alchemist also had no news yet, and he fell into a brief confusion. But last night, he didn't even get close to the poker table. Instead, for the first time in ages, he slept well without dreaming. Maybe it was due to absorbing those gluttony mists. Suppressing those whispers in his ears like mosquitoes, Martin sat up and looked at the old wall clock in the room. Harris was still half an hour away. Absorbing the mist wasn't completely useless. After doing so, he came to the warehouse where he successfully activated the black and white recipe books. Cook flatteringly greeted him, while Blackface remained aloof as usual. And he also learned the formula and method for creating the Goddess's Embrace, making it possible to trade with Harris. Everything was proceeding as planned. Martin decided to head to the front hall to have breakfast with Belisarius and Junk. Belisarius had returned yesterday afternoon. The blind old man was exhausted, and his figure leaning on the cane looked even older. After returning, he asked about the store situation briefly and said he was tired, then went to sleep. It wasn't clear who he met or what happened. Martin guessed it was related to the people from the Turner family who previously caused trouble at the store. This made him feel a bit more urgency in carrying out his plan. He wanted to protect Mercury Spring. When he entered the front hall, he greeted Belisarius and Junk. Their breakfast consisted of bread, orange jam, and milk, a common combination that ensured nutrition and energy supply, being both economical and practical. Junk sat there roughly, shoving large bites of bread into his mouth and washing it down with gulps of milk when he choked, clearly showing he had a great appetite. They usually left a portion for Martin, letting him eat after he woke up. I heard the delicacy you made with potatoes yesterday was extremely delicious. Both Junk and Edward praised it endlessly. Belisarius had recovered from his exhaustion of last night. He spread orange jam on his bread and enjoyed eating 2 slices together in big bites, making ordinary bread seem exceptionally fragrant. Yes, it was something I came up with thanks to Edward's inspiration. He mentioned he often visited a place called Fish and Chips in East District, and he missed their fried potatoes very much. Fish and Chips. Junk's eyes lit up at the mention of the name. I've been there before, it's very famous. I've even heard it received a medal from the king. Come to think of it, your potato chips do resemble their fried potatoes somewhat. But still, I think yours taste better. Junk smiled sincerely. He truly loved potato chips. What if we use these potato chips to attract customers? Martin took a sip of milk. Besides having breakfast together, he mainly wanted to discuss his idea with the two of them. Junk said that you all previously wanted to attract customers using the special spicy soy sauce from Bundle Restaurant, but unfortunately, its owner was murdered. Martin's expression did not change at all while saying this, as if it had nothing to do with him. So I thought we could use this to replace the soy sauce. I just don't know how well it'll work. That's a fantastic idea. Why didn't I think of it? Upon hearing this, Junk shouted loudly, forgetting about his bread altogether. Your fried potatoes have no competitors on the entire Axe Avenue. No, in the entire Red Church District. They're sure to sell like crazy. Junk's face lit up with excitement, far more enticing than the soy sauce. I think it's feasible. You can try it out, and if it really attracts customers, Mercury Spring can share some of the revenue with you. A look of anticipation also crossed Belisarius' face, though he wasn't as excited as Junk. From the very beginning, he thought about compensating Martin. In his view, Since Martin brought in the customers, the apothecary's income naturally should include his share. If I finish my current tasks, I'll make some and see how they perform. Martin quickly finished off the bread and milk. Feeling the kindness of this master and apprentice pair, he hastened to say, as for the payment, it should be me giving it to you instead. Belisarius, you must understand, you've taken me in. I want to do something now in return. Besides, the materials and tools are all already available in the apothecary. How can I accept more money from you? Junk was about to say something when a figure entered the doorway of the apothecary. It seemed strange. Although the store was open, few customers ever came by, and those who bought medicine usually came later in the afternoon. If someone had an emergency, they would go to the hospital instead. The man wore a black overcoat, a men's tall hat, and both his shirt and gloves were white. Somewhat comical was the fact that the man's overcoat seemed too big for him, loosely draping open on both sides, with the shoulders sliding down toward his arms. Moreover, his boots also appeared uncomfortable, overly prominent in front, making his feet look large and flat, like the costume of a clown in the circus. The man didn't seem to notice any of this. Instead, he strutted confidently with his nose held high as he took long strides forward. Good morning, sir. May I ask what you'd like to buy? Setting down his bread, Junk approached the newcomer, marking the first customer of the day. The man completely ignored him, instead winking at Martin. It was Harris. Martin recognized him the moment he walked in. After all, his large nose was quite distinctive. Martin couldn't understand why Harris had come through the front door when he clearly said the alchemist should avoid showing up publicly as much as possible. And, besides, their arranged time hadn't even come yet. He's here to see me. To talk about the collaboration on potato chips. Even though questions swirled in his mind, Martin took charge of the conversation. He wanted to avoid having Belisarius or Junk encounter people from the Dark Alchemy Society. That might bring them trouble. The collaboration came so quickly after you made it yesterday afternoon. Junk sounded surprised. It was astonishingly fast. Yes, he's a culinary manager, specializing in discovering business opportunities within the food industry. Martin casually invented a title to bluff them, and then stood up, leading Harris toward the back door and the red warehouse. Hearing this new term, Belisarius and Junk immediately felt hopeful for Mercury Spring's future. Do I look good in these clothes? After leaving the apothecary front hall, Harris showed off his outfit to Martin. I also asked Xuanhuan to help me accessorize. They're truly nice, which means I can meet you openly now. Harris winked at Martin again. Martin instinctively wanted to step back. Isn't that guy Harris's rival? No wonder it turned out like this. Martin's thoughts buzzed, though he remained silent verbally. Once both were inside the room, he turned around and closed the door. It started to feel increasingly odd. At the instant the door shut, Martin even felt a bit awkward. Clearing his strange thoughts once again, Martin questioned Harris. Did you bring it? Harris smirked mischievously, pulling a glass bottle out from the waist pocket of his shirt. The bottle, which shone brown, emitted a bright light. Handing it over to Martin. When Martin took hold of the glass bottle glowing with a brownish light, its touch was icy cold. Upon opening the cap, he noticed 3 feathers inside quietly burning with bright yellow flames, but without any temperature. Martin felt curious. Were these the feathers of the fire raven? He glanced a few times before closing the lid and handing a note over to Harris while speaking. Remember the recipe for Embrace of the Goddess, and burn it promptly after memorizing. This was what he had written last night based on the white-faced cook's hint. He feared that directly telling this seemingly unintelligent black chef would lead to endless questioning. The most critical part is the method of calcining the maiden seal, which I haven't written down here. The paper only recorded the formula, while Martin chose to explain the crucial operational details orally to prevent leaks. To calcine madroot, you must use 3 different flames. Green flame from burning sage, representing delusion. Red flame from burning cherry twigs, representing love. And most importantly, Martin paused here to look straight into Harris's eyes. Black flame from burning fleshweed. This represents desire. Fleshweed. Harris looked puzzled. Yes, it's also called prisoner's blood. I believe you've heard of the historically famous tragedy, the Mad Kiss disaster. It was caused by excessive consumption of fleshweed, amplifying the craving for raw meat. I imagine this is why that alchemist kept muttering the word mad kiss to you. Perhaps this is also the reason why Embrace of the Goddess, although merely a black magic potion, is listed as a forbidden potion by your alchemy society. Chapter 74, The Philosopher's Stone. After dismissing Harris, who was dressed strangely, Martin placed the brown bottle containing the fire crow feathers on the table and took out the prepared nightingale brandy, pomegranate stone shards, and mad witch's nail powder. The most important base for the potion arrived yesterday. Harris delivered the high-purity void oil. This rare base constantly changed colors inside the glass test tube, resembling storm clouds filled with immense energy, exuding a mysterious vibe. With all the materials prepared, it was finally time to start concocting the magic potion. This was Martin's second attempt at creating a potion. The first one, the Mother of Saints, had already been partially consumed by him, greatly improving his physical abilities. He measured 100 milliliters of the nightingale, using a graduated cylinder, pouring the amber liquid into a crucible. Then he skillfully ground the pomegranate stone fragments into powder with a mortar and pestle, sprinkling it onto the nightingale. The mad witch's nails, actually the powder from the pink mandrake, were already prepared. Martin took them from the medicine cabinet in the corner. These powders appeared light pink and were stored in a glass bottle with ridges. The ridges were used to identify poisons so that alchemists could judge the nature of the contents just by feeling the bottle, determining whether they were toxic or required handling with extra care. As he was about to scoop some of the powder with a teaspoon, a fawning voice came from beside the table. Master, you should wear gloves. The toxicity of the pink mandrake can also spread through the skin. Martin looked up and saw that on the cookbook lying on the table, the white lines had bent again, forming a smiling face. This face now tilted its eyes toward him, clearly curious about what he was doing. Seeing Martin's gaze, the book, twisted his expression, trying hard to please Martin. The toxicity of the pink mandrake may not affect life directly, but those who come into contact with large amounts will feel an urge to sing endlessly without stopping, even until their vocal cords are torn and they can no longer produce sound, Cook added. Martin nodded, obediently putting on gloves, then scooped out a teaspoon of powder from the ridged glass bottle and placed it on the scale for measurement. Precisely measuring 6 grams, he poured the powder into the crucible. Instantly, the crucible became somewhat ethereal, dense pink bubbles continuously emerging from the liquid, and faint pink vapor rising from its surface. Next, Martin took out the brown glass bottle Harris gave him, plucking 2 feathers glowing with bright yellow flames using tweezers, tossing them into the crucible. Martin felt like a true alchemist from the Middle Ages, brewing some smelly viscous liquid and preparing to drink it all down. Like a witch. Bang! The air above the crucible heated up quickly, emitting a slight explosion-like sound. The 2 fire crow feathers ignited the liquid. What had been a dreamlike potion suddenly turned scorching hot, its surface igniting in bright flames. The pink bubbles transformed into magma-like bubbles, emitting dangerous vibes. Slowly, the feathers were consumed by the flames and sank into the potion. The bright yellow glow passed through the potion's surface, resembling underwater lights before gradually fading away. Can this really be applied to the lips? Martin still remembered the method mentioned by Blackface last time for using this potion. Apply it to your lips, and the breath you exhale will create a dragon's breath effect. Looking at the fiery magma in front of him, he thought of fire-eating acrobats. He picked up the final ingredient, the ever-changing void oil, and opened the stopper of the glass vial, carefully dripping its contents into the magma. 4, exactly 5 drops. As the 5 slightly sticky drops of oil were added, the potion changed again. The void oil floated on top of the potion instead of sinking and wasn't consumed by the surrounding flames. These small droplets spread across the entire liquid surface, making the flames look as though they were burning above the multicolored oil. Then, the layer of oil film on the surface of the potion and the flames began descending slowly, submerging into the potion. Yet the flames did not extinguish. Fire and water. It seemed the flames were sealed within the potion. Amazing. Carefully observing the flame light flickering within the potion, Martin realized they no longer seemed like real flames, but merely the bright yellow color mimicking flames. Or perhaps, flames distilled down to their mere hue. At this point, the potion ceased changing further. Now, it resembled a pot of flowing amber with flames imprisoned inside. Is this the molten kiss, which is said to take away all coldness? After the burning and evaporation, the liquid in the crucible had diminished to just enough to cover the bottom of the vessel. A single gulp for Martin. He carefully poured the magic potion into a glass cup, making it look as though flames were contained within. Once again, he felt the same intense attraction that he'd experienced when he successfully brewed the Mother of Saints last time. But with experience under his belt, he tried not to focus on the potion, instead retrieving both the black and white recipe books. Throughout this process, Cook's eyes remained fixed on Martin, trying to detect any subtle changes in his facial expressions. Martin placed them beside the newly concocted molten kiss. Since Cook couldn't clearly see how Martin had prepared it from afar, upon getting a close-up view, Cook immediately resumed his responsibilities. Fire and water. This is the best description of molten kiss, master. Your skills are still unmatched. The proportions of this potion are absolutely perfect. On the other hand, Blackface didn't exhibit much reaction, only mechanically stating, unlike the Mother of Saints, the medicinal properties of the fire crow feathers gradually weaken over time, meaning the inner flame in this potion will slowly extinguish. So, the best time to use it is right after it's been brewed. In general, a batch of molten kiss can be used 5 to 7 times. But for you, that number will likely be lower, probably 3 to 5 uses before the potion is completely depleted. Doesn't that mean the potion will be consumed faster? Martin was puzzled as to why he would require a larger dose. Don't you understand yet? Blackface's tone became tinged with helplessness, but also carried an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The more potion you use, the greater the effect will be. Therefore, your breath will be far more powerful than average, not just a little bit. So my advice is, each time, apply as much as possible so that others may witness just how formidable these potions can truly be. Blackface looked at Martin, its tone cold, hinting at dissatisfaction in its words, yet its perspective aligned oddly well with the rigid man at the card table Martin remembered. There are so many ways to maximize the utility of these potions. Martin sighed inwardly. Luckily, I activated the recipes. Without their guidance, I never would have managed to brew this. I wonder how the dark alchemists make their potions? Do they have recipes too? But before activation, most of the pages were blank. He put aside his fleeting concerns, raising the glass cup and gazing at the flames dancing inside. He didn't drink it, but, as per Blackface's earlier description, dipped his index finger in the potion and applied a small amount to his lips. He just wanted to test the effects of the potion, so he didn't use much. When it came into contact with him, he realized this refined potion wasn't wet and cold like water. Rather, it was smooth like oil, adhering seamlessly to his lips. This was probably the result of adding the void oil. A scorching sensation spread from his lips to his brain and then throughout his body. Martin suddenly felt an irresistible urge to sing aloud, as if he were a male peacock ready to unfurl his feathers or an animal hoping to attract mates through his voice. It was a situation he hadn't anticipated. The urge grew increasingly hard to resist, and Martin closed his eyes. He felt some kind of blazing heat gathering within him, while the compulsion to sing guided this heat to concentrate on his lips, making him desperate to let it all out. With the interplay of these two complex sensations, he could no longer endure. Opening his mouth, he exhaled that fiery force. Phew dash! A hot wave surged forth, intangible but strong enough to warp the air and light in front of Martin. Thankfully, there were no objects before him. Otherwise, this breath alone might have reduced everything to ashes. Cough, cough. After exhaling the fiery breath, Martin coughed uncontrollably, expelling bits of black powder from his throat. It was just like a dragon that had finished breathing fire. After a long bout of coughing, he finally stopped. While still coughing, Martin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Another trump card in hand. And it didn't seem weak at all. He couldn't wait to find something to try it on. But the warehouse was filled with dried herbs. Testing it here might burn the whole place down. He reluctantly shelved the idea for now. 3 to 5 uses. Now I've already used it once, but there's still enough material left to brew more. At this thought, Martin's mood became extremely relaxed. Aside from twin flames, he finally had another life-saving skill, which was especially crucial for him as a still-wanted mutant. The skills of Alchemy Hound seemed to be connected to the cookbook, barbaric creature recipes, paired with the ability to concoct magic potions. I can sense that in these two processes of preparation, the control over material dosage and timing seems experienced, making everything feel very smooth. It seems that Cook wasn't just blindly flattering me. Martin glanced at the white-faced recipe book on the table. Your loyal servant Cook is always here waiting for your summons, master. Feeling Martin's gaze, it resumed its act. Regardless of whether its words are genuine or not, this feeling is indeed quite pleasant. Martin took out the glass bottle containing the remains of the collapse and scooped out more sticky liquid with a teaspoon, presenting it before Cook. Your reward. He spoke with the tone of an authority figure. The lines on the face of the white-faced cookbook contorted into exaggerated expressions, overflowing with joy. Cook is so moved. Master is so kind. And with that, it swallowed the sticky substance in one gulp. Its mouth's outlines rhythmically contracted and expanded as it began earnestly tasting the concoction. This was precisely why Martin was willing to give it a reward. The action was actually more beneficial for himself. This is that ancient aura. The same ancient gold essence as last time. Cook has tasted it again. There's an extra flavor in this meat. Cook feels familiar with this taste. The voice of the white face slowed down again. The last time it had tasted this, it struggled before falling into a long slumber. Martin felt anticipation, hoping it would uncover something this time. Cook has tasted the name of this formula. Philosopher's Stone. It's Philosopher's Stone. It shouted loudly, as it proclaimed this ancient scented name. In the crypt beneath a church in the Red Cathedral district, within a mysterious underground cavern, an old man who had slept for many years opened his eyes. Chapter 75, The Pharaoh's Snake. Philosopher's Stone? Martin was a little confused. The kind that can turn stones into gold? Cook mentioned its name, but Cook doesn't know the recipe. Cook didn't detect the scent of salt. After revealing the name of the magical potion, pale-faced Cook had not provided any more useful information. No scent of salt. Martin pondered over Cook's words. Did this mean that the Philosopher's Stone was not a potion based on salt of life? In his previous exploration of recipes, Martin had already discovered that the base of potions were divided into 3 types: salt of life, oil of nothingness, and tail of peacock. Each type of base had its own corresponding potion diagram. After being activated, the salt of life diagram appeared on the recipe associated with pale-faced Cook, while the remaining 2 diagrams were in the black-face recipe. Cook said the Philosopher's Stone lacked the salt scent, so could it be because its base wasn't salt of life, but instead oil of nothingness, or even the tail of peacock, which Martin had yet to encounter? With this thought in mind, Martin dug out some more collapsed residues and handed them to Blackface. This is your share, Martin told Blackface. He hoped Blackface could discern the specific details of the Philosopher's Stone, but he understood the probability of such a situation was low. After all, just as Blackface had previously mentioned, switching the meat meant a new taste profile, a different potion recipe entirely, which made the likelihood of encountering the same potion quite slim. Even though Cook had just experienced it, it was only after tasting the ancient gold flavor last time that Cook fell into slumber. Unexpectedly, upon waking up, the first meat tasted immediately brought forth the familiar flavor, and Cook went further by detecting its name. Martin couldn't help but marvel at how coincidental it was. Blackface did not hesitate and swallowed this meat, chewing vigorously. A somewhat familiar taste. This feeling. It lacks the delicacy of ghost spirit oil, nor does it have the coarse granular texture of ogre fat. Bland. Too bland. I even detected a faint foul smell. Blackface began by savoring slowly, then switched to larger bites. He didn't even swallow this meat into his body. After chewing for a bit, he spat it out. It transformed into a gelatinous substance emitting an atrocious stench, completely unlike the appearance before Blackface consumed it. The moisture content within had been mostly absorbed. Martin shifted from anticipation to confusion and finally to slight surprise. Could these collapsed remains no longer hold any appeal for him? No. Blackface was clearly interested in this meat before tasting it, an expression that couldn't be faked. Where exactly did things go wrong? Martin frowned as he looked at the disgusting lump of refuse. I've obtained a new recipe for black magic potion. Blackface stated calmly. Martin's mood shifted once again, a thrill akin to opening a blind box enveloping his heart. What is the recipe? A note of expectation laced through his tone. You can look yourself. Blackface motioned for him to flip open the recipe book. It seemed this recipe held no particular interest for Blackface. Martin found Blackface's reaction strange, but said nothing more, instead opening the book and flipping it to the page where the oil of nothingness diagram was recorded. An additional path appeared there. Indeed, the Blackface recipe can discern the formula based on oil, but it remains unknown what effect the mysterious tail of peacock would create. As he thought, Martin examined this new path closely. This path pointed towards the droplet on the right side, but compared to previous potion recipes like Mother's Flesh, the newly added line was significantly shorter, leaving quite some distance to the water droplet mark on the far right. At the end of this path were plants resembling weeds, appearing rather plain. What are these? Previously, the marker for Mother's Flesh was a black feather, Morning Dew of the Sea was a white heart, and Kiss of Lava was black rock. So what did these weeds represent? Martin flipped back, discovering the newly added recipe. 50 milliliters of nightingale liquor, plus 3g of rat tails, plus 10g of purple ginger powder, plus 20g of sticky seaweed slime, plus 1 drop of oil of nothingness. This recipe bore some resemblance to Kiss of Lava, just with much smaller dosages. Regarding the purple ginger powder and sticky seaweed slime, Martin believed he had seen them in the medicine cabinet in the front hall, and they didn't seem to be hard to obtain ingredients. The name of this potion was called Xuanhuan of Crassus. Below the recipe was the explanation of the potion. A mediocre alchemist named Crassus, in order to become a werewolf, concocted this potion. It was the only potion he ever successfully brewed. He firmly believed that werewolves were the chosen ones of the creator god, and imitating the werewolves under the blood moon, he covered his entire body with the potion. However, all he got was a thick coat of hair all over his body and nothing else. Unlike the brief descriptions of other potions, this one used 2 lines to describe the alchemist who concocted it. It seemed like mockery was present in the description, as even the compiler of the recipe might have thought this alchemist was peculiar. An entire lifetime just to brew one potion, and an obsession with becoming a werewolf. Martin recalled the appearance of those werewolves from the dark side of the moon. They could hardly be considered handsome, and they suffered greatly from their plagued thoughts. He didn't want to transform into someone like them. Martin was somewhat perplexed. This is merely a failed experiment of a madman. Blackface's voice emanated from the cover of the recipe book. Compared to previous recipes, this one appears completely ineffective. There was a hint of disappointment in Blackface's tone. No wonder it was so disappointing after being tasted. Also, among black magic potions, Mother's Flesh significantly improved the overall constitution, and Kiss of Lava could be considered a very powerful offensive potion, capable of saving lives in critical moments. But this so-called Xuanhuan of Crassus, all it does is make people grow hair. Martin thought silently. Then suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like a meteor. Can this potion promote hair growth on the head? He asked aloud, excitement bubbling up within him like a small flame rising from his heart. He even began feeling somewhat nervous. It was the faint glimmer of a great opportunity, just within reach. Yes, but it would only turn you into a fur-covered monster, with long, dark hair covering every inch of your skin, which wouldn't fall off until you die under the influence of oil of nothingness. There was a hint of ridicule in Blackface's voice, as if mocking the non-professional alchemist. That alchemist is a genius. Martin slammed the recipe shut and exclaimed loudly. Blackface was puzzled. It couldn't understand why an unsuccessful alchemist obsessed with werewolves could be called a genius. Even the white-faced cook next to him revealed a look of surprise, skilled at praising Martin, yet now silenced. Martin's suspicion had been confirmed, his mind flooded with exhilaration. He walked over to the medicine cabinet in the corner and started rummaging through it for ingredients. He intended to brew this potion immediately. Since the front hall's medicine cabinet contained these ingredients, there was no reason they shouldn't be found here in the warehouse. He identified purple ginger powder and sticky seaweed slime by their labels. The sticky seaweed slime was a flat red creature with 6 spiky arms extending outward and many tumorous appendages on its surface. Its appearance somewhat resembled a starfish that Martin had seen in his previous life, though it was much smaller than a starfish, stored in a glass bottle filled with transparent liquid. Martin shook the glass bottle, and the seaweed actually wriggled slightly, leaving him unsure whether it was alive or dead. He opened the bottle cap, pouring out some transparent liquid. The liquid was quite like glue, sticky and gooey. Now I need dried rat tails. Dried rat tails referred to wind-dried rat tails. Martin remembered Junker mentioning during conversations that rat tails had anti-wrinkle, moisturizing, and even whitening effects. Many low-income female workers would buy them to grind into powder as a substitute for expensive cosmetics or moisturizers. Beauty is a huge productivity in any era. While sighing, he carefully examined the medicine cabinet labels, eventually finding this somewhat curious drug in the corner. With all materials gathered, Martin returned to the crucible where he had earlier prepared Kiss of Lava. After measuring all the ingredients accurately using graduated cylinders and balances, he poured them sequentially into the pot. Upon the addition of the last drop of oil of nothingness, a pungent smell rose from the crucible. The prepared Xuanhuan of Crassus appeared grayish-black, possibly due to the lower dosage of nightingale. It was pasty, resembling diluted black sesame paste. With a pleased expression, Martin ladled it out and placed it in a glass bottle. He shook it, feeling as though he was shaking not a potion, but large amounts of gold coins. Next came finding Belisarius and others to verify the feasibility of his ideas. He took the glass bottle and headed for the door leading to the front hall. Clang dash. And at this moment, a mortar on the wooden shelf by the wall suddenly fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. Some white powder scattered, stopping Martin from opening the door. Bang! A flame spontaneously erupted over the white powder, and it was clear to see that the powder quickly turned black and rapidly swelled, forming a golden pillar rising from the ground. It was a colossal golden snake. It emerged out of nowhere from the powder, its triangular head swinging about, as if it had just crossed over from another dimension. Once its massive coiled body was fully unraveled, its two black, pupil-less eyes stared curiously at Martin, and the phial of potion he had just concocted in his hand. Its tongue flickered vividly, and it spoke in a human voice. Koron of Crassus? This trash is just a waste of materials. Its gaze shifted away from the glass bottle, and its expression became somewhat disdainful. Why not try concocting the Philosopher's Stone you mentioned earlier, instead of wasting time on this potion? Chapter 76, Edward's Dilemma. The moment the giant snake appeared, Martin retreated to the side of the table, his eyes cautiously fixed on the snake that had suddenly materialized. On the table lay the recently prepared lava kiss, which he could readily take out and smear on his lips at any time. It was unclear what the intentions of this strange snake were, whether it was friend or foe, or how powerful it might be. Acting rashly would not be a wise choice. And both the black and white cookbooks remained silent, in perfect harmony. It seemed as if they too understood that the entity before them wasn't someone like Harris who could be teased at will. The body of the snake was taller than half a man, just like a golden divine dragon summoned from myths and legends, radiating an air of majesty mixed with a trace of treachery characteristic of snake-like creatures. When Martin heard its mention of Philosopher's Stone, some of the intense tension immediately dissipated. Perhaps it didn't come here for a fight. The golden snake, upon seeing Martin's reaction, displayed a rather peculiar smile, opening its mouth, coated in its flickering tongue. Don't be nervous, my friend. This was a hoarse and murky male voice, as if transmitted from an old phonograph. I merely sensed the echo of the Philosopher's Stone emanating from here, so I came to check it out. How many years? How long has this word not been mentioned in Cavites? At least 300 years before my slumber, it hadn't been spoken by anyone in Cavites. The great serpent swung its triangular head, as if reminiscing about ancient times. Those people in the alchemy guild only concoct compound elixirs, amnesia ointments, and aphrodisiacs, always thinking about how to attract men or subdue women. They have no understanding of true magical potions. What a bunch of dullards. Hey, they probably haven't even heard the name Philosopher's Stone. But you're different, my friend. The great serpent turned its pupil-less black eyes toward Martin. I can sense the substantial gluttony aura around you. It is astonishing. Even compared to a real, alchemical hound, you would not be inferior. No, I am the Alchemical Hound. Martin kept a straight face, but responded silently in his mind. Although I don't know how you got it. Only extreme hunger can brew an ultimate magical potion, huh? The gold snake emitted a bizarre laugh, like an obsessed witch. Just like the perfect lava kiss by your side, and the Philosopher's Stone you are attempting to make. In a way, they are both their own versions of the ultimate. It seemed to highly appreciate Martin, not only satisfied with the lava kiss, but also believing he could prepare the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't clear from what information it made such judgments. However, from its words, it seemed that this gold snake, or rather, its true owner behind the scenes, was fairly familiar with the Spoon deck and also had a deep connection with the Dark Alchemy Guild. Another mention of the Alchemy Guild. Martin frowned slightly. Was this part of the aftermath that the man at the card table spoke of? Or was this simply the result of Cook mentioning the Philosopher's Stone? With doubts in mind, he asked, "Are you from the Dark Alchemy Guild?" Kind of, after all. It's been a while since I've gone back there. The body of the great snake began to twist, as if releasing some kind of uneasy emotion. The projection of Pharaoh's snake is about to end. I cannot project myself for too long, otherwise, I'll be discovered by those guys. The great snake's voice became more raspy. This phonograph was nearing the end of its life. I look forward to the day when you refine the Philosopher's Stone, my friend. Its coiled and twisted body stretched toward Martin, as if instinctively wanting to get closer. As Martin gazed into the great snake's black eyes, intense madness and greed poured out. Cracks began to spread from the snake's eye sockets across its entire head, and soon covered its entire body. I will keep watching you. At crucial moments, I'll help you through the Alchemy Guild. The rumors of the Philosopher's Stone, thinking about it excites me. The sound of the great snake gradually faded away. As the cracks expanded, its golden body started to disintegrate, eventually turning into light golden sand that scattered on the floor. Everything returned to the way it began. The mortar still lay where it was, except that the white powder within had become light golden sand. Gold. Martin approached to check if the sand grains were really gold dust. But he quickly realized that it couldn't possibly be gold because as he neared, the golden sand oxidized and turned black, finally becoming a pile of light ash. This was certainly not the characteristic of gold. Martin sighed lightly and felt cold sweat drenching his back. He had intentionally reduced his conversation and avoided the topic of the Philosopher's Stone because he was worried that the person behind the giant snake would discover some clues. Regardless of his real identity or the fact that he actually didn't know what the Philosopher's Stone really was, Martin wasn't sure to what extent the top hat concealed his appearance. The entity behind the great snake seemed to be quite high-ranking, and he feared being discovered as someone of a different race. If the other side learned this, it probably wouldn't just be the projection of the Pharaoh's snake showing up anymore. He cleaned up the broken mortar and the ashes on the floor, beginning to think about the security of this warehouse. So far, a mastiff, Harris, and just now Pharaoh's snake had already come here, and Harris even visited several times. This place was almost like a public venue. There was nothing they could do about it. This was just an ordinary warehouse, after all. Providing security wasn't its job in the first place. Martin felt a weight in his heart. He needed a more secure location. It wouldn't work staying in this warehouse forever, though neither Belisarius nor Junk seemed to mind. And the single bed was too simple. Martin woke up every day with back pain. He kept this thought to himself, poured the lava kiss into a small glass bottle, and once again went to the front hall wearing the coronets of crates. Hair loss. In the shop of the front hall, upon hearing Martin's question, Junk looked puzzled. Of course there is. Someone comes to ask about hair loss treatment every few days, most of them men, but also some women. Let me handle this for a while. Junk was taking care of an old man who had been coughing nonstop. After giving him a short instruction, Junk led the elderly man into a glass room partitioned off in a corner, where there was a small tent set up inside. Junk asked the old man to sit inside the tent and moved a stove from the corner. The steam from the bronchial pot can ease the dryness of your lungs, and this room can provide you with a humid breathing environment, which should help relieve your dry cough. Martin watched as Junk moved the stove outside the glass room, speaking to the old man through the glass. The stove had a long curved chimney, resembling a mini boiler. Junk lit some herbs inside the stove with a long candle, and pale yellow water vapor continuously rose from the chimney. This was the first time Martin saw this bronchial pot that looked like a small boiler, so naturally, he became curious. After igniting it, Junk inserted the chimney's end into the tent, and soon the tent was filled with pale yellow water vapor. Coughs were occasionally heard from within. The old man's overcoat appeared somewhat old, but was neatly maintained. A comfortable expression quickly spread across his face, and his breathing became smoother. As the water vapor gathered increasingly thickly, the frequency of the old man's coughs indeed decreased. How are you feeling? Junk asked the elder sitting inside the tent. Very good. The elder smiled in response. I haven't breathed this smoothly in a long time. You know, the heavy smoke and yellow fog in the eastern district have made my cough worse and worse. Since moving here, I still haven't recovered. The elder exhibited a classic elegance of a gentleman, although his clothing suggested that his current living conditions might not be very satisfactory. Well then, stay in here for a bit. If possible, it would be best to come back every few days for a session. It's highly beneficial for your lung leaves, Junk instructed. After giving a few words of advice to the elder, Junk walked over to Martin, saying with concern, the industrial areas in East District make Cavide's air quality get worse and worse. West District is still okay because it's the furthest away, but Red Church has been severely impacted. We're getting more and more patients coming to treat their coughs. So, isn't the pharmacy's business getting better and better? Martin teased. Junk chuckled bitterly. Most of the people coming here are poor lower-class workers who aren't wealthy themselves. Rich folks go to church hospitals or the Royal Medical College in the West. Sometimes I think this is probably one of the pharmacy's dilemmas. Junk turned to look at Martin. On one hand, we want to sell more medicine and earn more coins, but on the other hand, we don't want to see familiar neighbors suffer from illness. This sometimes makes me confused. My teacher said that these things aren't under our control, and we just need to try our best to treat patients. He also said many terms I didn't understand, like era and tide, but I roughly grasped his meaning. Junk sat down and watched Belisarius dispensing medicine at the medicine cabinet, a determined glint in his eyes. But hair loss is different. Junk suddenly changed the tone and grinned as he looked over. Do you remember Mr. Edward from yesterday? I think you must have seen him more than once. Martin nodded. The handsome young man had left a deep impression on him. Do you guess why he always comes to the pharmacy? He looks so healthy. There was a hint of mischief in Junk's eyes. Martin remembered that this young man always wore a top hat and never took it off. Could it be? Martin ventured hesitantly. That's right. Junk's smile grew wider, taking on a slightly gossipy tone. Edward is very handsome, so he never lacks female companions. You might even notice that every 2 days, there's a different woman by his side. But he has his own troubles. His family has a hereditary hair loss problem. He considers this a personal privacy issue, which is why he insists on not going to church hospitals or the Royal Medical College, but instead comes directly to my teacher. But as you know, there aren't many effective solutions for this condition. My teacher once mentioned a famous doctor who had received the golden sunflower medal and tried to develop a medicine to treat baldness. In the end, though, he couldn't even save his own hair. In fact, his unique hairstyle was named after him and became a new type of haircut. A haircut for the bald. Junk chuckled and winked at Martin. Chapter 77, Blooming Sunflowers. Neither the church hospital nor the Royal Medical College has an effective hair-growing potion. The situation was roughly in line with Martin's estimate. He wanted to ask clearly whether there were no potions, or if there were, but the lower-class people couldn't access them. Of course. Junker took out a small bottle of purple liquid from the top of the medicine cabinet, poured it into an iron bucket, and diluted it with water. Then he took out a bristle brush and began disinfecting the floor and the equipment in the shop. Haven't you seen those nobles? More than half of them don't have much hair. And those rich merchants, their conditions are even worse. If there were treatments, would these people still end up like this? Junker scrubbed the floor and looked up smiling as he said, but there is one method, rumored to prevent hair loss. Junker's expression turned a bit strange. What method? Martin hurriedly asked. Junker stopped brushing, looking up at Martin. My teacher once told me that those men who serve the king in the palace rarely have problems with baldness. What did he call these people? All right. Junker showed a look of deep thought. Eunuchs. That's the word. I found it novel at the time. Why wouldn't these people lose their hair? Later, my teacher explained to me, and I realized they can hardly be called men anymore. Junker pursed his lips and shook his head. It said that some traders in the East District who sell children do things like this. It's truly pitiful for those kids. This is essentially castration. But it seems eunuchs indeed don't go bald. Martin arched his eyebrows. This couldn't be called a method. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Could it be you? Junker hesitated to speak, remembering that Martin seemed to always wear that gentleman's hat and had never taken it off. It's not what you think. Martin smiled, taking out the bottle of Cradle's Garland and handing it to Junker as he said, just as I said before, I have a certain level of knowledge regarding various herbs. I found some ingredients in the warehouse and mixed up a hair-growing potion. This is a secret recipe from my hometown, and it works pretty well. So I want to give it to you so that when you're dealing with customers, you can let them try it. Junker took the glass bottle, shaking the paste inside and asked, I thought you were just talking. What's its main ingredient? Purple ginger powder and adhesive seaweed. I also added some nightingale. You know, what matters isn't the material, but the proportion of the mixture. Martin replied rather vaguely, which wasn't unusual. After all, it was a secret recipe from his hometown. Pairing purple ginger with strong liquor, that's a new idea. Junker nodded. He opened the bottle and brought it close to lightly sniff its contents. This smell, very intense. Do you drink it? He caught a whiff of that strong spiciness. No. Just apply it externally, on the skin where you need hair to grow. Regarding usage instructions, Martin warned carefully. Don't let them apply it anywhere else under any circumstances. Junker looked somewhat puzzled, possibly doubting the effectiveness of this potion. In his mind, if such a secret recipe actually existed, it should have already been passed around among the nobility by now. But he still nodded, showing that he believed Martin. Only then did he tighten the bottle cap and continue speaking. For new medications, teachers generally take in animals from animal shelters to test drugs. So I'll first find my teacher and consult his opinion. If everything goes well, I will recommend this potion to guests in need, but I'll also explain that it is the hometown secret recipe of a pharmacist. Martin nodded in satisfaction. He fully understood Junker's approach. Although Junker was just an apprentice, he maintained a rigorous attitude, which was very important for a pharmacist. In the following days, Martin spent his time making potato chips and offering them to the guests arriving at Mercury Spring, all while absorbing the power of gluttony. Besides, Martin followed the advice of white-faced cook, undergoing high-intensity physical exercise daily until his body reached exhaustion. He could distinctly feel the improvement in his physical condition. His digestion of the Blessed Mother's body progressed further, and with the accumulation of gluttony power in his body, he also noticed some changes in himself. His appetite became greater, but his weight didn't change, neither did he become stronger looking, only more muscular. The black and white recipe books did not fall back into slumber. Martin continued feeding them remnants of collapsed victims, hoping to obtain more magical potion formulas. In the end, however, he got nothing. It wasn't because the two recipe books failed during tasting. They basically all tasted the hidden recipes in the meat, but those were all from before, with no new recipes emerging. This was a normal situation. After all, the source of residue Martin had was rather single, yet he'd already managed to extract 3.5 magical potion formulas from it. Sea's Morning Dew, Lava Kiss, Cradle's Garland. The Philosopher's Stone at present only had its name known, not the formula, so it could only be counted as half. That was quite a lot already. Martin began pondering once again about that earlier question. Where could the flesh and blood of the collapsed ones come from? He currently had two leads, one being the Shepherd's Club, and the other being the Dark Alchemy Guild. He remembered what the Pharaoh's Snake had mentioned about help. Relatively speaking, the club had a higher chance of coming into contact with the residues of the collapse, and Martin also had some anticipation regarding his next visit to the club for reporting. December 5th, 8 a.m. Martin had already finished breakfast with Belisarius and Junker. Today was the day he would report to the Shepherd's Club. He got up early, tidied himself up, and after finishing breakfast, prepared to leave the house. Although last time when Heinz took him to the Sunflower Carriage auction house, their transportation came by an auction house carriage picking them up, knowing from the previous trip back, he was already familiar with the way to get to the auction house. For unknown reasons, this Sunflower Carriage did not choose a location in the more prosperous West District, but was situated in the church-dominated Red Chapel area, not far from Mercury Spring, as the crow flies. After saying goodbye to Belisarius and the others, Martin left the house and arrived on Kana Street in front of the Red Chapel, intending to take the public carriage from this station. This was the most common means of public transportation currently available in Kavadz. It was rumored that the municipal hall planned to introduce a new form of transportation to replace the horse-drawn carriages, but Martin hadn't seen any yet. In Kavadz, public carriages were divided into two types: untracked carriages and tracked carriages. Untracked carriages were relatively more expensive due to the lack of tracks. Generally powered by two large horses, their cabins were smaller with fewer passengers, making them more costly. On the other hand, tracked carriages had fixed routes with long iron rails embedded into the ground, greatly reducing the burden on the horses, requiring just one horse to pull the carriage while accommodating more customers. At key locations in Kavadz, such as the Municipal Hall, the Royal Medical College, the Church School, and the major factories in the East District, there were stations for the tracked carriages. There were just two stations right in front of the Red Chapel and the Sunflower Carriage entrance. Last time, returning from the auction house was by a tracked public carriage. After signing that contract, Pliaxis kindly showed him the way and gave him the coins needed for the ride. Just from this point alone, the chubby gentleman seemed like a decent person. Martin didn't have to wait long. A green-painted yellow-wheeled public carriage soon arrived along the tracks from afar. The carriage had 2 floors, with stairs at both the front and back for passenger convenience. There was even a wooden staircase leading to the second floor at the rear, although the second floor was open air. Around the second floor were white wooden railings adorned with various advertisements. Martin recognized one of them for quinine carbonated water, a remedy against malaria that many people at Mercury Spring had inquired about. Ding dong dash. With the ringing of a crisp bell, the carriage stopped in front of Martin. It was still morning, and there weren't many people waiting for the carriage, though several were getting off. Most of their destinations were the Kana Great Cathedral. This was why the station was set up here. Stating his address and paying the carriage driver 3 holy water copper coins, Martin climbed up the stairs to the second floor of the carriage, enjoying the rare moment of leisure. Martin had actually taken this route before, last time in the auction house carriage, but with Annie and others conversing inside the cabin then, he hadn't had much opportunity to look around. Now he could finally observe properly. The weather in Kavads these past couple of days had been nice. Sunlight fell on the wet streets, dispersing the mist, and people on the street walked hurriedly, while vendors hawked fruits, bread, and tobacco. About 15 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a 3-story building. What stood out most was the central clock tower and the enormous sunflower-laden carriage pattern. The auction house had arrived. Disembarking, wearing the Iron Lamb insignia, pressing down his hat, Martin pushed the huge wooden door carved with golden sunflowers and entered. Unlike the liveliness during an auction, there was no one in the hall now, rows of empty seats appearing desolate. Martin walked past row after row of seats and approached the auction podium at the back of the hall. Only now did he notice a gigantic mural on the wall behind the podium. The mural almost took up the entire wall, its oil paints vivid and thick as if they could drip down any moment. The overall painting presented a circle formed by intertwining branches, with a bright red fruit at its center, dotted with crystalline dewdrops. Outside the branches were elaborate patterns, featuring naked women, coiled venomous snakes, tender green leaves, and bizarre creatures. Amidst the layered branches, 9 flowers of different colors were in full bloom. The sunflower stood out most prominently, its golden spike resembling dancing flames radiating fervent vitality. Apart from this, Martin also recognized dandelions, tulips, black roses, and elderberries. As for the remaining 4 types of flowers, Martin had never seen them before. Some shone like stars in the black sky. Some resembled the mythical guiding flowers on the river Styx, while others involuntarily made Martin think of the heavenly flower garden, pure and white. Who are you? Just as Martin was captivated by the dazzling images in the mural, a lazy yet feminine voice echoed through the hall. Chapter 78, The Womb Hall. Who are you? Martin's thoughts were interrupted by this abrupt woman's voice. He looked over in the direction of the sound and saw its owner. The auction table, which had been empty just a moment ago, now had a petite woman sitting on it. She was small in stature, contrasting sharply with her lazy tone. Her legs dangled from the edge of the table, swinging back and forth as if she were a girl just entering the dazzling phase of adolescence. The girl was biting into a bright red apple. She wore a gray-black checkered skirt, and atop her head sat a crooked, old deerskin cap. One side of the brim was higher than the other, the lower side covering her right ear. Her smooth hair cascaded down from beneath the brim. Martin's reaction was slow by a beat. He doubted whether he had heard correctly. In neither his previous life nor this one had he ever heard such a mature tone come from any young girl. An awkward silence filled the air, making it seem as though Martin had no intention of answering her question from an onlooker's perspective. By the time Martin came to his senses to reply, the girl had already tossed away the apple core that remained, showing an impatient expression and saying unhappily, "The club entrance is through the back door. Are you new here? Who in their right mind told you to come through the front door?" The girl caught sight of the lamb crest hanging around Martin's neck. Looks like a young girl, sounds like an older sister, but she has a fiery temper. Martin quickly summed up the girl's characteristics, then replied rather coldly, "Pleasance." When the girl heard the name of the stout gentleman who managed this auction house, the words she had been about to say were cut off mid-mouth. Her expression turned slightly peculiar. After taking a deep breath, she wiped her mouth casually with her sleeve, then resumed her usual languid, mature tone. "You must be Martin. Master Pleasance instructed me to lead you to the club at the back when you arrived. Follow me." Her tone was still somewhat condescending as she spoke and got up, leading Martin down a corridor behind the hall. It was only at this point that Martin noticed how truly small-statured the girl was, perhaps only reaching his shoulders, but her proportions were excellent. For some reason unknown to him, even in such a freezing winter, she still wore a skirt, exposing her smooth calves. She wasn't wearing any shoes or socks, stepping barefoot on the carpet. Martin followed behind the girl, who seemed out of place in the entire Sunflower Martin building, wondering just who she was. They walked along a corridor laid with thick carpets until they reached a heavy black-lacquered wooden door. Martin saw that simple lines were engraved on the wooden door to depict a goat's head. The 2 curved horns of the goat stretched outward, as if breaking through some kind of restriction. Beneath its elongated face, a goatee gave the head an appearance of cunning and secrecy. Most strikingly, above its 2 eyes was a third eye. Within this eye, a black sunflower was blooming mysteriously. From somewhere unknown, the girl took out a lamb crest, identical in shape to the one around Martin's neck, though made of different material. It appeared to be copper, whereas Martin's was a plain iron badge. She placed the crest before the third eye of the goat, and the sunflower within that eye began to rotate slowly. Then, the heavy black-lacquered wooden door opened inward. This is the dark side of the sunflower. The girl led Martin through the door, deliberately controlling her volume. Her relaxed voice gained a touch of secrecy from the echo of the corridor. Welcome to the starting place of the shepherds, the womb hall. Turning around, she introduced the location to Martin with a slightly teasing tone. Behind her, a grand hall revealed itself to Martin. Huge crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire hall brilliantly. On the floor, countless complex geometric patterns formed the colorful designs on the tiles. Seeing these designs, Martin immediately thought they composed a massive magic circle. At this moment, the hall was crowded with people of all kinds. Some men and women of various ages were sitting on the long benches in the hall reading newspapers, some gathered together discussing spiritedly, and others sat at the long counters on either side of the hall, as if conducting business. This scene reminded Martin of the bank halls he had visited in his past life. Should I take a number first? A faint smile curled the corner of his lips. This is where beginner shepherds come to receive tasks. Mainly, it issues white wool and gray wool missions. The tasks are relatively simple, and the numbers are the highest among the 3 halls. Of course, the corresponding rewards aren't as high as those in the top 2 halls. Martin noticed the girl's speaking speed was actually very fast. Her originally languid tone became more lively and forceful. It seemed she didn't quite want to keep emitting such a mature voice. The girl led Martin through the crowd to the furthest counter at the back. For some unknown reason, while all other counters were attended by people, even with queues forming, this particular one at the rear of the hall was completely deserted. Hey, Susie. She perched herself on a high stool and whistled to the person inside the counter. Oh, you crazy woman, Eddie. Inside the counter sat an old lady wearing reading glasses and knitting a green sweater. Her hair was already silver white. It would be more appropriate to call her grandmother. How did you find time to visit me? Did you have another argument with Shirley? The grandma called Susie didn't stop her hands moving with the knitting needle as she looked at Eddie through her glasses. I don't have time to argue with that woman. Pleasance assigned me a task. Eddie's tone carried a touch of disdain for Shirley, but also faint pride. What kind of task? In our lives, we sometimes encounter such elderly women. They hold long knitting needles, chatting with their old friends while their fingers swiftly move through the yarn. Perhaps, before the conversation has even ended, they've already finished knitting the upper part of a sweater. You wonder how they keep count of those stitches. Clearly, Susie was such an elder, perfectly resembling an old lady enjoying her retirement, if not for the next dialogue. Eddie raised her eyebrows with a pleased expression and pointed backward to Martin. It's him, this new guy? Pleasance asked me to guide him. I heard Pleasance initially wanted Shirley to take care of this, but she couldn't be trusted with it. She'll ruin any good newcomer. So, I went to Pleasance and took over this guy. As Martin listened to Eddie vividly narrating all this, he didn't know what conflict existed between this crazy woman and Shirley. But still, he wished Shirley could have been here to introduce him to the place. After all, Shirley was already familiar to him, and her identity made Martin feel safer. Of course, Shirley's appearance was another reason. Compared to this diminutive, crazy woman, Shirley was certainly more pleasing to the eye. A newcomer? Susie turned around and exchanged glances with the masked man behind Eddie, Martin. For a moment, Martin felt an indescribable burst of magnificent colors in the old woman's eyes. It was as if he had instantly fallen into a fairy tale kingdom painted with oil paints, traversing countless grasslands and castles only to fall out again in a flash. He experienced a familiar sensation of spatial displacement. This feeling disappeared immediately. By the time Martin came to his senses, Susie had already stopped looking at him and bent down to continue her knitting, muttering, "What does that little fatso want with this newcomer?" She actually called Pleasance little fatso. Both Martin's intuition and logic were warning him. This old woman was no ordinary character. There's nothing special about him. Let's start from the basic tasks. See if there are any suitable ones lately. I'm mainly helping him get acquainted with the procedures. Eddie directly ignored Susie's somewhat presumptuous reference, maintaining a smile as she spoke. Oh, let me see. Susie finally put down her knitting needles. The green sweater had already taken its initial shape, and from its style and size, its owner should be a boy aged 2 or 3. She pulled out a thin stack of parchment paper, rapidly scanning them with both hands and eyes. The deftness of her actions did not match the slightly fading image of the elder from before. These few are good. Susie picked a few, tilting her head back and narrowing her eyes as she began reading aloud the missions written on the parchments. Mrs. Bob from Copperwater Street wants to investigate why her husband comes home late recently. She always smells unfamiliar perfume on his coat and suspects her husband has a woman outside. The East District Cavalier Street Hospital has seen frequent thefts of corpses. The hospital manager wants the shepherds to uncover the thief. Sir Henry Good's father passed away due to illness recently, but because of special reasons, he wants us to conduct the funeral rites for his father, specifically marking that female shepherds are not allowed. This last one has quite a hefty bounty. Susie casually added this information, her gaze passing through her glasses and seemingly landing on Martin. What kind of bizarre tasks are these? Catching cheaters, catching thieves, and even conducting funerals. Is the scope of the shepherd's business really so broad? Martin was shocked by the mission descriptions given by the old woman inside the counter. The first few are white wool level tasks worth 20 quality units each, with bounties ranging from 5 to 20 gold coins. Quite suitable for beginners. Choose one. Susie placed the 3 pieces of parchment on the counter and took off her reading glasses, looking at the 2 outside. Of course, the one with the highest reward. Eddie answered excitedly after hearing that. But catching a cheater isn't bad. Last time I took one, and I still can't forget the scene where the bearded merchant was completely naked and chased around by his noble wife. A smile showed at the corner of her mouth as she lost herself in a brief reverie. Eddie, Sir Henry Good specifically said no women, and this isn't your mission anyway. Susie inside the counter helplessly shook her head. Oh right. Eddie turned around and spoke to Martin. Choose the last one. A 20 quality unit white wool task is simple anyway, so of course we picked the one with the highest bounty. For some reason, this crazy woman seemed especially eager at the moment. To be completed alone? Martin wanted to ask for more information about the mission, but Eddie had already reached out and picked up the last parchment from the counter. She shoved the thick piece of sheepskin paper into Martin's hands and told him, I have a really talented friend. He just joined the club too. I'll let him go with you. Chapter 79, The Virgin Parchment. Very powerful friend. Not making friends out of thin air, are we? Martin cast doubt on Eddie's words. This woman radiated a kind of crazed aura. People like her weren't very reliable. A group of any size can take the job. Generally, clubs or employers don't impose restrictions on the number of people. Susie's voice came from behind the counter window. When a shepherd takes a mission, they need to find their own partners. Completing it independently is also perfectly fine. But since the bounty amount is fixed, if there are more people involved, each person's share of the bounty decreases. That seems reasonable enough. Martin habitually tapped his collarbone. So you decide how many people and how exactly you want to complete the mission you've accepted. Susie might have noticed Martin was new at this, as she patiently explained things to him. Martin nodded, looking at the rolled-up parchment in his hand. All the tasks Susie handed out were recorded on such parchments. It must be a convention of the club. This was the first time he had touched parchment. Rather than calling it paper, it felt more appropriate to call it a sheet of skin. It felt smooth and supple, not rough like plant fibers, but rather uniquely delicate, with the unmistakable texture of fur. The real tactile sensation coming from the object in his hand made Martin feel oddly transported, as if a modern civil man had stepped into a savage jungle for hunting. The yellow-brown sheets curled naturally together. When Martin spread them out, elegant cursive writing revealed the specific terms of the commission. Commission task, funeral preparation. Quality classification, white wool, /20 quality units. Note, quality recognition, Weisel fodder, quality audit, Fenner Doton. Handwritten signatures of both. Commissioner, Henry Good. Signature of the Commissioner. Mission content. Prepare for interment Sir Old Good who passed away due to illness, including dressing the old gentleman in a custom-tailored suit and placing him inside a specially ordered coffin. Mission deadline. Before 10 p.m. on December 6th. Mission bounty. 1-year residency rights to a property under the name of Sir Old Good. Note. Property located in the heart of Red Church District, only 2 blocks away from the Carbane Cathedral. There's also a public tram station right outside the front door. Mission requirement. Personnel involved in the funeral preparation cannot be women or have been women in the past. Assignee. At first glance, this seemed like a peculiar and eerie task. In fact, it was one of the most popular businesses of the club. In the current society, there are no dedicated professionals handling funerals or funeral arrangements. Funeral homes haven't been established yet either. Mostly, carpenters are responsible for these matters. They discovered business opportunities while making coffins, which eventually led to the derivative service known as full-service funerals. But early markets are always chaotic. There are always families who encounter undertakers who do shoddy work after taking payment. Nobles and wealthy merchants all want to find an experienced and conscientious individual or organization to ensure that their loved ones receive the last bit of dignity and respect and continue to bless themselves. And the Shepherd's Club is just such an organization. The personnel composition of the club is quite diverse. Some of them have worked in this field before. Combined with the unique management style of the club, embalming has gradually become a popular business, with its workload second only to divination, exorcism, and improving luck missions. All this information was something Martin later learned from Shirley, and he found this task equally fascinating, primarily because of the reward. Although this task didn't offer tangible gold coins, it did provide something even more intriguing to Martin: housing. This was a major issue Martin currently faced. Just as he needed a pillow, someone offered it. Why can't women participate? Martin was very puzzled by this point. This could be a preference of the employer. The club doesn't question reasons for such requests. Susie replied. Martin pondered. A free year of housing in the city center was far too tempting. Although he knew nothing about funeral preparation, he could ask the crazy woman, or Shirley, for help. Behind Shirley was a massive wrench brotherhood. All right, I'll take this task. Martin decided to accept. Eddie was right. Since the difficulty was roughly the same, why not choose the one with a higher bounty? And he certainly didn't fancy catching adulterers. If everything's fine, sign your name at the bottom. This will activate the commission contract. Susie extended a fountain pen from the counter window. Eddie immediately grabbed it, and then, grinning, handed it over to Martin. When do you plan to set out? I'll let my friend know. I haven't said anything about bringing your friend yet. Martin took the fountain pen, thinking in his heart that he felt this girl was too familiar. He wasn't sure if it was due to her personality, or because he was Placis's assignee. I need to think about it. Saying this, Martin signed his name at the bottom of the assignee section. He neither agreed nor refused, feeling that he should first inquire about this kind of assignment from Shirley, at least obtain some advice before making a decision. And as Martin finished signing, all the information on the parchment began to gradually fade away, as if someone had erased it with an eraser. Witnessing all of this, Martin gave Susie a look of doubt. This is to ensure the secrecy of the assignment. The virgin parchment will conceal all contract details after the pact takes effect, to prevent people with ill intentions from exploiting the information inside. Susie explained slowly. Chastity. This title. Martin associated it with the name of this hall, Birthbed Hall, and the mural he saw earlier in the auction hall. those 9 blossomed flowers, and the classification of tasks by the quality grade of wool. Sunflower carriage. No, it was Eden. All these items and names carried a strong religious undertone, like a gray curtain with a long history and numerous secrets. By the time Martin finished pondering, the writing on the parchment had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. He rolled up the parchment and placed it in his pocket, nodding slightly at Susie. Thank you for your help and explanation. It's my job anyway. Susie remained calm as she picked up her crochet hook and started knitting a sweater again, serene enough as though nothing could interrupt her. You can ask Eddie for any questions next. She might be a bit crazy, but she knows this place pretty well. She added further. Exactly. Eddie turned around and spoke to Martin. Lord Placis has asked me to give you training. In my view, there's nothing more practical than an actual commission task for exercise. You don't worry, with my friend, you'll definitely complete this assignment smoothly. Eddie, saying this, patted his shoulder. Martin looked at the small girl in front of him, unsure what to say. Temporarily getting rid of Eddie's relentless promotion, Martin asked Mrs. Susie where Shirley was. Leaving Susie's counter, Martin felt a little strange. Throughout the process, only he and Eddie were there, and as they left, no one came up to inquire about commissions, as if Susie's services were very niche. Aside from that, he didn't discover anything unusual, so he didn't think deeply about it. Shirley, like Eddie, was currently a medium shepherd with a bronze lamb badge, and most of her assignments were gray wool, or even silver wool. She usually stayed in the shadow area on the second floor of the sunflower carriage. The tasks there were mostly selected by the employers, not by the shepherds themselves. As the shepherds completed more tasks, their reputations gradually spread within a small circle. Thus, many commissioners came seeking specific shepherds for their tasks by name. With Martin's current rank, he wasn't allowed access to the club's second floor. He could only wait in the first floor hall. Martin asked Eddie to go call out Shirley, which immediately made the mature-voiced young woman appear shocked. She questioned Martin why he knew that bad woman, and Martin could only fib that he had previously been helped by Shirley. This answer obviously did not satisfy Eddie, who refused to fetch Shirley under any circumstances until Martin promised to seriously consider having her friend join in. Only then did she reluctantly agree. It was unclear exactly what had transpired between these two women. After waiting a while, Martin saw Shirley come down the stairs from the second floor of the auction hall. Upon seeing Martin, Shirley instantly displayed a look of joy, but this expression disappeared almost immediately. This statuesque girl seemed unwilling for others to know about her familiarity with Martin, especially the woman following closely behind her, the crazy woman. Eddie hadn't left after passing on the message. She followed Shirley back. For some reason, Martin suddenly smelled an invisible scent of gunpowder. When Shirley approached, Martin deliberately maintained a seemingly distant posture from her as he recounted the content of the assignment he had received. Shirley also indicated that this task was relatively simple after listening to it. The club had already established a complete process for the laying out service, which she could provide to Martin. While she was saying this, Eddie kept rolling her eyes behind her back and even mimicked her tone deliberately, making it seem somewhat comical. I can let a friend go with you. He's an expert in this area. Unexpectedly, Shirley said the same thing as Eddie. Both of them wanted their friend to take Martin through his first assignment. For some reason, Martin instinctively felt that Shirley's friend seemed more reliable, but the distribution of the bounty made him hesitate. How much of the bounty do your friends want? He came straight to the point when asking the two women before him. He's just here to help and doesn't need any part of the bounty. Shirley said this nonchalantly. I can give up my share too. Eddie quickly chimed in, seemingly worried about falling behind. Chapter 80, The Eccentric Manor. The flower-faced stallion snorted, exhaling white mist from its nostrils as it pulled the carriage past one black lamppost after another. The carriage wasn't large. Its compartment was painted with black lacquer, and all around, the windows were fitted with transparent glass, making it appear very elegant and refined. The driver sat at the back of the compartment, holding a long whip in his hand. Inside, the carriage had double-row seating. Martin sat on the side closer to the horses. Next to him was a short and stocky man with a scruffy beard. Opposite them sat a well-dressed gentleman, making the space in the carriage feel somewhat cramped. The carriage moved slowly forward, while an eerie silence filled the compartment. These two individuals were the helpers Shirley and Eddie had found for Martin. Their efficiency in action was unusually high. Martin had assumed he would have to wait until the next day, even considering finding Mr. Hines in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, by the end of the morning, just after lunch at an expensive but rather bland restaurant near the auction house with Shirley, her contact had already arrived. Fortunately, Martin had already gained a basic understanding of the club's structure and its internal processes regarding the embalming business. Eddie's recommended friend also appeared shortly after, so the three of them decided to ride Shirley's friend's carriage together to Sir Henry Good's home. Eddie's friend was named Octave Beauvais. Besides having an unusual name, Martin felt that this middle-aged man's behavior was also a bit peculiar. Octave wore a slim windbreaker. Despite being in boots, he wasn't tall, causing the windbreaker to almost drag along the ground. His scarf looked old and scruffy, and a tall felt hat covered half of his head, leaving Martin only able to see his left black eye patch and an exceptionally wide nose. If his clothes were a bit more tattered, he could easily pass as a vagrant. Sure enough, it seemed like the friends of crazy people weren't normal themselves. That was probably why he became friends with Eddie. Shirley's helper, on the other hand, was completely different. He was a young man, looking to be about 20-something years old. He was neatly dressed in a suit, draped in a black long overcoat, and his leather shoes shone brightly. When Shirley introduced him, She emphasized that his teacher was a renowned embalmer who had been invited by royal families from various countries to arrange funerals for their members. This man, surely referred to as Salomon, was not a talkative person, yet he certainly appeared wealthy. When Martin suggested taking a public carriage to Sir Henry's house, Salomon mentioned that he had a private carriage and they could all take it together. Martin readily agreed. Free rides like this didn't come along often. Hey, I've got a question. Octave broke the silence inside the carriage. Since getting on board, he had been inspecting the exquisite decoration inside the carriage. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Salomon, "How much does a week's rent cost for such a private carriage?" Salomon opened his eyes, which had been closed for a brief rest, glanced at Octave, and answered indifferently, "It's charged by mileage. You should negotiate a fixed price with the driver, otherwise, he'll definitely take a longer route. I bet he's done that before." Octave gave Salomon a knowing look as if he understood the hidden gimmick. Salomon closed his eyes again and replied expressionlessly, "I don't care." Octave was caught off guard by this response. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Instead of renting such a private carriage, you'd better switch to a tram carriage. It's cheaper, and you can meet a lot of interesting people. You could save your money and spend it on beer at a pub or join a card game at Midnight Roundtable. Wouldn't that be better?" He leaned back against the goose-down cushion behind him, as though he had truly met some interesting people on the tram, and showed an unusual enthusiasm for pubs and gambling tables. Facing Octave's slightly intrusive suggestions, Salomon didn't show any displeasure. In his usual calm tone, he said, "I just don't like being around people. For me, corpses are more like friends. They're honest, they never hide their secrets, and they don't bother you." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Salomon's mouth, as if reminiscing about pleasant times. After hearing Salomon's description of corpses, Martin, who had been quietly listening, started to curiously observe him. This young gentleman emitted an unusual aura. From him, Martin seemed to see the twilight cemetery and dew-covered yellow roses. It was the scent of death. Martin became curious about this young man's experiences. "Oh, by the goddess. I can't believe you actually think that way." Octave let out an exaggerated shriek, sounding like a dramatic little girl. Martin felt that there was something strange about his tone, as if it were a deliberate disguise. Ding-dong dash. Octave was about to continue saying something when the bell at the back of the compartment rang. It was the driver reminding them that they had arrived at their destination. Martin got off the carriage and found that they had come to a rather secluded manor. There were no other buildings around except for a road and a dense jungle. The carriage was now parked in front of an iron gate, and behind the fence was a three-story red-walled villa. All the windows and doors of the villa were tightly shut, and the curtains were all drawn. "Damn, this estate is full of weirdness," Octave exclaimed loudly upon seeing this strange-looking manor. After Salomon gave a few instructions to the driver, he also got down. Martin noticed that he had a wooden makeup case in his hand. With this Western-style box matching his outfit and demeanor, he really looked like a makeup artist. Octave went up to knock on the door, and an old man dressed as a butler slowly came to open it, which annoyed Octave. After explaining their purpose to the butler and showing the shepherd emblem, the three of Martin entered this somewhat desolate manor even under the sunshine. While observing the surroundings, Octave mysteriously said to Martin, "Don't you feel something strange about this house? Damn it, I will kick Shirley's butt hard. She is such a stupid marmot. How could she not charge money for such a task?" Martin was a bit confused. "Why do you want to kick Shirley's butt? Isn't it Eddie who invited you?" Upon hearing Martin's question, Octave turned his head and gave him a glance. He nervously shook his head and said desolately, "It doesn't matter. You are also a marmot." Martin wisely closed his mouth. Led by the butler, the three walked up the steps and through a heavy door, entering a hall. The floor was paved with chessboard-patterned tiles, and there were half-body sculptures on both sides of the door. A huge carved staircase faced them, showcasing the wealth of the owner. Huge half-body portraits hung on the walls on either side of the staircase. The three visitors felt as if they were being stared at by countless eyes with unclear meanings. An odd sense of tension spread in Martin's heart. A neatly dressed middle-aged man slowly walked down the stairs into the hall. He had a head of golden hair, and his thick beard was well-groomed, but there was some weariness on his face now. He was the commissioner of this task, Sir Henry Good. The deceased was his father, James Good, a 73-year-old old nobleman. Henry stepped forward to take Martin's hand, and said with a slightly delighted tone, "You've finally arrived." The knight's voice echoed in the hall, making the hall seem even more empty and quiet. He recognized Martin as the leading figure among the three, probably because Octave was too slovenly, while Salomon in his neat suit was too young. His eyes directly passed over Octave, glanced at Salomon without expression, nodded, and said, "Archbishop Thomas said that the Shepherd's Club has the best embalming experts in Cavides, and it's true." Octave rolled his eyes slightly at such flattery. Fortunately, Sir Henry didn't notice him. It turned out it was the church's recommendation. Martin was also curious about the source of the club's business. Even if only considering the birthbed hall, the amount of commission was enormous and covered a wide range of areas. But during the time Martin had been in Cavides, he basically hadn't heard of the term shepherd. Only once did it come up from Turner's family butler, but he also seemed very reluctant to mention this word. How does the unknown Shepherd's Club receive so many commissions? Or are their advertisements visible only to upper-class people that Martin doesn't know? Part of the mystery was unraveled. Martin warmly shook Sir Henry's hand. He found that the knight's hands were a little cool, and his palms were a bit sweaty. "You're too kind. We can start now. Where's the body of the old knight?" There was an inexplicable urgency in Martin's heart. He wanted to finish this task and leave here as soon as possible. "On the second floor, let me show you." Sir Henry nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Martin's team's efficiency. He led Martin and his two companions up the central staircase in the hall. As Martin passed by the half-length portraits, he discovered that these people on the paintings looked somewhat alike, probably generations of Sir Goods. Moreover, each of them had a crow on their shoulder, staring straight at the people outside the painting with yellow-ringed black pupils, which made the viewer feel uneasy. They arrived at the second-floor corridor, walked through a long carpeted hallway, and came to a wooden door with a surface covered in black velvet. Henry pushed open the door. Martin noticed that he exerted quite a bit of strength while opening it. The heavy door seemed difficult to push. As the wooden door swung open, an intense and slightly pungent aroma of incense wafted out of the room. Sir Henry turned around, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he addressed the three of them. We've already observed for 3 days according to tradition, ensuring that my father was not in a deep sleep or unconscious. Martin nodded solemnly and said quietly, "Please accept my condolences." Henry gave a nod in acknowledgement, then led them into the room. The room was adorned with many black drapes, and incense burned on the table. This must have been the source of the smell they had sensed earlier. All windows were closed with curtains drawn, leaving the room dimly lit and dependent on candlelight. In between the drapes stood a tall-legged bed with white sheets, on which lay a shadowy figure. This must be the late Sir James Good. Martin followed Henry forward and asked softly, "Is there anything we need to take note of?" Upon hearing this, Henry turned around, the candlelight illuminating his left face while his right remained in the shadows. Martin heard his somewhat raspy voice say, "There is one strange detail. My father, since he passed away, has never fully closed his eyes." Chapter 81, Feathers and Vines. Eyes never closed? Martin involuntarily stopped in his tracks. That's a bit creepy, but he still kept his composure on the surface, and to cover up, he deliberately turned his head to look at the two people behind him. Octave's eyes widened when he heard this, but he quickly turned away, muttering something under his breath. As for Solomon, he nodded at Martin without any trace of panic, and Martin couldn't even understand the meaning of his nod. After briefly steadying his emotions, Martin followed Henry to the bedside. The person on the bed was covered with a white cloth, revealing a slim and tall figure. Martin's gaze fell on the head of the silhouette. He wanted to discover something, but all he saw there was a vague outline of a white cloth. By the way, although it may seem impolite, I still need to ask, none of you are women, right? Sir Henry asked with an expression of fatigue. It's like this. Father specifically mentioned in his last words that no woman should be involved in handling the funeral arrangements. It is his final wish, so I added this clause separately in the commission terms. I think it probably has something to do with his rigid personality. He always believed that women carried ominous vibes, which is why all our household servants were male. When mentioning his father, a faint nuance appeared in Henry's expression. Upon hearing Henry's inquiry, Octave and Solomon, who stood behind Martin, both unconsciously pressed their lips together awkwardly. However, Martin, unaware of these nuances, simply glanced at Henry, thinking it was just another routine question from the night, and shook his head lightly. "No, we are fully aware of the conditions stipulated in the clause. Please rest assured on this point." Henry nodded, then looked for a while at the shadowy figure covered by the white sheet on the bed, before looking up and instructing Martin. "The responsibility for father lies with you now. I won't disturb further. If there's anything, you can directly speak with Old Ink at the door. He is our steward and knows how to handle things." After speaking, he slightly nodded towards Octave and Solomon, then left the room. The heavy wooden door was closed again, and the room became quiet. If there weren't two more people, Martin might have felt some trepidation facing the corpse on the bed. After Henry left, Solomon walked to the side of the large bed and placed his Western-style makeup box on the bedside table. With a press of a button, a 3-tiered wooden frame slowly popped out of the makeup box. Octave also felt much more relaxed after Henry departed. He approached the bed, curiously observing the items in Solomon's case. Scissors, tweezers, brown soft bristle brushes, my goddess. There's even a balance and weights. He let out another characteristic exaggerated exclamation. Martin was somewhat curious as to which deity he referred to as his goddess, since the church worships only the creator god and the holy light, and he hadn't heard of any female deities. Death is a gift from the gods, and we should maintain basic tidiness when receiving such a gift. Solomon replied expressionlessly. At this moment, he was like a doctor about to perform surgery. His gaze became determined, and skillfully, he slipped on a pair of plastic gloves. Then, from the makeup case, he took out various glass bottles filled with transparent liquid and different colored powders, of varying sizes, as if preparing for an experiment. Martin watched him carefully control the dosage while pouring some powder into the clear liquid, an operation not unlike when Martin was concocting magical elixirs himself. As the powder gradually dissolved, the liquids in the glass bottles transformed into various colors, both dark hues and bright ones like red, yellow, and blue. I'd bet these solutions don't smell very good. Octave, watching the young man's actions from the side, shrugged and said to Martin. This was Martin's first time observing the work of an undertaker. In his conversations with Shirley, he realized that the key to completing this mission rested firmly on Solomon's shoulders. He was the real undertaker, while Martin and Octave were merely assistants. After a while of working, the countertop was already filled with various colored solutions, powders, and tools from the case arranged neatly, prompting Martin to marvel that undertaking was indeed a highly skilled profession. Having prepared these tools, Solomon finally pulled from the bottom of the makeup case a long, thin candle. It had a brass base and shone with a somber greenish hue. Had Solomon not lit it immediately afterward, Martin would have mistaken it for a candle-shaped emerald gemstone. Is it true one shouldn't touch gold when the rooster crows and the lamp goes out? Martin suddenly remembered this tomb raiding-related saying from his past life. Did Western ghosts enjoy blowing out lights too? But wasn't he an undertaker? A sense of absurdity and incongruity arose within Martin. Observing carefully, Martin noticed the intricate and complicated patterns carved on the candle's body. After closely examining them, he first identified a scale pendulum motif located in the middle of the candle, with lines radiating outward depicting dazzling light. Apart from this, there seemed to be an outline of a toad and a giant carrying a coffin also engraved on the candle. Just judging by the carvings alone, this clearly wasn't an ordinary candle. Martin glanced up at Solomon, who was staring intently at the candlelight. Could this young man possibly be a savior? The members of the Shepherd's Club were saviors. This was something Martin believed without doubt. Bounty hunters who could face pollution likely had their own secrets and techniques. However, it remained unclear which card group the mysterious items that this young undertaker contained or owned belonged to. Martin still knew too little about the Genesis cards. Of the 32 card groups, he had only come across 5 or 6 so far, most of which he had merely heard about. He had originally intended to acquire some knowledge regarding this during the shepherd's training, but he realized there was no such training, or perhaps practice was indeed the best training. While Martin was lost in thought, Solomon had already placed the candle at the bedside, then slowly lifted the white cloth covering Sir Good. It was a thin old man, with a thick beard similar to Sir Henry's, but due to lack of maintenance, it looked somewhat disheveled. Even the elaborately made exquisite suit couldn't conceal the characteristics of a deceased person. Perhaps because he'd been dead for quite some time, his skin had turned pale bluish, but no livor mortis or decomposition appeared, probably thanks to some preservation measures. At the moment when the white cloth was lifted, Martin immediately focused on the corpse's eyes. He found that his eyelids indeed hadn't fully closed, but they weren't wide open as if in death throes either, just slightly open. Solomon's expression turned a bit more serious. His lips tightened as he first bowed respectfully to the body. Then he picked up a purple fine handkerchief from the cabinet and began to wipe the deceased sir's cheeks, tidy his hair, and comb his beard. His actions influenced Martin, making him feel more solemn. Indeed, the remains of the departed should be respected. It was their last dignity. On the other hand, Octave squeezed forward, curious to take a look at the body of the sir, but without a trace of seriousness on his face. After Solomon finished wiping the head of the old sir, he gently supported the elderly man's upper body. Skillfully removing his suit jacket from behind, he began to clean his body, including his back, arms, chest, and hands. Throughout the process, Solomon remained completely silent. The room only resonated with the subtle sound of soft cloth wiping and the friction produced by moving the body. The young undertaker meticulously cleaned the palms and removed dirt from beneath the nails, trimming the excess ones. His motions felt all the more solemn and ritualistic within the silence. At this point, Solomon let out a syllable filled with deep confusion. The somber atmosphere in the room was momentarily broken, and Martin asked, "What's wrong?" He saw Solomon holding Sir Good's left hand, gazing intently at his index finger while furrowing his brows. Then, Solomon, as if wanting to confirm something, began to examine each nail on Sir Good's hands, one by one, from the left to the right. His brows grew increasingly knitted together. Octave, who had been watching on the side all along, noticed something amiss as well. Imitating Solomon, he took Sir Good's left hand to check. He stared at it for a long time before his eyes widened dramatically. Feathers. Feathers are growing in his nail seams. Octave shouted in surprise, this time without exaggeration. The expression on his face was genuine. Martin moved next to Octave, following his gaze, and found dense, soft down-like feathers emerging from the nail seams of the deceased good sir, who had been dead for days. These feathers resembled the kind birds have close to their skin, with traces of dark red grease still visible on them. These fine feathers were so densely packed that they would be hard to spot unless carefully examined. If not for Solomon's thorough cleaning, they might never have been discovered. Why are feathers growing in his nails? Martin questioned Solomon, believing that the young undertaker must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have frowned. Feathers are the scales of the Grim Reaper. The young undertaker spoke softly while looking at the emaciated face of Sir Good. There's a strong essence of death inside him. He should have been dead a long time ago, but why is he still alive? Solomon's complexion grew unpleasant as he muttered contradictory statements, as though uncovering something inexplicable that defied his understanding. It's the Libra card. There was a Libra card in his body that prevented his death, but now this power of prevention has been offset. What? Solomon fell into a bewildered state, and Martin noticed that his hand was tightly gripping Sir Henry's right hand, leaving deep finger marks. What life? He is already as dead as he can be. Octave released Sir Henry's left hand, which immediately went limp and fell onto the bed with a thud. Look, he's dead. Octave, as if trying to reaffirm it, grabbed the left hand again before letting go, allowing it to fall back on the bed. And as Octave's voice trailed off, a sound that made everyone's hair stand on end filled the room. It sounded like seeds pushing through the ground, or like the rustling of branches extending. All three heard it, and they all turned their gaze towards its source. The corpse of Sir Henry on the bed. There, in the slightly open eyes of the corpse, 2 seeds had sprouted, lifting up the eyelids. Then, 2 thin vines shot out, budding and growing at an alarming speed. The tips of these vines moved like slippery tentacles, probing lightly in the air, seeking out the moist scent that excited them. At the same time, the corpse's mouth slowly opened, emitting 2 hoarse, muffled syllables, akin to the mating call of some reptile from a swamp. Martin clearly heard those 2 syllables. They were, Mother. Chapter 82. Kissmark. The two vines were probing and testing in the air, momentarily pausing when facing Octave. Then, as if they had found the pheromones they desired, they swiftly swept towards this somewhat dazed middle-aged man. Their stems began to thicken and harden, quickly filling the eye sockets of the corpse, like two venomous snakes emerging from a fissure in the ground. The corpse's mouth continued to mutter, "Mother, mother," his voice growing louder and more frantic. Accompanying these frantic murmurs, dense tendrils emerged from the old gentleman's ears and nostrils. The corpse's head started to deform, some parts of the skin caving in while others swelled, as though it were plaster that had been damaged. Innumerable roots sprouted from under his armpits, navel, waist, and lower body, piercing into the mattress beneath the corpse. Octave, who was being attacked by the bizarre vines, made a nimble leap, his body moving like an agile rabbit, something oddly mismatched with his stout figure. Damn it, I knew there would be trouble. While dodging the flexible vines, he didn't forget to shout exaggeratedly, "Do something." The vines relentlessly pursued Octave, nearly touching his legs several times, but narrowly missing him. Although they looked thin and supple, their strength was extraordinary, leaving deep marks on the floorboards and walls where they struck. Martin rushed to the door of the room the moment the vines shot out, attempting to open it. Sir Henry had previously said to seek help from the butler at the door. He knows how to handle it. Martin understood that the old man probably wouldn't be able to resolve the current situation. After all, this wasn't the kind of thing you'd see during a normal embalming ceremony. Regardless, whether asking for help from the butler or escaping this room, the door must be opened. He certainly didn't want to confront the vines directly, let alone knowing if they could be destroyed. Their origin was the corpse of Sir Jazzer, which suggested something deeply strange was going on. The best course of action would be to get out first. With force, he pulled the handle of the black lacquered gate, but was astonished to find that the door wouldn't budge an inch. Currently, he had undergone enhancement by the Holy Mother Flesh, his physical strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person, yet he still couldn't open this door. There's definitely a problem. He tried 2 more times, discovering that the door seemed welded shut, unmoving no matter how much strength he exerted. Martin did not waste time stubbornly trying again. Instead, he immediately thought of the second exit. The window. This was the second floor. With his current skills, jumping down wouldn't be an issue. But as he turned toward the window, he noticed young Salomon already standing beside it. After pulling back the thick velvet curtains, Salomon realized the window behind had been sealed with steel plates. No wonder the room needed candlelight, even during the daytime. Martin had initially attributed that to the curtains. Now he understood. This was likely all premeditated. They had been set up. Was it Sir Henry, who looked so exhausted? But what could his purpose be? There was no time to dwell on it further. Octave was almost overwhelmed. After multiple dodges, he was finally caught and entangled around his waist by the vines. Those 2 vines, as though alive, ensnared one of Octave's hands, keeping him occupied, while another wrapped around his legs and swiftly spiraled upwards, about to envelop him completely. Seeing the danger, Martin rushed toward Octave, attempting to rescue him from the vines. But as soon as he approached, new tendrils blocked his way. The vines surged forward, and Martin, looking in the direction from which they came, saw the originally shriveled corpse swell like a balloon, its skin refilling, not with blood vessels, but with what looked like branches. Then it moved. It appeared to be thrilled. The lump of flesh, no longer a discernible head, vaguely revealed a mouth that opened and closed, hoarsely shouting, "Mother, mother." An eerie smile played across its lips. The smile grew increasingly unsettling. Meanwhile, the body itself writhed and struggled, its root-like structures swaying gently before rising upright off the bed. Beside the body, the green candle lit by Salomon flickered continuously, its flame trembling as if on the verge of extinction in a fierce wind. At this very moment, Salomon reached the side of the corpse, pouring some yellow, murky grease from a glass bottle and shouting out 2 syllables like incantations, sprinkling the grease onto the candle flame not too far away from him. Slumber. The moment the flame touched the grease, it surged upward, becoming much thicker and immediately shedding its precarious state, emitting a bright light. At this very instant, the corpse on the bed appeared to have lost all strength. Its skin once again became shriveled, and its movements slowed. It no longer stood upright. The crazed muttering in its mouth came to a halt as it slowly toppled backward. The vines similarly exhibited some signs of lethargy. Their speed slowed down, and they were less aggressive. But after only a brief pause, those root-like structures connected to the bed behind the corpse began to writhe regularly, as if conveying something. They seemed to be drawing energy from the bed like an unending battery, visibly stretching and thickening with incredible speed, lifting the corpse back into the air once more. The vines regained their ability to act, and even became more excited, growing vigorously and powerfully. The room was now akin to their greenhouse. The grotesquely deformed corpse swayed several times, and then glided over toward Octave along the path created by the vines. My goodness! By this point, Octave's hands and feet were almost entirely bound. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the strange corpse creeping closer, instantly widening his eyes as his iconic scream erupted. Just as he was about to be completely bound, both of his thumbs rubbed against the center of his palms. Out of thin air, 2 playing cards appeared and were tossed up to the left and right. Octave stared intently at the rotating playing cards. Leaning forward, he opened his mouth, shaking his head to bite the 2 cards firmly. Subsequently, he shook his head vigorously, and another card slid down from his high-domed felt hat. He once again bit it with precise accuracy. These 3 cards stacked neatly on his lips, and simultaneously, his hands and feet were tightly bound. As the vines tightened, He lost his balance and fell onto the ground. He landed solidly on the floor, but made no sound of pain nor attempted to struggle. His attention was fully focused on the 3 cards he had bitten hard. These ordinary-looking playing cards now all faced upwards. This man lying on the ground stared wide-eyed at the faces of the 3 cards in front of him, looking somewhat absurd. They turned out to be the 4 of hearts, the 6 of spades, and the 9 of diamonds. Their faces were plain, without any special significance. Not even a straight or a flush. These 3 cards shared absolutely no relationship. Not even pairs, nor were the faces particularly strong. Upon identifying these 3 cards, Octave's hopeful gaze instantly dimmed. His expression was that of a deflated balloon, revealing intense disappointment and reluctance. An increasing number of new vines entangled him. He felt countless venomous snakes crawling on his body, ready to swallow him. Spitting out the 3 cards in his mouth, he began shouting loudly, "Martin, save me!" Hearing this voice, Martin, who was tangled with the vines, was surprised when he turned around to look at Octave. Because that was not Octave's voice. It wasn't even a man's voice. Martin recognized it as the voice of madwoman Eddie. How could she be here? No, was she pretending to be Octave? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, leaving little time for contemplation. Martin took a leap backwards, temporarily evading the disturbance caused by the vines. From his inner lining pocket, he pulled out a small glass bottle containing some amber-colored grease, with a flash of bright yellow shimmering within. It was the Magma Kiss. He unscrewed the cap and used his ring finger to dip some grease onto his lips, like a meticulous actor preparing for the stage. The grease made his lips soft and radiant, complementing his silver mask to add an air of allure. His eyes grew fervent, and it seemed his face was enveloped in a mysterious shadow at that moment, making his expressions unclear. With a few agile leaps, he dodged one vine after another and swiftly approached the corpse. He could feel his lips burning fiercely, the urge to sing soaring higher and hotter within him rapidly. As a precautionary measure, he applied double the amount of magic potion this time compared to last. This made his mind slightly confused, as if the impulse to sing was somehow being echoed around him during this dazed state. The peculiar sensation flickered briefly and disappeared. Martin precisely located the position of the corpse. Puffing out his cheeks, he exhaled all the fiery breath contained in his mouth towards the grotesque corpse nearby, which served as an easy target. The breath surged forth like an uncontrollable giant python, crashing directly into the mutated corpse just moments away. And then, the corpse melted. The skin, the vines beneath it, the shriveled muscles, the bones, and the internal organs all began to ignite with fierce flames, then turned into a bright yellow magma that flowed downward. The entire corpse resembled a wax figure being roasted, instantly melting into liquid and pooling on the ground. Meanwhile, the vines also caught fire. The flames spread rapidly, and within a few breaths, they were completely reduced to ashes. The vines on madwoman Eddie, who had been masquerading as Octave, also instantly turned to embers. Strangely, she herself remained unharmed. As for Martin, the one who ignited everything, he simply stood there, silently watching the traces of infernal fire fill the room and then vanish quickly. Chapter 83, The Youth and the Yellow Rose. Martin was using the lava kiss on someone for the first time, and though he had anticipated its destructive power, he was still startled by the roaring flames that filled the entire room. It wasn't until now that he understood the words of the stiff man at the card table. The effects of potions far exceed those of other rituals at the same level. From the events that just unfolded in the short span of time, Martin saw something magical about Octave, or Eddie as she also went by, while Solomon confirmed his role as the savior. The emerald green candle he wielded and the method used at the last moment to suppress the activity of the corpse were definitely not skills possessed by ordinary people. But even these 2 shepherds with some experience struggled against the mutated corpse, which was then completely incinerated by the lava kiss. This stark contrast was indeed exaggerated. Martin didn't know whether these 2 had any other abilities or hidden cards up their sleeves, but he felt it already sufficiently illustrated the point. At least judging from the results, the effect of the potion far exceeded his expectations. I told you this estate was problematic. My luck has always been so good. Martin's thoughts were interrupted by a complaint tinged with laziness. The Octave, lying on the ground, struggled to get up, brushing off the ashes from her clothes. She looked thoroughly disheveled. Martin stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "How did you end up here?" He had actually thought about asking Eddie or Shirley to accompany him to complete this initial mission, but the terms of the mission forced him to abandon the idea. The parchment clearly stated cannot be or have ever been a woman. Do shepherds treat these rules and requirements as if they don't exist? Martin was somewhat angry. He didn't know the consequences of not following the mission requirements, but it definitely wasn't a good thing. Don't worry. Octave heard the dissatisfaction in Martin's voice. She began peeling off the beard on her face in chunks, revealing smooth, tender skin beneath. Next, she removed the eye patch from her left eye, took off the exaggeratedly large fake nose, and pulled out the thick padding stuffed inside her clothes. In this way, the short, stout, and unkempt man turned into an attractive, petite young girl right before Martin's eyes within moments. No longer barefoot, the male disguise made her appear somewhat frail, with a dirty yet delicate frail beauty. This is an embalming job. I've never done it before, so of course, I had to come along and see. And I didn't even ask you to share the bounty, did I? She showed no signs of believing there was anything wrong with her actions, and Martin deeply felt the meaning of old Susie's statement. She's just crazy. This rule-defying and somewhat greedy madwoman. Martin recalled her words from the carriage and finally realized where his strange sensation earlier came from. Although Eddie had disguised herself meticulously, character and habits are hard to fully conceal. Martin noticed something amiss, but hadn't given it much thought. This isn't about the bounty. Solomon, who had been silent for a long time, spoke beside them. Your recklessness almost got us all killed. He looked over, his eyes cold. It was hard to imagine that this youthful-looking person could have such a detached expression, one that was not feigned maturity but genuine apathy, as if life itself was outside of his present considerations. Martin couldn't help but wonder what this young man had gone through before. In his past life memories, probably people of his age would still be painstakingly scheming to skip class in university. Oh my goddess! Eddie exclaimed again. It seemed this really was her catchphrase. Even though I didn't help much, I at least drew his attention to myself, right? Without me as the target, would you have been able to attack him so smoothly? She spoke with conviction, unwavering in her belief. Do you still not understand? Martin thought, how could this woman not only be crazy but also so brainless? Why did that corpse, those vines, they all go after you? They had no interest in me or Solomon. What? What makes you different from us? Martin fired off several questions breathlessly. You mean? After a brief reflection, Eddie found the issue. Because I'm a woman? Exactly. Martin felt a mix of relief and anger. The commission explicitly stated not to involve women, and after we arrived, the behavior of the corpse, his muttering, and the targets of the vines. All this explained the problem. But Eddie wanted to defend herself, but her voice trailed off, as if she couldn't refute anything. It must be that Henry Good's doing. He tricked us here, sealed off this room, and wanted to feed us to his father. Since she couldn't defend herself, Eddie skillfully began to shift attention, uniting with the other in shared resentment. This was her usual tactic, which never failed. He certainly had issues, but so do you, Martin said coldly. The room fell into an eerie silence once again. Someone tampered with the Sir's corpse. Solomon squatted next to the sticky pool of green liquid, frowning deeply. This is undoubtedly connected to his son. Martin recalled all the oddities about Henry after they entered the mansion and went over. This is something we probably can't handle alone. Solomon stood up, his slightly immature face showing a composure and calmness beyond his years. This isn't just a simple embalming commission anymore. The behavior of those vines and their fervor towards the mother aligns perfectly with the style of the Rosy Cross Society. We should report to the club as soon as possible. The Rosy Cross Society? Eddie seemed surprised upon hearing this name. The ancient organization that controls the Rose card set. A rare look of contemplation crossed her dirty face. You're right. Those vines really do resemble the rumored vines of desire. But wasn't this group supposedly eradicated by the battle court together with the Phoenix Monastery? She looked puzzled. That's the official account for the public. Solomon moved to the somewhat disheveled bedside, tidying up his toppled bottles and vials, putting them back into his cosmetic case. There's no other way to placate the masses. After all, the impact of that contamination was too great. His tone carried a maturity unmatched by his age. The truth is, the 10 apostles of the Rosy Cross Society weren't completely wiped out, especially the forest apostle, who caused that contamination. The mysterious Black Goat. At the mention of this title, Solomon hesitated slightly with his hands, as if lost in some unpleasant memories. I see, Eddie muttered while stroking her chin. Who exactly are you? How do you know these things? At the time, only people from the battle court and the Phoenix Monastery should have known. Eddie suddenly caught on. Are you from the monastery? She approached Solomon, circling around this gentleman-dressed youth twice. Your obsession with corpses and death, along with that word spell affecting the body. It can't be wrong. You definitely come from the monastery. I've had this uneasy feeling since I first saw you, but I overlooked it. It was the goddess giving me guidance. After all, your appearance didn't match my preconceptions of the monastery. I always thought those guys at the monastery had to stay on Mount St. Athos for life, but I didn't expect there'd actually be one beside me. Unless you took off the black monk robe because you ran away from the mountain? Eddie blurted out her conclusion, staring unblinkingly and incredulously at Solomon. When Martin heard the name St. Athos Mountain, he stiffened abruptly. He had heard this term before, from Stanley in the Golden Sparrow Palace. Solomon appeared unfazed, simply responding curtly. Didn't the introducer tell you not to inquire about the backgrounds of other club members? He gave Eddie a cold glance, his youthful face revealing a hint of hostility. Eddie became uncomfortable under the gaze, shrugging lightly and answering in a carefree tone. Just asking. If you don't want to say, fine. Solomon ignored Eddie further and relit the emerald green candle that had gone out during the old Sir's corpse's uprising. Next, he retrieved a wrapped piece of leather from the bottom of his cosmetic case, unfolding it slowly. The leather was soft to the touch, very smooth on its surface, and when spread out, it was quite large. Its unusual black color carried a faint, greasy scent, and it was unclear what kind of animal skin it was. After spreading the leather, Martin noticed a bundle of dried yellow roses wrapped inside. Even though entirely dehydrated, the petals still retained a bright yellow hue, bringing a touch of warmth to the dim room. What are you going to do? Martin asked inconspicuously, a sliver of alertness rising in him. Though Solomon was Shirley's referral, Shirley didn't know Martin's past, nor what happened in the Golden Sparrow Palace. From Eddie's words, he understood that the crazy woman's guess was either close to or indeed the truth. Solomon must be related to the Phoenix Monastery, and this monastery was probably one of the factions that imprisoned him. Even if Solomon had fled from it, that didn't mean he and Martin were on the same side. He could easily use Martin as a bargaining chip to gain merit. The deceased deserved proper respect. Since the ritual has begun, it should reach its conclusion. Solomon softly replied, unfolding the piece of leather slowly, then gently placing it over the remains of the old sir's melted corpse, thus wrapping up the pool of sticky liquid. The liquid was absorbed by the leather, which he then rolled up and secured with a black ribbon before returning it carefully back onto the bed. His solemn expression matched his practiced, heavy ceremonial gestures. Next, he inserted the bunch of yellow roses into the black ribbon, adding yet another layer of solemnity to the strange combination of dry flowers and leather. Holding the brass candle from the bedside, Solomon intoned in a deep voice. The feather of the firebird weaves wings for the afterlife. The stars illuminate the next journey. Closest to you lies the gate towards afar. May you look back without regret. In this poetic elegy, the yellow rose astonishingly rejuvenated before their eyes. Its petals bloomed outward just like when it was fresh, crystal dewdrops flowing from the center of the flower, infusing the dried leather with a vibrant new life. Martin felt as though this young man before him was akin to the yellow rose. He might have thorns, but they were more likely part of a protective disguise. His heart, like the luminous yellow petal of a rose, remained passionately warm and fiery. Meanwhile, Eddie watched quietly, clearly touched by something she couldn't express. After finishing the lamentation, Solomon closed his eyes for a moment of silent mourning, then gently blew out the brass candle. The embalming ceremony was temporarily concluded. Yet, the instant the candlelight went out, abnormal phenomena suddenly occurred. The leather enveloping the old sir's remains began to twitch unnaturally, and a bubbling sound like that of a swamp filled the ears of the three present. Dramatic transformations happened within the leather. Subsequently, the black leather started rotting rapidly, exuding a foul stench. Black feathers continuously sprouted from the leather surface only to quickly decompose and dissolve. This is... Solomon's expression turned incredibly shocked as he blankly stared at the spectacle before him, muttering under his breath. The Black Crow Curse. Chapter 84, Black Crows and Thorns. Upon hearing the word curse, Martin realized that things were taking another turn for the worse. He had thought that the corpse's strange transformation was over, but it turned out to be just the beginning. Now, the old Xuanhuan's body had become a pool of slime. Could it still undergo further changes? He didn't have time to think deeply. He pulled Solomon, who was somewhat stunned beside him, and they quickly retreated. Not far away, the madwoman, Edith, also moved backward, away from the leather nearby. Throughout this process, she maintained a curious expression, watching with great interest as the corpse and the leather transformed. She truly was insane. The leather kept expanding, more black feathers growing on its surface, while foul-smelling black oil seeped out continuously, dripping onto the bed. The instant the bedsheet made contact with the oily substance, it was completely corroded. Martin and Solomon retreated to the wall, which seemed relatively safe for the moment. Once settled, Martin asked in a deep voice, "What is the curse of the Black Crow?" He needed to gather information quickly so he could respond accurately. Based on their earlier experience dealing with the vines, he knew there wouldn't be enough time to open a door or window. This person was a traitor to the Holy Mountain. Solomon muttered slowly, as if still not recovered from his previous shock. At the moment, he bore no resemblance to the composed and calm undertaker he had been before. He appeared much more like a child struggling to fully accept the truth. Martin reacted immediately, realizing how severely affected Solomon was by this situation. After all, he was still a child. His slightly youthful features and thick, glossy blonde hair only emphasized his youth. But why? What could possibly make such a calm young man revert to someone as helpless as an inexperienced fledgling? Not far off, the bed showed that in just a short span of time, the leather had been entirely eroded away. The fresh yellow roses were stained by the black oil, turning dark and withering almost instantly, being consumed by the ever-growing black feathers. These black feathers no longer fell off decayed but instead accumulated layer upon layer, forming the wings of an enormous, bizarre bird. As this strange bird gradually took shape, a sense of peace appeared in the air, though perhaps it had been present all along without Martin noticing. It felt like a thin black veil suddenly covering every corner of the room. All the black curtains froze in place, and the candlelight dimmed rapidly. In that fleeting second, Martin felt as though he saw a tranquil cemetery bathed in soft moonlight. Deceased lay sleeping here, insects gently stirring the soil. The blood-streaked black thorns formed a barrier blocking intruders, and even the cawing of the crows within the graveyard sounded not jarring, but soothing, lulling him into wanting to sleep forever. Just as Martin was about to succumb to sleep, a fiery sensation surged through his skull, as if someone had drilled a hole into his head and poured hot chili powder into it. Bloodshot eyes followed immediately, and a familiar wave of madness briefly engulfed his mind. No, this isn't right. As the madness intensified, Martin finally realized something was wrong. It was as if he had broken free from an invisible membrane, his senses returning in an instant. The oppressive darkness of the room, the distant danger moving toward him, it all flooded his senses like water breaking through a dam. Every single hair on the back of his neck stood up. The strange bird had already taken the basic form of a black crow. Its wings became increasingly full, its gaze sharpening. Any moment now, it would spread its wings and let out an ominous wail, bringing misfortune. Meanwhile, both Solomon beside him and the madwoman, Edith, not too far away, remained in a half-dazed state. Their eyelids struggled to close, their expressions becoming increasingly rigid, resembling statues devoid of life in the next moment. Seeing all of this, Martin understood how dire the situation had become. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Solomon by the shoulder, and roared furiously at him. What are the effects of the curse? Can it be avoided? He had to snap this young man out of it. There was no time to let him remain lost in this daze. After all, Salomon was the only one who might know something useful. What Martin failed to notice was that his voice carried an unexpectedly commanding tone, capable of cutting through mental haze, sounding to others like a loud thunderclap. As though struck by lightning, Salomon snapped out of his trance. Since seeing the black feathers emerge from the leather, his spirit had grown clouded, responding vaguely to his surroundings, losing perception of the outside world without even knowing when it happened. The madwoman, not far away, was also awakened by Martin's roar. Her body swayed slightly before her face regained animation. She shook her head, looking around with confusion. Sanity returned to both of their minds. It was only then that Salomon realized what Martin had said earlier, and he urgently shouted, "The curse of the Black Crow will drag the embalmer of holy mountain traders into slumber, dragging them into death." "What's the solution?" Martin roared at the Black Crow, watching it intently. That sense of tranquility swept over him again, stronger than before. Darkness loomed like the wings of death, about to envelop them. I don't know." Salomon's youthful face was filled with guilt, oddly accompanied by a hint of fear. Martin noticed this. He took out the glass bottle containing amber-colored oil, intending to use the kiss of lava once more. If you feel fear, it's probably because there isn't enough firepower. Fire purifies everything. This was something Martin firmly believed in. As for whether it would work or not, that could only be determined after trying. "Hey, over here." Just as he was about to dip his fingers into the oil and coat his lips, Edith's voice rang out from the direction of the distant door. Martin looked in that direction and was astonished to find that the door, which he had struggled so hard to open earlier, was now slightly ajar. Despite being somewhat surprised, he quickly pulled a momentarily dazed Salomon towards the door. "How did you manage to open it?" Once Martin reached the door, he grabbed its edges with both hands and leaned forward, twisting his waist to gradually widen the crack. Eventually, the gap grew wide enough for one person to slip through sideways. Strangely, the area beyond the doorway, which had been brightly lit just moments ago, was now pitch black. The room's candlelight didn't reach far and was instantly swallowed by the darkness upon passing through the gap. The three of them chose to ignore this odd detail, as they were focused on escaping the greater danger forming within the room. "My goodness." Watching Martin's efforts, Edith exclaimed in amazement. "You're incredibly strong. I tried my hardest, but the door wouldn't budge an inch. How did you open it then?" Even Martin had exerted significant strength, leaving him feeling drained. "By the grace of the goddess." Edith lifted her right hand with a gentle smile, revealing her white teeth. The madwoman still had a strikingly attractive smile. Martin noticed that her right hand held 3 cards: the 6 of spades, the 7 of diamonds, and the 8 of hearts. A straight flush, though not a royal one. It was still a good hand. Martin suddenly understood what Edith had been doing when she was helped by the vines earlier. This must be her special ability, somehow connected to her goddess. It seemed related to that elusive concept of luck, although he wasn't sure which set of playing cards it stemmed from. These thoughts flashed through Martin's mind as Edith and Salomon were about to leave through the doorway. At that moment, Martin's keen sense of smell detected a whiff of blood wafting in from outside the door. A pungent bloody stench. The same kind of smell he had encountered in the room filled with severed heads at the goddess's playground. He grabbed Edith, who was about to crawl out, and said solemnly, "It's not right." Edith first appeared puzzled, then her eyebrows furrowed as well. Such a strong scent of blood. Salomon smelled it too. They all stepped back together, temporarily staying away from that mysterious and ominous door. Now their situation was extremely passive. They had assumed that opening the door would free them from danger, but it turned out the other side of the door also posed a threat, trapping them in a dilemma. As Martin's brain raced for a solution, he heard Salomon exclaim in disbelief, the curse is disappearing." Turning around, following Salomon's gaze, Martin saw the fully formed black-feathered crow flapping its wings, but instead of taking flight, it continuously writhed as if struggling against some unseen force. In the next second, countless green vines pierced through the crow's body, bursting forth greedily to sample the air outside. In the blink of an eye, these vines had thoroughly perforated the entire bird. Like sharp thorns, the vines impaled the crow's body, tearing it apart into pieces. Black oil oozed out from the wounds created by the thorns, dripping onto the bed frame that had already been corroded halfway. The crow emitted a silent wail. Its feathers began falling off, as if ignited by an invisible flame. Their edges contracted, outlined with dark green fire, and they vanished completely during their descent. Meanwhile, the vines intertwined externally, forming a dense sphere that enclosed the crow within it. Observing carefully, those vines were like wriggling venomous snakes, causing the 3 people by the door to all inhale sharply. What a cruel method. As the vines intertwined and tightened with madness, the vine ball became smaller and smaller. Finally, after shrinking to the size of a soccer ball, the vines began to stiffen and wither, turning into a hollow shell made of dead branches. All of this was completed within just a few breaths. The 3 looked at the motionless vine ball, none of them making the next move. In the end, Martin was the first to approach the vine ball. This dry branch shell seemed to have no more hostility now. Even if it did, he was confident he could avoid it, be it physical or mental. He touched the surface of the vine ball, and the moment those dry branches came into contact, they turned to ashes. The entire vine ball disintegrated, revealing a pool of black sticky liquid flowing out from within. From this pool of black sticky liquid, 2 cards glowing with a dark light appeared. Martin picked them up and found that these were actually creation cards, their designs identical to those of Alchemy Hound and Glorious Hand. On one of the cards, in the upper left corner was a small scales symbol, followed by the Roman numeral V. and in the upper right corner was the black spade emblem. The card depicted a hexagonal coffin, its overall color being jet black green, carved with patterns of scales around it. Inside the coffin lay a slender figure wrapped tightly in burial cloths, his face covered by a white cloth. His hands crossed over his chest, as though peacefully sleeping. Above this corpse's head, on the edge of the coffin stood a crow, its eyes like beans and its black beak wide open, flapping its black wings as if ready to fly away from the coffin. Martin stared intently at this ominous black bird, it seeming to be the focal point of the entire pattern. Only after studying the image did Martin notice the name marked at the top of the card. Gift of the Black Crow. Below the image, there was a text description. This is a gift, but also a curse. Chapter 85, The Rose Card. Both a gift and a curse. Martin stared at the crow about to fly away from the coffin, muttering to himself. He recalled what Salomon had said before. The Libra card prevented the old gentleman's death. Was the gift for the deceased something that could bring people back to life? Impossible. Martin instantly dismissed this thought. If a fifth-rank card could bring the dead back, the world would be far too insane. So what exactly was this gift? He couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation just yet. Then he started observing the second card. This card had a very long and somewhat strange name, as if it belonged to a special sequence, something Martin had never seen before. Corpse of the Mother Goddess 01, Forbidden Conception. Its top left corner featured a rose symbol followed by the Roman numeral 3, while the top right was marked with a black heart sign. A reversed card. Previously, when Xianxia tried to forcibly incorporate the fourth-rank reversed card of the tower, out of tune chance, in the Golden Finch Palace, he was rolling in agony on the ground and didn't even notice the card. So this was his first time truly seeing a reversed card. Martin learned from Haynes that Spade's reversed cards contained the contamination and defects of their respective sets, posing some danger but also being a necessary part for advancing the set. Saviors generally kept these Spades cards for last, digesting or balancing their contamination before moving on to the next rank of cards. For hetero card users, Haynes wasn't sure about the order either, though it likely followed the same logic because following such an order minimizes the amount of time carrying the contamination. I wonder if this is a savior card or a contaminated one. Martin's gaze shifted to the rose insignia in its top left corner. Could this deck's name really be Rose? As his eyes moved downward, he saw that the card's illustration depicted the corpse of a unicorn. Its fur, which should have been pure white, now faintly revealed an eerie greenish hue. The spiraling horn on its forehead had lost all its original vitality. It lay curled on the ground, its limbs stiff, clearly dead for a long time. Its head bent awkwardly, as if trying desperately to reach toward its belly where there was a large swelling. Its final glance lingered on this spot with an expression brimming with love. It was a mother. She died just as her child was about to be born. This made Martin feel a pang of melancholy. But that feeling of sadness disappeared almost immediately, replaced by great shock. Martin noticed that on the unicorn's abdomen, where its child should have been, there was a grotesque wound. A lump of bloody flesh protruded from within, slowly writhing. And strangely enough, growing out of the wound were clusters of vibrant red roses. Their stems were formed from several intertwined vines, wildly sprouting upward and outward, exuding a savage energy of life. Atop the stems, red roses bloomed defiantly. Nearby, countless thorny brambles twisted around them, resembling slippery tentacles or a series of crimson lips. Bees swarmed around the petals, greedily sucking the honey water out of the flowers. If it had stopped there, the image would have only been bizarre and might not have shocked Martin so much. What was most disturbing was that the red rose petals cradled, as if in a makeshift crib, the figure of an extremely ugly infant in the center. Its body was covered in wrinkles, with a huge skull sporting sparse hair. Its hands and feet looked like webbed digits from a reptile, undeveloped without distinct fingers. Its eyes were wide open, the whites proportionally exaggerated, grinning widely with sharp teeth in an evil smile. What kind of monster was this? Martin had never seen such a grotesque creature, not quite human, but definitely not beastly. It was conceived from the corpse of a unicorn and surrounded by the bright red roses. Yet why did it look so hideous? The mother goddess glimpsed the womb, and then the forbidden conception began. The small print below the picture read. Even more perplexingly, under this line was another addendum. Lost bees, avoid the thorns, draw near to the mother goddess's red lips. There you may suck the honey imbued with fertility. This seemed to be some sort of metaphor. Martin read through these two enigmatic passages, failing to understand what they might imply or the exact power and negative effects of this reversed card. There's actually another rose card. Salomon suddenly appeared beside Martin, exclaiming upon seeing the Libra and rose cards in Martin's hand. Could it be that the reverse card of rose stopped the release of the gift, causing the host to die without receiving it? Then the Black Crow's curse begins to take effect. The person who arranged all this is certainly no ordinary individual. His brow furrowed tightly, as if he had caught a glimpse of the shadowy hand manipulating events from behind the scenes. You seem to be very well versed in this curse. Martin stared intently at Salomon's eyes. Even now, he still didn't understand what their orchestrator truly intended. During the previous tense situation, there had been no time to interrogate this mysterious youth, and now that the corpse's anomalies had temporarily ceased, it seemed wiser to grasp as much information as possible before rushing out into the unknown darkness beyond the door. Understanding came first, action second. Salomon frowned deeply, glancing briefly at Martin with an expression laden with caution, apprehension, and suspicion, as though attempting to confirm something about him. Finally, he exhaled softly and rolled up the sleeve of his left arm to reveal a faint black mark on his forearm, the shape of a crow. The reason I understand this curse so well, Salomon explained in a calm tone, is because it now dwells within me as well. Each Libra card in the monastery carries the Black Crow curse. Apostates of the Holy Mountain will forever endure the curse's affliction, even beyond death, finding no peace. If someone tries to bring tranquility through an entombment, they'll inevitably suffer the backlash of the Black Crow, since the skill, entombment, originates from the Heart's 3 card in the Libra set, a power only the monks of the Phoenix Monastery can wield. Attempting an entombment for an apostate would invariably trigger the curse. As Salomon's voice trailed off, gazing upon the abnormalities in the old nobleman's corpse made him foresee the tragic fate awaiting him, both in life and death. Huh, you did run away. Why'd you flee? Bored with the monk lifestyle? Or maybe missing the ladies? Eddie sidled over to the pair, her tone flippant as she shot off several questions, her expression brimming with curiosity and gossip-mongering. Only she could remain in such high spirits during this crisis. Salomon ignored her teasing, clearly unaccustomed to dealing with someone like Eddie whose personality radiated brashness. As usual, he gave a terse reply. I have my reasons. Then, turning seriously toward Martin, he added, this Gujiku must certainly be an apostate of the Holy Mountain, and the probable cause of his betrayal has a lot to do with the Virank, reincarnation gift, card harbored within him. The feathers growing from his nails signify that death's essence has severely corroded his body. What puzzles me is how an ordinary human managed to forcibly contain a V-rank spades card without dying on the spot. All of this, I believe, will only be clarified once we find his son. He issued the entombment mission and set up the trap aimed against us. So surely he must have known about the existence of the curse. Regarding Salomon's doubt, Martin also struggled to piece things together. Indeed, how could this elderly man alone accommodate a 5th-rank spades card without possessing any other Libra cards? This completely defied the rules Martin had been taught until now. However, just as Salomon had suggested, when faced with unanswered questions, the next step was obvious, to seek those who understood. But then Martin glanced at the nearby pitch-black door and hesitated. Help me. Just then, from the inky darkness beyond the door came a cry for help. It sounded like an elderly voice, feeble and strained. Martin clearly heard the plea and slowly approached the door, asking gravely, Who are you? I'm Ink. The butler here. It's me who brought you inside. Don't you remember? Martin turned back to glance at Eddie and Salomon, unsure of what was happening outside the door, and whether this Ink truly was the same elderly man who had ushered them into the estate earlier. Eddie walked over to stand behind the door and loudly questioned, Who was the card dealer on Wednesdays at the midnight round table? Afterwards, she smirked slyly at Martin and whispered, I've seen this old man at the gambling tables. Every time he comes, he loses horribly. So ever since we arrived, I thought this whole estate seemed dodgy. What does his losing have to do with the estate? Martin quietly inquired. Someone forsaken by the goddess herself. Do you really think they'd end up in a reliable line of work? Eddie spat contemptuously, like a grizzled old man. Upon hearing this, Martin nodded contemplatively. It's Lady Bailey. The voice from outside faltered momentarily in silence before answering haltingly. What's her nickname? Eddie continued to press loudly, a cunning smile curling her lips as she turned to Martin with an expectant look, ready to see the impending drama unfold. Her nickname is the cow at the card table. The voice outside the door, though weak, also carried a tinge of shame. Upon hearing this response, Eddie's smile widened instantly as she turned to Martin and said, It's definitely him. Bailey complained to me countless times about this old man's eyes practically glued to her chest, such a lecher disguised as a proper gentleman. Martin hadn't expected that Eddie could identify the unseemly butler in such a manner. It all seemed absurd yet undeniably real. Can you move? My legs were crushed, but I think I can still crawl. Old Ink's voice continued from outside. Following that, Martin brought forward an oil lamp, and through the gap in the great door, the light pushed back a sliver of darkness. After some rustling sounds, the silhouette of an elderly man appeared within the illuminated doorway. It was indeed the butler who had escorted Martin and the others into the manor. Chapter 86. Role-playing. Henry Good stroked his shiny mutton chops as he moved through the empty villa. There was no longer any sign of fatigue on his face. His leather shoes clicked against the floorboards, the sound reverberating through the darkened hall. The time had long passed twilight, with the sun already having set. Not a single light shone within the entire villa, and darkness dominated this desolate place, turning it into a veritable ghostly realm. By Henry's side, a vine as thick as an arm slithered alongside him like a colossal python. At the top of the vine, there was a tumor-like bulge glowing with an eerie green light, illuminating a small area around Henry and the vine. The green light glided along the spacious passageway ahead, where young green leaves and blood-drenched thorns flashed past on either side of the corridor. Save me. A male voice rang out from the nearby darkness. Henry turned his head, expressionless, walking toward the source of the sound. And the vine, as though alive, twisted its body along the floor, trailing behind Henry while the light at its tip began to flicker erratically, seemingly expressing its excitement. The green glow revealed the source of the voice, a young servant. Leaning against the corner of the wall, his hair was disheveled, and a through-and-through wound in his left abdomen continued to spurt blood. Seeing the ghostly green light approach, the servant used his hands to push against the ground, retreating backward and shouting tremulously, "No, don't come closer." Fear filled every tone of his voice. It was evident he greatly dreaded this streak of green light. But when he recognized the shadow illuminated by the green glow, his face lit up with surprise, as if seeing a hope amidst the darkness. Master Henry. No, Lord Henry, he shouted in joy. Quickly, save me. The manor is full of green vines. They have overrun the entire villa. They cover the floors, walls, furniture, like venomous snakes. They've killed everyone. With both hands clutching the ground, the servant crawled toward Henry, grabbing hold of his leg, causing fresh blood to gush from his abdominal wound. Unmoved, Henry allowed the young male servant to cling to him, feeling the trembling emanating from his body. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He slightly lifted the servant's chin and spoke gently. Don't be afraid. It will all be over soon. No, master, you haven't seen those vines. They can easily pierce through clothes, skin, even thick wooden boards. I saw Mark's skull pierced through by one of them right before my eyes. Do you mean this? Behind Henry, the massive vine snaked past his shoulder like a serpent extending its tongue, and its greenish light pulsed more frequently. The moment the servant got a clear look at the vine, his eyes widened instantly, struck with immense shock and fear. As the vine shot forward with a whistling rush, the servant's terror froze forever on his face. It plunged ruthlessly into his left eye socket, piercing straight through his skull and protruding out from the back of his head. His head fell backward momentarily, and then his arms dangled limply. The vine hoisted his head aloft like a hunting dog playing with and tearing apart its prey, enjoying every second of it. You're excited too, aren't you? Henry's eyes were wide open, his mouth curved into a grotesque grin, appearing absolutely monstrous. The rest of those shepherds must be dead now. Soon, I will truly replace father and become immortal. Those people thought they could control me, but they knew nothing of the good family secret, or that rose card. How could I give it to them? Come, little guy, let's see what condition father's corpse is in. Soon, I will also have my own black crow. Henry's normally handsome face displayed a profoundly neurotic smile. He beckoned the vine and headed for the staircase leading to the second floor. Hearing Henry's call, the vine wriggled like a puppy wagging its tail and casually tossed aside the servant's corpse, following Henry obediently. The unfortunate servant's corpse collided with the wall, making a dull sound, leaving behind a patch of pitch-black blood, and then rolled down onto the ground. The green light by the wall flickered briefly, and one could see countless tiny vines now moving rhythmically as though they'd sensed the scent of blood. The stems slowly unfurled and crept about. Then, at the spot where the corpse had fallen, dense sounds of sticky liquid friction arose, followed by bone-chilling tearing and gnawing sounds. It wasn't clear exactly what creature was doing the tearing, or what exactly was being torn. Henry and the vine arrived at the door of the room on the second floor where the oldest body was stored, only to see that the heavy wooden door was wide open. Henry was somewhat surprised. This wooden door was specially made for him by those people so that it could prevent the 3 shepherds in the room from coming out when his father's body underwent changes, including the vine of desire by his side. Henry did not know clearly where those people came from, but he found that all these people had a pattern of a rose-entwined cross on their left wrist. His expression became more solemn. Those people told him this door would be basically impossible to open from inside within a short period, which gave his father's corpse enough time to kill those shepherds. These people didn't tell him what kind of change would occur in his father's corpse. They only asked him to go into the room after sunset, where he would get what he wanted. Henry stood at the entrance, about to enter the room. With the vine of desire beside him, he believed he could at least protect himself. As Master Henry Good, he had never come into contact with extraordinary things before. This mission to the Shepherd Club was because of those people. They taught Henry how to find the club through the Bishop of the Cathedral of Cephas and how to sign a commission contract. Thus, as the commissioner of this task, Henry actually had no clear concept of it. He didn't even know who the shepherds were, merely having an unclear idea that these individuals possessed some special abilities. After seeing the overbearing strength of the vine by his side, he thought that those few shepherds weren't much either. Many people who have never seen the sea will drown in it the moment they encounter it due to unfamiliarity with water. Henry turned a hidden mechanism beside the doorknob, causing the heavy door to slowly open. Earlier, when he brought the 3 shepherds up, he used this mechanism to open the door. Otherwise, even Martin, who had consumed the Holy Mother's flesh, couldn't have opened such a door. How could Henry, an ordinary person, have opened it so easily? The thick vine surrounded Henry, entering the room with him. Iridescent green light shone into the room, mixing with the yellow candlelight, creating intricate patterns of shadow. Amongst them, Henry noticed a figure seated on a high-backed chair. This figure wore a black coat and donned a bowler hat, watching him with apparent interest. At the sight of this figure, Henry's eyes flashed. The massive vine beside him, as if receiving some sort of signal, shot towards the high-backed chair. Seeing the movement of the vine, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Henry's mouth. Before coming upstairs, he had experimented many times on the male servants in the villa, each ending with their bodies being pierced through. The satisfaction of controlling others' lives mixed with the uninhibited expression of violence had become addictive to him, drawing him deeper and deeper. He began to try torturing them as much as possible before killing them. Their screams of pain and pleas for mercy were, to him, akin to the mummy powder he had been using continuously. They were all potent aphrodisiacs. Henry firmly believed it would be the same this time. That pretentious, nauseating man would be instantly pierced by the vine, crying while begging him for mercy. But he underestimated him. The vine, like a gleaming sharp dagger, reached the figure in front of the high-backed chair in an instant. However, the next moment, the dark green glow of the blade disappeared. It seemed the vine entered another space, vanishing oddly before it touched the figure, disappearing inch by inch. Henry's eyes widened as he saw that the vine hadn't vanished but had turned into ash. Starting from the lump-shaped growth at the top, the vine was like roasted by extremely high temperatures, turning into chunks and particles in an instant, finally becoming fine powder sprinkled on the ground. The room's candlelight was dim, so it looked like the vine had simply disappeared before that figure. Henry could hardly believe it. After slaughtering the vast majority of the male servants in the villa, this vine had grown into its current sturdy state, yet it turned to ash instantly in front of this mysterious man. He couldn't accept this fact. The huge gap shocked him, making his blood boil and his head heat up. He rushed forward without knowing what to do, perhaps intending to twist the neck of that man. An effective way to drive someone insane is to give him a taste of heaven-like enjoyment and then let him fall from it, making him feel like he has lost everything, leaving him unable to accept his ordinary self again. However, he took only 2 steps and felt an overwhelmingly hot breath, as if something was melting him. Even just touching his skin, it started emitting smoke. Henry cried out in agony and hastily retreated from the scorching heat. Who are you really? The madness in Henry's eyes had still not subsided. At this moment, he was like a fox whose front leg had been crushed by a trap, his tone filled with intense hatred and reluctance. Even me, you don't recognize? That figure spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Henry froze in place. If the burning of the vine into ashes was something he could hardly accept, then the re-emergence of this voice made him feel as if he were trapped in his worst nightmare all along. His body began to tremble, and he uttered the source of fear that haunted his countless nightmares. F.A. Father. Chapter 87. The Vines of Desire. Time rewinds to when the old butler, Ink, appeared in the crack of the gate. Martin held a candle while Eddie and Salomon helped Ink inside. Martin noticed that this poor old man's right leg seemed to be crushed by a heavy object, twisted unnaturally. What happened outside? Why can't we open the gates anymore? After seating Ink on a chair, Martin and the others began to inquire about the situation. So many vines. Old Ink held his right leg as a look of pain spread across his aged face. Yet amidst the agony was a hint of relief at having survived. No one knows where those vines came from. Suddenly there were vines growing wildly all over the walls, windows, and even under the carpets of the villa. I sent them to check it out and saw the vines, glowing slightly green like bayonets, piercing through their heads, chests, and hearts. The lights and the lit candles in the house went out one by one. I heard endless screams of agony coming from the first floor, which terrified me, so I hid in a concealed corner, only to have my leg broken by a falling statue. His hands were still trembling, revealing his inner fear. Glowing green vines. Eddie touched his chin, muttering to himself. It's the vine of desire. Salomon answered decisively. Its most prominent feature is the luminous green lump on its tip, filled with green pus. Even if it's severed and destroyed, it will spray its contents in a wide radius. This is nearly impossible to avoid, and anything splashed will uncontrollably engage in mating until death. Salomon frowned as he described what he knew about the vine of desire, and Eddie's expression turned odd after hearing it. Are there many vines outside? Salomon looked up at Old Ink. Not only many. Almost every wall around the house except for near the gate and under the carpet are covered with them. I've never seen so many vines. They're like venomous snakes. No, worse than venomous snakes. This should be a trap set by the Rosy Cross Society. Salomon frowned. Trap? For what? To kill us few? Eddie asked. No, they wouldn't need to release such an overwhelming amount of vine of desire, just to kill us. Their goal must be related to this estate and Old Sir, and we're merely tools to accomplish their objective. Salomon glanced at the puddle of slime that remained from the dead Sir on the bed. The vine of desire itself is an extremely lethal weapon, and its luminescent top can cause pollution. It's rumored that the Rosy Cross struggles immensely to cultivate even a single vine. If what the butler said is true, and these vines are everywhere outside, I can't imagine how bad it would be. Salomon shook his head, frowning deeper. The quantity rivals the pollution incident. The Rosy Cross must be planning something. We must report this to the club and the town hall. This task could already rival the difficulty of silver wool. Salomon spoke a great deal. If the vine of desire, spreading from the old Sir's body before shocked him, then the sight of vines throughout the entire estate left him feeling utterly hopeless. Since it isn't aimed at us, why ask so much? We should just rush out. The goddess will protect us. Eddie was getting impatient, acting as though the one caught by the vines earlier wasn't her. That would be no different than committing suicide. Salomon responded without mercy. And Henry hasn't shown up yet either. We don't know what he wants to do or what the Rosy Cross aims to achieve. Salomon's expression was grave. His main abilities revolved around funeral rites, which had significant limitations and provided little advantage in direct combat. Moreover, the pollution caused by the Rosy Cross left an indelible impression on him. Though he wasn't a witness, he'd heard vivid accounts of it during his time in the monastery. The bizarre green vines, royal families, and great nobles coupling together before collapsing into chaos. Following this, every nation was dragged into war, although no one truly understood the origin of the conflict. Not until the battle tribunal worked alongside the Phoenix Monastery to annihilate the Rosy Cross did the full conspiracy affecting the whole Meal continent come to light. The strange mutation of the old Sir's corpse, along with the overwhelming presence of the vine of desire outside. Martin tapped his collarbone with his left index finger as he began linking these events together. Where is Henry Good? Did you see him during this time? Martin inquired as Ink arrived. No, Master Good. No, Lord Good told me to guard the door after closing it, not to open it regardless of any noise from inside, and not let anyone approach here. This doesn't match what he told us. Martin muttered under his breath. Are we just going to stay here indefinitely? What's the difference between that and being moles? Eddie was getting restless and began pacing around the room. Martin ignored her. The situation outside was unclear, and the key was that Henry Good had disappeared. He was definitely involved in all of this. Hey, old man. Seeing no one was paying attention to her, Eddie started a conversation with Old Ink. The last time I saw you, you had lost all the money for your cheap lodging. How did you end up as the butler of this mansion so soon? Eddie moved over a high-back chair and leaned against its back. She had already taken off her tall felt hat, letting her long hair flow down, and also removed the eye patch that covered her eyebrows. Ink seemed somewhat puzzled upon hearing this voice. He carefully scrutinized the slightly dirty young girl dressed in men's clothes before him and suddenly realized something. I didn't expect to see you here either, Miss Eddie. Perhaps due to Eddie's disguise, Ink only now recognized her. He seemed a bit embarrassed at being questioned, his tone betraying his unease about having been exposed. A while ago, I heard that there were vacancies for servants and butlers here, limited to men, so I came to try my luck. You know, when I was with the Stewart family, I used to be a personal valet. As he mentioned this, a trace of pride crossed Ink's face. That was such a long time ago. Eddie sounded rather dismissive. Before you were caught stealing and thrown out. Her tone now carried a tinge of sarcasm. Yes. Old Ink didn't argue, instead agreeing with a nod. Perhaps it was because he currently needed the protection of Eddie and the others. Or maybe it was simply part of his nature. I just wanted to try my luck. After that incident, none of the households in Cavendish would hire me anymore. I never expected that the old sir would care nothing for my past and appoint me as the butler of this place. Speaking to this point, Ink's expression revealed sadness. Sighing, he continued. Not long after I came here, the old sir fell ill in bed. I have never seen such a severe illness. Though he was still alive, his eyes gradually became murky, his flesh slowly dried up, as if death itself had come upon him. I wanted to call a doctor to treat the old sir, but the young master, Mr. Henry, forbade it strictly. Oh, is the son trying to take over the father's estate? Eddie's eyes lit up at this. I don't know, but as far as I am aware, the old sir has only one son, Master Henry, and I have never heard any rumors about him having an illegitimate child. Even before we arrived, there were only the two of them in this mansion. I can't imagine why Master Henry would want to harm the old sir. It's actually Master Henry who seems deeply afraid of the old sir, a fear born from deep within his heart. Each time he spoke with the old sir, he kept his head lowered. I observed closely. Both his hands and legs were trembling slightly. A child who was abused while growing up? Or something else? Eddie shrugged, losing some of her initial curiosity on the subject. Henry harbored an unshakable fear towards the old sir. Martin took note of this. At this moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. It was the tapping sound of leather shoes on the floor of the corridor, a very distinct sound Martin had heard recently. It was Henry Good. At the time, he found it strange why, after his father's death, this young lord was wearing brand new leather shoes. It was somewhat inappropriate. But seeing Henry's expression then, he hadn't dwelled on it much. Now he understood a little. This young nobleman probably harbored real resentment toward his father. The supposed mastermind behind everything finally arrived. And his ability to move freely outside suggested that his relationship with the Vines of Desire outside wasn't simple. At least they weren't adversaries. Salomon and Eddie also heard this sound. They instinctively ducked left and right behind the door, as those experienced in stealth usually do. Old Ink cowered behind the large bed, hugging his head and shivering. Meanwhile, Martin's mind raced. If, as Salomon had speculated, everything happening was orchestrated by the Rosy Cross Society, then this Henry Good must know something. At present, the other party's strength was unclear, yet he needed to obtain the information they possessed. This presented some difficulty. Martin recalled Old Ink's words, and an idea flashed in his mind. The footsteps were growing closer. Time for contemplation was running out. Then Martin sat on the high-back chair that Eddie had used earlier. He pressed on the half-face mask over his face. The silver mask felt cool, but Martin could feel a gentle sensation transmitted through it as it began to alter its shape, conforming like human skin over his own features before expanding. His facial structure changed into something more angular. His jaw sprouted stubble, his eyes became murky, and his complexion took on a pale, sickly hue typical of old age. He moved the high-back chair slightly, adjusting the angle so that most of his body fell into the shadowed area where candlelight didn't reach. With icy gaze, he fixed his eyes toward the door. He had become the deceased Sir Good. It wasn't just his appearance that had transformed. Martin found that his vocal cords had been manipulated slightly as well, causing his voice to grow hoarser and his overall demeanor to resemble that of an aging elder. It was like a brand new machine covered with layers of greasy cloth, even carrying an additional layer of mysterious malice. This was the effect of identity theft. The half-mask given to him by Lady Lucilla had already fused with his body. He could feel his nose widening, his eyebrows arching higher, and his lips thinning. Upon realizing Henry's fear of the old sir, he devised this plan, aiming to see if he could extract some information from Henry using this ruse. Of course, simply altering his appearance would not suffice. He had to stun Henry the moment they locked eyes. As described by Old Ink, this man seemed to have little knowledge of extraordinary powers before, leading Martin to deduce that Henry must have suddenly obtained such powers. For a regular person, on one hand, it would be hard to control, but on the other hand, it might also lead to reckless arrogance. Once this newfound power was shattered instantly, it would deliver a heavy blow. In contrast to those who always wielded superhuman abilities and ultimately failed, such a shock might devastate their self-confidence. Martin once again picked up the glass bottle containing lava kiss. The ointment inside was nearly depleted. Martin smeared the remaining portion all over his lips. After exactly 3 uses, this application was the most generous. He had to intimidate Henry. Just as he finished applying it, the footsteps reached the doorway. They paused momentarily, and then the heavy wooden door slowly creaked open. A blond, middle-aged man entered. Chapter 88, Stock Phrases. F.A. Father. After the ever-present vine of desire strangely turned into powder, Henry instantly lost the source of his confidence. He had anticipated many scenarios for what might happen in the room. The best one would be a few deaths among the shepherds, with his father's body disappearing as well. He could then take his father's secrets and even hold the Shepherd's Club accountable. As for those people, once he obtained the secrets hidden within his father's body, he could flee to another country. If they couldn't even handle an old man like his father without needing his help, how could they track down someone who possessed the mysterious item? If that didn't work, he could still continue cooperating with those people, looking for opportunities later on. In every scenario he'd envisioned, he always stood to benefit the most, finally shaking off the shadow of death that had long haunted him, escaping the clutches of that old man who had constantly scrutinized his body. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Sir Good, already deceased, could come back to life. His increasing terror towards his father only made him more panicked. Martin heard this voice filled with fear and knew the first step of his plan was complete. Slowly turning his face, he directly stared at the blond middle-aged man standing nearby. Henry recognized the face on the high-back chair, and his eyes widened again in disbelief as he stumbled backward 2 steps. In his mind, if voices could be imitated, could faces as well? Could that unique, sinister demeanor characteristic of the old Sir be replicated? It's impossible. You're dead. I watched you breathe your last, and guarded the corpse for 3 days. Henry descended completely into madness. Like a lunatic, he shouted loudly, as his father's reappearance shattered his understanding of reality. Ignorant and foolish. Facing Henry's shouting, Martin simply responded with 2 words, fearing that saying too much might expose inconsistencies in his mannerisms or speech quirks. After all, a voice can be mimicked, but one's thinking habits and ways of speaking cannot unless thoroughly studied. It would be easy to give oneself away, especially when dealing with the subject's own son. In such a situation, ruthless attacks and scolding were the most logically consistent responses, so Martin added an air of condescension and a cold aura to his tone. Henry did not respond to Martin's inquiry, but instead, after taking 2 more steps back, turned around and rushed toward the door. He wanted to escape, but at the door now stood 2 figures blocking his way, Eddie and Salomon. Caught inside, Henry stared at Eddie in astonishment, realizing something was off. According to the terms of his commission, he had explicitly banned women from participation per those people's request, and had carefully verified the arrangement at the scene. How then was there a woman present? Looking at Eddie's attire, comparing it to the earlier 3 shepherds, memories of the dirty little man surfaced in Henry's mind, merging with her appearance, leading him to exclaim, "You're that short man. You're actually a woman?" Shocked, he paused, then glanced back at Martin. "This is your doing, isn't it? You already knew those people had contacted me. Otherwise, why would the shepherds have broken the commission rules?" Connecting these elements, the shepherd's breach of contract, his father's resurrection, and the instant disappearance of his trusted vines, Henry realized he was caught in a trap set by Martin. "Why did you do this?" Martin didn't answer Henry's question, but countered with a deep-toned query of his own. "Why?" Henry replied coldly. "Don't you understand why?" His expression grew fierce. "All the things you've done to me, everything you've done to the family, don't they amount to the retribution you deserve?" What he had done to the family. This gave Martin a direction. He continued probing discreetly. "This isn't something you should know." "Huh?" Henry gave a derisive laugh, using a mocking tone. "You've done what you've done. Are you now afraid others will find out?" "Will I learn only when you steal my body?" Stealing a body? Martin found himself growing increasingly interested in whatever had transpired between the father and son. Based on their prior statements, it seemed likely this issue extended beyond just the 2 of them, implicating the entire Good family. But according to Elder Ink's previous information, only Henry and the old Sir existed in this estate. Where exactly was this family? Seeing that the old man did not reply, this silence further boosted Henry's confidence. Believing that this sinister old man could not refute him, he spoke even more arrogantly. "No response. Can't think of anything to say. You, the evil ghost who has lived for hundreds of years, did you ever think there would be a day like this before you took over the bodies of those ancestors of our family? Relying on the mysterious power inside your body, you have managed to cling to life until now, but weren't you still found by those people? Do you know what they call you? A dirty container emitting the stench of decay." Ha ha ha. The more Henry spoke, the more frenzied he became. His face turned an unhealthy shade of red, resembling a madman aware of his impending death. He drew out a gem-encrusted dagger from his waist and displayed a cruel grin. "This is the blood that flows in my veins, dirty and ignoble, awaiting only for you to take it. If you are the filthy container, then what does that make me? What am I supposed to be?" As he spoke, he used the dagger to cut into the palm of his left hand. Scarlet blood seeped from the wound, continuously dripping onto the carpet, quickly forming a small pool. But Henry paid no heed. He clenched his fist, forcing even more blood to gush out. This man was insane. This was Martin's first thought. However, much of what Henry said held material worth pondering over. Henry called the old Sir as having lived for hundreds of years and clinging to life, while also mentioning him relying on the miraculous power within his body and taking over the bodies of ancestors. These words, interwoven together, triggered a hypothesis in Martin's mind. He remembered the card inside the old sir's body, the one with the balance image depicting a person lying in a coffin, named Gift of the Black Crow. From these clues, its abilities were likely related to death-related transformations. At the time, Martin had speculated it might enable resurrection but dismissed it shortly after. Even if such a phenomenon existed in this world, it certainly couldn't be achieved through something as simple as a rank 5 card. However, after hearing Henry's rant, Martin started to consider whether this card could relate to stealing others' bodies to achieve a distorted form of resurrection. Of course, this too was hard to believe, because through constant theft, eternal life could be theoretically achieved. Exactly like what Henry had described, a demon that has lived for hundreds of years. Martin surmised that if such a thing were possible, it must come at a tremendous cost or have significant negative effects. These effects might be tied to the mysterious Black Crow mentioned in the name of the card. You're all my descendants. It was I who gave you life. After finishing his contemplations, Martin voiced his thoughts. I could bestow life upon you and naturally reclaim it whenever I wish. You should be grateful to me. Without me, none of you would exist in this world. He wanted to test this speculation and elicit more information. Grateful to you? The bleeding on Henry's palm gradually ceased, and his tone grew somewhat wistful, almost smug. Grateful for what? Turning all of us into crows. He uttered a word that made Martin's eyelid twitch. Do you have any idea how excruciating the so-called family curse is? Gradually growing from a timid, fluffy bird into human form. Have you experienced that? Henry delivered the most surprising statement Martin had heard all night. Growing up under the servants' fearful and disgusted gazes, expressing emotions through nauseating chirps, sensing something peculiar about decaying food and corpses. Have you experienced them? Having gone through these, do you still expect us to thank you? Henry wiped his face with both hands, with blood from his left palm still not fully stopped. The bloody stain smeared across his otherwise handsome features, making him appear ghost-like. The gift of the Black Crow refers to this. Recalling the inscription on the card, both a gift and a curse, Martin understood. He remembered the portraits on the stairs. Each individual in the portrait had a crow perched on their shoulder. At the time, Martin had found this strange. Crows here weren't beloved birds. They could sense death or corruption, serving as omens of ill fortune. So why did the heads of the good family all favor keeping one? But if every family member had once transformed into a crow, everything began to make sense relatively well. So, the price of immortality is that everyone in the family turns into a crow, but they return to human form eventually, which seemingly doesn't interfere with the act of taking over another's body. Martin assessed the situation. If this were true, the negative effect of this card was truly minuscule. Like Henry, if he hadn't taken measures and cooperated with his so-called those people, he'd likely have his body stolen. Thus, the old sir would still reincarnate into a normal person, ideally during the prime of that person's physical state. There's still something off. Martin, looking at Henry whose half-face was covered in blood, sensed something unusual. Chapter 89, Requiem. Martin was well aware that world cards always came with some degree of negative effect. Take the one called Alchemical Hound, for example. It induced an insatiable appetite. The gentle and friendly box crafted by the Crimson Bride brought about an unparalleled craving for blood, and the Twin Flames card unleashed uncontrollable madness. These were all Martin's personal experiences with world cards. As the tier of the deck increased, the corresponding negative effects became more severe and harder to control. Given that, the effect of the 5th tier Scales card seemed somewhat unreasonable. While Martin was pondering the negative effect of the Black Crow's gift, Henry, his face half covered in blood, suddenly burst into laughter. He clenched his left hand again, causing the already coagulating blood to flow once more, the dark red stains on the carpet gradually spreading. What? Got nothing to say. Henry's golden hair was disheveled, and his demeanor had become utterly dejected. A peculiar atmosphere permeated the air. Martin sensed something amiss. This wasn't due to any negative effect, but rather the current state of Henry himself. Ever since the massive vine was burned down by lava kiss, Henry's behavior had turned neurotic. Martin initially thought it was a result of suffering a great blow and subsequently succumbing to self-abandonment. But this performance seemed overly deliberate. He even slashed open his own palm just to display his impure blood. It was as though there were too many traces of a staged act here. This is you, father. Always cold, always looking at those around you with condescension, never explaining a thing. Even though today's you seems a bit strange, it doesn't matter anymore. Henry's eyeballs were full of bloodshot veins. He looked at his injured left hand as if admiring a piece of art. The time has been sufficient. Henry smiled, turning his head towards Martin seated in the high-backed chair, his lips curling into the widest of arcs. As he spoke, several faint traces began rising from beneath the carpet in the room, indicative of some unknown creatures rapidly crawling underneath. Then, a number of small vines pierced through the carpet and emerged from the ground, absorbing Henry's blood like tentacles. In the blink of an eye, they had sucked up all the blood. The originally thin branches thickened after absorbing the blood, their tops beginning to grow tumor-like protrusions, emitting eerie green light akin to eyes. Like the previous large vine, these wrapped around Henry, behaving like obedient pets. Henry extended his left hand, and one of the vines immediately approached to lick the remaining blood on his palm. I forgot to mention this, father. A sneer crept onto Henry's lips as he toyed with the tendrils in his hand while speaking. These vines have been nourished by my blood. See, the nourishment of blood makes them stronger, more enticing. Now I want to know, you can burn one vine, but can you simultaneously burn all the vines in this room? Countless thick vines pierced the walls, shredded the carpet, and shot out like steel needles towards Martin's position. No one had anticipated such a scene, and Martin didn't even have time to react. Eddie and Solomon at the door were too far away to reach him in time, leaving Martin to face alone the attack of vines emerging from the floor, walls, and ceiling. His lava kiss was already completely depleted, so he could no longer eliminate the vines effortlessly. Even if he still had it, with attacks coming from all sides, he would certainly be unable to manage everything. Dangerous auras surrounded Martin like countless sharp blades, pricking against his skin. His first instinct was to ignite the twin flames. However, just like the lava kiss, this fire couldn't handle so many assaults. The vines were now right in front of Martin. Just as he decided to use the physical enhancement granted by Virgin Mary's body to dodge, they all suddenly froze. Not only those that had emerged from the ground, but also those extending from the walls and those dropping from the ceiling. All the vines halted instantaneously in place. Henry's eyes widened upon seeing this scene. Staring intently at the motionless vines, he sprinkled fresh blood from his left-hand wounds over them. The drops of blood landed in front of Martin, splashing onto a few of the stationary, probing vines. The moment the blood touched the vines, they writhed and twisted as if given the strongest stimulant, expressing their joy. But they too did not cross the strange vacuum space surrounding Martin, as if there was an invisible shield around him, preventing the vines from getting closer. How could this be? Henry's emotions surged. He had painstakingly lured the vines of desire from outside the house inside, then nourished them with his blood to ensure their obedience. Everything had been going smoothly. Neither the shepherd at the door nor the father sitting in the high-back chair had any suspicions. He had previously felt strange about why the entire villa was filled with vines and twigs, yet none dared to enter the room where his father was located, as if they feared something. But when he sensed the vines slowly drilling into the carpet beneath his feet, he understood that all previous concerns were unnecessary. Once the vines grew into the room, this place would become his territory. After all, those people explained to him when giving him the most original vines of desire, that these vines, once fed by his own blood, would possess power comparable to at least a squad of mercenaries. But now, despite everything proceeding according to his plan, an unexpected situation arose at the final step. None of the stimuli by his blood showed any effect. On Martin's side, while observing the dark light emanating from the vines surrounding him that dared not take a single step further, he felt a wave of heat leaping in his shirt pocket. He reached in and pulled it out. It was the rose card. Mother Goddess remains 01, Forbidden Conception. This card began to tremble slightly, its temperature rapidly increasing. Once the card was drawn out, the vines twisting midair seemed to have received some kind of stimulus and began to retreat sharply, withdrawing back to Henry. This must be the effect of the card. Martin stared at the reversed rose card in his hand, which seemed to strongly suppress the vines of desire, just like a natural enemy. Realizing the unfavorable trend, Henry instantly abandoned attacking Martin and instead turned around, manipulating the vines to rush towards Eddie and Solomon at the door. Just then, a harmonica sound arose. Solomon held a black harmonica in both hands, and a tranquil and peaceful melody drifted from his mouth. The melody sounded like an owl's call, evoking memories of a serene garden and faintly flowing moonlight. This was the effect of the third card in the scales set, Requiem, whose tranquil and peaceful tune could quickly send one into sleep. As Henry moved forward, his steps became heavier, his body began to wobble, and his eyelids involuntarily wanted to close. Though he realized something was amiss, the growing drowsiness made it impossible for him to think of a response method. His thoughts gradually slowed down, and with only sheer willpower, he managed to direct the nearby vines to attack Solomon. However, before reaching Solomon, those vines began to twist unnaturally, losing their target. They eventually collapsed onto the ground and started instinctively growing and spreading, but at an excruciatingly slow speed. Henry also collapsed onto the ground, curling up his body and emitting steady breaths. The prolonged harmonica melody stopped, and Solomon glanced at the fallen Henry and the twisted vines beside him, sighing softly. The Requiem itself is a powerful offensive card from the Scales' third-tier deck. Its ability has already become formidable. However, Solomon hadn't used it earlier because people who fell asleep after hearing the Requiem might die during their slumber. Scales fundamentally differs from Water Mirror, which creates illusions and dreams as it touches on the heavy realm of death. Even the lowest third-tier deck involves death. Solomon still remembered the inscription on the card when he incorporated the Spades 3. Tell me, does the Grim Reaper knock? Solomon grew up in the monastery since childhood and was always taught that death gives rise to new life. Thus, death for him was sacred. He could not accept suicide and had a natural aversion to killing, which deprives others of their lives. So he seldom played the Requiem. He basically only used it when there was no other option. You're so skillful with this ability. Why didn't you use it earlier? After confirming that Henry no longer posed a threat, Eddie complained to Solomon. Solomon, as usual, ignored her and approached Martin, wanting to discuss with Martin how to handle this Viscount. Their mission had encountered too many unexpected situations this time, even involving the revived evil organization, the Rosicrucian Order. Martin, as the client, and Solomon, as Shirley's hired helper, had to come up with a plan. Regarding that crazy woman, Eddie, under clear conditions forbidding female participation, she still dressed up and joined the mission. If it weren't for the unexpected issues with the task, she might have faced expulsion from the club. As for whether it was necessary to report Eddie's situation to the club, Martin could handle that headache. Just as he was walking straight toward Martin, The body of Henry, who had fallen into a deep sleep on the ground, suddenly began to tremble all over. His formerly peaceful expression turned grim, as if he were experiencing the most terrible nightmare. His muscles tightened, his neck veins bulged, and sweat soaked through his blonde hair. Solomon had already walked past him and didn't notice these changes, but Eddie not far away spotted them. She came over and squatted beside Henry. In just a few breaths, his body relaxed again, his expression returned to normal, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, his eyes snapped open. Eddie was startled. She saw a pair of turbid and cold-blooded eyes, like a starving wolf that had suddenly locked its gaze on her. And in the very next second after opening, those turbid eyes became clear again, as if regressing from old age back to youthful vigor. Solomon, Xianxia. Eddie wanted to inform Solomon, but she was interrupted midway, unable to make another sound. Because her mouth, her jaw, had been clamped tightly by a hand strong like an eagle's claw. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Henry's mouth, his demeanor now completely unlike the previously stunned, hesitant individual. He tightly gripped Eddie's jawbone and pulled her head up as he slowly stood up. Chapter 90, Reincarnation. Addie. Martin saw Henry, who had been lying on the ground here, suddenly stand up and firmly grab Addie's head. Addie was struggling violently, making sounds from her mouth, but to no avail. Henry's left hand gripped tighter and tighter, his madness and ferocity showing plainly on his face. Addie was lifted off the ground, her feet dangling. As a petite woman, she was utterly incapable of resistance. Realizing there was no escape, Addie stopped trying to hold on to Henry with her left hand, instead letting it drop down. From her sleeve slid a coin, which she grasped in her hand, and then flung upwards. The coin flipped several times in the air before landing steadily back into her palm. And just as the coin fell, not far from Henry on the desk, a candle suddenly tipped over. This could have been due to those vines growing wildly everywhere, or it might just have been a coincidence. Either way, this candle dropped onto the floor. Then, the candle ignited the thick, plush carpet beneath, flames quickly rising. By the time Henry, whose expression looked bizarre, noticed, the fire had already spread to under his feet and was climbing rapidly along his clothing. A searing heat hit him, and Henry forgot about Addie, loosening his left-hand grip as he started trying to extinguish the flames on his body. But that fire, as if aided by the wind and flammable materials, showed no sign of diminishing. It only grew bigger and more determined. Its target was solely Henry, and the fire did not spread in any other direction across the carpet. Henry's leather shoes and suit pants were already alight, and an intense burning pain shot through him. He squinted, not showing much panic, but rather spreading out his hands around him. Something strange happened. The surrounding aimless vines, which until now had been growing instinctively, suddenly reacted as if strongly called upon and attracted. They swarmed towards Henry. They crossed over the flames on the carpet, entwining Henry's feet and legs. Layers of vines piled on top of each other. The innermost layer of vines soon burned into dried twigs, yet because of the added layers of vines, the oxygen for the flames on Henry's legs was cut off, and finally, the flames slowly extinguished. With his lower half surrounded by vines, Henry looked slightly disheveled. He frowned as he glared at Addie not far away, who was coughing violently, and said resentfully, "The wheel." Addie had barely recovered from the ordeal. She had felt like facing a famished, brutal beast that had completely overwhelmed her with its menacing aura. Had it not been for her passive luck, she would probably not have escaped so easily. This was the ability carried by her as the Red Heart 3 of the wheel card set, the Gambler. She could obtain extraordinary luck at a certain moment every day, the exact moment of which could be initiated by flipping a coin. However, this luck would bring her equal misfortune, and this misfortune was unpredictable. This was the negative effect of the Gambler. As the entry-level card set of the wheel, the motto of the Gambler was, "Luck brings hope, but misfortune brings miracles." True gamblers understand that luck and misfortune always come together. So, they prefer to accumulate their luck rather than spend it recklessly. This may well be the key for the Gambler to advance to hearts for the Hermit. But Addie hadn't fully understood yet. She was accustomed to flipping a coin at the gambling table to initiate good fortune without worrying about the resulting misfortunes. She often managed to escape the perilous consequences brought by these misfortunes, which was one of the reasons she was called the Madwoman. Being a gambler, she also harbored Spades 3 of the wheel, god of gambling's poker cards, referring to the 3 cards she had revealed earlier when caught by the vines and while opening the door. When these 3 poker cards showed pairs or straight sequences, the success probability of her current actions or the probability of avoiding danger would increase. The better the cards, the greater the increase. Even nearly impossible tasks, if the cards were good enough, could succeed through various coincidences. When she was trapped by the vines, the poker cards turned up 3 single cards, leading to failure. Later, when Addie tried to open the door, she dealt out a straight of 6, 7, 8, which was sufficient for opening the door. But her strength was only enough to pry open a small crack. Henley, becoming increasingly unhinged, accurately identified the name of Addie's Genesis card, which amazed her. Although his previous schemes were somewhat unexpected, he had still seemed normal overall. But now, based solely on his ability to recognize the wheel cards, there was a high probability he was a savior. Why did Henry seem so changed after waking up? Addie was very confused. The same confusion also appeared on Salomon's face. He had never before seen someone who could wake up voluntarily from the requiem. Not a single one. Looks like the person Henry brought isn't bad. Henry's voice sounded. Countless green glowing vines swirled around him. the vines below gathering together like a huge snake's tail. This made this Henry look somewhat sinister, like a half-man, half-beast monster. The oppressive force conveyed by this scene far exceeded that of his previous self, when he only had a single vine. This is the feeling of fusion, blood flowing in from all sides. Is this the power of another species? This isn't pollution at all. Henry roared loudly, and the vines all trembled slightly before spreading out more urgently, weaving into a large spider web around Henry. Martin furrowed his brow as the Henry opposite him actually uttered the word mutant. He noticed that the green mist surrounding the earlier Henry was mostly clear, but now it had turned viscous and its color had shifted to a dark green, like a pool of clear water, turning murky. Martin understood that some enormous changes had occurred within this Henry, even though outwardly he looked just the same. Lifting his hands, he observed the wounds on his palms with interest, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. The wheel, and what caused Henry to fall asleep before must be Libra. This Henry lowered his hand and began examining Salomon. You are indeed an undertaker, but you're nothing more than an undertaker. Pity. I wanted to ask you about the monastery situation, but it seems like you don't know much. In response to Henry's rambling, Salomon frowned, instinctively sensing something wasn't right. The next moment, Salomon once again pulled out his harmonica, ready to play the requiem again. Before the harmonica touched his lips, several vines shot toward him swiftly. Their speed far surpassed the ones Henry controlled earlier, appearing almost instantly. Their afterimages all Salomon, Addie, and others could see. Surprised at the sudden increase in flexibility of the vines, Salomon quickly retreated to dodge the incoming attacks. Could the earlier Henry have been holding back? His mind brimmed with questions. If those earlier vines had been so flexible, they probably would have caused casualties immediately upon contact, giving him no chance to even play the requiem. But undertakers were roles primarily focused on control and support. After evading a few precisely aimed assaults, Salomon started showing signs of exhaustion and was struggling to keep up. At this moment, Martin and others moved forward, grabbing hold of Salomon and relying on their agile movements to narrowly evade several nearly unavoidable vines. They then retreated to a place farther away from Henry. Holding Salomon steady, Martin tightly stared at the eyes of the distant Henry. There was absolutely no emotional fluctuation in those eyes, only a mocking sense akin to a cat toying with a mouse. You're not Henry. Martin crouched down, ready for defense, speaking aloud. That pair of eyes flickered over, initially blinking slightly, then narrowing. This mask. This seems to be the effect of false face, isn't it? Did you use it to successfully deceive Henry, who possessed the vine of desire? This, Henry, continued referring to himself in the third person. Hearing this, Martin confirmed his thoughts. You are the old duke who has already passed away. Upon hearing Martin's words, both Salomon and Addie displayed expressions of disbelief. They had heard the earlier Henry recount his father's outrageous and cruel actions toward the family descendants, but until now, they hadn't truly encountered evidence of this. Facing this evil spirit who had lived for hundreds of years. Oh, on your body, there's a familiar aura. The old duke began to seriously examine Martin. His expression grew increasingly strange. Just as he furrowed his brow and began showing signs of confusion, numerous vines by the door suddenly retreated into the room. Henry glanced at the doorway briefly, then looked at the clock hanging on the wall. The vines surrounding him stopped spreading outward and gradually gathered together. Those people are about to arrive. What a pity. I don't have time to properly exchange thoughts with you. Henry combed his golden hair, searched through his coat pocket, and then pulled out an old pair of glasses. Seeing the glasses, he smiled satisfactorily and said to Martin, next time, I'll come find you again. The alien aura on you has truly piqued my curiosity. As he spoke, he put on the old pair of glasses, and the moment he did, his entire demeanor transformed. Aside from his slightly mismatched beard, he looked like a handsome tutor. The next time we meet, I will surely cut open your chest to see how you've almost perfectly assimilated this alien aura. Henry stared at Martin through the lenses as he uttered these words that instantly tensed his body. Then he turned his head toward Salomon, giving him a slight smile and saying, if you get to see the old dean, tell him his unambitious student Boaz sends his regards. One last piece of advice. If you want to stay alive, leave this castle as soon as possible. I don't want some nearly perfect specimen to be snatched away by the Rose Society. Henry curled the corners of his lips into a faint smile, after which the vines wrapped tightly around his body, forming a cocoon made entirely of vines. It quickly took shape and rushed towards the door with an open gap, disappearing into the darkness outside in the blink of an eye. Chapter 91, Grey Book. Boaz. Hines thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I don't recall anyone by that name. Perhaps it's one of the warrior monks from the Phoenix Monastery. You know, they generally live on Mount Athos. He explained this to Martin. It was already the next day. After the man who called himself Boaz left via the vines last night, Martin and the others decided after discussion to withdraw from the estate, as he had suggested. They compared what Boaz had said with what Henry had told them, and also considered the possibility that Boaz might be deceiving them. In the end, they still decided to trust him. After all, given the strength he had displayed through the vines at the time, dealing with Martin and his two companions should not have been difficult for him, but he still left in a hurry, as if avoiding something. After leaving the estate, Salomon found that his private carriage which should have been waiting at the gate was gone, probably having fled due to the commotion from within the estate. Fortunately, Manager Inc. brought them to the family carriage within the estate, and finally Eddie drove the carriage and took them all back to Cavite City. Among the group, only Eddie had experience driving a carriage. but judging from her performance later, she probably hadn't driven many times. When Martin and the others went downstairs from the second floor of the villa, they discovered that all the vines outside had disappeared at some point, leaving only heavily damaged floors and walls and numerous dead servants. Most of them were left with severed limbs and pools of blood. While leaving, the group tried their best to search for any traces of survivors, but found nothing. It seemed that perhaps the only person alive among the entire estate besides Old Ink who was with them was him. The group returned to the Sunflower Carriage, spent a night at the high-end hotel under the auction house, and early the next morning, Salomon led them to report the situation of the commission to the intermediaries of the Shepherd's Club. The intermediary is the person responsible for receiving, reviewing, and issuing various wool tasks in the club. The old Susie that Martin had previously seen in the womb hall was one of them. There was also Vessel Futuo and Fenier Dunton, who were responsible for reviewing this task. Their names and signatures were recorded on the chased parchment, making them part of the intermediary position as well. Different intermediaries might handle different matters and excel in different areas. Shirley said that Susie was an extremely capable shepherd when she was young. After growing older, she became a specialist in collecting and accepting bounty missions thanks to the connections she had built in her youth. However, no one quite knows why, but the chances of accidents happening with tasks signed under her were higher than those under other intermediaries. These accidents sometimes brought unexpected benefits, but more often they brought unforeseeable dangers. As a result, very few shepherds would willingly take her commissions. Shirley sighed here, mentioning that it was likely someone like Eddie who let Martin take Susie's job for the first time. Martin realized then that Eddie had misled him, but given her personality, she probably didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Thinking about it, he originally believed that taking an embalming job wouldn't cause any problems. At least it didn't involve catching adulterers or stealing bodies, things that sounded strange from the start. Shirley even specifically found him an embalmer to help out. But unexpectedly, behind the seemingly ordinary embalming job lay so many events. In the end, there were no corpses to embalm, the commissioner ran away, and they ended up getting involved with the Peculiar Rose Society. Before reporting to the intermediary, Martin had already thought that this time the bounty would be lost. The big house he had been longing for was so close yet vanished in the blink of an eye. What surprised Martin was that one of the people they reported to turned out to be Mr. Hines. He had planned to visit after completing the task. Yesterday, he left for the mission too suddenly and didn't expect to meet him here. After seeing him, Hines nodded slightly and then began questioning him along with the other intermediaries about the details of the incident. Upon examining the Curse of the Black Crow and the Mother Goddess Remnant 01, Forbidden Gestation, cards that Martin brought back, combined with the investigation conducted by the club on the estate scene, the intermediaries mostly believed the words of the three of them, particularly regarding the earlier Scales card, which had reached Stage V. There was no reason for the three of them to lie just because of the failure of this task. After checking, the two Genesis cards were returned to Martin. These belonged to their additional gains from the mission and did not need to be handed over to the club. This was likely also the unexpected benefit Shirley had mentioned concerning Susie's tasks. This incident also caught the attention of the Holy Light Church and the Fingerlang Police Hall. All the servants in one estate were brutally murdered, and it involved the long-disappeared Rose Society. Anyone could tell that there was more to this matter behind the scenes. After explaining everything clearly, Martin asked the intermediaries about the man who had called himself Boaz. He had speculated at the time that this person was the old Sir Good, family probably being just his disguise. Unfortunately, none of the intermediaries had ever heard of this name, nor did Hines. After the report concluded, Martin, Salomon, and Eddie left the Sunflower Carriage together and walked out to the street in front of the entrance. He originally planned to visit Hines to ask him about his doubts regarding this mission, but Hines, with an apologetic tone, told Martin he might not have time today and asked him to come back tomorrow. Since joining the Shepherd's Club, Hines seemed incredibly busy, and Martin could sense the fatigue accumulating on his shoulders. But all he could do was remind the old gentleman to take care of his health. Despite his tight schedule, Hines earnestly instructed Martin that the two Genesis cards would be best stored either at the Sunflower Carriage or entrusted here for auction. Keeping them on his person would invite misfortune. Martin subsequently followed Hines's advice and stored the two Genesis cards in the safe harbor vault of the Sunflower Carriage. The process of storing the cards went very smoothly. Many shepherds, after completing their missions, would store items obtained during their missions at safe harbor or directly entrust them to the Sunflower Carriage to sell. Since it was internal staff handling these, only a symbolic fee was charged for the shepherd's side. Exiting through the large door carved with sunflowers, Martin expressed his gratitude to Salomon and promised that if he received the bounty, he would definitely share part of it with him. As for Eddie, he now wanted nothing more than to distance himself from this crazy woman. Working with her on another task based on pure luck might very well get him killed one day. What Martin said to Salomon was truly his sincere thought. If it had been merely an embalming job, then accepting Salomon's free help would have been fine. Owing Shirley a favor wouldn't have been too burdensome. However, the twists in this mission greatly increased its danger. Even the intermediaries had upgraded the task's quality level from the 20 quality level, white wool class, to the 50 quality level, gray wool class. This marked the upper limit of gray wool tasks. Exceeding 50 quality points, it would become a silver wool task, usually handled by the shepherds on the second floor. Perhaps considering the impact of the mission as well as the current uncertain outcome, these intermediaries hadn't pushed the revision of the task quality too harshly. In response to Martin's genuine gratitude, Salomon didn't accept his offer, but simply said he became a shepherd not for the reward. He certainly didn't lack this amount of money. Considering his attire and that somewhat luxurious private carriage, Martin couldn't help but marvel that what might be his struggle's endpoint was likely Salomon's starting point, which left him a little disheartened. After all, he still carried a massive debt owed to the sunflower carriage. If you ever have another bounty mission and need companions, you can write me a letter to contact me. I live at number 113, Charlie Cross Street. Salomon put on his gentleman's hat and mentioned this before leaving. Of course, the next mission will normally distribute the rewards. Salomon smiled faintly and bid farewell to Martin and Eddie before walking into the streets still misty in the early morning. I don't need any part of the reward either, we agreed, so that's final. Eddie watched Salomon leave, turning around and laughing as she said to Martin, I never intended to give it to you. Martin muttered under his breath. By now, Eddie had already changed back into her previous outfit, an old suede hat, soft chestnut hair, a gray and black checkered skirt, different only in her new pair of black boots, which made her appear a bit taller though she still barely reached Martin's chest. But judging from her attire, no one could imagine this petite young lady was a savior, and even a habitual gambler frequenting casinos. This trip was pretty fun. Overall, I think you're alright for a rookie. Eddie stared with wide eyes at Martin, her voice unconsciously carrying that same lazy maturity from before. Does this mean recognition? Compared to me, it seems to me like you're the rookie. Martin continued his internal complaints when he heard Eddie say, So, I believe from now on you can handle the following missions on your own, while I go to pre-chest to collect my payment. Eddie showed a satisfied smile after finishing the mission, and then her expression became richer as if immersed in some pleasant fantasies. She continued, After collecting my reward, I'll go to the midnight round table for a few hands of cards and maybe grope Belly's ample chest. Oh, that's quite enticing. She went on like this, completely disregarding Martin beside her. Martin raised a hand to his forehead, unsure why Precious had assigned him such a person for his onboarding training. Well, rookie, if you ever need someone to team up with for bounties, look me up at the midnight round table. And, preferably don't bring along that last embalmer, he was too dull. With that, Eddie gave Martin a wink, adjusted her suede hat, and disappeared into the morning mist. After Eddie left, Martin made his way to the public tram station, intending to ride back to the Spring of Mercury. He needed to prepare more of the Kiss of Lava. The success of escaping this mission was largely due to the potion, and Martin also noticed that with the help of the potions, the Alchemist Hound far surpassed the other third-tier professions, such as the embalmer and gambler, in terms of mobility, attacking ability, and even self-preservation. While waiting for the tram, Martin pulled out a silver ring from the lining pocket of his jacket. This was what Eddie had taken from Henry when he fell under the influence of the Requiem, and went into slumber. She handed it over to Martin later as gratitude for saving her earlier. According to Eddie, all her luck for the day was already spent while dealing with the awakened Henry, so keeping this valuable item would only bring her misfortune. Under the influence of the identity theft mask, Martin felt compelled to steal an item from another person, which is why he readily accepted the ring. Though he wasn't sure if this qualified as theft, the mask on his face hadn't shown any signs of negative changes yet. According to Eddie, Henry had clutched the ring tightly in his hand just before slipping into unconsciousness. She had noticed it immediately upon bending down to check on him, but was then quickly grabbed by the head by the revived Henry. Martin examined the simple silver ring. Apart from a single black gem embedded at the top edge of its outer circle, it seemed ordinary on the surface. The gem bore a carving resembling a miniature fortress. Since Henry had gripped it even while losing consciousness, it must have been important enough for him to try and save himself with it. But exactly what was special about this ring? Upon closer inspection, Martin discovered a name etched in elegant cursive letters inside the band. He whispered it softly. Greyfort. Chapter 92, Black Cat Alley. In the warehouse made of red bricks, Martin sliced a potato into thin pieces, then washed them, added salt, boiled them, drained the water with strong liquor for marination, and finally fried them with oil squeezed from deer horn caraway. Ever since he let Junk and the others taste the flavor of his potato chips last time, they became an enticing snack at Mercury Spring. At first, people only came to buy medicine and get treatments, and would take some potato chips home as well. But after a few days, many began visiting the shop specifically to purchase them. After all, the prices set by Belisarius and Junk were quite low. Even ordinary female workers could afford to buy a bag after work to bring home for their children as a snack. And the handsome young man who was fond of the fish and chips store, Edward, had also frequently visited Mercury Spring these past 2 days. He no longer came for Belisarius to address his hair loss issues, but specifically to eat the freshly fried potato chips. To Edward, price didn't matter, so Martin felt that his chips should be almost on par in taste with the fish and chips from the fish and chips store. After making plain-flavored potato chips for the first time, Martin tried adding chili powder and black pepper. To his pleasant surprise, he discovered cumin in the warehouse. The people here mainly used cumin as a spice, rarely incorporating it into food. However, cumin paired perfectly with fried potato chips. With just a little salt added, it created a richer taste than the plain one. It was simply perfect. Moreover, inspired by his foodie experience from his previous life, Martin also incorporated some mustard powder into the frying process, making the potato chips both stimulating and appetizing. This variety quickly became the fastest-selling kind after its introduction. Martin had eaten mustard-flavored chips in his previous life. However, perhaps due to its distinctive taste, mustard-flavored ones were not easily found. Now, he could make them himself, and it seemed that the people here had an abnormal fascination with them, which thrilled him immensely. After sprinkling the corresponding seasonings onto the freshly fried potato chips, Martin handed the box of chips over to Junk to take to the front hall. The number of customers at Mercury Spring had significantly increased. Although most came to try the increasingly famous fried potato chips, they also bought some affordable medicines on Belisarius' suggestion. After all, when people didn't come to the pharmacy, they could ignore any discomfort in their bodies. But once they were there, they still wanted to consult the pharmacist about their ailments, either to gain peace of mind or buy some medicine if there was a real problem. And these medicines weren't expensive. Judging by the current situation, the effect of the fried potato chips surpassed the hot soy sauce that Belisarius and the others initially planned to buy from Johnny at the bundle cafeteria. Martin watched all this happen and felt at ease. He genuinely wanted to help this master-apprentice pair. Besides, the more people tasted the potato chips he fried, the more gluttony, power he absorbed. Over the past few days, he could feel large amounts of cool white mist flooding into his body every day. In addition to making his sense of smell, as Alchemy Hound, more acute, these effects also ensured that the 2 recipe books wouldn't fall back into dormancy. 2 out of the 3 fire crow feathers Harris brought last time had been used, leaving just 1, which wasn't enough to concoct a batch of lava kiss. Martin was pondering how to continue trading with Harris. Harris's Dark Alchemy Guild should have plenty of magical drug materials. Martin still remembered that Harris mentioned last time that the guild treated fire crows as mind lamps. Thus, Harris, or rather the Alchemy Guild itself, represented a vast storage house to Martin. All that remained for him to figure out was how to extract the needed ingredients from this treasure trove. Exchange, what else do I have that can be traded continuously? Martin sat down. He'd been standing the entire time while frying those potato chips. Despite his greatly improved physical condition, he still felt a bit weary. Not coming up with anything, Martin stopped racking his brain because he had other things to do. Yesterday, when he used identity theft, he recalled that it had been a few days since he handed over the Hand of Glory card to Mrs. Lucia. He wondered if she had managed to craft any corresponding magic items yet. Therefore, Martin decided to visit Black Cat Alley today to inquire about matters concerning the good family. Martin had always been troubled by Boaz's words before he left. As a novice shepherd undertaking his first mission, he was already being targeted by a possibly centuries-old ancient creature. As Eddie put it, perhaps all his luck was exhausted while escaping from the Golden Sparrow Palace. Thus, Martin was eager to know how exactly he had taken over the body of one of the good family's youths and how he had managed to resurrect in Henry's body after his flesh was destroyed. He also brought along a silver ring engraved with the words, Grey Citadel, wanting Mrs. Lucia to take a look at it. He was somewhat worried that Boaz might track him down through this ring. Among the people Martin knew, he felt that only the Luciac-backed Wrench Brotherhood had extensive knowledge about the Cavides nobles, these great families, and the creation cards. The coachman who last drove him and Shirley to the Goddess Arcade left a deep impression on Martin. He mentioned Courage Shipyard, which Martin later specifically inquired about. It was a very large factory in the Eastern District. The factory owner frequently entered and exited City Hall and was a regular visitor to the administrator's home. This proved that the influence of the Wrench Brotherhood had reached the pinnacle of power in Cavides. Therefore, after having lunch with Belisarius and Junk, Martin set out for the Black Cat Alley according to the address provided by Mrs. Lucia previously. The Brotherhood's base where he last rode in Mrs. Lucia's carriage was located underground in the Black Cat Alley, which was near the Rose Square as part of the shops participating in the reindeer market. Martin walked through Green Spider Street and arrived at the familiar Cabanon Avenue. There were many people on the avenue. Today being Sunday, everyone was heading to the Cabanon Cathedral for their holy light worship service. Having been in Cavides for more than a week, Martin gradually became familiar with this city and found a job that offered some protection. Aside from feeling uneasy about the royal warrant for his arrest and the presence of William Hilton around Hesian, he felt his life was settling into place. The memories of his past life were fading, and this was a world brimming with mystery and eeriness. There were numerous dangers here, but there were also many opportunities waiting for him to uncover. Martin arrived at St. Charles Street west of the Cabanon Church and followed the street until he came to number 232. From afar, he saw the shop sign jutting out with an engraving of a black cat shadow and cursive letters below it reading Black Cat Alley. Looking up, the shop had a distinctively individualistic style, painted entirely in black. As Martin pushed the door open, he found himself entering a large hall. On either side of the hall were tall standing cabinets, containing countless strange items. Directly facing the entrance was a long counter lit with electric lights, behind which sat a charming young woman. She wore a dark green silk shirt, her long hair flowing down, radiating a striking beauty. In this era, electric lights were quite uncommon. Most people used candles, and the fats used to burn them often had peculiar smells, which Martin had noticed before and remembered vividly. Behind the long counter was a large square spiral staircase surrounding the hall on all sides, leading upstairs. Looking upward, Martin realized the shop likely spanned 5 or 6 floors, probably connecting the entire building vertically. On the second and third floors above, there were many customers, some handling curiosities from wall cabinets, others engaging in heated discussions with their companions, and many ladies marveling at the exquisite objects in display cases. As for the higher floors, Martin could no longer make out the details. Above, the floors were staggered, featuring many railings, wooden staircases, and revolving display cabinets. People gathered everywhere, and the clamor resounded from above. This was the first time Martin had seen a store packed with so many customers. With so many guests already, why did Mrs. Lucia still bother to attract more business? Martin recalled meeting Lucia beneath the Cabanon Cathedral when she was describing her shop's items to a viscount. Martin had thought the Black Cat Alley mainly targeted nobles and wealthy merchants, never expecting it to have such appeal among commoners too. "Good afternoon, sir," What may I help you find? Martin approached the counter where the girl stood up and warmly inquired about his needs. The Black Cat Alley offers a variety of magical daily goods and highly effective armors. I especially recommend rings made from beggar buttons, a new product we've recently launched with excellent demon-repelling qualities and bringing long-lasting good luck. The most important thing is that it's Sunday today, and we're offering a special discount. The girl winked at Martin. Her long hair flowed freely, radiating warmth without overwhelming pressure. She took out a necklace made to resemble burdock pods from a nearby cabinet and began enthusiastically promoting it to Martin. Hello, I'm here to see Mrs. Lucia. You just need to tell her that Martin has come to visit. Martin smiled and explained his purpose to the long-haired girl. Thanks to the set of clothes chosen by Mrs. Lucia, his demeanor now resembled that of a true gentleman. Oh, so you're Mr. Martin. The girl's face showed surprise. She put down the necklace and quickly said, Mrs. Lucia is on the 5th floor, let me take you there. Then, Martin was led up to the 5th floor. As they ascended the staircase, Martin realized this place was like a mini department store. Everything one could imagine, or even not, was available here. Floors 1 through 3 were crowded with many customers, predominantly young people who dressed elegantly with an air of nobility. Boys wore bowler hats and suit jackets, exuding a hint of maturity amidst their youthfulness, while the girls were fashionably adorned. From the 3rd floor, following a circular staircase up to the 4th, there were hardly any people or display cabinets here. Instead, it was filled with closed doors leading to rooms whose contents remained unknown. Ascending to the 5th floor, the guide knocked on a door before pushing it open. This revealed an office-like room, featuring an intricately designed desk, several soft-backed sofas, and a standing cabinet filled with items. The room wasn't large. Lucia sat behind the desk wearing glasses as she reviewed some documents. Coincidentally, Shirley was also present. Chapter 93, The Fair Glove. The long-haired young woman did not enter the office, but instead gestured for Martin to go ahead at the doorway. Martin stepped into the office, where a thick carpet covered the floor. Lucia rose from behind her exquisite walnut desk, warmly coming forward to greet him. Mr. Martin, what brings you here? Oh, that's right. The magical item you commissioned us to create is already finished. I was planning to have it delivered to your address. That won't be necessary. Martin smiled gently. I happened to be nearby and had something I wanted to ask you, so I took the liberty of coming directly. Not at all. If the seer visits Black Cat Alley, I'm sure everyone in the Brotherhood will be delighted. Lucia pulled a beautifully crafted wooden box from the drawer of her desk and handed it to Martin. The Glove of Glory creation. I believe you'll be satisfied with it. Martin looked at the brown wooden box, his curiosity piqued by its contents. After using the Glory Hand, once at the Goldfinch Palace, even though it had accompanied him after moving to Cavides, he could not accommodate this masked card due to already having the Alchemical Hound. Yet, he also couldn't bring himself to sell it. Transforming it into a magical item seemed to him the most ideal solution. He gently opened the lid of the wooden box, revealing a thick layer of black velvet within. Resting atop the velvet was a gray glove. Its texture was supple and appeared very light, the whole glove seamless and uniformly formed. The gray fabric shimmered with the dull sheen of satin, yet the material used was indeterminate. Seeing Martin lift the glove, Mrs. Lucia continued introducing. This glove allows you to randomly steal an object that it has come into contact with within one day. And as for its downside, wearing it draws the attention of thief gangs. Items on your person may either be stolen or lost. We call it the fair glove. While you're stealing items from others, others are stealing from you. It's very fair. Martin nodded slightly, observing it further before placing the glove back into the box and closing it. He smiled gently at Lucia and said, I'm unsure how to properly express my gratitude. Lucia smiled, shaking her head lightly. It's nothing to us. Oh, there is another item to give to you, Mr. Martin. Mrs. Lucia's expression turned serious. With a flick of her hands, a semicircular stone box, spotted with stains, appeared in her palm. Unlike the elegant wooden box holding the fair glove, this stone box appeared significantly weathered. It seemed as if it had been freshly dug up from some tomb, or perhaps just retrieved from the seabed, its surface bearing clear marks of time and history. Upon seeing this box, Martin's pupils instantly widened, and he revealed a look of surprise. Fortunately, the silver half-mask covering his face somewhat concealed this reaction. His shock stemmed from recognizing this box. He had seen it before. Aside from minor differences in material, this box was identical to the Queen's mailbox he possessed. This led him immediately to suspect that members of the Brotherhood might have followed him to his residence and stole it out. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. One reason being the material differences. The mailbox in his possession was entirely green in color, likely made of turquoise, lightweight but sturdy, with numerous black cracks on its surface. On the other hand, this stone box only showed faint traces of green amid its heavily stained surface, appearing significantly old and worn. Even if someone had taken his mailbox, it would be implausible for it to degrade like this in such a short time. Moreover, he could not comprehend the meaning behind the Brotherhood stealing this box and then returning it to him for inspection. As Mrs. Lucia held the iron box, an unprecedentedly grave look appeared on her face. After confirming you were indeed the seer, headquarters sent over an artifact left by the Queen. Apparently, during the final period before her disappearance, this stone box was frequently seen on her desk. The Queen's decree was explicit. Within 3 days of the seer's appearance, this box must be personally delivered to him. After finishing her explanation, Lucia handed over the box with both hands. Without showing any outward reaction, Martin quietly accepted the box. The tactile sensation and weight confirmed it was not the mailbox. A wave of curiosity rippled through his mind. Why would the queen leave him such a symbolically charged box? And this marked the first time he received an artifact related to the queen outside of the mailbox. As the cool, rough touch of the box traveled through his fingers, a sense of temporal dislocation passed over him. In front of Lucia and Shirley, Martin opened the box, and the two respectfully gave him space by stepping slightly away. The copper lock on the stone box was consistent with that of the mailbox, except it was covered in green verdigris, matching the color of the stone box. After opening it, an old yellowed paper letter immediately came into view. Martin took out the letter carefully, for after enduring for so long, the paper had become very fragile, as if any slightly harsh handling would reduce it to fragments. He opened it cautiously and saw that across the large sheet, only 2 sentences were written in the cursive script Martin recognized well. Do not tell me the truth. Stay away from gold. Martin furrowed his brow, feeling deeply puzzled. What truth? Why must I stay away from gold? The 2 sentences addressed completely unrelated matters. First one concerning the queen herself, and the second sounding like a warning to him. Martin thought for a while, and suddenly recalled the content of the queen's previous letter. In that letter, she instructed him to go to the underground of the Cathedral of Carpini and see if he could find something familiar. If he did, he was to write back and inform her. Afterward, when he went to the cathedral, he encountered Mrs. Lucia and others. By then, he already understood that this queen was from the past, and that the mailbox could send letters through the river of time, allowing communication between the future and the past. He hadn't told Mrs. Lucia or the others about this because Martin believed time crossing most likely involved temporal paradoxes. If he revealed to them that his present self could communicate with the queen, future developments might exceed everyone's control. This was something he had seen in numerous films from his past life. Thus, out of caution, Martin decided to wait until after exchanging correspondence with the queen to assess her attitude before making any further plans. Caution was essential. That was his earlier thinking. However, during those days, he had been engrossed in digesting the virgin flesh and creating fried potato chips, and hadn't found time to reply. What struck him as odd was that for several days, he didn't remember to write back to the queen at all. It was as if he'd forgotten about it entirely. Only now, upon seeing the letter inside the stone box, did he recall. Did she mean not to reveal that I come from the future? Martin was still unclear. Could it be that the queen also fears a temporal paradox? But why does she want me to stay away from gold? Martin carefully turned the letter over and over again. But there were only those 2 sentences, which left him even more perplexed. Couldn't the queen explain her thoughts more clearly? As for my situation, did the queen mention anything else about me? While asking aloud, he began inspecting the stone box, hoping to find other items besides the letter. Initially, he didn't hold much hope, yet astonishingly, he discovered another small wooden box hidden deep within the stone box. What's going on? A box inside a box. Martin was growing increasingly confused about what the queen intended to do. When he took it out, he saw that writing also appeared on its lid. Opening it may cause unforeseen disasters. My suggestion is to wait until you have no other options before doing so. This is everything I can offer. Although blurred, the handwriting looked fresher than that on the letter, suggesting it wasn't written at the same time. Is this a survival tactic left behind by the queen? Martin recalled the various strategies he'd heard of from his previous life. This wooden box seemed rather similar in purpose. He placed the wooden box back inside the stone box. Since the queen had warned him of its potential consequences, he couldn't find a reason to open it now. As far as I know, no. Mrs. Lucia responded at that moment, having also noticed the small wooden box. This stone box was specially delivered by the Brotherhood headquarters, and even she had not known about this item beforehand. It is said that after successfully leading us to escape the celestial fire, the queen gradually became reticent, often lost in thought alone. From then on, she began occasionally mentioning your deeds. Afterwards, the queen's temperament grew increasingly strange, becoming indifferent to everything around her, even including her family members and former subordinates who once saved her life. Until she left to accommodate the reverse card, she seemed detached from everything around her, treating people around her with the indifference of a cold machine. Mrs. Lucia let out a gentle sigh at this point. She had never met the queen, but she grew up hearing stories about her. Thus, she was both curious about and struggled to accept this transformation. A cold machine. Martin muttered softly. Does this have any connection with the queen's instruction not to reveal the truth to her? He lightly tapped his own collarbone. Regardless of the reasons, he resolved to temporarily follow the queen's instructions. Still, he needed careful consideration regarding how specifically to respond. Pushing these thoughts aside for the moment, Martin addressed Shirley, who was fiddling with a green dagger at her desk. Henry Good's commission has been completed. There were some unexpected incidents, but fortunately, no casualties occurred. We mostly owe that to the undertaker you hired. Please thank him on my behalf. I've already heard the details from Salomon. Shirley replied as she slid the dagger into its holster at her waist and stood up. It's less about owing him thanks. He should actually be thanking you. Shirley's attitude now had shifted considerably from their initial meeting, or perhaps this was her usual demeanor. The last time, certain past experiences of hers had left her thoughts unsettled. Word has it that you obtained 2 creation cards from old sir. That's quite uncommon for a newcomer. Have you deposited them in the safe haven yet? Shirley smiled. According to Salomon's account, Martin had displayed a level of seasoned adaptability and formidable strength far beyond what one would expect from a rookie. Even Salomon himself admitted he had learned much from this mission. She was already considering inviting Martin to join her on more tasks. If you haven't yet, we could store them in the Brotherhood's vault in Cavites. Its security won't be much worse than the safe haven. She added. I've already taken care of it, Martin replied succinctly. One of the reasons he came here was specifically concerning those 2 cards. I do have some questions regarding them. Salomon must have told you the specifics. I suspect that the person calling himself Boaz, who appeared at the end, is the one behind the good family, the ghost who might have lived for hundreds of years. But what I don't understand is how he maintains such an abnormal state of existence. So, I want to ask if any of you know something about it. One card is the Spades V of Scales, Black Crow's offering. The other is a reversed clubs card from Rose, rank 3rd tier. It has an unusual name. Mother Goddess remains 0-1, forbidden gestation. Mother Goddess. At the mention of this term, Lucia revealed a shocked expression. She exclaimed in surprise and instantly stood up. Chapter 94, Waist Sash. Mother Goddess? Lucia repeated it incredulously. Lucia's unusual reaction to this word confirmed Martin's previous thoughts. The extraordinary name of this card and the strongly symbolic term Mother Goddess made Martin feel uneasy. One of the purposes of the subsequent arrival of the Rosicrucian Society was undoubtedly to obtain this card, but he didn't know what secrets this 3rd stage reversed card held. However, the Brotherhood surely knew something. Do you know this title? He continued his inquiry for confirmation. Not only do I know. Lucia recovered somewhat from her shock, but her expression became increasingly grim. The Brotherhood helped a man who wanted to cross the storm sea many years ago. He wanted us to help him build an unsinkable ship. But much of the material he provided involved the pollution card, so the craftsmen and engineers refused at first. After all, the effect of the pollution card is very hard to control. Later, this man offered an irresistible reward, and we agreed only then. Mrs. Lucia walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling crowd on the street below as she continued recalling. After the relentless efforts of dozens of craftsmen, including assistance from Abel Hart's 6, master artisan god, the unsinkable ship was finally built. However, within days after its completion, all the craftsmen who worked on it either died mysteriously or disappeared. I once read records about this incident. One of the items used to craft that unsinkable ship was a reversed card called Rose. Her eyebrows furrowed. The name of that card was Mother Goddess Remnant 03, Corpse Fluid Flower Bed. Martin looked in surprise at Lucia upon hearing the name. Yes, this card is definitely related to the one you collected. The tone of Mrs. Lucia's voice carried a trace of age and weariness. According to rumors, the moisture from the bodies of those dead craftsmen had completely vanished, as if they were gradually drained dry. No matter how much water they drank, it had no effect. Martin felt the hairs on his body stand up. Later, the Rosicrucian Order found the Brotherhood, desperately wanting us to locate the whereabouts of that man. It turned out he was a traitor of the Rosicrucian Order, having stolen some important items before escaping. That reversed Mother Goddess Remnant card was one of those significant stolen items. Afterward, due to this matter, the Brotherhood and the Rosicrucian Order became enemies, and the Rosicrucian Order gradually became notorious as an evil organization. Lucia sighed deeply, bringing her explanation to an end. So, if you have that reverse card in your possession, my advice is to get rid of it as soon as possible. The Rosicrucians are making a comeback, and this time, who knows what kind of tragedy will ensue. Martin nodded. He also decided to follow Mrs. Lucia's suggestion and entrust the Rose card to the sunflower carriage, for sale. As for the other, Black Crow's gift, it would remain temporarily in the safe harbor vault. I understand. I will sell that card as soon as possible. Mrs. Lucia also solemnly nodded her head and added, the person you're asking about who calls himself Boaz, I'll inquire whether anyone in our organization knows anything. It may take some time, and if there's any result, surely we'll inform you. All right. Martin expressed his gratitude and went on. I also want to ask, is there anything with storage capabilities being sold at Black Cat Path? Some items feel unsafe when left at home, and some items need to be carried on the person. This was also one of the reasons Martin came to Black Cat Path. With more tasks coming up, he needed something portable that could act as a storage box, and he believed he could find such items here. Upon hearing Martin's needs, Mrs. Lucia exchanged glances with Shirley and replied, I think what you need is a traveler's waist bag. She immediately lifted the hem of her coat, revealing a leather belt around her waist. The belt was adorned with many gems and metals, and attached to its side were several long, delicate silver chains. On those chains hung many small objects, a perfume bottle, a silver-edged pocket mirror, a pocket watch, a fountain pen, and a small, silver cosmetic case, which was exquisitely styled and tasteful. Meanwhile, Shirley also lifted the edge of her black overcoat, exposing the belt tied around her waist. Unlike Mrs. Lucia's low-key elegance, Shirley's belt was entirely metallic. At the center of the belt was a conspicuous emblem, a silver octopus with red rubies as its eyes, and adorned with crystals around its body, making it appear both noble and luxurious. The octopus extended numerous tentacles downward, each tentacle connected to an iron chain. At the other end of these chains were scissors, lighters, unidentified silver spheres, and other items. None of them appeared to belong specifically to women. This did match Shirley's boisterous personality. The waist bag is a term men use. For us women, it might be more appropriate to call it a waist hanging. Mrs. Lucia smiled gently. Martin noticed that the surfaces of all the objects they wore had some carved patterns without exception. These patterns varied but all resembled irregularly shaped stars, which gave him a sense of familiarity. This waist hanging is not only a decorative item but also one with storage capabilities, a magical item. Mrs. Lucia said as she picked up the silver box resembling a cosmetic case. Then, with a wave of her right hand in the air, a fan made from unknown feathers suddenly appeared in her grasp. When she released her grip, allowing the fan to fall. It vanished in midair during its descent. It's because the surface of the box has been inscribed with a spatial circuit. Seeing Martin's puzzled expression, Mrs. Lucia lifted the box with her left hand so Martin could see the star-shaped engravings on the box's surface more clearly. Our brotherhood possesses a set of Queen's Legacy key magical items. Anything or any living being near them will eventually form various unique circuits on their surfaces over time. Upon investigation, we discovered that these circuits were all related to spatial laws. Some portions of these items would be partially immersed in a mysterious space. The closer the items got to the legacy item or the longer they stayed close, the larger their immersed part became, and the greater the range of that mysterious space expanded. Just like a small fountain pen, after spending one night next to the item, it would create a space inside about the size of a glass. And this space can be used to store things. With just a light rub against those circuits, whatever you want to store will instantly vanish, transferred into the pen. Another rub, and the thing reappears. After a series of further investigations and research, we roughly determined the sizes of the mysterious spaces corresponding to different times and distances. Following this, members of the Brotherhood who were quick-witted suggested we utilize this feature to turn various items into storage bags. This suggestion soon became reality. We named this product Traveler's Waste Bag, and it became very popular among royal families, great nobles, wealthy merchants, and those saviors, with different magical items alike. Because everyone wanted a storage bag that wouldn't attract attention yet could carry many personal belongings. Speaking here, Mrs. Lucia revealed a look of pride. For her to express such emotions even as the leader, it seemed this equipment was at least one of the ace products of the Black Cat path. Martin looked at the two women covered in dazzling gear and wondered how much stuff those items could possibly hold. It was hard to imagine what these two regularly carried with them. Perhaps entire arsenals? He was extremely satisfied with this item and thus asked his most important question. What's the price of this waste bag? Even the best things are useless if they're unaffordable. Mrs. Lucia displayed a slightly cunning smile, as if she had returned to the first time Martin met her in the bottom of the church. It depends on the size of the storage space you want. For instance, the fountain pen I mentioned earlier, capable of containing a glass of water, costs 50 saint-like gold coins at the Black Cat path. Mrs. Lucia laughed while saying this. That's too expensive. Hearing the price, Martin once again lamented about his poverty. But considering that you're the seer, Martin thought this elder woman was going to give him something again and was about to politely decline when he heard Mrs. Lucia continue. We can offer you an internal brotherhood discount. Still no luck. Martin completely understood Mrs. Lucia's actions. After all, business is business, and this elder had already given him plenty before. That was why Martin directly asked about the goods sold by the Black Cat path in the first place. He already owed this elder person several favors. Thus, he temporarily put aside this idea. He still owed Praxis quite a bit of gold, and didn't know how long it would take to repay. Just then, Mrs. Lucia's voice sounded again. If you can agree to a request of mine, I can advance the gold coins to help you purchase a suitable traveler's waste bag. Martin looked up at her with some surprise, and saw that the elder was looking at him earnestly. What kind of request? Lucia led Martin to the window, away from Shirley, and whispered to him. You've now become a shepherd too. My request is, if you ever get the chance, help Shirley and do not let her fall into despair. Lucia spoke sincerely, and it was only then that Martin remembered she was Shirley's grandmother, an elder who had just found her runaway granddaughter. Shirley follows in her father's footsteps to become a shepherd, but lacks an understanding of its dangers. Moreover, because of a swindler she met earlier, she no longer listens to me. Therefore, I hope that you, who are around her, will help her when she needs it. In Lucia's voice was deep love for her younger family member. Martin thought for a moment, and then nodded seriously. I will offer her all the help I can when she needs it, and that is my promise. Lucia revealed a kind smile and looked toward Shirley, who was standing nearby, idle and unbothered. So, Mr. Martin, it's been a pleasure cooperating with you. Chapter 95, The Golden Grill. Martin walked through a long corridor hung with oil paintings, then descended a wide staircase into the underground. He couldn't quite understand why the club's place for dispensing task rewards was located beneath the sunflower carriage. It was already the second day since he had left the Black Cat Alley. The previous day, after agreeing with Lady Lucia on matters related to the traveler's pouch, he had departed. Before leaving, he hadn't forgotten to inquire about the Greyhold ring from Lucia, but this seasoned mechanic of the Brotherhood had never heard of it either, which surprised Martin somewhat. This suggested two extreme possibilities. Either this Greyhold was merely a small organization with little influence, or it was a vast entity hidden deeply and known to few. Of course, the former possibility seemed more likely. Regardless, Martin could only temporarily suppress his confusion and curiosity. After spending a peaceful night in the Mercury Spring warehouse, early the next morning, news came from the club saying that his task reward had finished processing and was ready to be collected. Thus, Martin arrived early in the morning, led by a kind intermediary in the womb hall toward the club's location for distributing rewards. Martin was guided down a familiar staircase. This path he'd taken before when he had photographed Sishin on the second floor, heading toward the Sunlight Hall for goods delivery, until being teleported to the dark side of the moon due to the disguised Silver Triumph. His guide ahead opened a door engraved with two crossed golden axes, revealing yet another winding staircase behind it. Still going down, Martin was somewhat surprised. In his impression, descending further might bring them close to the vaults of Safe Haven, where a reward distribution point would usually not need such secrecy, making him feel rather incredulous. The walls on both sides of the stairs were adorned with gas lamps for lighting. These lamps looked classical and solemn, encased in metal grills, guiding their way downward. "Is this your first time here?" the intermediary asked kindly. This was an old man with a slightly hunched figure, wearing a black robe and bearing profound marks of age on his face. "Yes, I just completed my first task yesterday." Martin nodded slightly. "So you're a newcomer?" The intermediary glanced back at Martin briefly. "You're about the same age as my son, though he is more lively than you, less reserved. He also works at the club." Upon hearing that both father and son worked for the club, Martin felt it was an opportunity to make connections. Although the club's management was fairly loose, personally knowing other colleagues was still important. "What's his name?" Martin politely inquired. "Olaf Duncan," the old man answered. Shadows from the flickering lamplight made his figure appear uncertain, almost as if he might topple over any moment. "He went missing during a previous operation," the old man slowly said, seemingly reluctant to speak the truth aloud. "There's a dark birthmark below his left earlobe. If you ever meet him, please tell him that his poor fiancée, Scarlett Duncan, is still waiting for him to come home." The old man stopped walking and turned around, looking directly into Martin's eyes. "I entrust this request to you." "All right, I will deliver the message if I ever encounter Olaf." Faced with the earnest gaze of the old man, Martin responded earnestly. The old man nodded, then resumed his faltering steps, leading Martin to the end of the staircase. At the bottom of the stairs was a large gate made of black iron. Engraved on it was a cluster of golden fleece, beneath which were a few bold words. "The Golden Grill. This is where the shepherds collect their salaries and rewards. Once inside, someone will naturally tell you what to do. I won't go in." The old man pointed at the cold iron gate before him as he addressed Martin. "Good luck to you, child." After speaking these cryptic words, the old man turned and ascended the stairs again. Why does collecting a reward require good wishes? With some hesitation, Martin pushed open the heavy iron door. Inside was a room the size of an office. What caught his eye first were 2 rows of long tables placed horizontally. Numerous files were stacked on each table, some piling up like small mountains. A few people sat at every long table, mostly women busy recording something, filling the room with the rustling sound of pens scraping against paper. "Who are you looking for?" A middle-aged woman with glasses sitting near the door appraised Martin as he entered, frowning and questioning. "Hello, I'm here to collect my task bounty." Martin said this while taking out the chased parchment that documented his embalming task, ready to hand it over. He had already asked Shirley about the relevant procedures beforehand, so he avoided any awkwardness from appearing ignorant. "Except for Sundays, the verification and distribution of bounties take place in the afternoon. Wasn't this explained during your training?" The woman did not reach for the parchment Martin handed over, but instead replied coldly. Hearing her words, Martin felt a little puzzled. Why did collecting the bounty need to be time-specific? Besides, there's no intermediary's signature or seal on this, so we cannot accept it. She glanced briefly at the parchment in Martin's hands before returning to her own tasks without another word to him. This reminded Martin of stories his senior classmates from his previous life used to tell when recounting the difficulties of getting reimbursed at work. Since it involved funds, financial officers and companies would always scrutinize reimbursement forms with extreme caution and strictness, the cumbersome process and numerous documents leaving the senior students in agony. So, was he dealing with an unfriendly accountant? Martin let out a slight bitter smile. "You're new here, aren't you?" Just as Martin was about to go back and ask Shirley for clarification, a male voice sounded from beside him. "Yes." Martin nodded. "Let me see your contract." The man smiled warmly, radiating friendliness. Martin handed over the parchment. The man then took out a pair of glasses from a drawer in front of him, put them on, and began examining its contents. The chastity feature of the parchment made its text disappear after signing the contract, preventing information leaks. This pair of glasses must be a special device capable of viewing the hidden content. As the man checked, he walked to the wall, picked up a thick notebook, and started comparing notes. After checking for a while, he removed his glasses and said, "The task is completed. There are no issues except for the lack of intermediary review. I'll happen to be heading to the womb hall this afternoon. I'll get old Susie to sign for you since it's along the way. Remember, once a task is done, you need the corresponding intermediary's signature before bringing it back to the Golden Grill to claim your reward." The man slipped the parchment into a book. Strangely, the edges of the parchment began to grow irregularly until it merged with the pages of the book as if it had never been separated. Martin also noticed that the book seemed entirely made of parchment. When his parchment was reset, the other parchments inside the book quivered slightly, as if excited. "Follow me." The man placed away the parchment book and got up, leading Martin into a somewhat cramped small room. "I'm Will Kim, the second-level arbiter of the Golden Grill. Alan has been in a bad mood recently, so please understand." During the walk, the man apologized politely for the earlier woman's behavior. Martin nodded slightly, showing no offense. Yet secretly, he was curious about this name. He remembered that Shirley and Lady Lucia had mentioned it before. This Alan appeared to have once been Shirley's tutor who eloped with her. Martin silently pondered that Lady Lucia seemed to harbor some resentment and suspicion towards this woman. His own encounter earlier gave him an unfavorable impression of her, prompting him to decide to be more cautious when coming here in the future to collect rewards. The man asked Martin to wait for a moment in the room and then entered another room alone. A short while later, the man returned from the room, and Martin noticed that he now held a brass key. This is the key to unlock the residence. Its address is 36, Queen Cross Street, and currently, you have the right to live there for 1 year. Because of the disappearance of the Commissioner Henry Good, the handling of this property has yet to be determined. The club will negotiate this with the municipal hall, but you can rest assured and move in during this year. Gripping the slightly cold key in his hand, Martin felt excitement surge through him. Finally, he would have his own place. He calmly asked, "Do I need to sign for acceptance?" The man hesitated slightly, and then smiled, pointing to a corner of the room, saying, "No need. That feather pen will honestly record everything." Following his indication, Martin carefully identified and was astonished to find that suspended in the air nearby was an almost transparent feather pen. Its feathers were moving rhythmically like breathing, rapidly sketching something. It seemed to be a scene where Martin was handing over the key to the man in front of him. Simple lines that vividly depicted the scene with a brilliant yet semi-transparent glow, as if it were not in the same space as the two of them. The quill pen, noticing Martin had spotted it, instantly appeared before him. Its tip wiggled a few times, much like a human shaking his head, seemingly contemplating something. After circling around for a bit, it began writing rapidly in midair, quickly sketching out a nearly transparent unfinished portrait. Then the quill hesitated and placed a big X on the unfinished piece. After the image disappeared, it started drawing again, halting halfway only to mark another big X. This process repeated 3 times. After the third X was drawn, the quill looked annoyed, hastily scribbling a few random circles before disappearing. Throughout the golden grill and even the entire sunflower carriage, you can find this quill's presence. It's said to be a unique product of the Seal tarot card group, capable of faithfully recording events at significant locations. But its personality seems rather eccentric. The man explained Martin's peculiar actions without batting an eye. Martin slightly nodded. The man didn't know that Martin's body had tensed up the moment the quill sketched out the first unfinished picture. Now, Martin's back was drenched in cold sweat. Although the images appeared translucent, Martin could vaguely recognize that the first picture the quill tried to draw was a menacing wolf's head, followed by a black-furred giant hound in the second. As for the third one, due to the lack of detail and chaotic strokes, Martin couldn't figure out what exactly it was trying to depict. The first 2 sketches revealed his hidden identities. This revelation shocked Martin. Seal, truth. Pretending to be calm, Martin silently remembered these 2 pieces of information and left the room with the man. Chapter 96, Another Card Array. After coming out of the Golden Grill, Martin suppressed his excitement to immediately check out his new residence with the key and went to the back of the sunflower carriage. He opened the large door carved with a goat's head with his shepherd's badge and entered the womb hall once again. It was still bustling with people, as many shepherds were waiting here to receive tasks. There were basically queues in front of the display windows on both sides, except for the window where old Susie was located. And that was exactly where Martin was heading. Martin came to the farthest window, and old Susie was still sitting inside knitting a sweater. However, it seemed that the one from last time had been finished, and she had switched to a half-completed, bright red scarf. Last time it was green, this time it was red. Martin was a bit curious whether the owner of this scarf would be the same person as the owner of the previous sweater. Seeing someone standing at the counter, Susie looked up through her reading glasses. "It's you again, Martin, right?" She paused to recall and remembered Martin's name. "Yes." Martin nodded humbly. He could sense that Susie was extraordinary and wanted to get along well with this intermediary as much as possible. "I've heard about your last task." Susie continued skillfully using her crochet hook while a slight smile crept onto her lips. "I didn't expect what appeared to be a simple funeral service mission to have involved the Rose Society and those guys from Holy Mount Athos." She spoke with a sigh. "You worked quite well with that young undertaker. It's just that Eddie is too reckless. If she keeps going like this, she'll eventually land herself in trouble." Susie shook her head. "You didn't come here just to reminisce, did you?" She quickly shifted from her previous mood and asked Martin with interest. "Certainly, Mrs. Susie. I'm here to see if there are any new missions." Martin explained his purpose. "The other 2 missions I showed you last time have already been taken by others." Old Susie pushed up her glasses. "Yeah, right after you returned with Eddie. Some people who wanted to take a chance came and took them. They also wanted to see if they could find something unexpectedly good in white wool low-level missions." Martin sensed the mockery in Susie's tone. "Your deeds have spread around. Everyone is talking about how a newcomer completed their first mission and ended up with 2 creation cards, one even being rank 5. Apparently, you've earned yourself the nickname Lucky Lad." Susie chuckled dryly twice before continuing in a low voice. "In the Shepherd's Club, having a reputation for luck isn't a good thing." Martin realized Susie was giving him a warning. He recalled Plathis' description of the shepherds. There might be spies, various speculators, and even disguised fugitives among them, and understood that due to his previous task, some people might already be keeping an eye on him. He then nodded, looking at Susie and said, "I understand. Thank you for the tip. You draw your own conclusions, Mr. Martin. And I'm merely describing the interesting things I've heard, nothing more." Susie lowered her head again and started fiddling with the scarf in her hands. "Look, this style suits kids so much. I don't have any suitable missions for you right now, but if I do, I can keep one for you." As she was smoothing out the yarn ends on the scarf, she whispered, "Do you have any specific requirements?" Martin wasn't sure how to respond. He hadn't thought about it. After pondering for a while, he slowly replied, "If there are missions involving contamination incidents or civilian collapse, you can recommend them to me. I'm not opposed to collapsed limbs and such. If possible, I'd prefer the reward not to be in gold coins." This decision stemmed from Martin's current needs. He actually needed magical potions more than anything, which was the fastest way to improve his strength. Magical potions required collapsed slime and limbs, which could serve as nourishment for black and white recipes, allowing these recipes to taste and analyze the formulations hidden within the meat. Missions related to contamination often involve collapse, As for settling the rewards, Martin considered Queen's caution from yesterday. Stay away from gold. When old Susie heard Martin's request, she stopped her actions, looked up, stared into Martin's eyes, and said, "An interesting requirement. Most of those who come to me want to gamble on getting rich overnight, showing no interest in pollution or collapse issues among the poor. Yet you seem eager to deal with them. As for the non-gold settlement, I can try asking around for you." Martin bowed slightly. "Thank you very much." Susie nodded faintly. Susie didn't respond to this. Her lips twitched slightly. "I've heard that you were personally recruited by Plathis, and I used to be a little confused about it. But now, even I am getting curious about you." After leaving the womb hall, Martin went to Heinrich's office on the second floor of the auction house, wanting to have a good chat with this elderly man who had so many questions for him. Heinrich was already a special consultant to the Shepherd's Club, his status comparable to some experienced intermediaries, and he had an independent office. Martin had even heard rumors that the club was planning to assign a role akin to a secretary for him. Today, Heinrich appeared very busy as Martin found him amidst piles of newspapers, documents, and letters. He looked extremely exhausted. They exchanged pleasantries briefly, but before Martin could open his mouth to ask anything, Heinrich led him out of the office and brought him to the auction hall on the second floor, the place where they last time jointly fought against that perfumer. This happened to be the day after Sunday again, and the congregation of wealthy merchants and nobles gathered here was even larger than when Martin had come last time. Black silk top hats crossed with pleated skirts, and everyone was passionately bidding for a silver armor on the stage marked with traces of age. It was nearly half the height of a person and looked incredibly imposing. It seemed like the assassination incident of that perfumer last time had not affected the auction business here at all. Martin was somewhat confused, not quite understanding why Heinrich had brought him here. As they continued, they took a seat somewhere on the second floor, settling into a familiar booth, enjoying the familiar fruit platter, and observing the familiar auction scene, which made Martin feel rather nostalgic. "The last time it was because of me that we could come here, and this time, it's because of you." Heinrich smiled warmly, reaching out to pick up some grapes and put them into his mouth. His appetite indicated that the old man might be really hungry. "Because of me?" Martin didn't dwell too deeply on this issue, but felt strange about Heinrich's actions instead. He remembered how last time Heinrich hadn't touched any of these fruits, instead using them to lament the hardships of the common people, ultimately agreeing strongly with Martin's notion that it was the best and worst era. Martin acutely sensed some changes in Heinrich, but then dismissed the thought as overthinking. "Gentlemen, ladies." Just then, the host down at the podium in the lower hall called out loudly, while ordering the silver armor carried off the stage, pointing toward a table covered by black velvet. "The next item is the final one for the morning session, and it is also the most special one." The audience immediately turned their full attention towards it. The host was no longer Maria in her purple bustier dress from last time, but instead a middle-aged man in a suit with a white mask on his face. His voice was clear and compelling, making people want to continue listening. During the long expanse of the Rust Iron era, there once existed an organization that mastered the Rose card deck, utilizing the reproductive traits of the cards to create plants imbued with strange powers, leading to several tragedies. Later, this secret organization was wiped out in collaboration by the Battle Court and the Phoenix Immortal Monastery. All valuable items under their control, like the creation cards, those mysterious plants, all were either destroyed or sealed away by the court and monastery. Since then, history has seen very few appearances of rose-related items. Fewer people recognize this card set, and even fewer understand its capabilities. At this moment, the masked man paused, his left hand gently brushing the black velvet cloth covering the object on the podium. "And what we are auctioning today is precisely one such rose card. All we can disclose about it is that its ability involves rebirth. It comes from our auction house subsidiary, the Shepherd's Club. After approval by the Council of Elders, due to the uniqueness of the card set, we classify it as a Delta level item with the quality code Delta 125. The starting bid price, 3,000 holy light coins." With that, the auctioneer swiftly lifted the black velvet cloth to reveal a card placed neatly inside a delicate tin box. Hearing this, Martin finally understood what Heinrich meant by saying this was his reason for being here. The rose card he had retrieved, Mother Goddess Remains 01, Forbidden Procreation, was going to be auctioned here on the second floor. After consulting with Lady Lucia yesterday, Martin followed her advice and entrusted the pollution card to the Sunflower Carriage auction house. Unexpectedly, it was already scheduled for today, indicating the impressive efficiency of the auction house. "The two cards you brought back can form a special card array." Heinrich looked at the card on the auction podium, which was tainted with an ominous aura, and muttered, "The scale represents death, while the rose symbolizes reproduction and rebirth." The trader from that monastery used these two aspects to specially retain the cards within his body, thus ensuring an unconventional continuation of his life. Chapter 97. Forbidden Creatures. The auction in the hall was proceeding with great fervor. The auctioneer revealed the rebirth ability within the rose set of cards, leaving the nobles and wealthy individuals present with a sense of longing. After all, who wouldn't want to live forever? Despite this card being only a 3-stage card, as the pale-faced man had said, most people in the room, even those frequent visitors of the Sunflower Carriage, who knew something about creation cards, had never heard of the rose set before. Therefore, despite its asking price being significantly higher than other 3-stage cards, the enthusiasm among everyone erupted extraordinarily. For these aristocrats and rich merchants, problems that could be solved with gold coins were no problems at all. "Sir, I have some doubts. The other card, Black Crow's Gift, seems more related to rebirth rather than this mother goddess, and furthermore, the rank of the gift card is higher. Facing the auctioneer's explanation about the rose card, Martin was somewhat skeptical. He recalled the pattern on the balanced card, where a coffin lay, with a black crow about to take flight. In his earlier assumptions, this was the key to achieving revival. You're correct, but not entirely so. Heinz picked up a strawberry apple tart from the silver dessert plate and replied with a smile. He chewed the fruit tart slowly, then continued. Your teammate, the mortician, should be more familiar with the effect of the balance card than you. People know that the Monastery of the Phoenix, one of the 3 major sanctuaries on Mount St. Asaph, is situated there. King Dilusi visits every year to worship the phoenix, symbolizing death and rebirth, and discusses secrets of death and eternity with the abbot. However, aside from that, commoners rarely come into contact with the monks of the monastery, whether they are the Black Crow martial monks, clad in black robes, or the peacock clerics, draped in colorful feathers. They basically spend their entire lives on the mountain. It's rumored that this is due to the prohibitions of the monastery. Martin nodded here. Heinz's statements matched what he'd heard during Eddie and Salomon's conversation before. But is it really true? Heinz's voice grew evasive. Leaning back against the red velvet cushion, his cheek avoided the flickering candlelight and disappeared into the omnipresent darkness of the booth. The Great Prophet cards have gone through countless iterations, making uncountable predictions, either intricate or vague, about events on this continent and even around the Storm Sea. It seems like nothing can escape the scrutiny of the all-knowing eye. Yet we discovered that in all the scenes depicted by the prophet cards, there are 3 areas that never appear in any prophecy, not even vaguely mentioned. Heinz's gaze pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword directed at Martin. Martin could feel the reverence, astonishment, and even a faint trace of fear contained within his words. Any of these emotions on the old gentleman was very rare. This either means that these 3 areas have absolutely no influence on the development and changes of the entire world. They might as well not exist, and thus, omniscience ignores them. Or, Heinz's breathing began to grow somewhat heavy. Or because these 3 areas contain something greater than omniscience, or at least powerful enough to counter it, rejecting the inspection of omniscience, and remaining outside all prophecies. One of these 3 areas includes Mount St. Asaph. Heinz turned his head and looked down at the lively bidding scene below, his tone carrying an ambiguous meaning. There once was a sage from the Dawn and Dusk Fortress, the Compass, Red Heart 9, Catastrophe Media, who used a fragment of a former abbot of the Phoenix Monastery's skull to attempt to glimpse the reason for the isolation of Mount St. Asaph from omniscience. But he barely managed to say wait, before both his eyeballs were torn out by an unknown force and fell to the ground. Then, all of his compass cards were repelled, and his body quickly decayed. Martin listened with his heart pounding. A being that housed a 9th stage card, someone that could be called half man and half god, died so horribly just from performing one divination. What secrets does that monastery hide? Wait. He thought of the balance card set held by the Phoenix Monastery, the balance and the weight. Was there a connection between them? On Mount St. Asaph, there must be some hidden secret. This secret ensures that all the monks of the monastery cannot easily leave the mountain without invoking a curse that cannot be lifted, not even by death. It's even possible that the so-called curse itself is related to this secret. Heinz said mysteriously. Based on your description, I and the other advisors of the club have basically figured out the mechanism of action for this deck of life and death cards. The Black Crow's Gift allows a person to be reborn once after death. Martin's eyebrows twitched. Can one really be reborn? Heinz smiled faintly. Yes, but the original body has already decayed, and the person will awaken within the body of a crow. Crow. Martin instantly thought of many things. The name of the balance card, the crows present in every portrait of good, and the annotation. This is both a gift and a curse. He now understood much more. The brain structure of a crow is very different from that of a human. Upon being reborn, the carrier will lose most of their memories, emotions, and personality at the moment of awakening, and as time passes, they'll completely lose their ability to think and turn into a real crow. At this point, Heinz's expression became somewhat serious. No wonder it can let someone be reborn. A miracle card group equivalent to having 2 lives is merely stage 5. Martin sighed. This could indeed be called rebirth, but the gradual disappearance of human consciousness. What difference was there between that and death? At best, it could be called surviving on borrowed time. But according to Henry Good, his father had lived for several hundred years by taking over the bodies of male members of the Good family. How is that possible? One instance of gift definitely couldn't achieve such results. This must have something to do with the other rose card, but Martin didn't know how exactly the effects of this deck were realized. We studied the effect of this rose card for a long time and finally found records about it in an ancient scripture. Besides this card, that scripture also mentioned the Rosy Cross Society. The scripture introduced the members of the Rosy Cross Society, who worshipped an entity called the Mother Goddess. They believed that the Mother Goddess was the uterus of the Creator, that all plants were the blood vessels of the uterus, and various forbidden creatures were the flesh of the uterus, representing the reproductive authority of the Mother Goddess. In a lost period of history, the Mother Goddess was stripped of her authority, and her body was cut into many parts and sealed. We suspect these pieces of corpse became the reverse side cards of each level in the rose set. Martin thoughtfully nodded, and then he remembered another rose card mentioned by Madame Lucilla the previous day, so he added, "It should be like that. I heard about a reverse side card they came into contact with from another secret organization. Its name was P03 of the Mother Goddess Corpse, Carcass Fluid Flowerbed. Martin informed Heinz about what Madame Lucilla had disclosed about the traitor of the Rosy Cross Society, trying to create the unsinkable boat. Heinz looked solemn as he pondered aloud. After you returned to the club that day, we went back to the good estate for inspection and found many peculiar traces there. That was probably the people from the Rosy Cross Society. They seemed to be looking for something. Now it seems clear. They were looking for the piece of the Mother Goddess Corpse card. As the name and note of this third stage reverse card suggest, this card allows the mother's body to conceive in a special way, giving birth to the young of a forbidden creature. Heinz's expression turned somber. Forbidden creature? Are they abnormals? The term forbidden creature appeared twice in Heinz's narration. It was the first time Martin had heard this name, and immediately associated it with the abnormals he had heard about. No, forbidden creatures are different from the known abnormals we're familiar with. Abnormals refer to magical creatures that can accommodate contaminated cards, and the structure of their bodies fits perfectly with contaminated cards, as if the creator made them custom fit. On the other hand, forbidden creatures generally arise when humans are contaminated. In addition to transforming into various abnormals and collapsing, the contaminated ones might also combine with some special residues inside their bodies or the surrounding environment and degenerate into forbidden creatures. Of course, this possibility is relatively small. Heinz explained. That man calling himself Boaz used this rose card to modify the mother chosen by him, and what was likely born from the mother might be a certain kind of evolving forbidden species. Based on the relevant information of the good family that the club obtained from Fingland's site, my guess is that this forbidden species initially takes the form of a crow, and during its subsequent growth, it gradually changes from a crow into a human. Thus, Boaz could undergo rebirth while the species is still in its young crow form and successfully preserve his personality thanks to the uniqueness of the forbidden creature. Or perhaps, the personality awakens after the creature grows up. Martin was very surprised by what Heinz had described, but upon careful thought, he also understood that this was indeed feasible. So that's why Boaz has been able to survive for hundreds of years. As long as he finds a suitable host through a ritual each time his body ages, theoretically, he can continue indefinitely. Heinz's tone became somewhat wistful. A capade card array. Martin echoed the sentiment with a sigh. Chapter 98, Grand Worship. While Martin and Heinz were discussing in the booth, the auction downstairs had already come to a result. Much to Martin's surprise, the reversed rose card was finally snapped up by someone he knew at an astonishing price. Not exactly that they knew each other well, but they had met once. It was the tall cleric who had given him directions in the Capernaum Grand Cathedral. He still looked the same as that day, with short brown hair, holding the Book of Jubilee, and wearing a long robe embroidered with gold thread for the clergy. At that time, Martin followed the Queen's prompt and went underground in the Capernaum Grand Cathedral to find something familiar, yet could not find the way leading there. Ultimately, it was under this cleric's guidance that he successfully found it. He still remembered that this tall cleric seemed to have the ability to incite people, making him unwittingly reveal his inner thoughts. Not an easy person to deal with. That was Martin's judgment of him at the time. Seeing Martin staring at the cleric with a serious expression, Heinz asked accordingly. Do you know Bishop Thomas? Bishop? Martin was somewhat surprised by Heinz's question. The tall cleric downstairs was actually a bishop? Yes, he is the bishop of the Holy Light Church in the Cavides region, Thomas Norton. After Heinz gave this response, the tall man down in the hall seemed to sense something and looked up towards the booth where the two were sitting. After recognizing them, he wore a gentle smile, then got up and came over. I've met him once in the Capernaum Grand Cathedral. I didn't expect him to be a bishop. Martin looked at the approaching tall cleric and truthfully described the scene of their meeting. Thomas's figure disappeared from the first floor staircase, and after a while, a knock was heard outside Martin's booth. Come in, Heinz replied steadily, and the wooden door of the booth opened, squeezing in the tall man. Mr. Heinz. The man slightly bowed, crossing his hands in front of his chest and forming a standard prayer gesture, politely greeting Heinz. Only at this moment did Martin start to realize that Heinz's identity might be extraordinary. He had already sensed something when undergoing task reviews by Heinz or visiting this special advisor of the Shepherd's Club alone. But now the personal visit of a regional bishop made him reassess his perception of Heinz again. He, of course, wouldn't naively think that Bishop Thomas was here to see him. The sensitive identity of Bishop Thomas of the Holy Light Church, along with their previous interaction, made Martin press his hat brim lower. He wanted to stay as low profile as possible so that this bishop would not notice him. After all, he was still a kingdom fugitive in the eyes of the Holy Light Church. Bishop Thomas. Rare to meet you here at the Sunflower Carriage. Heinz stood up and nodded slightly as well. He was from the Dawn Dusk Fortress and himself did not believe in the Holy Light. Thus he did not return the greeting with a prayer gesture. The Dawn Dusk Fortress itself was also a mysterious organization with strong religious beliefs. As Heinz had previously discussed with the fake Maria, they believed in what was called the Omniscient. They believed that the initial creator left behind the Eye of Omniscience, which over the long passage of time awakened its independent consciousness, continuing to oversee everything that happened on this continent for the creator. In this respect, the Eden organization seemed a bit unusual. Whether it was the name of this large organization or the various titles within it, they all revealed a strong religious color, but in reality, Eden did not have any specific faith and was more like a purely commercial organization. This can be seen from how Mr. Praiseth, the manager of the Sunflower Carriage, performed the prayer ritual of the Holy Light Church before Bishop Thomas. Under Heinz's invitation, the towering bishop sat on the couch not far from the two, with a mild look, saying to Heinz, The main reason I'm here is because of that rose card earlier. It was an item left behind by an old friend of mine. Bishop Thomas paused here, and Haynes nodded slightly. No wonder you showed interest in this low-level rose card. Thomas continued. Also, I want to inquire about the security arrangements for the cathedral during the grand worship that we mentioned last time. I was planning to pay you a visit this afternoon. Haynes replied calmly. I have already discussed with Mr. Praiseth, and the relevant shepherds have been gathered. The club will provide security services as usual this year, and the procedures and remuneration-related matters can refer to previous years, as this cooperation has lasted for many years. That's good. Thomas nodded. I was worried that the recent losses of the shepherds might affect this cooperation, but it seems I overthought it. Martin noticed the word losses, and he recalled what Shirley had previously described to him. Many veteran shepherds had gone somewhere unknown. It seemed that the club had indeed suffered a significant blow before, but he didn't know the exact reason. Besides, the mention of an old friend by the bishop reminded Martin of when Henry Good had mentioned Bishop Thomas upon arriving at the suburban estate. He also mentioned how this bishop praised the undertakers of the Shepherd's Club. Given Thomas's strong interest in the rose card, it was highly possible that the old friend he referred to was none other than Henry Good. Of course, it should be the Henry Good before his father's reincarnation, the middle-aged man with a somewhat sinister demeanor. At this thought, Martin lowered his head even further. He had personally witnessed Henry Good being possessed by the spirit of the old sir, and he couldn't believe Bishop Thomas would have no interest whatsoever in everything that had happened at the estate. He certainly didn't want to get involved with the Holy Light Church. After the last excavation, some shepherds were indeed lost, but not enough to impact the mission. As Martin was pondering these things, Haynes responded to Thomas. Moreover, the grand worship is an important annual ceremony in Cavides. Even if the club lacks personnel, it will still find a way to make up for it. There's no need for concern on the part of the bishop. It was only now that Martin noticed their repeated mention of grand worship. This seemed to be a crucial event that both of them took very seriously. Thomas smiled warmly again after hearing Haynes' firm words, then continued. Cavides has recently been plagued with frequent issues. I can sense under the light of the holy light, some dark forces are stirring. This time, by reclaiming the rose card, I believe the Hidden Rosa Guild will also make their move. This grand worship will probably require us to remain extremely vigilant. Haynes nodded solemnly in agreement. I think this young man must be your disciple who stopped the Rosa Guild conspiracy after just joining the club. Martin thought the conversation between the two had ended, but unexpectedly, Thomas mentioned him. I've heard that it was he who brought back the rose card. Under the gaze of the tall bishop, Martin could only force himself to stand, expressionless, giving the bishop a slight nod as a greeting. Good morning, Mr. Bishop. It seems we've met before. Thomas looked at Martin, his smile tinged with amusement. Yes, in the Capernaum Grand Cathedral, I asked you for directions. I didn't expect you to be a bishop. Martin tried to keep his tone steady, showing no emotion. I didn't expect you to be a shepherd either. Turning to Haynes, Bishop Thomas said, Mr. Haynes, may I offer a small suggestion regarding the security arrangements for the grand worship? Of course, the club welcomes any suggestions from our clients. Haynes at this moment resembled a slick businessman, which was quite fitting for his current identity. If possible, I'd like to involve this young shepherd in this security work as well. After all, Thomas locked eyes with Haynes. The Rosa Guild, missing for many years, has reappeared. We don't know what kind of capabilities they possess now. I've heard that the Desire Vine, a legendary plant, appeared in that estate. Upon saying this, Martin could clearly hear the concern underlying Thomas's words. And this gentleman, he was the one who brought back the inverted rose card. In terms of understanding the card and the Rosa Guild's methods, we both fall short compared to him. So my suggestion is, include this young man in the security team. Though it was framed as a suggestion, strangely, Thomas's words carried a compelling persuasiveness that made Martin feel he should follow the bishop's suggestion and join the so-called security team. A cool sensation swept over his scalp, making Martin immediately realize that, just like last time, he'd unknowingly been influenced by the bishop's rhetoric. This influence, however, was more pronounced than before. Thomas's words seemed to carry a command that couldn't easily be described, wrapped in a seemingly gentle package. The security for the grand worship is a silver wool level task. Normally, it's not something he can handle at his current stage. Haynes slowly answered, appearing unaffected by Thomas's words based on his behavior. However, I agree with your idea. We will seriously consider your suggestion, but ultimately, it still depends on his personal opinion. After pondering for a while, Haynes gave his response. Of course, Thomas didn't say anything more. After making a prayer gesture once again, he turned and walked out of the private room. Watching the tall figure of the man appear in the first-floor hall and then disappear behind the door leading to the sunlight hall, Martin let out a quiet sigh of relief. Sir, what exactly is this grand worship ceremony you mentioned? Martin wanted to know Haynes' stance on this matter, as he didn't even know what this so-called grand worship was. As its name suggests, it is essentially a grand worship service. Haynes picked a grape from the fruit plate and popped it into his mouth before sitting down again. The Holy Light Church believes that December 12th each year is the birthday of the Holy Light. On this day, the church holds the largest annual worship services in several fixed cities, presided over by the bishops of various regions. They call this worship, let devout believers bathe in the light of the Holy Light and cleanse themselves of their sins. During every grand worship, devotees of the Holy Light from all over the kingdom travel to these cities, which promotes the prosperity of the cities. Therefore, the royal family has always been supportive, even sending representatives to attend the service. In turn, The massive movement of people brings many unstable factors, which far outweighs the impact brought by the reindeer market. That's why the club receives security tasks from the church every year on this day. The items involved and the scale of influence are extraordinary, hence it falls under the silver wool level, with participants generally being veteran shepherds. I suspect Thomas came here not to see me, but to meet you. He wants you to be involved. At this point, Haynes's expression grew solemn, losing the ease he had shown earlier when facing Bishop Thomas. As he said, violent incidents in Cavides have noticeably increased recently, and the Rosa Guild lurks in the shadows. This grand worship is destined to be anything but smooth. So do you think I should go? Seeing the grave look on Haynes's face, Martin expressed his concern. Why not go? Haynes dispelled the gloom on his face and gave Martin a familiar gentle smile. The Shepherd's Club deals precisely with such complex situations. Opportunities often hide within risks. I can vaguely sense that this grand worship represents a rare opportunity for you. With a smile, Haynes picked another grape and ate it. At this moment, he seemed less like an old gentleman and more like a fortune-telling mystic. Chapter 99, The New Residence. After bidding farewell to Haynes, Martin immediately boarded a tram heading in the direction of the Capernaum Grand Cathedral after stepping out from the sunflower carriage. The auction proceeds for the rose would be handed over to him after the sunflower carriage deducted a certain fee. Haynes said this fee was minimal. The auction house charged its internal shepherds very little, only covering necessary procedures and material costs. The main commission was levied on the nobles and rich merchants who won items at the auction. This was also done to encourage shepherds to conduct transactions within their own auction house. After understanding the process, Martin left the auction house. He was eager to see the house that now belonged to him. From the moment he arrived in Cavides until now, he finally owned his own residence and no longer had to curl up on a single bed in the Mercury Spring warehouse, worrying about his secrets being discovered. Although Belisarius and Jung were good to him, the feeling of owning his own place was entirely different. Martin placed his left hand into his trouser pocket, gripping the brass key tightly, his heart brimming with long-awaited excitement. Once he received the auction proceeds, he would technically become a person with property and savings, no longer the destitute foreigner he had been just moments before in Cavides. This thought filled Martin with deep reflection. The house was conveniently located directly across from a public tram stop, close to what could be considered a subway entrance. The transportation was very convenient, and it was only 2 blocks away from the Grand Cathedral. The location was excellent. The only thing left to verify was the condition of the building itself. I hope it's not some rickety old structure that looks haunted. The tram soon reached the station, which was located on Charles Cross Street. When Martin first heard the name of the street, it felt familiar. Then he remembered. Solomon, the undertaker, lived here. Martin recalled his address was number 113, while his destination was number 28. Living on the same street as Solomon seemed like an interesting coincidence. After disembarking from the tram, Martin walked toward number 28, his anticipation and nervousness growing increasingly strong. Finally, he arrived in front of his new home. It was part of a row of terraced houses constructed from red bricks, each separated by triangular gables adorned with decorative fringes. Each house had a small front yard fenced off from the street. Each floor featured convex windows equipped with white window frames, complemented by balconies, iron railings, and wooden porches. These elements did nothing to suggest decay, but rather exuded an elegant and intricate symmetrical beauty. And his residence was among these terraced houses, a 3-story structure crowned with a triangular slanted roof, complete with a small window adding extra charm. Martin took out the key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. As he walked over the doormat, he passed several decorative landscape oil paintings, entering a spacious living room containing a large fireplace. Despite the poor weather outside, the living room was well lit thanks to a large bay window facing the small front yard and adjacent street, maintaining a level of privacy. Below the bay window were 2 single velvet sofas. The living room appeared unoccupied or untouched for quite some time, matching the gloomy sky outside. Nonetheless, one could tell from the carpet, chandeliers, and other furnishings that the previous owner was quite wealthy. The walls weren't adorned with portraits of good family patriarchs like those in the castle, but were instead mostly covered with landscape decorative oil paintings. The only slightly special piece was an oil painting depicting a cage. This oil painting stood out from the rest. It was meticulously detailed, with a black background and the lines of the cage painted white. The lines composing the cage seemed to converge upward, revealing a delicate female wrist holding the cage through a chain. A faint mist-like vapor drifted inside the cage. In the center of this mist, a deep blue butterfly rested quietly in the corner, either resting or gathering strength, as if preparing for a storm. The painting hung in a corner of the wall, not easily noticeable, yet Martin felt it was different from the others. It must be because of its content, a butterfly in a cage. Without dwelling too much on it, Martin moved around to get familiar with the house layout. On the ground floor, apart from the living room, there was also a sizable dining area, a servant's quarters, a washroom, a kitchen, and a storeroom at the back of the house. Beneath the storeroom even lay a basement. Martin lifted the wooden door sealing the basement and descended along the wooden stairs. To his surprise, the basement was entirely empty, void of the expected miscellaneous tools, items, or private stashes belonging to the previous owner. Even if there was something left, it must have been thoroughly searched and looted by the shepherds who scouted this place before, as well as the police from Fingland Yard. Martin looked at the empty basement with great interest, his mind pondering what might be the best use for it. In his mind, basements had always been the place where secret and serious matters occurred, cold, damp, naturally filled with an air of mystery. The best purpose would be to use it as a place for preparing magical potions, he thought. It's secluded and connects directly to the storage area upstairs. It wouldn't draw much attention. As Martin mulled this over, he made his way back to the living room at the front of the house, ascending the carpeted staircase to reach the second floor. The second floor clearly served as the living quarters. It housed 3 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom, 2 guest rooms, a study, and 2 washrooms. On the third floor, there were primarily a sunroom and a balcony. The space here was slightly smaller than on the first 2 floors. Each of these rooms was equipped with basic furnishings, meaning that the place was ready to move into immediately. Truly the home of my dreams. At the thought that this would be his residence for the next year, Martin felt a surge of excitement, almost making it feel unreal to him. He took off the gray overcoat given to him by Mrs. Lucia and rolled up the cuffs of his shirt, beginning the cleaning process. Thus, a man wearing a gentleman's hat and a silver mask, dressed like an elegant nobleman, began sweeping this long unvisited house with practiced ease. His movements were quick yet precise as he dusted surfaces and wiped down counters with a focus that suggested routine. After a few hours of thorough cleaning, the entire house no longer felt so desolate. The furniture gleamed anew, and smokeless charcoal quietly burned in the fireplace, a testament to the fact that, though unused for some time, the wood still remained perfectly dry and functional. Finally, it feels like home. As Martin gazed at the revitalized living room, a powerful urge arose in him to rush upstairs and take a nap. It had been too long since he'd had a good night's sleep, but Martin suppressed this impulse. He needed to head to Mercury's Spring to retrieve his personal belongings, the black and white recipe books, the Queen's mailbox, and other essential items. He also needed to inform Belisarius and Jung about his situation. With that in mind, Martin slipped on his coat, put out the fire in the fireplace, and stepped outside, heading toward Mercury's Spring. Mercury's Spring was located halfway between Charles Cross Street and the Capernaum Grand Cathedral. Even taking public transport to the cathedral required walking afterward, so Martin decided to walk the entire way. He wanted to familiarize himself with the route. After several experiences riding the tram, Martin already knew the roads well enough not to get lost. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Mercury's Spring. This journey normally would have taken much longer to complete, but Martin's pace benefited greatly from the physical enhancements he'd received through the Mother of Flesh ritual. Walking inside Mercury's Spring, Jung was seen organizing herbs in the medicine cabinet. Spotting Martin clearly brought a delighted look to Jung's face as he approached with evident excitement, exclaiming, "Your hair regrowth potion is simply incredible." Chapter 100, The Hairy Dog. Hair growth potion? Martin paused for a moment, quickly realizing that Junker was referring to the crown of Krates he had given him earlier. After the intense embalming mission, Martin had already forgotten about this matter. Junker pulled Martin over to the medicine cabinet, pointing at a dog sleeping with its back to them by the table, and said, "The teacher adopted a stray dog from the animal shelter. Perhaps because it's too old, or maybe because it's been touched by people frequently. Its fur is messy and sparse, especially on top of its head where there's hardly any hair left. And now, take a look at it." As Junker spoke, he squatted down and patted the dog's head. This somewhat elderly-looking small dog now had glossy, oily multicolored fur. The smooth fur covered the dog's body, especially its head, where long golden hair was now so abundant that it looked like human hair, even covering its big ears. Martin squatted down to touch it. The puppy woke up, opened its eyes, and started wagging its tail. When the dog lifted its head, the hair on its scalp cascaded down, revealing that its coat was much denser than Martin had imagined, and also incredibly soft and smooth. It was hard to believe that it had once been a stray dog. "All of this is thanks to your hair growth potion." Junker sighed as he spoke. After the teacher brought it home and cleaned it up, they applied the potion you provided. In just 2 short days, its fur began to grow luxuriantly, like that of a newborn puppy. Junker took out the glass bottle containing the pasty magic potion that Martin had given him earlier. The original dosage had been used up a bit, but there was still quite a lot left. Afterward, the teacher also conducted experiments on humans, including impoverished vagrants, factory workers, and even a few female workers. Worried about potential side effects, the teacher deliberately reduced the dosage, but the results were surprisingly good. You really should see what they look like now. Why is such a powerful potion not spread widely? Where is your hometown located? Perhaps outside MYL continent. As Junker spoke, he revealed his doubts. Not only outside this continent, but also beyond this time-space continuum. Martin answered silently in his heart. Seeing that Martin did not respond, Junker did not get angry. Instead, he continued introducing the situation of the potion. This hair growth agent is about to go on sale soon. The teacher is looking for an appropriate name and container for it. You know, in order to sell it today, we need to learn how to advertise some things. Oh, can you still make this potion? Junker glanced at Martin. Yes. Most materials for the crown of Krates can be found at the Mercury Spring, except for void oil. There is still plenty of void oil that Harris delivered last time. Only 1 drop of this black magic drug is required each time, so the oil will last for a long while. That's good. Junker seemed increasingly happy. I've spoken with Edward. He's already reserved a bottle, and there are some other customers. What do you think would be a reasonable price? You and Belisarius can decide. That was Martin's thought. First, he wasn't familiar with the medicinal herb market, making it difficult for him to provide an appropriate pricing range. On this point, the master and apprentice Belisarius must be more experienced than him. Secondly, the idea of selling this black magic drug came from wanting to help Mercury Spring. Similarly, potato chips were also a way to repay the kindness he had felt when he was in Cavites. Alright, we'll decide then. Additionally, regarding the income from selling the potion, Junker raised his eyebrows at Martin, indicating that what he was about to say was something valuable. My plan is for all the income from selling this potion to go to you, and Mercury Spring will collect a fixed fee every month. Rest assured, this fee will definitely be very low. It can just be regarded as the booth rental fee for displaying here. Martin didn't expect Junker to be so generous. His own thought was that the income from selling this magic drug should be split evenly between Mercury Spring, as a way to express his gratitude towards the two. No need, splitting the income evenly will be fine. Martin replied without hesitation. I've already discussed this idea with the teacher, and he agrees. Junker didn't give Martin a chance to negotiate further and instead said, Martin, you've helped us a great deal, and the teacher has seen all of it, especially after you made the fried potato chips. The business of the pharmacy has improved significantly since before you arrived. He looked at Martin sincerely and said, So, don't refuse anymore. You deserve it. Martin sensed the firmness in Junker's words and thus did not say anything more. By the way, didn't you go to collect your salary? Did you get it? Before leaving that morning, Martin had told Belisarius and Junker that he was going to collect his salary, not bounty money. He did not want these two involved in that matter. Of course, I've already collected it and rented a house near the auction house. I came back to tell you guys about this. Martin then informed Junker of the location of his new residence along with its basic situation. During the conversation, Belisarius also came over to listen. As he listened, he nodded approvingly. Good, it's a fine house. But rents around Charles Cross Street aren't low. Can you handle it alone? If you need someone to sublet, I can help find someone for you. Sensing the concern in the old man's voice, Martin gently refused. No problem, my current salary plus some previous savings are enough to cover the rent. If it becomes an issue, I'll just come back and sleep in the warehouse. Belisarius nodded slowly with his sightless eyes, continuing. I'll keep your place in the warehouse. You're always welcome to return whenever you like. What a kind-hearted old man. Martin took hold of his cold left hand, quietly reminding him. I will still come back every day to check on things. If we run out of potato chips or the hair growth potion, let me know, and I'll make them. After finishing his instructions to the two, Martin went to the red warehouse in the backyard. He packed up his personal belongings, the black and white cookbook, the mailbox on the roof beam, and so on. He took out the suitcase he had bought earlier and carefully placed the items inside. As he left, he glanced at the house where he had stayed for quite some time, then slowly closed the door. Adjusting his gentleman's hat, he picked up his brown suitcase and headed toward the Cathedral of Gabanaon. He wanted to visit the upcoming Great Liturgy at the Gabanaon Cathedral to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, in preparation for providing security duties. Additionally, compared to when he arrived, he now carried a heavy suitcase. Martin thought it would be more comfortable to take the tramcar back from the cathedral stop. Following Green Spider Street to Gabanaon Avenue, Martin noticed there seemed to be many more people around in all kinds of attire. The last time during the Sunday service, when he passed through here with Junker, Junker pointed out the reason for the crowd. Martin remembered him mentioning the Black Raven warrior monks, and now reflecting on it, it might have been misinformation spread by Junker. After all, the monks on Mount St. Athos would never easily leave the mountain, let alone appear on the streets in such numbers. He thought about Salomon, the undertaker, who also lived on Charles Cross Street. Before leaving the monastery, he should have at least been a Black Raven warrior monk. While musing on these thoughts, Martin began pacing around the cathedral, sensing the calm, yet turbulent atmosphere within the grand church. Compared to the last time he visited, indeed, there were many differences. For instance, there were now 2 Templar knights standing outside the cathedral gates. Seeing the golden lions and roses embroidered on their chests, Martin felt an overwhelming sense of solemnity. This is something big. Martin couldn't help but marvel. Just as he was about to further inspect the surroundings of the cathedral, his left boot suddenly stepped on something hard, making him stagger. Regaining his balance, he looked down curiously and saw a gemstone gleaming with a sapphire blue luster. It was a blue sapphire. Chapter 101, The Wailing Wall. The darkness enwrapped his body like a tentacle, and Martin seemed to be continuously tearing and falling through an endless space. After feeling as if he'd been crushed by a speeding train and battered by an enormous flood, he entered a tranquil area. Martin found himself appearing in mid-air within a canyon. It was night, yet not far from where he stood was a peculiar castle visible to his eyes. The castle was surrounded by towering walls, its structures built slim and lofty, each with pointed roofs. At the tallest point stood a bell tower, its spire piercing the sky. As he looked up along the direction of the spire, what should have been the moon's position now held a massive black flower bud. Its branches spread outward, twisting and intertwining, countless thorns protruding wildly, resembling a pus-dripping beast devouring life. The most terrifying sight was that the black flower bud was emitting a ghostly deep red glow, illuminating this canyon and the castle within it. It was how Martin could see everything, though all the scenery was bathed in a faint reddish hue. The entire scene was like endlessly magnifying a rose in the valley, so large that it inspired fear for its pitch-black thorny brambles, so vast that it seemed about to bloom with writhing sounds, and then open its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth and saliva, swallowing people whole. Under the deep red glow, Martin's body also carried a slight tinge of red. The sight before him made him feel slightly nauseous, a sensation of wild savagery gradually accumulating in his chest. He slowly exhaled, suppressing this violent emotion. Martin could not remember why he was here, or even recall his location and actions just before arriving. However, he felt vaguely that something inside the castle was drawing him towards it. As he moved his legs toward the castle and leaned forward to walk, his body unexpectedly advanced a great distance. He was somewhat surprised that he could move in the void without relying on anything, beginning to try controlling the extent of his advancement according to his will. After familiarizing himself with the methods and techniques of movement, he gradually approached the outer perimeter of the castle, the wall. He controlled his body, gently floating closer to the wall. As he drew nearer, he realized the wall was much taller than he had imagined. Much taller indeed. The wall was built from countless huge stones, packed closely together, each stone the height of a person stacked dozens of layers high. This wall was like a giant blocking the castle behind it. After comprehending the grandeur of the wall, Martin was glad he could now move in midair. If he were on the ground, he could not imagine any way to scale the wall. Wail. When he could finally discern the outline of the rocks on the wall, the originally silent atmosphere around him was suddenly interrupted by mournful sobs. Hearing these sounds, Martin's hair stood on end all over his body. He froze, his face turning deathly pale. Coupled with the blood-red surroundings before his eyes, the suppressed savagery turned into overwhelming fear, crawling up his spine and into his brain, making his scalp icy cold. After stabilizing his emotions, he began searching for the source of the sound. Finally, he discovered that not far from him, on the edge of the inner side of the wall, there sat a person. A woman dressed in a white robe, her long golden hair draped down her back, with feathered wings sprouting from her back. She faced away from Martin, her head slightly bowed, and the wailing sound was coming from there. An angel. Martin could not make out her appearance or expression, but he determined from her physical characteristics that this was a legendary angel. This revelation shattered his perception again. Even though he had already encountered some strange creatures, like Stanley's one-eyed, order derivative, the quirky treasure derivative under the obese gentleman's command, and the grotesque creature in the screaming tentacle that regarded itself as the mother. Even though he himself was now a giant hound, angels and demons were legendary beings. He had never imagined he would actually witness one. But why was an angel crying? The holy wings and pure white robes slightly eased his fear, but he knew it might just be an illusion. Thus, he quietly changed course, wanting to bypass this weeping angel. Martin regulated his breathing, moving further away from the being. After going around for quite some time, he finally crossed the wall, entering the inner side of the fence. Not until he started seeing more clearly the shape of the castle, no longer hearing those haunting cries, did Martin let out a sigh of relief. At this point, he was increasingly certain that his previous choice was entirely correct. Apart from his twin flames, he didn't have any powerful items at his disposal, and he had no idea how he could face the angel if she harbored hostile intentions. He couldn't afford to take that risk. Finally safe, Martin whispered and glanced back at the distant, weeping angel. His current location was already inside the wall, so although it was far away, he could still see the front side of the angel. He was somewhat curious about what the angel actually looked like. At such a distance, he vaguely made out that she was covering her face with both hands, head bowed in the act of crying. Can't see her face clearly. Martin felt a bit disappointed, but he also didn't want to get closer to have a better look. He was about to turn his head and continue drifting toward the castle. Then Martin realized he couldn't turn his head anymore. Not just his head, but his body, his fingertips, even his eyelids. All were completely uncontrollable now. As if he were a newly self-aware statue, Martin felt his body growing stiffer and stiffer. Immediately after, he saw the weeping angel moving. She rose from the edge of the wall, continued covering her face, and floated over toward him. At first, she was far away, but gradually became closer and closer, until Martin could faintly hear her sobbing, until the sound of sobbing became increasingly distinct, until Martin could clearly make out every crease in her robe and every feather on her wings. Wah wah. The mournful sounds circled around Martin. His eyes became drier and drier, and his stiff limbs started to tremble uncontrollably. The weeping angel had arrived in front of Martin. She stood there, head bowed, her covering hands slowly lowering. Just as she was about to lift her head and face Martin directly, Martin felt like his brain had suddenly split open. A genderless and ageless voice appeared out of nowhere near his ear. Sasina. At the instant the voice sounded, the entire body of the weeping angel quaked. Her head began shaking violently. Then she again covered her face with her hands. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared several meters away, then instantly showed up much farther, and disappeared once more, finally reappearing where she had initially been, as if she had never moved. Her crying faded into the distance, and a familiar sense of madness began eroding Martin's mind. Clutching his head, brief surprise quickly gave way to overwhelming pain. He felt like something was swallowing and crushing his brain. After flashes of light and darkness, he opened his eyes again, gasping heavily. In an instant, he felt drenched in sweat and realized he was in a familiar place. He was at the card table. The beautiful woman with golden hair sat opposite him, gently swaying her wine glass as she softly said to him, "You seem to have had a nightmare." Chapter 102, The Third Gathering. Martin looked at the four people sitting around the card table. He felt a little disoriented. The weeping angel, the tall wall, and the castle that he had just faced disappeared in the blink of an eye. But his bodily reactions were incredibly real. He didn't understand how this was happening. Before he could calm down to think it through, the familiar madness surged back like a fiery nail piercing into his brain, spreading with a burning sensation. The urge to laugh uncontrollably and to see others humiliated returned, and it was even stronger than before. Thankfully, he didn't feel as if he would be completely overwhelmed by this feeling, unlike last time when he had no resistance against it at all. Is it because I've grown accustomed to this stronger sense of madness? No, it was clearly becoming more intense earlier, but something stopped it. Martin rubbed his forehead. Though the sensation of madness was strong, it wasn't getting worse. He lowered his hand and glanced to his left, immediately confirming his suspicion. Next to the middle-aged man who had been eating non-stop lay a card. Scholar's Breath. After the middle-aged man pulled out this creation card during their previous meeting, Martin's madness had subsided significantly. This seemed to confirm what the man had said. The madness of Chariot can only be relieved by lantern. He pondered for a moment before continuing. I've already contacted the Dark Alchemy Guild as you required, gaining the trust of one of its researchers, Bluebeard, by using this salt of life you provided. You didn't join them directly? The man asked Martin while still eating. You know the situation with the Dark Alchemy Guild. If I joined then, based on my status at the time, they probably would have immediately noticed something was off and become suspicious. Martin explained his considerations at the time. It's better to first establish a cooperative relationship with them, and then look for an opportunity to join. That way, we won't raise suspicion. The middle-aged man put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and continued. Just follow my instructions, and there will be no suspicion. You're behaving foolishly now, wasting the salt I gave you. His tone was so arrogant, revealing an overwhelming air of superiority. Do you even know how long it's been since the last gathering? Martin felt somewhat dissatisfied with his tone. And most importantly, I haven't found your so-called flesh grass. Such items are considered taboo, even within the Dark Alchemy Guild. Martin recalled Harris's repeated failures in concocting Embrace of the Goddess, which was precisely due to the flesh grass, causing the kiss disaster. That's why Embrace of the Goddess, despite being just a black class potion, was listed as a prohibited drug. After hearing Martin's words, the middle-aged man did not refute anything. Instead, he raised his head slightly, looking perplexed. Taboo. The alchemists have become this cowardly, have they? If so, then it isn't your fault. Of course it's not my fault. Martin mentally rebutted, but outwardly remained expressionless. I need to gain further trust from the Alchemy Guild. Do you have anything similar to the Salt of Life? This was the carefully thought-out rationale he had prepared earlier. To advance his dealings with Harris and the Alchemy Guild, he needed this man's help. There's only one portion of the salt. But to deal with those useless old men, just follow the recipe in the cookbook and randomly prepare a white-class potion for them. The middle-aged man said it casually. For humans, hybrid species have almost completely disappeared. Without alchemist dogs, there is no cookbook. The last time the Alchemy Guild managed to create a new potion was probably when I was still around. This man must have had very close ties to the Alchemy Guild. At their last meeting, when the man mentioned retrieving what was already his, Martin suspected that he might be a member of the Dark Alchemy Guild and held a position far surpassing Harris's. But I lack materials. The amount of potion ingredients I can gather is extremely limited. Martin continued to describe his difficulties to the other party. Sinless City, Grand Whore, Ophelia, has black markets in major cities across Mere Continent, including Cavites. You should take a look. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to the blonde woman opposite him at the card table, whose expression had subtly changed. He added with an insinuating tone. I know you dislike her, Mary, but you can't deny that in the black market of Sinless City, you can buy almost anything, as long as you have enough gold. Sinless City? It was the first time Martin had heard this designation. The middle-aged man didn't say anything, but Mary, whose complexion had returned to normal, slowly swirled her wine glass and said, It's a city built with blood tribute and gold gems. Ironically, it's called Sinless, but the omnipresent sins are what keep it running. I remember that its black markets in these cities all share a common name. Notes of Red Shoes. Blonde Mary added. Upon hearing this name, Martin immediately recalled his experience at the Dark Side of the Moon. Notes of Red Shoes was a shop that appeared during a certain night at Scream Tent. It was from there that Martin left the Dark Side of the Moon at that time. Appearing as a dance performance venue, but secretly operating as a black market, Martin still vividly remembered the graceful figure of the dancing lady from back then. All right, I'll check it out. He revealed nothing and simply nodded in response. This topic came to an end, and Martin asked his second prepared question. I recently obtained a 5th level card from the Balance card group. I wonder if it can be used for trading. After obtaining that Balance card, he had considered trading it with the few people at the card table. This way, it would remain discreet, and likely these individuals possessed many other cards that could be used for exchanges, providing him with multiple choices. Rare indeed, it's actually a Balance card. The skinny man in a suit who had been watching from the sidelines interjected. So it seems he has some interest in this card. Martin inferred secretly. What do you want in exchange? The stern middle-aged man spoke again. Spoon. I need to trade for a spoon card other than alchemy dogs. Oh, haven't found any other spoon cards despite being outside for so long? The red-haired fat man sneered mockingly. Martin ignored him. This fat man had always disliked him. What color is the 5th level card? The stern man continued asking. Clubs. Martin truthfully answered. A functional card. The man thought for a while and continued. I can offer you a 3rd level spoon diamond card and its reverse position card in exchange. That's fair. Martin had previously consulted Hines about the exchange value of creation cards, and the man's offer was roughly in line with his previous expectations. Deal. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man once again pulled out 2 cards from the thick stack in front of him and tossed them onto Martin's side of the table. One was a red diamond, the other a black heart. Their names were respectively Gluttony and Master Chef Saliva. Chapter 103, The Chef of Gluttony. Gluttony. As usual, in the top left corner of the card was a tiny spoon symbol, followed by the Roman numeral 3. In the top right corner was a black heart emblem, another reversed card. Martin began to scrutinize this card. Like Hearts 3, Alchemical Hound, this card also depicted a large black dog. However, unlike the arrogant and majestic hound on the Hearts card that was brewing medicine, the giant dog on this reversed card had rotting fur. Its jaw, arms, and thighs exposed pale flesh, and one could even see sharp ribs poking out from its chest, like a corpse that had rotted for days. Turbid liquid dripped from its wide-open snout, and its crimson eyes revealed intense hunger and greed. The flesh and sinews around its snout were torn and broken, and only a few rotten teeth remained in its mouth, lusting after the food on the nearby plate. And what was on that plate was, shockingly, a highly decomposed human skull, mixed with some filthy blood and flesh. Oddly enough, there was also a piece of meat in the mouth of that skull, which was now chewing it vigorously. Its hollow eye sockets were filled with satisfaction and excitement. The entire scene exuded a strong sense of decay and madness. So this is the power of gluttony. For the first time, Martin felt an overwhelming sense of hunger from the spoon card. This sensation was far more intense and pure than what he had experienced after accepting Alchemical Hound. Looking down, he saw the inscription at the bottom of the image. Abnormal hunger keeps one awake. It seems this is the negative effect of spoon 3, gluttony. Martin pondered. Heinrich had said that Spade's reversed cards represent the adverse effects of the Genesis cards, making them elusive and hard to predict. These should be accepted only after all the other colored cards have been assimilated. After reviewing this card, Martin's gaze shifted to the other card, the Diamonds card. Saliva of the Chef. 3-rank Diamonds card, showing once again the Black Hound. However, this time, it was cooking the food in the crucible before it. There was no trace of the extreme hunger and madness found on the previous reversed card. It wore a white tall hat and a broad red-black checkered apron, clearly dressed as a chef. White smoke rose from the crucible before it, swirling around its body, giving this hound a hint of mystery. A piece of white bone stuck out of the crucible. It seemed very satisfied with this pot of bone soup, and saliva dripped from its snout. Not the murky kind from the previous reversed card, but a normal clear color. Surprisingly, the saliva fell on the bone exposed in the crucible, causing it to corrode rapidly, as if sulfuric acid had been poured onto it. At the bottom of the image, the inscription read, "The chef's drooling is the highest praise for the dish." Diamonds cards are strong attack cards. I wonder what the effect of this card is. Is it related to this corrosive saliva? Martin speculated while looking at the picture. Having reviewed both cards, Martin shifted his focus back and spoke to the stern man. How am I supposed to hand you the scales card? Although his outfit could bring this card to the table, on one hand, he couldn't confirm whether these clothes were illusions. The real items might still exist in the real world and hadn't been brought to the card table. On the other hand, a Genesis card that hadn't fused with gemstones into equipment was something he had never tried before, and he wasn't sure if he could bring it here. It's simple, you just need to carry that card when you sleep. The masked thin man, who was interested in the scales card, chuckled softly. He seems connected to masks, perhaps capable of stealing items from me? Martin began to worry about the other things on his body. If so, wouldn't he just become someone else's storage cabinet? Don't worry. The essence of stealing is equivalent exchange. Without my offering you something of equal value, I cannot steal anything from you without reason. The thin man seemed to understand Martin's concerns and explained them to him. An interesting perspective. Stealing, being an equivalent exchange, does align well with the effect of the fairness glove. Martin recalled the glove crafted by the Brotherhood of Wrenches. Its effect was that while you stole someone else's item, someone else would steal from you, corresponding to the concept of exchange. So speaking of that, what did I give up when I used the Hand of Glory to steal the Queen's mailbox last time? Martin countered. He clearly remembered the process of grabbing the Queen's mailbox, during which he had lost nothing, made no exchange. You haven't lost anything. The stern man responded. I had placed some marks on the Queen's mailbox before. These marks made it the next target for the Hand of Glory, and I had already paid the exchange at that time. Rarely, the stern man showed a smile. I left an interesting thing for the Alchemical Society. I wonder if those people have found it by now. The Queen's mailbox was originally hidden in the dark Alchemical Society. No wonder the Brotherhood of Wrenches couldn't find it, and might not even know such a magical item exists. It's definitely not a good thing. Martin instantly realized that under this man's stern appearance lay a hint of insidiousness and mockery, and his words indirectly confirmed his extraordinary relationship with the Alchemical Society. Martin nodded, signaling that he understood. There is one last question. Martin pulled a sapphire from his pocket. This gemstone, like the items on his body, could be displayed, but according to the thin man's statement, it couldn't be exchanged with the people at the card table. He continued. Recently, around the Holy Light Church in Cavides, I've encountered some strange occurrences. Then he described how he had picked up gems twice near the Cathedral of Capernaum. Just this afternoon, while investigating the Cathedral of Capernaum, he had found another sapphire. Last time, he had picked up a colorful opal, and this time, it was a similarly very precious sapphire. This could no longer be attributed to luck or coincidence. There was definitely something going on behind the scenes, but he had no clue about it. The only person he thought to ask was the manager of the sunflower carriage, the fat gentleman pleasies. After all, the other party possessed a rare treasure derivative, and they were likely to know something about this matter. And just then, he suddenly realized, since he was already here, why not ask these 4 people at the card table? After hearing Martin's words, none of the others reacted, as if they also had no clue about this matter. Only one person immediately responded after hearing his words. The burly red-haired fat man sitting opposite Martin, the gentleman ghost York. All he did was flash a disdainful smile. It must be because of the gem merchant. Those church bastards probably sealed this V-rank star coin card in that cathedral, and the card reacted to me, so when you approached, it kept sending you gems. Chapter 104, Accommodation. Gem merchant. Martin opened his mouth in some surprise. He had imagined many reasons why he might have found the gem, but he had never thought it could be related to a Genesis card. Why would the church seal a Genesis card inside a cathedral? York, with red hair, glanced at Martin and smiled faintly, not answering his question. Instead, he began to counter-question him with interest. So why is that? According to your human's way of saying, star coin belongs to the pollution cards, something capable of making ordinary humans go mad and collapse. Why would your king and pope allow a relatively high-ranked pollution card to be stored in a grand cathedral like this? Aren't they afraid that ordinary people coming for weekly prayers would collapse? Or perhaps they want those lower, wretched people to all collapse. The sarcastic tone from the red-haired fat man became increasingly obvious. Listening to these words, Martin involuntarily associated them with what he had heard before, the constantly appearing collapse phenomena across the country, Fingerland Police Station becoming more and more incapable of handling pollution cases, as well as those tricky mysterious events circulating within the shepherd circle. Do the royal family and the church have any relation to these incidents? He couldn't help but connect the dots. No, I shouldn't follow the train of thought led by this fat man. He's probably intentionally guiding, or even teasing me. Martin kept this suspicion in mind. York, the burly man, did not continue speaking. He fell silent, letting the gold coin in his hand nimbly roll and jump between his fingers. Well, the stiff middle-aged man ended the awkward atmosphere at the table and said to Martin, "You can take these 2 spoons cards now. Don't you need me to exchange the Libra card?" Martin was a little puzzled. In his plans, he hadn't yet obtained the Black Crow's gift, so he hadn't considered taking these 2 spoon cards away. Besides, judging from this man's inflexible character, he didn't believe for a moment that the man would give him this card early. The deal has been done. Once you obtain the Libra card, just keep it on yourself. The stern man explained. This was somewhat unexpected for Martin. Aren't you worried that I might take these 2 cards without giving you the Libra? Though the question seemed a bit redundant, Martin still wanted to know where the stern man's confidence lay. You won't be that foolish. The stern man returned to his usual calm self. And besides, they're just 2 third-rank cards. Just third-rank cards. His rich behavior really irritates me. Martin complained inwardly, but remained expressionless on the surface. Time moved forward to the next morning. Martin woke up on a comfortable big bed. It was a spacious room, rare sunlight seeping through the cracks of the curtains and shining on the ground, reflecting the shiny golden edges of the carpet on the floor. This was Charles Cross Street, number 28, Martin's new residence. Last night, Martin spent his first night at his new place and slept exceptionally soundly. This was possibly also because he had the nightmare about the weeping angel, as well as entering the card table for the 3rd time. After waking up, he discovered 2 dark gold cards appeared beside his pillow. They were the promised spoon cards from last night's stiff man. The diamonds card, Chef Saliva, and spades card, Gluttony. When he picked up these 2 cards, everything seemed a little surreal. Be it the pollution cards or the salvation cards, accommodating all 4 suits meant promotion into the next stage successfully, and Martin had already accommodated the heart's 3 spoon. With the current diamonds and spades in his possession, only one more card, the club's 3, and he could advance to the next stage of the spoon card. And regarding the remaining club's card, he already had an idea. It was the candy pouch, currently in Miss Annie's possession. That was the wondrous item formed after the body of carnivore Johnny he killed merged with the stubborn fire agate bullets Shirley was carrying at the time. Martin clearly remembered when Haynes took him to Sunflower Carriage for the first time. The host on the first floor introduced the candy pouch, the product of combining the spades 3 card from the spoon set with stubborn fire agate. Therefore, Martin agreed so readily when the stiff man proposed the exchange condition last night. He just needed to figure out how to obtain the candy pouch from Annie. Then he'd gather all 4 suits of the spoon 3 card. In his view, this shouldn't be too difficult. After all, he had once saved Miss Annie's life. With that thought in mind, Martin finally felt somewhat reassured. For a long time, he had relied solely on external forces to boost his own power, the top hat on his head, the magical potions he concocted. But now, for the first time, he finally saw a glimmer of hope for improving his innate strength. He glanced at the 2 cards in his hand, setting the Gluttony card aside for the moment. After getting dressed, he held onto the powerful offensive card, Chef Saliva, and walked down to the first floor. Passing through the spacious living room and the elaborately decorated entranceway, he entered the warehouse behind the house. Opening the hidden trapdoor on the floor, he bent down and closed it securely from the inside after entering. Martin, carrying a lantern, made his way down the stairs into the basement below. It was here that he would accommodate the diamonds card. Aside from the unexpected accommodation of the Alchemical Hound at the Golden Pheasant Palace, this was the first time Martin was going to accommodate a Genesis card, and more importantly, a pollution card. Although he himself was an anomaly, he still could not be sure what would happen during the accommodation process. For safety's sake, it was best to carry out this task deep within the basement. Once he settled, Martin removed the top hat from his head. Instantly, his jaw began to protrude as fine hairs grew again from his skin, and his entire skeleton and muscles started to writhe and change. Without the deformative effects of the throned angel skull, his true form as a giant dog was revealed once more. This transformation was necessary for accommodating the spoon card. The night before, he had already asked the others around the card table about the method for accommodating Genesis cards, and their response was that it relied on the resonance effect of one's own existing card set. The card to be accommodated would then spontaneously fuse with him. This came as yet another surprise to Martin. He had assumed there would need to be some kind of special ritual involved. Low-rank cards don't require so many formalities. At that time, the blonde woman sitting across from him had smiled while reminding him. After all, even ordinary people can potentially fuse with pollution cards if they possess the required trait. The so-called trait. Martin, transformed back into a giant dog, muttered to himself. Removing his coat, he noticed wisps of white mist beginning to emanate from his body. They gradually coalesced, becoming increasingly active, wriggling excitedly like little snakes. Chapter 105, Saliva. White mist gathered in front of Martin's eyes and gradually spread out. Finally, they engulfed all the space around Martin, taking in that chef's saliva as well. The white mist was so thick that Martin couldn't even see his hands right in front of him. Then, he felt something leave his left hand. The square card originally pinched between his fingers had vanished. He moved his fingers, searching, but grasped nothing. Afterward, a somewhat scorching sensation emanated from his chest, like a warm gas blowing through his coat and vest shirt to reach his chest, slowly seeping into his innards through his skin. He'd experienced this feeling before, at the Golden Sparrow Palace when he escaped from Stanley's grasp, the Alchemical Hound, merging into his body, giving him the same kind of sensation. He knew this was him using the body of the Alchemical Hound to accommodate the chef's saliva. This sensation didn't last long. Martin soon felt the white mist around him dissipating, being reabsorbed into his body. And in this process, he gained a new sensation. Or, rather, a new thought. He realized that he could now make parts of his body corrosive upon losing some bodily fluids. The fluids could be saliva, blood, sweat droplets, and so on. The more bodily fluid he lost, the stronger his corrosive ability became. Of course, when saliva or blood was lost to a certain extent, his body would fall into a state of dry coughing and fatigue. Thus, controlling the dosage was incredibly crucial. This should be the effect of the chef's saliva. Martin recalled the image on the square card, the giant dog chef with saliva dripping down, corroding the skull on the table meant for his meal. Corrosion is the focus of this card's ability. The white mist on the surface of his body had completely returned inside him. Martin gripped his left hand tightly, astonished at how smoothly the process of accommodating the square card went. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling his mouth go slightly dry. Then he picked up a piece of discarded wooden stick placed in the corner of the basement. Zzzt. When the stick made contact with Martin's hand, it began emitting white smoke accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion, rapidly turning pitch black. In just the blink of an eye, the thin stick broke into two pieces where Martin's hand had held it, the broken ends marked with corrosion traces, as if severed by strong acid. Yet Martin's hands felt no heat at all, even cool. Next, he tested the corrosion effect on other items, and discovered that whether to release this effect was within his own control. However, he still wasn't proficient in controlling the degree of the effect and the dosage of bodily fluid lost. This caused him to feel his heartbeat quicken during the attempt to corrode a rusted iron plate, realizing that this must be due to losing some blood. But after these several experiments, he had at least figured out some basic operations of this ability. The rest would require substantial practice. In comparison to the wild creature recipe, carried by the heart card, the corrosion effect of the square card is indeed an active offensive capability, Martin summarized. The next step was finding a way to get this sweet pocket from Annie's possession. As for the spades, gluttony, card, it would naturally be accommodated after the club card, minimizing the influence of negative effects carried by the deck as much as possible. Upon thinking about this, Martin exhaled lightly, finally calming his previously tense mood. And the weeping angel I dreamed of last night, where exactly is that canyon, and who is that angel? Putting back on his gentleman's hat and resuming human form, Martin's mind couldn't help but dwell on these questions while walking from the basement to the antechamber. Last night, he also questioned the other 4 people at the card table, briefly describing his dream to them. But either they truly didn't know, or were keeping secrets. Ultimately, Martin gleaned no useful information from them. It seems I'll have to ask Mr. Haynes after all, hoping he can shed some light, especially regarding the name Xuanhuan I heard last in my dream, which feels like it belongs to some formidable entity, and that neither male nor female voice, who knows where it came from. The more Martin thought, the more chaotic his thoughts became, so he stopped pondering this question without answers for now. Time had come to December 12th, the great worship day prescribed by the church. Early in the morning, under Haynes' lead, Martin and some other shepherds arrived at the main entrance of the Capernaum Grand Cathedral. On the way, Martin observed that the shepherds involved in this special security mission all wore at least bronze lamb badges. There were hardly any, like him, who wore iron lamb badges. Martin only saw one, a young woman wearing a mask. She remained silent throughout the journey and followed closely by Haynes' side. For some unknown reason, Martin felt her silhouette seemed familiar. At this time, the Grand Cathedral had not officially opened yet. After the temple knights guarding the entrance verified the names and identities of Haynes and his group, they successfully passed through the lofty vestibule and imposing arches, entering the interior of the cathedral, arriving at the prayer hall where regular services were held. Entering this magnificent and grand hall, Martin once again marveled in his heart. The fervor of faith always managed to enhance human creativity in various aspects. Today was also a sunny day. Whether it was coincidental or whether the church people had anticipated this situation, sunlight streamed through the rose windows into the hall, neatly divided by the towering stone columns in the corridors. White curtains embroidered with gold edges were hung around the hall, and thick red velvet carpets were spread over the bluish-gray marble floors. Clergymen dressed in white ecclesiastical robes quietly moved about, adding more solemnity and majesty to the grand hall. The last time he entered, Martin was in a hurry looking for the underground space of the church and hadn't carefully examined this prayer hall. Therefore, upon entering this time with a guard's mindset and observing carefully, he was deeply moved by its splendor. The shepherds took their positions according to the process rehearsed the previous day. Haynes calmly directed them from the middle, dealing with some sudden temporary situations. Everything seemed well organized. Just then, a group accompanied by the temple knights and many clergymen walked into the prayer hall from the church corridor. Martin watched with interest as this group slowly approached, guessing their identities in his mind. It was then that he caught sight of a familiar figure within the group. He was a middle-aged man, wearing a white and gold robe of the court, exuding an air of elegance and dignity. It was Stanley. Chapter 106, Yellow Fog. Even though it had been less than a month since he last met Stanley, Martin recalled his time with the old man in the Golden Sparrow Palace as if it were from another era. Although the person not far away looked more like a middle-aged man, Martin immediately recognized him from his posture and gait. At this moment, Stanley was being led by Bishop Thomas towards the central position of the prayer hall, in front of a spherical statue symbolizing holy light, which rested on a stone base. The statue featured some golden threads, giving it an overall solemn and sacred appearance. Accompanying Stanley were two others, one of them being a handsome middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a white-collared cape with half-length hair, exuding a poetic elegance amidst his composed demeanor. But Martin knew that this man was no ordinary individual, for in his perspective, there was a layer of heavy brown fog emanating from this seemingly elegant and romantic middle-aged man, quietly enveloping him. Martin had observed many shepherds and some genuine saviors, each possessing mist of different colors to varying extents. However, this was the first time he saw such dense yet stable fog. Definitely a very powerful savior. But I wonder which deck he belongs to. Martin slightly lowered his head, scrutinizing this deep-expression middle-aged man with his peripheral vision. Between Stanley and the blonde middle-aged man was a child dressed in expensive clothing. Around 4 or 5 years old, he held the hand of the middle-aged man, looking around curiously while naturally radiating an innate sense of nobility. The child protected by Stanley and this middle-aged man. Could he be from the royal family? Martin made a rough judgment before ceasing his gaze in that direction. He could feel that whether it was Stanley or the middle-aged man, beneath their gentle or profound exteriors lay careful observations of the entire hall and everyone within. An inconspicuous, yet ever-present hidden observation. That's the 6th Prince of Redstone Country, along with the Bishop of the Church of Holy Light in the capital region. Hines arrived beside Martin to introduce the people, leaving Martin somewhat puzzled by the disappearance of the female figure who had previously been following him closely. As for the middle-aged man on the left, I haven't seen him before. There was a hint of confusion in Hines' tone. Not far from them, Stanley and his group sat down in the first row seats nearest to the Holy Light statue and the pulpit. Seated alongside them were some higher-ranking white-robed clergy members. As more and more candles were lit, the towering gold-plated copper columns and angel statues inside the prayer hall reflected soft and holy light, while the tall stained-glass windows added a lively touch with their sky-blue hues. With 15 minutes left until the start of the grand worship ceremony, the 3 massive doors of the cathedral opened simultaneously. The devoted followers who had waited outside began entering the large prayer hall in an orderly fashion, taking their places on the rows of benches. The influx of people was continuous, quickly filling the vast prayer hall. Heads packed together, everyone sat quietly, calmly gazing at the tall holy light statue at the front. The shepherds led by Stanley dispersed around the hall, some blended into the crowd seated on the benches, prepared for any unexpected incidents. Martin was now among those sitting on the benches. Due to his attire, standing out in the hall might attract unwanted attention, so Stanley arranged for him to sit among the people. Coincidentally, to Martin's right was the mask-wearing woman who had been following Stanley all along. She remained silent, causing Martin some confusion about Stanley's arrangement. Nonetheless, he did not ask further questions. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the grand worship officially began. A group of children in white robes moved to the front of the prayer hall, followed by a long-haired woman ascending the pulpit. Together, they began singing the Holy Light Anthem, filled with sanctity. The ethereal sounds reverberated through the hall, touching every soul present. It felt as if holy light poured upon them, prompting everyone to close their eyes and experience the peace of having their sins purified. Both Martin and the masked woman closed their eyes and bowed their heads. At first, Martin felt himself being healed by the Holy Light Anthem, like the soothing comfort of waves lapping against his toes at the seaside. Just as he was about to immerse himself in the relaxing melody, he sensed something was off. The Holy Light Anthem was becoming increasingly strange to him. Behind its ethereal and sanctified tone, there lay a hidden undercurrent of domineering and harsh syllables, like sand and water rubbing incessantly against his eardrums and eyes. Martin suddenly sensed a cool breath enveloping the top of his head. Just as this breath was about to descend and seep into his skin, the masked woman beside him abruptly extended her left hand and grasped his right. A warm current flowed from her palm. Surprised, Martin turned his head and saw, beneath the mask, a pair of rare crimson irises. And at this moment, these red irises were intently staring at him. Crimson irises. When Martin discerned the color, he paused momentarily before immediately recognizing her identity. No wonder he had felt that her figure seemed familiar. It was Xianxia. As Martin gazed into those irises, there was no doubt. This woman was Xianxia. Did she recognize me? That was his first thought. All his actions so far had been aimed at avoiding recognition by Xianxia. After all, she was surrounded by William, who was entangled with Prince Tu, and Xianhuan, whose origins remained unknown. He couldn't afford to expose himself. But deep down, his subconscious actually hoped that Xianxia would recognize him. This conflicting sentiment momentarily threw him into confusion. Wasn't she supposed to be with Xianhuan? How could she have transformed into a shepherd and even participate in this grand worship alongside him? Regaining his composure, he immediately began piecing together the events, worried that this might be a trap set by Xianhuan. However, recalling what he'd seen earlier, Xianxia had always been close to Heinz. Given that Heinz and Xianhuan did not appear to be collaborators, this reassured him slightly. While reflecting, the warmth emanating from Xianxia's palm spread through Martin's entire body, gradually dispelling the discomfort brought on by the holy light anthem. Martin promptly realized that Xianxia was helping him. Xianxia quickly released her grip and resumed her silent state, leading Martin to mostly dismiss the idea that the girl had recognized him. He steadied his emotions and began carefully observing his surroundings. The supposedly purifying him was instead making him feel threatened and uneasy. He needed to ascertain whether this was due to his own nature or if it affected everyone else similarly. After all, being an anomaly, it made perfect sense for the holy light anthem to cleanse him as well. And just as he cautiously observed, the most unexpected thing happened. In the vast prayer hall, above row upon row of long benches, countless fine threads converged and now snaked their way toward the holy light statue at the front of the hall. These threads originated from the ordinary people praying with closed eyes, all presenting a light yellow hue, steadily extracted from their bodies and drawn into the spherical statue, symbolizing holy light. The statue was now encased in a thick layer of yellow fog, appearing as if it were sucking something in. Vaguely, Martin even noticed that the statue seemed to pulsate strangely, like a heart. Martin scrutinized carefully and finally identified the true nature of the threads, which only deepened his confusion. What floated out from the believers' bodies were wisps of yellow mist. The realization struck Martin as more bewildering than ever. Chapter 107. Tracking. Martin had seen golden yellow mist around many people before, including ordinary individuals, saviors, and shepherds alike. From his observations, these people shared one common trait: avarice. During the times when this golden yellow mist became active, they all exhibited an insatiable greed for wealth, much like dragons coveting treasures within golden caverns. Thus, the sight in front of him prompted Martin's initial thought that the holy light statue might be drawing out the greed from its believers. But something wasn't quite right. The yellow mist he was observing now wasn't the golden yellow hue he had grown accustomed to seeing. This mist was thinner, revealing a pale yellow tinge. Martin was certain that this particular mist differed from the others he had encountered before, deepening his bewilderment further. As he watched the continuous stream of yellow mist converge into a vast sea, flowing towards the holy light statue, Martin remembered the discomfort he had felt earlier. These sensations seemed to suggest to him that this was not a normal phenomenon. The words of the red-haired York at the card table resurfaced in his mind. How the royal family and the church had sealed a star coin contamination card inside the Cathedral of Capernaum for reasons unknown. However, York's tone hinted subtly that this act might bode no good for the common folk. What exactly is going on here? On one hand, Martin needed to guard against this being a trap set by the gentleman merchant ghost, but on the other, he couldn't find any explanation for this peculiar event. The only person who could see this unusual scene was Martin himself. Even Xianxia, who stood beside him and had just provided him the strength to disperse that sense of unease, couldn't perceive it. Just as Martin's thoughts were tangled up, he keenly sensed two pairs of eyes gazing over from the front of the prayer hall. Martin found it difficult to describe this feeling clearly. It was akin to the penetrating gaze of a hunter cutting through layers of dense forest in an expansive wilderness, focusing intently upon him. Following the direction of the gaze, he saw it was the elegant middle-aged man. At that moment, like Martin, this man was not enveloped in the ethereal hymns and praying with closed eyes, but instead had turned around in the first row, calmly looking toward Martin's direction. However, the focus of the gaze was not Martin, but rather to Martin's right, the young woman wearing a mask. Xianxia. Under this ambiguous gaze, Xianxia lowered her head, her lovely chestnut hair cascading down to conceal most of her side face and her pale white neck. The next moment, Xianxia quietly stood up, bowed her head, and turned around, walking toward the entrance of the church. The surrounding multitude of believers were deeply immersed in the cleansing brought by the holy light. Satisfied smiles graced each face, and no one cast blame or suspicion toward Xianxia's departure. In fact, no one noticed this at all. As Xianxia rose to leave, so did the man draped in a white cape in the first row. He too stood and followed the pathway between the seats toward the entrance, keeping pace with Xianxia's steps. Seeing this scene, Martin's heart tightened. This man, who arrived alongside Stanley, undoubtedly had connections with the royal family. Was he following Xianxia because he'd uncovered her identity? It's possible he noticed some signs when Xianxia removed the influence of that statue from me. If this man truly suspected Xianxia, Martin certainly couldn't follow, as that would only expose himself. Reason told Martin that staying seated where he was the best option. But after a brief hesitation, Martin stood up and began to walk toward the church doors, just like Xianxia, amidst the ethereal chanting. During this time, no one stopped Martin. As he walked outside, he attempted to search for Haynes, but failed to spot him anywhere. Without much time to deliberate, Martin trailed distantly behind the man in the white cape and exited the Capernaum Cathedral, navigating through the throng-filled Rose Square. Only a select few civilians were allowed to enter the cathedral to listen to the holy light hymn, much like how the young sixth prince and Stanley enjoyed their prime seats in the foremost part of the prayer hall. The seating arrangements were made long before the service, allowing mostly wealthy merchants and minor nobles access to worship inside. As for the fabled grand aristocrats, they appeared to always miss the grand service, perhaps conducting their rituals through a different method entirely. Meanwhile, the devout followers of the holy light gathered outside in the Rose Square, attempting to absorb the purifying effects of the light from its closest vicinity. The vast Rose Square was practically packed with numerous devotees, making it hard to imagine how desolate it usually was. Martin tracked the distant man through the crowd. Despite the crush, the believers standing there, eyes shut, treated him as if he weren't there, as still as statues within the church. And while slipping through these living statues, Martin discreetly disguised himself. He activated the effect of the identity theft mask, altering his appearance and posture to that of a hunched old man with a horrifying scar on his face. At the same time, he used the fair gloves to steal a dirty, thin cloak from a passing, devout-looking vagrant. This effectively resolved the negative effects of the identity theft. Martin held the tattered, oversized cloak in one hand while accurately tossing a few holy water bronze coins into the vagrant's backpack with the other. These coins were more than enough to cover the price of the cloak. After all, Martin could smell the putrid odor emanating from it, unsure from which trash heap the vagrant had picked it up. Everything was completed in an instant, with no one around noticing a thing. Martin skillfully draped the cloak over himself, not minding the stench at all. On one hand, this outfit prepared by Lady Lucia was made from special materials developed by the Brotherhood, so there was no concern about absorbing odors. On the other hand, the stench now served as part of his disguise. Martin transformed into a dirty vagrant, an elderly man with a hunched back. However, his legs were not as elderly-like as they should be, as he still followed the middle-aged man from a distance, keeping him firmly within his sight. He followed the middle-aged man into a small alley on the west side of Rose Square. Martin had a vague memory of this place. It wasn't far from the location of the screaming tent. He pulled the hood of the cloak tighter, making his figure even more bent, and slowly entered this narrow alley known as Petticoat Alley. After walking for some time, he reached a corner where he heard the sound of a male and a female conversing. Thanks to the enhancement granted by the blessed mother's flesh, Martin's approach seemed unnoticed by the two individuals. The area was already quite secluded, and they continued their conversation undisturbed. Martin crouched down at the wall corner, like a true vagrant, hiding his face under the shadow of the hood and deliberately exposing the terrible scar on his cheek. Then, he heard the handsome man ask with certainty, "You are not Xianxia. Who exactly are you?" Chapter 108. The Shadow of the Holy Light. Upon hearing the man's words, Martin's eyes under his hood instantly widened. The Xianxian by his side earlier was fake? He had never considered this possibility because this Xianxian had appeared beside Mr. Haynes, which made Martin unconsciously lower his guard against this person. Coupled with her red pupil eyes, he immediately concluded that it was Xianxian. Moreover, she had just helped him dispel the siphoning effect of the Holy Light statue. If she wasn't Xianxian, why would she help him? Never would I have thought that the captain of the Ash Squad would also take an interest in the downtrodden princess of the Golden Branch dynasty. From the invisible corner opposite, a woman's voice came. Martin could hear it was Xianxian's timbre, but this person's tone and intonation were entirely different from Xianxian's. She sounded more like a mature woman. "Do you know me?" The man's tone didn't change much, only showing a hint of confusion. Dawning Sun Paladin of Fanny, as the youngest 7th-rank savior of the Redstone Kingdom, a genius among geniuses, still tends to leave impressions on people. Ash Squad. Martin had heard this name somewhere. He tried to recall, and finally remembered. On the third day he came to this world, the day he turned into a giant dog, the broadcast mentioned that the last dragon on this continent, also known as the last contaminator in the world, was killed by the Ash Squad. It sounds like an organization responsible for hunting alien species. Martin lowered his head to better capture the information in their conversation. "I have no interest in the down-and-out priestess of the Allen family." With the crisp tapping sound of leather boots, the man seemed to have moved closer to the woman. "I am merely chasing after an alien species, and coincidentally, Xianxian Allen has an unusual connection with this alien." Martin's eyebrows twitched. This so-called alien species was clearly referring to himself. Did this Ash Squad have ties to the royal family? "I don't know anything about any alien species." The woman's voice carried a hint of laziness, showing no pressure at all before a 7th-rank savior. "This disguise of mine is merely to get close to a shepherd who disrupted my carefully planned actions before, letting something that should have easily been within my grasp slip away. I'm here to scare him a bit, while taking his 2 eyeballs back for research, on how exactly he ruined everything step by step. I'm not interested in your so-called revenge story either." A Fanny cut off the woman mid-sentence. What does Xianxian Allen have to do with that shepherd? His tone exuded strong arrogance, as if he were a judge and the other party a prisoner confessing their crimes below the stand. "Your tone makes me want to avoid answering your questions altogether." Finally, there was a trace of displeasure in the woman's tone. "You wanting to answer doesn't matter anyway. We can always meet together at the Ash Squad's dungeon and chat about these details thoroughly." A Fanny spoke with unwavering confidence. "That's assuming you can catch me first." Martin noticed that Xianxian's voice began to sound somewhat ethereal and vague, as though located on another plane, disturbed by ripples in space, and becoming somewhat unreal. A similar sensation was something Martin had experienced not long ago, making it familiar again. But this time he understood the source of his familiarity. By piecing together the woman's earlier words, Martin guessed her identity. She was that imposter auctioneer from the sunflower carriage, the one who almost stole 2 of Haynes' profit cards. Last time when she slipped away effortlessly right under the eyes of 2 6-rank saviors, this same kind of alluring and surreal voice appeared, leading Martin to guess that she was attempting the same trick again. So it seems she approached me for this reason. Realizing that fact late, Martin felt some belated tension. Had it not been for this dawning sun paladin, focusing on this woman, he might really have fallen victim to her scheme without realizing it. Silence. After a prolonged silence, a Fanny, the 7th-rank savior, finally spoke. I must admit, the curtain card set is indeed quite good at escaping. I truly cannot stop you from leaving, but I think, during your escape, you will pay a significant price too, won't you? After all, you belong to the compass, not the curtain. This is rather interesting. Has the prophet of the Dawn Dusk Fortress become so degraded that they now need to cooperate with those foxes who only know fraud and manipulation? A Fanny's mocking tone was clear. Card sets are merely means. The woman's tone became somewhat rigid, and the sense of emptiness she had earlier was now gone. It seemed as though she believed there was still a chance for things to turn in her favor. In fact, there is no real conflict between us. We don't need to keep arguing. Her attitude softened slightly. The youngest daughter of Kings Wasai was originally an auction item on the sunflower carriage, but that brat purchased her together with the trader of the fortress at a high premium. I believe they are definitely connected. I still can't confirm whether it was the idea of the trader or the brat's own initiative. The trader's lips are tightly sealed. When mentioning the trader, hatred clearly surfaced in the woman's voice, just as evident as during her previous conversation with Haynes in the auction hall. So it seems she disguised herself as Xianxia to get close to Haynes to obtain some intelligence. Martin understood the reason why she had stayed by Haynes all this time. Well then, she broke free from her emotional state and returned to her prior calmness. That's all the information I can tell you, Captain. As for whether it relates to the alien species you're investigating, that's not something I can help with. This woman, Martin's eyebrows furrowed. The information provided by the woman would inevitably guide a Fanny's attention towards Haynes and Martin himself, which could prove troublesome for him in his current situation. Thank you for cooperating, Miss Prophet. A Fanny neither confirmed nor denied the woman's words, but his tone had become less harsh. I hope you won't have any more ties with the Golden Tail Academy. The alien species have disappeared. The next mission for the Ash Squad is to eliminate those secret organizations worshipping alien species and polluted cards. And among these organizations, the people of Golden Tail Academy, who call themselves gentlemen, are at the top of the list. At that time, your identity within the Dawn Dusk Fortress probably won't be enough to protect you. His words carried a strong sense of threat. After finishing, silence reigned once again in the alleyway as the sound of a Fanny's leather boots faded into the distance. Martin understood their conversation had come to an end and a Fanny had ultimately let the fake Xianxia go, possibly because he felt he'd already obtained the information he needed. Martin buried his head between his knees, waiting for them to leave completely before moving. Thanks to the effects of identity theft, not only did his appearance change, but so did his demeanor and aura. This transformation was even more complete than when he first shifted in front of Henry Good. He felt as if he'd been masking his true identity for years, his emotions growing increasingly complex. Now, externally, he looked like a vagrant. Even if the finest police officers from Fingerland Square were here, they'd merely chase him away, not allowing him to nap here during the day. He waited a long while until the laughter of children from neighboring alleys and the rustling of rats searching through sewage pipes filled his ears before slowly standing up, preparing to leave. But just as he moved, a tall figure clad in a mask suddenly appeared at the corner. It was Xianxia. She had returned. In an instant upon spotting her, Martin tensed his back muscles. He had no idea why this woman had come back, yet he maintained the guise of an old tramp, dragging his heavy frame toward her. He couldn't expose his back to this dangerous woman. Shakily, Martin continued walking closer and closer to her. Closer, closer. His left hand hidden beneath his cloak was ready. If necessary, he'd snap his fingers and unleash green flames. To deal with this perilous woman, he must give it everything from the start and hold nothing back. So getting closer worked in his favor. Finally, he was about to pass by her side. She made no sudden movements, just stared silently at him. As they passed each other, the woman glanced forward, saying with apparent deep meaning, "You're the alien species the Ash Squad is looking for, aren't you?" Martin's eyes instantly narrowed. This was one of his deepest secrets. One that, if known by the royalty, the church, the shepherds, or even commoners, could immediately turn against him. However, his face remained expressionless as he kept walking, summoning all his powers enhanced by Holy Mother's body, remaining vigilant toward the woman beside him. He wasn't sure if this was her way of testing him or setting another trap. Whether or not you are, things are beginning to get interesting. The woman didn't seem interested in fighting. She spoke as though solely entertaining herself. The third prince of the Redstone Kingdom has been killed, and Omniscient gave a vague prophecy long ago. And according to Omniscient's hints, this marks the beginning of great turmoil. The collapse of tomorrow starts here. At this point, she seemed to give a bitter laugh. Hines said he had been to the border of dawn and dusk. I wonder if this former Eye of Chaos saw you there. The woman's tone became very strange, lacking the flirtatiousness and falsity she had shown earlier during her conversation with the Fanny. Instead, it was filled with reverence, weight, and an intense sense of confusion that could not be resolved. I'm curious, who exactly are you? She paused for a moment as if waiting for Martin's response. But all she received was silence. Martin remained mute, walking forward calmly. The woman gave a soft laugh and shifted her tone, making it lighthearted again. Earlier in the Grand Cathedral, you sensed it too, didn't you? That holy statue wasn't as sacred as it appeared. The so-called Grand Mass was more like a sacrificial ritual. The devout believers, whether rich or poor, were all sacrifices. Her voice took on a note of madness and nostalgia. It grew ethereal once more, but this time, it wasn't because she was about to teleport away. She was truly walking further ahead, moving in the opposite direction from Martin and distancing herself from him. The woman quickly disappeared, leaving only a hollow voice lingering in the air. The more sacred the scene, the more easily evil can hide within. In the shadow of goodness, evil is infinitely magnified. Chapter 109, Red and Black. So, you followed this Sicilian out of the cathedral because you found something odd about her. While watching the queue of rich merchants in front of the donation box, Haynes asked Martin, who stood beside him. Yes, said Martin calmly. By now, he had returned to his own form within the Church of Capernaum. The elder had witnessed Sicilian and Ivani's departure, so when Martin left right after them, the elder didn't scold him much, but simply asked for a reason. The two were standing in the shadows of the tall pillars on the side of the prayer hall. At this time, the grand service had not yet concluded, and the prayer hall was still packed with people. The annual grand service has a fixed procedure compared to normal services, and the process is very complicated. It also carries a more solemn and sacred atmosphere. The grand service officially begins at 9 o'clock in the morning. As the prelude music starts playing inside the great cathedral, the presider and choir enter the scene, singing the hymn of the Holy Light. This is followed by prayers and hymns to Holy Light, responsive scriptures, sermons. This segment usually lasts over half an hour. Afterward comes the believers' donations, which is the process that is ongoing at the moment. Numerous followers offer their wealth in front of the statue of the Holy Light. Unlike the indulgence certificates Martin learned about from another life, the Church of Holy Light did not promote the concept of salvation via gold coins. In fact, during the earliest versions of the grand service rituals, there wasn't even a donation section. It was only later after repeated suggestions by the affluent merchants that this project was added. For these wealthy merchants, their lives are already extravagant enough. They are accustomed to trading money for what they need, with the difference merely being the amount required. So, when they wanted spiritual satisfaction, they instinctively chose to trade gold coins for it. And for the church, having enough coins to sustain its daily operations and providing believers with inner peace made this whole arrangement highly agreeable. Following the offerings comes the bishop's prayer, including joint prayers from both the local suburb bishop and the metropolitan bishop of the Redstone Kingdom. These prayers mainly focus on those committed to the Holy Light and the sick. Next, under the guidance of the presider and royal believer members, all believers sing together hymns, including the Lord's Prayer, Blessings of the Holy Light, and the Hymn of the Holy Light. Finally, there is the closing ceremony. Martin glanced at the seat where he had sat earlier with the Sicilian. Now, it was occupied by a new believer, a modestly dressed elderly couple. I discovered this Sicilian seemed strange even while I was inside the cathedral. Though her appearance showed no difference from the person I know, her overall demeanor felt off. It's difficult to accurately describe this feeling. Martin's eyes were unfocused as he genuinely reflected on the sight of the counterfeit Sicilian that day and recalled her behavior. It turned out that he truly didn't find anything peculiar about her external appearance unless someone extremely familiar would have been hard-pressed to notice any differences. She did something strange to me inside the church, Martin carefully considered before speaking. Oh, what exactly? Upon hearing this, Haynes' initially serious expression instantly changed. He turned his head and gave Martin a somewhat teasing smile, his tone heavy with intense curiosity. How does this feel like gossip? It's not what you think. Martin's inner voice started to make sarcastic remarks again. Closing his eyes to drive away these distracting thoughts, he replied. At the time, she was sitting on my right. I experienced some peculiar sensations while listening to the hymn of the Holy Light. This sensation brought me slight discomfort. Then, this Sicilian gripped my right hand, transmitting warmth which then relieved the discomfort. After much deliberation, Martin decided to inform Haynes of what had occurred, for he felt unsettled by the cryptic statements that woman had made in the final moments. The grand service is actually a sacrificial ritual, and the followers are all offerings. This unease connected with the perplexing hints given earlier by the red-haired ghost York at the card table, implicitly suggesting some secret plot between the royal family and the church, one involving mutants and corrupted cards. Desperately eager to uncover what exactly shadows in the Holy Light referred to, Martin realized that the Haynes standing before him was an excellent candidate to answer his questions, and currently the only one available. I followed her to a narrow alley west of the cathedral and saw her talking to another man. Martin went on to narrate the details of his tailing, but deliberately omitted the information from Ivani's conversation with Sicilian regarding his identity. Instead, he claimed that many parts were unclear due to the distance, a statement entirely plausible based on normal auditory capabilities. Subsequently, Martin emphasized the description of Sicilian's words about the grand service and inquired Haynes about the meaning of these words while observing his reaction. It turned out to be her Lilith. After learning that this counterfeit Sicilian was actually the woman who nearly took his profit card, Haynes revealed a touch of desolation and murmured under his breath. Lilith. Martin heard another unfamiliar name. Did Haynes know the imposter Maria? She could be considered one of my students back when I was in the fortress. For this woman, Haynes seemed reluctant to elaborate further. This grand service indeed has something odd, but I can't confirm it yet. Perhaps Lilith really knows something. Haynes gazed toward the holy light statue not far away, his face displaying an unusual look of confusion, as if an old scholar had suddenly discovered that the world didn't work quite as he'd always believed. He wanted to find Lilith. Martin instinctively judged, so, by looking at Haynes' expression. Haynes lost himself for a moment before regaining his senses, and said to Martin, "Hee, after leaving the fortress, I often feel my own ignorance, which is good for me, but also somewhat painful. I will continue to investigate this matter. If you get any more information about Lilith or this grand cathedral, you can always come to me. And this time's grand service. Although no accident has occurred thus far, because of your departure midway, you'll likely lose the related bounty, a fact I'm powerless to change." There was a hint of regret in Haynes' tone as he sincerely looked towards Martin. "I'm the one who should apologize." Martin also felt apologetic. He thought his private departure might bring some kind of punishment, but apparently, it hadn't. Not sure whether this was due to Haynes' protection or simply how the club operated. If so, wasn't the management too slack? What if something unexpected happened because of his absence midway? He did not think any further. The grand service had now progressed to the bishop's prayer phase where Stanley, along with the tall Bishop Thomas Norton, jointly prayed for the sick people and for those suffering masses enduring hardships at the lower levels. And in Martin's eyes, all this seemed somewhat absurd. Instead of performing such meaningless prayers, they could have visited the slums and east districts, the tenements and factories, see how many families crowded into moldy, narrow rental rooms, experience what environment laborers worked under. This would be much more meaningful. But Martin also realized these people would never go there. As he looked at row upon row of rich merchants and petty nobles seated on the pews, praying, a complicated sensation arose in Martin's heart. On the one hand, their comfortable lives were built on the blood and sweat, perhaps even the lives, of countless poor workers. On the other hand, these very people were used and exploited as sacrifices by the royal family and the church. He could not clearly decide whether he should feel hatred or sympathy for them. While he was pondering over this quandary, Martin noticed someone familiar among the crowd. It was Miss N. She wasn't a savior, merely an ordinary person. However, she was also the daughter of Governor Kavad's. What was she doing here? On this altar? Martin instinctively sensed something was off. After watching, and for a bit, Martin found something even more astonishing. At this moment, the young lady was surrounded by two extremely dim colors, red and black, swirling and intertwining like two giant pythons coiling around her. Their colors grew deeper, though slowly, showing a tendency to condense into substance. Martin was sure, previously, and only had a faint purple aura around her, which symbolized protection, something not uncommon in the crowd, according to which Martin confirmed she was an ordinary person, which led to his action in saving her later. But at this moment, Martin was extremely perplexed. A person having two colored mist appeared around them. Martin had only seen this before in Haynes, representing two mediums, the traits shown by two distinct card groups. This phenomenon made sense on Haynes, but what did the red and black represent in Anne's case? When Martin looked around, he realized that during his observation of Anne, the entire prayer hall seemed to have undergone some kind of change. Chapter 110, The Bishop's Law. This, and is off. Martin looked at the young girl enveloped in red and black halos from a distance, his brows becoming more furrowed. Martin couldn't be sure whether this girl had incorporated the creation card or not, but she was certainly different from the sacrifices around her who were being drained of yellowish mist. Whether by condition or demeanor, she stood out. That's right, Martin had noticed her expression. As before, it was filled with naivety and innocence, yet he always felt a hint of treachery beneath it, much like the sharp teeth revealed under a rabbit mask accompanied by blood-red lips. He tried to capture that glimmer of insidiousness, but came up empty-handed every time. Nevertheless, he was certain that this figure ahead was not the Anne he had seen before. Not at all. This person isn't Anne. Martin made that conclusion as he observed how vividly alive this and appeared amidst the numb faces and lifeless eyes surrounding her, reaffirming his judgment further. Yes, if everyone here is one of the offerings arranged by the royal family and the church, then there's absolutely no reason for Anne, daughter of Governor Cavendish, to be here. And it's almost impossible for the governor, a high-ranking official, to know nothing about what's happening here. Martin gazed intently at the corner of the girl's mouth that seemed to be curving into a slight smile, pondering silently. So who is she? The first thought that crossed Martin's mind was Lilith, who had just disguised herself as Sicilian not long ago. Could it be the same woman returning here after changing her outfit? But why would she do so? Martin couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the eerie sensation within the grand prayer hall grew stronger. The halos in the entire hall became somewhat ethereal, much like sunlight penetrating deep into the ocean. The prayers of the bishop and believers, the hymns outside the church, and the fluttering wings of the doves sounded as though transmitted through some medium before reaching Martin's ears, making everything feel increasingly unreal. It was as if Martin was submerged in the depths of the sea, with an invisible membrane quietly forming. Not just Martin, but the two bishops Thomas and Stanley in the front of the hall had also ceased their prayers. A serious look graced Heinrich's face as he gripped his thin staff tightly, and the rest of the shepherds in the hall stood up solemnly. As the prayers came to a halt, the grand prayer hall began to fall silent, quieter and quieter. All the saviors in this hall realized something was wrong, but oddly enough, the common people seated on the prayer benches showed no signs of awareness. No one glanced around because of the stopped prayers, nor did they make any other movement. Martin was surprised to notice that their postures and actions had unknowingly become synchronized. Regardless of gender, age, or identity, they all bowed their heads, clasped their hands together in front of their chests, closed their eyes tightly, and pressed their lips shut, resembling extremely lifelike statues. Among them, and whose eyes remained open and whose expression appeared innocent, stood out awkwardly. Moreover, the apparent innocence on her rosy face contrasted sharply with the faint smile at the corners of her mouth, creating an unmistakable sense of falseness. Martin noticed that the black-red halos surrounding her had nearly solidified into substantial mists, softly swirling around her. Witnessing this scene, Martin instantly deduced that all the peculiarities must have something to do with this, and somebody shared Martin's suspicion. A venerable old shepherd standing not far from, and had already stealthily approached her. In the next instant, a harsh hand chop aimed directly at the tender neck of Anne. Irrespective of whether and was problematic or not, this move was sure to be effective. It could either render this odd girl unconscious for a short while or force her hand, proving her capabilities beyond her seemingly harmless exterior, thus validating her issues. None of the present shepherds questioned the elder's actions. Everyone believed it was the correct decision. Even those who knew the girl's identity found nothing objectionable. It was the annual Great Worship. Having faced countless emergencies and crises throughout their security duties over time, the shepherds understood the importance of precision and action without hesitation. They were confident that the stern governor known for his strictness would understand this approach. Just as everyone waited for the hand chop to strike the girl's neck, an unexpected person suddenly emerged and caught the elder's right wrist. Clad in white and gold clerical robes, with short brown hair, and towering in stature, it was none other than Bishop Thomas Norton. Still smiling serenely, he held the ancient-looking Book of Jubilation in his left hand. Martin's eyes widened instantly. What was going on here? The current scene clearly pointed to something being wrong with this Annie. Yet the Bishop of Cavendish and the overseer of the Cathedral of Capharnaum had intervened to stop any action against her. Martin couldn't fathom the reason. The old shepherd felt equally perplexed, looking at the towering bishop with a puzzled expression. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, a series of dense bubbling sounds rang out in the prayer hall. Above the heads of the believers, who sat bowed-eyed, countless bubbles appeared out of nowhere, rising silently and refracting colorful light under the sunlight filtering through the louvered windows. As they ascended, these bubbles grew larger. Then, Martin noticed that there seemed to be something inside them, some kind of creature. The bubbles were like wombs. Their ascent and enlargement were the process of the embryos growing within. Martin watched as these embryos vaguely developed heads, 2 legs, and tails from a mere point. Their heads began swelling, foreheads protruding, irregular membranes and muscles covering their faces. Rows of sharp, jagged teeth quickly formed, along with prominent fins on their backs, adorned with bony spines of various lengths. In the short time it took for the bubbles to rise before bursting, the creatures inside had fully grown into ugly fishmen. They opened their beady yellow, opaque eyes, locking gazes with the people below through their translucent bubbles. Plop, 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 plop. Countless huge bubbles burst mid-air, and then all the slime-covered fishmen descended. Bearing steel needle-like fangs, emitting incomprehensible murmurs, they lunged downward at the motionless believers who seemed asleep. Bishop Thomas made the first move. Somewhere between his hands, the Jubilation book had already been opened. The characters on its pages roared to life, producing the sound of sharp blades slicing through paper, interspersed with the anguished screams of countless men and women. In tandem with these bizarre, eerie sounds, ink dots danced off the pages of the Jubilation book, splashing onto Bishop Thomas's face and his white and gold cassock. This gave the tall bishop an odd appearance, as if holy light had been tainted by stains. Law 4, Polarity. Thomas looked at the fishmen about to pierce numerous believers with their long tails bristling with thorns. Strangely, the ink stains on his face and cassock began fading slowly, as though being absorbed back in. At the same time, a mysterious yet authoritative voice emerged out of thin air in the great hall. Everything has 2 poles. All truths are but half-truths. The extremes are always connected. Like is dislike. To harm is to protect. Though he didn't speak aloud, these words seemed to have existed within the confines of the prayer hall all along. Despite the deliberate slowness of their delivery, the phrases completed themselves crystal clearly before the fishmen could land. After the last word fell, those previously haughty and slippery fishmen, the ones poised to slaughter all present believers, exhibited peculiar expressions. This was a blend of tender love, fondness, and deep protective instincts etched across their scrawny musculature, a complexity beyond what their features should manage, but nonetheless, visible across every fishman's face. One by one, they retracted their razor-sharp tails in midair, landing softly beside their designated targets, gazing intently at the humans in front of them. Like cherishing treasures, they emitted whimpering, woo sounds, devoid of any prior savagery or cruelty. Witnessing everything, Martin found himself struck speechless. That voice had no impact on him, sounding merely like an ordinary devotional aphorism, yet it transformed the mindset and actions of these ferocious fishmen so powerfully. It reminded Martin of the first time he met Bishop Thomas and experienced his enigmatic persuasive ability, an ability so potent it forced hidden thoughts straight out of Martin's mind. The situation now was somewhat similar, yet Martin still couldn't discern which card group was at play, nor its connection to the Jubilation book in his own possession. Unaware of Martin's speculations, the towering bishop moved swiftly to his next step. Law 2, Consistency. Once more, the same voice arose. But this time, the underlying pressure was even stronger, less nebulous, and much clearer. As above, so below. As below, so above. As the source and stream, as the stream and source. Where the stream flows, there the source resides. As the voice faded away, Bishop Thomas turned his gaze toward the fishmen who were still in a state of confusion. Strangely, the pupils in his eyes vanished completely, leaving only whites that filled his entire eye sockets. His head spun countless times in an instant, leaving trails of illusions everywhere, and his vision darted around without any pattern, as if searching for some invisible object, some ethereal connection. Finally, his gaze settled, and on the other end of that gaze was Martin. Father Thomas's bloodshot eyes stared at Martin with no emotion whatsoever. In a daze, Martin felt as if he were being watched by some fat, lofty entity. Before him lay a long sheet of judgment, and a cold gavel loomed over it. Countless white feathers fluttered about, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings echoing around him. In the next moment, Bishop Thomas appeared before him, holding the fully open jubilation book. His fingers curved like talons as he lunged forward, ready to seize Martin's throat. Chapter 111. The Troops of the Waves. Accompanied by the sound of feathers and wings flapping, the figure of the bishop appeared in front of Martin and immediately extended his right hand to tightly grip Martin's neck. To the other shepherds, this seemed like an unavoidable blow. No one could imagine that this tall bishop, who was usually gentle and elegant, would possess such a thunderous method. His target had been locked before the bishop made a move. They could feel the illusion of petrification, almost trembling in place as they awaited the impending judgment. But just as Bishop Thomas's hand was about to choke Martin, the young man vanished from where he stood. Some shepherds noticed that the young shepherd had, at some point, put on an old-fashioned pair of round-frame glasses, making him look more like a scholar. It was the time slice. Martin had already put on these glasses given to him by Heinz before the fishmen hatched from the bubbles, to guard against any unexpected incidents. As Heinz had said earlier, if he continuously wore these glasses which predicted brief futures, he would gradually become dull and silent, slowly losing his desire to express himself. So he only wore them at specific moments. Like now. At the moment when the white feathers fluttered, Martin became aware of the imminent event from the fragmented future shown by the time slice, and reacted a step ahead, dodging backward. Thanks to this special premonition and the enhanced bodily responsibility provided by the blessed mother's flesh, Martin narrowly avoided Bishop Thomas's attack. His figure landed under a pillar not far away, his back drenched in sweat as he panted heavily. That instantaneous reaction had placed a tremendous burden on his spirit and muscles. He felt that if Bishop Thomas repeated it, there was no way he could dodge again. He didn't understand why Bishop Thomas suddenly targeted him. This tall man had acted strangely since he stopped the shepherds from attacking Annie. Regardless of the reason, he was unable to fight this bishop. The more means he used, the higher the chance others would discover his true identity, let alone the twin flames, which were crucial for his survival. He reminded himself constantly ever since he saw Stanley. He returned to the church to avoid suspicion, but ended up becoming the target. And Bishop Thomas clearly didn't intend to stop. His pupil-less, all-white eyes gazed over, and Martin once again felt the sensation of being locked by a presence akin to a judge. The next moment, countless fluttering feathers reappeared. Martin clenched his teeth, ready to rely on the motion trajectory predicted by the time slice to respond. Even if he couldn't completely dodge it, he would avoid harm to vital parts of his body. But this time, Thomas's right hand did not touch Martin. Not because Martin had dodged. Heinz stepped forward between Martin and Thomas, his slender willowwood cane blocking Thomas's approaching hand. Thomas's cold gaze met Heinz's. Heinz paid no heed and lightly said, "Bishop, I am quite perplexed by your actions." Recognizing the old gentleman in front of him, Thomas slowly lowered his outstretched hand. "He is the source of these fishmen," Thomas continued. After speaking, his pupils refocused, no longer appearing eerily eye-white, and the book of blessings in his hands temporarily closed. If I'm not mistaken. Upon seeing this, Heinz also put down his cane and looked at the distant armless, grotesque fishmen. These creatures are products of the water mirror deck, their lower-level dream spawn, reliant on human dreams. The mad wizards from Witch's Cradle call them troops of the waves. When their bodies mature, these spawns kill the dreamers to achieve full independence. And the splendid dreams conceived by the dying victims will become a delicious feast for these fishmen. So, as long as we wake the dreamer and terminate the dream, these fishmen will automatically disappear. None of this seems related to your so-called source. Heinz finished. Some shepherds, upon his indication, prepared to go forward to awaken the believers lying on the benches. I don't agree. An aged voice echoed through the prayer hall. This interrupted the actions of the shepherds. These words carried an inexplicable mysterious force that caused hesitation among those who wanted to act, hesitating against waking the sleeping believers. Hearing this voice, Martin's heart sank. What he feared most still happened. It was Stanley. These are indeed the troops of the waves. Stanley also glanced at the fishmen who were still gazing fixatedly at the believers, his face showing intense disdain and repulsion. I remember the last time these inferior creatures appeared before me. The man who summoned them unabashedly called them fully prepared, wise in abundance, completely beautiful. How laughable. Stanley Bishop, have you encountered these fishmen? Upon hearing Stanley's words, Thomas seemed interested and no longer insisted on finding the source of the fishmen. Yes. That happened when I was pursuing a water mirror 7-level void phase priest. The ordinary civilians and most soldiers present were all transported into the void phase dream he created. Then, the void phase imprinted into reality, resulting in these hideous derivatives. While saying this, Stanley couldn't help but look at his right hand. The aged right hand had no thumb. Their essence is the dream of the high-ranking card-bearer from the water mirror, or rather, his fears and aspirations projected into the human dreamscape. After finishing his sentence, Stanley looked directly at Martin. So the appearance of these dream derivatives indicates that there must be a high-level card from the water mirror nearby. Not dealing with this water mirror will render awakening those believers futile. What just happened would only repeat over and over again. This weighty statement undoubtedly shifted everyone's suspicious gazes toward Martin. Even with both bishops' mutual agreement, it was impossible to dismiss the suspicion entirely. But if what you say is true, if there's at least a 7-ranked corrupt card inside the great cathedral of Capernaum, then the right hand of the king, enshrined here, wouldn't fail to react. Facing this defiant old man, Stanley did not back down an inch in tone, resolutely defending Martin. Upon hearing the right hand of the king, both Stanley and Thomas looked simultaneously at Hines, their expressions carrying some degree of surprise. But this surprise lasted only a moment. The two Vichitas stopped staring at the old gentleman and instead fell silent. The right hand of the king. Martin's heart stirred with doubt. Such an item seemed uniquely responsive to corrupt cards. He quietly observed the surrounding shepherds, noticing many were also confused, apparently unfamiliar with this so-called title. Glub glub. Just as Martin was observing people's reactions discreetly, his ears, or more accurately, his cochlea, his eardrum, even the deep recesses of his brain, were filled with a dense bubbling sound, like being submerged in the deep sea. And in a daze, he saw a huge golden fish eye peering at him through a glass barrier. That enormous fish eye moved around nimbly before vanishing in an instant. A sharp pain resonated from the depths of Martin's mind. Roar. At that very moment, a series of shrill roars echoed through the prayer hall. The previously docile and infatuated fishmen suddenly started howling in unison as if collectively seized by hysteria. They writhed in obvious anguish, as though undergoing extreme punishment. It became clear they were about to lose control and harm the believers around them who remained immersed in sweet dreams. All eyes were immediately drawn to the spectacle. Bishop Thomas flipped open the Book of Jubilation at the first opportunity, attempting once more to regain control over the fishmen. But before he could act, the fishmen collapsed onto the ground en masse. An odd scene followed. Streams of sparkling tears began flowing down the cheeks of the sleeping worshippers seated on the benches. Those tears quickly grew larger, eventually transforming into colorful bubbles identical to those seen earlier. In the same instant that these teardrops fell, the previously praying hands of the sleepers lost all strength, dropping limply into their laps while their heads slumped forward onto their chests, as if they'd lost the breath of life. The colorful bubbles rose gracefully into the air, enveloping each of the fishmen. Around their bodies, countless tiny bubbles emerged, obscuring their forms within. What exactly happened inside these bubbles remained hidden from view outside, but everyone knew this change wouldn't be for the better. At this moment, beside Stanley, a knee-high grayish-white creature suddenly materialized. It had a single eye covered by a black cloth. This was the order derivative. Still holding the feather pen from before, upon witnessing the current scene, it emitted a woolalala murmur and began scribbling on a gold-edged white sheet in front of it. As it wrote, some of the bubbles burst, spilling their contents out to form crystal-clear pools on the ground where the fishmen had once been shrouded. The shimmering liquid revealed no trace of any fishman within. However, immediately after, the colorful bubbles that had not burst became even more active and expanded. Even when the surface bubbles burst, new ones quickly formed to re-enclose them. This development troubled the order derivative, seemingly pushing its patience to a limit. It began muttering in annoyance and wrote with increased intensity. On Thomas's side, the Book of Jubilation was reopened once again. The letters inside surged with greater power now, as if desperately trying to escape their prison. Go forth, make amends for your sins. Thomas watched silently as 3 distorted letters finally broke free from the Book of Jubilation, rushing out. After detaching from the pages, these 3 ink-colored characters transformed into 3 black human-like silhouettes, 2 males and 1 female. They wielded a dagger, a revolver, and a rope respectively. A thief, a robber, and a prostitute. All of them were infamous criminals from history, bound within the Book of Jubilation held by Bishop Thomas. They existed in a state between life and death, serving the bishop of the Holy Light Church in order to earn their eventual release. The thief was agile, the robber fierce, and the prostitute cunning. These shadowy forms charged toward the floating bubbles in midair, ready to strike at the defenseless bubbles with their respective weapons. But at that very moment, the bubbles ruptured. From within each bubble emerged several smooth arms with perfectly defined muscles, effortlessly blocking the criminals' attacks. Then, all the remaining colorful bubbles burst entirely, revealing tall and handsome young men. Their hair shimmered in shades of red and green, contrasting strikingly with their blue skin, giving them an exaggerated beauty that made them look like natural-born leaders. You are fully prepared, wise in abundance, and completely beautiful. The Troops of the Waves. Chapter 112, Scorching Sun. West of the Capernaum Grand Cathedral, near Petticoat Alley. A tall, handsome middle-aged man thrust a knightly longsword, etched with intricate designs, into an enemy's chest and tore off the cloak the enemy had used to conceal their face. Beneath them lay scattered many corpses covered in black cloaks, all devoid of life. The man's shoulder-length golden hair was dampened with sweat, his white collar hood had been carelessly discarded aside, and his face bore an expression of slight excitement. It was as if a wandering bard had finally encountered a more satisfying landscape after a long monotonous journey, brimming with inspiration, with either grand or elegant verses already swirling in their mind. He wanted to see who his opponents were. Although their engagement lasted only a few minutes, since the abnormals had been wiped out, he hadn't fought so exhilaratingly for too long. Even though during the entire process, he hadn't actually engaged in battle. After letting go of the fake youngest daughter of King Xua, the man was ambushed in this narrow, closed alley. They seemed to be assassins from an ancient era, harboring disdain for the new-style hot weapons like revolvers, using daggers instead. He couldn't help but admit that these people were decent with daggers. But merely decent, they were mere scraps of iron in front of his knightly sword. As the captain of the Ash team, this sword 7, the Sunrise Paladin, he'd seen such assassins far too often. He didn't even need to look closely to know that all the identical daggers were carved with a scorpion clutching a moon in its claws. Clawed Moon Scorpion. This was a newly emerged mercenary group in recent years, seemingly possessing the staff deck card that symbolized disease, plague, catastrophe, and war, the contaminated card. They had caused quite a number of tragic incidents, and were one of the secret organizations Ash team had recently focused on investigating. Yet another secret organization. The man frowned. Perhaps these secret organizations had played some role in the previous extermination of abnormals, but times have changed. These organizations have received their due rewards, contaminated cards, gold coins, or power. Now it's time for them to pay the price for crossing boundaries. So is the Golden Tail Academy, so is the Clawed Moon Scorpion, so is the Dark Alchemy Association, and even the Eden whose influence spans across the Mill Continent. He never expected that just arriving at Cavides, those who should be hiding in the dark would actually seek him out. With these fragmentary thoughts mingled with a little curiosity and excitement, the man threw the lifted cloak aside, but soon, his excitement froze. He saw an incomprehensible scene. The assassin leader's body turned out to be a skeletal frame adorned by numerous jewels. The skeleton had perfect body proportions, evidently a natural warrior in life. Around its neck, shoulders, wrists, and chest, yellow sapphire ornaments decorated it. Amidst its extinguished vitality, yet exuding rich opulence, presenting a contradictory yet striking sight. The Spear of Light. The skull pierced by the great sword still wasn't completely dead. Judging by the hoarse voice, it was an adult male. Right now, he stared fixedly at the knightly longsword piercing his chest. The engraving on it was a sun, with countless ridges symbolizing light scattering outward, exuding intense heat and restlessness. The middle-aged man pulled out the longsword, forcefully enough to lift the skeleton's body upwards along with it. You recognize this great sword. You should also know who I am. The Sunrise Paladin Avini swirled away the stains clinging to the blade, gently saying. The name of this sword was precisely the Spear of Light, one of the 7 legendary great swords crafted by Agars, part of this legendary master blacksmith's earlier works. It was granted to Avini by the royal family of the Redstone King. The effects carried by the sword body matched well with the abilities of this Sunrise Paladin, complementing each other. Tell me what you know, and I can thoroughly exile you. Your astral body will cease to exist, and you won't be judged by the combat tribunal, nor imprisoned in Thomas's Book of Jubilee. Avini's tone exuded thick confidence. He knew the skeleton understood what the combat tribunal and the Book of Jubilee meant for astral bodies. That was an existence more terrifying than the legendary hell. The skeleton did not respond to his question, instead muttering mockingly in a hoarse voice. This body is merely a spiritual puppet. Besides, this was all part of the plan. The flower of bad omen has been planted, the black mandrake is about to bloom, and the order you've built with blood is about to collapse. After finishing its statement, the spiritual puppet's eyes began to lose their luster, its mouth unable to close anymore. Avini felt a sense of alarm toward both the spiritual puppet in front of him and the words it had spoken. Then, changes began to occur with this puppet and the corpses lying around. The Ceylon sapphires on the skeleton began to flicker with an eerie glow, showing countless fine cracks on their surfaces. Subsequently, numerous dark green blisters erupted on the dry, shriveled skin of the skeleton as well as other corpses. The blisters quickly enlarged, from which gnarled vines sprouted and spread. Black mandrake buds blossomed instantly into flowers. With the mandrakes in full bloom, wisps of yellow mist floated out of their stamens, soon filling the entire alley. Avini retreated as the vines appeared, but the ensuing yellow mist relentlessly pursued him, almost driving him out of the alley. He observed that his own standing collar cloak on the ground was rapidly melting away under the influence of the yellow mist, as if corroded by some potent acid. To this captain, this was a base trick, but the location was not dense forest or desert. Many ordinary people lived nearby. As the yellow mist was about to disperse and seep into surrounding alleys and civilian houses, Avini held high the Spear of Light, with a solemn expression. This knightly longsword engraved with the sun pointed directly upwards, akin to a spear piercing the darkness. Next, a streak of dazzling light suddenly radiated from the blade. This streak of light resembled a gradually rising sun, inviting worship and compelling one to step into its scorching heat. It was like embracing the holy light. This was one of the effects carried by the Spear of Light. Agars was known as the Legendary Master, primarily due to the 7 legendary great swords he crafted, which though collectively called great swords, differed in length and shape. No one knew what materials Agars used to forge these 7 great swords. Some said they were made from the bodies of ancestral-level anomalies. Others claimed they came from meteorites of the ancient god-ruled worlds outside this one. But one thing was confirmed by several high-ranking holders of the Bell deck cards. None of the 7 swords contained a Genesis card. None were magical artifacts forged by integrating Genesis cards, thus having no relation to them at all. This meant the abilities displayed by these 7 weapons transcended the mysterious system of this world, indicating a source of power beyond Genesis cards, causing instinctual fear in those who encountered this truth. This was a fear born of the unknown. The yellow mist with corrosive properties was purified as soon as it touched the radiance of the rising sun, swept away by this incomparably pure light. The black mandrakes and numerous vines growing from the spiritual puppets also quickly withered after releasing the yellow mist, ultimately becoming black powder and dispersing into the wind. Avini did not stop there. He held the spear of light high, spreading the brilliance of the blazing sun into every corner of Petticoat Alley. Only when the puppet bodies started to melt under the light did he cease. Endless combat experience told him that the effects of contaminated cards were unpredictable and bizarre. In moments of dominance, fatal attacks must be dealt to eliminate all possibilities, never giving opponents a chance to retaliate. After sheathing the spear of light, Avini went over to the corpse of the assassin leader, squatted down, and carefully examined the body of the spiritual puppet. Apart from finding a suspected silver ring, he didn't discover anything else. This left him slightly surprised. Even though his search was meticulous, he only followed protocol, never expecting to find anything significant. These spiritual puppets were mere martyrs, sent here solely for assassination and delay purposes. It was impossible for them to carry any useful items on their bodies. He looked at the ring taken from the puppet's index finger. There was nothing special about its appearance, just a simple circle of silver, but inside the band, he found 2 flowery carved letters. Avini recognized them as Grey Fortress, a name unfamiliar to him. This legendary captain immediately became keenly aware it was a provocation, or rather, a declaration of war by a secret organization against Ash Team, against the royal family. Just as he was searching for related information in his mind, a wave of disturbing fluctuations emanated from the direction of the Capernaum Grand Cathedral. Quickly, a second wave, then a third. Like ripples caused by stones tossed into water, they continued to disturb him. Clutching the ring tightly in his hand, Avini gazed toward the cathedral, muttering to himself, to have stirred up the king's right hand. Even Stanley and Thomas combined can't handle it. At this moment, inside the Capernaum Grand Cathedral, Martin looked at the countless slippery tentacles before him. As he did dodge the attacks of these thick tentacles, he asked Haynes with great confusion from not far away. Mr. Haynes, what are these things? From the change in the wave chaser form earlier to the appearance of these huge tentacles, all of this happened too quickly and was too overwhelming for Martin. And at this moment, Haynes was holding his staff high. The all-seeing eye on it had opened, emitting a soft green glow. The approaching tentacles were unnaturally twisting. The closer they got to the center of the light, the smaller they became, like delicate young tendrils just starting to grow. Haynes frowned, his eyes fixed on the pulpit where a massive arm, half severed, lay above it. It consisted of broken armor plating, black pus-filled blood vessels oozing from its jagged ends, scales, and several massive tumor-like growths. Countless coarse tentacles extended out from it. Martin only heard Haynes reply in a deep voice. The King's Right Hand. Chapter 113, Armor Shadows. Let's rewind to 15 minutes ago. Wave-chasing soldiers emerged from brilliant bubbles. These dream derivatives were completely different from the ugly fishmen they had encountered earlier. It was as if they had transformed from ugly ducklings into graceful swans. Their blue skin and red-green hair made them appear proud and majestic. What's more, they acted like soldiers who had undergone rigorous training. After emerging from the bubbles, some of them began to fight with the thieves, bandits, and prostitutes released from the Book of Joyful Blessings. In this process, the tridents held by these derivatives could dematerialize and become ethereal when needed, bypassing the defenses of a few individuals before reverting back to solid form and injuring the 3 prisoners. In addition to this, their bodies could also dematerialize. When the 3 prisoners' weapons struck them, they passed right through their shadowy forms without causing any damage at all. Such bizarre abilities. Martin watched as the towering fishmen fought with the prisoners in the distance. He wondered how he would fare against them, suspecting he wouldn't stand a chance. The 3 prisoners quickly became overwhelmed. Though they were merely spirits released from the book, and in life were extremely violent criminals, they were still just ordinary people. They might have some tricks up their sleeves, but that was it. Moreover, the wave-chasing soldiers were numerous. Even though only a part of them were dealing with the prisoners, they weren't fighting on equal terms. Another smaller group of wave-chasing soldiers continued what they had been doing before, attempting to kill the believers generating the dreams. In response to this situation, Bishop Thomas, who had released the prisoners, took no further action. The ink in his copy of the Book of Joyful Blessings jumped about even more actively than before, as if it wanted to break free at any moment. But he kept those malicious desires confined, showing none of the decisiveness he had shown earlier when facing the fishmen. Instead, he appeared lost in thought. He looked on helplessly as the wave-chasing soldiers closed in on the defenseless believers, watching as the prostitute's throat was pierced by a trident, the thief's hand severed, and the dagger fell to the ground, turning into a dark ink stain. Meanwhile, Stanley not far away also made no move. The order derivatives beside him were jumping around in place, making indistinct shouts, looking excited at the sight of these 3 being slaughtered. Their unusual reactions confused Martin. In the face of strengthened enemies and endangered believers, both seemed hesitant for no apparent reason. Had these 2 bishops already abandoned the dead believers? This thought lingered in Martin's mind. He realized that couldn't be the case. There were too many witnesses here. This wasn't inability. It was a deliberate lack of intervention. As the believers faced brutal killings, it was the shepherds led by Hines who moved forward, working alongside the church knights to counter the troublesome opponents with weapons that could dematerialize as well as themselves. Still, they barely managed to withstand the attacks. Bound by security protocols, the shepherds were required to ensure the safety of the believers, even if they seemed devoid of life now. Yet despite frequent encounters with corruption and collapse, ever since the vanishing of the anomalous species, the shepherds rarely engaged with forbidden creatures anymore, let alone rare derivatives. In the chaos, Martin quietly stepped back a few paces. Using his abilities here would risk revealing signs, especially as he increasingly sensed something was off. Finally, amidst the chaotic battle, Martin noticed something important. While everyone's attention was drawn to the wave-chasing soldiers attacking the believers, a small group of fishmen quietly approached the front of the grand prayer hall. It was already empty. The master of ceremonies and the choir had long since been evacuated under the protection of the shepherds. All that remained was the empty pulpit and the holy light statue. Their target was that statue. Martin immediately understood. The fishmen's attack on the believers was a ruse. Their real objective was to seize the holy light statue, or rather, whatever was inside it. Martin knew the statue housed an object of great importance to the church and the royal family, which was why the grand worship ceremony existed. Then, he saw the order derivative that had previously been observing from the sidelines now next to the statue. It stopped wildly waving its feather pen as before and instead took out a copper whistle, holding it to its lips with a grin that mimicked human treachery, and blew the whistle hard. Squeak. The sharp whistle echoed throughout the prayer hall, but the approaching fishmen towards the statue seemed unaffected and continued closing in. However, the wave-chasing soldiers soon felt something was amiss with their bodies. Martin witnessed this from afar, his eyes growing wider and wider. The derivatives approaching the statue were indeed continuing their advance, but only parts of their bodies were moving forward. Their legs had stopped at the moment the whistle was blown. Yet, these tall, imposing blue fishmen persisted in advancing without the support of their legs, collapsing onto the ground. Not a single one of them cried out in pain. Instead, they all bore expressions of anguish mixed with determination. Their bodies began to slowly dissolve into clusters of colorful bubbles. The holy light does not tolerate the approach of the ignoble. Stanley's emotionless voice contrasted sharply with the blood-soaked legs on the ground. His figure appeared beside the statue, looking down at the wave-chasing soldiers that were melting. This whistle. Martin recognized the brass whistle. It originally belonged to the one-eyed man by Prince Cornell's side. He couldn't understand how it ended up in the order derivative's possession, but judging by its effect, the whistle seemed far more powerful in the hands of the derivative than in those of the man named Charles. Immunity. Just as Martin thought things were finally settling down, Bishop Thomas's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, Martin saw a splash of ink leap out from the Book of Joyful Blessings and expand into a massive black shadow in midair. The shadow drew a perfect arc in the air before rushing toward a young girl's figure. It was Annie. After Bishop Thomas intercepted the old shepherd's attack, Annie had been placed under the watch of the church's holy knights. Martin noticed that while she was still surrounded by red and black mists, there was no sign of them worsening. Martin grew increasingly confused. At first, he thought all of this was related to this Annie, suspecting her to be a fabrication like the Hessian. But Thomas's intervention against the shepherd puzzled him. Now, this towering bishop didn't attempt to stop the wave-chasing soldiers, but instead acted against Annie, who was already under control. Such behavior seemed highly contradictory. The black shadow left fleeting traces in the air, and within the blink of an eye, struck near Annie. An invisible wave erupted, forcibly propelling the holy knights guarding her far away. Strangely, the shadow did not harm Annie. Instead, it formed a protective aura around her. Subsequently, the shadow stabilized, and to Martin's astonishment, it took the shape of a knight's armor. Chapter 114, The King's Right Hand and the Rose Cannon. The armor was slim and narrow overall, with many extremely elegant etched patterns, adorned with delicate relief carvings and various plant and flower designs. It looked more like ceremonial armor than something for actual combat. Inside the armor, there seemed to be a tall knight with a blurred face. He knelt with his sword in hand, enveloping and within the shadow of his body. Bang dash. An abrupt shattering sound echoed throughout the prayer hall. A louvered window on the west side of the hall shattered suddenly, followed by a sharp whistling sound and a very muffled metallic impact sound, as if a cannonball had struck thick armor. The translucent image around and shook violently, becoming dimmer. Sniper. Martin immediately realized that someone was attacking from a distance outside the church. He quickly crouched down, taking cover behind one of the stone columns. The scene before his eyes brought him great shock, giving him a sense of absurdity. Since he arrived in this era, all he had seen were simple and direct cold weapons, at most short guns similar to revolvers. He almost forgot about the existence of long rifles. So Thomas has been holding back to keep an eye on, and right? He didn't even bother with those believers or the holy light statues. Why? Why did he save this girl multiple times? Is it just because she is the daughter of the governor? Martin understood some things. If it weren't for the knight's translucent image released by Bishop Thomas, that cannonball would have directly hit Anne, and without a doubt, it would have taken the girl's life. Just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, a cloud of black smoke spread out from the point where the knight's translucent image was hit, quickly covering both the image and inside. That black mist spread rapidly, gradually forming the shape of a flower. Martin's pupils contracted slightly. He had seen this flower before, in the canyon of his dreams, right above that castle. The black mist formed, its flowers' branches extended, thorns sprouted. This was exactly the same as what he saw in his dream. This reminded him of the second story he told the queen, the source of the plague, the symbol of calamity. The black death flower. The fog shaped like a black flower quickly enveloped the knight's translucent image and Anne, ready to wrap them completely inside. Its edges kept bubbling and boiling, and no one knew what was happening inside at the moment. Bang 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 dash. As the black mist eroded the knight's translucent image, the sound of shattered louvered windows rang out continuously. Special bullets with a pale yellow glow dove down and fiercely struck the knight's translucent image. The knight's figure gradually became hunched and dimmer. These bullets also forced Thomas, who wanted to check on Anne, to retreat. It was hard to imagine what kind of weapon the marksman had that could target both Thomas and the knight's translucent image simultaneously. Suddenly, an eerie, deep red halo burst forth in the black mist before dimming immediately. In a daze, it seemed like the red shadow of a deep well escaped the confines of the black mist, briefly revealing itself before disappearing again into the mist. What is that? Martin saw the brief shadow of the deep well appear. He believed that many of the surrounding shepherds saw it too and noticed Heinrich's frown not far away. Lupin V. Thomas shouted in the direction of the black mist while dodging the incoming bullets, the bishop's usual gentle smile absent from his face. No one answered him. The black mist continued to churn silently, and the flowers bloomed strangely in dark red hues. Answer me, Lupin, if you want true release. There was a hint of urgency in Thomas's voice, Lupin seemingly being the name of that translucent knight. Thomas mentioned exemption earlier, which should be related to this knight. The black mist surged again, but still no one answered. Thomas's expression turned serious, his pupils dispersed once more, and his whites filled his eyes. The fifth law cadence. A dignified and powerful male voice echoed through the prayer hall. What was odd was that this voice wasn't as clear as the previous fourth and second laws. Instead, it was hoarse and murky, like the difficult resonance emitted from an old phonograph. All things rise and fall. Just like a pendulum swings and falls, tides advance and then recede. Filthy black mist will disperse early in the temple. With the appearance of these sentences, which resembled truths or orders, the black mist truly diminished quickly as stated, no longer spreading, and the scene within revealed itself once again. During this process, Martin noticed something strange about the changes in the black mist. It wasn't dissipating, but rather surging towards the center, and this was why it rapidly collapsed and contracted. By the time the black mist had mostly faded, Martin realized that, and within the mist had been absorbing the fog, pulling all of it into her body. The translucent shadow that had originally guarded and became increasingly dim and was about to fade into nothingness. My defense is nearing its end. A weary male voice rang out from the translucent figure. Thomas, I hope you keep your promise and let me return to the flames. As long as the fire doesn't go out, may the knights at the round table pity the world and have mercy on me. As the voice fell silent, the shadow flickered like a candle in a hurricane, then grew darker before finally vanishing into nothingness. With the shadow gone, and figure inside, it was fully revealed. However, her condition appeared very peculiar. In Martin's eyes, the red mist around her had nearly disappeared completely, while the black mist surrounding her was highly active, almost enveloping her entirely. Martin perceived that something terrifying was happening to this young girl. She hung her head, her golden hair cascading down, her feet already lifted off the ground. Her once pristine and expensive gown now looked worn out and strange. Around Anne, the heavily armed temple knights, who were standing guard, suddenly emitted cries of pain one after another, falling to the ground. Their radiant holy knight armors quickly oxidized and turned black, losing their original brilliance in an instant. After falling, the skin of these previously tall and mighty knights began to rot. Despite being known for their strong willpower, the church knights screamed in anguish, enduring unimaginable pain. The stench of decay spread swiftly. Soon, several nearby shepherds also painfully collapsed, their skin and lips drying out and forming black sores rapidly. Martin noticed the black mist emanating from and spreading out like the breath of death. Everyone it touched began to fall and develop boils. It's Anne. Without hesitation, Martin rushed forward and pulled away several familiar shepherds, barely saving them from the contamination of the black mist. But the spread of the black mist was getting faster. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the entire prayer hall to be completely engulfed. At that moment, Martin felt a deep, unsettling tremor. He looked toward the source of the disturbance, which was directly in front of him, the direction of the holy light statues. There was nothing there. Stanley and the order derivatives had vanished somewhere. However, the area above the statue was now extremely dark, becoming darker and darker. Despite the sunlight pouring in through the windows, the light there seemed gradually drained away, or perhaps captured by some presence and swallowed into an unknown abyss, never to escape. In the next moment, all light vanished, turning the area above the statue pitch black. Then, half of a colossal arm appeared there. It was as tall as two people, resembling the shoulder of a giant. Martin couldn't accurately describe what he saw. It was as if that massive arm had always been there, merely hidden by the sunlight until the light disappeared, revealing it. That half arm was bloody and grotesque, looking as though torn from its body. Its veins, muscles, and tendons were all ripped apart, with streams of black pus constantly dripping down. The entire arm was covered in tattered armor, the intricate engravings showing its status of high honor and eternal glory. On the broken parts of the armor, disgusting tumors grew on the arm's skin, pulsing and twitching as if alive, draining the arm's vitality. What shocked Martin most was what extended beneath the armor. Instead of a hand, thick and slippery tentacles emerged. These tentacles were lined with suction cups covered in murky slime, twitching restlessly. What kind of monster is this? This sight caused Martin severe discomfort. He'd witnessed many collapsing scenes before, but none affected him as much as this one. The suction cups opening and closing, along with the slight wriggling at the ends of the tentacles, instinctively made him want to flee. But these tentacles didn't give him such an opportunity. As soon as they appeared, they swept violently toward Martin. Martin quickly retreated upon seeing this, but the tentacles targeted him relentlessly, following his movements and almost touching his legs. Though massive, these tentacles were incredibly agile, twisting and coming at him from angles that were almost impossible to avoid. During this process, Martin noticed that the believers, shepherds, and temple knights who were touched by these tentacles all had their bodies covered with slippery slime, which quickly enveloped them, resembling cocoons fallen into a pit of snakes. Is your king an octopus? Martin narrowly dodged the sweeping tentacles. He learned from Heinz that these were indeed the facts of the king's right hand, and the voice in his heart began to curse furiously. Perhaps distracted, Martin was about to be caught by a tentacle around his calf when he prepared to use his chef saliva ability, exchanging bodily fluid loss for corrosive power to counteract the tentacle. At that moment, with a sound breaking through the air, a gust of wind whistled past Martin's ear, and a rosy pink mist exploded at the end of the tentacle with a bang. The shadow of a rose appeared where it exploded. The tentacle disintegrated right before Martin's eyes without warning. As the rose-shadowed mist gradually dissipated, Martin realized, it was a bullet. Is that sniper helping me? These bullets are different from the ones before. There was no time to think it over. Martin continued to jump and dodge the successive waves of tentacles. Then he noticed something. The targets of those tentacles didn't seem to be him. An increasing number of tentacles, after Martin distanced himself from Anne's position, stopped on him and instead swept directly toward and whose long hair hung loosely and showed no reaction. The goal was crystal clear. Was I just blocking their way? Martin couldn't help but question. By now, several thick tentacles had surged in front of Anne. Just as they were about to encase her, another dull thud echoed. This time, Martin saw clearly. A much more powerful shell struck these tentacles, exploding into a blood-red rose-shaped shadow. In an instant, the ends of the tentacles were completely severed, flesh splattering everywhere, as if the tentacles retracted sharply in pain. Then came more cannonballs, raining down like raindrops, each striking one or more tentacles, the rose-shaped shadows rising up one after another, like celebratory rose fireworks. Meanwhile, on the western side of Capernaum Cathedral, not far from the cathedral, atop a nearby rooftop, a young man holding a long-barreled smoothbore gun revealed an excited smile. If Martin were here, he would have been very surprised, because this man was none other than the old Sir Henry Good, who successfully reincarnated during the embalming mission. Or call him Boaz. That middle-aged man, who days ago carried a heavy and weary aura, had now become a handsome young man, much younger even than when wearing that pair of old glasses. No one knew what this Sir had experienced these few days. Boaz's right eye peered through the scope towards the prayer hall, watching those tentacles thrash painfully under the bombardment of rose cannons. His lips curled upward into the widest grin. In a wildly crazed tone, he said, I've got you. Chapter 115, Rampage. The muzzle-loading gun in Boaz's hand was originally a magical item integrated with a creation card. It had a cheek piece on the stock, a pistol grip, and an 8-sided heavy gun barrel followed by an elegant wooden stock. The brass-colored old-fashioned sight made it look quite aesthetically pleasing. Boaz grinned, continuously pulling the trigger as one after another bullet shot out of the barrel with a rosy glow, precisely striking the tentacles inside the distant church. As more and more rose cannons bloomed on the tentacles, those tentacles changed from initial curling and dodging to gradually twisting and counterattacking. They began dispersing the cannonballs before they could explode, as if angered. The blood vessels in the massive half-arm began to writhe, and clots of black blood splashed onto the ground. The tentacles extending from the arm started to wildly surge, all coming alive as if awakening. Come on, let me see the power of Cradle. Through the scope of the muzzle-loading gun, Boaz saw this scene, his grin widening as he continued firing, the bullets endless, about to be entirely discharged onto the tentacles. The church's louvre windows had already been completely shattered, and the common believers gathered in the Rose Square had realized something was wrong with the grand worship. However, these fanatical believers did not flee but gathered together, intending to enter the church to see what exactly was happening. Soon, some people discovered the direction of the gunman and walked towards the building where Boaz was located. His time was running out. Inside the church, Bishop Thomas quickly realized the situation. He stopped dodging and fixed his eyes on the direction from which the bullets came, opening the Book of Jubilation in his hand. He was looking for an opportunity. The consecutive use of 3 laws from the 7 great laws had already tired him out, especially the 5th law, which was his current limit. And it appeared that the enemy was not just one side. The dream derivative of the water mirror tarot seems to be related to Witch's Cradle, while the disgusting smell in these bullets is the Rose Society. Plant Moon Scorpion actually recruited these 2 old enemies. Thomas looked at the expanding rose cannons and murmured. That, Annie, was very important to the church. On the day of grand worship, the condition of King's right hand was special, and he had to personally oversee this seemingly innocent girl. He understood what the young girl hid beneath her innocent appearance, which was why he didn't hesitate to use Law 5-Rhythm, which he hadn't fully mastered yet. Precisely because of this, he disregarded the safety of the believers and the statues of holy light. ignoring even the superficial tasks and focusing solely on guarding Annie. Even after realizing the Hidden Force's intervention, he decisively unleashed one of his trump cards from within the Book of Jubilation, one of the prisoners locked away there for the longest time, a member of the ancient royal family of Flame Country. Lupin V. When he received this Book of Jubilation from the previous Bishop Kavad's, this once deposed Emperor of Flame Country had already been imprisoned in the book. Not even the previous bishop knew how long this entity had been held captive. He was involved in an ancient secret between the Redstones and Flame Country, a deal that must never see the light of day. But Thomas hadn't expected that even the Dawn Guard couldn't withstand the erosion of that black flower. After all, this was the Shield card group 7 of Hearts, possessing unparalleled protection among all creation card groups. What surprised him even more was that after Annie absorbed the black flower, the balance between healing and corruption within her body was disrupted, ultimately awakening King's right hand, which had fallen into slumber. Watching the increasingly active tentacles and pools of pus flowing over the pulpit in the prayer hall, an unsettling feeling gradually crept into the mind of this bishop. It seemed their target was more than just Annie. At this moment, those tentacles had become somewhat frenzied. The suckers attached to them all opened wide, convulsing violently. Another round of dense gunfire arrived, and the tentacles showed no signs of avoidance. Instead, they stretched like human fingers, then twisted forcefully. The bullets were as if being obstructed by an invisible membrane, their paths becoming blocked. The rosy aura surrounding the bullets quickly faded, then completely disappeared. A layer of frost began forming around them until the bullets froze solid and eventually fell to the ground uncontrolled. From afar, Boaz witnessed this scene, and instead of anger, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. Excitedly, he muttered under his breath, "Yes, that's right, resist. Show me your true power. Don't be restricted by that insignificant seal anymore." At the same time, Martin in the hall observed that pale blue water mists were seeping out from the suckers on those tentacles. After the initial suppression, the sniper had completely ceased to cause any damage to these tentacles. That bizarre King's right hand was freezing all the incoming bullets like it was playing with them while crazily approaching Annie, who was still in a bewildered state. Witnessing these wildly wriggling tentacles, Martin's vision began to slow down as if the frames were dropping. The image started misaligning, the sound gradually receded, and his train of thought seemed to come to a halt. A familiar sensation crept over him. Another burst of dense bubble sounds followed, and the suffocating sensation of the deep sea once again submerged Martin, even stronger than last time. Then, the giant golden fish eyes reappeared again. The barrier that resembled an aquarium tank had almost vanished this time, the fish eyes as if trying to get closer and closer to Martin's eyeball, as though wanting to observe everything inside Martin's head at will. Utterly terrifying, no distance left. Martin wanted to avoid, but at that moment, he felt as if he had lost his body and only retained consciousness. His body's protection mechanism nearly caused him to faint, but the sharp stinging pain deep within his mind pulled him back to reality. He felt like a doll watching his own body being torn into pieces, his spirit oscillating between repeated awakenings and sleep, sinking into unimaginable exhaustion. He yearned for something, anything, to pull him up. Then, strange waves came, akin to autumn winds brushing through a wheat field, more like icy waves washing ashore and lapping against corpses. The fisheye suddenly got enveloped in a mass of ice mist, then was separated, finally moving away from Martin's pupil and slowly closing after. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and Martin returned to reality. He hadn't recovered from his ordeal when he noticed that the suckers on those giant tentacles had all transformed into open eyes. The tentacles writhed and jumped erratically, dispersing wafts of sea blue mists everywhere. Their condition grew wilder and more unrestrained than before. The King's right hand was finally about to unleash its full strength, displaying the power of Cradle to the world. As it went berserk, only a few individuals like Hines and Thomas in the hall continued to endure. Frost covered their skin, brows, and lips, and they trembled uncontrollably. Far away on the rooftop, beside Boaz, in midair, a tiny green shoot suddenly appeared, emitting a glowing radiance. The sprout quickly grew, soon becoming a seedling. Its translucent surface shone clearly, branches and leaves stretching out, and it eventually formed an indistinct human figure. Its gracefulness was perfectly displayed through this plant, even surpassing what could be achieved with an actual human body. Branches interwove with green leaves in radiant green, soon forming features and limbs. A vague but beautiful woman became apparent. Tender branches transformed into her green hair, leaves turned into sexy clothing, and 2 goat horns curved elegantly out, making the woman appear evil yet full of vitality. By the woman's side, the branches intertwined into a massive box, its body quivering slightly. Upon closer inspection, turbid pus flowed out from the cracks. Boaz ignored the sight unfolding beside him, merely smiling lightly and saying, "You're late." The woman didn't respond but narrowed her eyes, emotionlessly staring towards the interior of the cathedral as if identifying something. "The King's right hand has already been fully unsealed. I've done my part as promised." Boaz removed his right eye from the scope, starting to clean the long-barreled muzzle-loading gun. "Good." The woman softly spoke the word. Her voice sounded like a young girl's, yet it lacked any emotion whatsoever. She raised her right hand, and the vines around the nearby box moved. The contents inside were revealed. It was a heart, a beating heart, continuously squeezing out pus. When the heart was uncovered, it seemed as if Boaz was affected somehow and looked toward it. "Do you want to become the vessel of the Mother Goddess?" The woman did not prevent his gaze but continued speaking tonelessly, making it unclear whether she was seriously asking or warning. Boaz struggled to shift his eyes away. The mother goddess has sensed the king's right hand. I can feel it, her excitement and desire. There was a slight trembling in the woman's voice, as if she was indulging in some overwhelming pleasure. As she gazed at the numerous tentacles rolling far away, emotion crept into her tone for the first time. Goddess, this is the best container I can find for you. Please indulge yourself. The heart in the box, upon hearing these words, began to throb violently, each beat more intense than the last. A bizarre heartbeat began to resonate and grew louder. And not far away, inside the Capharnaum Cathedral, the king's right hand seemed to sense something as well. The tentacles writhed with increasing frenzy, either resisting or responding to an unknown presence. On Martin's side, even though the fisheye had been pushed back by the freezing effect of the king's right hand, his mind was still dazed, as if he had spent a sleepless night, plagued by nightmares. His spirit had been stretched to its very limit. In a stupor, his body instinctively dodged the lashing tentacles. He staggered about. Suddenly, Martin caught sight of Cecilia in the distance. Behind her stood Stanley, long unseen, holding a sharp blade poised to slash across Cecilia's tender neck. Martin's eyes widened instantly. Every muscle in his body tensed. Leaping forward, he felt himself moving much faster than normal. At the very moment the blade was about to reach Cecilia, Martin yanked her aside. A warm sensation passed through his hands. The throbbing headache returned. Martin shook his head slightly to focus, only then realizing who lay in his arms. It wasn't Cecilia at all. It was Annie. Pale-faced, utterly devoid of color, Annie lay limp. At that moment, Martin felt as though something searing hot had branded his chest. He reached out instinctively and pulled out the ring he had stolen from Henry Good earlier. The ring with the black gemstone, inscribed with the word Greyhold on its inner circle. Now, the ring had become excruciatingly hot, and soon after, a cold, glowing halo diffused around it. A familiar feeling. That was Martin's first thought. He felt his body lighten as if lifted off the ground, then experienced an all too familiar jolt of falling sensation. In an instant, his body spun countless times before abruptly crashing onto the ground. As he landed hard on the floor with and unconscious in his arms, Martin finally understood where that sensation had come from. The Silver Triumph Chariot. Once again, this wondrous artifact from the key deck had teleported him, once again under everyone's watchful eyes. A surge of anger erupted in Martin's mind, but just as quickly vanished entirely, leaving no trace as though someone had plucked that fruit of fury directly from his tree. Then, he saw a shadowy figure appear before him. This figure lacked both arms, was small in stature, and grotesque in appearance, covered entirely in slime with no garments whatsoever. Its face was fat and vacant, standing there stark naked, gazing intently at a colossal mural ahead. Upon the mural was depicted an intricately designed golden oil lamp, alongside a warped and hazy silhouette of a mermaid. Chapter 116, Teleportation Again. Following the gaze of the armless monster, Martin saw the mural in front of it. There, the oil lamp shone golden, its wick blazing bright, and a figure with a human body and a fishtail swayed gracefully within the bubbles, casting a beautiful shadow. Martin soon realized where he had been teleported to. This was the underground of the Capharnaum Grand Cathedral, the place where the Queen left many murals. It seemed that due to the grand worship, there were no believers underground at this time, not even the guards on duty. He looked around and saw the familiar Snow White, goblins, Black Cat, and the mural of the Black Death Flower. Had this Silver Triumph Chariot simply transported him from above to down here? What was the purpose of this? Martin had thought that this teleportation would again take him to a distant place or somewhere no one could notice, but unexpectedly, it was so close. The monster seemed not to have noticed Martin, or perhaps it didn't care that Martin was conscious. It still gazed dumbly at the mural, more specifically, at the mermaid in the mural. As it stared at the mural, its body underwent some changes. Its sticky liquid gradually dried up, then its shoulder blades began to protrude, and fine hair started to grow out of its skin. In a short while, 2 wings covered with white feathers formed, and then golden hair grew on its head. A white long robe appeared in the void and gently fell onto its body. Crying Angel. When Martin saw the monster's wings and golden hair, he already felt something was wrong. Once the monster put on the white robe, he was struck by astonishment beyond words. This was the crying angel he had seen in his dreams, the one who froze him on the high wall and almost erased him. How could the monster earlier be an angel? And how did it appear in his dream? Martin's mind went blank, and he began to doubt the reality of that dream. Truly remarkable. The crying angel turned his back to Martin and watched as his own body gradually stopped changing. With an extremely high-pitched voice, he murmured softly. Though clearly possessing a female form, his voice revealed nothing about his gender. Just a mural allowed me to emerge from the phantom phase, thus revealing my true self. That legendary queen truly deserves her reputation as a top-tier artifact master. Upon hearing the word queen, Martin tensed immediately. This person knew about the queen's existence. The crying angel glanced around at these murals, then laughed arrogantly. After all this effort, I finally tricked the king's right hand away. Let me see. The key to the ruins should be in that painting. Away? Was the king's right hand originally here? Based on what he said, Martin began to speculate. Before he and teleported, the king's right hand had already fallen into a frenzied state, unable to distinguish friend from foe. And all of this was caused by that mysterious sniper. They planned it all. Perhaps the real goal of these people wasn't the Holy Light statue or the rose card that Bishop Thomas took away. They intended from the start to lure the king's right hand away to get into this underground area? When you think about it, anyone can visit the ruins left by the queen, yet they couldn't enter because of the presence of the king's right hand. But what relation do these murals have with the key to the ruins? These should just be messages left for me by the queen. Wait, queen ruins. At this point, Martin suddenly snapped back to reality. Could what he referred to as ruins actually be the garden of the queen located in Cavides? Madame Lucia once told Martin that recently, both the church and the town hall found the remains of a garden in Cavides, and the one in Cavides was likely built according to the pattern of the city of catastrophe. Numerous bits of information and traces flashed through Martin's mind. The Black Death flower branded onto and the murals of the city of catastrophe, and the city of catastrophe in his dreams. All the clues came together, and Martin seemed to understand why and himself had been taken away from the Great Prayer Hall. Everything was related to that garden ruin. The crying angel looked left and right at the murals on the walls. Unlike in the previous dream, he wasn't covering his face crying, but Martin also didn't see his front appearance. It seemed every time he turned around, Martin always ended up behind him. Yet Martin hadn't moved an inch the entire time. Oh, it's really hard. Why not just bring these murals along? Anyway, there's this young man with the aura of the Tower of Life around. The crying angel paused in front of the mural of the black cat and began muttering to the painting as if speaking to himself. The position where he stood had little light. In the shadows, his feathered wings appeared abnormally thin, the white feathers lifeless, almost revealing the bones beneath, trembling lightly as he spoke. The scene was eerily quiet. Martin clearly understood that his latter remark referred to him. Yet, this monster-turned angel did not turn around, as if he had forgotten about Martin, making it seem like he was alone in the underground hall. Martin recalled his dream where he never saw the angel's face, but knew full well that encountering it would bring unspeakable terror. The crying angel extended his left hand and flicked it slightly. A kaleidoscope of colorful bubbles surged toward the murals. The bubbles stuck to the murals, bursting upon contact, coating them with a thin layer of water mist. Then, the murals undulated like water surfaces disturbed by the wind, no longer smooth, curling slightly as ripples spread through them. The content of the murals gradually faded, vanishing completely. Finally, all the murals that had existed here for countless years disappeared without a trace, as though they had never adorned these walls. Gurgle. A massive, iridescent bubble formed before the crying angel. To Martin's astonishment, within the bubble's shimmering glow lay the reflections of all the vanished murals. It was as if their images had been captured in a mirror, while their physical forms disappeared entirely. The crying angel voiced a tone of satisfaction, then extended his right hand. It's time to leave. The church people will soon notice something is amiss. Martin observed that the index finger of his right hand bore a simple silver ring. It was the very same ring Martin had previously acquired from Henry Good, and the same item responsible for transporting him and the mysterious silver triumph chariot. What baffled Martin was why it had taken the form of a mirror earlier, but now appeared as a ring. Realizing what he intended to do, Martin felt too mentally exhausted to act, as though he'd stayed awake for several nights straight, unable to summon any willpower. The crying angel turned the ring slightly on his finger. Once again, Martin experienced a dizzying sensation of tumbling and spinning. When he finally regained solid ground beneath him, Martin realized he was in the place of his dreams. Canyons, high walls, castles. High in the sky, a colossal thorny black flower blossomed, casting an eerie deep red glow below. Chapter 117, The Angel's Dream. Back in the dream again, Martin looked at the tall tower castle not far away, the thorn black flower in the sky, and the high walls surrounding and guarding the castle. And for a moment he couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. He came to the bottom of the high wall. This time, he could no longer drift in the air but firmly stepped on the ground. Not far ahead were the pyramid-like towering high wall and the even taller castle. The giant stones used to build the high wall gave off a sense of true oppression. Martin could see the marks on them as if they had been carved by knives or axes, and he could even walk over and touch them. However, the thorn black flower in the sky seemed so unreal. How could a flower grow in the sky? Shouldn't that be where the moon is? Moreover, the distant castle appeared to Martin to have a mysterious quality. His vision went through it as if looking through bubbles in deep-sea water, and he didn't know where this feeling came from. Then, Martin looked up at the high wall and saw a familiar figure. It was the weeping angel. Now, it had returned to sit atop the high wall like in the previous dreams. It did not cover its face with crying as before, but instead sat leisurely on the edge of the high wall, swinging its legs, appearing very relaxed. And was nowhere to be seen. You must have seen this scene already. The weeping angel spoke in its ambiguous voice that cannot be clearly distinguished between male or female. Every time I intrude into someone else's dream, some memories are exchanged, which is truly annoying. When will I be able to truly accommodate the priest card? The white feathers on the weeping angel's wings moved, and as it looked at its tender right hand, there was a hint of distress in its tone. Fortunately, we finally managed to make Xianxia sleep within the illusory phase, using its body as the rebuttal point, allowing us to enter this city of calamity so smoothly. Lilith said that you were called the Lucky Kid by those shepherds, and that nickname fits well. The head of the weeping angel turned slightly, seemingly glancing over with its peripheral vision. Kid with the aura of the Tower of Life. You don't realize how tempting your behavior of wandering around with the essence of the Tower of Life is to our witch's cradle. I don't understand what Prexis was thinking either. Its tone revealed a bit of confusion, but more was mockery and disdain. There goes the Tower of Life again. Martin recalled the Tree of Life in the tribe of the Moon Goddess, which was carved on an inverted pyramid. Was this related to the Tower of Life? Martin tended to think these two were definitely connected, or even the same thing. After all, the only experiences relevant to this in his past was traveling to the tribe of the Moon Goddess via the Scream Tent. But what relation does the Tower of Life have to this City of Calamity? Martin also noticed the name mentioned by the suddenly talkative angel, which was the title in the second story he told the queen. This confirmed his earlier suspicion in the basement of the church, that the purpose of this monster's actions was indeed aimed at the ruins of the Queen's Garden, also known as the City of Calamity. Martin never thought he would reach the garden ruin that Mrs. Lucia longed for in such an unexpected way, yet the unrealistic feel of the castle before him. Questions arose in Martin's mind. His eyes passed through the weeping angel and stared at the castle, as if placed within a dreamlike reflection. It seems you've noticed the problem here. The weeping angel looked afar too, quietly watching the distant towering castle. This isn't the real City of Calamity, it's merely my dream. But even though this is a dream, everything here is closely linked to this City of Calamity, almost reaching the level of reality. I need you to resolve the remaining two of the three sisters here, then open the gate of this City of Calamity. If you can't, you'll stay forever in my dream. When saying this, the weeping angel seemed to laugh a little. Just like that, Xianxia. Good luck, lucky kid. The tone was full of mockery. After speaking, the weeping angel transformed into a large cluster of colorful bubbles, floating up into the sky and disappearing. Before Martin could say anything, he watched as the bubbles disappeared in the high sky. The three sisters? He seized the key words from the weeping angel's mouth. Two left, meaning one has already been taken care of. Judging from his preceding and following words, the one that has been dealt with should be the body he transformed into, the angel named Xianxia. He said Xianxia would forever stay in his dream. Does that mean he took over this angel's body? Recalling the feeling of being completely immobilized in his previous dream, Martin felt the horror of this monster. Trapping the consciousness of an angel in his dream, and then taking over its body to use as the rebuttal point for the Silver Triumph Chariot. All these actions were proof of this monster's extraordinary means. Martin reviewed his words from the beginning. This monster seemed to come from Witch's Cradle, the secret organization Heinz mentioned that possessed the Water Mirror card group and was a partner of Lilith, who pretended to be Xianxia. And it seemed like he was brought here because he could open the gate of City of Calamity. But apart from knowing the origin of the paintings beneath the church, he had no idea how to enter the City of Calamity. He didn't even know where the castle's gate was. And now had disappeared too. He wondered how she was doing. Why did Witch's Cradle bring her in as well? Their initial target seemed to be her. Martin felt like his thoughts were tangled into a knot, and each time he unraveled one thread, it only led him deeper into another knot. Before he could think clearly, a dazzling water blue light suddenly lit up on the high wall not far away. Martin squinted, seeing that there seemed to be a vessel on top of the high wall emitting light, though he couldn't make out what exactly it was. Then, a somewhat ethereal figure floated out from the vessel, just like a soft bubble. This figure descended like a meteor, trailing a long and bright shadow behind it, resembling a luminous tail. As the figure came closer, Martin realized it was a woman, a very beautiful woman. She swayed the slender, ethereal tail connected to the top of the high wall behind her, smiled, and gently asked Martin, "I can grant you 3 wishes." The end.